On a scorched wasteland, a brutal clash worthy of a top-tier manhwa recap was underway. Countless enemies encircled a lone figure in black, while a relentless voice echoed in his mind. Live for the clan. That was my father's mantra. It meant I should desire nothing existing only as a silent shadow behind my brother. The man in black knelt, his strength completely drained. From the distance, a figure approached, sneering. Now this is a priceless view. Blood masked the man's face as he glared upward. Hundreds of knights watched him with trembling caution while that accursed voice continued its mockery. A solitary warrior standing against the Empire's strongest commanders. 6 of their elite already lay dead at his feet, victims of his desperate counterattack. A man dressed like a high priest stepped forward, clapping. As expected of that man's brother, you truly are entertaining, Saian. Saian stared coldly at the man named Boris. That wretched expression, pure filth. In response, Saian summoned his pitch-black blade. Saian demanded to know who turned the crown against him. Crimson-black mist erupted, forcing Boris back with sheer oppressive force. That disgusting black fog. So the rumors were true. You really are the assassin of mist. Saian unleashed his aura, dominating the battlefield. Boris grit his teeth in disgust. Your mist organization is nothing but dirt to us holy knights. I'll enjoy reporting that I exterminated the mongrel who conspired with heathens. Saian gripped his sword, his fighting spirit unbroken. Fine, try it. Give it your best shot, and I guarantee you won't have a single tooth left to report with. Boris didn't flinch, his arrogance overflowing. If you plan to use your hidden arts, give up. We've trapped you inside a 9-star magical barrier. Saian calculated his escape. He had to survive and expose this betrayal to his older brother. His eyes began to glow a crimson red. He raised his blade in defiance. A barrier, I'll shred it into 100 pieces. But suddenly, a commanding voice boomed. That is enough, Saian. A figure in radiant golden armor emerged. Boris immediately stepped aside, bowing low. Seeing who it was, Saian froze his killing intent, vanishing instantly. The old memories flooded back. Live for the family. His brother was the face of their clan. The success of Achol Vert was the success of Saian Vert. The man standing there was none other than his brother Akal. The realization hit Saian like a physical blow. The mastermind was his own brother. As Akal approached, Saian's world crumbled. His legs gave out, crushed by the weight of betrayal. Achol spoke with chilling calm. You look confused to see me here. The two brothers faced each other, the air thick with suffocating tension. Clinging to a shred of hope, Saiyan asked, "What is this, brother?" Achol replied smoothly, "Saiyan, you have fulfilled your duty perfectly. For the family, the people, and for me." Those final words triggered something inside Saiyan. Akal continued, "That is why I want to relieve you of that burden." Saiyan stammered, I don't understand. Did I do something wrong?" Akal frowned in mock disappointment. "Wrong. With that vile mist, you are nothing but a butcher. I can no longer consider you human." Saiyan lowered his head, silence his only defense. He never imagined Akal would use his own dark powers he used for the family, as the justification to execute him. Akal postured with sickening righteousness. "You deceived the world for so long. Do you truly not realize the depth of your sins?" Blood dripped from Saiyan's chin as his mind raced in circles. "Murderer, my sins. What kind of twisted nonsense was this?" Hate replaced confusion, his eyes burning scarlet. He recalled the bloody war for the throne, the desperate raids against the Demon King's army. He had unified the continent from the shadows. He handed Akal everything on a silver platter, simply because he was born to serve. Saiyan smashed his fist into the earth. "And now you discard me. I slaved away like a dog for 25 years for you." Black mist exploded from Saiyan's broken body, mixing with his blood. "I don't care if this body crumbles to dust," he screamed internally. "I will drag you down to hell with me." A catastrophic surge of mana erupted, shaking the heavens. The knights recoiled in terror. He still has that much power. He's a monster ignoring them. Saiyan raised his blade. He settled into a lethal stance, spitting out blood and insults. How pathetic. The great hero killing his own brother out of fear. "Have you no shame?" The words struck a nerve. Veins bulged on Akol's forehead. Saiyan launched himself forward, a streak of red mist, tearing across the battlefield. Steel clashed against gold, their powers collided in a shockwave evenly matched. "I just need one opening," Saiyan thought. He pushed his speed to the breaking point. "Just one strike is all I need." Seeing Achol defend, Saiyan lunged with suicidal abandon. "If I can hit his vital point, he won't be able to regenerate." But the moment Saiyan's blade descended, Akal manifested a barrier of light blocking the death blow. Saian's eyes widened. It wasn't Akal's magic. Boris had cast a support spell. "Damn you, Boris," Saian roared. "You filthy rat." But the distraction was fatal. A blade pierced straight through Saian's abdomen. His black sword clattered to the ground. Achol twisted the blade deeper, shaking his head. "Because you were my brother, I intended to grant you a painless death. But you forced my hand." Achol sneered, his mask of nobility slipping. "I knew you were a devil all along. It's a good thing I never trusted you." The betrayal cut deeper than the steel. After sacrificing everything, this was his reward. Achol withdrew his sword and kicked Saian's dying body into the dirt. Without a backward glance, Akal commanded, "Let's go." Boris bowed eagerly. "Yes, my lord." Saian lay broken, staring at the distant sky. God damn it all. Is this how it ends? Saian thought, his vision blurring. I lived such a foolish life. His eyelids grew heavy. What an absolute idiot I was. Suddenly, Achol froze, sensing a spike of killing intent. Behind him, Saiyan had forced his broken body to move, launching one final desperate charge. He poured his very life force into the strike. The blade bit into Akal's neck, but a blinding flash of light blasted Saiyan away. Then infinite darkness took him. Through the void, a voice called out. Young master, Saiyan gasped, jolting awake in a cold sweat. A maid looked down at him, annoyed. This was the classic start of an awakening manhwa. Good heavens, how long do you plan to sleep? The sharp voice pierced his dreams. Get up, you need to prepare. Young Master Saiyan bolted upright, eyes wide with terror. Emily, why? Why are you here? Something felt wrong. The air, the light, it was all off. Saiyan studied Emily's face. I haven't seen her in 25 years. He realized, his heart pounding. Yet here she stood, not a day older than the last time he saw her. Emily clutched her chest, visibly startled by his outburst. What on earth are you saying, young master? Are you still half asleep, or just speaking nonsense? Saiyan ignored her confusion, his gaze sweeping frantically across the room. I know this place. Memories flooded back. This was the room he lived in as a child. Every decoration, every shadow, was exactly as he left it. A sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He raised trembling hands to his face. Soft skin, small fingers. Wait, have I returned to the past? Am I a child again? Young Master Saiyan, Emily's voice snapped him back to reality. He looked up, dazed. Emily placed her hands on her hips, giving him a look that said she knew exactly what he was up to. You're just trying to stall, so you don't have to go to training, aren't you? She scolded. Wake up and let's go. Saiyan blinked, his mind blank. Training? What training are you talking about? The question hung in the air, bringing a heavy silence to the room. Outside the Vert family duchy, the sky was a brilliant mocking blue. It was a perfect day, not a cloud in sight. As Saiyan bathed in the warm sunlight, the impossible truth settled in his gut. I have definitely returned to the past. This wasn't a dream. Is this that life flashing before your eyes phenomenon people talk about before death? But then the date clicked. The events aligned. Saiyan's eyes widened as the fog of confusion lifted. I remember now. It was 25 years ago. The year 985 of the founding era, March 1st. Exactly 1 year after his enrollment in the academy. The day of the duchy's annual combat evaluation. My father, the ruler of this land, Duke Vert, always attended, making this a high-stakes event, and my opponent was Grand Vert. My half-brother, born in the same year as me. His mother was Margaret Oz, the Duke's official wife. Because of her bloodline, Grand received all the glory and attention, while I was cast into the shadows, despite us both being the youngest sons. Saiyan recalled his past self with a bitter taste in his mouth. I was a useless child back then. A pathetic excuse for a noble. After being humiliated in this very match, he had become the laughingstock of the entire estate. He remembered his father's cold words from that day, don't bother trying anymore. This match was the catalyst. The moment his father completely abandoned him. Emily whispered anxiously, her voice trembling, young master, just surrender. But Saiyan's expression was terrifyingly calm. It's fine, he replied, his voice steady. I just have to win. Even the maid looked down on me back then. Saiyan drew the practice sword. His brows furrowed. It's just a standard blade. So why is it so heavy? My physical strength is exactly as it was when I was a child. Please don't get hurt, young master, Emily called out. Saiyan gripped the hilt tight, his mind racing. This sensation. The weight, the air. It's not a dream. It wasn't a hallucination induced by death. I've never heard of any illusion magic powerful enough to simulate reality this perfectly. He bit his lip, the tension rising. I really have returned. As he stepped onto the duel arena, Grand sneered, his face twisted in arrogance. "Look who showed up. I thought you'd run away with your tail between your legs." A single thought dominated Saiyan's mind. Can I change the future? This wasn't just a second chance. It was the start of a legendary awakening Manhwa storyline. He glanced to the side as the Duke raised his hand. "Begin." Grand roared, charging forward with a clumsy strike. "Where are you looking, you idiot?" He swung his sword with a manic grin. Saiyan watched the blade descend, his eyes cold and unimpressed. What is this? Is he a snail? Why is he moving in slow motion? Saiyan took a simple half-step back. Grand, carried by his own reckless momentum, slammed his sword uselessly into the dirt. Humiliated Grand gritted his teeth. "You dodged, you coward." He prepared to strike again. But Saiyan moved like a phantom, effortlessly flicking his wrist to send Grand's weapon flying. Before Grand could react, Saiyan delivered a crushing kick to his kneecap. Tears welled up in Grand's eyes, but his pride forced him to swallow the scream. It was a futile effort. The pain was too much. Grand collapsed, clutching his leg and wailing. Grand Margaret shrieked from the sidelines. Saiyan's eyes glowed a menacing crimson as he looked down at his brother. I could end this match right now just by pointing my blade at his throat. But that wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. Saiyan tightened his grip on the sword. Memories of Grand's torment flashed through his mind. The bullying in childhood. The humiliation at the academy. That smug, disgusting look Grand always gave him. Saiyan had never forgotten it. I need to etch this fear into his very soul. He had to ensure Grand would never dare look him in the eye again. Saiyan raised his leg, preparing to deliver a lesson in pain. In this life, I will carve my own path. As Grand screamed in terror, Saiyan unleashed his fury. The result was instantaneous and brutal. Grand lay motionless on the floor. He was foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious. The Duke ordered Saiyan to visit the infirmary later, granting him a dismissal. Saiyan frowned, confused by the reception. Was my victory that impressive? He glanced at the towering figure beside him. Even High Knight Yunkan, the Duke's right-hand man, had been assigned to escort him. Then, Margaret and her entourage approached. Saiyan didn't need future sight to know what was coming. He looked at her with undisguised contempt. Here she comes to defend her precious baby. She looks like she just stepped in fresh dog shit. Saiyan couldn't resist. Is Grand all right, madam? He asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Margaret ground her teeth, her fury boiling over. You beat your own brother into that state and dare ask that? You thick-skinned little monster. Saiyan didn't even blink. He shoved his hands in his pockets and walked past her, a smirk playing on his lips. That's what a duel is, isn't it? See you around. But Margaret wasn't finished. That is why bastards like you shouldn't be treated as true sons. She spat the words out, losing all composure. Like mother, like son. It's all because of your filthy mother. You should be begging on the streets, eating scraps. You should be grateful we even let you breathe the same air. Those words snapped the final thread of Saiyan's patience. He stopped. He turned slowly, revealing eyes burning with crimson mana and an expression of pure, unadulterated menace. She crossed the line. Should I just kill her? A cruel, villainous smile spread across Saiyan's face. No death was too easy. He knew exactly how to make her suffer. He would make her feel every ounce of pain slowly and methodically. Saiyan spoke softly, his voice chilling. Madam, you are aware that I'll be attending the academy with Grand, aren't you? Margaret froze her instincts, screaming danger. What do you mean? I assume you want your son to graduate in one piece. Saiyan's smile widened, predatory and dark. I guess you don't care about his safety as much as you claim, do you, madam? Margaret's face turned purple with rage. She raised her hand to strike him. You insolent brat. How dare you? Saiyan didn't flinch. He simply glanced at the knight beside him. The High Knight stepped in, blocking Margaret's path with polite but iron firmness. Apologies, madam. The Duke has summoned the young master for an urgent matter. We cannot delay any longer. We must depart immediately. His tone was flawless, yet beneath it lay a clear warning. Margaret could do nothing but gnash her teeth in impotent fury as she watched them leave. She ground her teeth in silent fury, yet she was powerless to intervene. Saiyan smirked from behind the knight's back, knowing the Duke's command was absolute law, and he was under its protection. This knight was a man of steel, bowing to no one but his lord, not even the Duchess herself. Saiyan was escorted down the grand corridors until they stopped before the heavy oak doors of the Duke's office. A deep voice resonated from within. Enter. Saiyan stepped inside, bowing with practiced elegance. The youngest son of House Furs, Saiyan greets his father. As he lowered his head, Saiyan calculated coldly. It had been nearly 15 years since father and son had spoken privately like this. Duke Willius Vert, gestured calmly. Sit. This man was the Grand Lord of Velius, the Iron Shield of the Western Kingdom of Usip. To the world, he was a legend, the guardian of the continent who had once halted the demon invasion. With terrifying mana and boundless wisdom, he bore a burden no one asked him to carry, vowing to fight until his final breath. In the war against the Demon King, all he sought was peace for the realm. But Saiyan's memory of him was different. To Saiyan, this man was a fool who volunteered to sacrifice his entire life for ungrateful people. Saiyan maintained an innocent expression on the outside, but inside his judgment of Willius was scathing. Willius cut through the silence, his eyes sharp as eagles. Right in front of your eyes. You watched the blade and dodged it with perfect precision. Saiyan feigned confusion, but Willius wasn't fooled. He pinpointed the exact moment Grand attacked. You looked straight at the descending sword and twisted your body to evade the fatal blow. The Duke had analyzed every micro-movement of Saiyan's fight. Then came the interrogation. When did you learn the way of the sword? Saiyan tensed up. Just as I expected. His intuition is monstrous. Saiyan forced a calm demeanor. I wouldn't call it learning. I simply trained by myself every night in the shadows. Willius clearly didn't buy the excuse. He pressed on. As I recall, you had zero interest in swordsmanship. Why hide your true abilities? Saiyan scratched his head, acting shy. I just didn't want to draw attention to myself. Willius narrowed his eyes. Yet you clearly fought with everything you had to defeat Grand. Then the Duke paused. Saiyan flinched. Willius mentioned the final kick. Wasn't that last move unnecessary? Saiyan instantly realized the trap. So, that's it. He's testing my limits. He wants to know exactly what I'm capable of. Saiyan decided to give a plausible answer. I wanted to prove myself. Willius raised an eyebrow. Prove what exactly? Saiyan met his gaze directly. Prove that I am superior to Grand, even if we share the same bloodline. That was the only lesson I took from that duel. As the words left his lips, Willius burst into laughter. Excellent, a clear and decisive answer. You showed your class today. I never expected you to hide such talent. I am pleased. Willius mused aloud. One day, you will become the perfect right hand for Akal. At the mention of Achol, Saiyan's blood ran cold. His world seemed to fracture. What, me? Become a subordinate to that bastard again? Memories of his tragic death flashed before his eyes. Saiyan stared at Willius, a storm of rage brewing in his chest. It's always the same. He only cares about Achol. Saiyan clenched his fists, fighting to keep his composure. Willius, oblivious to the killing intent, continued cheerfully. This isn't a trophy, but I want to reward you for the duel. Ask for anything you desire. Saiyan's eyes darkened with resolve. Fine. Then I will use this chance to dismantle everything that bastard Achol holds dear. With unwavering confidence, Saiyan declared, What I want is… Outside, Emily screamed in pure horror. What? You want to go to the battlefield? Saiyan sat calmly on his bed. Yes, nothing is set in stone yet. Emily was losing her mind. Are you insane? Have you lost your wits? Do you know what kind of place that is? It's crawling with monsters and terrifying demons. Emily trembled just thinking about it. The western territory of Usip was the only place on the continent still considered an active war zone. But within that territory, the Limai Valley was the true front line. It was a brutal coliseum where the war against demons had raged for hundreds of years. Because it was a death trap, his father, who had opposed the idea, initially laid down a strict condition. Saiyan had 1 month to prove he was worthy of Limai Valley. Saiyan looked at his frail body and strategized. In this 1 month, I must reconstruct this body from scratch. Compared to a typical leveling manhwa protagonist, my physical stats are trash. But I still have my combat instincts from before the regression. Plus, I can feel the faint mana coiling inside me. If I combine physical training with my past knowledge, I can maximize this potential. Perfect. Training starts today. Staring at the crimson mist of mana in his palm, Saiyan's resolve hardened. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. Saiyan A girl stormed into his room like a hurricane. Recognizing the intruder, Saiyan gasped. Sister Alice. Before he could explain, Alice marched over and hoisted him up by his collar. Emily stammered, Gee, greetings, Lady Alice. Alice ignored the maid, her eyes blazing with fury, as she shook Saiyan. Have you gone mad? I heard you asked father to send you to the battlefield. Saiyan choked, dangling in the air. Alice, put me down, he wheezed. Alice finally released his collar. Looking down at her weak brother sprawled on the floor, she scoffed. Did beating Gran go to your head? You're getting arrogant. That won't fly with me. Alice issued a command. Follow me to the city walls. Now. The sky was turning dark as they arrived. Alice stood opposite Saian, her hand hovering over her hilt. When I draw my sword, it begins. If you can survive my onslaught for just 3 minutes, I will allow you to go to the front lines. Saian sighed, looking helpless. Do we really have to do this, Alice? She didn't blink. I don't care about your excuses. Just answer me one thing. Are you aiming for the family crest? Are you trying to take the heir's position? Her gaze turned predatory. Saian finally understood. Ah, so that's why she's acting like this. I have zero interest in that garbage title. When he didn't answer immediately, Alice took his silence as confirmation. She drew her blade, the metal singing in the twilight. So it is true. Draw your sword. Saian warily pulled out his weapon. He had barely rested half a day since fighting Grand. This whole day has been a mess. Alice didn't wait. She launched herself at him with frightening speed. Saian realized she wasn't joking, she was coming for blood. Alice slashed with precision. Fortunately, Saian's body moved on its own, guided by the battle-hardened instincts of his past life to block the strike. The impact shocked Alice. Impossible. He blocked my sword. He's only 10 years old. While she was reeling from the surprise, Saian gritted his teeth, absorbing the shock. Sister, are you seriously using full force against your brother, who is 7 years younger than you? Alice stepped back, reassessing the threat. Her rapier was as thin as a willow branch, yet the boy had parried her heavy broadsword twice already. Was it sheer luck? Veins of irritation popped on Alice's forehead. She flashed a smile that didn't reach her eyes and whispered, Your intuition is sharper than I thought, my beloved Saian. That chilling smile sent shivers down Saian's spine. His instinct screamed, I'm dead. He called out to Alice, hoping for mercy, but his sister had already engaged battle mode. She launched a ferocious assault, her body spinning like a deadly dancer. Saian groaned under the immense weight of the steel crashing against his blade. Thinking fast, he angled his sword to let her blade slide harmlessly past, breaking her deadlock. He slashed back instantly, shocking Alice. She had clearly underestimated her weak brother. Saian tried to press the advantage with a thrust, but the power gap was an absolute chasm. He gritted his teeth, cursing internally, damn this fragile body. Channeling every ounce of strength into his wrist, he spun his blade, knocking Alice back, just enough to create space. He leaped onto a stone pillar, gasping for air like a drowning man. Cold fear flooded his chest. That last exchange. If I hadn't redirected my blade at the final microsecond, I would have instinctively killed her. The Messer swordsmanship he knew from his past life was a killing art designed solely to strike vital points for an instant assassination. Fighting to disable without killing was agonizingly difficult, especially when Saian's current physique was this pathetic. Anxiety gnawed at him. How much of the 3 minutes is left? His hand trembled uncontrollably. I'm barely holding on by reinforcing this weak sword with mana, but my mana reserves are hitting empty. Meanwhile, Alice was fuming with humiliation that she couldn't instantly crush a brother 7 years her junior. She gritted her teeth and began to chant, Earth, wind, water. Heed my call and empower my blade. Saian's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the spell. Sixth circle magic. She's wrapping her weapon in a hydro blade. Alice dropped into a stance, her aura flaring as she prepared to unleash a devastating strike. Saian wept internally. Is she actually trying to murder me? I thought this was just a sparring test, but Alice's competitive warrior blood was boiling. She refused to lose. Watching this unfold, Saian felt utterly helpless. It's over. That isn't a spar anymore. I can see the killing intent radiating from her eyes. He braced himself. Even if I block that monster of a hit, the impact will blast me right off the wall. There's only one card left to play. I have to trust that he is watching. Without hesitation, Saian launched himself straight into the jaws of death, charging at Alice as she prepped her ultimate move. He swung his sword while silently praying, please step in now. Alice pivoted, unleashing the strike. Saian screamed a name in the depths of his mind, Yunkan. Just as the blades were about to collide, a thunderous voice roared, halt. Yunkan appeared like a phantom, grabbing Saiyan by the collar with one hand and catching Alice's blade with the other. The shockwave shook the entire rampart. A brilliant blue light blinded them for a moment. Yunkan's face was stern as stone. Lady Alice, you are being far too ruthless with an opponent so much younger than yourself. Saiyan let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. I wondered when he'd show up, but talk about cutting it close. The intervention finally snapped Alice out of her battle trance. Panic replaced her rage. She threw her arms around Saiyan, wailing, I'm so sorry, Saiyan. I must have lost my mind for a second. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, I just wanted to stop you from going to the battlefield. She's obsessed with keeping me safe. Saiyan felt his sister's warm tears and sighed internally. This is just like her. She carries the weight of the world on her shoulders. Saiyan's sister was the elite of the elite, an S-rank prodigy across every discipline at the Royal Academy, a place where monsters of talent gathered. Swordplay, magic, academics, she dominated them all. Combined with her breathtaking beauty, the world hailed her as the child of God. Trained rigorously since childhood, she was destined to be the shield of the continent alongside the eldest son Achol. But in the original timeline, shortly after joining the Knights of Light, she was brutally murdered. The memories of her death flashed before Saiyan's eyes and he hugged her tighter. I missed you so much, Alice. In this life. I swear I will protect you. Alice blinked, confused by the sudden wave of intense emotion coming from him. Saiyan. When he didn't answer, she turned to the knight, suddenly realizing something. Wait, Sir Yunkan, aren't you the Count's personal guardian knight? Shouldn't you be with the Count at the warfront? Yunkan looked away, sweat forming on his brow. I received orders to protect the young master for a short while. I cannot reveal more. It is a classified mission. Saiyan saw right through the clumsy lie. I sensed his stealthy presence the moment I left Father's office. Would he have revealed himself if I hadn't forced his hand? And why did Father order his best knight to shadow me? Deciding to play dumb, Saiyan let his eyes flutter shut, feigning exhaustion. He collapsed into Alice's arms asleep. Alice sighed, looking at him with a mix of love and helplessness. Gazing up at the starry sky, she whispered, "He's still just a child." The next day, Alice returned to the academy. She had only come back briefly to see their father. Time skipped forward to 2 weeks before the graduation ceremony. Saiyan was on the floor trembling. 9. He struggled, veins popping, finally pushing up for 10. He collapsed. I need to get stronger. I've focused purely on strength training for 2 weeks, yet 10 push-ups is my absolute limit. I've been stuck at this pathetic wall the entire time. The harsh reality crushed him. Saiyan recalled his past life's power with bitterness. I used to be a legend. Now I'm weaker than a level 1 newbie in a leveling manhwa. I need a shortcut. I need to break these limits. Suddenly, the maid Emily entered. Young master, a package arrived from Lady Alice. Saiyan's eyes lit up. Really, Emily pinched her nose, holding out a jar that radiated a foul stench. Ugh, what is this? It smells like rotting death. Saiyan smirked internally. That is the blood of a hellhound. I asked her to hunt it down for me. It's a legendary reagent. It's only found in the Limi Valley, but the rumors of it hitting the black market were true. Saiyan poured the thick, dark crimson liquid into a bowl. The liquid hissed and bubbled ominously. The blood of a demonic beast is often mistaken for poison due to its horrific stench, he thought. And the sensation of drinking it is like swallowing fire. But for the first-time user, it permanently boosts mana capacity and physical stats. Most think it's a myth, but I know the truth from my past life. Seeing him lift the bubbling bowl, Emily panicked. Young master, surely you aren't going to drink that, Saiyan nodded, adding a silent vow, bottoms up. Don't sweat it, Emily. I'm the only one evolved enough to survive your lethal cooking. Saiyan downed the bowl in a single breath. Memories flashed back instantly. The first time. That mushroom soup. His heart literally stopped beating the moment that biohazard touched his tongue. Compared to that nightmare, this was nothing. Though imagining the soup as a writhing monster in his mind didn't exactly help the flavor profile. Saiyan slammed the empty vessel of blood onto the table. Self-hypnosis active. It was delicious. His intoxicated expression put Emily on edge, but he stood up abruptly. Yes, she stammered. Saiyan's eyes burned with a crimson glow as he flashed a charming smile. I'm going for a walk. His inner thoughts, however, were manic. Time to test the theory. Saiyan strode out to the desolate grounds far from the castle. Been a while since I visited this wasteland. He'd spent 2 weeks waiting for this exact opening. A private moment without Yunkan, that snitch, reporting his every breath to his father. Stalking me like a shadow. So annoying. Saiyan used to come here for solitude until the day Akal received the divine revelation. Lumendel. The prophecy spoke of an ancient temple hidden in these peaks. Saiyan had been skeptical, but the concentrated mana flow here didn't lie. It should be right around here. The divine signal was loud and clear. Saiyan channeled mana into his hands, buzzing with anticipation. Perfect. I'm the only player who knows this secret. He blasted the earth beneath his feet, digging with raw magical force. Achol, you couldn't dream of pulling a heist like this. He hit something solid. As the dust settled, the earth gave way. A hidden tunnel spiraled into the depths. Bingo, Saiyan whispered. Let's go. He descended into the darkness, scanning the perimeter. It was completely different from his past life memories. The lost temple of Lumendo. Standing here since the Great War of Gods and Demons 3 centuries ago. Saiyan gazed at the glowing sanctuary. Who would believe a leveling Manhwa dungeon exists right behind the family castle? He approached the altar, eyes locking onto the radiant object ahead. Found you. The true master of this castle. The blade Achol wielded in the previous timeline 999 years before the founding. The era when humanity finally drove the Demon King's Legion out of Elias. The demons were physically superior monsters of war, but humans discovered the ancient artifacts, weapons of the gods. That was the turning point. Durandrak, the holy sword, imbued with the essence of the light god Lumendel, the very reason humanity survived and defeated the devils. Saiyan stared at the blade. And the weapon that's destined to execute me in the future, the weapon Achol possessed. Just seeing it brought back the phantom pain of death. Saiyan glared at the shining steel. Durandrak might be the key to my regression. He reached out, fingers brushing the exquisite engravings. He waited for a reaction. Saiyan sighed. Nothing. No system prompt. He kicked the holy sword in frustration. Useless junk. Killing my vibe. Screw the sword, I'm done here. If the sword had a voice, it would have screamed at the disrespect. But Saiyan remembered the riddle. When you step past the light, the strange shadow emerges. He walked to the opposite side, and there it was, the real prize. At a glance, it looked like the sword's shadow, but Saiyan knew better. It was a void. Saiyan grinned, placing his hand on the dark spot. Where there is light, darkness follows. He pumped mana into the seal. It was a gateway, a secret passage beneath the Temple of Light. He pushed the hidden door open. The weapon he had truly come for was waiting. There you are, my beauty. Saiyan grabbed the hilt of the demon sword Karam. Unlike the holy sword, the reaction was instant. Violent energy exploded outward. The gem on the hilt pulsed, roaring in welcome to its new master. Saiyan held it high. Good morning, Karam. He swung it, the air whistling. But something felt off. You haven't awakened yet. Still, the disappointment was minor. Euphoria washed over him. This familiar weight. It's the best. I suddenly feel the urge to cut something in half. Suddenly, black mist oozed from the ground. A shadow manifested. Boy, aren't you afraid? Do you know the price of awakening me? Saiyan's expression went cold. The price just means you belong to me now, right? The shadow expanded, revealing a monstrous form. It loomed over him. You woke the demon sword from its slumber. Regret comes too late. The shadow laughed maniacally, lunging forward. Your body is mine. Thwack. Saiyan caught the entity by the throat with a single hand. He watched calmly as the shadow struggled, choking in his grip. You weren't this impatient in the past. The shadow wheezed. What? Are you? How can you touch me? Saiyan smirked. I told you. This sword is mine. The shadow refused to yield, extending pink razor-sharp claws. It slashed at him. Get lost. Saiyan released his grip, and the entity scrambled back, eyeing him warily. Who are you? Are you the successor? Through the shadow's eyes, Saiyan was cloaked in a terrifying crimson-black aura. Why do I sense the presence of Eru coming from you? Saiyan's gaze was steady. That's right. I am Eru's successor. His smile twisted into arrogance. Your master has returned. Kneel. The demon sword spirit grit its teeth. You're just a brat. I refuse to acknowledge you. Karam lunged, a storm of attacks raining down. Saiyan blocked every strike with his bare hands, laughing, though his mind was calculating. Talking is useless. The demon sword's instinct was to dominate the user's body. As Karam poured power into the assault, Saiyan realized he had to play along. I need to show a little weakness. Saiyan stepped back, feigning a gap in his defense. Karam took the bait, surging forward for the kill. A devilish grin spread across Saiyan's face. He unleashed the demon subjugation sword art. The agony forced Karam to the ground, a wretched scream tearing from his throat. Saiyan's voice was ice cold. I won't repeat myself. Why didn't you just ask me to be your master when I was being nice? Karam gritted his teeth, struggling against the crushing pressure of the technique. And where did a brat like you learn a skill like that, you arrogant punk? Saiyan didn't bother arguing. He simply activated the demon subjugation sword again, slamming Karam's face into the dirt. He chanted it like a curse. Submit, submit, submit. After a brutal barrage, Karam was half buried in the rubble. Saiyan stopped showing a sliver of mercy. Well, left with zero options, the spirit yielded. Fine, I accept you. Sensing the spirit still had an attitude, Saiyan prepared to cast the spell again. Terror seized Karam. Master, I called you master, okay. And just like that, the pact was sealed. Saiyan stepped out of the chamber, dusting off his hands. Job done. I should head back, he mused. I've been gone way too long. He grabbed the sword and walked away. Inside the blade, Karam sighed in ecstasy. Finally, fresh air. This is paradise compared to that seal. The spirit playfully popped out of the steel. Manifesting as a cute tiny shadow orbiting Saiyan, the spirit asked, "Hey, master, what do I call you?" Saiyan didn't break stride. "Saiyan." The spirit tilted its head. "Saiyan. Never heard of it. Did El really pick a brat like you?" Saiyan's expression darkened. "Yeah. He chose me based on my previous life." Karam blinked. "Previous life? What kind of crazy talk is that?" Saiyan shrugged nonchalantly. "I've already died once." Karam's eyes went wide with shock. "What?" While the spirit scrutinized him, Saiyan approached the legendary blade Durandrak. "Is that guy still asleep?" Karam scoffed. Saiyan nodded. "He's got another 25 years before his true master shows up." Karam looked at Saiyan with disdain. "You talk like you've read the script of the future." Suddenly, Saiyan raised his blade, and crack, he sliced the hilt of Durandrak clean off. Karam screamed, "Have you lost your mind?" Saiyan smirked, looking at the severed hilt in his hand. Who knows? Maybe this little twist will make the future more interesting. It was a classic move in this awakening Manhwa story. Dawn began to break. A carriage rumbled away from the castle, carrying destiny within. It halted in a desolate wasteland. The door swung open, and Saiyan emerged, clad in full armor, scanning the horizon. "Hard to believe," he muttered, soaking in the gravity of the moment. "The day is finally here. Time really flies." He walked over to Duke Willius and bowed respectfully. "Father." Willius looked down, his voice stern. "I will ask you one last time. Are you truly resolved to enter the battlefield? If you wish to withdraw, I will not stop you." Saiyan raised his head, eyes burning with confidence and steel. "Yes, father. My heart already belongs to the battlefield." Willius nodded, silence his only approval. The Duke turned to his aide. "Yunkan, open it." "Yes, my lord." Yunkan produced a scroll. Saiyan's eyes narrowed. "A summoning scroll. What exactly are they planning to bring out?" Yunkan tossed the scroll into the air. Magic flared, forming a complex summoning circle as a beast began to materialize. A massive paw with razor-sharp claws slammed onto the ground. A ferocious beast emerged from the void, growling at Saiyan. He recognized it instantly. A hellhound. Saiyan smirked. A low-tier beast from the Lai Mi Valley, father. And the knights certainly went through a lot of trouble to set up this little test. Adrenaline coursed through his veins. He drew his sword, dropping into a stance. Around the perimeter, knights gripped their hilts, ready to jump in at the first sign of trouble. Saiyan noticed their tension. "They plan to intervene if I'm in danger." Cute. Behind him, Willius stood with arms crossed, his voice cutting through the air. "You must take responsibility for your choices. Prove your worth. Overcome this trial, and show us you belong on the battlefield." Meanwhile, Yunkan stood there, lost in thought about the upcoming test. His mind drifted back a few days to a moment of pure shock when the young master approached him. Did the young master just ask to duel me? Saiyan had stood before him, feigning desperation. "I only have 3 days left," the boy had said. "I have to fulfill my promise to father. I can't just swing at empty air forever, right? I need real combat experience. Please, Yunkan, help me." Saiyan put on his best puppy dog face. Yunkan hesitated, sweating. "A duel? At your age, young Master Gran would usually." Saiyan cut him off. "I don't know why," Saiyan sighed, "but every time Gran sees me, he runs for the hills." He recalled the pathetic sight of Gran screaming and fleeing in terror. "Don't come near me," Yunkan sighed internally. What a pain. With no valid excuse to refuse, he relented. "Fine. If you insist." Saiyan beamed like a child who got candy. Yunkan raised his weapon. "However, I will only use the sheath. I'll focus on defense. You attack with everything you have." Saiyan drew his blade. "Thank you, Yunkan." Then his expression shifted. "Oh, one more thing. Whatever happens here, father must never know." "That is an order." Saiyan's tone switched from innocent to commanding in a heartbeat. Yunkan frowned, confused. But before he could blink, Saiyan launched himself forward. The speed was blinding. Yunkan barely raised his sheath in time to block the surprise strike. That impact? It's heavy. I can't believe that's the strike of a 10-year-old. Saiyan used his small frame to his advantage, circling to the side instantly. Yunkan's eyes widened. He's too fast. Suddenly, Saiyan vanished from his field of view. He had vaulted into the air, flipping behind the knight. Yunkan gasped in pure shock. When did he? Yunkan regained his composure and spun around. Their weapons clashed, the impact sending a shockwave through the training grounds. But Saiyan didn't stop. He repositioned instantly, launching another assault. His eyes glowed red, with palpable killing intent, his small body a blur of violence. They exchanged blow after blow. Yunkan managed to block every strike, but just barely. Saiyan hopped back, sighing. As expected, I still can't beat you. He sheathed his sword. Good work, Yunkan. Thank you for the lesson. Yunkan panted, trying to catch his breath. Excellent work, young master. Internally, he was reeling. The frail Saiyan. When did he become a monster? The memory of Saiyan's innocent smile haunted him. Back in the present, Yunkan watched the boy standing before the beast. If my instincts are right, the young master will crush this trial. On the field, Saiyan stood motionless, staring down the hellhound. The beast lunged. Saiyan's muscles tightened. Here it comes. The hellhound's maw opened wide rows of dagger-like teeth aiming for his throat. In a flash, Saiyan saw the trajectory. He unleashed a strike that forced the beast to veer off course. His gaze was cold and calculating. With my current stats, a drawn-out battle is disadvantageous. I need to end this instantly. I'll kill it in one blow, he decided. Saiyan charged, ready to deliver the final strike. He stood tall, a statue of discipline, twisting his wrist to halt the blade mere inches from the demon hound's throat. But Saiyan didn't stop there. He launched himself skyward, hurling the sword with deadly precision. The blade pinned the beast's head to the earth with a sickening crunch, leaving the surrounding knights paralyzed in awe. Willius Vert watched the carnage, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the monster's corpse. Yet Saiyan's inner thoughts were far less noble. What a waste, he lamented silently. That blood could have filled at least a few bottles. He yanked the sword from the monster's skull, realizing that harvesting blood here was impossible. They would think I've lost my mind. Maybe I should have brought a hidden cup. Willius Vert approached from behind, clapping his hands in approval. Magnificent work, Saiyan. The commander turned, his voice booming. I shall see you on the battlefield, my son. His cape billowed dramatically, a move Willius Vert clearly thought was the height of cool. Saiyan bowed deeply. Thank you, father. Suddenly, a dark presence oozed from the sword. Master Karam emerged, his voice trembling with rage. Do you mistake me for a fruit knife? Saiyan felt a pang of guilt. Of course not. You are a legendary demon sword. Why would you ask such a thing? Karam gritted, his teeth cursing. Then wield me properly. Damn it, I need to consume blood essence to evolve. He floated miserably toward the dead hound, begging. Please, just one sip, just a drop. Witnessing the pathetic display, Saiyan could only sigh. He whispered a consolation, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as dark mist began to coil around his body. Gripping Karam tight, he whispered the promise of a true leveling Manhwa protagonist. Patience. Soon I will use you for something far greater. Just wait for the real battlefield. Suddenly chaos erupted. Violent monsters launched a frenzied assault. The knights roared, forming a defensive perimeter. It's an ogre. The northern ogres are here. The alarm bells began to scream. Willius Vert charged forward on its steed, commanding the flow of battle. Form the defensive line. Slaughter them all. Leave no survivors. The extermination campaign begins now. The knights raised their blades in unison, a forest of steel. A massive magic circle materialized in the sky, casting a shadow over the monsters before fracturing into smaller, intricate geometric rings. These smaller circles manifested beneath the ogre's feet, spawning mystical chains that bound their limbs tight. Seizing the moment, the trap was sprung. Attack! Willius Vert roared. The cavalry surged forward like a tidal wave, hacking and slashing through the immobilized beasts. Each knight fought with grim determination, ensuring no seed of evil remained. A massive alpha ogre 10 times the size of a man roared in defiance. But a solitary knight charged with ice-cold focus. With a single devastating slash, the behemoth was decapitated. The severed head crashed to the ground right in front of Saiyan. He stared at it, unblinking, while Emily, trailing behind, let out a blood-curdling shriek. Mommy, she sobbed, clinging to her duty. Young master. Emily couldn't comprehend his calmness. Why would you come to a hellhole like this? Aren't you terrified? Saiyan remained silent, his eyes scanning the chaotic scenery. He whispered, mostly to himself. Being back here brings back memories. It really is just like hell. Willius Vert, having finished his slaughter, rode over to check on him. Saiyan, how does the front line feel? Saiyan's expression remained as smooth as a frozen lake. I am just a little nervous, that is all. Willius Vert nodded gravely. Listen well. The battlefield is a graveyard waiting to happen. You never know when the Reaper will come for you, so never lower your guard. Saiyan nodded with soldierly precision. Understood, father. Internally, however, Saiyan was bored. On the front lines, this chaos was just another Tuesday. 3 or 4 battles a day was the standard routine. Each skirmish had its own tactical manual, relying on high-ranking knights to crush the monsters that breached the vanguard. It was a well-oiled machine of death. As the battle wound down, the platoon returned to the tents. Saiyan peeked out from his flap, observing the layout. His tent was in the rear, the safest and most suffocating position. Irritation bubbled within him. With guards patrolling like hawks, I can't even let Karam feed. Do I really have to wait until dinner? He turned to see Emily shivering under a pile of blankets. Emily, what are you doing? He asked. She poked her head out, screaming hysterically. Did you not hear the Duke? He said we could die at any moment. I am terrified, Saiyan sighed, barely holding back an eye roll. So, you are packing to run home? Seeing his unbothered expression, Emily snapped. Do you think I am joking? When will you grow up and stop needing a babysitter? She gritted her teeth, scolding him. Monsters are everywhere. If I run, who changes your diapers? Huh. Young master, she huffed, stomping out of the tent. Let's go. It is almost mealtime. Saiyan called out to her, retreating back. And what about the cloak I asked for? She vanished without a word. A vein popped on Saiyan's forehead. He muttered darkly, should I fire her? Is this how a servant treats her master in an awakening manhwa? Night fell. Saiyan carefully placed a doll crafted to look exactly like him, at a 1-to-1 scale onto his bed, and tucked it in. He admired his handiwork. That should fool them. Suddenly, a voice cut through the dark. You intend to train outside even here, Saiyan jumped. Ah, did I wake you? Emily rubbed her sleepy eyes, impressed. You are so diligent. The Duke would be proud. Saiyan pulled his hood up to hide his smirk. Go back to sleep. Just pretend I am still in bed, all right, Emily yawned, barely conscious. Yes, sir. Saiyan activated his mana, boosting his speed. Since this is the front line, the night watch is doubled, and the security is impenetrable. If I don't leave the camp now, I will never get any freedom. Saiyan dashed past the perimeter, activating heavy bone-style third-form descending mist, gliding off a cliff and landing silently. If memory serves, this area is crawling with prey. Right on cue, a pack of bloodthirsty hellhounds encircled him. Saiyan's eyes glowed crimson. He assessed the situation. A perfect grinding spot for a system manhwa user to feed his weapon. Right, Karam, he summoned the demon sword. Karam caught the scent instantly. The smell of blood is intoxicating, master. I can't hold back anymore. Hurry, let me cut something. Saiyan obliged, raising the blade as the hellhounds, oblivious to their impending doom, charged. Saiyan grinned, surging forward. Very well, Karam. Feast your heart out. He slashed through the first wave with brutal efficiency, spinning the blade to prepare for a follow-up strike. He unleashed the mist sword dance storm of the void. In a single breath, dozens of hellhounds were obliterated. His agility and the razor-sharp edge left the monsters zero chance to react. The night was still young and darkness was his ally. Saiyan jammed a straw into the neck of a fresh carcass, filling a cup with steaming vital fluid. As the cup brimmed, Saiyan drank it down in one gulp, draining the essence. But he was a generous master. He held Karam up to the cup. Yours as promised. Karam shuddered with ecstasy. Since my awakening, I have never felt this alive. Saiyan wiped his mouth, satisfied. Good. Let's keep this momentum going. Karam cheered him on. Look at you. Killing these small fries won't level us up fast enough. Saiyan smirked, radiating confidence. Don't worry. The night is long and the monsters are endless. Saiyan's gaze locked onto the horizon where a legion of nightmares prepared to charge. Karam, witnessing the impending slaughter, shivered with twisted delight and shrieked. This is going to be exhilarating. High on the mountain ridge, a carriage navigated the treacherous path. A silver-haired maiden gazed out the window, ignoring the trembling voice of her attendant. The front lines are a graveyard, Your Highness. Please let us return. But the princess remained unshaken, her resolve like iron. I have already spoken. Stop coddling me. As the princess of this realm, I bear the weight of the crown to aid my royal father. Must I repeat myself? Her voice dropped cold and commanding. Mention retreat one more time, and you will face my wrath. The maid shrank back, stammering. Why? Yes, Your Highness. Seeking to lighten the heavy atmosphere, the maid piped up. That reminds me. Rumors say the youngest son of the Willius Vert clan has also joined the fray. He is of the same age as you, my lady. The princess blinked, her mask slipping. The Duke brought his youngest child to this hellscape. The Duke forbade it, actually. The young master volunteered himself. Since you are peers, perhaps destiny intends for you to meet. A flush touched the princess's cheeks as she turned away. As if I care for such trivial dalliances. Enough, I require rest. The maid, fearing she had overstepped, bowed deeply. Understood. Moments later, a quiet voice broke the silence. What is his name? The maid blinked, then scrambled to answer. It is Saiyan, Your Highness. Saian Willius Vert. Saian Willius Vert. She whispered the syllables like a secret prayer, the moonlight caressing her porcelain features as she stared into the unknown. Elsewhere, a harpy screeched in agony as steel carved through its flesh. Duke Willius reined in his steed, his voice booming over the chaos. "Report any casualties." "We are unscathed, my lord," the knights roared in unison. Willius nodded, his eyes scanning the battlefield. "Excellent. Fall back to base." In the distance, a blade slid free from a corpse, with a wet squelch. Saian stepped on the beast's chest, exhaling a cloud of fatigue. Willius rode up to him. "To survive your first true skirmish, unscathed. How did you manage it?" Saian bowed low, hiding his eyes. "I simply learned from every heartbeat on the battlefield, father." Willius saw through the humility, but smiled warmly. "Is that so? I expected you to flee back to the estate by now. You have endured far more than I imagined. I am truly proud of the warrior you are becoming." Saian froze his heart, skipping a beat. "Proud he is proud of me." Willius turned to leave with Sir Yunkan. Over his shoulder, the Duke added, "Come to my tent at dawn. We have matters to discuss." Saian managed a shaky reply. "Yes, father." He stood rooted to the spot, stunned by the warmth in the Duke's voice. In all my years, he never spoke to me with such kindness. Not even in my previous life. But the reverie was shattered as night fell. A colossal tail smashed into the earth, shaking the very ground. Saian skid backward, grit grinding between his teeth. Looming before him was a nightmare of flesh and teeth, a legendary deathworm. These abominations belonged in the abyss of the valley. Karam's voice echoed in his mind. "Master, you are outmatched. Let me take the wheel. Allow me to possess you and crush this bug." Saian scoffed, parrying a strike. "Switch with you. Do you take me for a fool? I know what you crave. I swear on my power, it will only be for a moment." The deathworm roared, its grotesque veins pulsing as the wounds Saian inflicted knit themselves back together in seconds. Karam pressed. "It heals faster than you can damage it. Your physical attacks are useless against such vitality." Saian cursed internally. The spirit was right. It had been a month since he arrived at the front lines. He recalled the blood of countless demons he had consumed to fuel his growth. But even that was not enough for this tier of monster. With the behemoth charging for a killing blow, Saian sighed, surrendering to necessity. "Fine. I grant you control whatever your scheme may be." Karam cackled. "Excellent. Let the slaughter begin." Power exploded as they unleashed the ninth form of the mist style. Demon sword explosion. With Karam at the helm, the blade hummed with malicious energy. "I will shred that thick hide into ribbons." The deathworm shrieked as dark energy seared its flesh. Saian's body vaulted into the night sky, silhouetted against the moon, preparing the final strike. Sword art, indigo flower capture. A vertical beam of sword aura crashed down, cleaving the massive beast perfectly in two, from head to tail. Saian did not stop there, raining down a torrent of slashes, until nothing remained but chunks of meat. Meanwhile, a different drama unfolded elsewhere. Sir Yunkan inspected the carnage, his face pale. "The residual mana here is suffocating." This was the work of a high-tier demon, without a doubt. Willius wiped blood from his glove, his expression grim. If the demon clan is involved, this escalates everything. He turned to his men. "Scour the area, burn every carcass." The knights scrambled to obey. Willius paused by a slain hellhound, studying the clean severance of its neck. This sword technique, it feels strangely familiar. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, until Yunkan called out urgently, "My lord, you need to see this." Willius strode over. "What is it?" Yunkan pointed to the mangled remains. "A deathworm, my lord. Or what is left of one." Willius stared in horror at the pulverized high-ranking monster. Who possesses the power to obliterate such a creature? A dark thought crossed his mind. Could it be that secret organization? Back in his quarters, Saian analyzed the battle. The demon sword manifestation allowed Karam to pilot his body, unlocking 100% of his latent potential. But as long as the spirit was distracted by bloodlust, Saian could wrestle back control. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his cot. "That is the only reason I risked it." He reflected on the cruel leveling Manhwa logic of this world. Consuming the beast's blood had permanently increased his vitality. Without that boost a month ago, his body would have shattered. Saian sat up, clutching his pounding head. "My entire body screams in pain." Suddenly, Karam materialized. "I have figured it out." The spirit floated closer, eyes narrowing. "You wear the skin of a child, yet your soul carries the weight of a veteran. Your reflexes are too sharp. You know the Lumi Valley like the back of your hand. Your swordsmanship reeks of 35 years of bloodshed. And you mentioned dying once before. I am certain of it now." Karam grinned, a predator, cornering its prey. "You are not from this timeline, are you? So, You really are a reincarnator, aren't you? Saiyan looked at Karam with eyes full of pity, as if staring at a complete moron. I already told you. I've walked through the Valley of Death once before. It's obvious now, Karam shouted, his embarrassment turning into fiery rage. How is it obvious? You never explained anything, Saiyan replied, with a voice as cold as ice. I was just too lazy. Karam clicked his tongue, skepticism written all over his face. Killing a monster like you isn't easy. I'd bet my life you were slain by the wielder of Durandal. There are only two possibilities in this leveling Manhwa scenario. You either died in an honorable duel, or you were stabbed in the back. Karam's deduction hit the mark perfectly. Saiyan's expression instantly darkened, a storm brewing in his eyes. Karam puffed out his chest confidently. I have a feeling it was betrayal. Saiyan narrowed his eyes. What makes you say that? The spirit explained. Because you look at that holy sword like it's a piece of trash. That tells me there's bad blood there. Realizing he hit the bullseye, Karam floated right up to Saiyan's face. So, your goal in this second life is vengeance, isn't it? Whatever your plan is, remember this. If I sense failure or weakness, I will devour your soul. Karam grinned, flashing a wicked, threatening smile. Saiyan didn't even flinch. He swatted the spirit away like a fly. Absorb me, you aren't strong enough. Karam slammed into the bookshelf, seeing stars as he crumpled to the floor, knocked out cold. Saiyan chuckled, realizing the spirit hadn't changed a bit from his past life. With nothing left to do, he stepped out of the tent, the morning air crisp against his skin. The atmosphere outside was thick with tension. Saiyan frowned. What's going on? It's chaotic. Emily came running up breathless. Young master, you're finally awake. Saiyan looked at her calmly. Emily, report. What is happening? She replied instantly, her voice trembling. Sir, we found the corpse of a high-tier monster nearby. It was right at the valley entrance. A jolt of panic shot through Saiyan's mind. Is she talking about that worm I slaughtered? Seeing his confusion, Emily emphasized the gravity of the situation. It's been ages since a beast of that caliber appeared near a safe zone. This is a crisis straight out of a system manhwa. Saiyan pressed for more intel. Anything else? Emily blinked. Pardon? He asked again, urgency creeping into his voice. Besides the carcass, was there anything else? Like a suspicious person or rumors about me? Suddenly, Yun Khan approached. Young Master Saiyan. He bowed with perfect etiquette. The Duke requests your presence immediately. Saiyan's heart sank. This is bad. I didn't have enough mana to dispose of that gigantic corpse. He thought back to the messy aftermath of his battle. The patrol guard showed up too quickly, he cursed internally. Saiyan gritted his teeth, worrying that his plan to enjoy a peaceful life before the academy arc was about to go up in smoke. He entered Duke Willius Vert tent and bowed respectfully. Father, I have arrived. Saiyan held onto a sliver of hope. Hopefully he won't connect the dots to me. Willius Vert beckoned him. Come here, Saiyan. Sit. Seeing his father's stern face, Saiyan wondered. If he asks about yesterday, how do I spin this? Saiyan kept his lips sealed, locking eyes with the Duke. Willius Vert sat opposite him, cutting straight to the chase. I'll be blunt. What exactly were you doing last night? Saiyan feigned innocence. I went to bed early, father. I was exhausted. Willius Vert narrowed his eyes, recalling the scene he had investigated. Bed early, the slash marks on that beast. They matched Saiyan's swordsmanship perfectly. The Duke frowned, staring deep into his son's soul. Am I overthinking this? Saiyan put on his best confused child act. Why do you ask, father? Willius Vert pondered. It is hard to believe a child could single-handedly dismantle a deathworm, especially a legendary monster like that. When the Duke remained silent, Saiyan pushed gently. Father, is there something troubling you? Willius Vert observed him for a moment longer before speaking. You must have heard about the incident near the camp. He tested the waters. I still need to investigate further, but it appears to be the work of the Mist, the secret assassin order. Saiyan's expression shifted to genuine surprise. The Mist, Willius Vert, explained, his voice grave. An organization as old as time. No one knows their true goal, but they have assassinated countless nobles under the guise of judgment. They leave behind a signature black fog, but they vanished 300 years ago. He leaned in. However, that death worm was enveloped in that same dark energy. That fog is the residue of Eru, the god of darkness and the source of their power. This sounded like the backstory of a classic awakening manhwa. Willius Vert declared, if my theory is correct, the Mist returned and slew that monster. Saiyan listened, his internal monologue running wild. Incredible. He deduced a third party simply because I used dark mana, even though that group hasn't been seen for 3 centuries. Unaware of his son's thoughts, Willius Vert warned him. We don't know why they have resurfaced, but you must be vigilant. I will report this to the king. Saian nodded obediently. Yes, father. He exhaled mentally. Thank God. He believes it wasn't me. It made sense. Willius Vert couldn't fathom his young son having such power. He's just a child after all, Willius Vert thought. That is all. Then the Duke asked, by the way, who did you say was visiting today? Saiyan answered honestly. I heard His Majesty, the king, is visiting, but I thought it was later. Willius Vert smiled mysteriously. Actually, I have a favor to ask you. Saiyan tilted his head. A favor? Outside the blare of royal trumpets shattered the silence. The king has arrived, Willius Vert, and his entire troop knelt in unison. I, Duke Willius Vert, greet your majesty. The king rode forward on a magnificent steed, his face beaming. Willius Vert. The king leaped off his horse and rushed to help Willius Vert up. His voice was warm and sincere. We are old friends. Drop the formalities, Willius Vert insisted. But your majesty, suddenly, the king looked past him. Oh, is that the child? Saiyan knelt on the ground, bowing with perfect grace. It is an honor, your majesty. I am Saian Willius Vert, the youngest of the Willius Vert family. The king looked at him with gentle eyes. To be out on a campaign at such a young age. Your children are truly exceptional, Willius Vert. Saiyan sighed internally. I wondered what father wanted, and it was just to show me off. He recalled his previous life in this Manhwa recap. Back then, I hid in the house whenever the king visited. To be trusted like this by his father, it was a touching change. He remembered watching from upstairs. He used to peek through the window, whispering, Look, Emily, it's the king back then. Emily would pull him away, saying, Let's go inside, young master. The king spoke up suddenly. Willius Vert, I have someone I want you to meet. The carriage door opened, and a pair of small feet stepped out. A silver-haired princess emerged, bowing elegantly. Behold, Arin Severus, the 5th princess of the Usip kingdom. The moment Saiyan laid eyes on her, he knew exactly who she was, the tragic princess. Memories of his father's command resurfaced. Escort Princess Arin today, Willius had ordered. When Saiyan asked for the reason, his father simply replied, Trust me on this. Stick to her like a shadow. She is of your generation, and you are destined to meet again within the academy's walls. Saiyan lowered his gaze, the memories of his past life flooding back. He had indeed crossed paths with her in the academy classrooms before. Willius continued his lecture. Forging bonds with royalty is never a wasted effort. It will be brief, but I expect you to get close to her. Saiyan scoffed internally, absolute loathing rising in his chest. I see your game, father. You want me to mirror your bond with the king. But you backed the wrong horse. A heavy sigh escaped him. She and I, we can never be allies. A sense of helplessness washed over him. Because I alone know the dark future that awaits. It was a heavy burden, but he had to play the part of the obedient son. With that resolve, he trailed behind Willius and the royal procession. A soft gasp broke Saiyan's concentration. Arin's voice cut through the air. Why does that river run crimson? Saiyan raised a brow. You mean the Blood River? Arin faltered at the gruesome name. Blood River. Saiyan nodded, his voice devoid of warmth. This current flows through the Limi Valley. The reason for its color is brutally simple. Ancient beasts, and those on death's door, instinctively hurl themselves into these waters when they can no longer survive. Their carcasses rot and decompose within the current. The residual mana transforms the water, dyeing it a deep, horrified red. Arin flinched, terror widening her eyes. So, it really is a river of flesh and blood, Saiyan replied coldly. Precisely. The beasts even drink and bathe in this filth. It is corruption incarnate. Stay away from the banks. Arin's face twisted in pure revulsion. That is absolutely vile. Where does it end? She whispered. Saiyan's answer was sharp. The demon realm. Arin blinked. The land of demons. A mocking smile played on Saiyan's lips. The very same. Follow the current long enough, and you might just have tea with the demon king himself. Saiyan's smirk turned sinister. Though you would have to be insane to try. Just a little fear to keep her in line. Suddenly, the heavens ignited. A flare tore through the sky, bathing them in light. Arin gasped. What is that? Saiyan analyzed the signal instantly, a classic trope in any manhwa recap. Third plantation, west sector. Yellow flare. It means a demonic beast has breached the perimeter. His expression darkened. This is grave. Arin trembled. Monsters here. Meanwhile, Willius roared orders to the knights. Defend His Majesty. Royal guards form up. Scouts on me. We head for the third plantation. But the king's voice cut through the chaos. Stand down, Willius. The Duke paused, confused. Your Majesty? King Dion unsheathed his blade the steel, singing a deadly song. Did you think I came for a picnic? My blade thirsts for action. Willius realized the futility of arguing and sighed. As you wish, my liege. The king turned to his troops, eyes blazing with battle lust. We join the raid, slaughter every last demon in our path. The knights roared in unison. Long live the King. Willius turned to his son. You are entering the fray as well, Saian. Saian bowed his head. Understood, father. Arryn grabbed his arm, panic in her eyes. You can fight those things, Saian nodded. I can handle myself, though. I will stick to the rear support. You must retreat to the shelter. To his shock, Arryn tightened her grip. Take me with you. Saian froze. Has she lost her mind? Her maid stepped forward, trembling. Please, princess, reconsider. Arryn's voice rose to a shout. You said we were the same age. If you can go, so can I. Saian's gaze turned icy. This is a death sentence, not a field trip. The battlefield has no mercy for children. Arryn stomped her foot, defiant. I do not care. Nothing will stop me. Saian's patience snapped. Yunkan, attend to me. The knight appeared instantly. Yes, young master. Saian gestured dismissively. Escort the princess to safety immediately. Yunkan turned to the girl. This way, your highness. Arryn whipped around, pointing a finger at Saian. You insolent traitor. How dare you treat a princess with such disrespect? Saian glared back, his killing intent leaking out. Silence, brave knights could die because of your childish stubbornness. On the battlefield, a single second of distraction is the difference between life and death. Can you bear the weight of their souls? Can you take responsibility for their slaughter? Saian's aura flared, crushing and overwhelming. Arryn shrank back, tears welling in her eyes. She trembled like a leaf in a storm. Saian turned his back on her, cold and indifferent. Go back to your nursery and cry, princess. Soon, only the royal guard remained. Arryn and her maid stood frozen. Suddenly, a colossal slime beast crashed down from the cliffs, engulfing unsuspecting knights in its gelatinous maw. The army swarmed the beast, a blade raised high, commanding the flow of battle. Form defensive lines, protect the king, annihilate the enemy. Show no mercy. Willius roared, his voice booming over the chaos. The legion charged. Meanwhile, history remembers King Dion Severus having two wives. Diana Kizo, the first queen, had long since passed away. Cassandra Napolos, the second wife, ruled as a powerful judge and the current queen. The lineage produced powerful heirs, but Arryn Severus, the fifth princess, was born of humble origins. With a commoner mother, she was treated as a puppet, despised for her mixed blood. Yet she never let the scorn of the court break her spirit. She upheld her royal duties with flawless grace, studying harder than any noble born with a silver spoon. But fate is cruel. Jealous rivals framed her as a traitor to the crown. Exiled and abandoned, rumor has it she died alone on a desolate island, consumed by a wasting disease. Thus, she earned the name, the Tragic Princess. Perhaps she could have found happiness if she had simply kept her head down. Ambition was poison to someone like her. Karam's voice echoed in his mind. Isn't that exactly what your father preached in your past life? Saian parried a monster's strike, retorting, This is different. That is the brutal nature of royal politics. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning incinerated a beast. Watching the monsters fall, Saian marveled, the king is truly a monster among men. Crackle lightning wreathed the king's blade. Dion unleashed the Thunder Saint technique, calling down a pillar of heavenly wrath upon the enemy. Saian analyzed the power level. Emperor Dion, a legendary 8th Circle mage. If he weren't wearing the crown, he would undoubtedly rule the magic tower. The king's majestic silhouette dwarfed Willius in comparison. Saian chuckled helplessly at the display. A mid-tier beast. It's nothing but an insect to him. Being king is just a side hobby for this man. With the battle won, Dion produced a bottle of wine, gazing at the vintage with satisfaction. Dion sighed, gazing into his glass. It has been an eternity since we shared a cup, Willius. Drinking alone. The silence is deafening. Willius replied, his voice stiff with duty. Forgive me, your majesty, but on the battlefield, my blade must remain steady and my mind clear. Dion shifted the conversation, his eyes narrowing. Fair enough. But regarding your report on the kingdom's shadows, the nobility is being slaughtered one by one. A troubling pattern. Willius furrowed his brow. Is there a connection between the victims? Dion's expression darkened. Every single one was a parasite feeding on the kingdom's corruption, and the mark of the black bone was left at every scene. What do you make of it? Willius rubbed his chin, his gaze sharp. I found their trail lingering here just yesterday. It seems the fanatics worshipping the black bone are moving again. Dion nodded. A logical conclusion. But dig deeper. Shadows often hide more than just monsters. Dion poured another glass, a bitter smile on his face. Thanks for disposing of the filth, Willius warned. We cannot simply watch, while the people tremble in fear. Dion's voice suddenly dropped. There is one other matter weighing on my soul. Willius paused. What troubles you, sire? Dion spoke slowly, each word heavy. Those damn nobles. They're whispering poison, trying to pin the blame on the princess. Willius's eyes widened in shock. Are you saying they intend to frame Princess Erin for these massacres? Dion sighed. I crushed those rumors before they could spread. But the vultures are circling. Someone wants to use my daughter as a pawn. His voice turned steel hard. I ask you this, not as your king, but as a father and a friend. If I fall, promise me you will protect her. Willius saluted his loyalty absolute. I, Willius Vert, swear it with my life. Dion smiled. Thank you. Outside, the heavens opened up, weeping rain upon the earth. Emily blinked, surprised. Is that it? Saian scoffed. What more did you expect? Emily pouted. She is the princess. You just escorted her like a sack of potatoes. At this rate, you'll die alone. Saian ignored her tantrums, confused. I'm not on a date. He stepped out into the storm, tossing a command over his shoulder. Handle things while I'm gone. Emily sighed. Training again. In this downpour, Saian didn't look back. Don't worry, and don't wait up. But then, a silhouette emerged from the curtain of rain. Emily shrieked. Who's there? The figure lowered their hood, revealing royal features. Are you heading somewhere? Erin asked, her voice steady. I apologize, but if you have a moment, may we speak? Emily's eyes sparkled like stars. The princess. Through the rain, countless guards watched from the shadows. Erin scanned the area. How long have you been stationed here? Saian's voice was ice cold. About a month. He glared. Why are you here? Erin flinched under his gaze, then glanced at the excited maid. Could you give us a moment? Emily stood frozen. Saian sighed, embarrassed by her staring. Leave us, Emily. She giggled, retreating into the tent. As you wish. Have fun, you two. As she left, the air grew heavy. Saian scoffed internally. Have fun with a 10-year-old kid. Hardly. I'm 40 years old mentally. Erin's cheeks flushed pink. I'm sorry for earlier. I wasn't acting with the dignity a princess should possess. Saian scratched his head. Forget it. I was rude too. Seeing his awkward apology, Erin let out a soft laugh. Not at all. If I were in your shoes, I would have said the same. Her expression fell into sadness. You are acknowledged by everyone. Unlike me, you possess a maturity far beyond your years. Saian raised an eyebrow thinking, so she sees that much. Suddenly Erin pressed on. By the way, do you plan to enter the academy guessing? Her intent. Saian cut her off cold. Sorry, but no. I don't think I can be of use to you. Erin froze. Saian continued ruthlessly. If you came here to make an ally leave. Her voice trembled. I only wanted a good relationship. Why are you so harsh? Do you also see me as nothing but a decorated doll? Her mask cracked. Tears streamed down her face, mixing with the rain. Saian stood like a statue, offering no comfort, no denial. Erin sobbed, her heart breaking. I understand. Being friends with me offers you no benefit. Sorry for wasting your time. I was blind. I thought we could talk. But you are nothing like Lord Achol. This twist feels straight out of a Manhwa recap. That name struck him like lightning. Saian froze. What rage flared in his chest like an inferno. He grabbed her arm. His grip was crushing. Erin cried out in pain, unable to break free. What do you want? Saian's eyes burned. Akal. How do you know my brother? She winced, clutching her bruised arm. I met him at the Royal Academy last year. He told me to ignore the gossip. To just focus on being a princess. Saian's eyes went hollow. He couldn't believe it. Advice. That snake gave advice. I know that devil better than anyone. The moment she met him, the trap was set. A scheme to destroy Princess Erin. Saian gritted his teeth. I'm warning you. Suddenly, a thunderous crash interrupted them. Emily came sprinting from the distance. Young master. She screamed, run now, but fate was faster. A massive shadow plummeted from the sky, a monster wielding a pillar crushing Saian's tent in an instant. Right before Emily's eyes, knights panicked. Damn it, that's the young master's tent. Check for survivors. Emily collapsed to her knees, a silent scream caught in her throat. Then a wail of pure despair tore through the camp, calling for her master. But the beast showed no mercy. Meanwhile, a scout burst into the royal tent. Report. Dion's face went pale. What did you say? High-ranking monsters have ambushed the border camp. Your Majesty. We believe the princess is caught in the crossfire. Dion sprang to his feet, command radiating from him. Send the royal army. Ensure my daughter's safety at all costs. The knight bowed. Yes, your majesty, this is a classic awakening manhwa crisis. Dion's mind raced. She's at the camp. Who is she meeting? Back at the border. Monsters rampaged, wielding weapons with terrifying intelligence. Saiyan observed from the shadows, his eyes calculating. Death, worms, and ogres. Deep valley monsters. Why are they here? Something has shifted. Behind him, Emily and Aaron trembled. As Saiyan prepared to fight, a dark thought crossed his mind. Did I attract them? Emily wailed, her face a messy ruin of snot and tears. Young master, I thought you had truly abandoned me. I swear I will never leave your side again. Reacting with godlike speed, Saiyan snatched Aaron, just as the tent collapsed into rubble. He scoffed, his eyes cold. Back in the day, I slaughtered demon kings for breakfast. Did these trash mobs really think they could kill me? Suddenly, Aaron's trembling voice broke his focus. Do you think the knights in the camp survived? Emily's eyes sparkled with blind faith. Don't worry, princess, our knights are invincible. But Aaron covered her mouth, sobbing brokenly. If I hadn't come here, none of this would have happened. The surrounding knights forced reassuring smiles, hiding their own fear. We are fine, your highness. Protecting the jewel of the kingdom is our sworn duty. Another knight flashed a bright, heroic grin to comfort her. He speaks the truth. We would gladly lay down our lives to keep you safe. The touching atmosphere was shattered instantly. Move, Saiyan roared. But it was too late. A colossal, monstrous hand materialized from the darkness behind the knight. Splat. The beast crushed the knight like a ripe tomato. Right before Aaron's horrified eyes, the man who just swore to protect her was reduced to pulp. His agonizing scream pierced the knight. Before shock could paralyze her, Saiyan flashed in front of Aaron, a human shield. Get back, the monster grinned hideously, its eyes locking onto its true prey. Saiyan smirked internally. I knew it. It's here for me. The beast discarded the knight's corpse like trash and advanced. Saiyan barked orders to the survivors. I'll draw the hellhounds aggro. You take the princess and run. Emily didn't hesitate for a microsecond. Yes, sir. Saiyan blinked, realizing Emily was already sprinting away with the princess. Veins popped on Saiyan's forehead. Wow, she really didn't need telling twice, huh? Even while fleeing with Aaron, Emily shouted back, Hey, Mr. Knight, move your feet. Let's go. The monster, tired of waiting, roared and brought its fist down. Saiyan gripped his blade, eyes burning with battle spirit. He leaped, slashing towards the beast. As he attacked, his mind raced. Why am I a magnet for these high-tier monsters? It's like they can smell the power on me. This was a classic trope in a leveling manhwa. Karam popped out, cackling. You've guzzled the blood of countless beasts to become stronger. You reek of them. Of course they want a piece of you. Saiyan gritted his teeth. And you're just mentioning this now, Karam smirked maliciously. Did you forget I'm just waiting for you to die, so I can hijack your body? Saiyan squeezed Karam until the little demon squealed. Stopping his retreat, he summoned his demon sword. The aura shifted instantly. Karam panicked. Hey, what are you doing? Shut your trap, Saiyan snapped, losing patience. Karam whimpered dramatically. Be gentle with me, you brute. Facing a beast 10 times his size, Saiyan's eyes went cold. I don't care how many of you come for me. He launched himself forward. The hellhound threw a massive punch, but Saiyan was already airborne. He unleashed a devastating skill. Cursed Slash. With a single clean motion, the hellhound's head went flying. Saiyan landed gracefully like a performer finishing a masterpiece. He exhaled. Witnesses are gone. Time to refuel. He scanned the horde of ferocious beasts surrounding him. Karam licked his lips. It looks like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Suddenly, Saiyan's expression froze. Wait. Is that? On a distant peak, a massive shadow descended. Saiyan's blood ran cold. An evil dragon. The dragon unleashed a deafening roar. Karam waved it off. Relax, it's just a hatchling. Though it definitely caught your scent. Fear vanished, replaced by a twisted grin. Saiyan thought. Who cares why it's here? All that matters is that I'm going to tame it. Crimson mist exploded from his body. Hey, Karam yelped. Saiyan's eyes glowed with hunger. I won't just catch it. I'm going to devour its power. Meanwhile, bolts of lightning turned the remaining hellhounds to ash. King Dion, standing amidst the carnage, asked, Was that the last of them? Duke Willius nodded. It appears so, your majesty. Dion frowned, wiping blood from his blade. What of the princess? And your son? No traces found since they left the tent, Willius replied smoothly. Dion sighed. Stay strong. You must be terrified for your boy. Willius raised an eyebrow. Why worry about him? The princess is the only priority. Dion stared at him, baffled. You're ice cold, Willius. Is the boy even your biological son? A member of House Willius Vert must learn to survive on their own, Willius stated flatly. Suddenly, a royal knight sprinted over. Your Majesty, we've located the princess. Truly, Dion's face lit up. Father Aaron rushed into his arms. Are you hurt? Dion asked frantically. Aaron pulled away, desperate. Hurry, father, we have to save him. Save who? Dion asked. Tears streamed down Aaron's face. Saian, he stayed behind for me. Behind them, Willius's expression darkened like a storm cloud. Willius loomed over Emily. You are Saian's servant, Emily curtsied nervously. Yes, my lord. Willius's eyes radiated pure killing intent. Tell me exactly what happened to Saian. Emily trembled under his crushing aura. I've never seen the Duke look so terrifying. She stammered out the truth. The young master. He acted as bait, to buy us time. Willius's frown deepened. A nearby knight stepped up eagerly. I know the location. Give the order, and we will rescue the young master immediately. Dion nodded urgently. What are you waiting for? Go. Willius, send your men. But Willius uttered two words that froze the air. No need. Everyone's eyes bulged in shock. Dion gasped. Willius, are you serious? Willius remained stone-faced. Priority 1 is securing the perimeter. If the camp falls, these monsters will flood the kingdom. We must rebuild the defenses now. It is the only way to prevent a massacre. Emily couldn't believe her ears. But what about the young master? Willius turned away coldly. He fulfilled his duty by securing the princess's safety. That is the fate of the House of Willius Vert. Why? How can you say that Aaron collapsed, drowning in guilt? It's all my fault. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the earth. Terror gripped the camp. Aaron looked up trembling. A dragon high in the sky, the evil dragon was engaged in a dogfight with Saian. Aaron's eyes went wide. Saian. But the reality was less heroic than she thought. Saian was clinging to the dragon's leg for dear life, sobbing hysterically. Dragons. Beings closest to the creator himself. Noble, supreme entities that most humans would never witness in 1,000 lifetimes. The apex predators, a realm mere mortals could only dream of reaching. As steel clashed against scales, Saian's mind raced with cold calculation. It's an honor to dance with such a majestic beast. Yet, why does this creature insist on hovering in my blind spot? Far below, Aaron Severus gazed skyward. The silhouette of the Colossus filled her vision. Tears welled in her eyes as panic seized her heart. Saian. Even the king and Saian's father, the stoic Duke Willius Vert, stood frozen. The king's voice trembled with awe. By the gods. A dragon. He turned to Duke Willius Vert, demanding answers. Why is your son riding that calamity? What are you waiting for? Save him at once. The king's orders faded into background noise. Duke Willius Vert's brow furrowed, his eyes sharp with silent contemplation. High above, Saian wrestled for dominance. His inner desires were far darker. Damn it. I'm thirsting for its blood, not a joyride. The beast's aura darkened, its bloodlust, spiking. Saian's instincts screamed. This ferocity. Is it an evil dragon, a perfect opponent for a leveling Manhwa protagonist? His demeanor shifted instantly. Pointing his blade at the beast, his hunger grew. I'm going to devour you. Facing the swarm of incoming monsters, he barked. Scram, I have no time for fodder. He unleashed the mist sword dance storm haze. One strike painted the sky red, leaving only the screech of dying beasts. With the trash cleared, he lunged back at the main course. Staring down the feral creature, he scoffed. This isn't a true adult dragon. Its size gives it away. Suddenly, mana condensed in the beast's maw. A breath attack erupted. The impact slammed into Saian, hurling him backward through the air. He stabilized with pure grit, rage flaring. You wretched, overgrown lizard. Spitting on a first date. How rude. Let me give you a makeover. Saian's blade flashed, carving 2 deep gashes across the dragon's snout. The beast roared in agony, thrashing wildly. The force flung Saian away, but the dragon wasn't finished. Its razor-sharp tail whipped down, aiming to skewer him mid-air. Reflexes kicking in, Saian countered Void Sword, followed instantly by the falling blossom/steel met scale in a spark of fury. Struck by the combo, the dragon's flight failed, and it plummeted. Saian gripped his trembling arm, gasping for air. Riding it is out of the question. My shoulders are screaming. He checked his internal clock. My transformation time is almost up. Yet the beast rose again, its vitality terrifying. As it coiled for another strike, Saian's eyes narrowed. I won't fall for the same trick twice. Just as he braced for impact, the dragon fainted and bolted. Saian gaped in disbelief. It's running away. Get back here, you coward. He shot through the sky like a meteor, intercepting the beast. Got you. Now how do I handle this mess without killing my ride? Back on the dragon's spine, he strategized. Suddenly, Karam's spirit manifested her voice, dripping with disdain. What are you hesitating for? Why aren't you acting? Saian blinked. Karam rolled her eyes. Are you blind? Don't you see the audience down below? Her cryptic warning annoyed him. So what if they are? What's your point? Karam snapped. You chose this path, act like it, Saian retorted. You want me to unleash the demon sword in front of witnesses. If they see that power, they'll burn me at the stake, Karam sneered. So you'll just tickle it forever. I'm working on it. Below Duke Willius Vert's blade began to glow with terrifying intensity. Saiyan's blood ran cold. Is that 8-star magic? Is he preparing the heavenly secret sword? Believing his son was doomed, the Duke activated the formation. The dragon, blind to the trap, flew straight into the kill zone. The Duke struck the moment the target entered range. Saiyan grinned, pride swelling in his chest. That's my father, truly the continent's greatest guardian. Trapped in the aura net, the dragon took heavy hits. Saiyan patted the beast's heaving scales. That's right, be a good lizard and take it. He prepared to dismount, but a stray energy blade from his father's barrage came hurling toward him. Time to go. He tried to weave through the chaos. Just a little to the left. But luck was not on his side. His face paled. Okay, bad angle. The energy blade pierced the dragon's leg, jolting the beast. Saiyan lost his grip and plummeted into the void. As gravity took hold, he clutched his face in despair. Damn it, I missed my chance for a legendary dragon steak. Even while falling to his death, his gluttony took priority. Karam shrieked in his ear. Are you insane, Fly? Or do you want to become a pancake? Saiyan replied calmly. Can't do that. If I use the mist technique now, my cover is blown. Karam hissed. Then perish, Saiyan smirked. Let me reconsider. He glanced downward, a spark of genius flashing in his eyes. He flipped his body mid-air, adrenaline rushing. Wait, I have a plan. Karam looked skeptical. You don't want to hit the ground, right? Then, she saw at the shimmering surface of a massive lake below. Water? She scoffed. Saiyan grimaced. It's better than concrete. With a splash, they pierced the surface, dragging a protesting Karam into the depths. Meanwhile, far away, a dark presence watched the sky. The Demon King. An evil dragon in this region. His voice was deep like an abyss. A rare sight indeed. His subordinate noted. It was small. It seemed to lose its prey in the chaos. The king mused, was it fighting a high-tier beast? The subordinate shook his head. No, my liege, it was a human. The Demon King froze. A human impossible. An evil dragon outmatched by a mere mortal. A heavy silence descended on the throne room. This sounded like the start of a system Manhwa legend. My liege, the Demon King, pointed toward the horizon. I sense a strange energy there, alien, yet nostalgic. The subordinate bowed. I shall investigate. The king's eyes glowed with interest. Go. But do not kill him yet. Indiscriminate slaughter just to cure boredom. The Demon King smirked, spreading his obsidian wings. Sounds perfect. I won't cause any trouble, he lied, vanishing toward Saiyan's location. Bubbles violently breached the lake's surface. Moments later, Saiyan erupted from the depths, dragging his heavy body onto the rocky shore. Pain shot through him, forcing a curse from his lips. He winced, glancing at the sentient sword beside him. Oi, Karam. You still alive in there? The sword vibrated with irritation. Don't speak to me. I'm currently calculating the most painful way to end your life. Saiyan ignored the threat, his expression hardening. Cut the crap. We have to go back. Karam scoffed, sensing the madness in his master's voice. You really want to return? To that hell? We are in the demon realm, you fool. Saiyan's eyes remained focused. Don't worry. The chances of meeting a high-ranking demon in the boonies are 0. But fate has a cruel sense of humor. A voice dripped with amusement from the shadows. I knew something entertaining was waiting for me. Terror seized Saiyan's heart. That voice. It was a nightmare etched into his very soul, a sound he could never forget. The Demon King materialized behind him. Tell me, little one, are you human? Saiyan didn't need to turn around to know the truth. It was Valkyrian. Memories from the past timeline flooded back. Every survivor had said the same thing about him. He was the living embodiment of absolute evil. And he was standing right there. Damn it, Saiyan thought. Why now? Why him? Survival instincts screamed. Saiyan snapped into a combat stance, his blade humming with lethal intent. But the Demon King only looked annoyed. I asked if you were human. Why? The silence. The king's eyes narrowed, glowing with a crimson, blood-soaked light. The pressure was suffocating. "You want to fight me, brat?" he roared. Saiyan glanced at his sword, then back at the monster. Without hesitation, he slashed. The blade cut the air, but only severed a single strand of the king's hair. Instead of rage, Valkyrian burst into laughter. "They say humans possess infinite potential. Seems the legends are true." Karam, the sword, whispered in a trembling tone. Awkward time to ask. "But who is that?" "The Demon King," Saiyan hissed. The Demon King Karam's spirit, nearly shattered. "Look at you. How do you plan to defeat a god in your condition?" Saiyan knew it was impossible. His only option was a desperate escape. His grip tightened on the hilt until his knuckles turned white. "Can I survive against Valkyrian? Is this where my story ends?" Suddenly, the overwhelming killing intent vanished. "Hey, relax," the king chuckled. "What could a tiny ant like you possibly do to me? Just calm down." Seeing Saiyan's doubt, the Demon King did the unthinkable. He flopped onto the ground. With a face full of genuine innocence, he spoke. "See, I'm harmless. I'll even lie down so you don't feel threatened. I may be a villain, but I don't bully children." Saiyan stood frozen, his brain failing to process the absurdity. "Why? Are you lying down?" "Let me ask again," the king yawned. "Are you human?" "Yes." Saiyan managed to reply. "How did you get here?" "Drifted down the river." "Is this your first time in the demon realm?" "Your aura. It's strange." "Who are you really?" "Just a normal human," Saiyan lied, keeping his guard up. "Normal, huh?" The king smirked. "You act like you know exactly who I am." Cold sweat trickled down Saiyan's back. "We've never met," he insisted. The king rolled over. Resting his head on his hands, he gazed at the sky. "Makes sense. Humans don't usually survive meeting me." The king's casual attitude was terrifying in its own way. "Why are you here?" Saiyan asked, still gripping his weapon. He couldn't reconcile this goofball with the tyrant he knew. "Is this really the Demon King?" I felt a ripple in the mana. "While on patrol," Valkyrian shrugged. "Patrol, obviously. A king must watch over his garden, no." Valkyrian suddenly sat up, a goofy grin plastered on his face. "Hey kid, what did I just say?" Saiyan blinked, confused. "You said, as king, you must watch over your territory." The moment the words left Saiyan's mouth, the king pouted. "Aren't you shocked I'm the Demon King?" He leaped to his feet, throwing a tantrum. "I know you've heard of me. What kind of kid isn't scared witless? Didn't your mother ever threaten you with my name?" Saiyan lowered his sword slightly. "This buffoon cannot be the calamity I remember." But the memories were clear. If this timeline follows the script of a tragic leveling manhwa, the demon invasion is inevitable. Yet this man shows no desire for war. If this is his true nature, what drove him to madness in the future? Saiyan's mind raced with theories. He decided to test the waters. "If you are truly the king, what is your greatest desire?" Valkyrian laughed. Asking the Demon King his wish, bold move. He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Nothing grand. I just want my people to eat well and live in peace." His expression darkened instantly. "But if anyone dares to threaten them, I will slaughter every last one of them." The air grew heavy with bloodlust. It lasted only a second, but Saiyan felt it. The true face of Valkyrian. The monster from his past life was sleeping just beneath the surface. He is currently restrained by his own morality. But Saiyan knew something would soon shatter those chains and unleash the beast. "I have to stop that future." Saiyan stepped forward. "Demon King, how about a trade? A calamity is approaching your lands. Something that will threaten the very peace you cherish." Valkyrian's eyes narrowed, locking onto Saiyan. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I can't make heads or tails of it." Saiyan didn't flinch, his voice steady as steel. "You may not understand now, but mark my words. A catalyst is coming. One that will ignite an apocalyptic war between humanity and the demon race." The Demon King's aura flared, his teeth grinding together in suppressed rage. His eyes shifted colors, burning with intensity. "Are you implying that I desire to conquer your pathetic lands?" Saiyan stood calm amidst the crushing pressure. "That is precisely why I offer a negotiation. Swear to me, no matter what chaos unfolds, promise you will never pull the trigger on this war." The Demon King scoffed, confused, yet intrigued by the audacity. "You speak in riddles, human. But fine. Let's assume I agree to hold back my legions. What could a mere mortal possibly offer me in return?" Saiyan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "I will be your sword and shield. Whatever calamity befalls you, I will move heaven and earth to aid you." Saiyan's expression was dead serious, burning with sincerity. The Demon King leaned in his shadow, engulfing the young warrior. You know something, don't you?" Under that piercing gaze, Saiyan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his spine. But then, the Demon King's tension broke into a grin. "What is your name, boy?" Saiyan met his gaze. "Saian Vert." The king nodded. "Very well, Saian Vert. As the absolute ruler of the demon realm, I bind myself to this vow. I shall not invade your lands." With a dramatic flourish, the Demon King spread his massive wings. He ascended into the sky, pausing only to deliver a final warning. "But remember this, you must bear the weight of your own promise. Our pact is sealed in blood and shadow." Saiyan watched him go, his eyes burning with resolve. The Demon King smirked one last time. Interesting. And just like that, the impossible contract was complete. Shortly after, the investigation squad found Saiyan unconscious, his energy completely drained. He had returned from the jaws of death. Soon, rumors spread like wildfire about the boy who survived the dragon's lair, a classic trope in any awakening manhwa. They brought him to a monastery on the Willius Vert border, now repurposed as a makeshift field hospital. Saiyan woke up to a conversation that left him stunned. "Excuse me, Saiyan," blinked disoriented. Aaron took a deep breath. "Let me make myself clear." Saiyan felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his chest. "I thought the drama was over." Aaron clenched her fists, gathering every ounce of her courage. Will you become my person?" The air in the room seemed to freeze. Saiyan's mind went blank. What on earth is she talking about? Without missing a beat, he replied, cold as ice. "No." Aaron looked as if she'd been slapped. Tears welled up in her emerald eyes. "I knew it. It's because I'm an incompetent princess, isn't it?" Saiyan looked at her exhausted. "This is getting troublesome. I know she's weak, but seeing her like this is pathetic. I know the dark future that awaits her, but I can't stop thinking about how that bastard is tied to her tragic death." Saiyan sighed, deciding to be brutally honest. "You're right. You offer me no benefit. You offer no one any benefit. With your current lack of power, you have no influence and no leverage. Frankly, getting close to you would be a liability for my survival. However, I will watch over you from the shadows until the day you forge yourself into someone worthy." Aaron's face darkened at his harsh words. "Watch over me," Saiyan nodded. "Yeah. Don't look so disappointed." He expected her to lash out in anger. Instead, she wiped her tears, a newfound fire igniting in her eyes. "No, I get it. I just need to prove I'm strong enough for you to acknowledge me, right?" Aaron pointed a finger at him, her voice trembling with determination. "Just you wait. It might take time, but I will become so powerful that you won't be able to ignore me ever again." Saiyan replied flatly. "I look forward to it." But internally, he sighed. She bounces back way too fast. At the end of the day, she really is just a kid. Aaron turned to leave, but paused at the door, glancing back with a soft expression. "Honestly, thank you for surviving. I mean it." She slipped out, leaving Saiyan sitting alone in the silence, confused by the sudden shift in mood. Meanwhile, near the forest encampment, a shadow moved with lethal precision. The figure scanned the perimeter, clutching a glowing, otherworldly cube. It pulsed with erratic light. This was Regressed, a legendary 7-star engineer of the Karam Kingdom. He gazed at the artifact with greedy eyes. "Time is running out," Ronan whispered, excitement trembling in his voice. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the darkness. "So it was you, Regressed." Ronan's face went pale. His body locked up instantly. He tried to move, but his limbs refused to obey. "What is this? I can't move. It's like I'm bound by invisible chains of mana." The mystery voice continued calm and analytical. "A subspace container? I can feel the mana leaking from it. An ancient artifact, capable of creating a dimension with infinite storage. A masterpiece of the Mage Association, isn't it? I've been tracking this signature for a year. I knew someone from the Empire was smuggling it." As the voice spoke, an unseen force ripped the cube from Ronan's grasp. The artifact floated through the air, landing gently in the stranger's hand. "So, that's how you were moving the goods. I'll be taking this." Regressed, the genius engineer, stared in horror. His voice shook with a mix of awe and terror. You are Saian Vert." Stepping out of the shadows was Saiyan, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance, the stolen loot resting in his palm. Grayson stumbled back. Why are you here?" Saiyan ignored the question, his eyes drifting to the gruesome pile of slime next to the engineer. He picked up a sample, his eyes narrowing. "I assume you extracted this blood from demonic beast corpses and smuggled it out on supply wagons. You must have a mole inside the logistics division, helping you with the boxes." Grayson snapped, his guilt exposed. "What the hell are you talking about? I know nothing." Saiyan cut him off sharply. "Save the acting. This blood is already flooding the black market. He stared Grayson down. It seems Achol was getting his supply of hellhound blood through this guy. But who is the traitor pulling the strings? Saiyan analyzed the situation. This meat is too big to be food. I can't let him leave. Grayson's mind raced. I don't know how he bound me. But the paralysis is fading mana gathered in Grayson's palm. He unleashed a high-tier spell, the Breath of the Dragon. Screaming die. Let your guard down and you're dead meat, kid. A devastating beam of energy roared towards Saiyan. As the dust settled, Grayson panted heavily. Damn it. He was lucky to still be breathing. It seemed the rumors about his resilience were true. Ronan Grayson, battered, and showing the scars of the recent clash, looked down with regret. To think I lost such a precious spatial box. He never expected an ambush during a routine transport mission. But as Ronan Grayson obsessed over the lost artifact, he failed to notice the shadow coiling tightly around his own body. A split second later, a guttural scream tore from his throat. Steel flashed, and his hand was severed cleanly from his wrist. Clutching the bleeding stump, Ronan Grayson stared in horror at the ominous black mist swirling before him. Confusion clouded his mind. What? What is this black fog? Suddenly, Saiyan emerged from the mist like a phantom. Ronan Grayson's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. No, it can't be. Before he could finish his sentence, Saiyan's fist crushed into his windpipe. He slammed Ronan Grayson against a tree, pinning him like an insect. Make your choice. Give me the smuggling route and the spy's name. Or choose the other option, a death so agonizing that even Satan would weep for you. The answer came quickly. The trading post. West of Velius. At the trading post, the market was bustling with activity. Two young men exchanged a knowing glance, seasoned partners in this underworld game, and quickly met up. Eyeing the cargo, the one in the white hat smirked. 2 crates today, the red-hatted partner grinned back. Looks like we're raking in a little extra bonus this time. One of them reached out greedily. I wonder how much this crate is worth. But as the lid creaked open, their greed turned into absolute shock as they stared at the contents. They screamed in unison, Lord Ronan Grayson. Who did this? Surrounded by the busy crowd, the 2 smugglers stood frozen, staring at the gruesome delivery on their cart, panic setting in. Watching the chaos from the shadows was Saiyan. The demon sword Karam whispered, You aren't going to finish them off. Saiyan turned away. No, the warning has been delivered. Ronan Grayson, a 7-star magic knight of the Karam Kingdom. He had been smuggling beast blood from the front lines right behind the Yusuf Empire's back. The contraband came straight from the Karam Kingdom's Magic Association. It was a place where mages obsessed with the abyss of sorcery gathered to conduct their dark research. They studied the origins of mana, seeking to create new magic and shatter the limits of humanity. It was the classic ambition found in any high-stakes Manhwa recap. Currently, they were crafting artifacts like spatial boxes, but their future plans involved creating monstrosities using the blood of demonic beasts. Karam chuckled at the irony. Did you change your class from assassin to heroic problem solver? Saiyan ignored the sarcasm. Shut up. He had made a vow to stop this madness. Karam pressed on. I thought you lived only for yourself. This altruism doesn't suit a villain like you at all. Saiyan's gaze grew distant. I just don't want to see anyone else corrupted by that cursed beast blood. Meanwhile, in a luxurious building within the Yusuf Empire's residential district, a young man stood by the window, a letter crumpled in his hand. After reading the contents, his expression twisted with irritation. So Saiyan went to the front lines with father inside the room. A woman sat on the bed, her modesty barely covered by the silk sheets. She tossed her hair back. Saiyan, that half-blood brother of yours. The man was Achol, Saiyan's older brother. A snake-like smile curled his lips. Yes, he's becoming a bit of a nuisance lately. I think it's time I paid him a visit. Later suitcases were snapped shut as Emily squealed with delight. Finally, the nightmare of the front lines is over. I'm so excited. They were heading to the academy, a staple setting for any leveling manhwa. Anything is better than that wasteland, right? While Emily daydreamed, Saiyan sighed heavily. Yeah, except for me, this is just the start of a new kind of hell. The academy wasn't the paradise Emily imagined. In reality, it was a viper's nest of political schemes and interlocking interests. It was a place meant for networking, but jealousy and envy ran rampant. Building connections was far more important than actual study. Emily was blissfully ignorant of this darkness. She chirped happily, I heard there are so many handsome teachers. Oh my god, what should I do? Her excitement only deepened Saiyan's depression. He wondered, how does she have this much energy? Emily continued her fantasy. Maybe I'll even find a new love. Saiyan looked completely defeated. He thought, is she really planning to stick with me at the academy? The next day, Saiyan arrived. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, Grand, his half-brother. When Grand saw Saiyan, he turned pale with fear, stuttering his name. Saiyan. Saiyan was surprised, but offered a greeting. "Oh, is that you, Grand?" But before Saiyan could finish, Grand bolted like a frightened rabbit. Karam watched the dust settle and asked, "What was that? Who is that idiot?" Saiyan replied, "That's Grand, my half-brother. Don't waste your energy thinking about him." Karam mused, "Your family members are such polar opposites, just like when you meet your father." Saiyan denied it instantly. "Not really. I actually have a pretty good relationship with my sister Alice." But in his heart, Saiyan knew the truth. The person who was his complete opposite was someone else entirely. He reached the door. Saiyan stood there as the servants inside bowed in unison. "Welcome back, young master." Their voices rang out together. The scene felt alien to Saiyan, causing a spike of tension. He thought, before they wouldn't even look at me. Now they act polite. It's meaningless. It's like when father or that bastard visits. Only a year had passed, but so much had changed. His efforts in this awakening Manhwa world were finally paying off. He opened the door. As the door closed, the atmosphere shifted instantly. Panic seized him. I know this aura. This terrifying pressure that makes my very soul tremble. Saiyan gripped the door handle, his knuckles turning white. It's true. Standing right behind that door is that bastard. Outside the door, Achol appeared wearing a mask of polite indifference. "Long time no see, Saiyan." Saiyan forced himself to remain calm. Receiving no response, Achol continued, "Don't you remember me? I suppose it makes sense. The last time I saw you was before I enrolled in the academy." Saiyan tried to reassure himself to stay cool, but it was impossible. His eyes shifted, burning with intensity as his mind screamed, "How can I stay calm? I'm going to kill him right now." Saiyan looked like he was about to lose control, his hand gripping his sword with murderous intent. Suddenly, Karam materialized and grabbed his hand. The spirit hissed, "If you don't want your head crushed, wake up. Killing him now won't gain you anything, will it?" The words pierced through the red haze. Saiyan's eyes cleared. He lowered his gaze and bowed deeply. The youngest son of the Willius Vert family, Saiyan, greets his eldest brother Achol. But the tension remained. "So you still remember my face?" Saiyan kept his head bowed low. "How could I ever forget?" My own brother, Akal, reached out, patting Saiyan's head. "I am truly relieved." Saiyan's skin crawled at the touch. He ground his teeth, barely suppressing the killing intent rising within him. Akal continued, "I was genuinely worried that time might have erased me from your memory. But fate is kind." Achol turned his back, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "I hear your swordsmanship has evolved beyond recognition. One day, you will not just serve House Willius Vert. No, you will become my blade and slaughter our enemies on the battlefield." His side-eye glance dripped with venomous implication. Hearing those twisted expectations, the mask of sanity Saiyan wore began to crack. A cold, predatory light flashed in Saiyan's eyes, yet his voice remained steady. "I live for that day, brother." Achol caught the glint, suspicion flickering in his gaze. "Good. Hearing that puts my heart at ease. After all, seeing you was my only mission here." Lies. Saiyan knew this man only looked at people as tools. If a tool had no use, Achol would discard it without a second glance. Realizing his brother's true nature, a terrifying icy calm washed over Saiyan. Masking his disgust, Saiyan forced a bright brotherly smile. "I missed you too, brother." Just then, a chaotic commotion erupted outside. Emily struggled with two massive suitcases, fuming. Seriously, he doesn't even have that much stuff. Would it kill him to help a lady? She was already gasping for air. Dropping the luggage with a thud, she panted. "I'm dying here." She kicked the door open. "Young master, how could you just abandon me like that?" But the man standing there wasn't Saiyan. Emily froze, the color draining from her face. "Lord." Achol, the eldest son, smiled, a predator looking at a rabbit. "I see the rumors are true. You and Saiyan share a deep bond." He stepped past her, his aura suffocating. "Continue your diligent service." As he vanished, Emily collapsed, clutching her chest. "I thought my heart would stop." She spun around, glaring at Saiyan. "Young master, if that monster was coming, you should have warned me." Saiyan ignored her complaints, his expression darkening. "Emily, leave us. Now." Emily blinked, confused. "Huh, what for?" But, before she could finish, Saiyan cut her off. His eyes were now glowing, a blood-red crimson. "Do not make me repeat myself." His voice was pure ice. Emily, sensing the danger, fled. Alone, Saiyan collapsed over the basin, retching violently. He wiped his mouth, his body trembling with adrenaline. "Karam, why did you stop me?" The entity replied, Shouldn't you be thanking me, host? That was your chance, Saiyan growled. When I broke, you could have seized this body. Karam's dark laughter echoed in his mind. You misunderstand. I simply want your rage to ferment. The greater the hatred, the sweeter the taste. Saiyan smirked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Fair point. That sounds exactly like you. Meanwhile, in the shadowed corridors of the estate, a figure approached the grand doors. A knock echoed. Enter. Akal commanded. The spy bowed low, offering his report. My lord, per your orders, I have successfully located the whereabouts of the targets. Akal didn't look up from his book. Where is she? The spy replied. Confirmed, my lord. The lady is currently in the northern continent, in the territory of Brina the White Elf. Achol rested his chin on his hand, amused. Brina. To think she's sheltering with a race that despises humans. Her charisma must be truly terrifying. If she makes a move toward the Empire, inform me immediately. The spy hesitated before speaking. Lord Achol, may I ask what has put you in such high spirits? Akal raised a brow. Do I appear happy to you? Yes, my lord. More than usual. Was the reunion with your brother, that entertaining? Akal burst into laughter. Entertaining, you could say that. But you are mistaken. My mood right now, Akal's eyes glowed with menacing mana, is absolutely foul. The air in the room grew heavy enough to crush bone. The spy fell to his knees, trembling in fear. Forgive my ignorance, my lord. Achol ignored him, his mind drifting back to Saiyan's face. Those eyes. He looked at me not as a brother, but as a nemesis. Did I miscalculate? Akal murmured. There are too many variables. I must keep a close watch on him. We cannot let my dear brother stray from the path. The spy breathed a sigh of relief. Understood. I will deploy shadows to track the young master. Left alone, Akal stared out the window. Saian Willius Vert. What exactly are you hiding? Back at the ducal estate, the carriage awaited. This marked the beginning of a classic journey, often seen in a leveling manhwa. Emily stomped her foot, hands on her hips. Young master, is this really how you're going to handle this? Leaning out the carriage window, Saiyan sighed. It's out of my hands. The academy has strict rules. No personal servants allowed. I can't change the system. Emily wasn't having it. You knew about this. Why didn't you tell me? Waiting until the last second. This is unacceptable, Saiyan raised a hand to stop her. Enough. Stay here and guard our place in the family. Don't cause trouble. Hearing his serious tone, Emily's demeanor softened instantly. Fine, I'll behave, but I'm worried about you. Please don't stir up a storm at the academy. Saiyan chuckled. I'm not a child anymore. He signaled the driver. Move out. As the wheels turned, Emily shouted one last time. Young master, don't forget your promise. Tears welled in her eyes as the carriage pulled away. Please be careful. Don't let those nobles look down on you. If they do tell me, you must come back to us in one piece. Saiyan watched her figure shrink in the distance. Thank God she stayed. She's safer here. His mind drifted back to a rainy night 8 years ago. He had been a frail child, burning up with a lethal fever. The rest of the Willius Vert family had left him to rot in the cold. But not her. Through the thunder and freezing rain, Emily had carried him on her back, begging every doctor in the city to save his life. Flashback to that stormy night. Rain pouring like tears from the heavens. Emily carried Saiyan on her back, screaming into the void. Is anyone home? Please open the door. Save my young master. Fate smiled upon them as an old man swung the door open. All right, come in quickly. Bring the boy inside. Saiyan recalled that moment with clarity. If she hadn't been there during his darkest hour, he would have perished alone in that cold room of forgotten soul. As the memory faded, Saiyan leaned out the carriage window, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Rest easy, Emily. I promise you this. I will find a way to bring you to the academy. Do not let the family weigh on your mind. I will send letters. Saiyan's internal thoughts softened. Because of her unwavering loyalty, he didn't see Emily as a mere maid, but as his true family. Emily absorbed his words, waving goodbye with a radiant smile. Understood, young master. I will obediently wait here for your good news. Saiyan felt a wave of relief, yet a shadow of suspicion clouded his mind. One matter was settled, but the situation reeked of conspiracy. Why would the family dispatch 6 elite knights just to escort him? He was the Duke's son by blood, sure, but he held zero status within the clan. This extravagant treatment didn't add up. This journey to the academy would be treacherous. There were variables he couldn't calculate yet, but the challenge was exhilarating. The carriage rattled onward toward his destiny. The guards exchanged knowing glances and nodded. Inside, Saiyan lounged casually until a soldier approached the window. It appears we will make camp here for the night. Young master, Saiyan replied effortlessly, "Very well. If everyone is exhausted, we rest. How far have we traveled from the estate?" The soldier checked his map, his voice steady. "We have covered a significant distance, young master. In fact, we are approaching the heart of the Saffron territory. By my estimation, we should enter the city by tomorrow afternoon." Saiyan nodded. "Fine, let it be so. Everyone should rest and recover their strength. Report to me if anything happens." The soldier bowed. Once alone, Saiyan returned to his seat, his eyes narrowing with sharp intelligence. "As far as I know, near the Saffron territory, there is no dense forest like this." They took him for a naive child, someone who had never traveled, thinking he was easy prey to deceive. They have deviated from the path, crossing near the border where the wilderness is untamed. Why bring him to this desolate, gloomy forest? To set up camp? What is their true objective? His thoughts were interrupted as a soldier announced, "Young master, the camp is set, and the fire is lit. You may step out now." Saiyan descended from the carriage, speaking casually as he walked. "The air in this forest. It is truly quiet and fresh. But tell me, why have you all surrounded my carriage in such a tight formation? Did Akal send you to escort me, or to dispose of me?" Saiyan was now completely encircled the soldiers, exchanging glances. A sinister grin spread across one knight's face. Saiyan observed the shift in atmosphere. "They're laughing." His demeanor instantly transformed. His eyes shifted color, signaling an awakening. He repeated his demand. "I will ask you once more. Who is the puppet master behind these orders?" The soldier laughed, a dangerous edge to his voice. "You're sharp, young master. But a dead man has no need for answers." His hand drifted to the hilt of his blade. Another soldier chimed in. "Ask all you want, it changes nothing. We follow orders from above. Whether we want to or not is irrelevant. But on our honor as knights, we promise you won't suffer. We will send you to the afterlife swiftly. If you have complaints, take them up with the gods when you get there. All you need to do is stand still and clear your mind. It will be over in a heartbeat." The squad mocked him, tossing insults back and forth, closing the net around Saiyan. One soldier stepped into striking range, raising his sword high. "All right then. Enough talk. Goodbye, young master." The blade slashed down with lethal intent, but Saiyan merely tilted his head, a ghost in the wind. A split second later, something flew into the air, accompanied by a fountain of crimson. The soldier's head hit the mud, eyes wide, dead before he knew it. Saiyan stood there, blade in hand, addressing the frozen group. "You all talked a big game. Now that one of you is dead, perhaps fear will loosen your tongues." The soldiers stared at the headless corpse, terror replacing their arrogance. The confidence from moments ago had evaporated. Saiyan taunted, "No one has anything to say. The fear must have stolen your voices." Saiyan's aura flared red, a mixture of fury and battle lust. "If you remain silent, your only destination is death." Brian Kendrick watched the scene unfold, his mind unable to process the reality. Impossible. How can a mere child act with such ruthless decisiveness? The other soldiers desperately attacked Saiyan, but it was futile. Every strike ended in tragedy, lost limbs, severed hands, decapitations. Agonized screams echoed through the forest. Brian Kendrick's panic intensified. It can't be. He's only 11 years old. How can he possess the strength of a leveling manhwa protagonist and such cold-blooded instinct? He survived the battlefield? He survived being dragged by a dragon to the demon realm? This mission is a catastrophic failure. We were arrogant sheep marching into a lion's den. Nothing has gone according to plan. Lost in his spiraling thoughts, Brian slumped to the ground, his face a mask of pure horror. Saiyan loomed over him. "You're the last one left," Saiyan said coldly. "Will you speak?" His killing intent was suffocating. Brian trembled, tears streaming down his face. "Young master, it was the Duchess Lady Margaret ordered us to take you into the forest and quietly dispose of you." Saiyan listened, thinking, this guy is a coward. But it makes sense. His squad is slaughtered. Betrayal is his only survival option. Brian wept uncontrollably. With the threat neutralized, the carriage resumed its journey. "Brian," now the terrified driver spoke up. "From what I know of the family, have you heard the recent rumors spreading like wildfire about young Master Grand? After he was consumed by fear?" So Lady Margaret finally made her move. It's obvious she was dancing to the tune of that brat Grand, trying to eliminate a future threat to her precious son's inheritance. Saiyan scoffed, recalling Grand's face. "Right, that scumbag is behind this. No wonder the coward fled like a rat whenever our eyes met. Next time I return to the clan, I'll teach him the true meaning of fear." Brian Kendrick's voice trembled. "Young master, what of my fate? Please spare this worthless life. I have told you everything I know." I was only a tool for the higher-ups. I had no choice. Saiyan gazed down coldly. Your spirit is broken, yet your greed for life remains strong. Brian hung his head in defeat. I cannot return to the family after failing a mission. If you wish to claim my head now, I have no defense. What choice did I have? Though I followed orders, the sin of raising a blade against you is mine to bear. Saiyan waved his hand, bored by the sob story. Enough. Save your breath. I happen to need a servant. Get back to driving the carriage. Your life hangs by a thread. Prove your worth through loyalty, and I might just let you keep your head. Internally, Saiyan scoffed. To think such a spineless coward was a knight, but at least he handles the reins with decent skill. Brian's eyes widened in shock. He breathed a sigh of relief, escaping death's door. Thank you, Master. Ahead the capital city, Sephirin, rose into view. Meanwhile, at the Willius Vert estate, rage consumed Lady Margaret. Crash. A priceless vase shattered against the wall. Failure. How could this happen? Her body shook with uncontrollable fury. She clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms. All the knights. Annihilated. Impossible. And you say one is missing. And that wretched brat has vanished as well. The servant bowed, trembling like a leaf. Yes, madam. It is exactly as you say. Young Master Saiyan. He arrived in Sephirin City a week ago. Margaret gasped, her hands flying to her mouth in sheer horror. 7 elite assassins against 1 child. And they failed. This defies all logic. It is a nightmare beyond my comprehension. The servant humbled himself, forehead touching the floor. We underestimated him. His power. It is monstrous for his age. Margaret roared. You swore this plan was flawless. He is nothing but a boy. How can he possess such strength to slaughter 7 knights? Her eyes blazed with murderous intent. Cold sweat drenched the servant. My apologies. But perhaps a hidden power backs him. Or an unknown master, within this awakening Manhwa world. He prostrated on the floor. I beg you, madam, grant me one last chance to redeem myself. I will end him at the academy. I won't fail. Margaret hissed through gritted teeth, her aura chilling. Enough. Drop it. Another failure would be catastrophic. Pushing him into a corner now might force him to bite back with everything he has. He could target Grand directly. Suddenly, Saiyan's cold voice from the past echoed in her mind. Be careful where you step, mother. Touch me and the consequences for you and your beloved son will be beyond your darkest nightmares. The memory haunted her. A shiver of genuine fear ran down her spine. Turning away to hide her trembling, she whispered a command. We stop here. No more impulsive moves. It is too dangerous. The servant bowed low. As you wish, madam. Margaret's eyes narrowed, her voice dripping with venom. And this failure? Bury it. Not a soul can know. This is critical. Silence anyone who knows the truth. Permanently. The servant nodded grimly. It shall be done, madam. As the servant retreated, he failed to notice a shadow in the corner, Achol spy, watching everything. Days later, on the road leaving Sephirin, Saiyan slept peacefully in the carriage. Up front, Brian had fully accepted his new role as the humble driver. As the wheels turned, Saiyan's mind drifted. The Duchess surely found the bodies. She knows the game has changed. Seeing her elite knights butchered must have been a shock. I can't predict her next move with certainty just yet. But for now, the academy awaits. I will handle the chaos as it comes. He smirked. That failed assassination bought me time. She won't strike blindly again. Suddenly Brian called out, Master, we have arrived at the next city. Saiyan cracked one eye open, the lazy genius awakening. Good. He gazed out the window. This bustling city. It brings back memories of a past life. In the distance, the academy towers pierced the sky. Flocks of birds danced above the blue horizon. As the carriage rumbled across the bridge, Saiyan's expression darkened with old scars. In my previous life, this place was a hell of humiliation. But it was also where my destiny began to turn. This time, I will rewrite the script. He strode into the academy hall, slamming the Willius Vert family crest onto the reception desk. I am Saiyan of House Willius Vert. I believe you are expecting me. The air in the room instantly grew heavy and still. At the mention of Saiyan, every head turned. Silence reigned until the manager stood up with a nervous plastic smile. Ah, young master. Everything is prepared perfectly. Please follow me. We must get you settled in the dormitory immediately. You should rest. The entrance ceremony and power evaluation will take place in a few days. Please complete the registration here. Saiyan raised an eyebrow at the excessive flattery typical of a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. Pocketing his crest, he thought. Simple enough. Now I wait. The manager then slid a silver tray forward, bearing a wax-sealed letter. With a heavy clink, a golden key dropped into his hand. Saiyan looked down, shock flickering in his eyes. Was this truly the treatment given to a mere academy student? Brian hauled Saiyan's mountain of luggage to the assigned dormitory. But the moment the door swung open, the bag slipped from his grip and hit the floor with a heavy thud. He froze his mouth, hanging open in sheer disbelief. Good heavens, young master, this room. It reeks of luxury. It's 5 times the size of your quarters back at the Vert estate. Fully furnished, dripping in gold, and radiating opulence. Even in his past life, Saiyan had never set foot in a sanctuary this magnificent. Even the protagonist had to admit this was absurd. Is this the royal suite or something? He mused. What kind of dormitory is this? In the history of the academy, no freshman had ever been granted such royal treatment. Not even that bastard, his eldest brother. Someone was definitely pulling strings from the shadows. Yet Saiyan's expression remained as calm as a still lake. He turned to his servant. Is this everything? You brought all the gear up? Brian, still paralyzed by the blinding wealth around him, wiped sweat from his brow. Yes. Everything is here, young master. Rest assured. Suddenly, the air in the room dropped 10 degrees. Saiyan slid his hand into his pocket, his voice turning ice cold. Good. Then my enrollment is finally secure. Now, only the entrance exam remains. He glanced at Brian, his eyes devoid of any warmth, like a predator looking at prey. Therefore, thank you for everything, Brian. But your journey ends here. The sudden shift from noble master to cold-blooded executioner made Brian tremble uncontrollably. Young master, please, I beg you don't kill me. Terror seized him. But instead of a blade, Saiyan withdrew a heavy sack of gold and tossed it through the air. Brian caught it dumbfounded. Huh, what is this? Saiyan turned his back, waving his hand dismissively. That is your severance pay. Take that gold, run far away, and never return to the family estate. With that amount, you can buy a new life. Listen to me well. Do not step foot near the Vert territory ever again. If the madam finds out you are still breathing, you are a dead man. Do you understand what I'm saying? Brian stood frozen, the weight of the gold heavy in his hands. Watching the retreating back of the young master, a realization hit him like a lightning bolt. He dropped to his knees, shouting desperately, "Subordinate Brian Kendrick, a knight who has been knighted." Saiyan paused, glancing back in surprise. Brian was kneeling, his face twisted not with fear but with burning determination. The servant shouted with all his might, "Today, thanks to the young master's mercy, I have been given a second life. Since you have shown such grace, I beg you to let me serve you until the end. Please allow this subordinate to remain by your side. No matter how difficult the task command me, I will face death itself before I refuse an order." Saiyan glared at him, his voice dripping with venom. "You talk a big game. What kind of knight are you? Your power level is pathetic." In Saiyan's awakened eyes, Brian was nothing more than a glorified porter. Brian stammered, his face flushing. "Why? Yes, technically I am a knight, but I lack experience. My skills are lacking, so I have only done menial tasks, and lower than other knights." He bowed his head, his voice trembling but sincere. "But in my heart I have always held my father's words close. If you meet a master who treats you with true heart, a master you can believe in, then follow him with single-minded devotion. Even in death have no regrets. This loyalty is now yours, young master. I beg of you, let me serve you." Saiyan fell silent, then sighed, his cold demeanor cracking just a fraction. "You think I did that out of the kindness of my heart? You really are inexperienced, Brian. This path requires calculation, not just blind emotion." Brian looked up confused. Sir Saiyan stepped closer, his presence looming like a mountain. His eyes were sharp, devoid of emotion, radiating a terrifying, killing intent. "Do you think following me will lead to the glory you dream of? If I march you straight into the jaws of death, will you resent me then?" Facing the suffocating pressure, Brian swallowed his fear. "Sir, once I have pledged my loyalty, no matter what hell awaits us, I will never regret it." Saiyan stared at him for a long moment, then patted his shoulder. "Fine, understood." He turned to leave, tossing one final command. "Stay here. Keep your ears open in the main hall. If anything happens at the academy, report to me. I have zero interest in the opening ceremony. I will likely only show my face when the entrance exam begins." Brian looked up at his new liege, bowing deeply. "Yes, I understand." As the door clicked shut, Brian was left wondering, who was this person? A tyrant? A savior? Days later, in the principal's office, the headmaster was deep in discussion with an instructor. The entrance exams had concluded, and the results were nothing short of shocking. He clasped his hands, muttering, "What a quality harvest! I never expected to see so many talented prodigies from across the empire gathering here. It feels like the prologue of an epic awakening manhwa. The future of the empire shines bright thanks to these seedlings. He recalled the scene at the testing platform just days ago. New students had gathered around the assessment crystal. The first student stood bathed in golden light. Aaron Severus. 2 circle magic. Mana power rank B. Divine body aptitude 52%. Element light. Next up was Saha Khan. 3 circle magic. Mana power rank A. Divine body aptitude 53%. Element earth. The principal was visibly impressed as he reviewed the papers. Stroking his beard, he mused, "These two are geniuses certainly. But there is one student whose stats defy the logic of a standard leveling manhwa. Saian Vert. This brat. 1 circle magic. But mana power rank S. Divine body aptitude 92%. Dark mana affinity 6. Instructor Shirika pushed up her glasses, her voice trembling. I never imagined such a monstrous aptitude existed. Our top graduate, the legendary Alice Vert, known for her wisdom and power, was hailed as a sage in her youth. Yet even when she graduated, her divine body aptitude was only 88%. Principal Kunel Kutso frowned deeply. True, that family breeds monsters. I thought we would never see another like Alice, but her younger brother has appeared like a comet, a talent that demands our full attention. Shirika hesitated, a shadow crossing her face. However, there is something disturbing about his aptitude. He possesses the dark attribute. Headmaster Kunel nodded gravely. With innate talent like that, his raw power and agility are simply indisputable. However, if he fails to master this encroaching darkness, he risks walking a path of absolute villainy in the future. The headmaster placed the files on his desk slowly, turning his back to Shirika, deep in thought. Tell me, do you know why a boy so young was sent to our Royal Academy? Shirika answered frankly, there are many rumors, but from what I've gathered. Kunal cut in calmly. He was personally enrolled by the Emperor himself. Shirika flinched, shock written on her face. Kunal glanced at her, continuing. After the border war against the demon race, the Emperor witnessed his strength firsthand. Furthermore, he rescued the princess from the jaws of monsters. The Emperor sees this as a destined connection. For his beloved little princess, he has taken a keen interest in that boy. He pondered the future of Princess Aaron and Saian, nodding solemnly. We can see the threads of fate weaving a new future. The 5th princess, previously thought to have zero chance at the throne, powerless and talentless, is now betrothed to a rare prodigy from the Willius Vert Duke's family. This alliance will trigger unpredictable shifts in the Empire's future, both for the princess and our nation. Shirika gasped, covering her mouth as the realization hit her. It's terrifyingly simple. A powerless princess, once considered the weakest link, has suddenly gained a terrifying new asset. The war for the throne is about to become a bloodbath. Civil war could tear our empire apart. The blood of soldiers and civilians will flow like rivers. Kunal looked at Shirika with regret, lowering his voice. We know enough. This is the Emperor's will. We cannot interfere. The future is shrouded in mist beyond our prediction. All we can do is observe the shifting tides. Time will answer whether this boy and the princess will forge a legendary new faction or burn to ash in the cruel Game of Thrones. Meanwhile, Saian returned from his entrance exam. Walking alone down the empty corridor, he smirked. 92% aptitude. That's a massive jump. In my past life, my saint body aptitude was only 80%. This logic fits a leveling manhwa perfectly. Things have changed, he mused. It must be the monster blood I drank. My physique has evolved beyond human limits. Suddenly, he bumped into someone in the hallway. It was Gran and his lackey. Gran looked at Saian as if seeing a ghost, stumbling back in terror. What the hell? Saian analyzed him cold. That bastard probably thought I died in the forest. No wonder he looks like he's seen a reaper. While Gran sweated bullets, his friend remained calm. A massive guy built like a tank, compared to the scrawny Gran stood behind him like an iron wall. The giant grunted. Is this the kid? The one you treated like a servant and used as a punching bag during sword practice? Gran stammered, pale as a sheet. Why, yeah, that's him. My weakling little brother, Saian. Saian glanced at the behemoth. That fatso is the son of Marquis Fennel from the Gremory Dukedom. Bob sneered arrogantly. He looked down at Saian, mocking him. Hey rookie, you're new here, so let me teach you a lesson about the pecking order. I heard you don't even know who your own mother is. Pathetic. Saian remained silent, recalling the cold past. Rage simmered in his eyes. In my past life, this trash was my nightmare. He and my brother tortured me every single day. But this time, The script has flipped. Saiyan smirked his eyes, glowing with a blood-red killing intent. He thought with delight, how lucky to find both trash bags in one spot. Seeing Saiyan's predatory smile, Bob slapped Gran's shoulder, puffed up with pride. Looks like the new kid needs an education on who to fear. Gran felt a chill down his spine, panic rising. Bob, wait. He might be weak, but something's off. Be careful. Bob ignored the warning, stepping forward with a scoff. Relax. Since we met, I should give him a warm welcome. Gran was sweating rivers trying to stop him. I think we should go. Let's deal with him later. It's lunchtime. But Bob was deaf to reason. Bob charged in, fueled by ego. But before he could land a hit, Saiyan's kick sent him flying into the wall, shattering the stone masonry. Gran trembled at the destruction, screaming in terror. No, Bob. Trying to show off, Bob had foolishly challenged a monster. One kick and he was out cold on the floor. Gran shrieked again. Saiyan stepped over the body, staring straight at Gran. We need to have a little chat, don't we? Alone with the predator, Gran sobbed, shaking uncontrollably. What do you want? Saiyan didn't speak. He walked closer, slowly, placing a heavy hand on Gran's shoulder. Gran vibrated like a leaf, tears mixing with cold sweat. Leaning down, Saiyan stared into his soul and whispered, I don't care what you're plotting. I'm feeling merciful today, as you can see. But if you dare cross me again. Saiyan's grin widened into a demon smile. You won't graduate with your spine intact. Do you understand? Gran felt the blood drain from his face, his legs turning to jelly. He collapsed next to his unconscious friend, sobbing in pure horror. Saiyan turned to leave a satisfied smirk on his face. From now on, my academy life is going to be very entertaining. In the silent library, sunlight filtering through the glass, instructor Sharika paced. Pushing up her glasses, she thought of the boy. Hero or villain, no matter what, I must keep my eyes on Saiyan. Sharika approached the towering bookshelf, her fingers dancing across the spines in a frantic search. But the tome she sought was missing. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion as she thought, is it truly not here? Behind her, a presence materialized. Saiyan leaned casually against the shelves, the missing book in his grasp. With a playful smirk, he broke the silence. Are you perhaps looking for this? Sharika flinched, spinning around in genuine shock. Staring at Saiyan, she forced a stiff smile to hide her unease. How did you even enter this place? This is a restricted zone, is it not? Internal alarm bells rang within Sharika. I didn't sense his presence at all. It was as if he didn't exist. Stepping closer to mask her wariness, she asked, You are the student named Saiyan, correct? Could you please return that book to me? I require it for urgent research. Saiyan held up the very object of her desire, feigning ignorance with an innocent smile. Oh, are you referring to this specific volume? Naturally, you must return it to your instructor. Sharika reached out with a polite smile. Thank you. But the moment her fingers grazed, the cover, a blade of pitch-black energy slashed violently towards Saiyan. The boy froze, but the book was not so lucky. It was shredded in an instant. Saiyan stood amidst a confetti of torn pages, dancing in the air, his gaze locked on the purple mana, dissipating before him. With a composure that defied logic, he smiled through the destruction. Were you not desperately searching for that, instructor Sharika? Then he dropped the bomb. Are you the leader of the Mist Assassin Guild? Sharika clutched a fragment of black paper, her arm enveloped in an ominous dark fog. Her voice turned ice cold. Who are you really, brat? How did a student locate this cipher? Saiyan's mind drifted back to his previous life. In this Manhwa recap, his first impression of instructor Sharika had been dangerously mediocre. She once summoned him for counseling, asking generic pleasantries like, how are you adjusting to academy life? Back then, Saiyan was a far more pathetic creature than he is now. He had remained silent, head bowed in defeat. Yet Sharika maintained her cheerful facade. I know you wish to flee this boring conversation, but face-to-face interaction is vital for a student's growth. She preached about development and connection, acting the part of the perfect educator. At the time, he scoffed internally. Growth. All I know is torment from that bastard brother of mine. Exhausted by the world, he had muttered, I do not care. To him, the academy was nothing but a cruel joke. Yet, despite his frosty attitude, Sharika's smile never wavered. Instead, she dropped a revelation. To be honest, I am quite intrigued by you, Saiyan. That single sentence caught him off guard. She continued, an abnormally high dark element affinity. 84% purity is unheard of. Saiyan muttered gloomily. But the professors say dark magic has no special properties. Sharika seized that moment to plant a seed in his mind. That is simply because humanity has yet to comprehend the true nature of darkness. On the contrary, I believe your potential is limitless. Those words became Saiyan's lifeline. In that past timeline, he naively believed he had found a mentor. Sharika kept her mask of benevolence tight, saying, "I wish you nothing but success." Back then, Saiyan had foolishly hoped, if she understands the dark attributes so well, perhaps she could be the one to guide me. But now, in this leveling Manhwa timeline, he knew the truth. Saiyan stared at her, his internal monologue bitter. I was delusional. It was all a calculated manipulation. The bitterness of his past death stung. He locked eyes with the terrifying figure before him. Sharika stood amidst the ruined literature, her arms still wreathed in that suffocating black fog. Saiyan warned himself. Never again let that friendly smile behind those glasses fool you. The role of Royal Academy instructor is nothing but a disguise. Her true nature is a cold-blooded killer. As Sharika slowly removed her spectacles, Saiyan's gaze hardened. She is one of the hidden commanders of the Mist Assassin Guild. All this time, hiding behind a mask of civility. Sharika crushed the glasses in her hand. She spoke calmly, praising him in a way that sent chills down the spine. Well done. Turning her back, her face devoid of emotion, she commanded, I will hear the details of your deduction in my private laboratory. But first, clean up this mess. Then follow me. Saiyan stood frozen, unable to process the sudden shift in atmosphere. He thought I just exposed her deepest secret, yet she remains completely unfazed. They relocated to the laboratory, a place etched in his memory. It was exactly as Saiyan recalled: cluttered test tubes, volatile chemicals, and mana crystals. Nothing has changed, he noted. He nonchalantly took a sip of the tea she offered. He glanced up, flashing an innocent smile. Did you happen to lace this tea with poison? A thin wisp of purple vapor rose ominously from the cup in his hand. He thought, no wonder she's so composed. Sharika let out a refreshing, almost manic laugh. Rest assured it will not kill you immediately. It is merely strong enough to dissolve a few internal organs. Saiyan wasn't shocked. After all, his opponent was a master assassin. He lowered his head to hide a smirk. That level of toxin is useless against me. In his past, he had consumed the blood of countless demons and survived Emily's lethal concoctions. He locked eyes with Sharika, his grin widening into a challenge. I hope you will increase the dosage next time, instructor. This is rather bland. Sharika's composure cracked slightly. Very well. Let us speak plainly. She leaned in. How exactly did you uncover my true identity? She gestured to the destroyed text. You knew the precise location of the Mist Order's hidden directive, concealed within a book nobody reads. Her smile turned predatory. Or are you trying to tell me that you are already an operative of the Mist? Saiyan rolled his eyes, bored. Do I really need to offer more proof? Sharika's eyes widened, flooding with a terrifying mixture of bloodlust and excitement. She sneered, mocking him. Do you think your high dark element affinity gives you the right to be arrogant, brat Saiyan? Remain silent. He turned his gaze to the window, shifting the conversation abruptly. On my journey to Sephirin, everyone asked if I was truly safe traveling with only a single knight. Even though for the entire trip, that knight acted merely as a coachman. Sharika frowned, failing to see the connection. Saiyan continued, his voice dropping an octave. I heard rumors that noble heirs traveling for enrollment have been dropping dead mysteriously. He shot Sharika a knowing glance. Tell me, instructor. When did the purification process begin? Sharika froze, muttering in disbelief. The purification process. It was the code name for the Mist's systematic assassination of nobility, a plot point straight out of an awakening manhwa. Realizing Saiyan knew too much, she classified him as an immediate threat. Killing intent exploded from her form. She smiled, a gesture devoid of warmth. I have no idea what you are talking about. Instantly, a suffocating black fog erupted, swallowing Saiyan whole. A crimson vortex of mist swirled around him, menacing and thick. Loosening his tie with chilling indifference, he asked, doesn't this situation fall under the jurisdiction of the Mist Assassins? Sharika's eyes burned with a terrifying, murderous intensity. She grit her teeth, a dark smile playing on her lips as she hissed. You're going to regret spewing such nonsense. Saiyan didn't flinch, locking eyes with her. He smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Are you really threatening a student? Faster than a heartbeat, Sharika shattered the calm, kicking a massive wooden table straight at him. His smile turned ghoulish. Saiyan clenched his fist, his aura dropping to sub-zero temperatures. So, we're doing it the hard way. He drove his fist straight into the flying timber. The wood snapped in two with a thunderous crack, but Sharika seized the opening, lunging from his blind spot with twin daggers gleaming. He glanced back, letting out a sigh of disappointment. I thought you'd already proven your identity. Sharika descended like a hawk on its prey, sneering. Even if you really are from the Mist. As a high-ranking executive, I know the face of every single operative. She hurled herself at him with lethal intent. Slash after slash Saiyan weaved through them all like smoke. She pressed the attack, laughing maniacally. There's nowhere to run. Little brother Saiyan grew tired of this charade. No choice then, he muttered. He reached into the void, summoning the demon sword Karam. In a flash, steel met steel as he struck back with overwhelming force. He completely shut down her offense. Driving the blade forward, he muttered, "If words won't convince you, this blade will." His movements accelerated beyond human perception. Sharika couldn't even track him. Though he intentionally avoided her vitals, the sheer pressure forced a panicked cry from her lips. Wait, hold on. The impact sent her skidding backward. Her eyes went wide, fixed on the weapon in his hand, cold sweat trickling down her face. That sword. It can't be. Her voice trembled as she recognized the legendary blade, the weapon that only obeys the chosen one. The demon sword Karam. Saiyan held the blade high, ensuring she got a good look. Finally ready to accept the truth, he asked, with casual arrogance. The organization is hunting for the heir to this power, aren't they? Sharika gasped. How could you possibly know that Saiyan rested the blade on his shoulder? Open your eyes. The heir you're looking for is standing right here. Later that night, under the dim flicker of streetlights, in a silent corner of Limi, the city slept shrouded in darkness and silence. Sharika led Saiyan to an unassuming shut-down wooden house. Heavy iron chains sealed the entrance. With a burst of mana, she unlocked the gates, swinging them wide for Saiyan. He watched completely unfazed. Sharika glanced at him coldly. Aren't you surprised the headquarters of the Mist Assassins is hidden in a dump like this? Saiyan gave no reply. Sharika stared into the abyss of the corridor, where a bone-chilling wind howled from the depths. This is the path to the ceremony you requested, she said icily. From here on, you walk alone. Saiyan stepped into the darkness, without hesitation. He knew this place like the back of his hand, marching forward with confidence. This is an independent dimension, created by Eru's power, he thought. That's why the interior is massive compared to the outside. Suddenly, his instinct screamed. 2 blades at 4 o'clock. 3 throwing knives at 11. They struck in a single heartbeat. Saiyan drew his blade, a silver arc, slicing through the air, deflecting every projectile instantly. But the trap wasn't over. From the shadows above, 3 mist assassins descended upon him like vultures. His expression remained stone-cold, though irritation bubbled beneath. I knew this wouldn't be a walk in the park, but isn't this overkill for a welcome party? He executed a perfect backflip, dodging their opening volley. The assassins wasted no time rushing him with a storm of steel. Saiyan moved like water, weaving through the deadly onslaught. Sparks flew as blades clashed in a symphony of violence. He thrust his blade at an assassin's face. The killer flinched in shock, but managed a desperate dodge, launching a counterattack. Saiyan watched his deflected blade, impressed. He actually blocked that, to react in that split second. Not bad. The assassin, however, was enraged by the near-death experience. Murderous intent exploded from behind the mask. He gripped his blade, preparing a secret art. Simultaneously, 4 assassins boxed Saiyan in from all sides. They unleashed the death signal secret. Art Saiyan didn't blink. He raised his hand, and a blood-red mist erupted from his body to meet them. Panic seized the assassins. That's secret art. Impossible. Is this guy the protagonist of an awakening manhwa or what? That's the blood tide. Saiyan extended his hand. The crimson mist solidified into razor-sharp tendrils, blasting through the attackers with explosive force. Blood Tide, a high-tier secret art, reserved for the elite, capable of transmuting pure bloodlust into physical destruction. The red fog coiled around the assassins like pythons, tightening around their throats until their bodies went rigid. I can't breathe, one gasped. In seconds, 3 elite killers lay unconscious in the mist. Saiyan surveyed his work with icy detachment. They won't be waking up anytime soon, he thought. Then his eyes narrowed. Wait, there's still one left. One figure remained standing, seemingly unaffected. He's not down. Must be a high ranker. Saiyan didn't flinch. The demon sword Karam materialized, bathing him in crimson light as death filled his eyes. He prepared his next move, roots of the unshakable great tree. But suddenly, the final assassin charged, catching Saiyan off guard. The figure slammed into him head-on, shattering his concentration and canceling the skill. Saiyan stumbled, bewildered. He disrupted my flow, just like that. Who is this guy? The assassin reached up and discarded the mask. Looks like you've mastered the assassin's arts after all, a familiar voice teased. The face behind the mask was none other than Sharika. She pressed her blade against Saiyan's demon sword, a chilling smile playing on her lips as she issued a challenge. Playtime is over. Now I get serious. Saiyan froze his eyes, widening as the realization of who stood before him finally sank in. He gasped, "What the hell? Lord Shirika." Something was wrong. Her aura was a twisted blend of pure ecstasy and suffocating bloodlust, making her look utterly deranged. She cackled like a maniac. "Show me your true power." Instinct took over, and Saiyan unleashed the eighth form of the bone-crushing style. A barrage of slashes rained down, forcing Shirika back. Yet, for all his fury, his blade only managed to sever the hair tie binding her locks. Shirika regained her stance, a predator's grin spreading across her face. "So you've mastered both the bone arts and the sword dance. You're making my blood boil with excitement," she roared. "Show me the depths of your potential, Saiyan." But before she could finish, Saiyan turned and bolted toward the inner chamber. It wasn't cowardice that drove him, but a sudden, terrifying realization. That fighting spirit acted like a drug to Shirika, turning a lord into a battle-hungry beast. Saiyan sprinted desperately, feeling her presence closing in like a nightmare. She wouldn't stop until one of them was a corpse. Anyone who faced her knew this madness. He had to escape, but Shirika was hot on his heels. Her face was flushed, with the intoxication of battle eyes burning with nothing but the desire to kill. She screamed after him like a demon. "Get back here, Saiyan. Do you prefer the hard way?" Without hesitation, she unleashed her own sword dance. The mist storm crashed down like a catastrophic natural disaster. Saiyan spun around just in time, his blade catching her descending strike. He leaped back, teeth gritted. "I don't have a twisted battle fetish like you." Shirika paused, sensing he was still suppressing his true strength. She wouldn't accept such insults staring him down. "Eru created this dimension. The outside world cannot sense your aura here. So stop holding back." Saiyan frowned, the logic sinking in. "True. I can unleash my full power here." A dark thought crossed his mind. I could kill her. But he hesitated. That wasn't his mission. Still, he raised the demon sword, forcing himself to tap into its accursed energy. Crimson mist swirled around him, ominous and heavy. Suddenly, vertigo hit Saiyan like a truck, and he collapsed, leaving Shirika bewildered. An eerie voice echoed through the void. "I understand." The demon sword Karam dissolved from his grip, materializing into a human form within the thick black fog. She looked down at Saiyan. "You can rest now." Shirika, stunned by this sudden transformation, demanded, "Who are you?" Karam stood with arms crossed. Glaring at Shirika with obvious disdain, she grumbled, "I hate wasting breath. You know exactly who I am, don't you?" Shirika immediately dropped to one knee, bowing in reverence. "Yes, Lord Karam." The spirit looked around unimpressed. "Explain this mess." Her eyes narrowed, voice dripping with venom. "You claim to serve Eru, yet you dare raise your blade against my master." Shirika's expression remained stone cold. "I merely tested him to see if he possesses the potential of a true awakening Manhwa legend." Karam snapped her fury, causing the mist to churn violently. "Then why didn't you summon your master from the start, you fool?" The demon sword's eyes flashed dangerously. "Since you started this little game, I'll take it as a declaration of war." Shirika remained unfazed, a mocking smirk touching her lips. "Perhaps you should worry about that brat first." Karam froze. "What?" She glanced down to see Saiyan unconscious in a pool of his own blood. Panic replaced her anger. "Hey, why do you look like you're dying?" Shirika watched with amusement, explaining the lethal mechanics. "That is the price of manifesting your true form. It devours the host's vitality." Karam realized she was draining Saiyan dry. She grabbed him by the collar in frustration. Shaking him violently, she yelled, "Wake up. This shouldn't be enough to kill you. You drank gallons of beast blood earlier." Saiyan groggily came to blood, dripping from his nose. While Karam fussed over him, Shirika stood tall, her aura shifting. "I am Lord Shirika. The Knight of the Mist Assassins never refuses a battle." The insane glint returned to her eyes, her breathing becoming heavy and jagged. She licked her lips, trembling with twisted anticipation. "If a legend like you is my opponent, resisting is impossible." Karam stared at the deranged woman, actually feeling a chill down her spine. "What is wrong with this freak? I'm actually getting creeped out." Saiyan shoved Karam's hand away. "Get off me." Karam blinked. "Oh, you're still breathing." He ignored the sarcasm. He glared at her. "Why did you materialize?" Karam ignored him, turning her arrogant gaze back to Shirika. "Stand back, kid. I'm going to teach this lunatic a lesson in manners." Shirika gripped her blade, the steel, glowing with an ominous purple energy. "It is an honor to cross blades with you, Lady Karam." The demon sword scoffed. "Just don't come crying to me when I break you." Shirika stared back, the adrenaline pumping through her veins like liquid fire, her smile widening into something truly demonic. "I pray you have the strength to push me that far." Suddenly, a voice boomed from the void. Enough. Shirika stiffened. Lord Eru. A pierce of light cut through the infinite darkness next to Karam. Saian focused his gaze as a shadowy gate materialized before the trio. Eru's command was absolute. Bring the Chosen One to the sanctuary. Shirika bowed low instantly. As you command. Saiyan's heart raced. Finally, I get to meet Eru, the Supreme Lord of Darkness. Inside the Grand Hall, a figure sat upon the Sidian throne. Eru waited in the shadows. Legends called him evil, a tyrant who slaughtered without hesitation, claiming it was all for the salvation of humanity. Differently, he replied that this was exactly what they desired. With eyes burning like crimson hellfire, he declared, "No one else can define justice for you. If death is the price to protect my own code of honor, then so be it," Saiyan thought, his resolve hardening like steel. Everyone called this mindset madness. But back then, he simply wanted to tell them that this foolish god only wished to be a shield for the weak. A truly foolish deity indeed. Finally, Eru summoned him. Saiyan stepped through the spatial gate, emerging into a sanctuary cloaked in shadows. Before him lay 10 endless steps leading to a throne. Only by conquering this path could he stand before Eru, the entity waiting at the summit. The god sat motionless, chin resting on his hand, watching the mortal approach. When Saiyan finally stood before him, the deity spoke. "Do you know who I am?" Saiyan met his gaze calmly. Naturally, Eru, the god of darkness. Eru scrutinized Saiyan with piercing red eyes, his voice cold and probing. "Your name is Saiyan. Why have I never seen you before? What proof do you possess to claim the title of my successor?" Facing the god's interrogation, Saiyan didn't flinch. He replied with an unshakable calm, "Surely you can feel the mist energy resonating from within my very core." Eru fell silent, contemplating. "There are two paths to succession. Willius Vert, I bestow the mist gem myself." He stared directly into Saiyan's soul. "The second is when the mist gem spontaneously awakens within a worthy vessel." Saiyan remained silent, letting his aura speak. Dark energy exploded around him, perfectly illustrating the god's theory. Eru pointed a finger at him. "I do not know you," which implies the second scenario. The god mused, drifting into thought. Indeed, the mist gem vanished from the sanctuary last year. His eyes widened as he muttered to himself. Then his gaze locked onto the demon sword Karam, now reduced to a floating sphere of flame. Eru chuckled with amusement. "To think you awakened Karam. Even I couldn't find that brat. You have the spirit under a tight leash." Hearing this mockery, Karam flared with fiery rage, grinding her teeth as she glared at the god. Who is controlling whom? Saiyan ignored the outburst, waiting for Eru's judgment. The god turned back his attention, fixated on Saiyan's eyes. "The light in your eyes. It carries the weight of aeons, far too old for your physical age." Eru covered his mouth, giggling, as a realization struck him. "I see. You are an anomaly, a traveler from a timeline I have not witnessed." Saiyan felt a jolt of surprise at the god's insight. "You don't know," Saiyan exclaimed. "I assumed you orchestrated my return to this Manhwa recap timeline." Eru sighed deeply, waving his hand in dismissal. "If you seek an omnipotent deity who knows all, you have come to the wrong place. I possess no such strength. My divinity was stripped away long ago." Witnessing Eru's lazy and indifferent attitude, Saiyan sighed internally. He is right. I shouldn't have expected anything. Eru pondered for a moment before rubbing his chin. "But this situation, it benefits me greatly." Saiyan frowned. "What do you mean?" Eru leaned back into his throne, grinning with pure sloth. "A fully leveled heir has delivered himself to my doorstep. My workload just vanished. I don't have to lift a single finger." Both Saiyan and the demon sword stood frozen, stunned by the god's supreme laziness. Saiyan grumbled, "You haven't changed a bit." After studying him further, Eru narrowed his eyes, his tone shifting to serious. "However, you have brought something incredibly troublesome." The god had spotted the broken hilt of the light sword, a relic Saiyan had shattered while hunting the demon sword. He carried the fragment everywhere. "Even now," Eru asked casually, "is the demon sword insufficient for you? Do you covet the power of the holy sword as well?" Saiyan smirked, catching the hidden meaning. He pulled the shattered hilt from his pocket, his smile turning cryptic. "For now, I have no plans to use it." He looked at the gleaming fragment, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. His excitement grew as he continued. "I simply thought, if the world forgets this artifact exists, it becomes powerless." Eru noticed the cold calculation in Saiyan's smile, a true villain in the making. The god slowly stood up. "Your tastes are twisted indeed. Very well, I won't pry. It's not my concern." He walked leisurely toward Saiyan, each step shrouded in a blood-red mist. But I must follow the rules of this system, Manhwa. Eru raised his hand. Light burst from his palm as the crimson fog danced around him. He proclaimed, "As your supreme god, I ask you this one question, O successor who has inherited my power." The red mist coiled around Saian like a serpent. "How will you wield this strength?" Saian fell silent. In his past life, he faced this exact moment. Back then, he answered, "I will live for my brother," thinking of Achol and his betrayal. Saian scoffed internally. What a pathetic answer that was. In that previous timeline, everyone in this temple from Eru to the High Priestess Sharika didn't care about his answer. Even though Saian possessed world-shaking power in that leveling Manhwa reality, the members of the Mist Order watched his ruin with indifference. He wondered, why did I not have desires of my own? In the past, Eru gave him only one warning. Remember, nothing is more dangerous than blind faith. Reflecting on his tragic end, having placed his soul in Achol's hands only to be stabbed in the back, Saian realized Eru foresaw my destruction. Saian stepped closer to the god, his voice steady. "I have no grand crusade, no holy purpose or divine belief." He looked at Eru, vowing to himself, "This time will be different." Eru frowned slightly, waiting for the true answer. Saian crushed the mist energy in his fist. He declared, with absolute conviction, "I will use your power, solely for my own selfish desires, only for myself." Hearing this, Eru stepped closer, his voice dropping to a murmur. "Right and wrong are yours to define. Are you confident you won't regret this path?" The god observed his heir, offering a final caution. "You had best answer carefully." The fate of the world now hinged on Saian's reply. He pointed a trembling finger at Saiyan, his voice a thunderous roar. "I could end your existence right here and now." It wasn't a warning, it was a death sentence. His eyes burned beneath the cloak, a sinister crimson aura erupting around him like a storm. Yet Saiyan stood distinct, unmoved by the overwhelming killing intent. Staring into the abyss, Saiyan replied with ice-cold calm, "I don't care about the fallout of my actions." He stepped closer to Eru, his resolve unshaken. "I follow no one's orders but my own. That is the path I walk." Sensing Saiyan's unwavering will, Eru nodded, surprisingly satisfied. Stroking his chin, the entity asked, "It seems you have a plan. Care to share it?" Saiyan's reply was instant and blunt. "Nope." Eru let out a defeated sigh. Pouting like a petulant child, he commanded, "Fine, whatever. Just clear my name and we're good. No more questions from me. You're no fun at all." Suddenly, he fell silent, his gaze locking onto the floating orb hovering beside Saiyan with intense curiosity. Eru flashed toward the demon sword, Karam eyes sparkling with excitement. "Time for a daddy-daughter chat," Karam shrieked as she was snatched from the air. He pinched her spiritual cheek, cooing with a voice dripping in sickening sweetness. "My little girl has changed so much, hasn't she? Do you love your master that much?" "Who's a good girl?" Karam panic-sweated, screaming in embarrassment. "What the hell are you talking about?" Eru completely ignored her murderous vibe. Pouting his lips, he continued his innocent act, unfazed by her temper. "Daddy is so happy to see you like this," Karam screeched like a banshee. "Get off me, stop it." But Eru only hugged his daughter tighter. "I'm trying to be nice. I have no rewards for your master, so this is for you." Karam pushed his face away, desperate for help. "Saiyan, help me with this lunatic." "Master, do something." Eru struggled against her. "Hold still." Meanwhile, Saiyan whistled, looking away. "What a touching family reunion," Karam roared. What Eru leaned in for a forehead kiss, but suddenly, a mysterious energy manifested, leaving Karam stunned. A small, radiant formation ignited before her eyes. The demon sword panicked. "What is happening?" Crimson mist instantly swallowed her whole. It wrapped around her essence, and in a heartbeat she transformed. As the mist faded, Karam was no longer a floating sphere of light. She stood there in human form. The demon sword blinked, bewildered. Do we have a body now?" Even Saiyan couldn't hide his shock. He analyzed her signature. "It didn't drain my mana." This wasn't a standard skill found in a leveling manhwa. Eru had used his own divine essence to create that vessel. Instead of gratitude, Karam grabbed her dad's collar. "What did you do to me?" Eru grinned, amused. "Nothing much. Just gifted you a bit of my life force." He looked crushed that she wasn't thrilled. "What's wrong? You don't like it? You need a physical body to get intimate with your master, right?" Karam snapped. She strangled him, shaking him violently. "What did you just say, you senile old fool?" Eru just giggled stupidly, waving goodbye to Saiyan. Saiyan stood in silence, thinking, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The next day at the academy dorms, Brian rushed in. Young master. Saiyan, he whispered frantically. What is going on in there? Saiyan wore a twisted, helpless smile. I honestly don't know. Just ignore it. But Brian couldn't. He peeked inside, trembling. But master, there are 2 women in your room right now. One was the instructor, the other, the woman Saiyan brought home. Sparks were flying between them. Brian cowered behind a chair. I don't think I can ignore this. Karam twirled a lock of hair, her voice dripping with venom. My. An instructor visiting a student at dawn. Aren't you worried about rumors regarding your special relationship? Shirika smirked, pushing up her glasses with dangerous confidence. Let them talk. I'm guiding him on the righteous path. This is strictly professional. Karam bristled like a wild beast, having its territory invaded. She snapped, shouldn't a clan leader be more discreet? Sharika's eyes widened, staring Karam down a tiger, facing off against a lioness. She fired back, my actions are none of your concern. Worry about yourself. Caught between 2 hurricanes, Saiyan sighed. Master only needs me. Back off, he is my student. The noise was unbearable. He decided to tactical retreat. Standing up, he told Brian, I'm going for a walk. The servant reached out in despair. Young master, don't leave me with them. Behind him, Karam hissed, hey old hag, draw your weapon. Let's settle this. Clan leader Shirika beamed with battle lust. How could I refuse such a tempting offer? Brian turned pale, too terrified to breathe. Saiyan escaped the dorms, finding refuge atop the academy's clock tower. Below, students mingled with the city folk. The streets were bustling. Gazing down from the heights, Saiyan exhaled. Finally, some peace and quiet. Suddenly, the metallic scent of blood drifted on the wind. Blood. He focused. Not far away, a student was being brutally beaten. The boy collapsed, coughing up blood. He curled up, clutching his broken arm, trembling in fear as he looked up at his tormentors. 3 bullies stood over him, snickering. Hey, let's test that on him. Damn, you're twisted. Let's do it while it's hot. The leader opened his hand, revealing a blazing, transparent orb. A classic artifact you'd see in an awakening manhwa. He stepped toward the kneeling victim. Hey, look at this. He grabbed the boy's face, crushing his cheeks until his jaw was forced open, grinning like a maniac. I brought you a little snack. He positioned the burning orb over the boy's mouth. A special treat, handmade by your buddy here. You're gonna eat it right. The victim knew exactly what that artifact was. Terrified, he squeezed his eyes shut, paralyzed by despair. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, a commanding shout sliced through the air. Stop this madness, at once. It was none other than the 5th princess herself. Her voice trembled with righteous fury as she screamed, how dare you treat a fellow classmate with such cruelty? Do you have no shame calling yourselves nobles? The interruption instantly killed the bully's twisted excitement. He glared at the princess with cold, dead eyes, his mood visibly souring as he barked back. I am Barrett Louis Men, the eldest son of the prestigious Duke Lisman family of the Karam Kingdom. And just who do you think you are? The 5th princess crossed her arms, standing her ground with royal dignity. I am the 5th princess of the Yusuf Empire, Aaron Severus. Hearing her name, Barrett's lips curled into a sneer of pure contempt. He scoffed. I wondered who dared interrupt me, but it's merely the 5th princess. How disappointing. The princess furrowed her brows, insulted by his blatant disrespect for her lineage. He stepped closer, his massive frame towering over her by 2 full heads. Looking down at her, as if she were nothing more than a lost child, he grinned maliciously. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you. But his eyes told a different story. Facing this mountain of a man, the 5th princess refused to let her fear show. She locked eyes with him and replied coldly, I have absolutely no desire to shake hands with the likes of you. Her gaze darted to Barrett's 2 lackeys and the trembling girl on the ground. She raised her voice, demanding, you better explain exactly what is going on here. Barrett rolled his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced at the victim. He replied with sickening arrogance, oh, you seem to have misunderstood the situation entirely. Why don't we ask her? He roared at the student, his voice booming like thunder. Tell her the truth. The girl let out a terrified squeak, completely paralyzed. Huh. Before she could even breathe, Barrett grabbed her collar and yanked her up. Draping his arm around her like a predator with its prey, he hissed, we aren't bullying you, are we? The student clutched her throbbing arm, head hanging low in defeat. Her spirit completely broken, she whispered a lie. No, they aren't bullying me. Aaron knew this was a lie born of terror. She stepped forward urgently, her voice filled with desperation. You do not have to protect them. Don't hide the truth. Just look at me. But before Aaron could finish, the girl cut her off, voice trembling. It's fine. Please just leave us alone. We were just joking around. She averted her gaze, unable to look the princess in the eye, shame burning her cheeks. Hearing his victim submit so perfectly, Barrett burst into a laugh that was pure evil. His eyes shone with the sadistic delight of a predator. He cackled, "You heard her right. Now I'm starting to get annoyed." But in this dramatic manhwa recap, the fifth princess refused to let injustice slide. She stepped forward with stubborn resolve, reaching out to the victim. "I don't care what you say. She is coming with me right now." But before she could move, Barrett's hand snapped out like a viper, crushing her wrist with brutal force. A cry of pain escaped the princess's lips. He showed zero respect for royalty, glaring at her with a beastly growl. "Do you have a problem with your ears, princess?" He shoved the student aside and loomed over the fifth princess, his killing intent no longer hidden. Although fear gripped her heart, she forced her voice to remain steady. "What do you think you are doing?" Barrett squeezed harder, her stubbornness only fueling his rage. "Didn't you hear Lessimus tell you to get lost?" Yet, even in the face of this violence, Erin stood firm, attempting to use her status as a shield. "If you do not unhand me this instant, I swear on my royal name that you will regret this." But her threats meant nothing to a monster like him. Knowing she held no real power in the imperial court, he laughed in her face. To him, she was nothing but a fragile doll with a fancy title. That was when Saian decided he had seen enough. Moving like a ghost, he flashed forward and swept Barrett's legs out from under him. The giant Achol lost his balance and crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. He screamed in shock, his brain unable to process the sudden attack. The fifth princess was equally stunned by his sudden appearance. Her face flushed as she gasped, "Saian, is that you?" But Saian ignored the princess. His gaze was locked on the trembling victim. He had heard the name Lessimus and realized the truth. Though she looked like a panicked rabbit right now, Saian was thunderstruck. This girl was actually Lessimus Mercer, a future legend of this awakening manhwa world. As Barrett's lackeys scrambled to help their fallen master, this encounter triggered a vivid memory from Saian's past life. Back then, in the Karam Kingdom at Castle Glen, he had engaged in a deadly duel under the moonlight. The female swordmaster was relentless, unleashing a storm of attacks that forced him onto the defensive, even wielding the blazing red Karam sword. He struggled to keep up, blood seeping from multiple wounds. His opponent was none other than the Continental #1 Swordmaster Lessimus clan. Born in the clan empire, for reasons unknown, she had defected to the Karam Kingdom's Count clan family after graduation. She had even changed her nationality, and she lived up to her legendary title. Her strikes were faster than lightning itself. Her blade moved so fast, it left only a blurred afterimage. Even Saian only survived that night because he wielded a demonic sword. A single swing of her sword shattered the earth beneath them, sending Saian flying through the air. But the moment he regained his balance, she was already upon him. Launching herself into the air, she brought her razor-sharp blade down in a lethal arc aimed at his neck. Yet fast as she was, she could not match the unnatural speed of a missed assassin. Her blade only managed to slice through his cloak. Seizing that split second of vulnerability, Saian soared into the sky and dove down from her blind spot. In a heartbeat, he drove the demon sword straight through her back. His momentum slammed her into the cold ground, pinning her there like a butterfly on a board. With one final cough, her life faded away. Saian recalled that the Empire had ordered her assassination. He thought I was sent to kill her in the shadows, but in the end, I chose to face her in an honorable duel. Saian had emerged victorious. Panting heavily as he stood over her motionless body, he realized, I simply couldn't bear to assassinate a warrior who reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship without a drop of mana, the one worthy of the title Continental #1 Swordmaster. And that legendary warrior was now standing right in front of him, looking like a fragile student being bullied by trash nobles. Lessimus panicked as he stared at her in silence. Meanwhile, the nobles' lackeys were frantically trying to wake their boss. Barrett's eyes snapped open, his brain still rattling inside his skull from Saian's devastating blow. He shoved his useless lackeys aside, scrambling to sit up with trembling arms. "Get off me," he roared, humiliation burning his face like acid. "Why is the world filled with trash who can't mind their own damn business today?" The name Saian rang a bell instantly. Barrett staggered to his feet, a twisted venomous grin stretching across his face. "Saian Watson, so the rumors are true. Fresh back from the front lines, aren't you? Care to join our little game?" Saian stared him down, his gaze colder than the northern winds. "A game? You must be joking." Saian's sharp eyes had already dissected the situation. He knew exactly what this scum planned, forcing a raw mana stone down Lessius's throat. Using a mana stone like that, it's suicide. Consuming raw energy destroys the body's core. That explains why the Sword Saint lost her powers in the original timeline. Saiyan's killing intent spiked as he addressed the bullies. A game where you force people to swallow mana stones. Saiyan raised a hand, his voice devoid of mercy. Fine, let's play. Energy crackled, condensing into a violet sphere of doom in his palm. Barrett's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. The sphere in Saiyan's hand expanded rapidly, casting a deathly purple glow over the bully's pale, terrified face. It grew massive, a sun of pure destruction, capable of vaporizing the entire street and blotting out the sky. Even Princess Erin recoiled the sheer pressure, forcing her back in awe. Well, Saiyan's voice dropped to a demonic growl. What are you waiting for? Death danced in his eyes as he glared at Barrett. Open your mouth. It's time to take your medicine. The cowards scattered like rats before the storm. Later inside the academy, Lysias lay broken and battered, arm-bound eye, bandaged, a tragic sight that tugged at the heartstrings. In the safety of her royal chambers, Princess Erin spoke with uncharacteristic gentleness. The healers have done what they can for your external wounds, but your internal energy is still unstable. You need bed rest to let your core recover. She placed her hands on her hips, beaming. So you are not moving for the rest of the day. Saiyan watched from the doorway, a silent sentinel leaning against the frame. Lysias looked up at royalty, her eyes swimming with overwhelming gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. I don't know how to repay this debt. Erin puffed out her chest, grinning proudly. Did you see them run? They were terrified when our Saiyan unleashed his aura. We just did what was right, so don't worry about it. Saiyan frowned in the background. Our Saiyan, since when do I belong to anyone? He lowered his gaze, analyzing her injuries like a doctor in a leveling manhwa. Fractured bones and a concussion. Yet, she endured it. Her resilience is God tier. Truly, the constitution of a future sword saint. Suddenly, Lysias turned to him, voice trembling timidly. Do I know you from somewhere? Saiyan blinked, caught off guard. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head. It's just, I feel like you keep staring at me. Saiyan recovered his cool composure. I thought I knew you, but I was mistaken. Apologies if I made you uncomfortable. Erin looked between them, sensing the awkward tension. Lysias ducked her head further, whispering, It's fine. The princess broke the silence, her face full of concern. Lysias, where's your dorm? Those snakes might come back to bully you again. Or seek revenge. Lysias hesitated, looking down. The Commoner's Hall. Erin gasped, eyes wide. The Commoner's Hall. You mean you're a peasant? Instructor Vert sponsored my entry, Lysias admitted, her voice barely a whisper. He promised to cover my tuition, but the academy just fired him without warning. Saiyan cut to the chase, his voice flat. In other words, you are completely alone in this viper's nest with zero support. Lysias nodded, defeated. Yes. Then expulsion is inevitable, Saiyan stated coldly. Erin clutched her chest, heartbroken. Oh no, that is too cruel even for this place, poor thing. Saiyan didn't miss a beat. He looked at the princess and proposed, why not take her in as your personal maid? She can serve you, and you can learn swordsmanship from her. Erin froze, looking at Saiyan like he was crazy. She had assumed Lysias was a boy this whole time. What are you talking about? I can't have a boy as a personal maid. Saiyan looked at the princess with pity, as if dealing with a fool. He is a she. Erin turned to stone. Her brain short-circuited, completely leaving her speechless. Lysias panicked, waving her hands frantically. I didn't mean to deceive you, princess. She rubbed her neck, blushing furiously. I just keep my hair short, and men's clothes are more comfortable for training. Everyone makes that mistake. Erin wasn't mad. She was mortified by her own oblivious nature. I'm the worst, Erin wailed, comically burying her face in her hands. Even Saiyan noticed, and I'm a girl too. I've failed as a woman. Lysias rushed to comfort her. No, it's my fault for looking like this. Please, don't cry. Once the chaos settled, the princess grew serious and made a sincere offer. Well, how about it? Saiyan actually had a brilliant idea. She looked at Lysias's bandages, her expression softening. If you enter my service, no one will dare touch you again. You can study whatever you want and live a life of comfort. Lysias lowered her head. She was stunned by this sudden fortune. But why me? Erin scratched her cheek, smiling awkwardly. Truth is, I hate being alone, and I can't just sit by and do nothing. I am a princess after all, Lysias whispered. Thank you. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Erin. She spoke with soul-deep conviction. I swear on my life I will become someone who brings glory to your name. Thank you so much. Erin giggled at the formal vow. Don't thank me, thank Saiyan. It was his plan. She turned to point him out, beaming. but the spot by the door was empty. Saiyan. Outside the dormitory, Saiyan walked into the night shadows. My work here is done. Princess Aren will handle the rest. He pieced the timeline together in his mind. Now I understand why the Sword Saint abandoned the Empire in the original timeline. It was Barret. That trash destroyed her mana core before she could awaken. Saiyan visualized the future Lucius, a warrior of legend. Imagine her devastating swordsmanship, fueled by a fully intact mana core. A chill ran down his spine. The Sword Saint with her powers never sealed. Even I might struggle to defeat a monster like that. He shrugged, sliding his hands into his pockets. Well, that's a problem for another day. His mind shifted to the black badge Shirika had given him that morning, ignoring the demon sword Karam's jealous rage. A direct order from the chapter master herself. Saiyan flipped the black card in his hand, a cruel smile playing on his lips. This was his first official assassination assignment for the Mist organization. The first mission weighed heavy on his mind. Shirika had given him a thumbs up, claiming she believed in his potential. But was that genuine faith, or was it just another layer of her twisted mockery? No way, he muttered. The thought lingered like a shadow as he headed back to the dorms. If she was already playing mind games, the future promised nothing but headaches. Suddenly, his senses screamed. A massive surge of aura locked onto him. Boom. The wall beside him obliterated in an instant. Debris rained down like hail. Saiyan shielded his face, coughing through the choking dust. His eyes darted around in panic. What was that? A dungeon break inside the academy? Before he could even regain his stance, a shadow loomed over him. A titan of a man standing tall and immovable as a mountain. Burning red eyes bore down on him. The giant gritted his teeth. You. Are you? Saian Willius Vert. Saiyan craned his neck, completely bewildered. Do I know you? The human boulder blocked his path, his voice booming like thunder. Of course you do. He crossed his massive arms, a cocky grin spreading across his face. The wielder of one-star magic and an S-rank physique. The youngest son of the Willius Vert family. He looked down at Saiyan with absolute arrogance, as if he had already won. One eyebrow shot up in haughty pride. I am Seth Sahakan, a freshman just like you. He sized Saiyan up. It was the gaze of a predator looking at a mouse. And yet, this guy was only 11 years old. Saiyan's brain short-circuited. That behemoth is a freshman. Impossible. I don't remember any student like this from my past life. Seth ignored Saiyan's shock. He flexed his bicep veins, bulging like snakes beneath his skin. I've heard the rumors about you. You defeated a demonic beast. He flexed the other arm muscles rippling. And you even survived a dragon's assault. Is it true? He slammed his fists together. Bam. His chest back and rock-hard 8-pack abs flexed in a terrifying display of raw power. His eyes sparkled with battle lust. But above all, you possess the S-rank physique. The one thing even I cannot attain. He struck a pose, his marble-like muscles glistening. He roared with pure adrenaline. Fight me, Saian Willius Vert. The air pressure dropped, suffocating them both. The ground seemed to tremble beneath Seth's feet. Saiyan blinked, realization dawning. Wait, I remember now. His eyes locked onto a unique circular crest on the giant's left pectoral. That mark. It's the emblem of Spania. So the rumors were true. The Prince of the Sand had actually come to the academy. Spania, a warrior nation forged in the eastern deserts. Their military might was legendary, led by the Grand Prince himself. A prodigy of both magic and martial arts. Even the mighty Yusip Empire struggled to conquer their lands. Yet that proud nation, once united in iron and blood, crumbled into ruin. It all began with the sudden death of the Grand Prince, the sole heir to the throne. History claimed he died of a mysterious illness brought on by the cold. But the truth, he was a fool who trained his body to the breaking point, neglecting his own health until it killed him. Saiyan stared at the Hulk. To think I'd meet the Sand Prince Seth Sahakan in the flesh. Seth was vibrating with suppressed energy, his fighting spirit blazing like a furnace. Well, hurry up and decide. Saiyan sighed internally. This encounter never happened in my previous life. What a drag. Then, a thought sparked. If I recall correctly, this guy isn't exactly the sharpest sword in the armory. Saiyan asked coolly. You want to fight right now? Seth grinned. Exactly. We must determine who is truly superior. And don't bother refusing. I know a warrior like you craves battle just as much as I do. Saiyan casually turned his back. Nah, I'm good. Seth froze, his jaw dropping. What? Why? Saiyan wagged a finger at him. Rule number 1. Unauthorized duels are forbidden. You have to submit a formal challenge request at the administration office. Seth paused, hands on his hips, processing this new information. I see. And where might this office be? Saian pointed vaguely. Main building. 3rd floor. Seth spun around, eyes lighting up. Got it. He bolted like a hurricane, shouting over his shoulder. Stay right there, Saian. I'll be back before you know it. Saian watched him go, silence his only reply. As the giant figure sprinted away, Saian shook his head. They said his brain was made of muscle. Looks like the rumors were dead on. The administration office is in the complete opposite direction. Saian rolled his eyes. I just made that rule up on the spot. He shrugged. Well, hopefully that keeps him busy long enough for me to disappear. Now back to business. Saian shifted gears. It was time for the real work, the assassination. He moved toward the coordinates etched on the black card. The destination was a sprawling underground bunker crawling with heavily armed mercenaries. A guard approached the master of this dungeon. Hey, Lord Jickman, the guard bowed. The merchandise is ready for transport. The old noble spun around, eyes flashing with irritation. Then why are you standing there idling? Get the goods to the client immediately. The mercenaries scrambled. Yes, Sir Jickman. To the public, he was one of the continent's 3 wealthiest tycoons, a philanthropist, a saint. But beneath that polished mask lay a monster, a scumbag, running the black market's vilest slave and beast trade. This basement wasn't a home, it was a prison, a warehouse of misery holding countless slaves of every race. Jickman stood before a specific containment unit. He barked orders to his men. Tonight I unveil my greatest masterpiece. Guard it with your lives. Do not let your eyes wander. Understood, they roared. High above in the shadows, Saian watched like a hawk. His eyes scanned the layout, analyzing every threat. Target acquired. It looked like this leveling Manhwa quest would be a speed run. Suddenly, the demonic sword in his hand pulsed with light. Karam's voice echoed in his mind. Saian glanced at the blade. What is it? The demon hesitated. I sense, to a disturbance, an energy signature that is twisted and complex. A complex energy flow, Saian asked, his brow furrowing. The demon spirit hissed in his mind. That target of yours, he is hiding something dangerously chaotic. The corrupt Baron Jackman leered into the freezing cell, staring down at a slave curled on the stone floor. He chuckled with a twisted delight. Finally, the brat learned to obey. Saian's eyes widened. He hadn't sensed this presence before. Meanwhile, the noble sneered with vile greed, whispering to the slave, Sleep tight, my little golden goose. The fool didn't notice the shadows dancing at his feet. Only when the obsidian mist rose around his ankles did he gasp. What the? Black fog. Suddenly, a crimson streak tore through the air. It spiraled around the Baron, piercing through his mercenary guards like a reaper's scythe. The noble collapsed, eyes bulging as his elite guards dropped dead instantly, blood pooling around them. Fear paralyzed him, rooting him to the spot. The mercenary captain drew his blade, screaming into the void with trembling hands. Who goes there? Show yourself. But his squad was already dead. The noble, too terrified to stand, pointed a shaking finger at the captain. Do something, you idiot. Capture him. Damn it, earn the gold I paid you, the Baron screamed, losing his mind. But the captain was trembling. He couldn't track the killer. In this Manhwa recap, death was invisible. He tried to force himself to stay calm. Stop hiding, he roared. Granting his wish, Saian surged from the black mist, the demon's sword pulsating in his grip. He moved like a phantom of death. Willius Vert, strike, disarmed. Second strike, a brutal slash to the calves, forcing the captain to his knees. Third strike, Saian was already behind him, the blade pressing against his throat. The speed was beyond human comprehension. The captain didn't even see his killer's face. Damn it, he choked out. Saian didn't hesitate. A clean decapitation. As the final guard fell, the Baron screamed, cold sweat, soaking his silk robes. Where the hell did everyone go? Saian glared at him, his voice ice cold. You'll find out soon enough. You're next on the list. Glancing at the pile of useless corpses, Saian scoffed. All that money for security, and they died like insects. The Baron scrambled backward like a roach, throwing his hands up in a pathetic defense. What do you want, gold? I have millions. Saian approached slowly, his blade glowing with the heat of a leveling Manhwa boss. Silence. Then a flash of steel. The noble screamed, not realizing his hand was already detached from his wrist. Reality hit. He clutched the bloody stump, howling in agony. Saian ignored him, looking past to the dying slaves in the dungeon. They were barely breathing from exhaustion. Saian turned his gaze back to the trash on the floor. Baron Jackman. Inhumane experiments. Hybrid breeding. You even run an illegal slave market beneath the city. Saian's eyes burned with righteous fury. The sheer depravity of this system Manhwa villain made his stomach turn. He glared down at the man. That is enough sin to send you to hell 10 times over. Don't you agree? I'll give you 1 minute. Repent for your crimes and maybe the pain will stop. The Baron's face was white as a sheet sweat, mixing with blood. Snot and tears dripped onto the stone. He realized the grim truth. You're really going to kill me. I just did it to survive, he sobbed, trying to justify the unjustifiable through his tears. Don't you get it? It is supply and demand. The buyers are the monsters, not me. What did I do wrong? Saiyan stared blankly, unimpressed. Trash like this never changes. Saiyan raised his sword. Time is up. Prepare for a painful departure. The noble shrieked in terror. Wait, please wait. But Saiyan had heard enough. He unleashed the 8th form chaotic strike. Beams of crimson aura dissected the air like lasers. The energy blades riddled the Baron's body from every angle. He collapsed, silenced, forever. Saiyan looked down at the mess. Target eliminated. He exhaled a long breath. Now, time to loot the room before I leave. He recalled the complex energy signature the demon sword detected earlier. Following the trail, he stopped at the slave cell. Here, Karem, the spirit voice echoed. Yes, I sense a fusion of 2 powerful energies. Saiyan sliced the iron bars like butter. Stepping inside, his eyes widened in surprise. A frail girl lay motionless on the floor, clutching something desperately to her chest like a treasure. Saiyan paused. Just a girl, she wasn't moving. Is she dead, he wondered. Nothing special here, Saiyan muttered. But Karem manifested as a flame hovering over the object in her arms. Look closer, idiot. Look at what she is protecting. It was a massive object covered in shimmering purple scales. That, Karem whispered, is a dragon egg, a classic awakening Manhwa trope. Saiyan decided to take the prize back to his dorm. He placed the egg on a cushion, where it glowed with mystical light. Brian stared at the artifact jaw on the floor. Boss, where did you even find this? Saiyan shrugged nonchalantly. Just picked it up on the way home, Brian screamed. Who just picks up a dragon egg? But Saiyan remained as cool as ice. I'm serious. I just picked it up during a stroll. He crossed his arms, staring at the object with a hidden thought. A dragon egg. Brian couldn't believe his ears. Was he planning to sell this calamity? Or move it somewhere else? His voice cracked in sheer terror. What if that thing hatches? Yet, Saiyan's expression didn't flicker. That won't happen. Relax. He began to lecture Brian on the fundamental laws of mana. A dragon is essentially a condensed block of elemental mana. Even if you constantly infused it with energy, hatching isn't guaranteed. Without a mother's mana, it's just a glorified rock. But the moment those words left his lips, fate decided to intervene. The shell shuddered, fractures spiderwebbed across the surface. Saiyan and Brian froze their voices, synchronizing in disbelief. It cracked. Blinding violet light erupted from within. The egg convulsed violently, the sound of breaking shell echoing through the room like a gunshot. Cold sweat trickled down their spines. They were paralyzed. The relic Saiyan brought home was shaking, trembling, ready to unleash something. Ethereal purple radiance flooded the space. Shards of the ancient shell peeled away, falling to the floor one by one. The fissure widened into a gaping hole, splitting the egg in two. And emerging from the glowing core was a little girl with tiny horns. Small wings unfurled from her back. Brian clutched his head, his sanity crumbling. It's out. It actually hatched. What do we do now? Even Saiyan's composure shattered. His eyes went wide, staring at the miracle or curse born before him. He never anticipated this outcome. As he scrutinized the entity, his mind raced. Not a dragon. Not a human. Is this a dragonkin? Brian panicked, looking like a confused side character in a chaotic leveling manhwa. He had never seen such a creature. Saiyan stood like a statue. A hybrid. This is infinitely more troublesome than a mere beast. Suddenly, the creature locked eyes with him. Her eyes sparkled like amethysts. A soft sound escaped her lips. Ah. Her cheeks flushed pink, oblivious to Saiyan's horror. She launched herself at him, clinging tight and nuzzling into his chest. Her voice chirped happily. Papa. Saiyan's soul nearly left his body. Papa. He stared down, thunderstruck. She thinks I'm her father. Witnessing this farce, Karam the demon sword burst into hysterical laughter. She pointed a spectral finger, mocking him. Oh, look at you, Papa. A father at 11 years old. Congratulations. The child giggled at the demon. Meanwhile, Brian's brain had completely short-circuited. Saiyan peeled the child off him, shooting a glare filled with killing intent at Karam. This is all your fault, you wretched spirit. Karam retreated to the dungeon context. It all started when Saiyan assassinated a target and found the egg in a slave cell. He had pried it from the cold arms of a deceased slave. The demon sword had circled the artifact, whispering temptation. We should take it. Leaving this with mortals is a recipe for disaster. Saian had wavered. He eyed the egg, nodding slowly. You make a fair point, but it won't hatch on its own right. The demon had offered soothing lies. Relax. I've never seen a dragon hatch without a mother. It's just a dangerous rock. She had been so confident. That was the only reason Saian brought the calamity home. Yet here she was floating shamelessly with a grin declaring, well, live long enough, and you see everything. Saian looked ready to murder a ghost. His aura flared with rage. You said you'd never seen it happen. The demon whistled innocently, averting her gaze. Exactly. That's why I said life is full of surprises. She quickly changed the subject. But seriously. A hybrid. Her very existence could be a catastrophe. Saian crossed his arms, staring at the child, now snoozing on his lap. His expression darkened. Correct. This is a disaster. The girl snored blissfully, drool pooling on his leg, completely unaware of the cruel world. But Saian knew the truth. Her destiny was cursed. A dragonkin, an abomination to both species. This world had no place for her. If the Academy discovered her, the principal would view her as an external threat and order an immediate execution. And the purebloods. If the dragons learned of her, they would scorch the earth to erase the stain on their lineage. Saian closed his eyes, the weight of the situation crushing down. Do I really need to carry this burden? He opened one eye, looking at the peaceful face. Her life will be nothing but pain. Perhaps mercy is the only option. Saian raised his hand, mana gathering. The demon sword smirked, understanding his intent. Made up your mind, it might be the kindest thing to do. Silence was his only answer. He placed his cold hand around the child's fragile throat. Karam watched solemnly. Yes, end it before the misery begins. Saian's eyes turned void of emotion. Death hung in the air. He tightened his grip on the little dragon girl's neck. But then, feeling the tickle of his fingers, the girl stirred. Her heavy eyelids fluttered open. She smiled sleepily. Papa, his massive hand engulfed her neck. One twitch, and it would be over. His eyes glowed crimson, burning with resolve. Her innocent voice shouldn't have mattered. His face remained a mask of icy indifference. But to his shock, she lunged forward, wrapping her tiny arms around him. She laughed, thinking this was a game. Papa Saian froze. For the first time in his dark life, he felt a genuine, unconditional embrace. A thought involuntarily surfaced. It's warm. That warmth melted his killing intent in an instant. The red glow in his eyes faded. Confused by his own heart, he lifted the child into the air. She giggled with pure joy. He couldn't do it. He looked at that crystalline smile and sighed, whispering, "It will be all right." Saian looked at the child in his arms and dropped a bombshell. "Let's keep it." Karam the demon sword rolled her eyes so hard it hurt. While he grinned like an idiot, she crossed her arms, fuming in silence. You plan to raise it just to order it around. How boring. Meanwhile, at the first ducal estate, Margaret was pacing the floor like a caged animal. Her mind was a chaotic storm of panic and dread. What do I do? How do I fix this disaster? Her assassination plot had failed spectacularly. To make matters worse, news broke that Saian had confronted Gran at the academy and nearly beat his massive lackey to death. Fear burned through her veins like liquid fire, making it impossible to sit still. Cold sweat dripped down her face as she bit her nails to the quick, spiraling into madness. If that brat Saian is left unchecked, my Gran will be in grave danger. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind her. Achol appeared out of thin air. Margaret gasped, "Mother." She nearly jumped out of her skin, letting out a pathetic shriek. Akal glanced at her, plastering a fake warm smile on his face as he touched her shoulder. "If you're having trouble, just tell me, Mother. You look quite anxious." She looked up at Akal, her face flushing red as she stammered. "Thank you, Akal." Deep down, she knew this son of hers was a monster she couldn't control. She scrambled away, waving frantically as she retreated. I'm fine, no trouble at all. I have urgent business. Goodbye." Achol waved back, the plastic smile frozen on his lips. The moment the door clicked shut, the warmth vanished from his face instantly. His eyes turned to ice as he glanced at his aide. "Report Keelan." The assistant stepped forward, bowing low to his master. 6 bodies of the Territory Knights were found in the mountains near Bass. The last one was confirmed to have entered Limi with the youngest young master. He continued, "The mastermind, as you predicted, is Duchess Margaret." Akal's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. He asked coldly, "Is that all?" Keelan bowed until he was nearly doubled over. Since he was assigned to the royal class, all our spies have mysteriously vanished. Achal's voice dropped an octave. So, you're telling me things I already know. He looked at his aide with a smile that was terrifyingly sharp, his eyes screaming murder. Achol hissed through gritted teeth. In short, you've discovered absolutely nothing about my brother. The venom in his voice and the killing intent in his eyes were suffocating. A chill ran down Keelan's spine, and sweat poured off him like rain. Terror gripped his heart. I've disappointed him. Panic set in as he reminded himself of the truth. He discards useless pawns without a second thought. I climbed this high. I cannot fail now. The thought made him tremble. He shouted desperately, I will go personally. Please trust me, I will absolutely not let you down. But despite Keelan's panic, Achol remained terrifyingly calm. He walked slowly toward his aide, patting him on the shoulder. He lowered his voice to a whisper. I know how passionate you are, Keelan. Fine. Start immediately. The aide let out a sigh of relief. Achol walked away, clenching his fist, his command cutting through the air like a blade. My brother is definitely hiding something. Dig up the truth. The aide bowed his head deep. As you command, Lord Akal. During break time at the academy, Instructor Sharika was storming towards Saiyan's dorm room, clutching a crumpled piece of paper, fury radiating from her. Seeing the instructor and leader of the Mist Assassin Guild barge in, Saiyan groaned. It's my day off. What are you doing here? He was in no mood for visitors. He was currently struggling to feed a dragon hybrid baby, with Karam's reluctant help. The demon sword rolled her eyes and clicked her tongue at the unwelcome guest. Sharika froze her brain, short-circuiting at the bizarre scene. Why? Is there an infant in the dorms? The baby saw the instructor and chirped happily. Mama Saiyan hung his head, letting out a soul-crushing sigh. The explanation is long and painful. Just tell me what you want. Sharika adjusted her glasses, glancing at the child. She wanted to ask, but decided her sanity was more important. She replied, We'll discuss that later. We have a crisis. She looked Saiyan dead in the eye. You've caused a massive incident, Cadet Saiyan. He looked at her confused. Sharika shoved the paper in his face. It was a flyer featuring him and Seth. An official duel notice. The request for a duel from Seth has been approved. She snapped, losing her temper. Here is the challenge letter. What were you thinking? You weren't getting enough sleep. She roared. Are you desperate for attention? Even the principal is coming to watch. Saiyan skimmed the paper. He had only agreed earlier to get the guy off his back. I just wanted my hands free for missions. I didn't think he'd actually get it approved. Panic started to set in. That lunatic Seth really sent a challenge. Now she's hunting me down too. The demon sword looked bored. She frowned at Sharika and commanded, why the panic? It's just two 11-year-olds fighting. What's the big deal? Saiyan thought nervously. That 11-year-old is a monster straight out of an awakening manhwa, not a normal kid. He quickly asked, so when is the fight? Her answer struck him like lightning. 2 hours. Eventually, Saiyan had to drag himself to the arena. The bratty Prince Seth was already waiting, laughing like a maniac and soaking up the cheers. He shouted with glee, a duel. Finally. Saiyan held his head, sighing deeply. Why is this happening so fast? After laughing his fill, Seth glared at him, his grin widening into something predatory. I've been waiting for this moment, Saiyan. You've been waiting too, haven't you? Saiyan didn't answer, just letting out another tired breath. Seth slowly drew his sword, asking with excitement. I wanted a martial arts duel, but they only allow swords and magic here. You planning to use magic? Saiyan didn't want to bully a child. He replied lazily. If you don't use it, I won't either. Seth liked that answer. He smirked, amused. Fair enough. I like that. In a flash, he launched himself at Saiyan without warning. He leaped into the air, swinging his blade, and shouting, Then let's see what your swordsmanship is made of. Saiyan didn't flinch as the blade came crashing down. He watched calmly, analyzing the trajectory, fast for his size. His sword style is powerful. Faster than a heartbeat, Saiyan drew his blade. Clang. He blocked Seth's attack effortlessly, thinking, but an attack relying only on brute force is child's play to counter. Seth's eyes widened in shock. Saiyan didn't even need to shift his stance to deflect the strike, sending the blade crashing into the tiles with a pathetic spark. A frustrated growl escaped Seth's throat, but Saiyan was already twirling his blade, sensing the air shift behind him for a follow-up attack. His eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light. He thought, for a brute like you, precision is the key, not wild swings. Muscle alone won't save you. Seth, blinded by a cocktail of determination and humiliation, roared as he swung wildly at Saiyan again. Too slow. In a blur of motion, Saiyan spun around his steel, meeting Seth's heavy strike with absolute perfection. The clash of metal screamed through the air, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Seth's wrist twisted awkwardly, realizing too late that his own momentum was being turned against him. Saiyan neutralized the heavy blow with terrifying ease, leaving Seth's mind racing in panic. Did he just redirect my downward force with a spin? There is no way a twig like that should stop my blade. Seth instinctively leaped backward, putting distance between himself and this monster. Realizing the blade was useless, Seth decided to crush him with bare hands. But just as he lunged, Saiyan vanished from his sightline. From behind, the sound of a sword clicking into its sheath echoed. In that split second, Saiyan's hand clamped around Seth's ankle like a steel trap. Seth yelped, helpless as gravity betrayed him. Does this guy have eyes on the back of his neck? Saiyan effortlessly hoisted the giant frame, lifting Seth's rippling muscles as if he were light as a feather before, slamming him down with the casual grace of a morning stroll. The impact should have ended it, but Seth wasn't just for show. Even as the ground rushed up to meet his face, he slammed his hands down his muscles, screaming as he absorbed the shock. The stone floor shattered beneath his palms, but he held firm. He barely saved his face from becoming intimate with the pavement, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Acting on pure instinct, he twisted his lower body. He launched a savage kick at Saiyan's head, but his foot found only empty air and cold steel. Saiyan leaned back, dodging by a hair's breadth. A smirk played on Saiyan's lips, genuinely amused. He recovered that fast, not bad agility for a meathead. The student spectators erupted into gasps of disbelief. Did you see that movement? Is that guy even human? Everyone was stunned by Seth's ferocious counter, but the exertion took its toll. The giant sank to one knee, his chest heaving like a dying engine. Yet a manic grin split his face, sweat dripping like rain. He looked up at Saiyan, his eyes burning with the thrill of the hunt. Veins bulged on his forehead as he stared at his discarded sword, lying useless on the cracked tiles. Fine. In pure swordsmanship you win. Seth spat out bitterly. But surrender wasn't in his vocabulary. His aura began to swell. Magical energy erupted around him like a raging inferno. He laughed like a madman, shouting, "If blades won't work, then I will just crush you with everything I have." Saiyan rolled his eyes, unimpressed by the light show. What a troublesome brat. He rested his blade on his shoulder, sighing. Why is everything so complicated? Seth stomped, pulverizing a massive section of the arena. Stop playing around and fight me, Seth roared, unleashing a torrent of raw magical power straight ahead. The sheer pressure tore his sleeves apart and obliterated the ground. His eyes blazed with mana, turning the arena into a awakening Manhwa battlefield. Saiyan Vert, he screamed. High above the chaos, Principal Kuro watched with the calm demeanor of a man who had seen it all. So they are switching to a contest of magic now. The principal raised a bushy eyebrow. These children are certainly bold, starting with blades and ending with spells. Professor Shirika stood beside him, her knuckles white with tension. She murmured, "It is clear Saiyan completely dominated the exchange of Steel Headmaster." Indeed, Kuro nodded, his gaze sharp. Seth Sahakon possesses grade A physical stats, while Saiyan Vert is a physical grade S monster. He sat amidst the faculty, analyzing the leveling Manhwa logic unfolding before him. Given the physical gap, the sword fight results were predictable, but physical stats are merely the foundation for high-level magic. The principal narrowed his eyes, recalling the data from the entrance evaluation. A smile tugged at his lips. Seth is a 3-star mage, the top of the freshman class. So tell me, Saiyan Vert, what will you do now? Beside him, Shirika was radiating pure murderous intent. She was already furious that Saiyan accepted the duel. Knowing his secret affiliation with the Mist organization, she gritted her teeth. Does he have a death wish? Why don't you just broadcast your identity to the world while you are at it? Saiyan. Suddenly, a mountain of sand erupted from the floor. The earth twisted into a colossal fist, armored with razor-sharp stones. This was Seth's signature magic, the Violet Fist. Seth swung the earthen construct with a vengeful grin. Saiyan stood his ground, sword still casually resting on his shoulder. Debris rained down like shrapnel. Saiyan thought, oh, we are playing with dirt now. The massive sand fist cast a shadow over him. It crashed down with earth-shattering force, but Saiyan was already gone, flickering to the side as the floor disintegrated. Seeing his target dance away, Seth channeled more mana, cracking the ground beneath Saiyan's feet. You cannot run forever. Towers of sand rose like hungry beasts, chasing Saiyan's every step. Seth clutched his arm, pumping every ounce of mana into one final strike. Energy crackled like lightning. bringing the Desert Fang offensive to a grinding halt. Suddenly, mountains of sand erupted from the earth. Sharp dunes formed a cage of jagged claws around him. Trapped in the center, Saiyan analyzed his foe, Seth Sahakan, a third circle mage. Then the ground detonated. Debris blasted outward as the sand spears converged. Dust swallowed the arena, but Saiyan had already vanished. He touched down lightly, completely unscathed. Glancing at the crater, left behind, a thought crossed his mind. If he keeps pushing like this, he'll force a breakthrough to the fourth circle. He eyed the flickering barrier. The faculty would struggle to contain that power. Meanwhile, Seth was boiling over with frustration. Seeing his target without a single scratch, he roared, "Stop scurrying around like a rat and fight me." Saiyan rolled his eyes. "You want me to just stand there and take it?" His indifference was fuel on the fire. Seth's eyes bulged with fury. "A true warrior faces an attack head-on. Don't be a coward." What a brat. Saiyan couldn't understand why this child was so worked up. "This guy has lost his mind," he asked, genuinely. "Aren't we both just kids?" That snapped Seth's last nerve. "Shut your mouth." Mana surged as Seth prepared his ultimate technique, Sandstorm. Watching from above, Principal Kuro's eyes lit up. "Oh." Instructor Shirika gasped. "Wait, Seth is a third circle mage. That's fourth circle magic." Seth poured his very soul into the spell. A cataclysmic tornado ripped toward Saiyan. Try dodging this, but Saiyan had already read the flow of mana. He knew the fourth circle spell was coming. Staring into the face of destruction, he simply said, "Fine." A smirk touched his lips. "I'll take this one head on." Meanwhile, in the dorms, Brian was carefully testing a milk bottle. Temperature is perfect. He wiped his brow. "Thank God for my babysitting experience." Memories of home flooded back. As the eldest of 4 siblings, he used to hate the chores. Who knew it would save his life in this academy? Brian ran to the dragon hybrid with the bottle. "Princess dinner time." He froze, dropping the bottle. Impossible. The tiny toddler had suddenly surged in growth, standing tall. She looked at him with clear eyes. Food. Back at the arena, the situation was chaotic. Seth's storm blinded everyone. The barrier was obscured by sand. Students murmured in confusion. "What is going on in there?" A crack appeared on the protective shield. The instructors panicked. "The barrier is failing. Reinforce it now." Straining to hold the spell, a mage cursed. What kind of monsters are these freshmen? Sweat poured down his face as he poured mana into the shield. "We can't hold this much longer." "Why isn't the principal acting?" Shirika turned to the old man, seeing him motionless. "Headmaster, we have to stop the duel." But Kuro remained calm. "Patience. Watch closely." He narrowed his eyes. Something is about to happen. Inside the storm, Saiyan manifested a sphere of pure darkness. Secret art void sphere. Shirika recognized the forbidden energy immediately. That's no stop them. The sphere expanded, crackling with violet lightning. It began to devour the sandstorm, swallowing the tornado whole. The abyss within the sphere consumed everything. The instructors stood frozen, terrified by the dark attribute. Principal Kuro stroked his beard, laughing maniacally. "This boy, he defies all logic." But Shirika was trembling. She rushed to the railing. Why would he reveal such power here? The void sphere grew to a colossal size. In an instant, Seth's storm was erased from existence. The sand user stood there, his uniform tattered. Drenched in sweat, Seth gasped for air, his mind unable to process the loss. The crowd fell silent. His magic? It just vanished. The students witnessed a scene straight out of a leveling manhwa. Is that a black hole? I've never seen such a skill. Saiyan clenched his fist, and the void dissipated. Only a wisp of dark smoke remained. He looked at his rival. "Do you wish to continue?" Seth stared in horror. Saiyan didn't even have a speck of dust on him. The gap in their power was absolute. It was hopeless. Seth fell to his knees, head hanging low. "No, I admit defeat." Saiyan blinked. Seth gritted his teeth, tears of frustration welling up. "Swordsmanship. Magic. I lost in everything. It's pathetic." Saiyan felt a twinge of guilt. Did I crush his spirit too hard? Suddenly Seth punched the floor and roared. Yes. He threw his head back and laughed. "This is it. I was sick of fighting weaklings. Now, I finally have a true rival." Saiyan stared at him, bewildered. It seemed his worries were completely unfounded. Seth stepped forward, extending a hand with a smirk that screamed rivalry. "I don't know when the time will come, but I will challenge you again. When that day arrives, will you accept my declaration of war?" Saiyan looked up at his defeated opponent, his expression unreadable. He shook the man's hand firmly and delivered a cold dose of reality. "No, I refuse." With the duel settled, Saiyan immediately headed back to the dorms. What greeted him there left him thunderstruck. The dragon-human hybrid had undergone a transformation that defied all logic. Saiyan's mind raced as he witnessed the impossible. I knew dragons had accelerated growth rates compared to humans. He stared at the child, his composure cracking. But looking at this human dragon child, it's absurd. She already looks like a 6-year-old. The little girl was no longer an infant. She was dancing with energy, her speech far more advanced than mere babbling. She rushed toward him, waving with a beam of pure sunshine. Papa, you're back. Saiyan stood frozen, a storm of confusion brewing in his chest. The growth rate was truly terrifying. At this rate, will she be my height by tomorrow? While the demon sword Karam slept peacefully, Brian was losing his mind. He scratched his head, looking at his master with pleading eyes. Speaking of which, she grew this much just while I wasn't paying attention. Saiyan gazed down at the energetic child hopping around him. He turned to his loyal servant. If she keeps growing at this exponential rate, keeping her a secret here will be a legendary feat in itself. But just as he sank into his thoughts, a voice cut through the air from behind, freezing him in place. You can't hide a presence like that forever, can you? Saiyan whipped around. Instructor Shirika stood there, her presence as sharp as a blade. She adjusted her glasses, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. I overlooked your demon sword, but turning a blind eye to a dragon human is another matter entirely. Her gaze bore into him through her lens's fury, simmering beneath the surface. Especially after the reckless stunt you pulled today. What exactly goes through that head of yours? Suddenly, the demon sword Karam woke up from her nap. She blinked groggily. Who just mentioned me? Saiyan ignored the sword, his eyes fixed on the dragon wings fluttering behind the child. Her development is monstrous. A dragon tail longer than her dress swayed behind her features that hadn't even existed hours ago. The girl looked at Saiyan with innocent adoration. She smiled. Saiyan sighed. I look away for 1 second, and she evolves. Shirika, however, was radiating murderous intent. She crossed her arms, delivering her verdict. You will take full responsibility for what you brought back from your mission. She glanced down at the child, annoyed. Though hiding a creature like this is a fool's errand, Saiyan remained unfazed, his voice steady. Brian will handle her care. Brian pointed at himself, dumbfounded. Saiyan continued smoothly. The dormitory has a high-tier barrier. Karam and the child's signatures won't leak out. Shirika decided not to press further. She handed him a wax-sealed envelope, the gold emblem glinting in the light. As long as you don't cause trouble, fine. Saiyan looked at the letter, a wry smile touching his lips. Is this my reward for winning the duel? If so, this leveling Manhwa logic is a bit disappointing. Shirika didn't entertain his humor. She turned to leave, but paused for one final warning. Watch your back these days. She glared at him over her shoulder, her eyes cold. Drawing too much attention never ends well. Saiyan remained silent. He tore open the letter. Once Shirika was gone, Brian leaned in, unable to contain his curiosity. Young master, what is it? Saiyan replied with casual indifference. Oh, just a warning letter. The dragon girl played happily around them, while the demon sword went back to sleep. Brian, however, couldn't process the calmness. A warning letter. Saiyan looked at him, a bored smile on his face. Correct. It says we'll be expelled for inappropriate conduct. Brian screamed his soul, leaving his body. Expelled. The little dragon girl froze mid-step. As if she understood the gravity of the situation, she joined the panic. What do we do, Papa? Are we going to live on the streets? Saiyan stared at her, dumbfounded. Where did this kid learn such slang? Does she even know what that means? Her eyes sparkled with tears, looking at him expectantly. She's growing too fast in every way, he thought, alarmed. He gently patted her head. Not yet, kiddo. Don't worry. But while he was calm, Brian was spiraling. He was drowning in anxiety. Are you sure we're okay? If we have to go back to Various, I will. Saiyan understood his fear. He lowered his gaze, cutting off the servant's rambling. Relax. I'll file a formal complaint. He studied the signature on the envelope. This isn't from the administration office. The headmaster sent this personally. He wants a private audience. Memories of his past life flooded back a time when he stood before Headmaster Kundel. Back then, after hearing Saiyan's goals, the old man had sighed with regret. You want to join the Knights of Light, so you finally decided to dedicate your entire life to your brother. In that past timeline, Saiyan was older. He had simply bowed his head. Yes, the headmaster had tried to stop him. That path does not suit you. But back then, Saiyan had no purpose other than being his brother's shadow. He had glared at the old man, thinking him intrusive. The headmaster had seen that anger and laughed softly. I'm sure you know, but let me offer some advice. He clasped his hands, his eyes filled with sorrow. Choosing this path brings no glory. Even if you face trials or a cruel fate, you will gain nothing. You will live as a puppet. No matter the outcome in the end, you will resent your brother. The memory stung. Saiyan felt the bitterness rise in his throat. He kept his hand on the dragon girl's head, his smile sharp. That's what he told me in my previous life. I wonder what script this Manhwa recap has in store for me this time. Suddenly, Brian spoke up. Young master, shouldn't we give her a proper name? Saiyan turned his hand, still resting on the child's silken hair. A name? Brian nodded solemnly. Yes. We can't just keep calling her kid forever. Saiyan tossed out the first thing that came to mind. How about Nana? Brian gasped, scandalized. Huh, you didn't even think about it. Before he could protest further, the dragon girl cheered. Awesome. She jumped up and down, her large eyes shining like stars. Nana. Even backwards, it's still Nana. I am Nana. Saiyan, however, was fixated on something else entirely. He stared blankly at the jubilant child. Wait. How does this brat know my surname? Brian clutched his face, sobbing uncontrollably. It is all over. The other kids are going to eat him alive. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at the Royal Academy, Principal Kundel set down his quill. The old mage could not shake the image of Saiyan's recent duel from his mind. He bowed his head in deep contemplation. Saiyan. I knew the boy had potential, but this. He recalled the impossible counterattack to nullify a 4-star bombardment with a basic 1-star dark sphere. He furrowed his brow, closing his eyes to visualize the mana flow. That is not just skill. It is a talent that defies logic. He opened his eyes, a sharp glint of seriousness within them. And he did not even look like he was struggling. I need to know your limits, child. This was the man who had tutored the current Emperor Dion Severus and was the father of the late beloved Empress. Kundal, one of the few Ninth Circle archmages on the continent, had dedicated his life to the academy after Diana Q-Gel's death. At that moment, Saiyan was marching toward judgment. Lost in thought, Saiyan analyzed his opponent. There is one thing I need to verify. In my past life, this man suddenly interfered in the Imperial Succession War. He looked up. The corridor leading to the headmaster's office was consumed by magical darkness, silent as the grave and empty of life. He could make out a faint shadow ahead. It seems his personality has not changed a bit. Saiyan tapped the empty air, and a ripple of light exploded outward. A massive defensive formation materialized, flooding the pitch-black hallway with blinding light the moment he touched it. Saiyan smirked, amused by the challenge. He knew I was coming, yet he put up a 9th circle barrier. Saiyan peered through the shimmering mana shield at the closed office door beyond. Silence. Saiyan muttered, fine. If this is a test, I will play along. Inside the office, the headmaster cracked a faint smile, sensing the boy's arrival. He stroked his silver beard, eyes fixed on the door. Now, what will you do? Only a fellow archmage possesses the power to dismantle that barrier. Suddenly, a crash from above. Saiyan smashed through the window, curling his body to shield his face from the explosion of glass. The headmaster flinched in shock. Saiyan touched down effortlessly in front of the desk. Kundal sat frozen, watching Saiyan turn back, the shards of glass glittering like falling stars in the sunlight. Glass rained down around him. I am Saian Willius Vert, the transfer student. I am here to file a formal complaint, he announced calmly. Kundal chuckled, bowing his head. He was genuinely caught off guard. He never imagined the boy would bypass the magical test by simply utilizing gravity and a window. He completely ignored the barrier and came through the wall. I concede. He looked up at Saiyan, feigning ignorance. A complaint, you say? Saiyan met his gaze with unwavering calm. Yes, the warning letter you sent. After seeing that barrier outside, I realized the truth. That warning was just a pretext to test my capabilities, was it not? The headmaster answered bluntly. Correct, though your entry was a bit barbaric. But you have certainly proven your talent, he said leisurely. However, I will not withdraw the warning, unless of course you can convince me otherwise. Saiyan stared at him with dissatisfaction. So this is why Shurika kept nagging me to live a quiet, hidden life, he thought, annoyed. He decided to cut to the chase. May I ask you a question, sir? Feel free. Saiyan locked eyes with the old mage, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Do you desire the expansion of the empire, or the glory of your own family? Kundal narrowed his eyes instantly. His demeanor shifted to high alert. He replied calmly, a brave question. The answer is neither. Saiyan scoffed. Is that so? He pressed on. Then, after the emperor's death, if the 3rd or 4th prince vie for the throne instead of the Willius Vert prince, will you truly remain neutral? That question shattered Kundal's composure. His eyes blazed with mana as he growled. You are not brave, boy. You are arrogant. But Saiyan could not forget the disappointment regarding the headmaster from his previous life. Am I just a puppet for some political game? He thought bitterly. I suppose you are no different than the man you were in my previous timeline. Unknown to Kundal, in that past life, he had played a pivotal role in the Succession War. He had helped the Willius Vert prince, Lionel Severus, ascend the throne. But Lionel was a tyrant, consumed by cruelty and lust. The tyrant slaughtered his own brothers. When Kundal finally opposed him, he was branded a traitor to the empire and sentenced to life imprisonment. He had sacrificed everything to brighten another's future, only to be stabbed in the back by the very person he served. But in this timeline, the old mage was still blind to the Willius Vert prince's true ambition. He saw Saiyan's words as nothing more than insolent pride. He slammed his hand on the desk, standing up with a roar. Preposterous. His mana flared. Do you think the peace of the last century will crumble so easily? I thought you were a genius, but you are just a fool. Saiyan remained unmoved by the Archmage's fury. He asked softly, is that what you believe? The mother of the Willius Vert and second princes died of illness. The third and fourth stand as equals. But the Neplus family, where Empress Cassandra hailed from, they are infamous for their obsession with authority. Saiyan's voice was ice cold. That family will do anything to maintain their grip on power. The Empire's peace is already hanging by a thread. Saiyan smiled, a look of dangerous ambition on his face. And the day that peace collapses, this academy will burn with it. Only Saiyan knew this truth. He had lived through the chaos after the headmaster was imprisoned. Kundal stared at the boy dumbfounded. He could not believe a mere 11-year-old possessed the strategic foresight of a veteran from a system Manhwa story. His mind reeled. Is this really the mind of a child? He understands the entire political landscape. The realization caused his anger to ebb away, replaced by curiosity. He turned away, pacing slowly. Why tell me all this? Saiyan answered instantly. To negotiate. His confident smile returned. I will help you preserve the peace of your family and this academy. In exchange, withdraw the expulsion warning. He looked at the headmaster waiting. The old man remained silent, head bowed. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, confusing Saiyan. Instead of speaking, he conjured a massive magic circle on the ceiling. He spoke casually. Do you have the strength to back up those words? Saiyan flinched, looking up at the swirling vortex of mana above. The entire room was bathed in blinding light. The old man turned his eyes, crackling with the intensity of a lightning bolt. With a casual snap of his fingers, he spoke in a voice devoid of warmth. Taste the crushing weight of your own arrogance. No sooner had the words left his lips than massive golden chains erupted from the magic circle above. They descended like a torrential storm. The principal's chains of judgment wrapped tight around Saiyan, hoisting him into the air. Caught off guard, Saiyan gritted his teeth, forcing a defiant smirk at the old man. So you really want to play hardball, Principal, he thought. Principal Kundio glared at him, his voice stern. No matter how gifted you believe you are, you cannot easily escape the 9-star prison wheel confinement spell. He stroked his beard slowly, dropping a stinging remark. It seems I have vastly overestimated your potential. Saiyan didn't bother to argue. He simply curled his lip into a confident grin. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate. What followed made even the veteran principal gasp in shock. The boy wasn't just resisting. He was unleashing a combat manosphere. Dark magic shrouded his body in a pitch-black mist, as if he had dissolved into the shadows themselves. The smoke began to taint the golden chains, seeping into every crack and crevice. It slowly devoured them. The black sphere expanded, swallowing the golden bindings whole. The principal instinctively took a step back, covering his face in disbelief as his mind raced. Impossible. How can a mere Tier 1 sphere swallow my high-level magic? In moments, the golden chains trembled violently, cracking and shattering as the dark sphere reached its critical mass. The first chain snapped, crashing to the floor with a deafening clang. Principal Kondeo stared, unblinking, cold sweat drenching his forehead. Terror filled his eyes. Just where does this brat's talent end? In the blink of an eye, the chains were reduced to dust, and the manosphere faded into the ether. Saiyan stood there without a single scratch. He casually dusted off his uniform and looked at the old man. Is that enough to prove I can be of use to you? Despite the boy's blatant arrogance, the principal had lost all will to punish or test him further. He lowered his head, glaring intensely, but with a shifted demeanor. He lowered his voice, asking cautiously, I concede. I will withdraw my warning. Are you certain you desire nothing else? Saiyan narrowed his eyes, smiling calmly. Yes, I only wish to study in peace at this academy. The principal was taken aback. That is all. Saiyan nodded firmly. Yes, that is all. He cast his gaze downward, memories of the Academy's tragic destruction in his past life flooding back. This isn't just a generic leveling manhwa fantasy, he thought grimly. I will not watch this place burn to ash a second time. Later that afternoon, under the glaring sun, Brian was running errands carrying a mountain of children's items on Saian's orders. Trudging back to the dormitory with arms full of treats, he chuckled to himself. He only bought snacks. I guess it's because we have a kid in the house now. He grinned, imagining Nana munching happily, and his mood soared. But suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. An ominous premonition. He froze, staring ahead. Brian realized with a start that he was completely alone. The street was desolate, not a soul in sight. Unease gnawed at him. Why is the street so empty today? Am I just being paranoid? He reached a crossroad near a deserted alleyway. He glanced nervously into the dark, cold abyss of the alley. A wave of insecurity washed over him. Something was lurking there watching him. Staring into the shadows, he muttered, "Something is coming." From the pitch-black depths, a figure began to slowly emerge. Brian's eyes widened as the figure stepped into the light. He frowned in confusion. "You are." The bag of snacks slipped from his grasp, hitting the ground with a thud. In an instant, he was gone. Only the lonely bags remained, food scattered across the pavement. Meanwhile, after his confrontation with the principal, Saian had promised to attend his classes properly. He only had to survive the afternoon session, but sitting still felt like torture. He slumped over the desk, drooling as he slept before groaning in misery. "I'm going to die of boredom." He decided to bail quietly, closing the classroom door behind him. "Listening to lectures on things I mastered 35 years ago. It's pure agony." He turned on his heel. "Studying is pointless. I'm better off training." But Saiyan's plan to sneak off to the Mist Association headquarters was instantly shattered by Arin. She loomed behind him, her eyes sharp and accusing. "Where do you think you're going, Saiyan?" She stepped closer, her voice dripping with irritation. "Class isn't over yet." Saiyan jumped, spinning around in a panic. He faced Aaron, who was radiating a murderous aura. He quickly improvised. "I'm going to the restroom, Your Highness." But the princess wasn't buying it. "Liar," she stated flatly, crossing her arms. "The restroom isn't in that direction." Lesimus tried to intervene, seeing the tension. "Aaron." Princess calmed down, but Aaron ignored him, drilling her gaze into Saiyan. "Are you really going to the restroom?" Cornered Saiyan deflected the heat onto Lesimus. "Do you allow him to address you by name like that?" Princess Aaron blinked, momentarily flushed. She recovered quickly, trying to change the subject, "And yes, I allow it in private." She leaned in close to his face, demanding an answer. "So why do you still call me Your Highness? I thought we were friends." Saiyan turned away awkward. "I am but a commoner, and you are the noble princess of the imperial family. I cannot be so casual." Aaron huffed. "You are so stiff and old-fashioned." He gave a lazy shrug. "I'll take that as a compliment, Your Highness." Suddenly footsteps echoed from the stairs above. Arin flinched as her name was called. "Arin," she turned, and Lassie froze in shock. Saiyan noticed the princess trembling, cold sweat beading on her skin. Curious, he looked up. Two upperclassmen were descending the stairs with a leisurely yet imposing gait. They clearly knew her. They smiled mockingly. "Long time no see, Aaron." She looked at the silver-haired man, her voice shaking. "Brother Fabian." He merely frowned at her. She turned to the other. "Brother Nerovian." The redhead smirked arrogantly. The princess lifted her dress in a trembling curtsy, bowing low. "It has been a long time." Fabian stepped in front of Aaron, looking down his nose at her with a disgusted sneer. "Hanging out with commoners now, how pathetic." Nerovian joined in, a wicked grin plastered on his face. "Already dragging servants around. Well, birds of a feather flock together. Trash belongs with trash." Aaron could only bow her head, silence choking her. Beside her, Lesimus panicked and hastily bowed, recognizing the dangerous aura of the two royals. Saiyan recognized them immediately. The third and fourth princes. He narrowed his eyes, his inner voice cold. Scum of the Nephilis bloodline. They made no effort to hide their disdain for Aaron. But then the arrogant princes noticed the predator standing nearby. Fabian flinched, eyes widening. "Wait, that guy is." Nerovian hesitated, his confidence faltering. "Saian Vert." Seeing they recognized him, Saiyan didn't bother with formalities. "A pleasure. I am Saian Vert, youngest son of the Vert dukedom." The transformation was instant. The two princes stepped right past Aaron, erasing her from existence. They turned to Saiyan with sickeningly sweet smiles. "How could we not know the son of Duke Vert? The Emperor speaks of your father often, and I must say, your performance in the duel was breathtaking." Shamelessly, they offered an invitation as if bestowing a great honor. You absolutely must attend our next tea party. We insist. Saiyan barely held back a scoff at these two-faced royals. His bored gaze drifted past them and landed on something else, Auron. The ostracized princess stood frozen head bowed like a statue of despair. She hadn't moved a muscle since their initial greeting. Meanwhile, the two princes continued their relentless ass-kissing, oblivious to the atmosphere. We have so much to discuss. Let's become close friends, shall we? Nerovian arrogantly patted Saiyan's shoulder, laughing as if they were already equals. Opportunities like this don't come every day, you know. Saiyan had no interest in debating with shallow idiots, so he gave a dismissive wave. Sure, whatever. Thank you for the offer. Taking his brushing off as acceptance, Fabian nodded with satisfaction. Then, we'll see you soon. Erin remained silent until her brother's voice sliced through the air again. Nerovian had circled behind Auron. He placed a heavy hand on her shoulder, leaning in to whisper with a smile full of malice. I'm not inviting you, by the way. Erin's eyes widened in shock. He chuckled darkly. You're just a lowly princess anyway. Don't get arrogant, Erin. The princess clenched her fists, her small body trembling with suppressed rage. He continued to pour poison into her ears, his smile twisting into a sneer of pure contempt. Know your place, trash. Understand. Beside him, Fabian glared at Erin as if she were a roach he wanted to step on. They turned and strutted away, leaving Erin drowning in humiliation. Lessimus stared in disbelief, unable to hold back his outrage. He watched the retreating princes, his voice trembling. Those are princes. How? How can they be so cruel? Erin kept her head down, her voice hollow. After all, we share the same blood. But Saiyan suddenly cut in, his voice sharp. Who cares? From what I see, they're worse than strangers. Erin snapped her head up, stunned. Her eyes swam with confusion and sorrow. Saiyan continued, his expression grim. Blood or water, it makes no difference. In the face of absolute power, family means nothing. Saiyan knew the rules of this game. In the royal struggle for the throne, siblings were just enemies waiting to be eliminated. He watched the arrogant princes leave and offered Erin a cold truth. Their cruelty proves one thing: they are terrified of you, little princess. Lessimus looked at Saiyan, but the young master was focused solely on the lesson. Saiyan spoke calmly. If they are already guarding against you, then you have no reason to care about their feelings. I'm leaving now. Hearing those words, Auron's face exploded in heat. Her heart began to race like a drum. She forgot all about stopping Saiyan from skipping class. She felt like she might faint. The temperature on her cheeks was scorching. Lessimus saw her beet-red face and dazed expression, panic rising in his voice. Princess Erin, are you okay? Do you have a fever? Meanwhile, Saiyan had lost all interest in training. He returned to his dorm room, announcing, I'm back. But the room was empty, save for Nana the baby dragon sleeping soundly. Saiyan looked around, muttering. What is this empty? He shouted into the air. Brian Karam. At the sound of his name, the lazy demon sword materialized, groaning. I'm here, I'm here. You interrupted my beauty sleep. Saiyan looked at Karam. She hovered as a flickering shadow of dark flame. Why are you in spirit form? The demon sword yawned. It's easier to hide my aura this way. What do you want? Saiyan didn't waste time on pleasantries. He pointed a finger. Find Brian for me. The demon sword froze, then scowled, her spiritual flames flaring with irritation. Am I a dog to you? Go fetch him yourself. He knows the way home. Saiyan just stared at her, silently waiting out her tantrum without a word. Suddenly, the demon sword stopped. She lifted her nose, sniffing the air intensely. Her expression darkened. Blood. I smell fresh blood. Saiyan's eyes went cold with shock. At that moment, in a dark alley, Brian crashed to the ground. Standing over him was a gang of thugs led by a smug noble student. I told you to do it the easy way. Why couldn't you just be a good little dog? It was Barrett, the trash noble who had bullied Lessimus before. The same Barrett that Saiyan had humiliated and sent running. Now, he had returned to vent his fury on Brian, seeking revenge for the shame he suffered that day. He grinned like a maniac, eyes bulging as he stared down at Brian. Now you're in deep trouble, do you understand? Brian coughed, spitting a glob of blood onto the pavement. Barrett laughed high on a power trip. You, the sole guardian knight of the young master, you're so weak. In any ruthless leveling manhwa trash like you would be the first to die. He looked at Brian lying helpless at his feet and delivered his verdict. I'm going to carve you up, piece by piece, and mail you to your master as a gift. Rage consumed him. Barrett gritted his teeth, hissing through the pain of his bruised ego. This is the price for daring to lecture me, for protecting that scum, Lessimus. He threw his head back and laughed. Just thinking about Saiyan's face makes me want to puke. Brian coughed violently, a groan escaping his lips. But even that small noise triggered Barrett. What? You got something to say. And Brian, despite the pain, looked him dead in the eye. You are pathetic. Barrett's brow twitched. A vein popped in his forehead as he glared at the bloodied knight. Brian's face was a mess of bruises, but his spirit was unbreakable. He didn't fear this bully. He smirked, mocking the coward standing above him. With a bloody smile, Brian delivered the final blow to Barrett's ego. Who is challenging who here? You're just a joke. Barrett's face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. A feral madness flickered in his eyes like a wildfire, the logic of a sane man long gone. He casually signaled his thugs to close the circle around Brian, tightening the noose. His voice was devoid of warmth as he sneered, I almost pity you pathetic worms. Finally, his command thundered across the clearing. Kill them all. Barrett laughed, a sound of pure twisted ecstasy. Witnessing Saiyan's subordinate beaten into the dirt fueled his sick pleasure. His eyes shone with a bone-chilling malice, hissing in anticipation of the bloodshed. You really are insane, I think. That beating scrambled your brain. He gestured for the mercenaries to surround Brian, sighing theatrically. I am so incredibly bored. End him now. Just as a mercenary prepared to draw his blade, a shadow descended from the roof above. Saiyan landed his voice, cutting through the air like ice. What do you think you are doing? Just the sound of Saiyan's voice sent a shiver down Barrett's spine. He flinched violently at the sudden appearance, a cold sweat instantly drenching his back. Saiyan stood there, fists clenched as ominous black mist began to swirl around his feet like a living nightmare. He hissed the name with venom, Barrett Louis Min, so it was you. Brian recognized his savior, immediately forcing his swollen eyes open to whisper, young master. Saiyan looked down at his battered subordinate and muttered, You look like an absolute mess. It seems your vocal cords have been crushed too. Despite the initial shock of seeing Saiyan, Barrett's arrogance quickly returned, confident he could win. He relied entirely on his mercenary squad. He looked up, glaring with a scornful smirk. You dare to show up here all by yourself? This is even better. I will rip you to shreds personally. Saiyan's lips curled into a rage-filled smile as he retorted, I was hoping you would say that. Instantly, his grip tightened on the demon sword Karam. He dove into the fray, unleashing the 8th secret art, Chaotic Strike. He aimed with lethal precision at the necks of the mercenaries, the blade of Karam flashing. A crimson light that mirrored the color of fresh blood. The mercenaries never even saw the attack coming. Their lives were extinguished in a single heartbeat. In a fraction of a second, the entire squad was annihilated, bodies scattered like ragdolls, moving faster than the eye could follow. Only the lingering trails of Saiyan's glowing sword remained in the air. Barrett scrambled backward, cowering in the corner like a frightened rat. He covered his face in sheer terror, jaw dropped as he stared at the impossible slaughter, thinking helplessly. It happened in the blink of an eye, like a high-speed Manhwa recap. How did he decimate my elite mercenaries so easily? Is there truly no way to defeat him? The memory of that day when Saiyan threatened him came flooding back. The terror of facing that massive sphere of condensed mana. He shrieked, internally consumed by fear. What kind of monster is this guy? Saiyan had finished cleaning up the trash. He raised his demonic sword, his glowing red eyes locked onto Barrett with overwhelming murderous intent. Barrett panicked as death approached him, yet he stubbornly gathered his mana, screaming like a lunatic, Damn you, I will kill you. But the moment the curse left his lips, Saiyan was already there, driving a brutal kick straight into his gut. The impact sent Barrett flying, rolling across the ground, until he crumpled at the end of the alley. The pain was too great to stand, leaving him moaning. In absolute agony, Saiyan walked slowly toward him, his voice flat and cold. You really haven't changed a bit, have you? He stepped closer, his tone demanding an answer. Is torturing those weaker than you really that much fun? Barrett smirked through the pain, glaring back with a mocking grin. Are you trying to lecture me on my hobbies? Is this just your excuse to kill me? Barrett Louis Min, the eldest son of the Louis Min family, a faction that dominated the Karam kingdom. Even in his previous life, his reputation for causing trouble was legendary. He had a habit of beating servants and burning small animals alive for entertainment. Eventually, his cruelty crossed a line and resulted in a gruesome murder. He had brutally slaughtered a female classmate, claiming he only wanted to test the limits of his magic, like some villain in a dark awakening manhwa. In the end, the Mist organization issued a mission to eliminate him. Saiyan recalled his past life, remembering that he was the one who accepted that termination order. When he arrived at the mansion after Barrett's expulsion, he witnessed a scene from hell. Countless bodies of servants were scattered across the basement floor, piled high like a grotesque mountain, reaching toward the ceiling. He shuddered, remembering how he had planned to torture Barrett, slowly to inflict maximum pain. Even now, the image of Barrett laughing in that moment remained vivid, saying, "Do not waste time, just kill me, for I have already done everything I ever wanted to do. I have no regrets." The smile on his face at that moment was so repulsive it made one's blood boil, his eyes containing nothing but a twisted, perverted emptiness, devoid of all humanity. Just remembering that scene made rage surge through Saiyan's veins all over again. He glared at the man before him, thinking bitterly. In hindsight, simply killing him back then was hardly a punishment at all, because right until the end, he lived exactly as he pleased. He remembered what this monster did to Lesimers, and the thought poured gasoline on the fire, burning in his heart. The price Barrett paid for destroying the lives of others was far too cheap. Saiyan suddenly grabbed Barrett's jaw, squeezing with crushing force to pry his mouth open. He conjured a small, concentrated sphere of mana in his hand, and Barrett instantly realized that Saiyan intended to force-feed him, the mana shattering his core. Terror paralyzed him, his battered body unable to move, unable to escape Saiyan's iron grip. He screamed, "Stop this instant," but Saiyan only asked coldly, "What was it you said you were going to do to me?" As the volatile mana sphere drew closer, Barrett descended into pure panic. He screamed, wildly threatening him. "Do you think you can get away with this? I am Barrett Louis Min. I stand at the peak of power in the Karam Kingdom." Saiyan sighed. "You talk too much." Without hesitation, he shoved the mana sphere directly, deep into the back of his throat. He clamped his hand over Barrett's mouth, forcing him to swallow the destructive energy. Saiyan hissed into his ear, "You can find me annoying, you can even hate my guts." Barrett thrashed wildly, trying to resist, desperate to reject the poison entering his system. But Saiyan applied more pressure, sealing his fate. He continued, "I do not care what you say behind my back, but you should never have touched my subordinate. You have no business involving them." Saiyan smirked, his eyes wide, with a malevolent, almost demonic glint. He whispered with vicious satisfaction, "You absolute piece of trash." The manosphere was forced down. Barrett convulsed violently as agony ripped through his intestines, the energy tearing him apart from the inside. Agonizing screams tore from his throat as the gem's radiance devoured him, incinerating his very soul. High above, a shadowed figure observed Saiyan in silence. It was Kellen, a lackey of Achol, watching in sheer panic from the distance. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. "I never imagined young Master Saiyan possessed this level of power. I must report this to Lord Achol immediately. This changes everything," he thought frantically. Saiyan is a massive threat to the Master's grand design. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the darkness behind him. It was Shirika, cloaked in the mist of the Assassin Guild. She clamped a hand over his mouth, cold steel pressing against his jugular. "Found you," she whispered. "So you're the obsessive fanboy who's been stalking my student for days." With Barrett dealt with, Saiyan turned his attention to Brian. The boy struggled to sit up, slumped against a wall. Brian clutched his battered body, unable to meet Saiyan's gaze through his swollen eyes. I am so sorry, young master," he rasped. "I didn't expect them to bring an entire army just to ambush me." Saiyan stared at him, a frown creasing his brow. His face is a complete mess, he thought, before asking bluntly, "Are you really my subordinate? You have zero combat skills, so why did you try to fight them head on?" Brian hung his head, muttering, "Young master." Saiyan looked at the boy's disfigured face and asked coldly, "Is this the loyalty you were so proud of?" He crouched down, resting his chin on his hand with a mocking smirk. "Why didn't you just run? I get what you were trying to do, but are you an idiot?" His expression hardened. "Listen to me. No loyalty is worth throwing your life away for. Stop doing stupid things. It just pisses me off to look at." He stood up, sighing heavily. "Hopeless. Just know you're getting an earful when we get home." Brian whispered, "I'm sorry, sir." With personal matters settled, Saiyan raised his voice. "You can come out now, Shirika." She chuckled, stepping into the light. "Oh, my busted already." Saiyan glanced at her, his eyes piercing through the shadows where the mist assassins lay in wait. He replied calmly, "You brought the whole guild with you. How could I not notice?" As Shirika appeared, the other presences faded into the night. She hopped down, dragging Kellen like a sack of potatoes. "I brought a gift," she chirped, throwing the bound man to the ground. Saiyan didn't even blink. "He's the rat that's been tailing me lately," Saiyan said indifferently. Shirika gasped. "You knew about him too?" He nodded slowly. "I had a hunch." Shirika sighed, bowing her head. Willius Vert off. "I have to acknowledge your abilities." She thought back to how she had been shadowing Saiyan all this time. His power exceeds our best assassins. His negotiation skills tamed the headmaster, and his spirit is unbreakable, she thought. To wield the demon sword so perfectly? His qualifications as the heir are undeniable. Then her expression turned serious. She lowered her voice. But if you keep this up, things will get complicated. More people will start noticing your anomaly just like today. Saiyan met her gaze steadily. I'll take your advice to heart. Then his eyes flashed with cold intensity. However, I refuse to be treated like a fool. If anyone dares touch my people again, I will hunt them down and crush them into dust. Shurika chuckled softly. Understood. So he intends to protect his inner circle with his own hands, she realized. Deciding she no longer needed to intervene, she waved lazily over her shoulder. Fair enough. Do as you please, heir. I'm out. Saiyan blinked, surprised by her nonchalance. She sure changes gears fast. Before vanishing, she turned back, pointing at the groveling Kellen. Oh, don't forget to take out the trash. I'll handle Barrett and his crew. Saiyan glanced at the captive. Got it. Kellen began to thrash wildly, hissing in terror. What are you doing? Are you going to kill me? Saiyan looked down at him, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. Kill you, that would be too merciful. Sweat poured down Kellen's face, but he tried to act tough. If you think you can interrogate me, dream on. I'll never talk. Saiyan scoffed, pointing a finger at him. You're Kellen, Achol's most loyal lapdog, right? I know exactly who you are, Kellen stammered. How do you know that? Saiyan thought. How could I forget? You were always by Achol's side. He remembered Kellen's eyes from his past life, eyes filled with venom and envy. He was always jealous of both me and Akal, Saiyan mused. In his previous life, Saiyan smiled grimly. From a certain perspective, this guy is actually quite dangerous. He extended his hand. Dark energy began to coalesce in his palm. Killing him now would be easy, he thought, staring at the wretch on the ground. But he's Achol's man. Saiyan grinned, summoning the black mist. This was the kind of ruthlessness you'd expect in a twisted, leveling Manhwa. He'll be very useful for my plans. Kellen recoiled at the terrifying calculation on Saiyan's face. The violet-black fog began to constrict around him. He screamed, "What is this? Get it away from me." Saiyan chuckled, his eyes glowing. His body radiated power as he unleashed the dark persona creation skill directly into his brother's minion. The black mist surged like a living river, forcing its way into Kellen's mouth and eyes. Darkness consumed him from the inside out. He convulsed, shrieking as the shadows claimed him. The next morning, the sharp clack of wooden swords echoed through the academy grounds. Lysias gripped her training blade, charging forward with unwavering resolve. She slashed at Princess Eren, who barely managed to parry the strike. The force of Lysias's blow made the princess grunt in pain. Eren shoved her back, creating distance. "Is that all you've got?" Eren shouted. But Lysias was already gone. She circled behind the princess in a flash faster than the eye could follow. Before the princess could react, Lysias pressed her blade against Eren's back. Chirping happily, "I win, Your Highness." Eren flinched, caught off guard by her own carelessness. She spun around with a pout, looking at Lysias with feigned annoyance. "I swear, I just can't ever win against you, Lysias." She puffed out her cheeks, complaining, "And didn't I specifically tell you to just drop the titles and call me Eren when it's just the two of us?" Lysias scratched his head, clearly flustered as he stammered. "Ah, my apologies, Your Highness." Eren's eyes narrowed into a playful glare as she leaned in, emphasizing every syllable. "It is Lady Eren." Her intensity made Lysias panic even more, and he quickly corrected himself. "Ah yes, right, Lady Eren." Just then, a wretched scream echoed from the adjacent training grounds, cutting through their conversation. Eren glanced over, looking a bit awkward. "Wow, sounds like their training session is just as intense as ours." Over on the next field, Saiyan was putting Brian through a hellish physical conditioning regime. Poor Brian was getting absolutely thrashed, taking a heavy punch straight to the gut that looked like it hurt. Saiyan didn't give him a second to breathe. Before Brian could even recover, a kick slammed into his legs. Saiyan moved like a storm, launching a relentless offensive. Brian could only scream in misery, unable to block or counter a single strike. After a barrage of blows rained down like a monsoon, Brian curled up, clutching his bruised body. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure the agony. Watching this, Saiyan realized something. Brian's durability was legitimate. He gazed down at his servant thinking, he claims he's just an errand boy, but his capacity to absorb damage is extraordinary. His stamina is actually shocking for a normal person. Saiyan analyzed Brian closely. Even though the guy was covered in scrapes and bruises, his body remained surprisingly steady after taking that level of punishment. Brian gasped for air, clutching his stomach, but his recovery rate was visibly abnormal. Saiyan nodded internally. He's going to be extremely useful in the future. His eyes sharpened as he asked aloud, Is this too difficult for you? Brian scrambled to respond, coughing up a spray of blood before he could even speak. Not at all, young master. I can take it. I'll endure until the very end. Saiyan frowned, startled by the sight. He's already coughing up blood. He fell into deep thought. I know this method is barbaric, but I have no other choice. I can't guarantee that an incident like the one with Barrett won't happen again. At the very least, Brian needs to be able to protect his own life. Rage simmered in Saiyan's chest. He couldn't forget Barrett's sadistic grin as he took his anger out on a subordinate. Meanwhile, Brian seemed to have caught his breath. He stepped closer to Saiyan, asking hesitantly, young master, are we really going to keep that guy named Kellen around? Realizing Brian was still traumatized by the events of that day, Saiyan offered a serious reassurance. You don't need to worry about him anymore. He belongs to us now. That day referred to the moment Saiyan gifted Kellen a terrifying curse. In that instant, Shirika had grabbed the spy and slammed him into the dirt. Kellen had writhed and screamed in agony as Saiyan's spell invaded his mind and body. Brian had witnessed the entire gruesome spectacle. Even though Brian was exhausted and his face was swollen from the beating Barrett's goons gave him, his eyes were wide with shock as he looked at Saiyan. It was the first time he had ever seen his master use magic. Soon, Kellen stopped struggling on the ground and went completely still. However, casting that spell had taken a toll on Saiyan's stamina. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought, it's been ages since I used that incantation. My control is definitely rusty. The 9-star dark magic dark persona. In this awakening Manhwa world, it's a forbidden spell that births a new personality from the shadows, allowing the caster to dominate the target's will completely. Saiyan recalled his past life. Even back then, he had only dared to use this forbidden art a single time. He stepped forward and sliced Kellen's bonds. The man's aura had completely shifted. He was now eerily calm. Saiyan asked coldly, now tell me, who are you? The man fell to his knees at Saiyan's feet, his body still shrouded in a faint purple-black mist. I am Kellen Diego, an official guardian knight of Velius. He lowered his gaze, answering mechanically like a puppet. And I came to the Vuen territory after receiving orders to monitor the young master. Saiyan looked down at the servant, who had been arrogantly mouthing off just moments ago, now obediently answering every question. Saiyan's lips curled into a smirk. He's finally learned his place. He asked one final question to verify the control. And who is your master? Kellen bowed his head, his expression completely void of life. It was as if his emotions had been deleted from his coding. He replied, although the one I originally served was young Master Achol. My only desire now is to become a faithful subordinate to young Master Saiyan. Please accept my allegiance. Saiyan smiled, satisfied with the result. Very well. From now on, listen carefully to my instructions. You will return to Akal's side in Velius, and you will report to him. Saiyan's smile twisted into something sinister enough to send shivers down a spine. He glared at Kellen, hissing through his teeth with delight. Tell him everything. Don't leave out a single word. Do you understand? Immediately, Kellen punched the ground in a salute, bowing his head as he shouted, Kellen Diego hears and obeys. I will follow young Master Saiyan's command. He looked up, with eyes burning with absolute determination and fanatical loyalty. It was all thanks to the terrifying control of the spell Saiyan had cast. Thinking back on that intensity, Saiyan shuddered slightly, thinking to himself, that look of absolute trust is honestly a bit heavy. That guy is definitely dangerous. Seeing Saiyan lost in thought and silent for so long, Brian called out nervously, young master, but Saiyan was still deep in his own head. I'm sure he'll be fine. Just then, Princess Erin and Lysias arrived at his training ground. She stood with her hands on her hips, calling out to him, are you training with your guardian knight? I didn't expect to run into you here. Seeing the princess, Brian immediately bowed deep. Ah, greetings, your highness. Saiyan glanced at the two guests, replying indifferently, yeah. Is your highness here to train as well? Erin stepped closer, beaming with excitement. That's right, I come here every week to practice swordsmanship with Lysias. Especially since that incident happened recently. I thought I should be prepared. Hearing her mention that incident, Saiyan averted his gaze, his mind drifting. She must mean what happened a week ago. That was the day Barrett had blocked the road and ambushed Brian to exact his petty revenge. Later that rainy afternoon, Barrett Lewisman was found unconscious in front of the infirmary. His body was beaten black and blue, yet he refused to reveal who had done it. But Saiyan knew better than anyone. The one who cleaned up that mess was Shirika. She was the one who dumped his sorry carcass at the clinic. He reasoned silently that it wasn't that the man refused to speak, but rather that he couldn't. His ability to channel magic had been severed forever. Saiyan had forced Barrett to swallow the mana gem, a ruthless counterattack, typical of a leveling manhwa mirroring the cruel fate Barrett had once forced upon Lesimus in the previous timeline. He glanced sideways at Lesimus, expecting triumph, but her reaction caught him off guard. There was no joy in her eyes, which sparked a flicker of confusion in Saiyan's mind. He had assumed she would feel at least a shred of satisfaction, yet Lesimus only bowed her head in silence whenever Barrett's tragic accident was mentioned. Suddenly, a child's voice shattered the tension, screaming, "Papa!" The piercing cry caused all 4 people on the training ground to snap their heads upward in shock. Nana was floating in midair, hovering directly above them like a descending angel. Brian shrieked in panic, "Young master, look up there." Even the stoic Saiyan gasped in pure horror. Nana, wait, hadn't he left the child in Karam's care? He had no idea that at this very moment, the demon sword Karam was busy, lost in dreamland. Her snoring was shaking the house, a toy still clutched in her hand, while Nana plummeted from the sky in freefall, landing squarely in Princess Erin's arms. Erin caught the child, instinctively stammering in confusion. Where on earth did this child come from? But Nana ignored everyone else. Her eyes locked onto Saiyan. As she cheered, "Papa!" Nana found Papa. The princess froze like a statue, her gaze following the child's pointing finger, muttering in disbelief. "Papa!" There was no mistaking who the girl meant. Nana shouted again, doubling down on her claim to the princess. "Papa!" Erin turned to stare at Saiyan, her face darkening with a shadow of pure rage as cold sweat broke out. "Papa," did she say? Jealousy exploded in her chest as she thought. Since when and with whom Saiyan, having been exposed in the worst possible way, saw no path of escape. He sighed deeply, the weight of the world on his shoulders, thinking, how could this happen? Defeated, he realized he had no choice but to reveal the truth to the princess. He explained everything, including the fact that she was a dragonkin. Erin let out a breath. She had been holding relief washing over her. So that is the truth. She wiped the sweat from her brow, realizing the child wasn't his by blood. Thank goodness hearing her call you Papa gave me the wrong idea entirely. By the time the explanation was over, they had returned to the princess's dormitory where Lesimus was already playing with the child. Erin bought Saiyan's story immediately, chirping happily. Who would have thought you had such a kind side to you? It is truly a surprise. But Saiyan was not amused in the slightest. He sweated nervously, thinking, this is bad. If she keeps this up, the princess will hold a major weakness over me. Brian, sitting nearby, looked equally terrified. The servant's face went pale, sweat pouring down like rain, as he panicked internally. If the academy finds out, he will be expelled for sure. And she even knows Nana is a dragonkin. However, Princess Erin surprisingly moved to reassure Saiyan. She flashed a confident smile and said, do not worry, Saiyan, my lips are sealed. Both Brian and Saiyan were thunderstruck by her absolute assurance. Saiyan asked, skepticism in his voice. You are not joking, are you? Your Highness. Erin turned to Lesimus and replied with unwavering firmness. Of course not. Right, Lesimus. She glanced at the girl beside her, who was clearly delighted to have a companion like Nana to play with. Lesimus looked up at the princess and smiled innocently, responding, yes, I do not have any friends, so I have no one to gossip with anyway. Erin froze, realizing her question had been a bit insensitive, but before she could backtrack, Saiyan cut to the chase, asking, what is your motive for this, Erin? She tilted her head, a shy smile playing on her lips as she replied softly, motive? I just feel that the child is pitiful, that is all. The princess gazed at Nana, who looked purely blissful in Lesimus's arms. She smiled and continued, she is neither human nor dragon. She belongs to neither world, so she will face rejection everywhere. She turned back to Saiyan, her praise genuine and warm. It is fortunate that you are the one looking after her. Erin seized the moment, summoning all her courage to ask, in exchange, may I visit your room occasionally? Saiyan blinked, confused. My room. Erin's face erupted in a blush as she looked down, wiping her hands nervously. Do not misunderstand. I only want to see Nana. Saiyan realized the princess held no malicious intent, so he accepted bluntly. Fine. It does not matter much anyway. Just that one confirmation turned Erin's cheeks a deep shade of crimson. He fixed her with a serious look and proposed. Then from now on, this is our secret, agreed princess. Erin nodded furiously like a bobblehead. Yes, I will remember it. She interpreted his words through a romantic filter, thinking shyly, our secret, just the two of us. Brian picked up little Nana and Saiyan stood to leave, signaling the end of the meeting. Well, then we will be going. Lesimus hurried over and bowed politely. Please get home safely, Mr. Saiyan. Once Saiyan had vanished, Lesimus noticed Erin was still standing there, lost in a trance. She turned to the princess and asked hesitantly, Lady Erin, But Erin was deep in her own delusions, a smile frozen on her face. Her heart was pounding like a war drum, her cheeks burning as she thought triumphantly. Does this mean I have gotten a little closer to Saian? Lesimus, terrified by the princess's strange behavior, cried out, Lady Erin, are you sick? Do you have a fever? Back at his own dorm, Saian woke the demon sword Karam, who finally realized the chaos she had caused. Yet she simply smirked and raised an eyebrow, saying, What? Something that entertaining happened while I was asleep. If you keep this up, why not just get caught living with a demon sword too? Saian pointed an accusing finger at Karam, snapping in irritation. Shut up and reflect on your failures. You are the one who fell asleep while babysitting the demon sword, felt zero remorse. She sat back, crossing her legs and rolling her eyes, muttering, She takes after her papa, always doing the unexpected. Brian held the child, but the little one kept reaching out, demanding Saian. The servant suggested, Why don't we take her for a walk? She has been cooped up inside this whole time. She must be feeling frustrated. Saian crossed his arms, considering it, then admitted, Oh, that is not a bad idea. Brian beamed, crying out, Thank you, my lord. Then, we shall head out now. Meanwhile, that same evening, in the distant mountain range, two dragons in human form were soaring through the sky together. Suddenly, the male dragon halted mid-flight, sensing a disturbance in the atmosphere. He stopped dead in the air, causing the female dragon to pause in surprise. She turned and asked, Is something wrong, Lord Lucian? The male dragon Lucian scowled with disgust and muttered, Carolina, I just caught the scent of something incredibly foul. Where exactly have we arrived? Ruin asked. The answer came swiftly. It is quite the trek, but it appears we have finally reached the outskirts of Ruin territory. Lucian scowled, wiping his nose in disgust as he grumbled, Is this foul stench drifting from Ruin Academy? It seems our return journey must be paused immediately. His eyes burned with a lethal crimson glow as he gazed downward, pointing a trembling finger at the source of his revulsion. He hissed through gritted teeth, I sense an energy signature that is absolutely intolerable, especially for a dragon of my noble standing. I simply cannot allow such filth to exist. Meanwhile, unaware of the danger, Saian and Brian had taken little Nana to a clearing in the outskirts that night. Nana was in pure bliss, soaring freely through the sky. Her tiny wings fluttered excitedly, forcing Brian to scramble after her, in a panic shouting, Nana, wait up, it's dangerous to go that far. Saian strolled behind them with relaxed steps, watching the half-dragon girl cheer with joy. It's so spacious here. Nana is having the best time. Seeing how much she cherished this moment of freedom, a gentle smile touched Saian's lips as he thought, She seems to be in high spirits. This clearing was 10 kilometers from Ruin. Watching her radiant face and bright smile, he told himself, Out here, Nana can do whatever her heart desires. Karam the demon sword listened to his inner thoughts, and seeing that rare smile floated around him with mocking eyes. My, playing the father figure already. While you're at it, why not find the brat a mother? Perhaps that princess from earlier would suffice. Saian lowered his head, grinding his teeth in irritation. But before he could retort to the spirit, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly crawled up his spine. Karam sensed it too. She froze in midair, muttering, Hold on. Something approaches. Instantly, two dragons materialized before them, the male hissing in pure disdain. Revolting Brian reacted instantly to the killing intent. Watch out, Nana, he screamed, launching himself toward the girl. He snatched Nana from the air and shielded her with his body, just as a colossal pressure crashed down beside them. Saian rushed to their side, his voice laced with urgency. Brian, how is Nana? He scanned them quickly. The little girl was clinging to Brian, trembling in terror. Brian held her tight, using his own back to block the flying debris, and replied breathlessly, She is unharmed, my liege. Saian stepped forward, the demon sword hovering close. Both of you get behind me. Now. The ground before them had been utterly obliterated. Amidst the destruction, the silhouettes of two dragons loomed within the blinding light and roaring thunder. Saian stood like a wall before Brian and Nana. Why are great dragons here? He wondered, instantly recognizing their identities. He analyzed them cautiously. Two high dragons at once. Their gaze locked onto Brian and the child. So that is the source of the stench. Brian tightened his embrace, hiding the child while glaring back. The male, the great silver dragon Lucian, narrowed his eyes in absolute revulsion. Truly, he hissed a scent that defiles the very air we breathe. His companion, the great red dragon Catalina, glared with equal scorn. A dragonkin, how does such an abomination even exist? Her eyes flicked to Saian and his spirit weapon. Horrifying, she sneered. Are you the master of this mongrel human? And I see you wield a demon sword. Saiyan merely watched her guards up. But Karam took offense. Excuse me, who do you think you are treating me like a mere object? Catalina snapped back instantly. Silence, you lowly servant of humanity. Karam's temper flared. Do you have a death wish, lizard? Catalina snarled in rage. How dare a wretched thing like you? She prepared to strike, but Lucian raised a hand to halt her. Stepping forward, he eyed Saiyan and the sword with cold arrogance. Rest assured, we have no interest in fighting insects like you. We do not sully our hands with inferior beings. He turned his gaze toward Brian and the trembling child, his voice dropping an octave. However, you will hand over that mongrel. Sensing the malice directed at her, Nana gripped Brian's tunic tightly. She shook violently. Brian turned his body to shield her from the dragon's gaze, though fear gnawed at him. Nana buried her face in his chest, sobbing. The dragons were relentless. Lucian spoke with chilling cruelty. A half-breed carrying the blood of two races. Makes for an excellent research specimen. He locked eyes with Saiyan. Hand it over, and I shall be merciful enough to spare your miserable life. Saiyan gripped Karam's hilt, his voice thundering. Shut your mouth. Lucian blinked, his brow furrowing. I beg your pardon. Saiyan's eyes blazed crimson, radiating pure killing intent. I said shut the hell up, you bastard dragon. Lucian's lip curled into a sinister sneer before he laughed aloud. Suddenly, he swung his blade, carving a deep gash into the earth, right next to Saiyan, a warning shot. Yet it wasn't enough to make Saiyan flinch. Brian, however, panic jumped away with Nana shouting, young master. Saiyan stared down his enemy, his command calm and absolute. I'm fine. Get her out of here. Brian didn't hesitate. Understood. As he fled the ground, near Saiyan lay in ruins, crackling with residual lightning. Saiyan glanced at the destruction. That attack was terrifyingly powerful. Lucian gripped his weapon tighter. Lightning arced wildly around his blade as he ascended. This is precisely why you lower life forms are beyond salvation. Saiyan didn't respond with words. Instead, in a scene worthy of a leveling manhwa climax, he activated the 9th killing technique, demon manifestation. He became one with Karam. His skin darkened to obsidian, his hair igniting into blazing red flames, and the dragons instantly recognized the transformation. Catalina gasped in shock. Lord Lucian. That energy. Could it be Lucian remained unfazed, though surprised? Yes, it is the power of the banished one. He furrowed his brows, scoffing in pure disdain. Today brought many surprises, sure, but no matter how hard this insect struggled, he was still just a lowly human. But in a heartbeat, Saiyan rocketed upward. He appeared right beside the enemy sword primed to strike. Lucian flinched. His target had vanished from sight instantly. Lucian's eyes widened in shock. Since when Saiyan wasted no breath, unleashing a barrage of strikes that forced Lucian to desperately raise his blade in defense. Forced to block passively. The humiliation enraged him. He ground his teeth and roared. You are nothing but a filthy human. He swung a vicious, heavy slash at Saiyan, but the warrior drifted backward, dodging effortlessly. Seeing the blade fail, Lucian thrust his palm forward, triggering a massive shockwave. Lightning crackled violently in his palm. Above, a colossal magic circle tore open the sky, looming directly over Saiyan's head. Saiyan snapped his head up just as blinding rays of destruction erupted from the formation, raining straight down upon him. In a split second, Saiyan was swallowed by the pillar of light. The energy slammed into the earth, obliterating the bedrock in a catastrophic explosion. But Saiyan had already executed his third killer move, Mist Shadow. He escaped the blast zone and materialized right behind Lucian. The dragon sensed the presence instantly. Startled, Lucian turned, but Saiyan was already launching his next art. Mist Blade Storm of Fog. The demon sword danced, slashing relentlessly toward the dragon. Suddenly, Carolina soared upward. She positioned herself behind Lucian, intercepting the attack with her flame barrier, her face radiating arrogance. She laughed maniacally. I will stop him. But Lucian sensed the disaster immediately. He screamed, Get back, Carolina. You are no match for him. She ignored the warning, a smug smirk plastered on her face. Even as cold sweat ran down her back, she scoffed, Do not worry, Lord Lucian. I will not lose. This is a dragon's barrier powered by 10,000 years of mana, she thought haughtily. A short-lived human could never break through. Impossible. Saiyan transitioned into Mist Blade 8-Flower Slash, his eyes narrowing into a cold smile as he struck. The attack collided with Carolina's flame shield. Her smirk vanished, replaced by sheer horror as Saiyan's barrage of slashes dug deep. The force concentrated on the shield's core, triggering a blinding explosion. The barrier shattered into 100 fragments, leaving Carolina frozen in absolute terror. She couldn't believe her eyes. He had crushed it. Before she could even react, Saiyan followed up with a dual strike combo, carving 10 deep slashes across her body. She only had time for one final scream, Lucian, before her master watched helplessly as his subordinate was shredded into pieces. Her voice lingered like a ghost as she dissolved into dust. Losing his most loyal servant pushed Lucian's rage to the absolute breaking point. His jaw clenched tight enough to crack. "You," he hissed with venom. "Who the hell are you?" He glared at Saiyan, but the warrior offered no reply. Furious, he roared. "The martial god shouldn't have this kind of authority. It is impossible for you to possess this level of power." Losing all patience, he screamed, "Speak to me, just who are you?" Saiyan only stared up at him coldly. That silence was the final straw. Lucian inscribed a new magic circle in the sky, his eyes burning crimson. "So you refuse to answer," he hissed icily. "Very well. I acknowledge you as a worthy adversary." Saiyan immediately realized what was coming and watched in silence. Transformation. Lucian plunged into the magic circle, his body glowing intensely amidst a swirling vortex. Saiyan watched the metamorphosis unfold. It was an ancient incantation, allowing a dragon to discard their human guise and return to their primal true form. Lucian's body warped jaws, extending into a maw of razor-sharp fangs, hands morphing into talons, and massive dragon wings unfurling from his back. He transformed into a colossal white dragon, unleashing a roar that shook the heavens. Saiyan faced the beast calmly, then launched himself off the ground, rocketing straight at it. Now is when he is most vulnerable, Saiyan thought. He landed directly atop the dragon's head, causing the beast to flinch in confusion. Lucian growled, grinding his fangs. "What do you think you are doing?" Saiyan stood on the dragon's snout, staring directly at the massive horn protruding from its skull. Panic flashed through Lucian's mind. Does he know the weakness of the transformation? Impossible. He is just a lowly human. Saiyan didn't hesitate. He drove his demon sword ruthlessly into the base of the horn. The dragon howled in agony, Lucian's eyes bloodshot with pain and disbelief. A dark mist began to cloud the dragon's vision. "You bastard," he hissed, terror finally setting in. "I have to get out of here." Saiyan smirked as if reading his mind. "It's too late for that." He activated the next art mist blade immovable root. Pouring all his strength into the blade, he drove it deeper into the dragon's fatal weak point. Lethal black mist erupted from the wound. The dark energy swirled around the dragon, solidifying into countless sharp blades that sliced across its massive body. Lucian roared, paralyzed by the excruciating pain. As his colossal form began to break down, battered by the toxic mist, the dragon crashed to the earth, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Brian, seeing his master vanish, panicked and ran forward, shielding little Nana. "Young master, are you all right?" He screamed into the dust. But as the cloud settled, he froze, his eyes widening in horror. His jaw dropped, words failing him. He instinctively covered Nana's eyes. "Nana can't see anything," the little girl chirped innocently. Before them, Saiyan was casually carving up Lucian's corpse and eating a massive chunk of dragon meat. He extended a bloody piece toward Brian. "Hey, Brian, eat up. It's fresh." Brian stood petrified, unable to process the madness. Nana squirmed in his arms, oblivious. "Nana wants some too," Saiyan tutted, shaking his head. "No can do, kiddo. Not for you." To him, the great dragon was just a high-level nutrient boost standard fare for a leveling Manhwa protagonist. Meanwhile, Kellen returned to report everything he had witnessed to the evil chef. Hearing the intel, the evil chef fell into deep thought. "Are you implying a shadow faction is pulling the strings behind?" My brother Kellen bowed, his voice steady. "Precisely. It appears our planted spies have been liquidated." Saiyan looked up, his gaze piercing through the air. "Is that all?" The reply came instantly, though tense. "Yes, sir. Insufficient intel. What a pity." But it wasn't the report that bothered him. It was the unnatural composure Kellen displayed. Suspicion gnawed at Saiyan's mind. Strange. He drilled his eyes into the man. Where did his usual pathetic nervousness go? It's like he's a completely different person. Saiyan masked his doubts behind a stoic expression and nodded slowly. "Very well." Then he sprang the trap. "I have one question for you." Kellen froze, feeling the sudden weight of Saiyan's killing intent wash over him. Silence hung heavy. Kellen's mind raced with panic. "This is a test. He suspects me." Immediately, Kellen slammed his fist to his chest in a desperate salute. He recited the oath with exaggerated reverence. "May the blessing of Lumendel be with you." Saiyan's lips curled into a lazy, predatory smirk. "Thank you, Sir Kellen." Seeing the knight sweating bullets, Saiyan dropped the pressure. "Don't misunderstand. Just a standard loyalty check." You are dismissed. Kellen turned to leave, every muscle in his body coiled tight. His inner thoughts were a chaotic storm. I must be more cautious. Once the seed of doubt is planted, it grows fast. He opened the door, lost in dark determination. Nothing can interfere with the young master's path. Slam. Kellen jumped out of his skin. Someone was standing right on the other side of the door. Who is this girl? Emily, hand raised to knock, froze in place. She offered a shy, awkward smile. Oh, hello. I'm the young master's maid, she thought, flushing red. Kellen frowned, his eyes narrowing. You, why are you lurking here at this hour? Saian stepped out from the shadows, patting Kellen's shoulder. I summoned her. He turned his charm on the maid. Emily wasn't it. She panicked, stuttering under his gaze. Why? Yes. Young Master Saiyan flashed a fake friendly smile that didn't reach his eyes. Could you do me a small favor? Blushing at his handsome face, Emily nodded. Help you, sir. Meanwhile, deep within the dragon's lair, a crisis meeting of ancient powers had begun. The elder dragon roared in disbelief. Lord Lucien and Lady Carolina. Missing, the lesser dragons cowered behind their mana crystals. After releasing their aura near ruin, their presence simply vanished from the world. The supreme dragon's rage shook the cavern walls. 2/8 circle dragons gone, impossible. The others shifted uncomfortably. The life stones of Lucien and Catalina lay shattered, signaling their demise. As you can see, my liege, their lights have gone out. We scoured ruin, but there were no traces of battle. One dragon voiced a terrifying thought. Could the killer have used high-tier magic to completely wipe the scene? Another hesitated. If that is true, a senior dragon cut in. It implies a user of forbidden arts. Only Kundelkieo possesses the power to slay two of our kind. The dragons murmured in fear. But he isn't a dark mage. There must be a third party. One spoke up. Saian Willius Vert of the Royal Academy is the only known dark mage. Another recalled a past event. That boy. He faced a black dragon on the battlefield and survived. He nearly killed it. It continued. Rumors say he walked away from that clash unscathed. A true anomaly in this awakening Manhwa world. Connecting the dots, it added. He might be linked to the deaths of Ronan Grayson and Zickerman Ombos too. They were our suppliers. The dragon leader listened, eyes narrowing. Too many coincidences make a pattern. We must watch him. He thought of a girl Saiyan's age. Luna Rain River. Send my granddaughter to infiltrate his circle. Morning sunlight pierced the windows of the Royal Academy dorms. A new day had begun. Princess Erin burst into Saiyan's room, beaming with energy. Look, a premium cake straight from the royal palace. She presented the treat to little Nana. Looks good, right? The smell of sweet cream made Nana drool instantly. Her eyes sparkled like diamonds. Yummy. The princess hadn't brought just one. A whole cart of sweets trailed behind her. She handed a slice to the child. Eat up, Nana. There's plenty more. Nana stared at the mountain of food, awestruck. Saiyan sat in the corner, watching the scene unfold. A rare warmth filled his chest. They play so well together. Just let me have this piece a little longer. He watched Nana devour the cake, but worry crept in. The dragons sense her. They could strike at any moment. His gaze shifted to Lesamos, who had accompanied the princess. Seeing their innocent smiles, a steel resolve hardened in Saiyan's heart. I won't let anyone touch this life. This time I live for myself. The image of his enemy's twisted face flashed in his mind. I have my target. I will destroy it. Your entire plan. Suddenly, Erin turned, catching Saiyan's expression. He was smirking, lost in a dark, satisfying fantasy. She tilted her head. Why the creepy smile? You look like you're plotting something fun. Saiyan's grin widened. Oh, just thinking of a funny joke. Elsewhere at the family estate, Akal welcomed a guest with a heavy aura. Long time no see. Standing there was none other than the Willius Vert, Prince of Achol. Severus offered a thin, diplomatic smile. You look healthy. Achol returned the gesture with a practiced, sycophantic grin. It is all thanks to your graciousness's divine blessing. However, the Willius Vert Prince's mind was elsewhere. He glanced down, his voice dripping with impatience as he interrogated, how long do you intend to rot in this desolate backwater? His agitation was palpable. Rumor has it, Alice has already begun roaming the continent. Akal feigned indifference, his reply smooth and calculated. If I were not here to monitor things, my anxiety would consume me, not knowing where she is or what scheme she plots. Louis Neal cut him off sharply. Anxiety, you say? He rested his chin on his hand, eyes narrowing with malicious intent. Or are you terrified that one day she will evolve into a threat that could topple you? Achol peeked through half-lidded eyes, masking his cunning with a mask of innocence. Your Highness, whatever do you mean? Between us, there is no need for secrets. A subordinate stepped forward to refill the Willius Vert prince's goblet. Ignoring the previous deflection, the prince shifted targets. Your younger brother. His name is Saian, is it not? He watched the crimson liquid rise in his glass, his voice turning cold. Imperial father seems strangely invested in him. There are even whispers of a betrothal to Aaron. A surge of jealousy twisted Louis Neal's gut. He grimaced, unable to hide his disdain. I cannot fathom why father would show such favor to a useless piece of trash like him. Akal maintained his composure, his eyes gleaming with a predator's calculation. Patience, Your Highness. Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. Once he gains attention and backing, even a pawn can be sacrificed for the greater good. Louis Neal smirked, pleased by the ruthless logic. Conversing with you always clears my head. Suddenly, the prince's subordinate pointed the wine bottle toward Achol. Would you care for a drink? Achol looked up, eyebrows raising at the breach of etiquette. What a peculiar guardian knight. Louis Neal glanced at his bodyguard with arrogant pride. Indeed. This is a rough diamond I unearthed during my recent inspection of the slums. Achol's interest was piqued, his gaze sharpening. A gemstone in the muck, Achol mused. Top tier, Louis Neal boasted. A weapon of mass destruction. The subordinate smiled at the praise. An honor to meet you. I am Boris Layam. His smile didn't reach his eyes. It was a dark, twisted expression, promising violence. 2 years flew by in the blink of an eye at Ruin Academy. On this particular day, the campus was buzzing heads, turning like sunflowers toward a presence on the grounds. While Saian had spent this time concealing his power like a classic leveling manhwa protagonist, a legend returned. His sister, Alice, was back. Her arrival was like a supernova. Every male student in the academy craned their necks, captivated by her radiant aura. Alice noticed a freshman getting smacked by his girlfriend for ogling her. She let out a wry, helpless chuckle at the chaotic effect she had. The academy was bathed in a peaceful silence. Alice rapped her knuckles 6 times on the principal's door before breezing in without waiting for permission. Principal Kundal exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing her. Long time no see, child. Alice laughed as he leaned in. How was your journey? Alice nodded, her eyes sparkling. It was enlightening. I went to Ruina. The principal nearly choked. Ruina, the land of the Forsaken. That is hardly a vacation spot for humans. Alice dropped her bag and approached him. True. It took me a year just to stop the local monsters from trying to eat me. But I needed to understand the true meaning of coexistence you spoke of. She looked up, her confidence blinding. You were right, Principal. Prosperity follows where I walk. Therefore, I must carefully choose my path. Hearing her declaration, Principal Kundal fell into a thoughtful silence. He furrowed his brow. It sounds like you have made your choice. Alice stood tall, her voice ringing with steel. Yes. I will join the Knights of Light. Kundal hesitated. Do you seek to uphold your family's legacy? Alice held his gaze, her eyes burning with the resolve of a warrior. Someone must bear the weight of the name. Besides, her expression softened with worry. I fear for my brothers, especially Saian. He is so timid and fragile. Hearing this, Principal Kundal burst into raucous laughter, shattering the serious atmosphere. Why are you laughing? Alice asked, bewildered. He stroked, his beard eyes twinkling with amusement. Saian timid. Are you telling me a joke? Suddenly, Saian strolled into the room, a relaxed smile on his face. Come now, Principal, you flatter me. Hearing that familiar voice, Alice spun around, shock coloring her face. Saian the boy. She looked at him with skeptical eyes, muttering under her breath. Is that really true? Saian offered a calm, composed smile, his gaze softening as he spoke to his sister. I missed you terribly, sister. The two Vert siblings strolled side by side through the academy courtyard, the air filled with their lively chatter. Alice couldn't hide her astonishment. You've changed so much, Saian. Before she left, Saian had been a fragile, slender child. Now, he stood as a man, his frame filled out with muscle, his height rivaling her own. She raised a hand to measure their heights, whispering, You're already as tall as me. You'll tower over me soon enough. Saian glanced at his sister, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Or maybe you're just shrinking. Shorty, Alice pouted, pinching his cheek with feigned annoyance. Enough of that. This fleeting moment of joy made Saian's heart ache with nostalgia. He gazed up at the sky, his mind drifting back to July 2nd, 1988. I remember this day clearly from my past life. He turned to look at his sister's radiant, carefree smile. That was the last day my sister was alive. Oblivious to his dark thoughts, Alice walked beside him, her voice laced with concern. Aren't you going home? You're on summer break, aren't you? Saiyan's smile turned bitter. If I go back, there won't be anyone to welcome me. Except for you. The answer stunned Alice. Her eyes went wide with worry. No one. Is that why you haven't returned to the estate in 2 years? Saiyan lowered his head, silence his only reply. He thought of his eldest brother, Achol. There are other reasons. Achol was waiting there, and the Duchess was actively plotting his assassination, and father wouldn't lift a finger to stop it. Resentment simmered in Saiyan's gut. He hadn't forgotten the wicked stepmother's plan to have him eliminated the day he left for the academy. He walked alone toward the academy gates, his thoughts dark. Going back is suicide. I won't return until I've ground my stats up like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. While he was lost in the labyrinth of his thoughts, Alice broke the silence. Are you not close with Grand Scions? Reply came instantly, his voice dripping with icy disdain. Absolutely not. Alice was floored, her confusion evident as she gasped. But why? Saiyan turned, locking eyes with his sister, his gaze intense and unforgiving. You know exactly how he treats me. He dropped the bombshell without hesitation. He even tried to kill me. The revelation struck Alice like a physical blow. Brian, who had been a silent shadow until now, finally stepped in. I can testify to that fact. Alice spun around, blinking in confusion. Who are you? Saiyan handled the introductions. This is my personal guardian knight, Brian Kendrick. Alice covered her mouth, eyes wide with shock. Oh my, a real guardian knight. No wonder he's been shadowing us. Brian didn't know how to respond, offering only an awkward, stiff smile. Under the academy's scorching sun, Alice listened intently. Saiyan laid it all out, a summary of every treacherous deed Gran and his mother had committed in the shadows. She was thunderstruck. Is that really true? She looked utterly lost. Her head hung low as she muttered, and here I was, living outside completely oblivious. Saiyan glanced at her, his voice calm. The villains are the Duchess and Gran. It is not your fault, sister. But Alice was already consumed by fury. Her eyes blazed with a terrifying light, her silence radiating pure killing intent. She seemed deep in calculation, offering no immediate response. Saiyan whispered softly, Sister. Alice flinched, snapping back to reality after her long pause. She let out a heavy sigh, looking at Saiyan with intensity. Have you told anyone else? He shrugged nonchalantly. What good would that do? It's all in the past. He added coldly, Gran doesn't feel a shred of guilt anyway. Before he could finish his sentence, Alice lunged forward, wrapping Saiyan in a desperate, crushing embrace. To his utter shock, tears welled in her eyes, her heart breaking for her little brother. You don't have to endure it all alone, Saiyan. You can lean on others, she declared with absolute conviction. From now on, I will protect you. Saiyan lowered his head, silence, his only answer, for he knew the tragic future awaiting her. Her promise felt heavy, burdened by the destiny he had yet to change. Meanwhile, Brian was sobbing in the background, moved by their sibling bond. Alice straightened up, patting her brother's shoulder. I want to stay longer, but I must go. Take care of yourself while I'm away. She paused, looking at the night. And you too, Brian. Suddenly she stopped. Without warning, Alice pulled Brian into a tight, casual hug. His face exploded into a shade of crimson as he panicked. Hey, wait, but Alice showed zero hesitation. She smiled warmly. Please take care of my little Saiyan. Brian glanced at his master, only to find Saiyan glaring daggers, realizing a throat-slit gesture that promised death. Brian cried internally, terrified. I didn't even do anything. As twilight descended, the time came for Saiyan to bid Alice farewell. Brian bowed deeply as she departed. Saiyan watched his sister's retreating figure, a faint smile playing on his lips. It's been a long time. He recalled the look of pure indignation on her face. I haven't seen her, that angry, in ages. Seeing Alice like that triggered a specific memory within Saiyan, a memory from the previous timeline. Back when he was small in the garden, Gran had forced him into a sparring match. Back then, he was just a frail, timid child with zero combat skills, completely at the mercy of his brother. Gran had beaten him into the dirt without mercy. The bully rested his sword on his shoulder, sneering with arrogance. Down, already pathetic. Gran was the definition of conceited, bursting with malice. He grinned like a predator, looking at prey, taunting him. Get up or I'll beat you to a pulp. Saiyan had been paralyzed by fear at those words. He had begged pitifully, please stop. You win just. But before he could finish, Gran whipped him across the face, annoyed. God, why are you crying so much? Gran thrashed him repeatedly, getting a sick thrill from the violence. But his cruelty was cut short by Alice. She appeared like a storm, screaming, Gran, stop this instant. Pure panic struck Gran's face. Sister Alice, she demanded furiously. What do you think you're doing? Back then, she wore the same expression of righteous fury she had today. She hissed, apologized to him. Now, Saiyan felt a warmth in his chest, recalling that moment. Back in his dorm room, he rested his chin on his hand, amused. I only saw that face once in my past life. The Duke's household is about to be turned upside down. His smile faded into grim determination. She needs to know the truth about this family, so I can save her. Saiyan remembered Alice's ultimate fate in the original timeline. She had joined the White Knights, only to fall in battle. It was a tragic, bad ending common in an awakening Manhwa, but one he refused to accept. Her body broken, her armor shattered, bleeding out in the dirt. Saiyan vowed silently, I will rescue her from that dark future. Just then Brian entered with mail. Letters for you, young master. Saiyan eyed the 2 envelopes in his hand, from whom Brian checked the seals. One is from the academy. The other is from one of the gatekeepers. Just by the color, Saiyan knew the sender. He took the black envelope, replying indifferently. Is that so? Fine. Brian looked confused that he ignored the fancy red envelope. Aren't you going to check this one? Saiyan dismissed it coldly. It's probably just from the Imperial Palace. Brian looked closer at the wax seal, realizing, you're right. This is the royal seal Karam. The demon sword popped out curious. What's up? Even Brian was dying to know. I wonder what they sent. Saiyan scanned his letter and tucked it away. They hold a banquet around this time every year. He tore open the black envelope instead. It was a mission card from the Mist Association. He scanned the objective. The other one is an assassination order. Target, Renian Nephilis. The incident at that banquet was massive. He mused, since he's the Empress's younger brother, it's going to be a shock to the system. Karam saw him thinking and asked, Are you going? He looked up at the sword spirit. Yeah, I have business to attend to there. Seeing the mission, he thought of Sharika, the hallmaster. He rolled his eyes, recalling that in his past life, someone else had taken this job. Karam peered through the red royal envelope. This one is from Princess Erin. Saiyan remained completely unmoved. Is that right? The demon sword seized the chance to tease him. Thought you were just a brat, but look at you getting love letters. Saiyan ignored the banter, glaring at her as he polished his sheath. She was instantly crushed against the floor by Saiyan's bone prison groaning in humiliation as the main character turned his cold gaze to Brian. Anyway, make the necessary preparations for the royal palace immediately. Brian bowed in panic, replying, Yes, my liege. Suddenly, the bedroom door creaked open, and Nana stepped out. She rubbed her eyes and whined, Daddy, I am starving. Brian jumped out of his skin, shouting, Ah, young master. Saiyan looked up with a scowl. What is it now? But the moment he saw Nana, even his composure cracked. What in the world? Nana had grown at an impossible rate, standing before them now as a young lady the same age as Saiyan, a twist straight out of a system manhwa. She blinked innocently, still half asleep. While Saiyan stood frozen, unable to trust his own eyes, he gasped, How has she grown this much already? Meanwhile, back at the Willius Vert family estate, Alice stormed into the mansion like a hurricane. Every step she took radiated pure fury as she kicked the double doors open without a shred of etiquette. The entire household staff of the Willius Vert clan froze in terror. Seeing the young mistress return with an aura of war, the butler stammered Lady Alice. He tried to regain his composure, asking, You have returned so soon. She did not dignify him with a response. Her rage was a wildfire consuming her reason. She marched up to him and hissed, Where is she? Where is the Duchess hiding? Margaret was leisurely reading a book in her quarters, oblivious to the storm approaching, until the commotion outside shattered her peace. She turned her head in anxiety, just as Alice blasted the door off its hinges and stormed in. Margaret's face shifted from shock to confusion as she asked Alice, Is that you? Sensing the murderous intent rolling off her stepdaughter, Margaret felt a spike of fear but forced a plastic smile. It has been a while, she said. How have you been? My dear daughter Alice offered no words, only violence, as she swung her arm and delivered a thunderous slap across Margaret's face. She poured every ounce of her hatred into that strike. Margaret collapsed to the floor, clutching her stinging cheek and shrieked, Have you lost your mind? Alice instantly fired back. The only lunatic here is you, Duchess Margaret. The veins on Alice's face bulged as her anger reached a boiling point. She gritted her teeth and roared, You tried to have Saiyan assassinated. Margaret's thoughts raced. How does she know? But outwardly she doubled down on her denial. I tried to kill Saiyan. Do you have any proof of such a heinous accusation? Alice's eyes went wide, with manic intensity. You just confirmed it yourself, which, demanding proof, instead of denying the act, proves your guilt. Margaret slowly stood up, hunched over with venomous rage. How dare you lay a hand on me? Especially when you have zero evidence. By now, a squad of armed guards had surrounded the room. Margaret glared at them and screamed. What are you idiots standing there for? Drag this girl out of here. Snapped out of their stupor, the guards rushed toward Alice to subdue her. We apologize, young mistress. Alice's eyes darted toward them sharp as daggers. Just as the guards prepared to tackle her, the atmosphere shifted. Alice moved with the speed of a high-level warrior catching them off guard. She drove a fist into a guard's solar plexus, making him howl in agony. Then she began to channel mana, summoning a blue crystal sphere that hummed with power. It was the elemental spirit, Undine. Without hesitation, she unleashed it. The burst of energy annihilated the guard's formation instantly. Margaret watched in horror, thinking, is that spirit magic? How can she dismantle trained soldiers like they are nothing in this leveling manhwa? Alice advanced on her, forcing the Duchess to scramble backward in terror. Stay back. What do you think you are doing? Alice replied coldly, Saian's assassin sang like a bird. Alice raised an eyebrow. He confessed that you were the mastermind behind the assassination attempt 2 years ago. Did you think just because Saian stayed quiet, that you would get away with it forever? Margaret's face twisted into a snarl as she pointed a trembling finger. You would trust the word of filth over me. Are you insane? Alice leaned in her face inches from the Duchess. Shut your mouth, Margaret. I am telling Father everything. Prepare your neck because you are finished. With that final threat, Alice spun around and marched out. Margaret muttered to the empty room. You stupid girl. After all this time, she still does not understand. The Duchess's expression darkened into something truly sinister. Duke Willius Vert does not care about anything other than that boy. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mansion, Duke Willius Vert glanced over his shoulder. I know she tried to kill Saian. What of it? Alice's eyes nearly popped out of her skull at her father's callous words. What do you mean? Your own son was nearly murdered, and that is all you have to say. Willius Vert turned halfway, his gaze icy. I have no intention of making excuses. As long as Saian is still breathing, the method of his survival is irrelevant. Alice trembled, unable to contain her emotions. He had to fight 6 official knights. If not for his guardian knight, Brian Kendrick, my brother, would be a corpse. Willius Vert eyes sharpened, filled with disdain. You think that fool saved Saian? That imbecile is nothing but a luggage carrier. Hearing this, Alice broke into a cold sweat, confused. Are you saying Saian defeated them all by himself? Duke Willius Vert stepped closer, towering over her. You know nothing of his true potential. He pulled a crimson envelope from his coat and handed it to her. Take this. Alice looked at it perplexed. What is this? A royal invitation, he explained simply. I cannot attend, so you will go in my stead. He stared her down. Go there and relax. You do not need to worry about Saian. She clutched the letter tightly. Willius Vert continued. That child has undergone an awakening manhwa transformation you cannot imagine. I am returning to the barracks. He walked past her, leaving Alice stunned. She was left alone in the room, her mind a blank void. Moments later, Alice walked down the corridor, lost in thought. I do not need to worry about him, but the boy is only 13 years old. Suddenly, a woman with long flowing hair called out Lady Alice. Alice's face lit up with genuine joy. It was Cecilia Dine. You have returned. But before Alice could finish her sentence, Cecilia tackled her into a bear hug, speaking a mile a minute. Where have you been all this time? You never sent a single letter. Alice smiled warmly. I am sorry. She then introduced her companion. This is Cecilia Dine, a high-ranking elite of the Knights of Light. She is my maid, my teacher, and my best friend. Alice gently pulled away. All right, let us go clear our heads. Cecilia tilted her head. Clear our heads. Alice waved the invitation she received from her father with a grin. Yes, we are going to the royal palace. Cut to them sitting in a luxurious carriage, rolling toward the capital. It seemed to be Nana's first trip to the palace, and her eyes sparkled as she gasped, completely overwhelmed by the breathtaking scenery passing by. It turned out the vibrant scenery along the road had captivated her completely. Look, dear, Saian observed her, with eyes void of emotion, his voice cold. Nana cut the tail. Her expression darkened instantly, silence sealing her lips. Yet the gloom vanished in a heartbeat. She bounced before him with infectious joy, forcing even the stoic Saian to crack a rare faint smile. But his mind raced. I still do not understand how she conceals her beast features so perfectly. At least stepping outside feels safer now. He turned his sharp gaze to Nana. You have not forgotten my teachings, have you? Instantly, Nana's demeanor shifted 180 degrees, a perfect mask of elegance. Of course not. Young Master Saian, I am your humble maid. she declared, with a theatrical gesture pointing at herself and shouting. Nana, this erratic behavior only piled mountains of stress onto Saian's shoulders. So much anxiety. It feels like she is a walking disaster waiting to happen. She is far too excited. Suddenly, a disturbance shattered the peace. Saian turned to the vanguard. What is the situation? The guard's voice trembled slightly. Ah, ahead. A massive group of bandits blocks our path. The bandit leader stepped forward. A jagged scar ran from his eye to his neck, his grin radiating menace. Hand over everything you own. Saiyan casually slid the carriage window shut. Just trash. Dispose of them. Nana blinked innocently. Is something wrong? Master Saiyan did not even look up. Nothing of concern. Outside, the guard drew a gleaming blade against a bandit's neck. You are nothing but insects. In a flash of steel, a single strike annihilated the entire front line. One survivor screamed in terror. Sir? Suddenly, an ambush squad descended from the cliffs. Die. This is vengeance for Fernando. They aimed their killing blow at the guard, but he remained unmoved. A chant spilled from his lips. Then, a chain of slash attacks erupted, reducing the enemies to ribbons. He reached to sheath his blade, but paused, staring at his hands. He thought, the weak Brian is dead. I have awakened. His eyes gleamed with realization. I have become stronger. But Saiyan's impatient roar cut through his epiphany. If you are done, move it. The carriage wheels turned once more. Yes, young master, we depart immediately. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a heavy book slammed onto a desk. The guest list for the upcoming banquet. Shirika took the documents a maid offered. Thank you. The maid whispered. Attendance is higher than usual. Should we cancel some plans? Shirika's eyes went cold. No. The operation proceeds exactly as intended. The maid hesitated. The assassination of Renian Nephelis. Why the rush, my lady? Shirika adjusted her glasses, leaning back. Because he is sick. A predator who uses his power to hunt married women. That trash must be eliminated with extreme prejudice. She glared at Renian's file, disgust burning in her eyes. That bastard is my fiancé. The maid gasped. What? Then Shirika froze, lifting another file. Her eyes widened in shock. This child is attending Nana. Shirika recalled the rumors. A 1 in a million genius. She possessed elemental stats of 20 parts per million. A prodigy worthy of any awakening Manhwa legend, though her fragile body limited her classes. She is the granddaughter of the Magic Association chairman, Karam Regan. Shirika narrowed her eyes, calculating. She has never faced the public. Why appear now? This feels like a twisted plot. I heard the chairman personally ordered her attendance, the maid replied. Shirika frowned. What? What is that old fox planning? I have a bad feeling about this. The banquet will be chaotic. Later, near the palace, Saiyan's party arrived at the village. Nana marveled at the architecture. The streets here are huge. Thud distracted, she slammed into a passerby. The man snarled. Who do you think you are? Watch where you are going. Nana instantly deployed her ultimate weapon. Ah, I apologize. Her face shifted to a look of utter pity. How can I ever repay you? The man blushed furiously, his anger evaporating. It is fine. Little Miss Nana turned to Saiyan, beaming. Papa, the people here are so kind. Saiyan's mind went blank. Absolutely not. Stay away from creeps like him. He glanced back, a shadow crossing his face. I forgot. She knows nothing of the dark side of this world. She needs to be more guarded. This is bad. Brian looked confused. Young master, but Saiyan saw it. Nana's gaze shifted. Saiyan's eyes nearly popped out. Damn it, Nana, groaned a guttural sound. Hungry. Saiyan panicked. Her pupils? They have reverted to their beast state. The air around Nana grew heavy and dark. She is leaking aura. If this continues, everyone will sense her power. She turned her eyes, terrifyingly hollow. Papa. Saiyan pointed a trembling finger forward. Brian, take her to a restaurant now. Brian did not ask questions. He sprinted, scooping her up. Yes, young master. Saiyan watched them go, sweat beading on his forehead. Hunger triggers her transformation. This is not good at all. At the restaurant, Nana devoured mountains of meat, stacking plates like towers. She patted her distended belly. I finally feel alive again. Saiyan sat opposite, mentally calculating the bill with horror. Raising a child is expensive. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A dense wave of mana approached. Saiyan's senses flared. What is this strange magical signature? A woman with short white hair materialized beside their table. Her voice was cheerful. Pleasure to meet you. It was Luna, her expression disarmingly gentle. You are Saian Vert, correct? Luna smiled innocently. Are you Saiyan? Saiyan narrowed his eyes. She knows my name, he asked coldly. I am. And who are you? She pulled out a chair. May I join you? Saiyan's face remained stony. You have not answered my question, she chuckled softly. I am Luna. I attend the same academy as you, Senior Saiyan. Saiyan paused. Luna. That name rings a bell. Wait, since when am I your senior? He scoffed. I suppose I would not know a random underclassman because I ignore them. Luna waved her hand dismissively. It is fine. Compared to your legendary reputation, Senior, I am just a nobody. Saiyan glared suspiciously. A nobody. With that level of mana, Nana and Brian watched the exchange confused. Brian is she, Papa's friend. She does not look like it. Luna leaned in, eyes twinkling. A knight and a lady. You seem quite close to your servants, dining with them. She covered a giggling mouth. You look stoic, but you must be quite the playboy young master. Saiyan broke into a cold sweat. There is nothing wrong with it. And watch your mouth. He pondered why she had suddenly approached him like this. Staring at her bright, innocent face, he wondered what her true objective was. Suddenly, she asked Senior, are you heading to the Imperial Palace for the banquet? He replied coolly, yeah. How did you figure that out? She immediately chirped back. For a celebrity who never steps a foot outside the academy, like you, Senior, what other reason would there be to come here? She continued cheerfully. That's great. Then we'll see each other again soon at the party, right? Actually, I was invited as well. He glanced at her sideways, thinking invited? If that's the case, she must be nobility. Luna stood up and announced to the group, that's all for today's greetings. I'll take my leave first. She turned to Saiyan, emphasizing her words, remember this, Luna. Walking away with elegant grace, she looked back at Saiyan with a soft smile. My name is Luna Rainriver. Saiyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Realization struck him. Now I remember. Luna Rainriver. The image of a bearded old man wearing spectacles flashed through his mind. He thought, the granddaughter of that lunatic Rainriver, the chairman of the Karam Regan Council, could it be that the old coot sent her here to spy on me? Another image of Luna flashed in his mind, sinking deep into the abyss of the ocean in a white dress. In his previous life, she had died while still attending the academy. Was it due to a frail constitution, or was she turned into a test subject by the Karam Council? He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. More and more connections unrelated to my past life are beginning to surface. What a pain. This means everything happening from now on is a variable unforeseen in this system Manhwa's original timeline. In Saiyan's mind, the image of the castle at sunset appeared. He thought, and to think it's happening on the very day of the banquet, the day known in history as the Bloody Banquet. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Erin was looking in the mirror while tying her hair. She turned and asked, how does it look? Do I look okay? Lessimus gave 2 thumbs up in approval. You look magnificent, princess. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen anyone as radiant as you. On the bed lay a mountain of discarded dresses. Lessimus thought wearily. Are you still not satisfied, princess? Please just spare me. She spun around abruptly. No, it's not right. It's still a bit. Lessimus showed a face of pure helplessness. She muttered, it's fine. This should be enough to captivate Saiyan's heart. Realizing what she just said, Erin's face flushed red and she turned away in embarrassment. What? What does this have to do with Saiyan? Lessimus let out a long sigh. You were the one who ordered me to send the invitation to him, Your Highness. Erin pouted defensively. That was my intention back then. Things are different now. Lessimus raised his hands in surrender. Come on, stop lying to yourself. Suddenly, a maid stepped forward holding a box and spoke. Princess, she continued, Prince Louis Nell has sent you a gift. He said it would suit you perfectly. Aaron asked in surprise. Royal brother Louis Nell sent me a gift. Inside the box lay an incredibly exquisite necklace. Lessimus looked at the jewelry, clasping his hands together to tease Aaron. It's beautiful. I'm sure Saiyan will love it. Aaron blushed furiously. No, that's not it at all. The scene shifted to the grand hall of the castle, already crowded with guests attending the banquet. Everyone was dressed in absolute luxury. Saiyan leaned against the wall thinking, it's really crowded. The target hasn't appeared yet. His eyes darted to the side where Kellen was standing, blending into the shadows. Saiyan spoke to Kellen. Kellen, the fact that you're here means Achol has arrived too, right? The subordinate replied. Yes. Currently he is with Prince Louis Nell. But more importantly, I have something to report. Saiyan asked. What is it? He replied. I beg you, please leave the banquet immediately. Saiyan thought to himself. Is there news about the purification mission? Or is something about to happen? The subordinate whispered. I have a terrible feeling about this. I fear that you and many others will be in grave danger. Saiyan showed a look of genuine surprise. Kellen continued, Achol ordered me to warn you to leave the Imperial Palace before the banquet officially begins. He said that a little farce is about to take place. Saiyan's eyes widened as the pieces clicked together. The bloody banquet. Don't tell me Achol is the one pulling the strings. Kellen pleaded, I cannot let you face this danger, my lord. Saiyan replied, calm. All right, you can go back now. Kellen asked, will you be all right? Saiyan nodded. Yeah, you're the one who should be careful. Now go. The spy turned to leave. Yes. Please stay safe. Saiyan chuckled to himself, thinking, a little farce, huh? A villainous smirk curled on Saiyan's lips as he thought, that bastard Achol. He's even crazier than I imagined. Beside him, Karam asked what's wrong. Worried about the innocent bystanders. Saiyan smiled slightly and said to Karam, no. It's just that his way of doing things is truly entertaining. He averted his gaze and continued. Besides, we have to postpone the purification work for today. Saiyan activated his telepathy. He projected his voice to Shirika. That's a nice dress, instructor. She replied, mentally startled Saiyan. What is it? He said. I'm afraid the purification mission today must be postponed. She asked, why? I just received intel that this banquet is about to turn into a sea of blood. As soon as Saiyan's words landed, Shirika was stunned. What did you say? He continued, time is tight, I'll explain later. Willius Vert, we need to scan for any demonic beasts nearby. Only then can we calculate our next move. Shirika gritted her teeth slightly. Are you sure? Is this intel reliable? Saiyan's eyes glowed crimson. The mastermind is someone very familiar to me. I had my suspicions before, but now I'm certain. He added, don't worry, the target, that perverted fiancé of yours, will also die in the chaos. That's good news, isn't it? She blushed with anger and snapped back. How do you know he's my fiancé? Saiyan turned and walked away, leaving Shirika fuming. Anyway, I'm going to do my job, she shouted internally. You owe me a proper explanation for this. Suddenly, from the distance, Alice called out, Instructor Shirika. Shirika heard the voice and turned around. That voice. Alice. Alice looked absolutely stunning in her gown, smiling as she said, long time no see, instructor. Shirika asked her, why are you here? She replied, I just came out to get some fresh air. It's for family business too. Shirika thought anxiously, damn it, Alice has been dragged into this mess too. From afar, a voice suddenly rang out. Oh my. A man was slowly walking toward the two of them. Well, well, if it isn't Alice. Just like that, I get to gaze upon two beautiful flowers. Alice smiled politely, but Shirika ground her teeth thinking, damn it, this is getting more troublesome by the second. What a chaotic mess. She continued her thought. The target has also appeared. The man bowed low to greet them. Dranian Nephilis. It is an honor to meet you ladies. He flashed a lecherous, disgusting smile. Saiyan took a step forward and spoke to Brian. Brian, it's time to work. The subordinate replied, yes, young master. He placed a hand over his heart. Knight Brian Kendrick, awaiting your.com. Saiyan cut him off. Yeah, skip the formalities. It sounds weird. He thought, this guy Brian has been overly confident lately. He continued thinking, I guess after drinking dragon's blood, he's finally realized the weight of being a guardian knight. Saiyan instructed Brian go and check the underground gates of the Imperial Palace. Brian shook his head, frantically backing away. No way, that place is a pitch-black abyss. It's terrifying, Saiyan thought to himself. I take back my earlier praise. He pointed sharply. Just go. I have my reasons. Suddenly, Brian's eyes widened, looking past Saiyan. Young master, watch out behind you, Saiyan frowned. Behind me, Brian hissed, a rat is tailing us. Then Saiyan felt it. Wait, this aura. Brian charged forward with burning zeal. I'll handle this trash. Saiyan reached out. Hey, hold on. But it was too late. Brian ignored the order and tackled the shadow in the darkness. Saiyan sighed, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. It's fine, Brian. I know this person. Brian, sitting atop Emily, blinked innocently. Oh, really? My apologies for the rough handling. Emily had already passed out from the shock. Meanwhile, deep within the castle, a cloaked figure descended a long spiral staircase, torch in hand, meeting an army of shadows waiting in the gloom. The cloaked man grinned beneath his hood. The time has come. My loyal servants, commence the awakening. Instantly, a sea of eyes began to glow crimson in the dark. Upstairs, Princess Erin scanned the banquet hall. She pouted, clearly annoyed. What is this? He invites me but doesn't show his face. She clicked her tongue. He really does whatever he pleases. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. It is an honor to meet you, Princess Erin. Erin turned to see a young woman approaching her with grace. Wait, aren't you Luna Rain River? The second-year prodigy of our academy. Luna lifted her dress in an elegant curtsy. Erin smiled warmly. You actually remember who I am. Of course, Princess Erin. Erin shook her head. How could I ever forget the genius of the Karam Kingdom? I am delighted that you are here representing your nation. Luna smiled softly. The princess is truly kind-hearted. If only Senior Saiyan had even half your grace. Erin blinked, surprised. You know Saiyan? Luna nodded. Yes, I actually ran into the senior just yesterday. Erin's voice rose in disbelief. You met him. Are the two of you close? Realizing her slip-up, Erin slapped a hand over her mouth. Shoot, I said too much. Luna chuckled lightly. As expected of the princess. Could it be? You have feelings for Senior Saiyan? Erin's face exploded into a shade of crimson. Saiyan do I. Like him. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The entire hall froze. Erin and Luna spun around. A noblewoman was screaming, pointing a trembling hand at a masked figure looming behind her like a reaper. Someone call the guards. Before she could finish, the assassin's blade severed her head. Erin gasped in horror. Impossible. How did a monster get into the royal palace? The creature began a massacre, sending the crowd into a frenzy of terror. Demon. It's a demon, the guards roared. The monster, blood dripping from its mask, whispered, Found you. Its dead eyes locked onto Erin. Princess. Meanwhile, in a safer corridor, Nana offered a polite bow. Greetings. I am Nana, young Master Saiyan's personal maid. Emily collapsed in shock, staring up at the girl. She's so young. And even prettier than me. Tears streamed down her face. Did the young master abandon me for this child? Saiyan waved his hands dismissively. That's not it at all. His expression darkened. But tell me, it was my brother Achol who sent you, wasn't it? Yes, sir. Emily wiped her tears, striking a proud pose. I am quite in demand, you know. He even asked me to be his personal detective. Saiyan's interest piqued. A detective? Emily flashed back to her conversation with Akal. How would you like to work as my maid instead? Akal had asked. Emily had looked at him blankly. Achol continued. With Saiyan away at the academy, I've been feeling rather lonely. Emily crossed her arms. Naturally, I refused him on the spot. My place is by the young master's side. Akal had asked, Are you sure? Emily sighed. I said yes, but it seems he hasn't given up on poaching me. It's exhausting, really. The proof is that he shipped me all the way here. Saiyan fell silent, his mind racing before he gave a sharp order. Brian, it's dangerous out there. Guard Emily and Nana with your life. Brian blinked. Yes, sir. But where are you going? Saiyan turned away. I have something to do. In the memories of my past life, Emily never appeared here. His eyes narrowed. Ever since Kellen started tailing me, I knew a conspiracy was brewing. Saiyan's eyes flared, with killing intent, veins bulging on his forehead. If they dare lay a finger on my people, they will pay. He slammed the door and vanished. Emily reached out. Ah, young master. She held up a red tie. Wait, Master Akal gave this to me. He said it was a gift for you, Emily wailed, tears returning. Sob. I know nothing. I'm such an idiot coming all this way and forgetting the most important thing. Nana sniffed the air, her eyes narrowing sharply as she stared at the tie. What is that scent? Meanwhile, back at the castle, a man stood with a drawn sword. Akal. It has begun, Prince Louis Neo. The prince turned his back, gazing out. Finally, the day of reckoning is here. You have worked hard, Akal. Akal smirked. I assume our little gift has been delivered. That man, Boris, he is quite capable. Louis Neo laughed a sinister sound. He will be a useful pawn for our glorious future, for the birth of a new empire. Akal bowed. Indeed, it is time they realized who truly deserves to rule. Louis Neo's face twisted into a wicked grin. In the great hall, chaos reigned. Everyone, run for your lives. Luna grabbed Erin's arm. Leave this to the guards. Princess, you must evacuate immediately. It's too dangerous to stay. Erin shook her head firmly. I'm fine. Save the others first. Seeing her resolve, Luna nodded. Then I shall stand by your side. Erin smiled, amidst the chaos. Thank you, Luna. The royal guards clashed with the demons. Hold the line. Do not let them pass. A desperate scream echoed, causing Commander Morris to spin around. Another wave of beasts was pouring in. Morris grit his teeth. Reinforcements. Damn it. A soldier was hoisted into the air by a demon screaming, Captain, save me. Hold on, Morris roared. But another soldier shouted in terror, Captain, look, it's a high-ranking Mandragora. Morris froze. Why is a Calamity-class monster here? Tears of despair welled in his eyes. We can't win. We're all going to be slaughtered. The beast opened its jaws to devour them. Suddenly, Boom Silica unleashed a spell, blasting the monster back. She turned shouting, evacuate the civilians. Now Morris gasped. Is that a professor from the academy? From the other side, Alice drew her blade. Heavenly soaring blade slash. Her sword danced, cleaving the demons in two. The two warrior women stood like shielding walls before Morris. Leave this battlefield to us. Morris snapped out of his fear. Understood. He turned to his men. All units, we are escorting the civilians to safety. Move. Yes, sir. The shout echoes through the hall. But the nightmare has only just begun. The demonic trees lash out their vines, sweeping across the room like whips. Shirika and Alice brace for impact, thinking, here it comes. But the killing intent flows right past them. Confused, they whip around to follow the attack. We aren't the targets. Horror dawns on them as the vines surge toward the backline. Straight for Princess Erin, and Luna Erin freezes her eyes wide with shock. Shirika screams Princess Erin. It's after the princess. A massive vine strikes. Erin stands paralyzed death, staring her right in the face. Shing steel meets wood. Captain Maurice intercepts the fatal blow. Protect the princess, he roars. But the attack grazes her cheek, and terror fills her tear-filled eyes. Maurice fights like a demon possessed, but the odds are overwhelming. The monster's vines are endless, piercing his armor, turning the brave captain into a pincushion. Tears stream down Erin's face. She sobs, Captain Maurice. Not you. The vines retract with a sickening squelch, leaving his blood to paint the floor. The captain collapses. Erin rushes to his side, her hands trembling as she holds him. Maurice, open your eyes, please. But the loyal knight remains silent. Guilt crashes over Luna like a tidal wave. This is my fault. I'm so sorry, Maurice. But she turns her sorrow into power. Water blast. Erin watches through her tears, stunned. She combined it with wind spear, that's dual casting magic. And she's only a second-year student. Incredible. Having cleared the immediate threat, Luna turns to the princess. Her voice is cold as ice. Your Highness, he's gone. There is nothing we can do. Erin looks down at Maurice, her heart shattering. But the monsters are regrouping. The surviving knights surround her, their resolve hardening like steel. You must escape, Princess. Run to safety. The beast will return any second. We will hold the line here. We won't let the captain's sacrifice be in vain. We will stop these monsters, even if we have to burn our life force to do it. Even Luna pleads, Your Highness, please. Go now. The weight of the crown presses down on Erin. She whispers a painful okay. She takes one last look at Maurice's fallen body. I will never forget your loyalty, Sir Knight. Mana flares around Erin phantom armor. The sudden burst of magic shocks the knights. Erin stands tall, her voice regaining its royal authority. I have cast a temporary barrier around you all. The mandrake roots carry a deadly toxin. One scratch means death. But my shield will nullify the poison. You must survive. That is a royal command from your princess. The knights roar in unison, their morale ignited. Yes, Your Highness. Protected by the golden aura they charge, for the princess. The battle lines clash in a symphony of destruction. Suddenly, a chill fills the air. Alice slides in, screaming, fall back. She unleashes a blizzard of frost magic. Princess. The path is clear. Go. Please escape. Erin hesitates, looking at the brave girl. But what about you? Alice smiles confidently. Remember, I am Alice of the House of Willius Vert. Head that way, hurry. The tree monsters shriek their roars, shaking the very foundations of the palace. Her duty done, Alice turns back to the slaughter. She leaps into the air, blade raised, diving straight into the jaws of the enemy. Shirika joins the fray, but doubt clouds her mind. I'm supposed to be just a simple alchemy professor. If I use my assassin daggers, they'll know I'm part of the Mist organization. But to hell with it. I can't hold back now. She draws a sword instead, moving faster than the eye can follow sword. Dance, 8-petal slash. In a single breath, the monster is diced into oblivion. The knights cheer, the mandrake roots. They stopped moving, regroup, and counterattack, but looming in the shadows behind them, a new threat emerges. The assassin strikes. But Shirika is faster slash. She cuts him down before he can breathe. She turns to the knights, her eyes sharp. Don't drop your guard. There are still beasts nearby. Shirika scans the room, her mind racing like a tactical computer. We can hold them here while Alice extracts the princess. But why do I have this bad feeling? Like we're missing something. Meanwhile, Alice and Luna escort Erin through the corridors. Aaron glances at her protector, Alice Willius Vert. Is she Saiyan's sister? Is Saiyan safe? Suddenly, boom, the floor explodes. Alice stares at the abomination rising from the earth. They've breached the inner sanctum. Alice grits her teeth in fury. It's like they have a radar for us. She stares down the beast, sweat forming on her brow. A high-tier night hunter. This intensity. It feels straight out of a Manhwa recap boss battle. Can I defeat it alone? Aaron steps up. Chain prison. Luna joins the combo. Flame lance fire and magic chains bind the beast. The monster roars in agony as the elemental reaction burns its flesh. Alice is stunned by their coordination. Luna shouts, "We're fighting too." Aaron's eyes blaze with determination. It's vulnerable. Strike now. I won't be a burden. I must be brave. But the beast shatters the chains with raw power. It unleashes a storm of razor-sharp ice shards. Aaron and Luna throw up a barrier, just in time. The ice deflects harmlessly. Alice steps forward, mana surging into her blade. I am a warrior of the House of Willius Vert. Guardians of the Empire, you will regret blocking my path. Hydroblade. Back in the main hall, Sharika stands over a pile of bodies. She kicks a corpse over. That's the last of them. But something is wrong. They look like foreign monsters. But this energy signature is bizarre. Sharika rips the mask off the assassin. Her blood runs cold. A puppet. Beneath the mask lies a faceless horror. Sharika pieces the puzzle together. Forbidden magic. Necromancy that turns the dead into dolls. This is a lost art. Extremely difficult to execute. To control this, many puppets requires an ocean of mana and years of preparation. This isn't just a random attack. The culprit isn't working alone. Is someone trying to start a war elsewhere in the palace? The nightmare continues. The king, gasping for air, leaned heavily on his sword, his voice trembling with exhaustion. Is it finally over? To think such a nightmare would descend upon our banquet. His strength failing, the monarch collapsed, the blade sinking into the earth as his sons Louis Neal and Achol rushed forward in panic. Stay back, I am fine, the king wheezed, trying to mask his frailty. Just winded. But seeing my sons by my side in this chaos, it brings an old man peace. Your Majesty, they cried in unison. Achol moved with lightning speed, gripping the king's arm to hoist him up. Allow me, father. Thank you, the king murmured, regaining his footing. Yet something about Achol's eagerness sent a chill down Louis Neal's spine. With the king now supported on his shoulder, Achol commanded, I have him. You must tend to the survivors, brother. The royal knights will handle the rabble, Achol insisted smoothly. We shall remain the king's shield. But as he spoke, a shadow passed over Achol's eyes, a look of cold, calculating malice. Meanwhile, on Alice's front, the shadow beast lay defeated, but the victory felt heavy. The trio stood back-to-back, senses, heightened adrenaline still coursing through their veins. Where in the hell are they spawning from? Alice hissed, scanning the darkness. It's like an endless dungeon break. Her gaze fell upon a ribbon in her hand. Wait, a voice cut through the tension. Did Lord Achol actually gift this artifact to young Master Saiyan? Brian asked, skepticism dripping from his tone as Emily nodded. Brian stared at the ribbon, a knot of unease tightening in his gut. Something is wrong. My instincts are screaming. Emily blinked, innocent and confused. Is it the gift? No, Brian muttered, eyes narrowing. But Achol ignores Saiyan. Why now? Why this? His mind raced, connecting dots that shouldn't exist. This goes deeper than petty family drama, Brian realized. There is a malice here, something rotting beneath the surface. Before he could voice his theory, Nana burst onto the scene, her face pale with terror. Brian, run. We need to move now. Brian froze. Nana, what's going on? Death is coming, she screamed. Emily gasped, noticing a strange, unnatural glow in Nana's eyes. Nana, your eyes. But before the question could land, the world exploded behind them. What? The Emily shrieked. Brian grabbed her, diving for cover. Emerging from the smoke, a towering nightmare loomed, a high-tier Vimosin, a beast that shouldn't even exist here. Elsewhere, the corrupt noble Draniel scrambled through the halls like a rat. Damn it all, I'm a dead man, he thought, panic overriding his dignity. Monsters at the front, chaos at the back. I must survive. I have to see my darling Emily again. His obsession fueled his cowardly sprint. I can't die here. Not until I watch Sharika suffer for her insolence. Panting, he glared at his guard. You useless tin can, are you absolutely certain the rear exit is clear? The knight nodded shakily. I believe so, my lord. You believe so, Draniel roared, spit flying. Do you have any idea who I am? If a single scratch, slash. His arrogance was cut short by a blade of magic. A puppet assassin materialized from thin air. The knights behind him screamed as the slaughter began. Draeniel hit the floor, lying in a pool of his own blood, his eyes wide with shock. "We're doomed," a knight cursed, facing a legion of mechanical horrors. But then the air grew heavy with moisture. Bubbles of mana began to float through the corridor, shimmering with deadly potential. The knights looked around bewildered. Water inside the castle. It was Alice. Luna now, she commanded, unleashing a hydroblast. Luna didn't hesitate, channeling a flash freeze that manifested a massive glacial spike. The ice spear tore through the puppets, shattering them into scrap metal. The hallway fell silent. The knights stared, jaws dropped. Impossible. They wiped the mob in a single strike. That was like a scene from a high-tier leveling manhwa. One knight whispered. Alice stepped forward, aura flaring. "I am Alice Willius Vert. Defend the prince. We aren't done yet." "Prince Aaron, are you injured?" the knight shouted. Aaron shook his head, his eyes fixed on the exhausted mage. "I am fine, but Luna." "Don't waste your concern on me." Luna panted, mana draining rapidly. "I'll regenerate. But you must leave. The next wave is already here." Aaron hesitated, whispering her name, torn between duty and heart. The knights, inspired by the display of power, slammed their shields down, forming a wall around the prince. "Protect Her Highness" formation. Alpha Alice took charge. Guardians raised the barriers. "Shield the nobility with your lives. Hold the line until the bitter end," Alice shouted, her voice commanding the chaos. "Royal knights, cover the princess. If I fall, you become the vanguard." "I will hold this gate," Alice vowed, though internal doubt gnawed at her. "Even if I crush them, they keep respawning. It's a loop. It's like the enemy has map hacks. They know exactly where we are." Another wave crashed in. Meanwhile, Brian and Emily were fighting a losing battle against the beast. "Do something," Emily cried, terror gripping her. "Stay behind me," Brian ordered, his mind racing. "A boss monster in the palace. This is a setup. The young master warned me. I've always been the shield, but today I must be the sword." Brian tightened his grip. "I am the only thing standing between them and death." "But she's too close," Brian worried, glancing at Emily. Emily, oblivious to the tactical disadvantage, cheered, "I believe in you, take it down." The Vimosin roared a sound that shook the very foundation and lunged. "Here it comes," Emily screamed. "Hold on tight," Brian yelled, bracing for impact. The beast's claws clashed against his blade, sparks flying like fireworks. With a desperate heave, Brian parried and slashed, landing a critical hit. I stopped it. He let out a breath. "Okay, maybe we survive this." But the system wasn't that kind. The monster recovered instantly, launching a flurry of strikes. Brian Emily shrieked. "I'm fine," he grunted, lying through his teeth. "I won't let it touch you," he vowed, though his arms were numb. The monster opened its maw, preparing a breath attack. Brian pointed his shaking sword at the beast. "Can I even win this?" Despair crept in. "Forgive me, young master." Suddenly, a blur of motion intercepted the attack. Brian blinked. Emily gasped. What in the world? It was Nana. She stood firm, blocking the blow with bare hands, an aura exploding around her, like an awakening manhwa protagonist. Nana was fighting not just the beast, but for her very existence. Back in the main hall, the puppet army multiplied. The battle had turned into a meat grinder. Alice was holding her own, but fatigue was setting in. This isn't a battle. It's an execution, she realized. Someone is orchestrating this perfectly. The knights are running on fumes. We need a miracle. As a fresh battalion of puppets emerged, a realization hit Alice like a lightning bolt. The undead. These weren't just corpses. They were marionettes, dancing to the tune of dark magic. And in any leveling manhwa, there is only one natural predator for darkness, the divine light. Specifically, the radiant sorcery of Lord Lumendale. If we can harness that holy brilliance, the scales of victory might just tip in our favor. But we need a conduit. Alice hatched a desperate gambit to crush the demonic horde. She turned to the royal heir with a plea. "Princess Aaron, I need you to channel your mana directly into my blade." Aaron hesitated, fear flickering in her eyes. I can't. The knight's barrier will shatter without my power." But a loyal soldier cut in. "Your Highness, don't worry about us. We can hold the line a little longer. Trust in our steel." His confident smile sealed the deal. Swallowing her fear, Aaron poured her energy into Alice. Without a second thought, the blade drank in the holy light, humming with newfound power. Alice felt the resonance immediately. It's working, she thought, though the strain of fusing two mana types was tearing at her. If I weave spirit magic into this chaotic mix, I can stabilize the flow. It was a gamble that could cost her everything, but Alice stared death in the face and smiled. Meanwhile, Saian knelt beside the fallen debris, examining a skull and mask. His sharp eyes instantly recognized the components, a spirit puppet fused with a mandrake root. He lifted the mask, the puzzle pieces clicking into place. So Boris has been a pawn of Achol Karam all along. Behind him, the entity Karam floated closer, intrigued. Is that necromancy of the dark arts? Karam mused. Since when do modern humans wield such ancient forbidden spells? Saian shook his head, recognizing the technique. It's a classic strategy for a certain type of villain. Saian recalled the mechanics of the Power Stone, a catalyst that buffs monsters and acts as a beacon for their bloodlust. Karam scoffed. I can taste the mana radiation from a stone nearby. This place has become a slaughterhouse. Let's move. Saian paused, a sudden realization hitting him. He looked down at his gore-soaked attire. Wait, I can't make an entrance looking like a butcher. I need a wardrobe change. Back on the battlefield, the air crackled as the spirit Marina manifested to turn the tide. Luna gasped, her mind reeling. Spirit Marina, how is she here? Did she use light element mana for a temporary summon? Luna's panic spiked. That's impossible. The mana types will reject each other. She can't sustain that form. Terror gripped Luna as she screamed to the others. We have to stop her now. But Alice was already past the point of no return, burning her very life force to anchor the summon. Her spiritual body will shatter into dust, Luna cried. Ignoring the danger, the ethereal Marina wrapped her arms around Alice, whispering softly to the struggling girl. Little one, why do you throw your life away like this? Alice gritted her teeth. I have no other choice. Marina looked down with infinite sadness. What a tragedy. Fate is truly cruel to the child, blessed by Bruna. With a heavy sigh, Marina raised her head, her gaze locking onto the encroaching army of darkness. You pests, she growled, her voice vibrating with power. Stay away from this child. A shockwave of pure energy exploded outward, blasting the soldiers back like ragdolls. She stood as an absolute shield for Alice, unleashing torrents of destructive force. Princess Erin watched, paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of the display. While a single gesture caused that much devastation. But Luna saw the grim truth. It's not enough. Look, the puppets, they're rising again. The fallen soldiers knitted themselves back together. Erin screamed over the roar of battle. Alice, stop. You'll destroy yourself if you keep pushing. But Alice refused to yield. No, if I stop now, we all die. Seeing the terror on her comrades' faces, she steeled her resolve. She had to end this nightmare no matter the cost. Alice and Marina synchronized their energy for one final suicidal strike. But just as the blade descended, a gloved hand shot out of nowhere, catching Alice's wrist in an iron grip. Marina froze. Alice's eyes went wide with disbelief. The entire battlefield seemed to hold its breath as Aaron and Luna stared at the intruder who had effortlessly stopped the attack. Panic surged through the ranks. Who was this? Another elite puppet? No. Under that mask lay a presence that felt completely alien. This aura was in a league of its own. Shadows coiled around the stranger, like living serpents. Alice struggled, but the hand holding her was immovable as a mountain. I can't break free. The stranger's eyes glowed a crimson red beneath the mask. Alice felt the darkness encroaching, threatening to consume her whole. Is this the end? Am I being swallowed by the abyss? Then, a voice cut through the chaos, shattering her fear. Marina smiled, her form beginning to fade. It seems your journey with me ends here, little one. Parting is sorrowful, but try to smile. The grip released, and Alice collapsed her legs, giving way from sheer exhaustion. Was it the mist, or her own depleted mana? Before vanishing completely, Marina left her with one final decree. Remember this, Alice. The blessing of Bruna will always be your sanctuary. And like a dream, upon waking the spirit dissolved into light. Alice couldn't even find the voice to call her back. What just happened? Erin stammered. Luna, however, was trembling, her eyes fixed on the masked figure. That man. He terrified the spirit away. He forcibly severed the summoning link. Is he even human? Luna whispered. The undead army, sensing the break in momentum, surged forward again. Alice watched them, come her hope shattering. It's over. The wave of monsters crashed down, but the masked stranger simply turned. With a single casual swing of his blade, he decimated the front lines, turning the horde into confetti. Alice gasped. Wait, is he on our side? The endless legion roared and charged, but the stranger stood calm, a smirk hidden beneath his mask. Just as I calculated. If I step back, they ignore me and rush the princess. It's like moths to a flame. He glanced over his shoulder, addressing the invisible entity floating behind him. Hey, can you pick up on any specific mana signatures from them? Karam retorted. You mean besides that loud spirit girl? Luna shook his head. No, she's irrelevant. Karam focused on the royals. Interesting. I sensed the mana of a monster pulsing from the princess's necklace. Saiyan nodded. Got it. I'm going in close. Back me up. You only ever call my name when you want to use me? Karam grumbled like a pouting child. Ignoring the complaint, Saiyan slammed his palm against the earth, activating a skill straight out of a system, Manhwa. Surrounded by a sea of enemies, Saiyan remained the eye of the storm. A cataclysmic surge of magical energy erupted from him, blowing the attackers away like dust in a hurricane. The royal guards shouted in panic, "Stay back, that black mist." We don't know what kind of nightmare is lurking inside it. It was as if reality itself had shifted. The ominous dark fog expanded rapidly, swallowing the undead soldiers whole. The mask army froze, realizing they were no longer the hunters. Alice watched in awe and horror as the obsidian vapor devoured the puppets. One by one, the enemy forces were erased from existence, consumed by the stranger's power. In seconds, the battlefield was empty. Silence fell heavy and thick. Aaron stared at the void where an army just stood, witnessing a scene worthy of a legendary Manhwa recap. He annihilated them all. Who is that masked monster? Seeing Luna collapse from exhaustion, Aaron screamed in pure terror, Luna. But as she desperately tried to wake her friend, a dark presence materialized behind her. Saiyan's hand descended upon Aaron's back. She flinched violently at the touch. The royal guards panicked, shouting "Princess," but it was too late. Saiyan pulled her close, his cold blade pressing against her throat. The entourage roared, "What do you think you're doing? Release her this instant." Aaron grabbed his arm, struggling to break free. Yet amidst the chaos, a thought crossed her mind. Who is this man? Why does his presence feel so strangely familiar? Saiyan remained silent. Instead of harming her, he drove his weapon straight into Aaron's pendant. The guards froze in shock. "Princess, you bastard!" Alice's face twisted with worry. Aaron a guard lunged his sword, slashing through Saiyan, but he struck nothing but air. The figure dissolved into a mysterious fog. What kind of sorcery is this mist? To everyone's horror, Saiyan rematerialized next to the unconscious Luna. Aaron shrieked, "No, stay away from her." Desperation fueling her, she launched a magic attack straight at him. He seemed caught off guard. However, Aaron's energy blast passed harmlessly through his body. She gasped. He turned into mist again, but then Saiyan's voice echoed through the hall. He spoke calmly to reassure her. "Relax. I have no intention of harming her. I merely destroyed the gem you were wearing, the very beacon that was summoning these monsters." Aaron stared at her broken necklace in disbelief. "You mean the gift my brother gave me was the cause of all this?" Saiyan's voice cut through her thoughts. "Leave the palace through the main gate. Now. I have cleared a path for you." Aaron looked around. The chaotic atmosphere had vanished, replaced by silence. A guard rushed to her side. "Your Highness, are you injured anywhere?" "Princess, who was that man?" Aaron shook off her daze. I'm fine. What about Alice and Luna?" Alice was already lifting Luna up. "She is safe, Your Highness." Relief washed over Aaron. Thank goodness Alice took command, her voice steady. "Everyone recover your mana and move out. We follow that man's instructions and exit via the main gate. Getting these kids to safety is my absolute priority," Alice told herself grimly. "I'll worry about the identity of that mysterious stranger later." Suddenly, Luna's eyes flashed with a strange light. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, a massive wolf lay dead in a pool of crimson. The scene was a gruesome masterpiece of slaughter. A girl stood amidst the sea of blood, her expression cold and ruthless. The terrified maid clung to a soldier. What is she? Are you sure she's just a maid?" Even the guard hesitated. I'm not sure. I've never seen aura like that." Suddenly, wings sprouted from the maid's back, a transformation worthy of a top-tier awakening Manhwa boss. This scene mirrored a dark rumor from a past timeline, the bloody banquet that claimed countless lives. In the original history, whispers claimed the mastermind was the fifth princess of the Empire, Aaron Severus, blinded by her lust for power. But in truth, the tragedy was sparked by an enchanting stone. It was highly likely that demons, or perhaps Louis himself, had planted it on her. In that past life, they were hailed as heroes of the Empire after the massacre, profiting immensely from the tragedy. Back in the present, Saiyan removed his mask as Karam addressed him. "So Karam hissed, you mean to tell me they orchestrated this entire nightmare just to benefit themselves?" Saiyan's eyes darkened. Sometimes humans are far viler than demons, and compared to the atrocities they will commit in the future, this is nothing. He looked inward. "I assisted in massacres far worse than this in my past life," he thought bitterly. "Perhaps I am the true monster." Karam shifted back to human form. "Are we leaving now?" He nodded. "Yes. Nana must be waiting. The royal knights will handle the cleanup." But Karam seemed bothered by something. By the way, I have a question about the princess's necklace. Saian glanced at her. What is it? Karam furrowed her brow. That maid. Her name is Emily Wright. Your servant. She carries the scent of the enchanting stone. Saian froze, the realization hitting him. Meanwhile, Nana had completely lost her reason. With blood smeared across her mouth, Nana drooled. That smell. Emily smells so delicious. Brian panicked. Nana, get a hold of yourself. Emily cowered behind him in terror. No, I don't taste good at all, Emily wailed. Brian was spiraling into panic. What the hell is going on? Why is she looking at us like prey? She's acting like a literal monster. Brian couldn't understand why Nana was fixated solely on Emily, but he knew he had to act. I have to stop her. But I can't hurt her. While he hesitated, Nana's patience snapped. She raised her claws, lunging forward with beastly hunger. I can't wait any longer. Emily screamed in pure terror. Brian stood frozen, paralyzed by indecision. I can't do it. Just as the claws were about to shred them, a figure flew in. Saian took the blow. The claws tore into his back with a sickening sound. Brian and Emily shrieked. Young Master Karam swooped down right behind him. Saian gritted his teeth against the pain. Karam, do it now. Karam held up a glowing object. Found it. Emily blinked through her tears, confused. Oh my God, who are you people? Recognizing the object on the ground, Emily cried out. Hey, that's the ribbon young Master Saiyan gave me. Mercilessly, Karam stomped on it, crushing the cursed item. Emily looked heartbroken. Why would you do that? Ignoring her, Karam shouted at the rampaging girl. Nana, snap out of it. Look who's standing right in front of you. The madness faded from Nana's eyes. Ah. Papa clarity returned, followed by horror. Papa tears streamed down her face. What did I do? Then she saw the blood on Saiyan's back. Did I do this to you? Papa Saiyan smiled, gently hiding his pain. It's okay, Nana. It doesn't hurt a bit. You were controlled. You did nothing wrong. Young Master. Brian murmured, guilt written all over his face. The room was a disaster zone. Saiyan commanded. Let's move. We need to leave before this gets more complicated. Meanwhile, Louis scanned the area with suspicion. What is going on here? He frowned. This place should be crawling with monsters. Why is it so dead silent? It's as if they were erased from existence. The king stepped forward. I see no beasts here. Louis masked his disappointment. That is fortunate, father. It seems the situation resolved itself. As his subordinate Akal watched silently, a voice rang out. Your Majesty, father. It was Aaron rushing toward them. Father, the king's face lit up. Aaron, you're alive. They embraced tightly, emotions overflowing. Thank the heavens you are safe. Are you injured, my child? Aaron spotted Louis and stiffened. The king beamed. Thanks to your brother, we made it here safely. But Louis's eyes were cold, filled with a menacing darkness. He stared right through her. I am so relieved you aren't dead, Aaron. Aaron forced a smile, masking her disgust. And I'm glad you are safe, brother. But her mind was racing. I have a mountain of questions for that snake, but the survivors come first. Alice and the others bowed respectfully. Greetings, your majesty. Thank you for protecting my youngest daughter, the king declared. You shall be rewarded handsomely. But Aaron wasn't listening. Her gaze was locked on Louis and his lackey whispering in the shadows. She wondered what poison he was whispering. Louis Snell grinned like a viper, leveling his blade at Luna. I believe I've found the puppet master behind this chaos. The trail leads straight to the granddaughter of the Mage Association's chairman, Karam. You are under arrest, Luna Rainriver. The crowd gasped in collective horror. Alice blinked, utterly confused. Arrested her? Have you lost your mind? Achol watched in calculated silence. The king's voice boomed with authority. You are crossing a line, Louis Snell. Lower your weapon at once. Aaron rushed to her defense, desperation in her voice. Brother, stop. She saved countless lives by my side, but Louis Snell remained cold as ice. Mere parlor tricks to deceive you. The kingdom of Karam has always hungered for a chance to strike at the Yusuf Empire. He kept his sword steady, his accusation sharp as the steel. I'd wager my birthright that their goal was assassination and anarchy. Luna stood her ground, eyes flashing. You speak with such confidence, your highness, as if you actually possess evidence. Achol suddenly interjected, his voice smooth. Last night, I detected a suspicious aura radiating from her quarters. The king hesitated, his resolve wavering. Is that the truth? Watch your words carefully. Louis Snell pressed his advantage, desperate to validate his narrative. I invited them here to negotiate peace, father, but I kept a close watch, just in case. Give me time, and I will produce the proof. Defeated, the king sighed. Very well. Aaron whispered, heartbroken. Father, no. Louis Snell's smile turned predatory. Leave it to me. This is exactly what I predicted would happen. Luna, Rain River, and the Mage Association delegation were cast into the dungeon pending investigation. Lessimus found himself separated from Aaron in the chaos. Aaron worked tirelessly with the knights to secure the nobility, but the damage was done. The streets filled with mourning processions for Marquis Ronan Grayson, the Empress's brother, and the many fallen. I managed to save more lives this time than in my previous life. Saiyan thought the bitter reality of this leveling Manhwa world weighing on him. But nothing changes the fact that history will remember this as the Blood Banquet. Alice finished wrapping Saiyan's bandages, letting out a breath of relief. The wound looks much better now. Saiyan shifted awkwardly. You really didn't have to do this yourself. Alice wouldn't hear of it. Stay put. I'm your big sister, remember? Her expression darkened slightly. Things are about to get dangerous, Saiyan. Thank the gods you escaped in time. Saiyan gave a wry smile. Yeah, I guess I've always been good at running away. Alice's mind drifted back to the chaos. If not for that masked hero, I would be dead. She tried to picture the mysterious savior. Who was he? Come to think of it, his build was almost identical to yours. Saiyan stiffened as Alice scanned his body, her eyes widening in realization. You've really bulked up lately, haven't you? And these scars? You've been training like a maniac. Saiyan turned away abruptly. Naturally. Alice leaned in, grinning. Aw, are you blushing? She poked his arm playfully. Let me feel those muscles. Saiyan scrambled away, face heating up. Stop teasing me. Just then, Achol entered the room, his voice dripping with false warmth. Recovering quickly, I see. His eyes narrowed with thinly veiled envy. You two seem awfully close. I admit I'm a bit jealous. Are you feeling better, little brother? Saiyan kept his guard up. Thanks to you, yes. Even Alice could sense the tension. Saiyan was like a coiled spring around him. Saiyan deflected. How goes the investigation? Alice wondered silently. Does Saiyan know about Achol's dark side, I thought? Achol looked at his own hand, a sinister smile playing on his lips. That is precisely why I am here. We found a bracelet embedded with an enchantment stone in Luna Rain River's room. He explained calmly. She claims it was a gift. Naturally, whoever gave her that cursed item is now a prime suspect. He drilled his gaze into Saiyan. You're a smart boy. Tell me, did you receive anything from anyone during the banquet? Saiyan played the fool perfectly. I wouldn't know. He paused. Do you know who gave Luna the bracelet? Achol decided to share a fragment of the truth. Rumor has it a castle merchant gave it to her. Conveniently, he was found dead today. That is why I'm hunting for leads. Achol's killing intent flared, pressuring Saiyan. I will ask you one more time. Did you accept a gift from anyone that night? Saiyan's inner thoughts raced. I knew it. This isn't an investigation. He's trying to manufacture a scapegoat. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the palace, Emily sat humming a tune, unaware that a shadow was creeping up behind her. Suddenly, Saiyan clutched his head, grimacing. Alice rushed to support him. Saiyan, are you okay? Saiyan whispered weakly, seizing the opportunity. My body. I haven't fully recovered yet. He stumbled into Alice's embrace. The wound was deep. I lost too much blood. The doctor's orders were absolute rest. Alice fretted. Lie down immediately. Don't push yourself. Saiyan murmured, yes, sister. Achol sighed, his interrogation ruined. Fine. Rest then. I'll take my leave. As he turned, Saiyan added softly, I don't recall receiving anything. Achol caught the hidden warning. If anyone approaches me with ill intent, they won't survive this hell. Achol chuckled to himself as he walked away. Is that so? Perhaps the witness died amidst the monsters. He stepped into the hall, calculating his next move. Not having to eliminate a loose end is good news, but what a shame. His eyes burned with hatred. He had truly hoped to erase his younger brother during this chaos. Saiyan watched the door close, his gaze turning razor sharp. Alice broke his trance. Saiyan, he jolted back to his persona. Yes. She smacked him lightly. I said lie down. Meanwhile, blood dripped onto the stone floor. A maid collapsed, clutching a fatal wound in her side, her pursuer towering over her. Why? She gasped, stemming the flow of blood. I only followed orders. I delivered the necklace to Princess Erin, just as you asked. Facing the cold steel of a blade, terror consumed her. She begged for her life, desperate and pathetic. The cloaked figure spoke void of emotion. With that, your role is complete. His eyes were as cold as the weapon at her throat, extinguishing her last spark of hope. It's a pity. My own role remains unfinished. So I must dirty my hands with tasks like this. His aura radiated frustration. He sighed impatient. The more I think about it, the more irritated I get. I prepared everything so perfectly. He stepped over the maid's lifeless body without a second glance. Rest in peace now. Suddenly, he paused. Ah, I almost forgot. The mysterious man pulled a grimoire from his robes. Last time leaving a corpse caused unnecessary trouble. I must be more thorough. A grotesque demon materialized from the pages. Devour it. Elsewhere, Emily was still humming on her chair when a presence approached. She glanced back. Brian stood there beaming a bag of fresh fruit in hand. I picked up some apples on the way back from the village. Emily gave him a thumbs up. Nice work, Brian. They sat together munching on the crisp fruit. Brian looked up at the sky. The weather is really nice today. Emily nodded, then asked the real question. How long are we staying here? Brian replied, until the master gives the order. That's the word on the street, so we need to vanish into the shadows for a while. In his hand rested the idol's gift, a token commemorating their first encounter. Saian's expression darkened like a storm cloud. This is nothing but trouble. He incinerated the gift in his palm, ignoring Emily's panic as he issued a calm, cold command. Listen closely to every word, Emily. Before she could recover from the shock, the hard truth hit her. Neither the Imperial Palace nor the mansion is safe for you anymore. You must stay hidden until I give the order. He turned his gaze to Brian, who was tending to Nana, and dropped another heavy instruction. I have a mission to handle alone. Understood. Please ensure Emily is escorted safely. Brian accepted the command without hesitation. Leave it to me. Saian then patted Nana's head, his touch gentle despite the tension. Take good care of her. With a face worn down by exhaustion yet forcing a reassuring smile, he comforted the girl. We have to be apart for a bit, Nana. Please dry your tears. Brian watched him go, his mind racing with questions. I've never seen the young master make an expression like that. Yet his resolve hardened. He would support Saian with everything he had. Emily broke the silence softly. Is Nana doing any better? Brian nodded, recounting the struggle. The last few days were rough for her, but she's finally in a deep sleep. She seems stable now. Brian sighed. While I was away, the young master must have gone through hell. Nana slept peacefully on the bed, oblivious to the heavy conversation filling the room. Who would have guessed the little maid was actually a dragonkin? It's the kind of shocking twist you'd find in an awakening manhwa. Now that I know, I'll lend my strength too. Brian turned and patted Emily's shoulder. I was just thinking the exact same thing. Suddenly, the memory of Emily clinging to his arm flashed in his mind, and heat rose to his cheeks. Why am I remembering that now of all times? Emily flashed a bright sunlit smile, her voice full of encouragement. Let's do our best for the young master's future, Brian. Brian looked at her, his face flushing red as he offered a shy smile. Right. Let's do it, Emily. Meanwhile, in the throne room, Louis Snell's voice roared against his father. What is the meaning of this? With evidence this clear, you intend to release the only suspects we have. The king's voice remained low and dangerous. Watch your tongue. My decision is final. Louis Snell retorted, rage vibrating in his voice. If you remain this soft, how will you ever grasp the hegemony of the continent? Why fear a tiny kingdom like Karam? The king unleashed a burst of aura, leaving a crater in the stone wall. Enough. The sheer pressure turned Louis Snell's face pale as death. You speak of continental hegemony. A noble goal, but the Usip Empire is not just bordered by Karam. We stand on the precipice of the demon realm Hispania and the lands of Brina. If we go to total war with the Karam kingdom, the king turned his gaze piercing through his impatient son. We will lose the capacity to suppress the demon realm, and this continent will be incinerated by the monsters pouring forth. Even if we lucked into ruling the ashes, the price would be a river of blood. Louis Snell ground his teeth, unable to accept the logic. The king's voice boomed like thunder. The chaos was caused by monsters, not the emperor. Do you not see that? Can you not grasp such simple reasoning? Louis Snell argued, his grievance overflowing. But letting suspects go when we have proof is the king, cut him off sharply. Are you referring to the stone? Louis Snell froze stunned. He asked himself, how does he know about that? The royal family hasn't even finished the appraisal yet. The king looked at his son with eyes sharp as blades. Your face gives everything away. Louis Snell, since childhood, you only felt satisfied when you snatched exactly what you wanted. He feigned innocence, trying to cover his tracks. I don't understand what you mean, father. It's not like that. But the king silenced him. Enough, my foolish son. The king lamented internally. Why have you become so pathetic? Louis Snell, in truth, Aren is far more fit to wear the crown than you. I can't stand the sight of you. Get out. Louis Snell clenched his fists until they trembled with humiliation. Aren, he ground his teeth, his eyes bloodshot and practically bulging with madness and resentment toward his sister. That wretched girl ruined everything. The guard, seeing his explosive aura, panicked. Prince Louis Nel. He ignored them, storming out like a hurricane. Move. Lesimus rushed to block the path. The princess said she needs to rest. Louis Nel didn't hesitate. He punched Lesimus squarely in the face. I said move. Arin rushed forward to catch her guard. Louis Nel slammed his hand onto the table. Erin's eyes were filled with caution as she asked coldly, "What is the meaning of this?" Brother Louis Nel smiled, a look of pure savagery. Erin's face remained an icy mask of calm. Louis Nel, eyes burning with hatred and ferocity, emphasized every word. I came to have a little chat with my dear sister. Lesimus stepped in again, blood dripping. Even if you are the prince, if you dare threaten Princess Erin, I will forget my station and strike you down. Louis Nel looked at him like a wild beast, eyeing prey. And what will you do? You won't tolerate it. A worm like you dares to speak. His threat hung heavy in the air. Based on those treasonous words, not just you but every single member of your family will be executed. I will erase every trace of your lineage. I will ensure no one remembers you ever existed. Lesimus went white, blood draining from his face in pure terror. Erin's voice cut through the air. Stop it. You came here for a reason, didn't you? She spoke with chilling indifference. Or is there something specific you want to hear from me? Her sudden shift in demeanor caught him off guard. What is this? The atmosphere. It's completely changed. Is this really the Erin I know? She continued coldly. If not, let me speak plainly. Erin stood her ground, her presence overwhelming him. I, Erin, have never received a single thing from my brother Louis Nel. He stared eyes wide, unable to believe his ears. Her mind flashed back to the interrogation. The king had asked his young daughter, "Are you certain there is no connection?" She had replied flawlessly, "Yes, father." But the king still had doubts. "But the necklace you wear, that gem, it is no ordinary jewel," the king explained gravely. "That stone was used by a fallen clan that practiced forbidden dark arts. It is considered a lowly object, now rumored to be used for controlling magical beasts." His voice turned stern. "Recently, I heard someone in the palace secretly purchased it. One of the buyers was the merchant, Mirinda Robert. Their transactions began long ago." Arin's face had paled at the mention, knowing both contacts were dead or missing. The king warned Erin. Both of them were frequent associates of Louis Nel. "Do you truly not recall receiving anything from him? Was that necklace a gift from him?" Arin's hands had clasped together, hiding her trembling. "No, I have never received anything from brother Louis Nel." She feigned sorrow perfectly. "Since you have identified who brought the stone in, Luna should no longer be under suspicion. Please release her. She saved many lives during the banquet." The king relented. "Very well." But Erin remained wary. "My brother is terrified of father finding out. I cannot sit by and watch those around me fall into danger. I refuse to be a victim any longer. I must put an end to this cycle." Her voice turned steely as she recounted, "Tell me, what if I revealed that royal brother Louis Nel was behind this entire scheme?" She furrowed her brows, facing the suffocating pressure of his killing intent. "Is this sufficient warning?" he sneered. "I've never given you a thing." She nodded calmly. "Precisely what I told the emperor." Louis Nel's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. "Watch your tone. Anyone listening would think I'm the villain here." He stepped forward aggressively. "But first, should I silence that insect over there?" Erin interjected sharply. "Don't touch him. He is precious to me." The prince scoffed. "Precious? Who could possibly matter more than me?" Her voice remained steady. "Someone indispensable." Saian leaned casually against the wall, oozing indifference. "Whoops, my hand slipped." Louis Nel froze, cold sweat forming. "I didn't sense a single ripple of mana. When did he get here?" Saian's gaze held nothing but disdain. "So you heard everything, huh?" The prince recoiled in shock. "How long have you been lurking in the shadows?" Saian smirked. "Lurking? That's a strong word. I just have zero presence. Call it an occupational hazard of an assassin." Louis Nel's face twisted in rage. "Is this a joke to you? How dare a lowly cur speak to me that way?" Saian stepped closer to Arin, placing a protective hand on her shoulder. "So, your highness, what's your next move?" His crimson eyes glowed with a predatory, almost sadistic delight. "Planning to silence me as well?" The word stuck in Louis Nel's throat. "The rumors of their engagement, are they true? Making an enemy of Saian now would be suicide. He's the son of father's close friend, and with Grand Duke Esso's warning, I must tread carefully." The scene shifts to the shadows of the past, where Louis Nel walked with Achol. Achol asked, "Why go to such lengths to eliminate the youngest princess?" Louis Nel replied coldly, "And you? Is it just because she's an eyesore? Your father trusts you after all. I need Erin gone to secure the throne." Achol gritted his teeth, hatred bubbling up. She She irritates me. Her very existence is an insult. Back then, he was at least manageable, Saian observed. Now, his ambition has rotted him. Back in the present, the prince felt the suffocating pressure of an overwhelming aura. What is this monstrous intent? Louis Snell forced a strained smile. Fine, that's enough. It was merely a jest. Since the misunderstanding is cleared, I shall take my leave. As Louis Snell retreated, Saiyan analyzed him. He's more composed than in my previous life. But compared to the tyrant known as the Mad Emperor, this feels like a tutorial level in a system manhwa. He's still dangerous. Saiyan turned to the maid Luna. And about earlier. My apologies. His mind raced. Louis Snell is hiding something. Something that defies the laws of this world. Luna bowed gracefully. It is fine, my lord. I was rude as well. Lasimer sighed. Just be more careful next time, all right? Saiyan scratched his head, confused. Wait, what did I actually do? Watching Luna leave, Lasimer sighed deeply, while Princess Erin looked on with hopeless eyes. He has absolutely zero emotional intelligence. Saiyan stood there with a blank expression. Seriously, what Arin face-palmed? The continent's greatest swordsman, yet he's as dense as a rock. He turned to Erin. You've had a rough day, haven't you, princess? She stammered. Aye. Wait, she shrieked, jumping back. Since when were you sitting right next to me? He shrugged. My legs were tired from standing. Is it forbidden? The princess flushed red. And no, it's not forbidden just. Lasimer groaned in the background. Honestly, you're impossible, she muttered, though her heart raced. But, thank you, young Master Saiyan, she thought. He really doesn't have a clue. Saiyan headed for the door. I'll be going now. Louis Snell won't dare make a move on you for a while. Lasimer shook his head. This guy is hopeless. Yes, safe travels, Erin whispered. He really just did his job and left. Meanwhile, a furious Louis Snell slammed Achol against the wall. How do you explain this failure? He roared like a wounded beast. You said the plan was flawless. Yet our targets are alive and well, and I've lost father's trust because of it. Achol stammered. But it wasn't a total loss. Louis Snell looked ready to kill. Not a loss. This is a disaster. I am the only one who can save this wretched U-ship empire. Suddenly, a shadow detached itself from the corner. There is indeed a result worth noting. Louis Snell flinched. The figure bowed smoothly. Boris Wynnum, at your service, Prince Louis Snell. The prince's eyes flashed with irritation. Where the hell have you been? Boris smirked. Completing the mission Grand Duke Esso assigned me. I only just returned. Louis Snell demanded. The girl Emily is missing. Did she undergo a sudden awakening or exceed her limits? Boris held up a glowing stone, his expression eerie. We severely underestimated the prowess of those surrounding Princess Erin, Louis Snell scoffed. And, is this your way of begging for forgiveness? Hardly, Your Highness, Boris replied smoothly. He presented a pulsating purple crystal. Behold, this crystal captured the mana residue from the battle. Most of it is standard mana from the princess's group. But, he injected more power into the stone. The energy you see now is a rare anomaly. In ancient texts, this vibration is classified as malevolent and corrupt. His eyes gleamed. This is the signature of a demonic sword. Boris concluded, far from holy light. One of them wields a cursed blade. The scene shifts to a dining table laden with food. Brian stared in horror. They call this roasted crab soup. To his eyes, the dish looked like a writhing nightmare. He glanced nervously at the others, feasting. How can they eat that without vomiting? Emily chirped. Dig in, Brian gagged. The food seemed to pulsate with life. Suddenly, Saiyan set down his spoon. I'm full. Emily blinked. Already, have some more. Saiyan wiped his mouth coolly. I can't. If I stay any longer, the demons might catch my scent. She slammed the table. You absolute buzzkill. Saiyan's expression softened slightly. I only came to ensure your safety. It's still dangerous out there. If you need anything, send Brian. They'll be watching the perimeter. Stay here. It's the only safe zone. He turned to leave. I'm off. Emily looked crestfallen. You promised to come back. Don't worry, he assured her. Then, glancing at his servant, while I'm gone, take good care of Brian. Brian looked at him with betrayal written all over his face. Yes, young master. As Saiyan stepped into the night air, a voice floated from the darkness. You certainly have it easy. The mysterious figure emerged. Now, I care to explain yourself. The woman's gaze was piercing. The Blood Banquet. The death of your fiancé. How did you know exactly when and where to strike? It's as if you've lived this timeline before. Her aura flared. Choose your words wisely. Your answer determines whether I become your ally or your executioner. Her patience snapped. Who are you really? Saiyan leaped across the gloomy cityscape. A memory surfaced, a voice from the Blood Banquet. A man's face twisted with cunning malice. Upon hearing the news of her fiancé's demise, the woman with violet hair furrowed her brows, her expression freezing into a mask of icy rage. The fact that he was her betrothed didn't matter to him, but her next words cut through the air. How do you know that? Saiyan replied calmly, Dragon is a target that needs to be purged anyway. Is that detail really so important? The woman's aura darkened her killing intent, spiking as she asked, does it matter? For all I know, you could be a spy from a rival organization, Saiyan countered, his brow twitching slightly. And if I am, what do you intend to do about it? Hearing this, she instantly drew her weapon. What a stupid question, she spat. In a heartbeat, a streak of crimson light flashed before Saiyan's eyes, followed by a deafening boom. But someone had intercepted the blow, shielding Saiyan from the lethal strike. The violet-haired assassin was knocked back, a smirk playing on her lips. So you're finally stepping in. Karam materialized, standing like a fortress between them. You really haven't learned a thing, have you? Didn't I explicitly warn you not to cause trouble for my master? Unfazed, the assassin prepared to launch another assault. The one who hasn't learned is you, Lady Karam. Do you have any idea how excited I am right now? Karam's patience snapped, veins pulsing on her temple, as she raised her hand to retaliate. Since you refused the toast, I suppose you'll be drinking the forfeit wine instead. The two clashed instantly, trading blows in a blur of motion. Karam began to charge a sphere of devastating energy at her chest, signaling the start of a true battle. She laughed. Fine then, let me show you the gap between us. The violet-haired woman, caught in the thrill of the fight, smiled and thought, this is it, the moment I've been waiting for. Authority of the unyielding black mist, Karam roared, hurling the energy sphere from above. The ground split open instantly, but the assassin narrowly dodged with a graceful tilt of her body. She scoffed. Powerful technique, but all I had to do was sidestep. However, she hadn't realized that the moment she spoke, the energy sphere behind her was already detonating. A massive explosion engulfed the area. The assassin glanced back in shock, her thoughts racing. Is this Karam's true power? If I had tried to tank that or counter it, I would be dead. She stared at Karam, who stood frowning amidst the chaos, and realized, no wonder she usually stays in sword form. If Karam truly joined the fray, wiping out a city would be child's play. Surveying the devastation caused by a single strike, she concluded, this level of destruction, only a demon lord could possibly withstand such force. Karam licked her lips, entering full combat mode. All right, brace yourself. That was just a warm-up. The violet-haired woman grinned maniacally. I'm waiting, I'll go all out too. But before she could finish, a commanding voice cut through the tension. System Command Demon Sword Suppression. Instantly, Karam, who had been standing tall, was flattened against the earth. It was as if an invisible mountain had crushed her. Pinned to the dirt, Karam whined. Hey, come on. I was just getting started. Saiyan, looking thoroughly annoyed, gritted his teeth. You're making way too much noise. He glared at them. We're going to get caught because of you, you idiots. Karam flinched. She looked horrified. The violet-haired woman stood there blinking in confusion. Ah, right. Saiyan sighed. I'll have them move to a new location. He turned his back on them. Walking back into the house, he tossed a command over his shoulder. You two clean up this mess. He slammed the door shut with a loud bang, leaving Karam and the assassin in awkward silence. Inside, Saiyan rubbed his temples. Change of plans. Pack everything immediately. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, making him pause. So you're finally here, Senior. Luna stood there smiling. It hasn't been long, but your family seems to have grown quite a bit. Brian looked at Saiyan apologetically. I'm so sorry, young master. I was cleaning, and she just appeared. Saiyan analyzed Luna, thinking she bypassed the barrier and the guards. He asked aloud, how did you find this place? This girl is far more dangerous than I anticipated, Saiyan thought. Luna chuckled. This is just one of my many talents. Don't worry, no one else knows about this hideout. She glanced around. Well, I guess it doesn't matter now. But what was all that noise outside earlier? Everyone in the room turned to look at Saiyan with questioning eyes. Exasperated, Saiyan waved it off. Forget it. Why are you actually here? Luna straightened up. Thank you, Senior. I came to tell you that. Saiyan frowned in confusion. I didn't do anything. Why thank me? Luna beamed. It's okay. I know everything. That night, when you went deep inside me. The atmosphere in the room shattered. Everyone froze, sweat pouring down their faces as they stared intensely at Saiyan. What does she mean by that? Is she talking about that? Saiyan recalled the incident, thinking, I thought she was unconscious the whole time. Luna extended both hands. In her left hand, ice mana swirled. In her right, a vibrant flame danced. She brought her palms together, and the two opposing elements fused in perfect harmony. I can wield every elemental attribute, combine them, or alter them at will, Luna explained. Tracing someone's mana signature is a simple trick for me. Her expression darkened slightly. Sounds amazing, right? This is the gift my grandfather left me. Saiyan frowned. To me, that looks more like a curse. Your body is breaking down because of it. Luna looked up, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. So it really was you. Saiyan didn't respond directly. Let's talk somewhere else, Saiyan said. He glared at Brian and Emily, who were whispering in the background. You two better be packing. If you're not done when I get back, there will be consequences. Emily piped up. Young master, where are we moving to? Saiyan glanced at her. Duel Academy. Emily's face lit up, her eyes sparkling. Really, that means I can take care of you all day. Brian, however, looked terrified, haunted by the memories of Emily's toxic cooking. Seeing his distress, Emily asked innocently, Brian, what's wrong? Brian sighed. In defeat, I'm just feeling a complex mix of joy and sorrow. Meanwhile, Luna opened up to Saiyan about her past. My childhood was spent in a place that was dark, cold, and devoid of hope. There, they conducted every conceivable experiment on us. I endured the most agonizing pain in silence. Luna recalled her own despair, her voice trembling. I had to. Because the image of my grandfather was always in my mind. She spoke with a heavy heart. It was my duty, as the granddaughter of Regan Rain River. The two of them walked slowly across a nearby bridge. Luna asked, Senior, is there something you need to do? Saiyan replied flatly, No. Luna pressed on, then why not admit that you're saving people? Saiyan let out a lazy sigh. You already know why. What's the point? It just attracts unnecessary trouble. This is a classic trope in any awakening manhwa, the hero avoiding the spotlight. Luna stopped walking. The reason, a sphere of dark elemental energy manifested in her hand. Right. Your mana attribute. At first I thought it was just standard darkness magic. She thought back to their first encounter. The scene shifted. I gathered a bit of data the day we first met at the banquet. Saiyan glanced at Luna, analyzing her. So she can see the flow of mana just by making contact. I never knew she possessed such an ability in my previous life. Luna continued, and the day I collapsed, the mana you infused into me. Dark magic suddenly flared in Luna's palm, magnified and intense. She looked at Saiyan with deadly seriousness. What exactly is this? It feels like yours, yet it defies the laws of this world. Saiyan's expression remained unreadable. I think I know why you sought me out. Planning to hand that over to Regan, Luna clenched her fist tight. The dark magic vanished instantly. No. She pulled her hand to her chest, chuckling softly. What good would that do? It would only invite more chaos. Saiyan smiled back. Oh, are you planning a rebellion against your own Rain River bloodline? Luna took a slow step closer to Saiyan. You already know the answer, don't you, Sunbae? She leaned her weight gently against him, catching him off guard. Thank you, Sunbae, for silencing the agony that was eating me alive. Saiyan remained deep in thought. Luna's body is like a boiling cauldron, a vessel where mana from every element clashes, keeping the pot boiling violently day and night. It's a chaotic storm, Saiyan analyzed, and someone had forcefully capped that volatility. Saiyan visualized a pot of stew, boiling over but sealed shut. The mana is contained, yes, but because it's been boiling for so long without release, the excess pressure is incinerating the very embers of her life force. It was pushing Luna closer to the grave, with every passing second. Saiyan's eyes grew pensive. I merely poked a hole in the lid to let off steam. He grabbed Luna by the shoulders and gently pushed her back. She's just another puppet on a string. And I couldn't just stand by and watch her break. Saiyan patted her shoulder twice. No need for thanks. If we're done here, I'm taking off. Keep this between us, all right, Hubai? With that, Saiyan turned and walked away. He waved a hand without looking back. Luna, take care of your health. Don't overdo it. I'm off. Watching Saiyan's retreating back, a gentle smile graced Luna's lips. How cute, she whispered to herself. Just as I thought, you really are a hero, Sunbae. Meanwhile, at the Karam Council headquarters, a thunderous roar shook the room. What Elder Regan slammed his fist onto the desk in a fit of rage. The butler bowed low. Fortunately, the young miss was cleared of all charges and released. We must immediately send a petition to the Nephilis Empire. Regan snapped. No, you fools. He lifted his scowling face, teeth gritted in malice. Luna is stalling somewhere before returning. Hunt her down, find her traces, and drag her back to me immediately. The next morning, on a dusty country road, a carriage rattled along. Emily sat inside her face, beaming with pure bliss. Saiyan watched her radiant expression. Is it really that exciting? Emily grinned. Yes, because I get to serve the young master again. Then doubt crept in. But doesn't the academy forbid personal maids? Saiyan crossed his arms, leaning back confidently. If it's a request from me, they'll make an exception. Headmaster Kundal's face was made of stone. Absolutely not. Forbidden. Saiyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. I won't let anyone find out. Please, master, allow it. Kundal shot back. Give me one good reason why you deserve special treatment. Saiyan averted his gaze, mumbling, I promise not to skip any classes. Kundal slammed the table in frustration. That is the bare minimum requirement, and you want to bring not one but two maids, he sighed. Just answer me one thing. Kundal's expression turned grave as he locked eyes with Saiyan. Were you involved in the Blood Banquet? Looking at Saiyan's desperate request, he knew there was a deeper motive. Kundal pressed him. Speak. Saiyan hesitated. That, he bargained. If you grant my request, I'll tell you. Kundal turned away, forced to compromise. Fine. Do as you please. Even if I forbade it, you'd find a way to do it anyway. Having secured permission, Saiyan spoke up. I can't explain the full details right now, but there is one thing I can say with certainty. Saiyan pointed a finger at his own face, his eyes flashing with an eerie crimson glow. I was not the mastermind behind that slaughter. Isn't that what you wanted to know? Kundal stared intensely. Are you certain? Saiyan's face darkened with annoyance. Do you think I'm that kind of monster? Kundal grunted. Humph. Just remember your promise not to skip class. Saiyan let out a sigh of relief as the interrogation ended. The negotiation with Headmaster Kundal had gone smoothly. Saiyan strode down the academy hallway, his mind racing. No. How would the old man react if he discovered his own nephew was the architect of that massacre? Saiyan recalled Louis Nell's face. Though from what I know, Louis Nell isn't smart enough to pull that off alone. Saiyan's thoughts drifted to the two figures standing in Louis Nell's shadow, the demon and Boris. Saiyan pieced the puzzle together. The devil had drafted the blueprint, and Boris was merely the architect executing the design. Just as I expected, Saiyan thought lost in calculation. Suddenly, his train of thought derailed. Outside his door, the white-haired maniac was doing push-ups with terrifying speed. He was counting aloud. 1,285, 1,286, 1,287, 1,288. Saiyan stared at him, utterly done with this nonsense. Not him again. The white-haired boy noticed Saiyan, but didn't stop his rhythm. Finally awake, my friend. The boy launched himself off the ground, landing perfectly with hands on his hips. A battle-hungry grin spread across his face. Duel me right now. Let's prove who the true alpha is. Saiyan didn't even blink. He walked straight into his room and slammed the door, leaving the white-haired warrior frozen in awkward silence. As the door shuddered from heavy pounding outside, Saiyan sighed. 2 years later, and his persistence is still annoying. Outside, the noise continued. Playing hard to get. Huh. Fine. I'll crush you next time, my friend. Later, walking down the hall, Saiyan's foot collided with a soft obstacle. He looked down to find a body sprawled on the floor. It was Brian. The poor guy lay there twitching, foaming at the mouth as if he'd consumed a lethal poison. Saiyan's expression darkened instantly. Is he dead? Just then, a cheerful voice chimed in. Oh, Master Saiyan. Saiyan jumped, pointing a trembling finger at the corpse-like Brian. Emily, what in the world happened to him? Emily and Nana stood there, holding plates filled with indescribable dark matter. Emily munched on a cookie casually. I'm not sure. He ate one of my special cookies and just powered down. I feel fine though. He fell asleep instantly. Emily thrust the plate of eldritch horrors towards Saiyan's face. The cookies looked like they were screaming. Would you like to try one? Master Saiyan recoiled, pointing sternly. Emily, listen to me. From this day forth, you are forbidden from cooking for Brian. That is an order. Emily pouted. Why? Saiyan asked, his voice cold and serious. That is a direct order. Do not do it. Emily pouted, puffing out her cheeks. You are being so unreasonable. Saiyan sank back into his chair, exhaling a heavy sigh. Great. The future is going to be a total headache. His gaze landed on a letter resting on the table. Where did this come from? Still salty, Emily turned away and grumbled. Brian accepted it. I know nothing about it. Humph. Saiyan broke the seal and began to read. It was from Luna. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the room. Startled, Saiyan whipped around to face the speaker. Why are you here? Emily immediately dashed forward, shielding Saiyan with her body. Identify yourself. Luna stood there, a bright smile on her face. Have you been? Well, I ran away from home. Meanwhile, Deep within the underground sewers, two figures in black cloaks moved through the shadows. One whispered, "The Karam Association's hounds will be here soon." The other replied, "Fear not, I have handled everything." The man in black warned, "Do not forget, this is the only way to stop Regan's Drain River." The woman offered a chilling smile. "Oh, are you worried my conscience might waver?" The man pressed. "After all, he was once your student." The woman scoffed. "Student, you say?" Nella Aronis, an instructor at Lewin Academy, sneered. "No, I am not foolish enough to feel pity for a monster like him." The cloaked man relaxed visibly. "That is good to hear." Nella turned away. "I am heading to the rendezvous point. Our comrades should have made contact with Luna by now." The two parted ways in the darkness. The man placed a hand over his heart, bowing slightly. "May glory be with the kingdom of Karam." Back on the surface, Luna and Saian sat at an outdoor cafe near the academy. Luna touched her wrist, teasing him. "You have become quite bold. Dragging me out so suddenly." Saian stared at her intently. The dormitory gate was sealed with a high-level barrier spell. "How did you bypass it?" Luna grinned. "I just analyzed the mana flow and dismantled the formula." Impressive, right? Saiyan fell into thought. That kind of instant analysis feels like a cheat skill from a system Manhwa. She is too overpowered. To analyze and dispel magic at a glance requires god-tier talent. Luna beamed at him. "Did you read my letter?" Saiyan sighed. "You arrived before I could even finish it." Luna rested her chin in her hands, smiling sweetly. "I could not wait for an answer, so I came straight here." Saiyan's eyes narrowed. "Did Regan order you to do this?" Hearing that name, Luna's expression darkened instantly. Saiyan's voice dropped to a serious tone. "Luna, did that old man order you to get close to me? Speak the truth." Luna gripped her teacup, her eyes filled with sorrow. "At first, yes, but not anymore." She looked up. "Believe it or not, that is up to you." Saiyan crossed his arms. "I do not trust people easily." "What is your true objective?" Luna clutched the warm cup. "Recently, disturbing events have been occurring within the Karam Association," she began to explain. Two dragons that the association was interacting with suddenly vanished near the Liniola region. Furthermore, she continued, smugglers trafficking goods from other nations have been found dead, their bodies frozen cold. And as far as I know, Luna paused for effect. You are connected to all of these incidents. She gave him a knowing smile. It was just a hypothesis at first, but now I am certain. Saiyan closed his eyes. I never expected the Karam Association to be involved with dragons. He let out a dry laugh. Fine. So what do you plan to do with me? Suddenly, Luna spoke. I am going to die soon. Saiyan flinched, staring at her in shock. Luna lowered her head, sadness shimmering in her eyes. Even though you saved me before I know my own body better than anyone. She placed a hand gently over her heart. I likely have about 3 years left, and that is all thanks to you. Saiyan's face hardened. I do not believe it. How can you be so calm about your own death? Luna smiled, but it was laced with agony. I wish I could believe otherwise. Saiyan frowned, his expression turning cold. This is getting incredibly troublesome. Saiyan slammed his hand on the table and stood up, refusing to look at her. Whatever. This is none of my business. Go home. Luna looked up. Are you leaving? Saiyan turned his back on her. Yeah, I hate getting mixed up in messy situations. Behind him, Luna remained seated, waving gently. All right then. I will see you next time. Karam, appearing as a floating black orb, materialized beside Saiyan. What kind of manners are those? Is it really okay to just abandon her? Saiyan's face remained void of emotion. Leaving now is the best option. Those rats from the Karam Association have been watching us this whole time. Just as he predicted, Luna was already surrounded by association agents. Luna muttered to herself. And here I thought I made a clean escape. She sighed. You guys arrived faster than expected. One of the agents stepped forward. Let us go, Luna. Lord Regan is looking for you. Luna's gaze went cold. She stared at the speaker. What is this? Sir Victor is always the one who retrieves me. Which unit are you from? The man stammered. Ah, sir, Victor had urgent business. We are from the 6th Guard Squad. Luna laughed. Liar. There is no one named Victor here. In a flash, Luna unleashed a blast of wind magic, sending the thugs flying. One of them roared. Erg. She is escaping. After her, Luna scrambled to escape, glancing back at her pursuers. Are they from the extremist faction? Distracted, she failed to notice the shadow looming ahead. I need to get out of here first. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a hand glowing with mana clamped onto her forehead. It was a sleep spell. The magic took hold instantly. Luna's eyes rolled back, as she collapsed to the ground. A voice chuckled from the crowd. Haha, I knew she would not go down without a fight. The attacker lowered his hood, revealing a bald head and a sinister grin. But I did not expect to be discovered so quickly. Load her into the carriage. His subordinate nodded. Yes, sir. Luna lay unconscious on the cold ground. Meanwhile, Karam sensed a disturbance. It seems a battle has broken out. Saiyan paused, glancing back toward the cafe. Is it Karam's people? A complicated look crossed Saiyan's face. Elsewhere, carriage wheels clattered endlessly through the dark night. The bald man's voice broke the silence. Wait here for a moment. Understood. He stepped into a dim sanctuary. I have brought Luna Rain River, as requested. A strange voice echoed from the shadows. Excellent work. A figure in a black robe sat upon the throne. What a pitiful child. Tortured by experiments her entire life, only to be thrown away in the end. It was Nella. Her eyes gleamed with malice. We will make use of her. She leaned forward, in a much more meaningful way. Outside the sanctuary, a sinister red aura crept along the ground, closing in on the carriage like a predator. The guard on watch sensed the killing intent instantly. He scanned the area, realizing a thick black fog had swallowed the world around them. He called out, "What the hell is this dark mist?" The figure opposite him stammered, "Wait, could it be?" But before he could finish, a crimson flash sliced through the air, decapitating him in a split second. The first guard jumped back, screaming Marcello. Panic seized him as he spun around, only to see his comrades slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Terror distorted his face as he stammered, What? What is that thing? What is happening here?" He screamed in desperation. "Stop! Stay back!" Suddenly, a mysterious masked figure materialized right above him, blocking out the sky. His death-curdling scream echoed all the way into the sanctuary, catching the bald enforcer's attention. The bald man peered outside, while Nella asked coolly, "Do we have another guest?" The bald man replied, "Seems like we have a rat trailing us." Nella remained dangerously calm. "Just an enemy, Ralph. Go show them the brutal end that awaits anyone who blocks our path. Kill them all." Ralph cracked his neck, hyped for violence. "Understood. I will silence them permanently." Karam transformed into a dual blade in Saiyan's hand, whispered. "Going smoother than expected, isn't it?" Saiyan replied grimly. "It is not over yet. The real monster is inside that church." Ralph stepped out of the sanctuary, oozing arrogance. "You got skills, kid. Came here all by yourself." Saiyan analyzed him. "But you do not look like much." He thought the enemy's energy felt similar to Luna's. Saiyan corrected himself. "No, this energy is far more unstable." Ralph charged forward, eager to crush Saiyan. He scoffed, "I am more than enough to handle a bug like you." Nella waited a moment before strolling out. "Done yet, Ralph?" But the moment she stepped through the door, her jaw dropped. "What is this?" She stared in shock at Ralph, who was already lying face down in the dirt, defeated. She muttered, This was not in my calculations." Ralph was battered and broken. Saiyan looked up, locking eyes with Nella. "You are the final boss, right? Why are you scumbags trying to kidnap Luna?" Nella began gathering mana to nuke him. She smirked. "Oh, asking so many questions will not win a girl's heart. If you want answers, find them yourself." Saiyan analyzed the elements in her hand, reminding him of a classic leveling manhwa where players mix magical attributes. He realized she could fuse elements at will. Saiyan's eyes glowed with intensity. "Just as I thought, her ability mirrors Luna's." Nella unleashed a lightning flame blast, aiming straight for Saiyan's head. Saiyan dodged effortlessly, thinking, "I still have plenty of questions for you." He raised his dual blade, leaving Nella completely dumbfounded. No way. Saiyan slashed through the air, his blade dancing to cancel out every single one of Nella's attacks. She gasped. "You blocked my high-tier spell with a mere dagger." Before she could blink, Saiyan flashed right in front of her. He whispered, "Got you." Nella let out a startled gasp. She instinctively used Wind Leap, launching herself into the air to escape Saiyan's lethal slash. Fresh mana began to swirl in her palms immediately. She grit her teeth, thinking, "This brat is too dangerous. I need to erase him right now." As Nella prepared a lightning strike, a strange streak of red light cut across her vision. Karam materialized behind her back. "Watch your rear." Nella flinched, her mind racing. It was not just him. Too slow to react, she was grabbed by Karam. She screamed, "Ugh." Nella struggled violently, mana surging uncontrollably in her hands. "Let me go." Her spell misfired, blasting the ground in a chaotic explosion. A massive wave of magic tore from the ground up to the sanctuary walls. Saiyan watched the destruction graze past him, thinking, her magical pressure is no joke. Nella, pinned by Karam's suppression, gnashed her teeth in fury. "Ugh, are you deaf?" Karam held her firm. Stop struggling. No human can escape my grip. Saiyan walked up to her, his voice cold. Who hired you to abduct Luna? He pressed on. And how many others are involved? Nella lowered her head and laughed maniacally. Interesting kid. You will find out soon enough. She looked up, blood streaming down her face as her body began to disintegrate. She grinned. Because we will definitely find you. See you in hell. Karam gripped her chin. That reaction. It is the absolute heart seal. Saiyan narrowed his eyes. It is a divine artifact that compresses the user's mana into the heart, preventing circulation and causing it to poison the body. Karam chuckled darkly. Looks like Luna has a similar ticking time bomb inside her. Nella looked terrified. How? How do you know about that? Saiyan replied. The name of the monster organization. Created from the twisted experiments of the Karam Association to force evolution. Correct. Nella panicked even more. Wait, who exactly are you two? Saiyan placed a hand on her fading head. Go find out in the afterlife. Tears mixed with blood on Nella's face. What? No. Saiyan thrust his hand forward, piercing her stomach. He ended her misery instantly. She gasped one last breath. Saiyan recalled an ancient tome he had read in his previous life. In my past life, I found an ancient text in the kingdom of Karam's research lab. It detailed how to use the artifact, known as the Absolute Heart, and the research on how to control it. Saiyan held a glowing object in his hand, thinking. It also recorded a method to remove it. In case of failure, Saiyan looked at the stone in his hand. Luckily, it still works. Karam asked, what are you planning to do with that? Saiyan glanced at Karam. Karam, help me get Luna out of the carriage. Karam protested. No way. Why should I serve you? Saiyan asked coldly. Do you want to be sealed again? Hearing that, Karam immediately obeyed. After bringing Luna out, Saiyan knelt beside her. This is my first time attempting this. Saiyan held the stone over her chest. I do not know if it will succeed. He crushed the stone in his grip. Saiyan brought the shards near Luna's heart, thinking, if Luna has this artifact in her heart, I can use this resonance to destroy it. A strange reaction occurred in Luna's chest, releasing a brilliant blue light. Luna's eyes snapped open, glowing with a beautiful mystical energy. The next day, at the Karam Association headquarters, Luna opened her eyes, murmuring, what is this feeling? She held her hand up, inspecting it. She continued, my body feels lighter than air, as if a heavy chain has been broken. Luna looked dreamy. And why can I sense Senior Saiyan's presence so clearly now? Karam and Saiyan stood on a rooftop nearby, watching over her. Karam asked, what is your endgame here? Saiyan replied calmly. Thinking about it, she might be useful later. Killing her now would be a waste of resources. Karam crossed his arms. So you are just saving her for your own benefit. What if she betrays you later? Saiyan smirked. Coming from you, that is rich. Karam retorted. Whatever. Your body will be mine eventually, so take good care of it. Saiyan brushed off the conversation and stood up. Let's move. Lingering here won't change fate. Old man Regan tapped his fingers on the mahogany table, a rhythmic countdown. After the kidnapping. Is your memory truly blank? Or, perhaps, someone brought you here. Luna stood firm before the patriarch. Yes, grandfather. Beyond that, my mind is a void. Regan's expression turned into a mask of absolute zero as he slammed his hand down. Do you take me for a fool? The entire kingdom is in chaos over that bloody banquet, and you stand there calm as a statue? The butler at his side stepped in, sweat beading on his forehead. My deepest apologies, Lord Regan. This failure is mine. I should have retrieved Lady Luna sooner. Regan stood, circling the table like a predator. This is all because of her willful nature. It is not your fault, old friend. The butler bowed deeply, relief washing over him. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Regan placed a heavy hand on the butler's shoulder. You always suffer so much for my granddaughter. The butler replied humbly, I only fulfill my duty. Regan offered a word of comfort. Rest now. You've worked hard. Suddenly, a terrifying crimson flame erupted from Regan's hand. It incinerated the butler's shoulder instantly. The servant screamed in confusion. Guildmaster Regan's face was a portrait of cold cruelty. Did you think I wouldn't smell your betrayal? You touched my granddaughter. Did you really think you could walk away alive? The butler writhed in agony. You misunderstand, sir. Please give me a chance to explain. Regan didn't blink. Silence. He gritted his teeth, disgust dripping from his voice. Every word that leaves your mouth is filth to my ears. In a flash, the inferno expanded. The flames consumed the butler alive right there in the office. Luna gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Grandfather. Why Regan stood amidst the ashes calm as a frozen lake. He was one of the rats who ordered your kidnapping. He took a white handkerchief and wiped his hands. Now, Luna, did you discover anything about Saiyan? Luna's expression tightened. He definitely knows the answer already. He's just testing me. Out loud, she replied smoothly. Nothing special at all. Internally, she panicked. A blatant lie like that won't get past a monster like him. Regan slowly advanced on her, his presence suffocating. What do you mean by that? Luna pivoted quickly. Actually, I was late because I met with him privately. But during our first interaction, I detected no hidden potential. Regan's hand landed on Luna's shoulder, heavy as lead. That is not the answer I wanted to hear. Regan released a crushing aura, the kind you'd see in a high-stakes awakening manhwa. What is that boy hiding? His face twisted into a scowl. If he is of the Willius Vert bloodline, he must possess a secret power. Or a powerful backer. Luna held her mental ground against the pressure. He only has a mediocre maid and a single knight. No clues link him to the incident. Why are you so obsessed with investigating him? Regan leaned down face to face with her. You ask too many questions. There is clearly a connection between you and that brat. He stared into her soul. To be a rain river is to know your place. You will limit your questions. You act only when I say you can act. He turned his back on her, dismissing her existence. Regan commanded, if you won't speak the truth, then leave. You are grounded until further notice. On the floor, the charred remains of the butler were still smoking. Luna bowed her head, seething with resentment. I am sick to death of this Rain River hellhole. Meanwhile, at Lugan Academy, the white-haired boy from before was doing push-ups outside a door. He collapsed, leaning against Saiyan's door to nap. Saiyan, hiding by a nearby wall, watched the scene unfold. This guy again. What a pain. Does he ever actually study Cha? I'll come back later. As Saiyan walked down the hallway, he caught wind of excited whispers from a group of students. A girl gasped. Really? The boy next to her nodded. Yeah, so all classes are canceled for now. Another student chimed in. I heard they still haven't found her. The first girl frowned. I hope it's nothing tragic. Saiyan paused. Curiosity piqued. What's going on? He turned to leave, but the next words stopped him cold. They say the magic instructor Nella Ranis has vanished. Saiyan whipped his head around, and right at that moment, a figure with purple hair and glasses materialized directly behind him. Hey you. Saiyan blinked. Excuse me? The mysterious woman dropped a bombshell. Why did you kill the magic instructor? Saiyan jumped back, raising a defensive hand. Why is this on me? I don't even know who that is. The purple-haired woman adjusted her glasses. You skip every class, so naturally, you wouldn't know her. Saiyan's jaw dropped. The woman continued her analysis. She was an elite mage from the Karam Kingdom. It's not strange for her to be in Lujan, a neutral zone. But rumors say she was an opposition spy against Regan Rain River. I was merely observing her. She pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. But kidnapping Luna, that was a plot twist I didn't foresee. I was about to step in myself. But thanks to you, my workload decreased. Saiyan stood there stunned. Ah, now she looks familiar. The woman noticed his annoyance. Are you even listening to me? Do you know who you're talking to? The purple-haired observer scoffed. Relax. Only I know the truth about what happened. I have a special private mission for you. Stay outside the academy for a while. Saiyan asked. And what about the magic instructor's position? The woman replied calmly. Other staff will cover the shifts. But we need a permanent replacement. We've already posted a recruitment notice. Elsewhere, a long-haired man rode a cart driven by an old farmer. The man took a deep breath. Wow, the scenery here is breathtaking. The farmer laughed heartily. City folk always say that. He glanced back. But why travel all the way to a remote place like Lanella? The man smirked. Let's just say I'm on the hunt for a job. He looked toward the horizon. And it just so happens a position opened up. So I had to rush over. The farmer's eyes widened. Oh, working in Lanella. Are you a teacher? The man chuckled softly. Haha, no, nothing like that. Saying it out loud is embarrassing. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Emily rolled around on the floor groaning. Arg, I'm dying of boredom. Karam loomed over her. Hey, move it. I told you this is my spot. Emily refused to budge. Why? This is the young master's dorm. Nothing here belongs to you. Karam's face darkened with irritation. Just then, the door clicked open. Saiyan walked in. I'm home. Saiyan saw Emily looking like a messy hairball, hugging her knees on the floor. What are you doing? Emily looked up with teary puppy eyes. Sob, Karam is being so mean to me. Saiyan ignored her and turned to his guard. Get up. Karam, I have a mission for you. Karam perked up. Right now, Emily shot her hand up. Wait, let me go too. Saiyan pointed a finger at her, shutting her down. No, you have a much more critical task. Emily gasped, eyes shining. Hey, really? Saiyan pointed dramatically to the next room. Under no circumstances. Let Nana go hungry. Emily looked like she'd been struck by lightning. Her head spun 360 in disbelief. How is that critical? You just want to ditch me, don't you? Emily froze, staring at the room emitting a dark, ominous aura. Wait, she thought, panic rising. If I ignore this feeling, the memory of Nana's terrifying transformation flashed through her mind. She'll turn into a monster again. Just then, the door creaked open. Nana emerged, her face shadowed by a dark hunger. Papa, I'm so hungry. Before the beast could fully awaken, Emily shoved a pastry right into Nana's mouth. Eat this quick. The flavor exploded and Nana's face bloomed into pure joy. This is delicious. Emily puffed out her chest, radiating confidence. Leave the kitchen to me, my liege. I've got this handled. Saiyan flashed a thumbs up. Excellent work, Emily. I knew I could trust you. She smirked, self-satisfaction oozing from her. Rest easy, young master. My culinary skills are legendary. Meanwhile, in the next room, Brian lay on his deathbed, face turning purple. He was delirious, reaching out to thin air. Grandma, why are you standing across the river? Saiyan whispered. A crucial order. Just don't let Brian eat anything. The man is barely clinging to life as it is. Karam, now a floating sphere of darkness, hovered by his master's side. Where does the journey take us now? Saiyan's gaze sharpened. To the southwest of the Yusuf Kingdom. The city of La Master, a lawless hellhole, ruled by gold and brutality. As they stepped into the city, the chaos of this leveling Manhwa world hit them instantly. Bets were flying in the underground arena. My entire fortune is on you, someone screamed from the stands. Don't you dare disappoint me. The roar of the crowd was deafening, a symphony of bloodlust rising to a fever pitch. Obliterate him, Jaber Jaber. On the sands, the long-haired fighter eyed his foe. Damn, that thing is a monster. The massive opponent loomed over him. Just stand still and let me end you, the giant grunted. His appearance was a nightmare made flesh. The boss said to turn you into paste, ready to die. Jaber took his stance, arrogance flashing in his eyes. Shut your trap, you oversized pig. Want a warm-up beating? The referee's voice cut through the tension. Let the slaughter begin. Instantly, the giant roared, launching a fist like a wrecking ball. Jaber weaved past the blow with supernatural speed. Too slow, he scoffed. I'll make you pay for looking down on. But before he could finish his taunt, a massive hand clamped around his entire body. The giant grinned savagely. I've made up my mind. I'm going to squeeze you until you pop. Jaber thrashed in that iron grip, bones creaking under the pressure. Gah. His face turned violet as life was crushed out of him, blood spraying from his lips. Jaber is incapacitated, the referee announced, just as a bone-chilling scream echoed through the hall. The giant roared in triumph, his bloodlust sated. The winner is Gelbert. Meanwhile, in the shadowy corners of Rambat City, Saiyan and Karam strolled through the filth-ridden streets. What a dump, Karam complained. Lewin is a neutral zone, Saiyan explained, his voice calm amidst the squalor. A place where the laws of nations don't apply. It's completely isolated. Karam tilted his head. Isolated? You mean lawless? Before Saiyan could answer, a shadow blocked their path. Saiyan sighed. Oh, do we have a welcoming committee already? A hulking blonde thug flanked by lackeys sneered. Hey there, little lady. Ditch the brat and come have some fun with real men. Saiyan remained unfazed. The crime rate here is truly impressive. Karam pointed a claw at himself in disbelief. Lady, are you talking to me? The thug grilled. Watch it. We play hard. He waved a dismissive hand at Saiyan. Scram, kid. Grown-ups are talking. Saiyan looked at him with pity. Ha, you poor ignorant fool. In the blink of an eye, the thug's face was intimately acquainted with the pavement. Gah, ignoring the groans, Saiyan walked away. Later, he slammed a bag of coins onto a hotel reception desk. Give me your finest single room. The receptionist blinked, looking down at him. Excuse me, child, how old are you? Saiyan's eyes narrowed. Are your ears just for decoration? I said I want the best room you have. Is this how you treat paying customers? Bring me your manager, the receptionist panicked. Wait, please. Flustered, she bowed deeply. Welcome to the Rambatakaji Hotel. Moments later, Saiyan stood by the window, gazing down at the bustling streets like a king surveying his domain. The rats are beginning to gather, he thought, eyes tracking the movements below. It's time for me to make my move in this awakening Manhwa storyline. He descended the stairs with purpose. You're Lisa, correct? She turned with a practiced smile. Yes, I am Lisa. How may I be of service to our esteemed guest? Saiyan didn't beat around the bush. I need access to Zone A. Lisa's smile didn't waver. I'm terribly sorry, but new guests are strictly forbidden from Zone A. A crimson glint flashed in Saiyan's eyes. Is that so? Liars. I know they're trafficking illicit substances down there, he thought. Aloud he pressed. Don't give me that trash. Where are all the other guests then? Am I the only one staying in this dump? Instantly, Lisa's aura shifted. The air grew heavy with bloodlust. Saiyan sensed it immediately. Oh, that's genuine killing intent. Just as quickly, she masked it, bowing low. Apologies. I am merely following strict orders from above. Please forgive my rudeness. A smirk tugged at Saiyan's lips. This girl is interesting. He slowly reached into his cloak. Let's see just how on edge she really is. Seeing the movement, Lisa snapped. She drew her blade and lunged in a blur of speed. But Saiyan was faster. He sidestepped the lethal strike effortlessly. Lisa froze, her eyes widening. What the? Floating before her wasn't a weapon but a single twisted gold coin. Money. Her heart sank. I overreacted. His aura was so overwhelming, my body moved on its own. She stared at him in horror. That monstrous pressure came from a child. Saiyan casually picked up the deformed coin. Great. You ruined a perfectly good gold piece. Lisa trembled. Please forgive me. Saiyan's voice dropped an octave. You drew a blade on a guest. That's bad for business. Lisa stammered. It was a misunderstanding. I swear I had no intention of harming you. Saiyan flipped the coin, his expression darkening. You're testing my patience, woman. How do you intend to pay for this insult? Lisa looked ready to cry. Moments later, in a secret passage, she unlocked a heavy iron door. She pointed down the staircase that spiraled into the abyss. Follow this path and you will reach Zone CA. She handed him a shimmering badge. Please take this VIP pass. Saiyan inspected it. And what does this trinket do? Lisa crossed her arms, regaining some composure. It marks you as a special guest. With that, no one will dare question you. Her voice grew serious. I don't know why you're seeking the CA zone, but listen closely. Unless you have 9 lives to spare, I suggest you turn back. She sighed. Good luck. Saiyan stared at her. She talks too much. He glanced back. You attacked a customer. I haven't forgotten that debt. Lisa stomped her foot, fuming as he descended. Hold a grudge if you want. See if I care about what happens to you down there. Saiyan turned to his companion. Ready to make our move. Karam shot back. Why not just force her hand? Make the boss come to us instead. Karam continued. The quest log is clear. We need the true master of Rambada KG. Saiyan nodded. Lindsay Harold. The shadow behind the throne. A complete mystery. A ghost with no footprint, Saiyan mused. Karam groaned, frustration rising. Why the riddles? I hate these mind games. Saiyan smirked. Patience. The truth always reveals itself. Karam raised an eyebrow. You walk these streets like you own them. Saiyan's eyes darkened. Memories from a past life. Before the flames of civil war consumed it all. Just how lawless is this hellhole? Karam asked. Watch and learn, Saiyan replied. They reached the end of the line where a heavy door awaited them. Welcome to the belly of the beast, Saiyan whispered. Inside, a scarred thug exhaled smoke, his laugh dripping with mockery. You let a brat humble you. The battered lackey trembled on the floor before his boss. It happened at the gate, sir. That kid. He fights like a protagonist from a leveling manhwa. He's a monster. The boss interlaced his fingers, eyes narrowing. I see. So the little wolf walked right into our den. The underling bowed his head. We tried to corner him, boss. But he's holed up in the VIP suite. We couldn't touch him. Ganger stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wealth and power. A stray noble, perhaps. Tears mixed with blood on the lackey's face. He spat on our reputation. You have to avenge me, Lord Ganger. He humiliated us. I can't even show my face on the streets, the thug sobbed. Ganger waved his hand dismissively. Enough. This rookie piques my interest. Ganger stood knuckles cracking like gunshots. Time to see if he's the real deal or just another manhwa recap cliche. Mobilize the boys. We're going hunting. Meanwhile, Bone crunched as a knee connected with a jaw. In the arena, the referee shouted, Winner, the savage Linda. She planted her boot on the loser's neck, claiming dominance. The crowd went wild as she flexed for them. High in the stands, Karam scoffed. No wonder this city is destined for ruin. It's barbaric. Blood for gold, Saiyan observed coldly. A primitive way to live. He paused. Which makes it the perfect stage for my plan. What are you plotting? Karam asked. A wicked grin spread across Saiyan's face. If the queen won't see us, we force the queen's hand. We become the spectacle. Karam looked confused. Suddenly, a rough voice barked out from behind. Hey brat, this isn't a playground for children. Get lost. Saiyan turned thinking. Perfect timing. Without a word, he buried his fist in the guard's gut. The guard crumpled like paper. His partner screamed, "You little psycho, you have a death wish." Saiyan yanked the man's head up by his hair, eyes glowing with malice. He raised a fist like a hammer. Wait, mercy, I'm sore crack. Another blow silenced him. The partner watched in frozen horror as his friend hit the floor. That should get their attention, Saiyan said, killing intent flooding the room. He wiped a speck of blood from his cheek. Now, where do I sign up for the slaughter? The arena crowd roared with displeasure. Is this a joke, Kuka? We paid for blood, not boredom. Are you out of fighters? Someone yelled. Don't mock us. Then a hush fell. A child had stepped into the ring. They're feeding a kid to the wolves. The ground shook as a booming voice echoed. Well, a fresh appetizer. The mountain of muscle, Gerbert loomed over him. Shall I crush you fast, or make it last, little bug? High in the stands, a spectator sighed. Cruel matchmaking, the man muttered. That's not a fight, it's an execution. His neighbor just laughed, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. That's the entertainment, isn't it? The first man shook his head. Against Gerbert? That thing has ogre blood in his veins. It's suicide. Gerbert roared a sound of pure savagery. I'll grind your bones to dust. The giant hand descended, but Saiyan moved like a phantom. Crack. He stomped the giant's finger, shattering bone instantly. ARGH. Before the scream ended, Saiyan was already airborne. Impossible. The giant gasped. Boom. A fist reinforced by the system. Connected. Gerbert's face caved in under the impact. The titan collapsed. Foam bubbled from his mouth as he hit the deck with a tremor. Silence. Absolute stunned silence wrapped around the arena. Then, chaos erupted. Did you see that? It was a critical hit, worthy of an awakening Manhwa highlight. The referee found his voice. Winner Saiyan of Remy. The arena shook with cheers. A star was born. Saiyan stood amidst the noise looking bored. Karam's voice echoed in his mind. Saiyan of Remy, really? Saiyan shrugged. I can't exactly use my dupe title here, can I? Karam sighed. You showed your face. A fake name is pointless. Relax, Saiyan replied. The optical illusion spell is active. Karam sneered. Abusing divine power for petty disguises. Typical. They see me now, Saiyan explained. But the moment they look away, my face vanishes from their memory. The spirit faded into the ether. My job here is done. Saiyan rolled his shoulder. You're chatty today. Worried about me, Karam scoffed. Don't flatter yourself. From the VIP seats, Ganger watched with predatory eyes. A smirk curled his lips. Saiyan, fascinating. You just became my prey. Give me a good show, boy. Later back at the inn. Lisa looked up from the counter sensing trouble. Can I help you? Delkia, the red light district's enforcer, loomed over the counter. I'll keep this brief. His patience was already wearing thin. A rat scurried into your hotel after causing trouble in my alley. We know he's here. Bring him out. Lisa didn't flinch. I have no idea what you're talking about. Please leave. Delkia leaned in menacing. Don't make me unleash my boys. It'll get messy. This is my turf, little lady. Step aside or get hurt. Lisa's hand drifted behind her back, gripping a hidden blade. I won't tolerate threats. And I certainly won't betray a guest. Delkia roared, veins popping. So you are hiding him. Behind Lisa, her guard stepped up. Boss, just say the word. Damn it, she thought. This kid is bringing a war to my doorstep. The situation was spiraling. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the tension. Yo. Saiyan materialized behind the group of thugs like a ghost. Were you looking for me? Delkia's underlings jumped in shock, spinning around. Since when was he standing there? Lisa was just as bewildered, her eyes wide with panic. Guest, how long have you been standing there? Saiyan stepped forward, his voice calm and cold. Since the moment someone claimed this was my territory, the main character has arrived. Saiyan approached Delkia without an ounce of fear. Speak your mind directly. And stop harassing her. To Delkia, Saiyan's sudden appearance was like a divine revelation. In her eyes, he wasn't a threat, but a dashing gentleman reaching out to her with gentle grace. Saiyan continued, I apologize if I caused you any discomfort, miss. But your subordinate started it. Before he could even finish his sentence, Delkia snatched his hand. Her expression softened, completely ensnared by love at first sight. May I know your name, noble sir? Saiyan hesitated for a split second before answering. Saiyan. Delkia looked as if she were in a trance, her face flushing crimson. A handsome face and a dashing name to match. Meanwhile, Lisa's face turned purple with horror. That is a minor she is flirting with. This was too dangerous, Lisa stammered, frantically waving her hands. Guest, you do not need to speak with her. Please come over here quickly. Saiyan casually waved her off, completely unfazed. Don't worry, I will handle this. Lisa looked like she was about to faint from the stress. No, that woman is far more dangerous than you realize. Delkia pulled a business card from her bosom and pressed it into Saiyan's hand. This is my card. Let us have a deeper conversation next time, shall we? Saiyan read the text, Delkia's pleasure room, serving all preferences to satisfy our guests. A chill ran down his spine as he stared at the card. Is this woman crazy? Delkia and her crew departed in high spirits, but she paused to wave back at him. Be sure to visit. She cast a seductive glance at him. If it is you, Sir Saiyan, I will provide full service from A to Z, completely free of charge. She walked away humming a happy tune. Lisa stood frozen her soul, leaving her body, while Saiyan tore the card to shreds with a blank expression. Lisa sighed, resting her chin on her hand. You completely ignored my advice, didn't you? Saiyan pointed at the retreating group. What? They were the ones who started trouble first. Lisa eyed him curiously. I heard you finished your match and secured a victory. Saiyan shrugged. Rumors certainly travel fast in this Manhwa recap-worthy world. Lisa chuckled. This place is smaller than it looks. Her expression turned serious. Even if you are curious, never set foot in the Night of Pleasure establishment. Saiyan stomped upstairs, clearly annoyed. Why does everyone think I would go to a place like that? Lisa watched him go, thinking. Is he embarrassed? How cute. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged from the shadows in the corner. Did Delkia retreat on her own? How fortunate. Lisa jumped at the voice and spun around. Lady Lindsay. This woman was Lindsay Harlot, the master of Rambe Keiji. She narrowed her eyes. You seem quite close with that brat, don't you? Lisa bowed respectfully. No, madam. I am simply attending to a VIP guest. Lindsay pressed on. Yet you were giving him personal advice. Cold sweat trickled down Lisa's neck. It was not out of personal emotion. After all, he is just a child. Just a child, Gonzer stepped out of nowhere with a sneer. You are underestimating him, Lisa. Murderous intent instantly flared in Lisa's eyes. She whipped around. Hey, who gave you permission to barge in here? She spat his name with venom. Ganzer. He strutted in arrogantly. Greetings. It has been a while. This place is falling apart. Do you not plan to renovate? Lindsay waved her hand dismissively. I was the one who summoned Ganzer. Lisa looked at her boss in shock. Huh. But why? Lindsay met her gaze. I want you to arrange a match for Ganzer. Lisa gasped. But Ganzer was expelled long ago. Who would he even fight? Ganzer stepped up to Lisa, pointing a thumb at his own chest. Saiyan of the Remy family. I want to fight him. He smirked, his eyes gleaming with greed. What do you think? The golden opportunity to make money is right here. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a loud voice echoed continuously through a lavish room. No, no, not like this. High-pitched screams pierced the air from behind the door. A young man standing guard outside whispered, Lady Delkia seems unusually agitated today, does she not? His companion replied, when she left, she vowed to make that brat impotent. Now look at her. The first guy chuckled. Looks like she fell for her own trap. The companion nodded. She will definitely find a way to drag him back here. That is just how she is. The guard rubbed his chin. True. What she wants, she gets. I actually pity the kid. Lucky for us, we look average. Inside the room, Delkia was tearing everything apart in a frenzy. It is not like this either. Delkia sprawled on her round bed, surrounded by sketches of Saiyan. She muttered, Ah, this is so strange. Why can I not remember? She whined in frustration. I just saw him. Why is it fading? She grabbed her head and screamed like a madwoman. Why can I not recall that beautiful face? Despair washed over her features as her voice dropped to a whisper. She rocked back and forth, muttering endlessly, Why? Suddenly, she shrieked again, clawing at the air. It is like a thick fog is covering my mind. Why is it so blurry? She was losing her sanity. But then she clutched her cheeks, her expression twisting into ecstatic addiction. It only makes me want him more. Lord Saiyan of Remy. Alcohol, youth, women, and gambling, the gathering place for all earthly pleasures. Saiyan walked down the street, gazing at the bustling district across the way. Camberstar Red Light District. I must stay far away from there. The memory of the bazaar manager Delkia made his skin crawl. I anticipated trouble in this leveling Manhwa world, but that woman. Rumors say she has hobbies that cannot be spoken aloud. Saiyan shook his head to clear his thoughts. I need to gather 10 clues about Lindsay Harlot from a different sector. He pulled his hood up and turned, but accidentally collided with a small figure. Ah! The girl fell backward, her basket hitting the ground and scattering its contents everywhere. The girl sat on the pavement, wincing. Ouch! Saiyan crouched down immediately. Miss, are you all right? He paused. It was just a little girl. I am sorry. Please forgive me, sir. Saiyan looked baffled. Huh? Why are you apologizing? He began picking up the fallen items. Cigarettes. As he gathered her things, he checked on her again. Are you hurt? I should be the one apologizing. I am fine, really. The girl prostrated herself on the ground, forehead touching the dirt. Thank you for your mercy. Saiyan broke into a sweat. Hey, stop that. He handed the basket back to her. That is a lot of stock. Are you selling these? The girl clutched the basket. Yes, these are premium cigarettes from the Grey Merchant Guild. Would you like to buy a pack? I have no taste for smoke, Saiyan replied coldly. Internally, his mind raced. The Grey Merchant Guild. Never heard of that faction. The girl bowed nervously, trembling. Oh, I apologize, my lord. Where do you intend to hawk the rest of this, Saiyan? Asked his voice low. The girl answered obediently. I just wander the western alleys of the red light district. With luck, the inventory will be gone by dawn. And perhaps, I can return home before sunrise. Saiyan's gaze sharpened as he analyzed her words. So she is bound by a quota. Slavery disguised as labor. I see the picture now. He flicked a gold coin into the air. Here. Will 1 gold coin suffice to clear your entire stock? The girl froze, panic swirling in her eyes. What? But sir, you said you do not smoke. Keep it, Saiyan commanded gently. He produced a second glittering coin. And this one is for you alone. Hide it well. Her eyes widened, shining like stars in the night sky. Whoa! With a joyful cry, she shoved the basket into Saiyan's hands and bolted, waving back frantically. Thank you, sir. I will never forget this kindness. Karam materialized from the shadows, scoffing. Since when did you become a saint? Saiyan replied coolly. Think what you want. That path leads to the scrapyard. We follow. Why bother? Karam asked. Watch and learn, Saiyan muttered. Suddenly, a violent force sent the little girl flying backward into the dirt. A pained shriek pierced the air. Looming over her was the same lowlife who had blocked Saiyan earlier. Well, holding out on me, hiding more gold, you brat. You little rat, dare to deceive us. The thug cracked his knuckles, the sound like dry twigs snapping. I bet that story about selling out was a lie too. His lackey sneered, adding fuel to the fire. Teach her a lesson, boss. The leader's face twisted into a demonic grimace. That bastard Saiyan humiliated me yesterday. I need a punching bag to vent my rage. Perfect timing. The girl lay in the dust, tears streaming. No, please, I did not steal it. Believe me. Suddenly, a voice dropped from the trash heap above like a judgment from the heavens. She told you to believe her. Are you deaf or just stupid? The thug froze that voice, triggering a primal fear. That voice. Saiyan's expression darkened with disgust. A grown man extorting pocket change from a child? You truly have no shame. The thug, blind to his fate, glared up. You dared to walk into my territory. I won't be careless this time. But Saiyan didn't let him finish his villainous monologue. His boot slammed into the man's face with thunderous force. A sickening crunch echoed as the thug howled. Saiyan unleashed a flurry of strikes, a symphony of violence that left the gang wailing in agony. The girl watched from the ground. Her eyes were wide, unable to process the savior before her. The thugs, now reduced to bruised pulp, cried out for mercy. Stop, please. We are sorry. Why are you targeting us? Saiyan gripped the leader's leg like a vice. The reason I find joy in the simple things. Like, Saiyan grinned, murderous intent, flooding the alley. Like beating trash into the dirt. The thug screamed, wait please, crack. Saiyan snapped the leg bone like a twig. Agony warped the thug's face as a single tear escaped his eye. Saiyan calmly retrieved the gold coin from the dust and turned to the girl. He won't be moving for a long while. Still trembling on the ground, she stammered, Sir. Saiyan pressed the coin into her hand with a warm smile. Don't lose it this time. Tears spilled over as she whispered, thank you. Slow clapping broke the moment. Bravo. Impressive. Ganser emerged from the gloom. Saiyan glanced over, feigning ignorance. Who are you? Do I know you? The hypnosis should have masked my face. He shouldn't recognize me. Ganser stepped forward, an aura of violence around him. I was skeptical at first, but that movement, only one person moves like that. Ganser pointed a finger, grinning. You are Saiyan of the Limi family, correct? A pleasure. I am Ganser, the manager of this scrapyard. Saiyan remained unmoved. Good. I had questions for your friend on the ground, but I suppose asking you works too. Ganzer glanced at the broken man. He has outlived his usefulness. He stomped on the thug's head. The minion, still deluded, gasped, Lord Ganzer. It is him. It is him. Ignoring the loyalty, Ganzer crushed the man instantly, blood painting the alley red. His expression turned demonic. When a tool is broken, you throw it away. Right. Witnessing the horrific execution, the girl screamed, covering her eyes in terror. Saian frowned, his aura flaring up. There was no need to kill him. Ganzer wiped a splatter of blood from his cheek. Oops. My apologies. I got a little too excited. He looked like a complete psychopath. Licking the blood from his finger, he stared at Saian. I just met the master of Rambada Keji. I have been dying to test my strength against you. Saiyan's guard went up instantly. He knows about Lindsley Halop. Ganzer noticed the shift. What is it? Before he could blink, Saiyan launched a preemptive strike. Ganzer blocked the blow, his eyes widening. Heavy. He hits hard. He grinned maniacally. You want to play right now? His combat aura exploded outward. Let's dance, Ganzer roared, throwing a punch that screamed through the air. Saiyan launched himself upward effortlessly. He flipped in midair, barely dodging the devastating blow. Ganzer's fist slammed into the empty space, the shockwave hitting the ground below. The earth shattered, cracks spider-webbing outward. Saiyan observed from above. He intends to bury me. Looking at Ganzer's iron-like arm, he deduced. Physical enhancement type. Ganzer spun around. That is right. Why wait for the tournament? He crouched and launched himself into the sky like a missile. He closed the distance instantly. You are even better than the rumors. Saiyan. Ganzer's face was flush with the thrill of battle. Entertain me more. Saiyan frowned at the approaching madman. This guy is completely unhinged. Ganzer clasped his hands, aiming a sledgehammer blow at Saiyan in midair. Meanwhile, in a dimension beyond reality within the black fog, a figure with violet hair sat in meditation. A voice echoed, You gave Saiyan quite the interesting quest. The god of black fog stood beside the violet-haired entity. The target of that directive was not on the altar's list. The fog continued. I do not intend to scold you. I am merely surprised you dragged that child into your personal vendetta. The violet-haired figure smirked. I will not deny it, but Lindsley Halop is a cancer we must excise. Dark energy surged violently around the figure, responding to their killing intent. She continued, I need to verify his potential. In this twisted leveling Manhwa reality, I must know if Saiyan is a worthy successor. The god of black fog interrupted, or will he become a second Lindsley Halop? A fascinating question. The violet-haired figure laughed. We shall see. No one can predict the flow of destiny. Back in the mortal realm, the dust settled. Ganzer stared at Saiyan, who stood firm. You took that hit, and you are still standing. Tracking you down wasn't a waste of time after all. Saiyan. Ganzer cracked his neck, staring Saiyan down with cold eyes. Shall we continue? His killing intent exploded like a dormant volcano waking up. Ganzer taunted him again, his voice dripping with arrogance. Entertain me more, Saiyan of the Limi clan. Lamaster City was a chaotic mess, reduced to nothing but rubble and ruin. Amidst the debris, two warriors clashed violently, unleashing their ultimate skills to crush each other. Saiyan launched a devastating strike, his gaze piercing through Ganzer. Where is Lindsley Harold? Speak. The man struggled to block the blow, sweat pouring down his furrowed brow. You bring her up now. Rage flooded his eyes, turning them bloodshot as he ground his teeth. Don't you dare look down on me. Saiyan unleashed a powerful blast of energy. The impact sent him skidding back. Saiyan frowned, analyzing Ganzer with a sharp gaze. That arm. My attack didn't even draw a drop of blood. Ganzer channeled every ounce of strength into his fist, his face twisted in fury as he charged. Let's see you dodge this one. The attack unleashed a boundless surge of power, tearing a massive fissure through the ground toward Saiyan. He dodged with effortless grace, landing on a nearby pillar. Hatred burned deep in Ganzer's eyes. He gritted his teeth, forcing out the words through his seething rage. You're actually not bad. This Saiyan was exceeding expectations. Watching the pillar crumble beneath him, Ganzer shouted, Get down here, we aren't done yet. Then he paused, mocking him. Or, should I come up there? Saiyan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Wait, someone is coming. Suddenly, a voice rang out, followed by a rain of weapons striking the ground. Stop right there. Ganzer's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the intruder. What now? Another insect interrupting my fun. Do you have a death wish? A young woman stood there, a gleaming blade pointed straight at him. Behind her, hulking enforcers demanded an explanation for the chaos. You dare cause trouble for our VIP guest. Ganzer's rage boiled over as he pointed at himself in disbelief. He started it. He provoked me first. The enforcer snapped back. Nonsense. Ganser tried desperately to defend himself. No, it's the truth. Why do I always get the blame? Saiyan watched their bickering, completely speechless. Do they know each other? Saiyan wondered. The girl was fuming now. Just look at your behavior. It's obvious who's at fault here. Realizing she couldn't reason with Ganser, she turned away in frustration. Forget it, I'm done. I'm leaving. Just ignore the fact that I fought that idiot. Perched on the pillar, Saiyan was surprised by the scene. She looks tough, but she's actually quite obedient. The girl watched as Saiyan leaped down to join them. She rushed over, panic in her voice. Are you injured, honored guest? Saiyan's face was pale and clearly annoyed. I'm fine. Just a little. Flustered and sweating, she bowed deeply. It's my fault. As a VIP, we should have protected you better. Saiyan cut in with a serious tone. Is there something you need from me? She looked up, stunned. How did you know? Saiyan addressed the group calmly. He said he met the boss to demand a fight with me. And I accepted. It's a trivial matter. All three of them froze in shock. The girl's eyes went wide with disbelief. Is that really true? But there is a condition. He stood with his hands in his pockets, gesturing casually to the corner. Find a job for that child? Huddled in the shadows was a trembling little girl. Elsewhere, rumors began to spread through the streets. Did you hear the news? One man asked his friend. About Ganser returning to Takagi. The other man stroked his chin thoughtfully. I heard he's fighting Saiyan of the Limi clan. To think the scrapyard Ganser is making a comeback. That kid is as good as dead. In the opulent city of Lamaster, amidst luxurious villas, the streets buzzed with excitement about the upcoming clash between Saiyan and Ganser. In this brutal world, reminiscent of a leveling Manhwa, Saiyan never stopped attacking. After a few skirmishes this week, he had learned something important. Even betting matches had strict rules. Willius Vert, no weapons allowed. Saiyan looked down at a defeated opponent sprawled on the ground. Second, if the opponent loses the will to fight, the match ends. And naturally, the third rule, killing, is absolutely forbidden. At least that was the case until now. A man with bright blonde hair and dark glasses announced loudly, "This is a no-holds-barred match." Inside the arena, the two fighters faced off. The referee continued with a grin. This special condition was approved personally by the master of Takagi. Saiyan bristled with agitation. Wait, what do you mean no holds barred? The referee grinned maliciously. It means there are no rules. Saiyan pointed at himself, confused. But nobody informed me about this. Suddenly, Ganser's eyes turned cold as he equipped his lethal gauntlets. You have no idea how long I've waited for this moment. Saiyan stared at him. Hey, where did you pull that weapon from? He glared at the referee in frustration. This match wasn't supposed to be. But the referee had already vanished into thin air. A dark cloud of irritation settled over Saiyan. The crowd roared, thirsting for violence. High, above a mysterious figure, watched intently. Let's see what you're really made of, she thought, a smirk playing on her lips. Saiyan of Limi. Ganser clenched his armored fist. Didn't you know this is a lawless fight? Saiyan frowned, clearly annoyed. I had no clue. Ganser dropped into a stance, grinning like a predator. His eyes glowed crimson. Better go grab a weapon then. That is, if you're scared. Saiyan sighed, his patience running thin. I don't really need one. As he spoke, a terrifying red aura erupted from his hand. Saiyan took his stance, the scarlet energy swirling around him. I've already calculated the outcome. Come at me. Ganser scoffed, magic perfect. Now I won't have to worry about accidentally killing you too quickly. Saiyan asked coldly. I thought this wasn't a death match. Ganser licked his lips. It seems you know nothing about who I am. I know enough. Ganser savored the memory, the exquisite thrill of taking a life. Saiyan's eyes flashed red as he asked, Oh, is that so? Ganser felt insulted. He scowled. I'll gouge those arrogant eyes out first. He lunged at Saiyan with blinding speed, but Saiyan sidestepped effortlessly. In that split second, the red aura solidified into a blade. A crimson flash sliced through the air. Before Ganser could react, his arm was severed cleanly from his body. Agony ripped through him as he screamed ARGH. The entire arena froze in shock, whispers erupting everywhere. What was that? Did anyone even see it move? My arm. Ganser collapsed, clutching his shattered limb as agony surged through him. Hatred blazed in his eyes like a wildfire. You bastard. I swear I will make you pay for this. At that moment, Saiyan stood there like a demon god, his eyes glowing crimson. He turned slowly, his voice a low rumble of death. Don't move, or you really will die. The overwhelming killing intent silenced Ganser instantly. The referee stepped in, declaring the outcome. Ganser is defeated. The victory goes to Saiyan of Limi. Whispers erupted like a storm among the spectators. I've never seen a duel like that in my life. Ganser lost miserably. A man shouted, overcome with excitement. That black bone structure. That mysterious magical energy. The man's hands trembled as the realization hit him. No mistake. That is definitely the demon's sword. Meanwhile, Saiyan wiped the sweat from his brow deep in thought. Someone definitely manipulated the match rules intentionally. Did Lindsay Hallup figure out my plan? Just then, the young girl from the corner reappeared. With a face beaming like sunshine, she offered him a cup. That was an incredible match, Mr. Saiyan. Saiyan took the water, his expression softening. Oh, have you started working already? She nodded eagerly. Yes, Manager Lisa put me in charge of facility support. She looked up at him with sparkling eyes. Please take care of me. Saiyan glanced at her name tag. Louis Wright. He gently patted her head. All right then. Do your best. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Honored guest, Saiyan Saiyan. Saiyan thought, perfect timing. I need to clear this up right now. Lisa bowed her head in apology. Both Saiyan and Louis looked confused. Huh. The manager, Lisa, spoke hurriedly. I am truly sorry, honored guest. Please forgive me. Saiyan stared her down. Why did you hide the fact that today's match had no rules? Lisa panicked. Hide it. No. That was decided privately between the mistress and Ganser. I knew nothing about it. I should have checked beforehand. Saiyan stood up, his presence imposing. In that case, I want to meet the mistress. Can you arrange that? Lisa hesitated, looking troubled. That might be difficult. She rarely reveals her face. Saiyan observed her reaction. So getting to the top won't be easy. He sighed. Fine. Just be more careful next time. But before the conversation could finish, a sharp voice interrupted them. Excuse me, but... A man stepped forward to make a proposal. Is now a good time to talk business? Saiyan narrowed his eyes. Who are you? I don't recall knowing you. The man bowed formally. I am Morris of the Grey Merchant Guild. He covered his mouth, whispering conspiratorially. The reason I sought you out is... His expression twisted into greed as he mentioned the item. That demon sword you possess. Would you be willing to sell it to me? Saiyan's eyes flashed crimson, the temperature around him dropping instantly. I don't know what you're talking about. Morris smiled slyly, locking eyes with him. No need to play dumb. I'm the only one who could recognize it. I used to work for the Ambaz Merchant Guild, the one with the camel symbol. He began recounting history. I was there until 2 years ago, when the guildmaster Zickerman was assassinated. After that, I moved to the Grey Guild, symbolized by the black stallion. He continued. I left headquarters and came here to Le Master to serve as the branch director. He bowed slightly again. He bragged openly. My area of expertise is weaponry, specifically swords. At my previous guild, I even supplied ancient weapons to the Karam Academy. Saiyan lowered his head, hiding his expression, as the man droned on. So rest assured, there is no one on this continent who understands weapons like I do. And today, finally I have witnessed it. Morris laughed maniacally. The demon sword of the black feather art. It has waited years for a master to appear. He steadied himself, making his offer. Name your price. I must have it at any cost. Saiyan suddenly grabbed him, lifting him off the ground. You said only you know about this. Ah, that makes things convenient. I just need to silence you permanently. Saiyan hoisted Morris high by his neck. Morris clawed at Saiyan's hand, choking. But then, shadows materialized from nowhere. Men with cold eyes and heavy killing intent surrounded them, weapons drawn. Release Lord Morris immediately if you don't want to die. Saiyan's face darkened, and he let out a chilling laugh. Ha! Hilarious. His eyes glowed blood red. Do you think trash like this can stop me? He analyzed the enemies. They hired shadow assassins from the Saw clan. Zickerman must have beefed up security after he died. Saiyan glanced at the assassins while Morris turned purple, gasping for air. Let's see if they can save you before I snap your neck. Morris wheezed desperately. Help me. Suddenly Lisa and Louis rushed into the fray. Ah, Mr. Saiyan. Honored guest, what is happening? Lisa brandished a weapon, glaring at the intruders. What are you doing to our customer? Explain yourselves. I won't go easy on you. Saiyan saw the terror on little Louis's face. Damn it. This might put Louis in danger. Slowly, his grip on Morris loosened. Saiyan dropped him, his expression pitch black. I'll let you go this time. Vanish before I change my mind. The assassins looked to their boss. Lord Morris, your orders. Morris clutched his bruised throat, coughing. Sheath your swords. He struggled to come up with an excuse. It seems Mr. Saiyan is a bit too excited today. Saiyan glared daggers at him. We will retreat for now. But before we go, Morris bowed, fear still lingering in his eyes. My offer remains valid. Please consider it carefully. With that, they disappeared into the shadows. Saiyan frowned. The Grey Merchant Guild. It was formed right after I assassinated Zickerman. This really was a classic Manhwa recap moment, where the past haunts the present. Louis asked, "Are you okay, Mr. Saiyan?" He looked down at the small girl and whispered, "I'm fine." Tears welled up in her eyes. "Why did so many scary people come here?" Saiyan patted her head gently. "Don't worry about them." He turned his gaze to the manager. "I have a favor to ask you, Lisa." She blinked. "Yes." Saiyan's eyes flashed red again, his aura intense. "I need to meet the owner of Lawmaster." Lisa froze, a single drop of sweat rolling down her cheek. Meanwhile, in a hidden room within Lawmaster, an explosion of power rocked the walls. Subordinates pleaded, "Lord Ganzer, please calm down. Your wounds will tear open." Ignoring the pain, Ganzer screamed Saiyan's name like a madman, teeth gritted in fury. "I will kill him. If I don't do something, I'm dead meat." Despair swallowed Ganzer whole, as his face twisted in shadow. His mind flashed back to that humiliating defeat on the arena stage against Saiyan. Just the memory of that overwhelming presence made his head throb, forcing him to the ground. How could a mere mortal take down a monster like that? His mind was a blank void of panic. Was this truly the end? But then a spark of malice lit up the darkness. He recalled the trembling little girl from that day, and realized he had found the perfect chink in the armor. A sinister grin stretched across his face as he lowered his hands. It was a desperate gamble, but it would work. That brat. She was the weakness that would make the invincible Saiyan hesitate. Clutching a dark parcel marked with a forbidden sigil, his plan solidified. Meanwhile, in a building where the lights still burned into the late hours, little Louie was hustling hard. Her tiny frame struggled under a stack of plates as she dashed across the lobby. Suddenly, the entrance creaked open, breaking the silence. She blinked in surprise. "Huh. A customer at this hour putting on her best professional face," she chirped. "Welcome to Lawmaster." But the man who stepped in wore a smile that froze her blood. Pure terror gripped Louie's heart. He loomed over her eyes, burning with predatory hunger, and placed a heavy hand on her head. "You remember your old pal, don't you?" "Why, yes," she stammered, shaking like a leaf. Ganzer's expression twisted into a demonic visage as he whispered, "Good. Then you're going to do me a little favor." Elsewhere, tension filled the air. Why am I being denied an audience? Saiyan leaned casually against the wall, his voice laced with irritation. "Do I need to file an official complaint with the guild?" Lisa crossed her arms, standing her ground. "Complaint or not, that person has no intention of seeing you." Saiyan narrowed his eyes, studying her closely. "Why are you protecting Lindsley Hallop so fiercely?" Lisa flinched, her composure cracking. "You know the master's full name. You really aren't an ordinary awakener, are you?" Saiyan remained silent as she continued. "Listen to me. Lindsley is watching your every move. It was Lindsley who orchestrated your duel with Ganzer and rigged the rules on a whim. I'm giving you a serious warning. Pack your bags and get out of this city immediately." Saiyan processed her words. "If I stay, I die," he wondered. Is she actually worried about me, or is this just part of some twisted professional code? Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the hall. "Ah!" Lisa's eyes widened. That came from the lobby. "It's Louis." She sprinted downstairs without a second thought. But when they arrived, only a chaotic silence remained. Saiyan stooped to inspect the debris. "I knew it." Lisa looked at him confused. "What do you mean?" In his hand he held a shattered name tag, reading, "Louis." He stood up, an icy calm settling over him. "Stay here. I'll bring the kid back." Lisa reached out, panic rising in her voice. "Wait a second. We don't even know who took her." But Saiyan's reply was so cold, it sent shivers down her spine. "I said stay put." His eyes burned with a terrifying murderous aura. "I already know exactly who has a death wish." Meanwhile, amidst a sea of scattered sketches, a shadow loomed over the girl on the bed. For a lady's chamber, this place is a pigsty. Delkia, sporting heavy dark circles, glared up weakly. "Who gave you permission to enter? Do you have a death wish?" Maurice merely chuckled, hands clasped behind his back. "Just look at you." Delkia recognized him. "Maurice, what is a merchant doing here?" He stepped closer, his presence oily and calculating. "Isn't it obvious I'm here to make a deal?" Delkia scoffed, instantly dismissive. "I have no interest in your schemes." But Maurice picked up a sketch, his smile widening. "Is that so? Even though you've fallen hard for a boy whose face you can't even remember?" What? Delkia snapped her head up. "What are you babbling about?" Maurice dropped the pleasantries, his expression hardening. "We're short on time, so I'll get straight to the point." He produced a vial of glowing liquid, grinning like a devil. This is a high-grade paralysis potion from the kingdom of Gaziem. Use this, and that boy will be yours for the taking. Delkia snatched the vial, desperation warring with suspicion. What's the price? Maurice smiled, his grip tightening. I just need one specific item in his inventory. Once I have that, you can do whatever you want with his body. Is that really all? She whispered. Deal, Maurice confirmed smoothly. As he walked away, his blue eyes glinted with malice. I don't care who does it as long as Saian is removed from the equation. I must have that item, he thought. Let's hope Ganzer is competent enough to crush that brat. Back at the abandoned warehouse, Ganzer perched on a wooden crate, like a vulture. Bwahaha, I've been waiting for ages. Saian of Limi Saian stood tall, his silhouette radiating danger. Where is she? Ganzer hopped onto a beam, dangling a small object. Oh, I kept a little souvenir right here, but the rest of her is over there. Saian stared into the abyss of the warehouse, his eyes devoid of light. Hand her over. Then a smile of pure insanity cracked his face, the look of a predator unleashed. Why didn't you just say you wanted to die painfully? Ganzer unleashed crimson threads of energy, his excitement peaking. Yes, that's the look. That's the despair I wanted to see. His eyes swirled with madness. Come at me, Saian. Meanwhile, high above the chaos, a mysterious woman watched from the shadows, her face obscured. Do you really think that rookie can kill Ganzer? Lisa bowed respectfully. I am certain of it, my lady. The woman tilted her head. Are you worried about him? Lisa clenched her fist, masking her turmoil. I abandoned those foolish feelings a long time ago. I'm just curious. Why does a being like you care about a nobody like Saian? The hidden mistress cracked a smile in the darkness. Oh, so you're curious about the nature of his power. Very well, I'll indulge you. Her voice was soft, but carried a weight that plunged Lisa into deep thought. Tell me, can you recall Saian's face right now? Lisa frowned, straining her memory. His face. Wait, what the hell? Why is it a blur in my mind? The ring on the mistress's finger pulsed with a sinister crimson aura. That is one of the authorities of Adu. It wipes the user's visage from the memories of mortals. Lisa's eyes widened in horror. Adu, you mean the god of the black fog? Surprised, Lindsley Hallop rested her chin on her hand, amused. Indeed. It seems the ghosts of the past have finally come knocking. Lisa's expression darkened with dread. But my lady, doesn't that put you in grave danger? Lindsley merely smiled, trembling with anticipation. On the contrary, he is a rare and precious guest. We must make sure to entertain him properly. Back on the battlefield, Ganzer roared as his arm mutated, swelling with blood and bulging veins. What's the matter? Saian scared. He slammed his monstrous fist down. The impact shattered the bedrock, sending debris flying through a cloud of choking dust. Saian was blasted back by the shockwave as Ganzer stomped the ground, flexing his overwhelming aura. Why don't you use that move from before? Or are you out of mana? Murderous intent rolled off him in waves as the energy in his arm spiked to critical levels. Struggle harder for me. Ganzer's taunts cut through the air, drawing Saian's gaze to the pile of bleached bones on the floor. Look at this. The human trash is starting to pile up, isn't it? His mutated, vein-popping hand snatched up a skull. Do you know what these are? They're the failures. The useless garbage thrown into the abyss to rot. With eyes manic with bloodlust, he crushed the skull into powder. La Master is nothing but a glamorous garbage dump. As the bone dust settled, the scene shifted, signaling the climax of this awakening manhwa arc. In the shadows of the past, Ganzer stood as a shield before Lisa. Born into filth and raised in the abyss, they clawed their way through a living hell just to survive. Rage became his fuel. He vowed to crush anyone who dared touch her, striking back with the ferocity of a wild beast. But then, destiny intervened. They witnessed a pathetic sight. A one-eyed man drenched in the cold sweat of fear, groveling on the ground. Please spare me. I don't want to die. But a single flash of steel silenced him forever. As the children watched in awe, the tyrant of the slums was erased in an instant. The young man decimated the gang like they were nothing. He claimed he was merely on a sightseeing trip from Len Academy, looking for a bit of entertainment. I'm just taking out the trash while I'm here. He extended a hand that shone with the brilliance of the morning sun, mesmerizing them completely. Nothing will threaten you now. To Ganzer, that face was angelic salvation. In that moment, a twisted admiration took root in his soul. From that day on, his path was set. Ganzer climbed a ladder built of blood and bone, driven by a singular obsession to cleanse all the garbage from La Master. He honed his strength and expanded his dominion. His road to power began in the brutal pits of the La Master arena, treating life like a leveling manhwa, where only the strong survive. Disqualified for murder, irrelevant. The dead were just waste to be discarded. But his brutality drove a wedge between them, and Lisa turned her back on him. She left, but he felt nothing. He had become the very landfill he sought to destroy. Veins bulged in Ganzer's eyes as his face twisted into a mask of madness. I will personally exterminate every speck of filth in this city. Saian, watching this display, finally broke his silence with cold disdain. Spare me the monologue. Can't you see I haven't got a scratch on me? Put some back into it, Ganzer. Ganzer's eyes glowed crimson as he let out a maniacal cackle. Is that so? Then let me show you true despair. Chains erupted from his hands like striking vipers. They coiled around Saian's limbs. As his arm mutated into a grotesque size, Ganzer revealed a pulsing purple cube. Witness a power beyond your comprehension. Saian analyzed the situation calmly. Is that an ancient artifact? How did a thug like him acquire such a high-tier item? The purple cube began to unfurl. Welcome to the gravity domain. A violet crystal materialized, warping the space around them into a magical prison, sealing Saian inside. 20 times normal gravity crashed down on him instantly. Ganzer grinned like a demon. Oh, you're still standing. Your endurance stat must be impressive. But let's see if you can survive this. His massive crimson-scaled hand descended like a falling meteor, promising absolute destruction. Do you require assistance? The voice seemed to ask. Saian's expression darkened. No. Fury ignited in his eyes. This trash isn't worth the effort. A shockwave of energy blasted outward. Saian moved faster than the eye could follow, slamming a devastating blow directly into Ganzer's core. Ganzer gasped, his mind reeling. Impossible. He was immobilized under the gravity field. The magical construct shattered into dust. His trump card was gone. Saian stood over him, eyes burning with the intensity of an awakened hunter, and delivered a bone-crushing strike. Saian's aura flared uncontrollably. I'm going to pulverize every bone in your body except your ears. You need those to hear your own screams. Terror finally gripped Ganzer. Blow after blow rained down like a storm of vengeance. With a final thunderous explosion, Ganzer was sent flying, impaled upon the jagged ruins of his own fortress. Blood trickled from his lips as he lay broken amidst the rubble. I suppose my fate was sealed the moment this battle began. I have no regrets, he rasped. Being born in Lawmaster turns everyone into trash eventually. Even her. Even Lisa. It's the law of the rulers who control this city. He looked at Saian with fading eyes. Please, end this cycle. Don't let the garbage pile up anymore. You have the power to change it. With that, Ganzer's life force extinguished. Saian turned his gaze to a wooden crate nearby and approached it slowly. He lifted the lid, and his eyes widened in relief. Meanwhile, on the upper overlook, Lisa arrived with her squad. What happened here? She stared down at the devastation. She saw the impaled corpse. Ganzer. Her worst fears had come to pass. Recovering quickly, she barked orders. Priority 1 is the VIP's safety. Search the area. A familiar voice cut through the noise. Over here. Lisa spun around to see Saian sitting amidst the debris, cradling a young girl in his arms. Saian looked up calmly. She's unharmed. Just sleeping. Lisa rushed forward, pulling the child into a desperate embrace before looking at him. Lord Saian, are you injured? I'm fine. Take care of Louis for me. As Saian stood to leave, panic flickered in Lisa's eyes. Where are you going? He replied coldly. To take out the trash. Trash, Lisa echoed confused. But Saian walked away, eyes glowing crimson, heading straight for the heart of Lawmaster. The city map flashed in his mind, divided into 4 distinct zones. With the central hub as the core, the west held the scrapyard, the east boasted the commercial district, and the south was the district of pleasure. It was a breeding ground for constant warfare. No government claimed this land, and no police force dared to patrol its streets. Yet order existed within the chaos. A shadow government of powerful managers controlled each sector, acting as the absolute authority. How do we conquer a hellhole like this? Achol had mused during their strategy session. Full-scale war is inefficient. The only viable option is a decapitation strike against the managers. Saian had looked at him with steel in his gaze. We don't need a war. He stared intently at Achol, the mastermind behind their operation. What makes you so certain? Achol asked, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Because this city is rotten to its very core. Standing before the city now, Saian finally understood the weight of those words. Akal's assessment was flawless. The corruption ran deep. Saian swirled a teacup, emitting a suspicious red mist, his resolve hardening. Today, I pulled this city up by its roots. The black tea smelled of mint, rich and cloyingly sweet. Saian glanced at the cup with suspicion as the sultry manager clung to his arm. This isn't just tea, he analyzed. That scent. It's a high-grade paralytic poison from Gazium. The woman beside him stroked her hair, watching him with a predatory gaze. Thank you for accepting my invitation, Lord Saian. I promise tonight will be exquisite. Saian's soft reply made Delkia flinch. Indeed, just like this black tea with its unique aroma. Cold sweat trickled down her face. Strange. Did he detect the poison? Saian's eyes burning, with a crimson hue locked onto hers. I look forward to it. Without hesitation, he downed the cup, leaving Delkia stunned. One gulp, and the porcelain shattered on the floor as he slumped against her shoulder. A triumphant smirk curled Delkia's lips. Perfect. The plan worked. This little brat is finally mine. Meanwhile, at a lavish estate in the Grey Merchant Guild's district, news arrived that Delkia had captured Saian. The butler bowed low. Sir, a report just came in from the entertainment district. Maurice grinned, tearing into his meal. Oh ho, the gods are truly smiling upon us today. Maurice frowned, his thoughts darkening as he recalled the gravity room. Whatever. I still regret handing that spatial compression tool to that fool Ganser. Do you have any idea how hard it was to steal that artifact from Gajiam Academy? He ripped meat from a bone with savage hunger. But it matters not. The demon sword will soon be in my grasp. A cloaked figure beside him narrowed his eyes. Sir, doesn't this seem too easy? Maurice didn't stop eating. Why must you always be such a jinx? The assassin insisted. My intuition is never wrong. Let me scout ahead first. Maurice rolled his eyes. Fine, suit yourself. Just don't do anything stupid. As the assassin vanished, Maurice chewed thoughtfully. Those damn Sagia bastards. I paid them off, yet they're still so troublesome. Do they dare covet my demon sword? On the main avenue, screams erupted, startling the crowd. Move, get out of the way. Clear the road. A carriage tore through the bustling street like a cannonball. Maurice bellowed from the window. I am in a desperate hurry. Bursting through the door, he beamed. I have arrived. The woman waiting inside glanced up. You're early. What's the rush? Her cheeks flushed as she licked her finger seductively. I was just about to have some fun. Maurice waved her off. I don't care about the boy's corpse. I only want what he's carrying. She crossed her arms. That I've already set it aside. Maurice's face flushed red with greed. Oh, that is all I needed to hear. Give it to me now. She gently tugged on a rope. Patience, my lord. You are about to be speechless. As the curtain was pulled back, a pair of bound hands came into view. The red drapes parted, revealing a figure. Maurice froze, cold sweat, soaking his back. What? What is this? The woman pointed to the figures behind the curtain. What's wrong? Can't find what you're looking for. Inside, a blue-haired man held a sword hilt. Unbelievable. What kind of sick joke is hidden behind this curtain? Beside him, a blonde man held a bouquet. Are you taxidermying people now? Maurice pointed a trembling finger at a woman in a red dress bound and beaten black and blue. Delkia. He stared at the battered woman, who looked exactly like his partner, then shouted at the hostess. Then who the hell are you? She smirked. Don't be so rude. She peeled away a mask, revealing her true face. The demon sword you crave. She smiled coldly. Is right here. I am the real Delkia now. Maurice's eyes bulged as he collapsed to the floor. The demon sword has a human form. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent exploded from the shadows. Saian stepped forward. Maurice, you know too much. Maurice screamed in terror. You damned shadow assassin, save me, Saian sighed, covering his ears. Good grief, you're loud. He raised a hand. Be quiet. Maurice choked, coughing violently as the two watched him suffer. Cough, cough. If you want to meet your assassins so badly, I'll send you to them. Saian channeled his spiritual energy. Dark aura, mixed with crimson hues, erupted, manifesting the mist swamp domain. Maurice fell to his knees, witnessing power straight out of an awakening Manhwa. Darkness, turning into mist. His face went pale. A suffocating pressure crushed down on him from Saian. The boy's eyes burned with murderous intent. You're the one who gave the artifact to Ganser and the paralysis drug to Delkia. It was you, wasn't it? Maurice tried to deny it. No, I swear I would never. Saian stared down at him, his red eyes curving into a cruel smile. He enunciated every word. I know. Because you won't be able to do anything ever again. Goodbye. The crimson mist swallowed Maurice whole, drowning out his wretched screams. No, please, he plummeted into an endless abyss, surrounded by a sea of red. Maurice's face swelled and distorted, as if drowning his vision, fading as he looked at the silhouette before him. That is his shadow assassin. Maurice screamed silently. The fake Delkia spoke up. Now, only one Delkia remains. Go ahead, I'll finish this wretch off for you. She raised both hands wearing a terrifying grin. I know you're awake. Get ready. I'm going to carve you into exactly 1,000 pieces. The bound woman trembled, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I plotted against him. A heavy blow struck flesh. Outside the door, Saiyan listened to her agonizing screams and thought she might actually beat her into a cripple at this rate. Saiyan frowned. Why do I sense a familiar energy signature? His eyes widened in realization. This presence is... Outside, the landscape had turned to ruin, transformed into a mist domain. A green aura swirled, carrying a voice that put Saiyan on high alert. Your expression is quite interesting. Hovering in the air, a voice radiated immense power. I am Lindsley Harlow, one of the managers of Lawmaster. Saiyan kept one hand in his pocket, calculating. So this is the mysterious Lindsley Harlow. He looked up, a single bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Another user of the mist. Lindsley descended. It seems Sajia hasn't updated you on my status. Otherwise, you wouldn't go around slaughtering my other managers so casually. Saiyan shifted energy coiling around his arm. Thanks for coming to me. Now I don't have to waste time hunting you down. He smiled at her, his pressure rising. Should I call you senior? Or perhaps traitor? She smirked, flashing a ring. Ah, don't misunderstand. I am not your opponent today. Suddenly, Saiyan sensed danger from behind. A flash of light surged toward him. He braced himself. Another one. Lindsley Harlow chuckled. Just a little test. Saiyan paused, stunned. I can't believe it. Lisa stood behind him, muttering. You two already know each other. Lightning crackled in Lisa's eyes as she focused. Yes, Lady Lindsley. Her face bulged with veins, her gaze radiating hostility. I will eliminate the Zeman of Limmy right now. A massive wave of force crashed down. Saiyan utilized his spiritual power to dash away, shouting, Back off, Lisa. I need to talk to Lindsley. This has nothing to do with you. Lisa seemed deaf to his words, slashing relentlessly. Saiyan gritted his teeth. Damn it. Diplomacy is off the table. His eyes glowed crimson as he launched himself forward. If she won't listen, I'll make her listen. The notification rang out like a system manhwa. Secret art, bloodthirsty wolf rush. Saiyan unleashed a blast of spiritual energy, kicking up a storm of dust. As the smoke cleared, he watched nervously, sweat trickling down his brow. But she landed effortlessly. In this manhwa recap, even the pawns have elite training. Lisa glared at him, shrugging off his killing intent like it was nothing. Lindsay Hallop floated closer, her voice dripping with venom. Why hesitate? You have the power to crush her instantly, don't you? Saiyan shot her, a cold side-eye. How long do you plan to hide in the shadows? Lindsay's face was half-masked in darkness, a crazed look in her eyes. I just want to test the little toy Sharika trained. Let's see how he fares against my puppet. Saiyan's mind raced. She knows the guild master. Just what is the connection between them? Lindsay faded back into the fog. Don't mind me, carry on. Suddenly, Lisa shifted into a battle stance, summoning a deadly circle of daggers. Needle Rain, the area of effect skill, rained down destruction. Saiyan moved like a blur, barely dodging the steel downpour as Lisa dived from above. Steel clashed against steel in a frenzy. Lisa's eyes were dead, void of life like a doll on strings. I may have severed ties with Ganser, but you will pay in blood for taking my family, she screamed. Saiyan parried her blows, his expression darkening. So this isn't just business. It's a personal vendetta. Looking into those empty eyes, he realized the truth. It's like her secondary bloodthirsty persona has been forcibly awakened by the system. She's using false memories to trigger a berserker state. Saiyan seized the initiative, grappling her throat. But getting this close is dangerous. Lisa stared back, sweat rolling down her face. Bam! Saiyan delivered a precision strike to knock her out. Sorry, but I need you to sleep for a bit. Saiyan turned, his aura exploding with intensity. Now it's just you and me. Stop hiding in that cheap fog. Lindsay remained hidden, hovering in the mist. You should know by now. I am the mist. Saiyan scoffed. I'm surprised you're a mist user, but I'm even more surprised you're a 2-bit thief. Her face twisted in rage, offended by the accusation. Excuse me, Saiyan, smirked, his confidence returning. He pointed a finger at her. That ring. It belonged to Lord Udin, didn't it? A legendary artifact with a diamond that holds infinite spiritual energy. It channels power, ranging from mana to divine authority. He continued. You're using it to cosplay as a disciple of the mist, aren't you? I don't know how a rat like you stole it. Saiyan rubbed his neck nonchalantly. But in the end, you're just a counterfeit, Lindsay Hallop. The insult shattered her composure. How dare you bow before my absolute power, Saiyan thought, hook, line, and sinker. Lindsay began to chant. Authority of the Black Mist God, a massive rune circle erupted. trapping Saiyan in a suffocating cloud of smoke, freezing him in place. Even the unconscious Lisa was caught in the field. Spatial ripples distorted the air. "Welcome to my domain. Here movement is a privilege only I possess," Lindsay whispered in Saiyan's ear. "How does it feel to be powerless? This is the terror of a true leveling Manhwa boss." She charged her energy. Green eldritch energy gathered in her palm. Time to say goodbye. "Farewell, my poor little Saiyan." Suddenly, a voice cracked through the dimension. "Finally found you. You call this Swiss cheese dimension a barrier?" K-boom. Violet lightning tore the sky apart. Lindsay flinched in terror. Karam had arrived, and she looked absolutely murderous. "Huh. You dare target my master?" Lindsay spun around defensively, panic setting in. She tore through my spatial lock. Does she rival the Black Mist God? She was shook. Only Lord Udin possessed that kind of power. Karam glared, her aura oppressive. "Why are you always eyeing other people's property? Do you want to be sliced into ribbons?" Karam snapped her fingers. "But first, let's trash this cramped little room." Shatter. The dimension broke like glass. Lindsay's jaw dropped. "Impossible. My domain collapsed that easily." Saiyan frowned, dusting himself off. "What took you so long?" Karam looked ready to explode. "Well, I saved his life, and he complains. Unbelievable." Saiyan threw his hands up. "I was in mortal danger here," Lindsay screamed. "Shut up. You cannot be the heir." Lindsay clenched her fists, descending into madness. "The seat was empty for 300 years. Why would the system choose a brat like you?" Karam whispered. "What's her damage?" Saiyan shrugged. "I poked a sore spot." Lindsay raved on. "You still smell like mother's milk." Losing all reason, she launched herself at Saiyan. "Don't look down on me, you fake," Karam asked. "Why so tense?" Saiyan drew his blade, a crimson streak, painting the air. "That's why you'll never be a real assassin." They clashed, clang. A shockwave blasted Lindsay backward, sending her tumbling. She desperately threw a poison dart. Saiyan caught it midair, his body glowing with a red aura, eyes fierce. "Do you believe me now? If not, let me show you the weight of a god's true power." Lindsay sat broken on the ground, struggling to stand. She bowed her head. "Oh God, grant me the Black Mist's authority." A massive red construct formed behind her. Saiyan's eyes glowed crimson. "Try blocking this with your stolen ring." Lindsay's face fell as she realized the gap in their strength. A wave of pure destruction headed her way. In her eyes, she saw only fear. Flashback inside the Black Mist Temple. "Are you really leaving?" A voice echoed. Lindsay stood firm. "I've made my choice. I'm sick of hiding in the shadows, waiting for an heir who never comes." Shirika watched her go. "I understand. What a pity." Lindsay turned back with a smirk. "Will you hunt me down?" Shirika remained emotionless. "There are plenty of villains out there. Why add you to the list?" "Don't worry." Lindsay's expression darkened at the dismissal. However, Shirika warned, "If you fall into corruption, I will purify you myself, and I'll take back the weapon you stole." Shirika added, "Nobody knows yet, so go. But keep your heart steady." Lindsay bit her lip. "That was how I parted ways with Shirika." Lindsay Halep walked away, determined to forge her own path. She left the organization that did nothing but wait for a prophecy. She vowed to build an empire where strength was the only law. "I won't wait in the dark anymore." Her arm trembled with the memory of that day. She clutched the hem of his robe, believing she had finally reached her goal. Then reality shattered her mind. How did it end like this? Saiyan looked down, witnessing her absolute collapse into despair. His voice was cold. "Any final words?" Lindsay Harlow lowered her head in defeat. "Tell Shirika. Tell her the truth." Saiyan lowered his gaze. Waiting in silence, tears carved paths down Lindsay's face. Her consciousness fading into the void. "I was wrong. It hurts too much. Just end it." Saiyan raised his hand, transferring a wave of mercy energy to finish it. No one can predict the moment they fall from grace. With eyes glowing crimson, he realized, in this leveling Manhwa, even he wasn't safe from corruption. Before his eyes, two dimensions began to collide. Saiyan surveyed the structure ahead. "So the domain connects directly to the hotel. That saves me the trouble." Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. "Why, Lisa?" Her clothes in tatters stared at him. "Why spare a wretch like me? I tried to kill you, and I know you are the mist." She gripped her trembling arm. Her body was broken, her spirit crushed. "There is no logical reason for you to let me live." Saiyan looked up at her. "Are you planning to leak my identity?" Lisa flinched, terror in her eyes. "That is enough reason to kill me," she whispered. "What is my purpose now?" Suddenly, a shout rang out. A group rushed in. Louis, the little girl, spotted Lisa and sprinted forward. Big sister, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Tears welled up in her eyes, hands clenching tight. I was so worried. You just disappeared. Lisa looked at the child, heart softening. I'm fine. Are you in pain? Louis tackled her into a tight hug. I don't know anything. Just don't leave my side again, the girl sobbed uncontrollably. You're the only one who treats me well. Please don't go. Lisa soothed her gently. I only stepped away for a moment. Why the fuss? Saiyan interrupted the moment. It seems you have a job to do. He glanced at the building. The manager position is open. Fill it. Don't let Louis grow up to be incomplete. Like you. Lisa bowed her head softly. Understood. I will. Saiyan crouched down, patting the girl's head. Louis, listen to your new manager. Louis looked up at him. Are you leaving? Mr. Saiyan smiled faintly. Yeah, checking out. Live well. They watched him turn away. Lisa called out, Will you return? He waved a hand without looking back. Perhaps. Lisa blushed, whispering to the wind. You better come back. Saiyan smirked. Yeah. I know. He recalled the castle scene, hoping he wouldn't have to witness such tragedy again. Meanwhile, a dagger shrouded in dark aura appeared. It rested in a woman's hand. She spoke, voice dripping with amusement. So you finally purified Lindsay Harlow. She sat atop a stone pillar, the picture of arrogance. Must have been a grind, huh? Saiyan replied. You knew yet you sent me. She twirled the dagger. Correct. Any questions? Saiyan's eyes sharpened. What was she to you? Was she also part of the mist? The woman smiled, a nostalgic look in her eyes. Yes. Once. We trained in the hellfire together. Fellow disciples of the blade. The memory of the day Lindsay left played in her mind, but she defied the will of the mist and walked away, taking the heirloom ring with her. Saiyan raised his hand, the jewel flashing. This Undine ring. The woman leaped down from her high perch. That's the one. Originally my weapon. She stood with hands on hips. But you keep it. Saiyan was stunned. What? This is the guild master's inheritance. Her eyes blazed with overwhelming pressure. I don't need trinkets. I am strong enough. Saiyan looked at the ring. I thought you sent me to retrieve it. Surprising. Karam materialized from the shadows. Maybe it's a personal vendetta. Seems you two have a history she doesn't care about. She gripped her dagger, expression hardening. I'm just keeping a promise. Those seduced by the ring's power usually face total ruin. Saiyan watched her walk away. So, this is a trial. He analyzed the energy pulsing from the ring. She's testing if I'll be corrupted. A classic trope in an awakening manhwa. Corrupted by this power. Saiyan frowned. You're warning me? That I'm next on the chopping block, if I fail. Isn't that right? Karam rubbed his chin. Oh, makes sense. Saiyan pressed on. You still doubt my status as the successor. She glanced back, smirking. I want to see. Will you be a calamity or a hero? A true successor must survive the curse. Karam gritted his teeth. What did you say? Saiyan sighed, helpless against her logic. Fine, I'll take it as a compliment. Sunlight filtered through the blinds. At Lin Academy's headmaster office, a white-haired man gazed out the window. After instructor Neurovin vanished, anxiety gripped the students. He turned to the figure behind him. The pressure is high for a new hire. But please endure it. The man spoke smoothly. Do not worry, Headmaster Kundal. He tapped his chest. I will bridge the gap with the students. I'll give my all. Kundal nodded. I appreciate your spirit. The man bowed with perfect etiquette. I shall tour the grounds. Kundal watched him go, thinking. Boris. His aura is unsettling. Outside, Shirika rushed in, breathless. Sorry, I'm late. Did you call Headmaster? She froze, seeing the stranger. He smiled. Greetings. I am Boris, the new instructor. Please take care of me. A bizarre, chilling energy radiated from him. He walked past her. Excuse me. Shirika's mind raced. The stench of blood. It's overwhelming. She watched his retreating back. That man is dangerous. Kundal spoke gravely. Rumor has it, he comes from the capital. Kundal's eyes glowed red. Be warned. He has skill and manners. But he emits a monstrous demonic energy. She adjusted her glasses, frowning. Understood, Headmaster. Doubt swirled in her gut. That scent of death cannot be washed away. She imagined Boris, like a walking corpse in disguise. Meanwhile, a flag fluttered against the azure sky. Cheers erupting from the city. Below, a mighty army marched. Iron armor gleaming. Welcome to Len, the city of harmony. Princess Erin gasped at the spectacle. The city guard has grown stronger. The boy beside her blinked. Really? They walked amidst the stifling pressure of the troops. She thought they beefed up security after the Blood Banquet. But this is overkill. The pressure is intense. A voice shattered her thoughts. Princess Erin. Luna smiled warmly. Long time no see. Butterflies danced in the garden air. The three walked together. Luna spoke. You're safe. Thanks to the princess. Erin looked at her heart, aching. Thanks to me, hardly. I extended a helping hand, yet here I am treated like a prisoner. Luna's eyes fluttered shut with feigned indifference. Don't worry about me. I'm stronger than I look. The princess stepped forward to introduce her companion. Let me introduce you. This is my classmate Nana. Nana's eyes sparkled the moment they landed on Luna. Wow, hello there. You're absolutely stunning. And you have such a mysterious aura. As the trio walked together, a deep voice cut through the air. A man bowed with practiced elegance. I am Boris, the newly appointed instructor. And you must be Princess Erin. Correct. Erin looked up, recognition dawning on her face. Yes, I've heard of you, Instructor Boris. You're in charge of applied mana theory, aren't you? Luna observed the exchange in silence, her instincts on high alert. Boris smiled smoothly. So you are aware of me. It is truly an honor. Might I request a moment of your time? Princess Erin blinked in surprise. Right now, Boris's smile widened, though it didn't reach his eyes. Yes, it's nothing serious. But unseen by others, a sinister dark aura began to emanate from him. I am currently assessing the mana capacity of our talented students. Think of it as a standard stat check in an awakening manhwa. May I test your mana sphere? Princess Erin extended her hand, summoning a soft, pale yellow light. Like this. He nodded with satisfaction. Yes, that is perfect. But Luna, standing beside them, felt a chill run down her spine. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Wait a moment, Princess. I have a bad feeling about this. Irene glanced at her, confused. Huh? What's wrong? It's just a simple mana measurement. What could possibly go wrong? Boris extended his hand, and sudden winds began to howl the space around them, darkening as if night had fallen instantly. Yes, it will be over soon. But just then, a strong hand clamped down on Erin's wrist. Boris's brow furrowed in irritation. Erin gasped, panic rising in her chest. What is happening? She looked up at the intruder, meeting eyes glowing with crimson rage and a face darkened by fury. Saian stared at Boris with the intensity of someone facing a demon lord. His mind raced with a singular terrifying thought. Why is that monster here in Lewin? The scene shifted to a memory of Boris amidst a battlefield littered with corpses. 1,002 years ago. The Liberation War to annihilate the Demon King's army. A cleric stood within a magic circle screaming orders. Direct hit. All units prepare defensive barriers, but the monster's claws descended with the speed of a lightning bolt. The cleric's scream was cut short as the barrier shattered like glass under the beast's overwhelming power. The impact caused a massive shockwave. Ignoring the casualties from that single strike, the survivors scrambled to maintain their defense. Return to formation. Hold the line. A young soldier grit his teeth, fear gripping his heart. We can't hold them back. They're going to overrun us. But a cleric behind him stammered, pointing towards the horizon. Someone is coming. In the blink of an eye, a powerful figure descended from the sky. With a flurry of sword strikes too fast to follow, he decimated the monster instantly. Cheers erupted from the weary troops. He's finally here, the soldier cried out in relief. I thought he was stationed at the western encampment. The rumors are true. He appears and vanishes like a ghost. With him here, this battle is as good as won. Every heart on that battlefield placed their faith in one man, because Lord Saian had arrived. Saian commanded with absolute authority. Evacuate all the wounded immediately. I will handle things here. The colossal spider monster began gathering energy for a devastating attack. The air grew still silent as the grave before a massive shockwave of power exploded outward. The beast fired a beam of green energy, retracting its claws with a feral hiss. Saiyan clenched his fist, unimpressed. I heard this was a special grade demon beast, so I had some expectations. But you're slow as a turtle. He leaped onto the beast, channeling the power of a dark orb in his hand, the energy swelling to terrifying proportions, ready to obliterate the creature. Suddenly, the slow clap of hands broke the tension. Saiyan turned towards the sound. No wonder Lord Achol holds you in such high regard. His voice was ice cold. Shouldn't you be in the rear guard? With my brother Boris shrugged, offering a truthful answer. I came because I heard the northern front needed support, but it seems Lord Saiyan has already cleaned up the mess. Later, Saiyan sat by a campfire speaking slowly. We were on the brink of total collapse. This war truly has no end. He tossed more wood into the fire. The elite knights led by the families on the front lines handed imperial authority over to Emperor Louis Nell. Just 1 year ago. Smoke curled into the night sky as he spoke. According to reports, the demon beasts exploited a weakness in the front line's defenses to launch their invasion. The war drags on endlessly. Saian reflected darkly. It all stems from Emperor Louis Nell's insatiable greed. If Achol hadn't asked me, I never would have come here. Boris quickly interjected. Speaking like that could cost you your head. Though I share your sentiment, so I won't say a word. Saian asked with genuine curiosity. Aren't you an envoy sent by Emperor Louis Nell himself? Boris laughed, admitting his flaw. I was chosen precisely because of my lackluster talent. However, my personality seems to align better with Lord Achol. Saian raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what talent are you referring to? Boris demonstrated his magic, speaking with false modesty. It's nothing special. I simply collect traces of mana used by others like yours, Lord Saian, and condense them into a sphere. In an instant, a small orb of mana materialized, preserved like a jewel. Boris studied it thoughtfully. Lord Saian's mana is truly unique. Saian asked, intrigued. What makes it so special? Boris's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. You possess immense potential. Who knows? You might just be the one I've been searching for. Saian narrowed his eyes, calculating the threat. Looking back now, that was the moment. That was when the hunt for my power began. Back in the present, Saian gripped Erin's hand so tight she froze in shock. He told himself, I won't make the same mistake twice. Staring at Boris, his resolve hardened. I absolutely cannot let him steal my mana. Boris narrowed his eyes, evaluating the interference. He wondered, is this boy? Saian? The male student beside them barked. Saian, are you being rude to the princess? Boris forced a polite smile. Oh my, it seems there's been a misunderstanding here. I was merely investigating the student's abilities as an instructor. Saian cut him off sharply. I have never heard of such a procedure, instructor. His mind raced. Boris. Has he really been appointed as an academy instructor? Boris offered a stiff explanation. If you find it so uncomfortable, then there is no need to force it. My apologies for the intrusion. Saian replied with a steely gaze. Very well. I accept your apology. Now, before the situation gets any more unpleasant, please leave. Erin's face flushed crimson. That was so rude. Boris smiled awkwardly, surprised by the boy's blatant hostility. He decided to retreat for now. Very well. Boris bowed respectfully. I will take my leave. And just like that, Saian managed to drive the predator away. Luna rolled her eyes, thinking. Boris hem. Was there ever a mage like that? She spoke up. You can let go of her hand now, can't you, Saian? He finally released his grip. Forgive me, princess. Erin stammered, flushing pink. No, it is fine. She rubbed her wrist, her heart racing. I trust you have your reasons. After all, you belong to me, so I will allow it. Her face burned crimson at her own bold words. Belong to me. Realizing what she said, panic set in. She bolted like a frightened rabbit. I have urgent business. Farewell. Saian stood there blinking. Right. But the peace didn't last. Luna approached with a glint in her eyes. Tell me, what do you know about Instructor Boris? Saian's gaze hardened. Enough. Strange, she mused. A mage that powerful, yet his name is a ghost. Saian cut her off cold. Stop. Do not approach him. Do not investigate him. I am leaving. He walked away, leaving Luna staring at his retreating back. He has been on edge all day, she thought. What is he hiding? The sky above remained mockingly clear. A smirk played on her lips. Now I am even more intrigued. Meanwhile, Saian channeled his mana. With a snap of his fingers, he wove a spell conjuring a rain of sweets from thin air. Nana squealed in pure delight. Whoa! A waterfall of candy. Saian turned to his retainers. You two worked hard while I was away. The little girl was already drowning in a mountain of sugar. Brian puffed out his chest. Hard work. Please, serving you is an honor, young master. But the maid beside him sighed. If only he would let me cook. He hogs the kitchen. Saian raised a brow. I thought you enjoyed being pampered, she groaned. Not when it feels like my livelihood is being stolen. Is that so? Saian's expression shifted. Then let us go training. Brian froze. Huh. Right now? A devilish grin formed on Saian's face. Yes. Immediately. Lose the apron. Brian's face went pale as he accepted his fate. Yes, sir. They marched out the scene, shifting to the academy's physical training grounds. Saian paused. Oh, someone is already here. It was Lessimus. Breath, ragged, sweat dripping, she brought her blade down with thunderous force. Brian whistled. Damn. Wielding a greatsword as tall as herself with such grace. Saiyan nodded, analyzing her form. Indeed. Her potential is terrifying. He smiled. Of course she is good. She is destined to become the continent's Willius Vert sword. Saiyan grabbed a wooden blade. Let us see if you are ready for this leveling Manhwa world. Lesimus spun around, stammering. Young Master Saiyan. What? What do you mean? Saiyan stepped forward. Aura flaring. I mean, I want to test your resolve. Strike me. She hesitated, eyeing his weapon. But I hold live steel and you hold a wooden stick. Surely I should switch to wood for fairness. Saiyan didn't wait. He launched an assault, the wood moving faster than side clang. She barely parried. Not bad, Lesimus. Your reflexes are sharp. Lesimus's arm shook. Is this really wood? It feels like lead sparks flew as they clashed again. Her eyes narrowed. Fine. Then I will not hold back either. Steel met reinforced wood in a violent dance. Good form, Saiyan laughed easily, deflecting her blows. But is that all you have? Push harder. Attack with the intent to kill. Lesimus gritted her teeth. What is he saying? I am attacking, but I cannot even graze him. She lunged forward with desperation. I refuse to lose. Just one hit. But the gap in their levels was absolute. That is enough. With a flick of his wrist, her greatsword went flying. Saiyan's wooden blade stopped inches from her throat. Letting emotions dictate your blade creates openings, he lectured calmly. Remember that. She slumped, defeated. I am completely outclassed. You are a monster, Saiyan. Seeing her dejection, he softened his tone. You have true strength. Do not belittle yourself. Most grown men cannot even lift that blade, let alone fight with it. You are exceptional. His praise made her face heat up. If you continue down this path, no sword technique in existence will rival yours. She flushed red. What, Willius Vert? You crush my pride. Now you flatter me. Make up your mind. She has no idea of her own destiny, Saiyan thought. He rubbed his chin. I have done enough here. He turned to his terrified servant. From now on, you will be her sparring partner, Brian. Brian choked. Huh? Me, Saiyan smirked. Yes, you. He looked at the swordswoman. I leave him in your care. Understood, she nodded. Brian panicked. Young master, where are you going? Saiyan turned his cloak swishing. I have matters to attend to. Brian looked at the girl trembling. Please, go easy on me. Yes, flames of passion ignited in Lesimus's eyes. I look forward to our training. Brian Kendrick stared into the abyss of his doom. I'm going to die. Saiyan walked away, but a familiar magical signature tugged at his senses. He spotted a figure in the distance. Luna. What is she doing here at this hour? Luna. He followed her gaze. That building. Luna's voice cut through the silence. It is Instructor Boris's research laboratory. He stepped closer, his presence masked. Planning a break-in, are we? Luna didn't flinch. She smirked. How did you know? I have only been staring at the door. Saiyan narrowed his eyes. You are serious. Why risk it? Luna shrugged, her eyes gleaming with dangerous intellect. Pure curiosity. I have never heard the name Boris. No records in the Karam Association. A ninth circle mage with zero history. It is too suspicious. Saiyan chuckled internally. She walks right into the fire. Luna turned to him. Well, are you going to help me? He raised a brow. Give me one reason why I should. She stepped closer, her gaze piercing. Because my intuition tells me you know him, and more than that, you despise him. Saiyan let out a long, defeated sigh. Great, now I am complicit. He looked up. He finally left the lab. Scanning the area, Saiyan sensed the magical barrier fade. His presence is gone. He grabbed Luna's arm. Stay close and stay quiet. I will take point. Saiyan activated his stealth skill, Phantom Step. A hidden mechanism clicked, and a bookshelf swung open. Luna gasped as they stepped inside. Incredible. Look at the volume of knowledge here. She ran a finger along a spine. These are all ancient texts. He must be quite the scholar, she whispered. Saiyan scoffed. Or just a hoarder. Luna shook her head. No. Most of this is forbidden ancient magic. Suddenly, a psychic wavelength hit Saiyan. He looked toward the window. Where are you going, Karam? On the rooftop, the shadowy entity replied. Do not mind me. Focus on your little burglary. Why is he heading to the roof? Saiyan wondered. Luna's voice snapped him back. Saiyan, I think I found the core of this mystery. He turned. She pointed to a decaying tome. Saiyan's eyes widened. No. That is not just a book. His system interface flared. That is Boris's artifact. Meanwhile, a surge of mana gathered on the roof, flowing into the hair of a mysterious woman. Karam watched with disdain. Human ambition is truly nauseating. Stop hiding and show yourself. Black feathers rained down as Karam's eyes glowed with malice. Long time no see, Karam, the entity sneered. Tell me, how does it feel to awaken after a 300-year slumber? She smiled with pure malice. You were doing just fine until you met him. History sneered. Your personality hasn't improved a bit, has it? No wonder you chose such a pathetic master. Karam's rage exploded. What did you just say? History landed gracefully. Calm down. I didn't come here to start a war today. Karam scoffed, her aura flaring. Oh, so now you want to talk? History raised a finger. Exactly. Karam's face twisted in disgust. Bullshit. What kind of scheme are you cooking up now? Luna flipped through Boris's ancient tome. I've never seen a grimoire like this. It reads like a forgotten history. She noticed the text was arranged like a complex code. It's going to take time to decipher this. Luna hesitated. Right now, I can only interpret this image. Her fingers grazed the page. The ink felt fresh, as if it had just been drawn. What does it mean? Luna murmured. A sun being swallowed by dark clouds. Or is that mist? Suddenly, Saian slammed his hand onto the page, startling her. We need to destroy this. Now. Luna blinked in shock. Huh. Why? Saiyan's eyes darkened, shadowed by memories of a ruined timeline. Because this cursed object is where the nightmare begins. He pressed his hand firmly on the book. He recalled the bloody banquet and the horrors that followed. Suddenly, Boris's smooth voice cut through the tension. My apologies, but I can't let you two do that. Saiyan spun around. Damn it, Boris. He had been so focused on the artifact, he completely missed the mage's presence. A blinding light suddenly erupted from the book. Boris snatched the grimoire from the air and chuckled. I was just coming to find you, but this saves me the trip. His smile didn't reach his cold eyes. Being watched isn't a pleasant feeling, is it? Mana surged around Boris. Willius Vert, let's excuse Miss Luna from this conversation. Before Saiyan could react, space warped violently, teleporting Luna away with a force that left Saiyan stunned. Boris smoothed his coat. A bit rough, I admit, but don't worry. I sent her safely to the dormitory. He turned his attention fully to Saiyan. Now shall we have a private chat? His gaze turned predatory. I'm very interested in you. Not just your surface, but your hidden secrets as well. Saiyan kept a polite smile, but internally, his blood boiled. This guy is dangerous. I need to kill him right now. He glanced at the book. But that grimoire is a variable I can't ignore. And of course, Karam isn't here when I need her. Meanwhile, Karam was snapping at History. What are you babbling about? Speak clearly. History wore a fake plastic smile. My master is the chosen one, ordained by the gods. You can't win, Karam yawned. So I'm the demon sword. I don't care about your gods. You expect me to side with Lumendel and stab my master in the back. History tilted his head. Why so dramatic? There are other ways to achieve our goals. He began his seduction. For example, if you were to hijack your master's body, that would certainly complicate things for us. Karam let out a cold, mocking laugh. Is that your grand plan? Hey you. The eternal struggle, good versus evil, light versus shadow. Creation and destruction. Two concepts that could not coexist. Locked in a war since the dawn of time. The six-winged cherubim stood at the apex, ensuring the light always emerged victorious. It was a beautiful morning in the Empire 3 centuries after the Great War ended. 300 years of peace had made the land prosperous. The scene shifted to the silent Holy Temple. But the world is forgetting us. History lamented before the statues. No more reverence. No more worship. He turned, his voice dropping. So we came to a conclusion. History's expression turned twisted. We need darkness. Only against the deepest shadow can our light shine brilliantly again. Karam scoffed in disgust. That is the most pathetic excuse I've ever heard. So basically, I possess my master. Go on a rampage, and you guys swoop in to stop me and play hero. History burst into laughter. Exactly. I knew talking to Karam would be easier than the others. As he laughed, a sudden vicious strike slammed into him, making History scream in pain. Karam lunged, eyes blazing with fury. Stop spouting nonsense. History dodged, looking thrilled rather than afraid. Oh my, what a pity. As a portal opened, History asked casually, aren't demon swords born to devour their masters? Have you gone soft? Karam grit her teeth, her killing intent spiking. You people decided we were evil on your own. Deal with your own relevance issues and don't drag me into your script. History smirked, fading away. I didn't expect you to have such strong morals. Maybe Aru would be easier to talk to. Karam glared as he vanished. It was enlightening meeting you today. She watched the vortex disappear, crushing History's leftover feathers in her grip. What the hell have you done, you senile god Aru? Back in the room, Boris poured a cup. High-grade black tea from the Spagna Mountains. I hope it suits your taste. Saiyan ignored the hospitality. What do you want from me? Boris chuckled. Is it so strange for an instructor to take an interest in a talented student? Saiyan countered. I barely ever show up to class. Boris remained calm. And why is that? Saiyan replied bluntly. Because you have nothing to teach me. Boris's eyes narrowed slightly. Does the Duke know about this attitude? Saiyan rolled his eyes. Cut the crap. Get to the point. Boris set the cup down. Fine. Let me ask you directly. Have we met before? Saiyan frowned. Why would you think that? Boris leaned in. The last time we met, I felt pure hostility from you. He recalled Saiyan's stance. The killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Boris maintained his poker face. It's my first time meeting young Master Saiyan, yet you look at me like an old enemy. Saiyan deflected. You're the one acting strange. An 8th circle mage hiding in an academy should expect some suspicion. Boris's aura spiked dangerously. I prefer a quiet life. Saiyan stared him down. Where are you really from? Boris waved it off. A place very far away. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know it. Saiyan realized Boris was lying just like in his past life. He rubbed his chin in thought. He's guarding that secret to the grave. Saiyan stood up. Are we done here? Boris smiled smoothly. It's late. We can continue this another time. We will figure each other out slowly. Night fell over the academy. Boris's expression turned terrifyingly cold as he looked at the book. No wonder Achol felt threatened. He's likely the irregular who stood by Princess Erin. Boris traced the cover of the book. Life is truly a twisted drama. The Savior's brother, blessed by Lumendel, is now the master of the demon sword. It's like a plot twist from an awakening manhwa. History suddenly materialized, laughing. Isn't that just destiny? Boris nodded. Destiny, or a tragedy written for us. History continued. The demon sword Karam. She might be exactly the darkness we've been searching for. Boris analyzed the ancient text. If your prediction is correct, that boy will become the shadow that makes your light blinding, just like the darkness that swallows the sun in the prophecy. Boris's face contorted into a villainous grin. The return of the Savior begins now. Meanwhile, Karam stepped out of a rift. She had arrived at the Temple of Darkness. A voice echoed from the shadows. It is rare for you to seek this place out on your own, my child. Perched upon the throne of eternal night, Aru's voice sliced through the silence. What troubles you, Karam? But his daughter wasted no time on pleasantries, her eyes sharp. Do not play the fool, father. You know exactly why I am here. I crossed paths with Hister on the way, she hissed, her voice dripping with venom. He was lurking just outside our sanctuary. Aru feigned ignorance. And what did that snake do to you? Karam scoffed. As if you didn't already foresee this. Why do you allow those wretches to breathe? Have you forgotten how they dragged you down from glory? Aru vanished instantly, materializing behind her like a phantom shadow. We have hit rock bottom, my child. There is nothing left to fear, he murmured. Karam exploded in a rage typical of an awakening manhwa heroine. Spoken like a true coward, they are plotting to use Saiyan and me as pawns. Aru's gaze softened. Is that not what you desired? Karam blinked, confusion clouding her fury. What desire? To protect Saiyan, Aru replied, his hand tracing a glowing sigil in the air. I shall grant your wish. He cast the command. Take this. The Legion of Mist will now answer to you and protect the boy. Clutching the token, Karam's expression hardened. So you refuse to dirty your own hands till the end. What truly happened between you and the light god Lumendel? Aru remained as still as a statue. You only need to know that every choice I made was for the two of you. Karam spat on the ground. That excuse is pathetic. She stormed toward the dimensional gate, her silhouette burning with resentment. Keep hiding in your shell, you old coward, she screamed before vanishing. Aru watched the empty space, his heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. Meanwhile, beneath the towering statue of the light god, a holy ceremony commenced. In the name of the supreme god Lumendel, I bestow upon you the divine grace. The high priestess chanted, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of a classic leveling manhwa prologue. You who carry the qualifications of salvation. Her voice boomed through the hall. I ask you, do you truly desire to become the solitary beacon that pierces the darkness of this perilous world? The candidates bowed their heads. The high priestess raised her voice, the tension mounting. Are you prepared to live on the blood-soaked front lines and offer your life as a martyr? Alice Vert stepped forward, her voice trembling but resolute. Your Holiness, I, Alice Vert, shall follow the will of Lumendel. Yet beneath her steely gaze a storm of doubt raged. Is this truly the path of righteousness? The holy knights knelt in unison. The Empire had been aggressively recruiting elites for the Knights of Light. throwing them into the meat grinder of the war zone, a common trope in any grim system Manhwa. Alice's mind raced. Against catastrophes like the Bloody Banquet, the royal army is helpless. She gazed up at the cold stone face of Lumendel. Joining the Knights of Light was my dream, but is the thing I must protect truly on the battlefield. Suddenly, a warm voice broke her trance. Congratulations, Lady Alice. She turned to see a familiar face. It was Cecilia, beaming with pride. You finally grasped your dream. Alice flustered, waving her hands. Please, you must call me Knight Cecilia now. Rank is everything. I am but a low-ranking knight, Cecilia teased her laughter like bells. When it is just us, let us discard the titles. Alice bowed, still awkward. I could never be rude to my senior. Cecilia sighed. Oh, Alice. Her expression shifted to one of serious mentorship. The path you have chosen is not a mistake. I know it. I have watched your growth. Alice bit her lip. I still feel lost. The screams of the dying, the pleas for salvation, they still haunt my ears. Cecilia smiled mysteriously. There is only one way to determine if you are cut out for the front lines. Alice tilted her head. And what might that be? Cecilia's eyes sparkled with a challenge. Come to the battlefield with me. She grinned. Duke Willius the Grand Commander has personally assigned a mission to the both of us. She adopted a formal tone. Answer the summons, Alice Vert. Alice stood stunned. The Duke gave me a mission. Meanwhile, Brian tightened his greaves, checking the edge of his blade. He sheathed his sword, fully prepped for war. A bystander whispered, "Where's the Lord going?" So suddenly Brian turned to Nana and Emily, shrugging. Who knows? The boss said, pack up, so we pack up. But where? Nana asked, anxiety gripping her heart. Will he be gone for long again? Saian approached his presence, calming the storm. No, this trip will be short. He smiled gently. Do not worry, Nana. Brian, is everything ready? Brian saluted. Yes, my liege. But where exactly are we headed? Saian released a surge of aura, his eyes glowing. Limmy Valley. Emily gasped. Isn't that incredibly far? Saian replied coolly. Not the way we are going. He thought to himself. We have no time to waste. A tear in space-time ripped open before them. Stepping into the void, Saian's inner monologue turned dark, typical of a manhwa recap protagonist. Because in the original timeline, today is the day Alice Vert is destined to die. Meanwhile, at the royal inspection site, the caravan halted. Yunkan bellowed halt. He turned to the carriage. We have arrived. My apologies for the rough journey, Lady Alice. Alice chuckled from the rear. Lady, please, Sir Yunkan. The sky above was the color of dried blood. Yunkan smiled. You are a knight of light now. You are our pride. Alice blushed, waving him off. Stop with the flattery. I still have much to learn. Yunkan's eyes crinkled. If it is you, I have no doubts. The Duke is surely proud of you as well. Alice dismounted, landing gracefully. Yunkan, I told you to drop the lady. He laughed heartily. The Duke is waiting for you, knight. Silver boots crunched against the gravel. Alice saluted sharply. Eldest daughter of House Verts, Alice Vert, reporting for duty as ordered. Commander Willius nodded, turning to issue commands. The third prince, fourth prince, and second princess are arriving for the inspection. Prepare the reception. Alice bowed, understood. Internally, she sighed. He hasn't changed a bit. Cold as ice. Hardly feels like family. Willius stiffened. They are here. The herald's voice rang out. The Royal Highnesses have arrived. A massive procession approached. Third, Prince Fabian Severus sneered, looking around with disgust. The stench here is revolting. Fourth Prince Neroian Severus covered his nose. How do they survive in such filth? Second, Princess Violet Severus, however, smiled warmly. Thank you for your hard work on the front lines, Lord Willius. Alice and the knights bowed low. I, Willius Vert, am honored to receive the royal family. The twin princes rolled their eyes, their arrogance suffocating. Let's make this quick. It's just a formality anyway. No monsters are going to attack, right? Willius kept his composure. The beasts in the rear are mere pests. My family boasts the finest knights. You need not worry. Alice glanced at a familiar figure and froze. Akal. Willius clapped Akal on the shoulder. Indeed. I trust my son will perform his duty flawlessly. Akal obey. Akal bowed perfectly. Yes, father. I will not fail you. Prince Fabian scoffed. Just dispose of anything that comes near us. You made it this far, Achol. Remember, we are not like you. Our blood is noble. The entourage echoed. Yes, your highness. Princess Violet interjected softly. Please do take care of us, Sir Achol. Achol smiled politely. It is my honor. Violet looked around puzzled. But where is Sir Louis Nell? He is not the type of man to miss such an important event. Akal didn't miss a beat. Due to an urgent matter, he entrusted me with your protection. Violet nodded slowly. Is that so? Well, being protected by Sir Akal is certainly reassuring. As the army gathered, Alice stared at her brother's back, a chill running down her spine. Her mind raced with suspicion. He always guards the crown prince. Why is he here guarding the twins and the princess in the back end? This is no coincidence. Achol broke in the silence, his voice devoid of warmth. I heard you took the top spot when you joined the Night Order. His gaze was ice cold. Congratulations, Alice. She trembled. That look was all too familiar. Memory dragged her back to her 9th birthday. Achol patted her head gently. Happy birthday, Alice. He handed her a gift, a 4th-tier magic scroll. The message was clear: forge your strength until you possess the mana to wield this power. She studied fiercely, grinding her skills like the hero of a leveling manhwa. Years later, having finally reached the 4th tier, she reached for the scroll. Her heart stopped. Wait, isn't this a summoning seal? A hand grabbed hers just in time. Alice gasped. Cecilia's voice trembled with urgency. That's a mid-tier B summoning scroll. It's a death trap. Cold sweat drenched Alice. If she had opened it back then, she would have been torn apart. Staring at Achol's retreating back, the question burned. He knew, didn't he? Why give me a death sentence? Her heart sank. What is your true goal, Brother Achol? Meanwhile, the inspection convoy halted. Nerovian raged. What Louis dumped Achol on us? Fabian narrowed his eyes, suspicion distinct in his voice. Something is wrong. What is that snake planning? Violet scoffed. Assigning a monster like Achol to protect us? It's practically a declaration of war. Her eyes darkened. You both know exactly what kind of man he is. Prepare yourselves, unless you have a death wish. Suddenly, the carriage lurched violently. Nerovian panicked. What's happening? Alice shouted, enemy attack. Defensive positions? She barked orders. Your Highness's move. A roar shook the earth. An S-rank disaster, the anti-beast had descended upon them. The princes turned pale. Impossible. The beast unleashed a storm of destruction. Nerovian gasped, an earth dragon. We were told this route was safe. Alice screamed over the noise. Hurry, move your feet. Nerovian cursed. Damn it all. A massive claw descended like a guillotine towards the carriage. Alice invoked her mana. Guardian shield. She gritted her teeth against the impact. Go. Now. Her mind raced as she held the line. Monsters in the rear lines. It doesn't make sense, Nerovian shrieked. Run, Fabian sneered. Stay in formation, you coward. Then a voice cut through the chaos. Violet froze. Achol stood there, holy sword in hand, his aura calm yet suffocating. I will secure your safety. Come to me. Violet clenched her jaw. Here it comes. His real objective. He's using this chaos to assassinate me. Alice turned shocked. Brother Achol's spells and claws clashed in a symphony of destruction, drowning out the beast's roar. Alice spotted relief amidst the carnage. Cecilia waved frantically. Over here, quickly. Alice grabbed Violet's hand. Forgive the roughness, Princess Violet, we must move. Violet stammered. Where are we going? Cecilia urged. Anywhere but here. Alice glanced back, a bad premonition gripping her heart. Achol's gaze fixed on Violet was absolutely terrifying. Her eyes went wide. What? The beast roared, swiping at Achol with lethal speed, yet he stood immovable. The claw struck, but Achol blocked it with terrifying ease. Alice looked up in awe. What kind of power is that? Cecilia screamed. Alice, move. The massive shadow of the anti-bear loomed directly over Achol. The beast crashed down from the sky, the ground groaning under the impact. A command rang out from the front lines. All units defensive formation. Achol's sharp eyes darted to the distance. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. The Knight Commander bellowed, do not let the Anta breach the line. Hold your ground. The royals scrambled to regroup. The monster unhinged its jaw, revealing a cavern of razor-sharp teeth, preparing a breath attack that promised death. A sphere of purple energy materialized. Achol frowned. Such a nuisance. The orb swelled, pulsing with destructive mana growing larger by the second. It fired straight at the knights. A soldier screamed. Brace for impact. Achol raised his holy sword, golden light, erupting from the blade like a beacon. He slashed. The holy blade cleaved the energy sphere in two, shattering the magic like glass. The knights cheered in pure awe. Whoa! Lord Achol stopped it. Cover fire now. In the distance, Princess Violet watched the spectacle while fleeing with Alice, her eyes narrowing as she processed the scene. Suddenly, Violet halted. She sank to the ground, letting out a soft pain noise. Alice, confused and panicked, cried out, Princess Violet. Alice knelt. Are you injured? Violet looked up, a demonic smile twisting her face, her eyes glowing crimson. I won't go down that easily. Alice blinked, processing. Before Alice could react, cold steel pierced her back. Cecilia stood behind her dagger buried deep. Alice froze blood, coughing from her lips in a grotesque spray. Cecilia withdrew the blade with a frozen expression. Alice collapsed, gasping for air. Cecilia looked down coldly. You're Achol's little sister, aren't you? Violet leaned in, her voice dripping with poison. When your brother Louis Lunel quietly withdrew his forces, I knew something was wrong. Cecilia cut in before Alice could speak. You intended to use this chaos to eliminate us and frame an outsider, didn't you? Right, Cecilia continued. This is merely self-defense. Alice, choking on pain and betrayal, whispered. You misunderstand. I only wanted to save the princess. Violet silenced her with a chilling smile. Do you think I'm blind to the Lunel family's ambition? I refuse to be a pawn in your game. Pain convulsed through Alice's body. Violet held up a scroll. If you want to beg, save it for the short time you have left. She tossed the scroll onto Alice. Maybe Lunel will save you. Violet's red eyes burned with malice. The two walked away, leaving her to the slaughter. Alice lay in a pool of her own blood. Her mind raced. Cecilia wouldn't do this. She must be under mind control. There has to be a reason. Tears streamed down her face, in despair. She wouldn't just abandon me. Then she saw them. Red-eyed beasts walking on two legs, drawn by the scent of fresh blood. They licked their chops, teeth glinting. Alice gripped her sword, stabbing it into the earth. Wake up, Alice. She forced her broken body to rise as the monsters closed in. I cannot die here. I must survive. She stood trembling but resolute. I have to survive to ask her why she betrayed me. Drawing on the last dregs of her strength, she channeled her internal energy. O mother of all things, origin of life. The monsters lunged. Alice screamed, tremble, before my power. She unleashed her Ungen spear arts. Meanwhile, Violet and Cecilia warped to safety. Violet exhaled, arms crossed. Ha, finally fresh air. She flopped onto a bed. The air back there was suffocatingly disgusting. Cecilia bowed. Indeed, princess. A shadow passed over Cecilia's face. Memories of eating ice cream and laughing with Alice flashed through her mind. Guilt pricked at her heart. Violet asked, why didn't you finish her off? Cecilia blinked, confused. Princess Violet sat up, that calm arrogance returning. You should have. Achol, you have the power to snuff out her life in an instant. My kill order stands. Cecilia replied, with bone-chilling coldness. It matters not. Death is her only destiny now. Let the beasts of this dungeon finish the job. Back at the battlefield, Alice raised her hand with fading strength. The monster let out a final death throw before collapsing. Alice had slaughtered the terrors of the deep, but the victory cost her everything. Blood loss drained her spirit as she crumbled to her knees. It is finished. I must return. Despair clouded her mind. How can I face the order? How do I report that Princess Violet herself orchestrated my assassination? The bitter truth tasted like ash. Who would ever believe a Manhwa recap story like this? She stood, fleeing the darkness. Survival first. Vengeance later. Alice froze. The air grew heavy with doom. The earth shattered as a high-rank salamander erupted from the abyss, its maw dripping with liquid fire. Panic seized her heart. Think, Alice. Think or die. Against this colossus of the awakening Manhwa world, she was nothing but a speck of dust. I must find a way. The salamander's jaws unhinged, revealing rows of razor-sharp death. Tears streamed down Alice's face. It's over. My mind is blank. The beast roared, unleashing a hurricane of violent pressure. But through the monster's deafening roar, a hero descended. Alice looked up at the silhouette soaring above. Who? The beast lunged to swallow her whole, but strong arms suddenly wrapped around her shoulders. Pardon the intrusion, my lady. Before Alice could process the rescue, he pulled her close and flashed away. The monster's jaws snapped on empty air. His footwork was god-tier, dancing through the sparks. The salamander unleashed hellfire. He screamed, hot, hot, too hot, safe in his arms. Alice's eyes widened. Brian, does that mean he is here too? The beast went on a rampage, turning the cavern into a furnace. It hunted Brian and Alice relentlessly, but fate smiled upon them as they found a narrow refuge. Brian whispered, please endure it a moment longer, my lady. The inferno crept closer, death breathing down their necks. Suddenly, a blade pierced through the earth itself. Brian shouted, over there. The monsters turned toward a radiant light. A warrior burst from the ground, blade in hand. Are you lots suffering from collective heartburn, or what? It was Karam. Holding back the urge to vomit from the tunnel travel, Brian cheered Karam. You're the best, Karam roared. Now Saiyan, make your move. Alice watched through tear-blurred eyes. Saiyan unleashed the Dense Fog 3 Forms technique. He activated Void Sphere. The monsters could only scream in terror as the tables turned. Saiyan executed the split technique. One sphere of energy became two, launching with devastating force into the ferocious beast, followed instantly by a second strike. The air filled with Saiyan's energy spheres, bombarding the horde. They fell, defeated, though the flames still licked the walls. As the fire died down, Brian gently supported Alice away from the danger zone. Saiyan stood amidst the sea of flames and monster corpses, a true leveling Manhwa protagonist. I knew it. Alice approached the silent guardian. Her hand trembled as she touched his mask. It clattered to the ground. Saiyan stood there, eyes welling with tears, choked with emotion. Then a brilliant smile broke through. Thank the gods I wasn't too late, sister. Brian channeled his magic to heal Lady Alice's wounds. The adrenaline faded, leaving only the cold truth. Was Cecilia a spy for Princess Violet all along? Alice wept, her heart shattering. To think I was so blind until now. I was a fool. Her voice trembled with rage. And she dared to speak of inheriting the family name. Saiyan gazed into the distance, his voice steady. This is not your burden to bear, sister. The sinners who must pay are Cecilia and Princess Violet. Saiyan's eyes darkened. And Akal. Alice snapped to her feet, fury igniting her aura. Are you saying our brother orchestrated this? You knew something, didn't you? Brian's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Ah, my lady, your wounds haven't fully closed yet. But Alice ignored the pain. It was father's direct command, Alice insisted. Saiyan replied with a bitter edge, perhaps merely suggested by Achol. You know how it is within this system, Manhwa nobility structure. If Akal requests it, father obeys blindly. Saiyan placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. She slumped, defeated. But, for what purpose? So he can be the sole heir. Alice's rage boiled over. Sole heir. He would slaughter his own kin for a title. Her gaze turned terrifying. She collapsed with a pained gasp. Sister, your injuries, Saiyan cried out. Despite her exhaustion, Alice grabbed him. Are you absolutely certain about Akal? I am certain. You know his true nature better than anyone. Alice looked desperate. I thought I was the only one who sensed the darkness within him. So you felt it too. Saiyan's face grew serious. But isn't it strange? Why do father and the others remain so blind? It's like Akal possesses something I lack. Alice recalled the battle with the high-rank monster. A mysterious, invisible force seemed to shield Akal from all harm. Saiyan frowned. Invisible power. He flashed back to his duel with Akal. He had felt it too, an absolute barrier. Just when his blade was about to connect, a force that made Akal untouchable. It had stopped Saiyan cold. What is that power? Saiyan's eyes sharpened like daggers. A force strong enough to repel even the demon sword. That must be it. Alice insisted. We must warn father immediately. Saiyan shook his head. No, now is not the time. Father is deaf to anything against his precious heir. Alone I am weak, but together, Alice argued. Saiyan cut her off, his expression icy. I'm sorry, sister, but you must trust me. If we act now, we risk turning the entire Order of Light into our enemies. The Order of Light, our enemy. The scene shifted to Akal, walking a red carpet bathed in adoration. The crowd roared like he was a pop star from a past life. Akal basked in the praise, his smile capturing hearts instantly. He was beloved by all. They followed him, as if he were the Messiah come to save them. Even Saiyan in his past life had been one of those blinded worshippers. Because the world crowned him a hero, no one dared to question the shadows. Saiyan crossed his arms, analyzing Akal. Looking back, it was all too perfect. To them, he is not a man, but a religion. But even gods have heretics. Where is the opposition? The Duke's face flashed in his mind. Whether it was our late father, the ambitious Prince Louis, or those who sought the truth, all of them trusted Akal implicitly. Not a shred of doubt. Even when I was defeated by Akal, even in my final dying moments, I still believed in him. The memory of betrayal surged like bile. Saiyan writhed on the ground, the phantom pain of his past life returning. What spell did he cast on us? There was only one logical explanation in this twisted world. The inner beast awakened within Saiyan, his eyes glowing crimson. Akali is an absolute entity, granted divine authority by the supreme god Lumindal, the true messiah of this realm. Scene shift. A squad of elite guards surrounded the prince. Prepare yourselves. They are coming. Protect the royal highnesses at all costs. The guards screamed as a colossal boss monster surrounded them. The terrified prince, tears streaming down his face, wailed, "We're all going to die." The other prince stood his ground, annoyed by the display. Pull yourself together, you idiot. Suddenly, the Achol swooped in his blade, flashing as he intercepted the beast to shield the royals. The white-haired prince nodded in approval. Excellent work. Akal flashed a confident smirk. Stand back. The monster let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens and cracked the earth beneath them. Achol unleashed his ultimate skill. This is the end for mindless beasts like you. Judgment. The monster retaliated, spewing a corrosive acid from its maw. One touch meant being erased from existence. Terrified, the cowardly prince leaped onto the white-haired prince's back, screaming, "Ak, it's coming for us." The white-haired prince grunted in pain. "Get off me, you fool!" Akal didn't falter, unleashing a barrage of strikes to counter the beast. He conjured a mana barrier to block the acid spray. The clash was intense, a symphony of destruction between man and monster. The impact sent boulders flying like shrapnel. The creature unleashed a terrifying arsenal, shattering the ground wherever it stepped. It roared again, expelling a purple poisonous mist that spread like a deadly fog. The soldiers were blinded by the haze. The monster's demonic eyes glowed with lightning as it charged in a frenzy. But Akal stood firm, erecting a shield to block the toxic onslaught. Using the shield as a launchpad, Akal shot forward, like a streak of lightning, leaping high and bringing his blade down to cleave half the monster's face. Crimson blood sprayed into the air. The moment Akal touched the ground, the behemoth let out a final death rattle and collapsed. Akal coolly walked past the corpse, dissipating his weapon. "Is everyone all right?" The crowd erupted in relief, chanting, "All hail, Sir Akal." "Truly, Sir Akal operates on a different tier," the soldiers whispered. "It's like watching the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. No one else compares." The white-haired prince praised him. "Akal, well done. We shall report this triumph to the emperor." Akal pursed his lips as if holding back a secret, then smiled humble. "It is my honor, your highnesses." The scene shifts. Alice stood wide-eyed, her mind reeling. Akal is the savior. It can't be, she thought. How could someone like him be the chosen one? Beside her, Saian lowered his head in sorrow. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as they hold the title of savior. In her mind, she saw Akal basking in the light of the statue. Once the supreme god Lumendel makes a choice, denying it is blasphemy. It means making enemies of the faithful forever. Alice covered her face, consumed by regret. But I still can't understand. How could the god I've trusted my entire life choose such a man? Saian gazed toward the setting sun, hiding his knowledge. Alice asked Saian, "How do you know all this?" Saian remained silent. "I can't tell her yet," he thought. "I can't let her get dragged deeper into this darkness." Alice placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "I trust you, Saian. You must have your reasons." Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "But promise me one day you'll tell me the truth. Don't carry the weight of the world alone." Saian smiled warmly. "I will, sister." Alice turned to the healer. "And thank you, Brian. Thank you for treating my wounds." Brian scratched his head, blushing furiously. "Oh, it was nothing, ha ha ha." Behind them, Saian glared at Brian with eyes sharp enough to kill. Why is he grinning like that? Sensing the killing intent, Brian yelped eek. The mood shifted as the three fell into deep thought. Saian broke the silence. "What will you do now?" Alice's expression hardened. "Willius Vert? I need to handle the immediate threat. I'm going to confront Cecilia. I need to hear why she betrayed me." Saian stepped forward. "Then I will help you." Alice looked surprised. "You? Help me?" Saian flashed a bright smile beneath the blood-red sunset. She couldn't have gone far. Meanwhile, at Violet's hidden sanctuary, the air was crisp. Violet and Cecilia were deep in conversation when a noise echoed from outside. Violet frowned. "What was that, Cecilia?" Cecilia's eyes darted to the door. "Someone is approaching. A mana signature I've never felt before." Violet twirled her hair unbothered. "Impossible. No one knows about this place but me." Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air. An object smashed through the window, hurtling straight toward Cecilia. It grazed past Violet's face, freezing her in place. Violet shrieked in terror. "Ah!" A sword flew right between them. Cecilia's eyes widened in horror. "That's Lady Alice's blade." The sword embedded itself into the wall, the impact point still smoking. Elsewhere in a desolate clearing, the sky burned a menacing red. A hand reached down, tracing the earth for magical residue. Akal furrowed his brows, analyzing the dust on his fingertips. Traces of a teleportation scroll. He led his troops forward, barking orders. "Search every location nearby that could serve as a hideout." A soldier shouted, "Sir Achol, please check this sector." Akal and the soldiers looked toward the deep abyss. One asked nervously, "Do you think Princess Violet is safe?" With a cold, detached expression, Achol replied, "We'll find out soon enough." The commander signaled the troops. You lot stay close and protect the princes, the soldiers roared. Yes, sir. Back at the hideout, rapid footsteps tore through the wind. Cecilia was fleeing in a panic. That killing intent and mana were overwhelming, she thought. I thought it was a grandmaster. Sweat poured down her face. But it was just a child. No, she couldn't be sure. Maybe he had backup. Cecilia activated her movement art. Wind step. Dashing down the mountain, her eyes fierce amidst the gale. I can't let my guard down. She swung her blade forward to clear the path. Suddenly she froze, raising her sword in defense. He dodged it. Cecilia was stunned to see Saian wearing a mask standing directly in her path. Which faction are you from? I've never seen movement techniques like that, Cecilia demanded. Saian stood motionless, his cloak billowing in the wind like a reaper. Cecilia stared at him. That sword you threw. Did you save Lady Alice? Saian remained silent as the grave. Cecilia's temper flared. Not planning to talk, huh? She flashed a sinister grin. Let's see if I can make you scream instead. Cecilia reactivated her wind step, slashing forward with enough force to shatter the earth. Yet Saian stood calmly in the center of her attack formation. Even as she unleashed a flurry of strikes, a horizontal slash only managed to clip a tiny fragment of his hood. Saian remained an immovable statue against the storm. Cecilia paused, her mind racing. In the entire Night Order, people who can match my speed can be counted on one hand. I can't drag this out. She thrust her sword into the center of the formation, but Saian had already vanished. Cecilia gasped. Godlike speed. He dodged again. Is he faster than me? She gritted her teeth in fury. He hasn't even drawn his weapon yet. Cecilia launched herself off a tree, diving from the canopy at 200 kilometers per hour, aiming to skewer Saian. Don't look down on me. She screamed, raging wind. The impact sent boulders flying, splitting massive rocks in two. But Saian had already evaded. Now it was his turn. Cecilia panicked, unable to comprehend his speed. Impossible. Saian unleashed his technique, Void Sphere. A ball of concentrated energy manifested in his hand, slowly floating up, before splitting in two. The resulting slash cut through her defense, slicing across Cecilia's torso and forcing her back. She screamed in agony, tears mixing with the blood spewing from her mouth. Saian's power was devastating. The Void Sphere detonated like a bomb, upturning the earth. Cecilia, critically wounded, collapsed against a rock, blood staining her lips as she forced out a pathetic, broken smile. I never imagined this would be my grave. Saian emerged from the smoke, radiating the overwhelming aura of a leveling Manhwa boss. Cecilia chuckled weakly. You look just like the Grim Reaper himself. Are you planning to stay silent until my heart stops? Leaning against the cold cliff, she smiled. Since I'm dying anyway, surely you can tell me. Is Lady Alice alive? Saian crouched down, staring directly into her soul. I'm more interested in why you're making that face. Cecilia blinked, confused. Excuse me. Saian continued, his voice cold. You look strangely satisfied. Cecilia met his gaze in silence. I was hoping to see you in agony, begging for mercy. Cecilia laughed softly. Perhaps this is karma. A wretched death is fitting for someone like me. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Karma for what exactly? Cecilia froze. That voice. Brian appeared, supporting a limping Alice. Cecilia gasped, Lady Alice. Alice glared, her voice trembling with betrayal. Why? Why did you stab me in the back? Cecilia lowered her head, shame burning her cheeks, unable to meet her eyes. Thank the gods. You survived. Alice snapped. Shut up. Answer me. Why did you deceive me all this time? Cecilia turned away, unable to bear the guilt. Tears streamed down her face in silence. Finally, she spoke. My home was a nameless village, erased from the map by a demonic beast wave. I was the sole survivor, clawing my way back from the brink of hell. The memory surfaced, a ragged child, huddled in a dark corner, sobbing into her knees. Then I heard a voice. We have a survivor here. A soldier peered down into the cellar. Hang in there, little one. The beast is dead. You're safe now. As the soldier carried her trembling body into the light, a commanding voice spoke. Don't just stand there. Get her water and food. The soldier bowed deep. Yes, princess. Princess Violet looked down at her. If the royal knights hadn't arrived, I would be dead. It was Princess Violet who gave me a second life. When you have nowhere to go, a life saved is a life owed. Years passed. Cecilia grew strong, packing her bags. The time to repay that blood debt had come. Standing before the grand estate, the order echoed in her mind. Infiltrate House Willius Vert, gain their trust, and await my command. And so she entered House Willius Vert as a maid. That's when she met the young Lady Alice, holding a wooden sword, eyes wide with innocence. Cecilia looked up at the sky, a bitter smile on her lips. It's funny. I actually regret it now. She remembered Alice's tearful eyes. I should never have left that place. The memory of her weeping self returned. I should have died in the ruins of my village. Then none of this tragedy would have happened. Then the demon appeared. Violet's face twisted with malice, eyes glowing red. The time has come, Cecilia. Kill Alice. She is a threat. Alice whispered. I was a threat. Princess Violet always feared the power of House Willius Vert. Cecilia explained. Especially since Willius Vert, Prince Louis Snell, is close to Achol. She believed your family would side with Louis Snell. Her insecurity turned into paranoia and panic. Violet trusts no one but herself. A true coward. Cecilia chuckled softly. She is nothing like you, Lady Alice. Why did I serve such a monster? Alice stepped forward. But I trusted you. I believed in you. I am so sorry for breaking your heart. Saian stepped in, cutting the moment short. Enough with the sob story. He removed his mask, his expression unreadable. Do you think a little remorse buys you forgiveness? Alice panicked. Young Master Saian, wait, let her speak. Saian ignored her, his hand gripping the hilt of his blade, killing intent spiking. This doesn't end with just words. Cecilia closed her eyes, smiling peacefully. Do it. I am ready, Master Saian. Alice screamed. Stop. Please, just listen to her a little longer. Brian held Alice back firmly. Stay back, my lady. Trust in young Master Saian. Saian raised his weapon, aiming straight for Cecilia. Alice screamed no. Suddenly, the door to Violet's sanctuary exploded inward. Violet jumped up, shrieking. Who the hell is that? She trembled in fear. Damn it all. Where's Cecilia? Why now, of all times, a figure emerged from the smoke? So this is where you were hiding. Violet's blood ran cold. How did he find this place? It was Achol. I'm here to escort you, Princess Violet. Violet glared at him, sensing the danger. You look like you're here to execute me, not escort me. Do you know the penalty for such disrespect? Achol's voice was dead calm. You're sharp. I do intend to kill you. He narrowed his eyes. According to the script, the princes and the princess are all destined to die by a special grade beast. The princess placed a hand on her hip, masking her fear with arrogance. Do you think you can get away with treason after doing something like that? In a blur of speed, Achol launched a ranged slash. It struck the royal scroll she was holding. Ah! The scroll disintegrated into ash. Achol's hand still glowed with mana. I wasn't finished speaking. Violet clutched her wrist, grimacing. Insolent cur. Are you truly sticking to that mad plan? Achol stepped closer. Who knows? Violet stammered. What do you mean? Achol's gaze drifted to a weapon mounted on the wall. That sword. It belongs to Alice. His voice dropped an octave. Where is my sister? Violet smirked, regaining her composure. Oh her, I already disposed of that trash. Achol's eyes darkened, sharp as bullets. What if she was conspiring with Louis now? She is your sister after all. Violet's face twisted into a demonic grin, her red eyes glowing. I trust my judgment. It was necessary. She taunted him. So, are you going to avenge her now? Achol replied calmly. No, I'm changing the plan. Violet blinked, confused. What? Achol pulled Alice's sword from the wall. You're surprisingly calm for a dead woman. He rested the blade on his shoulder, stalking toward her. I simply eliminate anyone suspicious. I must admit, that is a smart survival strategy. He tilted his head. Honestly, I'm impressed. You and Prince Louisnel are nothing alike. Violet stared at him, bewildered. Doesn't he care about his sister? What is his game? Achol continued. The original plan is scrap. I will inform Prince Louis Snell that we failed. Panic began to set in again. What do you want from me? Achol leaned in his face, inches from hers. Join me. Be part of my new design. Violet's pupils dilated, sweat beading on her forehead. Aren't you Prince Louisnel's dog? Achol smiled mysteriously. Who said that? It's strictly business. Regaining some dignity, she sat on the bed, crossing her arms. Do you expect me to believe that? Believe what you want, Achol shrugged. But even Prince Louisnel is just a pawn in my game, she scoffed. So, you want the empire for yourself. I can't give you that. Achol looked around the room, disinterested. I couldn't care less who sits on the throne. Violet frowned. Then what is your goal? Achol looked past her, staring into a distant future. Eradication. His eyes burned with conviction. I will tear every root of evil from this world until nothing remains. Violet laughed nervously. He is completely delusional. Achol's grip tightened on his blade, his posture rigid and unyielding. He faced the darkness as if the devil himself had just manifested before him. Princess Violet gasped as the solid wall in front of them began to splinter massive cracks, tearing through the masonry like spider webs. Achol stood frozen muscles, coiled for impact. A terrifying mana pressure crushed the air around them, sending shivers down the knight's spine. This energy was wrong. It was alien. He looked up toward the ceiling. Vile purple energy flooded the room. This wasn't just mana. It was pure suffocating bloodlust. He had never felt such a sinister presence. Suddenly, the energy condensed into a massive sphere of void. It tore the roof right off. That was Saian's void sphere. The princess shrieked in terror as the wind pressure blasted the walls into dust. Violet shielded her eyes, trembling in fear. What is happening? Far above, Achol spotted a streak of light descending like a falling star. His face twisted in horror. Death was approaching. He swung his blade to intercept the masked assailant. "Who are you?" Akal roared, facing the unknown nightmare. Saian's voice was cold behind the mask. "I am the calamity you've been hunting, and your end." Akal unleashed his technique, the 8-petal phantom slash. But the masked figure dodged every strike with supernatural speed. The ground exploded from Akal's missed attacks. Hearing Violet scream, he spun around. He blasted a hole through the wall near the princess, the shockwave launching her and her bed away from the collapse just in time. The explosion faded, leaving Violet exposed to the cold rain, her bed the only island in a sea of ruin. She screamed into the storm. No, her sanctuary was reduced to rubble before her eyes. "My safe haven," she sobbed. Akal skidded backward, his boots carving deep trenches into the earth to kill his momentum. "Akal, are you hurt?" she cried out. But the knight's eyes were locked on the enemy, sensing the next wave. "He's not done yet." A crimson light flared. Saian unleashed his unyielding strike. A blazing red sphere descended to crush them both. Akal. Violet screamed his name. The knight invoked his ultimate defense, Ascalon. His holy blade met the red sun, splitting the energy in two. Saian charged through the smoke. Akal grit his teeth. Damn it, does he possess spatial magic too? Behind the mask, crimson eyes glowed like hellfire. Saian brought his blade down, wreathed in flame. Holy steel met demonic iron in a cataclysmic impact. Lightning tore through the sky. Akal's Ascalon aura coiled around Saian's cursed sword like a dragon. Suddenly, a pained roar erupted from Saian. Akal was baffled, but the force knocked him back several meters. He analyzed his foe's stance. This guy, he's not just some ordinary assassin. Violet watched trembling, unable to comprehend the battle of titans. Akal's gaze hardened, his aura flaring. "But I will not fall here." "Yes," the princess whispered, blushing at his resolve. Meanwhile, Saian checked his weapon. "What's wrong, Karam?" The sword groaned, emitting red smoke. "It hurts. It feels like my soul is being ripped apart. Is this the power of a divine authority? We're in trouble." Akal leveled his sword, taunting him. "Why stop now? I thought you were my end," Akal challenged. Saian sheathed Karam, fighting the urge to vomit blood. Every instinct screamed to kill the knight right there. But the backlash was too severe. Saian raised his hand, his ring glowing like starlight. "I've confirmed the authority's power. It's time to vanish." At the foot of Violet's bed, objects materialized: Cecilia's sword and treasure, soaking wet from the storm. They were stained with fresh crimson blood. Violet gasped, horror gripping her heart. Those belonged to Cecilia. The rain washed over the three of them. "What did you do to her?" Violet demanded. Saian's voice was void of emotion. "A purge." Akal's eyes widened. "He means he eliminated her." "Is this your goal?" "Who sent you?" Akal shouted. Saian's form began to dissolve into black smoke like a phantom. "We are the mist. We know no forgiveness. This isn't personal. It is simply a natural purge." Akal froze. The mist. The legends of their return were true. By the time Akal processed the threat, the enemy had vanished. He scowled. Another troublesome variable. Have they been the ones pulling the strings all along? The black smoke faded into the rain. The scene shifted to the tranquil sounds of a waterfall. Karam clutched his head. "My skull is splitting. I thought I was going to die." Saian glanced at him. "Was the pain that severe?" "Yes," Karam groaned. "I've never felt agony like that. We can't even get close to him. This is bad." Saian remained calm. "There is a way." Karam blinked. "What?" Saian held the holy relic, gazing into its depths. The divine relic of Duran. In a system Manhwa like this, items of this tier are game changers. We might have a fighting chance. Karam grabbed his wrist. "No, don't do it. Did you keep it for this very moment? It could cost you your life." Alice stepped forward. "Saian." He turned to her. "My lady, I know the risk, but this is the only path to victory." Alice smiled warmly. "I have things I must protect now." A vision of Cecilia appeared, smiling peacefully. He couldn't repeat the mistakes of the past. Saiyan clenched his fist. If the enemy can break limits in this leveling manhwa, then I must surpass even my own boundaries. Under the fading twilight, Alice handed Cecilia a small object, her voice quiet but iron hard. Take this. You will need it. Cecilia took it with trembling hands. It is a token for Marina. Few can enter the elven domain, but this will grant you passage. Survive. Alice's voice was steady, but hidden sorrow laced her words. Cecilia bowed deeply, choking back tears. Lady Alice, thank you. And I am sorry for everything. Guilt washed over her tear-filled eyes. Alice turned her cold back to her former friend. Do not misunderstand. My mercy does not mean forgiveness. Never appear before me again. Cecilia shivered, but bowed one last time. I understand. Farewell, Lady Alice. Alice stood alone in the silence of regret. She had lost her best friend, but in this cruel world, it was the only choice she could make. High above Saiyan and Karam watched. Are you sure about letting her go? Karam asked. Killing her would have been cleaner. Saiyan's eyes were distant. In my past life, I already killed Cecilia once. But as Saiyan walked away, his mind drifted back to the past. Or rather, the future he had changed. Killing Cecilia hadn't been necessary. When he found her, she was already broken by her own sins. Guilt was eating her alive, stripping away her will to exist. Even without his blade, she would have self-destructed. That's why he gave her a lifeline, instead of a death sentence. Someday, she will have to repay this debt with interest. Karam's voice echoed in his memory. You know this isn't over, right? A generic leveling manhwa hero would have killed her, but you're playing a longer game. Back in that moment, Saiyan's eyes had been sharper than a razor. He had swung his blade down not to sever her head, but to graze her armor. A warning shot. His voice had been absolute zero. Cecilia, the woman you were, is dead. I have granted you a second life. But mark my words, a day will come when I come to collect what you owe. Until that day, live in the shadows. Do not make me come find you. Cecilia's eyes had widened, the shock piercing through her despair. She clutched her chest, her mind reeling. Master Saiyan, can you see the threads of fate? Her voice trembled, but a new fire ignited in her eyes. If redemption is possible, if I can truly fix this, then I will trade my very soul to repay you. Back in the present, Saiyan's servant noticed his distant look. Karam tilted her head. What's wrong with you? Did you catch a fever? You're acting suspiciously merciful. She poked Saiyan's cheek with a playful finger. Saiyan furrowed his brow, annoyed. Don't tell me you've contracted a terminal illness. Before Saiyan could swat her away, a voice cut through the air. Karam, there you are. Karam stood up excited. A blur of motion rushed toward them, platinum blonde hair flowing like a river of silver. It was Alice. Alice skidded to a halt, her face glowing with gratitude. We got separated so quickly last time I never got to say it properly. Thank you. Truly. You saved my life. Yet Alice couldn't hide her internal shock. A demonic sword with an ego. Can humans and cursed spirits truly get along? Karam scratched her cheek shy. Oh, it was nothing. Don't sweat it. Alice felt a spark of hope. Maybe she's a benevolent spirit. Alice smiled warmly. You and Saiyan seem very close. You two look like best friends. Karam shrugged, her expression turning flat. Not really. We have a strict master-servant contract. We aren't friends. Alice blinked. Just master and servant. Karam's eyes narrowed, her voice dropping to a possessive whisper. Exactly. But make no mistake, his body belongs to me. So don't get any funny ideas. Alice turned into a stone statue. I see. I guess getting along is off the table then. The scene shifts to Lewin Academy. The headmaster sat in his office, eyes glued to a letter from Alice. Dear Headmaster Kundal, I have finally found the answers to my doubts. I have decided to abandon the Knights of Light. That order has lost its way. The chivalry I admired as a child has crumbled into dust. They defend lies and corruption. Even my family's honor is rotting from the inside out. Father just watches the decay in silence. I cannot understand him anymore. I will visit you soon, but first I must discuss my brother, Achol, and Prince Lionel. The situation is dire. I will explain everything in person. Until then, please, look after Saiyan for me. The headmaster lowered the letter, a heavy expression on his face. He thought to himself, your family and mine. We really are drowning in the same chaotic mess, aren't we, Alice? He placed the letter on his desk, chuckling softly. Still, the overprotective sister. Fine. For your sake, I'll keep an eye on the boy. He turned his chair, his demeanor shifting instantly. Apologies for the wait, Professor Boris. Boris smiled. Not at all. The headmaster started with casual conversation. How are you finding life at the academy? Boris gave a polite laugh. I'm adapting quite well, sir. The headmaster nodded. I didn't call you here for tea. I just have a few questions. You don't mind, do you? Boris nodded. Of course. Ask away. The headmaster's face suddenly lost all warmth. His eyes turned cold, staring straight into Boris's soul. When exactly did you plan on telling me that you're working for my nephew, Prince Lionel? Or is there a reason you're keeping that a secret? Boris remained calm, unfazed by the sudden pressure. I wasn't hiding it. It simply wasn't relevant to my teaching duties. The headmaster raised an eyebrow. Not relevant. Then tell me, what is your true objective here? Boris sighed, dropping the act. I'm simply looking for someone. And the headmaster pressed. Have you found them? Boris smirked. Yes, I believe I have. The atmosphere in the room crushed down instantly. The headmaster released a terrifying amount of mana, the air vibrating with the weight of a high-tier awakening Manhwa boss. If that's the case, abandon the mission. If it is the student I'm thinking of, you walk away now. Every word was dripping with bloodlust. We are talking civilly now, but if you are stubborn, I will use force to make you understand. Standing before the overwhelming power of the headmaster, Boris didn't flinch. In fact, he looked amused. Understood. I'll keep that in mind. As Boris walked out of the office, his smile widened. Incredible. I didn't expect the old man to be this sharp. The dean's reaction defied all expectations. It seems student Saian has garnered far more attention than I anticipated. He is a truly fascinating anomaly. Boris took his seat, his focus narrowing as he began to pen his report. Infused with magic, the scroll took flight, speeding toward Achol to deliver the intel. Suddenly, a voice trembling with anxiety broke the silence. What is our move? If a third party decides to interfere, that would complicate matters significantly. The speakers were two spirit entities manifesting as a divine shield adorned with angelic wings. Yet, beneath that holy facade, lay a twisted demonic malice. Boris replied calmly, I understand the risks. Heiko, you must tread carefully. Unlike myself, a mere spiritual entity, the demon sword Karam possesses a physical form. A sinister smile curled Boris's lips, his eyes gleaming with cold calculation. In that case, we simply need to target those surrounding him first, correct? Her voice dripped with venom as she responded. A splendid idea. Leave the execution to me. Just then, a silhouette emerged from the distance. A clear, melodic voice cutting through the air. Did you summon me? Instructor Boris. Boris wore a meaningful smirk. Thank you for joining me, Instructor Sharika. To be honest, I have been looking forward to this meeting. Let us get straight to business. I have a few inquiries regarding student Saian. Sharika's brows furrowed slightly. Student Saian. Boris stepped closer, his voice soft yet laced with an underlying threat. He spends the majority of his time secluded in the dormitory, barely attending classes, yet his power is nothing short of extraordinary. Does that not strike you as peculiar? Maintaining her composure, Sharika feigned ignorance. Perhaps he is simply a natural-born prodigy, but you seem unusually fixated on Saian, do you not? Boris nodded. Indeed. Initially, he was the sole object of my curiosity. However, as time passed, those within his orbit began to capture my interest as well. He leaned in until his face was inches from hers, a treacherous grin widening as killing intent flooded his eyes. Instructor Sharika, you truly live up to your reputation as a loyal dog of the Mist organization. Perhaps calling you Ms. would be more accurate, wouldn't it? Sharika's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? She summoned her demon sword, but Boris was already one step ahead. A look of triumph twisted his face as he snapped his fingers to activate the summon. The ground split open, and a colossal monstrosity rose from the depths, its body covered in gnashing mouths. Razor-sharp fangs and countless bloodshot eyes stared back at her. A hellhound, a brutal, gluttonous beast. It lunged at Sharika effortlessly, looking to end this in a single strike. But an elite assassin like Sharika isn't so easily devoured. In a fraction of a second, she unleashed 10 lightning-fast slashes, shredding the hellhound into nothing but bloody ribbons. Sharika triggered the authority of the Shadow God. Terrifying killing intent exploded from her body, her eyes cold as ice. She expanded her domain. A dense, suffocating fog swallowed the area, completely isolating Boris from the outside world. Yet Boris remained calm, that confident smirk never leaving his face. I didn't expect this. You can open a separate dimension, so this is how you block the flow of mana from the outside. Fascinating. Sharika stood opposite him, her aura reaching the heavens. I don't know how you discovered my true identity, but you're digging your own grave. Sharika's smile deepened, turning predatory. If death is what you crave, then allow me to grant your wish. Sharika beamed with absolute confidence, her sharp gaze locking onto Boris without a hint of fear. Her voice was calm, but it carried an absolute crushing pride. Boris slowly summoned an ancient tome, but Sharika lowered her voice, mocking him. You seem overly confident, but let's see how long that arrogance lasts. The moment she spoke, 10 mist assassins materialized from thin air encircling Boris with zero chance of escape. Sharika curled her lip. Shall we begin the real dance? It's time to test your limits. The ancient tome in Boris's hand fell open, erupting with blinding holy light. Kill me if you can. Overwhelming numbers mean nothing to me. I, alone, am enough to crush you all. The scene shifts to the warmth of the academy dormitory. Nana, deep in sleep, suddenly jolted awake. Papa is back. A dimensional gate swirled open, and Saian stepped through with Brian. Saian offered a gentle smile. I'm home. Beside him, Brian looked ready to collapse, starved and exhausted after days of grinding on the battlefield. Before he could speak, Nana launched herself at Saian, hugging him tight. Saian blinked in surprise. Having a daughter really does soothe the soul. Meanwhile, Brian stumbled toward Emily. Dig up something for me to eat. I'm starving to death. Emily looked confused. Didn't you tell me never to cook again? Saian gently patted Nana's head, his voice warm. Have you been? Well, Nana beamed. Yes, I listened to Papa and lived very well with Sharika. Saian thought to himself. It seemed she endured the training patiently. He had asked Sharika to train Nana to control her explosive outbursts. Shirika's training was harsh, but when it came to mastering self-control, she was the perfect mentor. Sharika's method was simple but ruthless. Let Nana slaughter to her heart's content, releasing the wild instincts of the dragon. And if things went too far, Sharika would step in to stop her. Saiyan asked, It must have been hard for you, right? Nana smiled. Yes, but she couldn't teach today because she had an appointment. Saiyan frowned. Appointment? What kind of appointment? Karam's lazy voice drifted from the corner. She probably went to do a cleansing. Karam appeared lounging on a chair with effortless grace. I told her to go purge that guy Boris. Saiyan asked. The purifier. Isn't he working as a lecturer here? Karam shrugged. Sharika is also a lecturer. It's easier to get close to him. Saiyan's voice dropped to a growl. Karam, do you have any idea what kind of entity you're dealing with? Karam smirked. Of course. Are you talking about that holy book? Do you really think Sharika or Ms. can't handle him with her numbers advantage? Saiyan shot up, clutching his head. Ugh, so you also know about the existence of history. His expression turned grim. Then why didn't you report this to me? Karam gave a faint smile. Why should I report such trivial matters? Saiyan glared daggers at him. Karam clicked his tongue. Not even a minute of rest. Brian asked. Are you leaving? Saiyan nodded. We have to go. The real danger isn't the book. It's Boris's bloodline. If we delay, Sharika will lose her life. Saiyan turned to Brian. I have to go. Take care of Emily and Nana for me. But before he could finish, Saiyan froze for 3 seconds. Brian was happily devouring Emily's pitch-black toxic cakes. Saiyan looked at him in disbelief. What on earth are you eating? Brian shrugged. I was too hungry, so I had to make do. Shall I come with you, sir? Saiyan instantly refused. No, absolutely not. Just me and Karam is enough. He thought, this is the first time I've seen a normal human eat Emily's cooking and not die. You've definitely leveled up, Brian. In this leveling Manhwa world, Brian had seemingly developed a legendary poison resistance. Behind him, Emily looked delighted. He eats so well. Brian asked, so we just wait here? Saiyan replied, no, take Nana and Emily to Gran. The words hit like a thunderclap. Nana panicked. We have to leave. The little girl ran over, tears welling up. Saiyan patted her head. I'm sorry. This place is becoming dangerous for you. Papa is worried. Will you be okay going alone? Saiyan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll come find you when this is over. I'm counting on you, Brian. Karam, wanting to rest, realized they had to move out again. With a bored expression, he muttered, what a pain. Back on the battlefield, the situation had turned critical for Sharika. Her mist assassins were annihilated, leaving her alone and heavily wounded. She muttered, damn it. The more I look at him, the more disgusting he gets. Before her, a horde of soulless zombies marched forward. Was the Blood Banquet you're doing too? These marionettes. They have the same aura as those things, but much stronger. Boris flashed a smug, arrogant smile. Tired already? That was just the appetizer. All around them, the undead radiated a thick, suffocating demonic energy. Sharika thought, how does a wielder of holy power control the undead? Boris sneered. I have plenty more toys to play with, Mist Assassin. The main course and dessert are still waiting. Don't let the fun end so soon. At Boris's command, the undead horde surged forward like a tidal wave. Their attacks were heavy and relentless, forcing Sharika to desperately dodge. They were like starving beasts, monsters that knew no fatigue. Sharika unleashed her counter technique. Void Blade, Raging Mist, Storm. Hundreds of slashes erupted, slicing the monsters into ribbons. She followed up with Void Blade, Dance of 8 Flowers, crashing down from the sky. Finally, her ultimate secret art, Wave of Killing Intent, blasting away everything in her path. But before she could catch her breath, 10 of Boris's attacks slammed into her. He cast Holy Power, Spear of Judgment. Hundreds of razor-sharp light spears rained down, devastating the battlefield without mercy. Sarika gritted her teeth, weaving through the barrage. He's spamming high-tier magic like it's a basic cantrip. How is anyone supposed to breathe in this storm? Then, a rotting presence lunged from her blind spot. She attempted a desperate leap to clear the blast zone, but the trap had already sprung. With an endless sea of undead closing in, dodging every single attack was becoming a pipe dream. Panic flared in Sarika's chest. Can they predict my movement trajectory? As Boris closed the gap, the rune on his forehead flared, triggering an immobilization curse. Crap, I can't dodge this. Her pupils constricted as blinding light engulfed her frame. A catastrophic explosion detonated in mid-air, painting the sky with destruction. Sarika was hurled backward, barely mitigating the impact. How do these puppets hold such a terrifying concentration of mana? It's unnatural. These weren't your average dolls. Before her boots could even touch the ground, 3 more suicide bombers dive-bombed her position. She was a sitting duck. How does one survive a hellscape like this? The blasts roared with triple the intensity, enough to vaporize any ordinary human instantly. Sarika crashed into the earth, her body a tapestry of wounds. High above, Boris cackled with sadistic glee. Is that the limit of your power, Instructor Sarika? How disappointing. Let's bring this little manhwa recap to a tragic finale, shall we? He unleashed the finishing blow. Sarika struggled to move, her limbs leaden and vision swimming in a haze. The spell slammed into the earth, pulverizing bedrock and kicking up a massive dust storm. It seemed like the curtain call, but the fat lady hadn't sung yet. Against all odds, Sarika withstood the bombardment. Boris floated down, clicking his tongue in mock disappointment. Tiska. What a shame. I really thought you were dust. Despite tanking high-tier spells and looking like a ragdoll, Sarika's voice remained unnervingly calm. I finally figured it out. She lay prone on the scorched earth. As the horde of puppets closed the circle, she offered a weak yet defiant smirk. Your toys. They lock onto the opponent's mana signature, don't they? They aren't standard issue. And that scripture radiating holy energy, that's the battery powering this whole nightmare. She forced her trembling body upright. Sarika's gaze sharpened. The energy pulsing from that tome was transcendent. Could it be a divine artifact? Boris slow-clapped, impressed. Sharp battle instincts paired with academic knowledge. Bravo. But now that you've solved the puzzle, what exactly is your plan? His arrogance flared as he unleashed his next technique, Phantom Lightning. The ground split open, birthing a fresh legion of marionettes. Surrounded by an ominous aura of black mana, Boris looked down with cold indifference. I possess an infinite army. Do yourself a favor and just lie down and die. Sarika absorbed his taunts in silence. Then, she slammed her dagger into the dirt and rose to her full height. Her voice was steel. Apologies, but giving up isn't in my vocabulary. Her eyes narrowed and a wave of suffocating killing intent exploded from her form. Without hesitation, she activated her secret art contract summoning. Instantly, a sinister frequency vibrated through the air, sending shivers down the spine of anyone nearby. The earth groaned in agony as a colossal entity breached the surface. Mammon, the demon lord of darkness, a hellspawn, forged solely to dispense eternal death. Boris froze, his composure shattering. Impossible, that woman's mana signature? It just completely vanished. What kind of sorcery is this? Mammon let out a primordial roar of rage, announcing the commencement of a brutal massacre. Even the soulless marionettes seemed to recoil in terror. Mammon unleashed a titanic haymaker, a single strike that promised absolute devastation. Nothing could withstand the impact. The puppet army was scattered like bowling pins, though a few clung desperately to the beast's limbs, trying to swarm him. Mammon didn't even blink. In a heartbeat, thousands of obsidian spikes erupted from his hide, skewering the pests instantly. Resistance was futile. Mammon began absorbing their essence to fuel his own might. Watching his collection dwindle, Boris sighed. You really have no sense of decency, do you? I spent years curating those marionettes, and you feed them to your pet like cheap snacks. I must admit, your ruthlessness is impressive. But that's just a stall tactic. You're a hollow shell with 0 mana reserves. What's the plan? You can't even cast a basic cantrip, and you still think you can win. Tragic. Boris flared his holy scripture. That arrogance will be your fatal error. But before the words left his lips, Sarika vanished. In the blink of an eye, she materialized in his personal space, wearing a predator's grin. Her dagger thirsted for blood. You talk a lot for someone who thinks he's untouchable. Boris's eyes bulged in sheer panic. Instinct took over. He erected a barrier just in time, cheating death by a millimeter. Sweat beaded on his forehead as his mind raced. What the hell just happened? My eyes couldn't track her. She's supposed to be drained of mana. How is she generating this kind of velocity? Sarika unleashed a torrential storm of slashes against his barrier. Cracks began to spiderweb across the surface as her expression twisted into a mask of battle-crazed euphoria. Her blade danced like a whirlwind of death. With a thunderous thrust, she shattered the barrier into shards of light, following up immediately with a devastating left hook. Checkmate. The punch connected, crushing both the shield and the mage behind it. Boris was ragdolled across the battlefield, skidding to a painful halt. Sarika didn't give him a nanosecond to breathe. She lunged, seizing the bewildered mage and dragging him along, denying him any chance to chant. "Damn it, get off me," he screamed internally. She pinned him to the dirt blade, raised for the execution. But Boris wasn't ready to check out just yet. His fingers danced, weaving a silent spell. Silent casting. Land mine. Sarika gritted her teeth. Getting sloppy. The ground erupted, launching Boris into the air and out of her grasp. Seizing the distance, he prepared his holy judgment spear. Sarika knew the clock was ticking. Fighting without mana, in an awakening Manhwa world, was a death sentence. If this dragged on, she was finished. Burning her last reserves of stamina, she weaved through the bombardment, moving with the fluid lethality of a master assassin. In a blur of motion, she materialized right in front of Boris's terrified face, flashing a grim reaper's smile. She torqued her body in midair, delivering a high-velocity kick. A squishy mage against a melee specialist, game over. Her boot connected with his jaw in a perfect arc, sending him meteor smashing into the ground in a glorious mushroom cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Boris stumbled to his feet, his vision swimming. Sarika descended from the heavens like a Valkyrie, her pressure absolutely overwhelming. "This ends right now, Boris." But just as the killing blow landed, the Holy Scripture's barrier flared to life. Sarika ground her teeth in frustration. Damn it. Is the war god himself protecting this trash? We underestimated her completely. I thought she was just a mob character, but she fights like a boss from an awakening Manhwa. Judging by this aura, she is at least commander tier. Engaging her now guarantees our defeat. We must retreat. Suddenly, Sarika narrowed her eyes, spotting a crucial detail. Black blood. Are you a survivor of the Black Blood clan? I thought your wretched bloodline was extinct. How is a rat like you still breathing? Boris wiped a dark streak from his lip, a twisted smirk forming. This is exactly why I hate bleeding. His voice dripped with cold sarcasm. The marionettes and the stones at the Blood Banquet. The original architect of that system was the Black Blood clan. Sarika froze, her eyes blazing with fury. So it was you. You were the butcher behind that massacre. Boris shrugged, completely unfazed. Busted. Guess I can't keep my day job here anymore? What a shame. He flared his mana to escape, but Sarika cut off his path instantly, her voice like ice. Shut your mouth. You think I'm giving you a second chance. Today is the day you die. Maman, having cleared the trash mobs, wound up a devastating punch from behind. Boris was trapped in a lethal pincer attack. Pinned like a rat, he had nowhere to run. History watched from the shadows, annoyed. What a troublesome woman. I forgot about her contract beast. It seems my marionettes served as nothing more than sacrifices for it. Even though Sarika had the upper hand, she was running on fumes, her mana nearly depleted. And the Holy Scripture's defense was a cheat code she couldn't bypass. If not for that barrier, victory would have been hers. Suddenly, space tore open behind Sarika. She froze, sensing a disturbance. Who is it? Who dares invade my spatial domain? Does he have reinforcements? But it wasn't an enemy. It was Saian. Boris turned pale, terror gripping his heart for the first time. Why is he here now of all times? Saian lunged, eyes glowing with power, the demon's sword thirsty for blood. He wouldn't miss this 1-in-1,000-year opportunity. A slash carrying apocalyptic power, shredded history's shield like it was wet paper. Boris now faced a nightmare scenario, 3 monsters at once. Sarika in a berserker rage. Mamun gorged on the energy of the marionette army, and Saian, the wielder of the demon sword, dominating the battlefield. Boom! The collision shook the earth. Shirika landed gracefully, her boots crushing the debris scattered across the ruined ground. Karam stepped forward, sneering at the enemy. "Look at you, pathetic," she shouted. History. The villain clutched his wounded arm, grimacing. "How did you find me?" he scowled. "Why are you here?" Karam tapped her temple. "My instincts are sharp." She walked closer, gloating. "I can smell it." She leaned in. "The stench of a hypocrite like you is so strong it makes me want to vomit." History glared, his composure cracking. "I warned you." He stared her down. "You chose the wrong side in this war." Karam looked at him, confused by his arrogance. Without wasting another breath, History invoked the Seraphim authority, an ultimate power manifesting in the dim light. An all-seeing eye within a triangle appeared, radiating absolute pressure. The Seraphim power escalated, proving why it was unrivaled. It was meant to erase Saian and Shirika from existence. They were blown back, unable to withstand the sheer force of the spell. Shirika cursed. "Damn it all!" She screamed, "Saian." But Saian stood his ground alone against History. The villain gasped in disbelief. He's resisting the supreme authority. The battlefield descended into chaos. History couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of power is protecting him? A mere demon sword shouldn't be able to endure this. History realized the terrifying truth. "Saian, you are hiding something far more dangerous than I imagined." A brown-haired man watched the tension from afar. "I will assist you, Master History." Boris stepped up. "The Sword Master is right in front of us. We must kill him now." History warned. "Stop, Boris. Not with our current strength." "We aren't ready, Saian," roared Boris's name. Two unstoppable forces clashed head-on. Boris panicked. "What the hell?" Saian shattered the encirclement, driving his blade straight into Boris's chest. "Arg!" Boris screamed as agony ripped through him. He pierced Master History's barrier. "This brat is too dangerous." Boris looked up and saw a black mist eclipsing the sun, an omen pointing directly at Saian. Boris used every ounce of strength to hold Saian back. "If I don't stop him, this blade will eventually reach Lord Achol. History's barrier is active. We have to break him right now." Shirika saw the tide turning against them and dove into the terrifying storm of mana. At this rate, Saian's body will explode. She launched an attack, thinking only of saving him, before they were both annihilated. The duel between Saian and Boris reached its peak. Neither side gave an inch. Saian unleashed the Void Sword deep root of the great tree to end it. Boris countered with a river of fire technique to push him back. Saian's iron stance withstood the impact. Seeing the disadvantage, Shirika activated her secret art demon-human unification to engage Boris. Saian cried out in pain. "Master." Suddenly his pupils dilated. A blinding beam of light engulfed them. Shirika tried to block it, and a massive explosion consumed the area. Nearby, Shirika stared at the empty space, killing intent pouring off her. "You destroyed my mist domain. Is that the power of a system Manhwa? Divine artifact." She spat on the ground. He escaped. The purification failed. Saian stepped in front of her. "Why did you stop me?" Shirika fumed. "Is that the tone you take with your savior?" Saian looked her dead in the eye. "I'm the one who saved you," Shirika shouted. "Excuse me. Where did you learn that attitude?" Saian ignored her tantrum, looking at his weapon. "You holding up Karam." She replied, "I'm going to need a long nap. I felt every bit of that pain, but I can endure it." Saian's voice went cold. "The real war is just beginning." Shirika sighed, defeated. "Hey, are you seriously ignoring me now?" Saian added. "It seems that's our only option." The scene shifted to the trade city near Brand New. Luhan and Alice navigated the suffocating crowd, eyes scanning for a signal. Suddenly, Alice froze as a familiar figure emerged. "I never expected the headmaster himself to show up." Settling into a quiet tea house, the tension was palpable. Kunda sighed. "It has been ages since I stepped foot outside the Academy's sanctuary." Alice stared disbelief, coloring her voice. "Truly, you are like a mountain that never moves." The old master took a slow sip, his eyes sharp. "Your letter summoned me, Alice. The situation reeks of a coming storm." A shadow of anxiety crossed her face. "Is this about me abandoning the Night Order?" Kunda chuckled, a warm, raspy sound. "Ha, I always knew you would carve your own path. Protecting a clan's hollow honor is nothing compared to one's destiny. The real threat lies with the devil and Louisnell." Alice leaned in. "So you know about the awakening of the dark forces?" Kunda's expression hardened like stone. "I know enough. If that tyrant seizes control of the family, chaos will follow." Alice lowered her gaze. "The Empire's greatest talents have already flocked to the Knights of Light." "Precisely. That boy stands poised to command the deadliest legion in the history of the Empire." Kunda nodded grimly. "And his shadow. My own grandson Louis Snell will likely stand beside him as a commander. Alice's eyes widened in horror. That is the nightmare scenario I feared most. How can you be so calm? Louis Snell is your blood. Kunda's gaze drifted to the past. One day, your brother Saian asked me a question that shook my soul. He asked, "Do you desire the Empire's eternal glory, or merely your family's pride?" That boy. His vision transcends our limited reality. I was blind to the future, but he saw the threads of fate. Alice gasped. What did Saiyan see? Kunda stood up, his presence towering. I cannot say, but you must flee the Empire immediately. Flee? But why? He turned his back, facing her like a barrier against the world. A cataclysm approaches. I will try to hold back the tide, but even I cannot promise survival. A cataclysm, Kunda's voice dropped to a whisper. I speak of a coup d'etat. The drums of civil war are already beating. The bloody battle for the throne has begun. Meanwhile, in the bustling trade city of Brand New, young Nana was wide-eyed, enchanted by this new world. She pointed at a strange fruit. I have never seen such a treasure, but her innocence quickly turned into trouble as she pointed a finger at some passing strangers. Look, what weird creatures. The demi-humans bristled with rage, their murderous intent, locking onto the oblivious child who didn't understand the weight of her insult. Sensing the killing intent, Brian stepped forward, bowing frantically. Please forgive us, she is just a child with no manners. We are leaving immediately. Brian dragged them away, sweat pouring down his face. Nana, never point at people like that. It's dangerous. But Emily just laughed unbothered. Oh, let her be. Curiosity is how children grow stronger. Everything is new to her. Brian sighed, the weight of their mission crushing him. We cannot draw attention to ourselves. Our survival depends on reaching the safe house unnoticed. Emily smirked, leaning in. You are so stiff, Brian. Everyone just thinks we look like a happy little family. Family. Brian's face exploded into a shade of crimson. His heart raced, and he speed-walked ahead to hide his embarrassment. Hey, wrong way? Emily chuckled. Wait for us, Brian. In the chaos, Nana's eyes locked onto something shiny in the distance. While the adults were distracted, the child vanished into the crowd. At the safe house, Alice gazed out the window, a heavy gloom settling over her heart. Kunda's warning echoed in her mind. Civil war is coming. She knew the enemies were plotting, but this was a classic leveling manhwa scenario, where the stakes were life and death. To think they would go this far. She wondered how the headmaster and Saiyan possessed such prophetic knowledge of the impending doom. Her dark thoughts were interrupted as the door burst open. Lady Alice, it was the familiar cheerful voice of Emily with Brian in tow. You made it, and Brian too, Alice blinked. Wait, were you both living with Saiyan at the academy? Brian nodded. Of course. The young master needs us. Alice felt a headache coming on. So, including Karam, that makes 2 women living with him. Isn't that a violation of every school rule in existence? Brian explained. The young master has urgent business, so he sent the 3 of us ahead. Alice froze. 3, I only see 2 of you. They spun around, staring at the empty space, where a small child should have been. The blood drained from Brian and Emily's faces. Where is Nana? She was just right here, Brian stammered, terror gripping him. He cursed his own negligence. How could he lose a being of such chaotic energy? Alice grabbed her coat. If she is important to Saiyan, she is important to me. We must find her before the city swallows her whole. Meanwhile, at the shadowy docks of Gran, the werewolf and goblin from earlier were scheming. The ship is ready to depart, the werewolf growled. This haul will make us rich. They laughed, stepping toward their smuggling vessel. But their path was blocked by a small, defiant figure. The goblin blinked. Huh, isn't that the brat from the market? The werewolf sneered. The finger-pointing kid, she has a death wish coming here alone. Nana stood her ground, her aura surprisingly intense. Hey, runts, where are your parents? Ignoring them, she pointed a finger directly at their ship. Stop pointing at us, the beast growled. Nana tilted her head. I smell something familiar. Her finger shifted to a locked cabin on the deck. Oh. You want to see what's inside? The goblin exchanged a greedy look with his partner. He looks like money. Just walked right into our hands. Putting on a twisted smile, he cooed. We have lots of delicious food in there. Nana's ears perked up. Do you have candy? Yes, mountains of candy. Is this kid stupid? The goblin thought, suppressing a laugh. Nana's face lit up like a star at the mere mention of sweets. Despite her power, she was still a child at heart. We are nice goblins, you can eat all you want for free. Nana hesitated, a memory surfacing. Saiyan's voice echoed in her head, never take candy from strangers. But the sugar craving was too strong. She ignored the warning as the goblin creaked the door open. The room was a gaping maw of darkness. "Come on in, little one." Without a shred of fear or survival instinct, Nana dashed into the gloom. Even if they ask you to enter a dark place, you must run away. Saian's lesson was completely forgotten as she sprinted toward her doom. Slam. The heavy door locked behind her. Jackpot, the slavers cheered, but inside, amidst the shadows, rows of iron cages awaited her. Nana scanned her surroundings, her craving for sweets unfulfilled. Was she being treated like a mere child? Turning toward the heavy door, the realization hit her like a cold bucket of water. Had she actually been deceived? A shadow of sorrow cast over her innocent face. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill. "Forgive me, Papa, I let myself be fooled." Suddenly, a distinct aroma wafted through the air, capturing her attention. It was that delicious scent from earlier. She dashed toward the source, skidding to a halt, before a cage draped in a mysterious cloth. This was where the fragrance originated. With trembling curiosity, Nana unveiled the secret hidden beneath. Dragon eyes flared with predatory delight. "So it was you, all along, the source of that mouth-watering aroma." Inside crouched a high-ranking monster, a ferocious gnoll. Nana reached through the bars, provoking a snarl of fury from the beast. But in a twist of fate, her hand gently patted its head, stunning the monster into silence. "Who is a good boy? Why are you locked up in this gloomy place? Shall I set you free?" The gnoll wagged its tail, signaling its desperate agreement. With terrifying ease, Nana bent the steel bars like they were wet clay, a display of strength that even terrified the monster. A trembling voice broke the silence. "Big sister, can you save us too?" Huddled in the shadows were children from other races, victims of a cruel awakening Manhwa slave trade. Nana's eyes lit up. She had finally found a righteous justification for her little escapade. Meanwhile, the demi-human traffickers were reporting to Captain Torino, the ruthless leader of the Merchant Guild. "Everything is prepped for departure, sir." Torino smirked. "Excellent. Raise the anchors." A dwarf henchman hesitated. "Are we handling the negotiations ourselves again this time?" Torino stroked the fur of his personal gnoll. "Precisely." Maurice vanished without a trace, meaning the Grey Merchant Guild is finished. "We no longer owe that fool a single copper coin. The profits will be astronomical." He continued, eyes gleaming with greed. "The Karam Association pays a premium for the youngest specimens. Once this deal concludes, you will all be swimming in gold." The dwarf could not shake his unease. "Willius Vert Anvis, now the Grey Guild. I have a bad premonition about this." The wolfman and goblin scoffed in disbelief. "Are you joking? Are you going soft like a woman?" The dwarf retorted. "I am just being cautious. She is a muscular woman after all." Torino waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for fear. We possess the champion Null after all." His boast was cut short by a cataclysmic explosion from the holding brig. The blast wave shook the very foundations. "What in the world, my ship?" From the smoke, Nana descended with the grace of a falling leaf. Torino roared, "Who dares attack us?" Nana looked up, bearing two razor-sharp fangs that promised destruction. "You wicked adults, Nana will never forgive you." She stood tall, unleashing a terrifying killing intent that suffocated the air, revealing the majestic horns of the dragon race. The Merchant Guild's fate was sealed. There was nowhere left to run. Squinting through the debris, the merchant's face went pale with horror. "Wait, are those horns? Is she a dragonkin?" Nana shouted, with righteous fury, pointing her signature finger of accusation. "You lot, you are all just nasty adults who love to lie, are you not?" The wolfman and goblin's faces twisted in humiliation and rage. "You little wretch. Stop pointing that finger at me, you arrogant brat." Killing intent exploded as the trio charged. "I will slice that finger off first. Let us see how you point at people then." One might expect a fierce battle, but reality was cruel. Nana merely swatted the air, and the force slammed them into the ground like crushed insects. The muscular female dwarf received a special promotional headbutt from Nana, sharing her comrade's painful fate. The little dragon crossed her arms over the defeated trash, radiating an aura of absolute dominance. She wore the proud expression of a child who just cleaned up the garbage. Watching this, the merchant refused to surrender. He activated a magical slave seal. "Ha! You refused a toast only to drink a penalty shot. Capture that brat alive." Nana's gaze shifted to the new threat. A massive, fully grown gnoll stood there, its eyes burning with deep-seated resentment and sorrow. Without hesitation, the champion gnoll leaped into the sky. A colossal warhammer descended like a judgment from the heavens, aiming directly for the little girl. The impact shattered the earth, sending debris flying. The merchant screamed displeased. "Hey," I said, "catch her alive, you stupid beast. If you damage my merchandise, you are dead." But as the dust settled, a shocking sight was revealed. Nana had stopped the devastating blow with a single hand. Her expression remained bored. How could a mere gnoll hope to overpower the mighty dragon race? Suddenly, Nana's sharp eyes caught a glimmer of magic on the beast's neck. It was a collar etched with a binding spell. The gnoll, forced by the seal, launched a flurry of desperate attacks against Nana. But with reflexes honed on the battlefield, she danced through the assault untouched. The merchant's patience snapped. "She is just a child," he shrieked. "Can you not even defeat a toddler? Useless trash. Use your size." He intensified the magical pressure on the slave collar, torturing the beast into compliance. Agony coursed through the gnoll's veins, but it had no choice. It raised the hammer high, gathering every ounce of strength for a final earth-shattering strike. Unflinching Nana channeled her draconic power. She vanished, reappearing instantly to deliver a precision strike directly to the gnoll's neck collar. The massive beast was treated like a featherweight sandbag launched violently through the air toward the merchant. His eyes bulged in terror. "Ah, wait. Why are you flying at me?" The battlefield was consumed by smoke, but the victor of this leveling Manhwa skirmish was already clear. The commotion was so deafening it reached the city. "Good heavens, what is happening?" Brian's senses tingled. "It must be her. I sense a massive surge of mana from the harbor." He alerted Alice and Emily immediately. The party sprinted toward the docks. "We must hurry. If we do not stop her, that little dragon will flatten the entire district." "Wait for me," Emily cried. Back at the ruins, the merchant groaned, crawling out from under his own pet that had been hurled at him. "You damn brat, I will kill you." He pointed a trembling hand. "Destroy her now," but his command died in his throat. "What? The slave collar. It is shattered." Finally liberated, the gnoll turned its gaze upon the merchant. Years of torture fueled a killing intent that froze the blood in the man's veins. Massive claws cast a shadow over the terrified slaver. He realized his fatal mistake too late. Nana watched silently from the back as the screams of a wicked adult echoed through the port. The debt of pain had been repaid. Having dealt with its captor, the gnoll turned toward Nana, its expression cold and unreadable as it stalked closer. Tension spiked as they faced off, but in a flash, Nana revealed her hidden card. Even the enraged beast froze in shock. It was the baby gnoll she had rescued earlier. "I figured you were this little guy's mama, right? He has been searching for you." She smiled at the pup. "He is super cute." Tears of joy replaced rage as mother and child were miraculously reunited. The reunited family began their journey home. Nana waved goodbye enthusiastically. "Bye-bye, little puppy. You smell delicious." To a dragon, the world was just one big buffet. Seeing their happy reunion, a wave of loneliness washed over Nana. "I miss my papa so much." Suddenly, voices pulled her from her gloom. "Thank you for saving us, big sister." It was the group of children Nana had rescued from the shipwreck. They gathered around to offer their gratitude. Even though she saved them, Nana faced a new dilemma. She had no idea how to help them further. These kids were too young to find their way home alone. Then a light bulb went on in her head. Her realization froze the 3 demi-human traffickers in place for 3 full seconds. "Hey, you shady uncles over there, you are taking full responsibility for guiding these kids home. You're the ones who kidnapped them after all. If you refuse, I will devour every last one of you." Nana's face shifted instantly from cute to catastrophic. Her killing intent spiked, and her fangs bared, looking like a beast from a dark awakening Manhwa. The 3 kidnappers turned purple, sweating buckets in sheer terror. Yes, ma'am." The villains surrendered immediately. Nana waved goodbye to the little ones. The mission was complete, and she had saved everyone. Now, only one thought remained. Will Papa praise me for this? The little girl felt a pang of worry. "I did a good deed, so I didn't cause trouble this time, right? Please praise me, Papa." Just then, from behind her, a familiar voice rang out, accompanied by the gentle touch she had been longing for. "You did well." Saian had arrived just in time, witnessing everything. He delivered the reward she craved. Nana beamed, shouting, "Papa." "How did you find Nana?" Papa Saian chuckled, thinking back. "Your mana was radiating in every direction. It would have been stranger if I didn't find you. I checked the hideout first, but it was empty. That meant you had wandered off somewhere. When we get back, I need to teach Emily and Brian a lesson for losing you." He smiled warmly. "No matter where you are, I will always find you. I am your papa, aren't I?" Nana cheered. Papa is the absolute best. Looking at the overwhelming amount of mana Nana was naturally releasing, Saiyan thought to himself. Her potential is truly terrifying. While they shared their moment, Brian and Emily came sprinting in. Nana gasped. Young Master Brian, and Sister Alice too. Brian was panting heavily. "Thank the gods, Nana is safe. I was so worried something terrible had happened." Before he could finish his excuse, Saiyan's eyes turned ice cold. Oh, so you know exactly what you did wrong, don't you? Saiyan cracked his knuckles, preparing to deliver a beatdown full of tough love. Each punch was etched deep into Brian's soul. Emily stood behind him, phantom pains running through her body. Alice, however, was frozen in shock. Is the child you were looking for a dragonkin? This is like a reveal from a leveling manhwa. Nana turned to Alice, completely oblivious to the gravity of her heritage. Meanwhile, Saiyan continued his physical education of Brian. I told you never to take your eyes off her. What were you looking at, huh? The scene shifts to the imperial capital of Usis, specifically the Quiggle family mansion. A man rushed downstairs in a state of absolute panic. What on earth is the problem? He has only ever stayed at the academy. Why is he here now? It was Headmaster Lewin of the academy. His mere presence was enough to strike fear into the hearts of everyone in the household. The panicked man asked, "What brings you here, father?" It turned out this was the headmaster's son. Lewin's eyes were sharp, his voice cold but commanding. "Let us have a chat. It has been a long time, hasn't it?" After Headmaster Kundeo returned to his family estate for a chat with his own son, the atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. It has been 15 years since I renounced my title as Duke. I had no intention of interfering, but I sense that things are not quite right. Why have the operating funds for the territory decreased, while the tribute sent to the royal family has increased so drastically? The current Duke quickly tried to explain. Father, surely you understand the situation. The current Empress's family, the Nephelis faction, provides massive financial support to the royal family every year. If we fall behind them financially, our political standing will inevitably crumble. Eventually, they will put their own bloodline on the throne. That would be a catastrophe. Do you not want your grandson Louisnel to become the emperor of this nation? Enough. Headmaster Kundeo slammed his hand onto the table, shattering the excuses. He refused to listen to another word. Do you honestly believe that brat Louisnel has the qualities to be an emperor? The Duke's voice dropped dark and obsessed. As long as the emperor comes from the Videl family bloodline, does it matter who sits on the throne? Kundeo retorted, biting with sarcasm. Ah, just like when you married off your late sister to the emperor. Is that what you mean? The word struck a nerve, digging up the Duke's greatest past mistake. He gripped his chair in silent fury. I will not say another word on this matter. Cut off all aid to Louisnel immediately. With that command, the old man stood up and turned to leave. The Duke asked, Father, where are you going? Kundeo replied. I am going to the royal palace to meet that brat myself. I wonder what he will have to say to my face. The scene transitions to the castle of the Forced family in the Balat territory. Achol sat in his study, intensely reading the latest intelligence reports. So, the master of Karam has finally been found, Achol thought. I always plan everything with perfection, but this time, I worry the foundation is cracking. After finishing, he immediately burned the report to ash. He was cautious as always. His mind drifted to Alice. That girl leaving the Order of Light so quietly, that was completely outside my calculations. However, it gives me a more legitimate reason to inherit the family headship. In a way, it isn't a bad development, he frowned. But what was with that look of contempt she gave me? Does she know something? Achol's face twisted in annoyance. This is genuinely bothering me. While he pondered the variables threatening his grand design, a spatial teleportation matrix suddenly manifested in the room. A teleportation circle. The figure that emerged was Boris, who immediately knelt in reverence. Greetings, Lord Achol. Achol stood up confused. What happened to your appearance? Is that the true form of the Black Blood clan? Boris forced a pained smile, visibly exhausted. I am deeply sorry, Lord Achol. I feel ashamed to appear before you in such a wretched state. Achol waved his hand dismissively. Forget about that. Who did this to you? Weren't you infiltrating Lewin Academy? Boris's voice was weak and trembling. It was your younger brother, Saian. That boy hunted me down all the way here. If I had been a second slower, my life would have been forfeit. Achol's eyes blazed with fury. Saian. But Boris continued. However, in the process I achieved my objective. He produced a crystal pulsing with condensed mana. This contains the concentrated power of Karam found at the Blood Banquet. Boris grinned, his excitement masking his pain. I have discovered the identity of Karam's master. Contrary to Boris's excitement, Achol's expression darkened into a scowl. Ah, so the puzzle pieces fit. Saian is the master of Karam. That brat ruined my entire plan, and I didn't even realize it. Boris bowed his head in apology. I attempted to eliminate him, but I lacked the strength. Achol growled. It matters not, I will handle him personally. He recalled his sword duel with Saian. It won't be easy, but I still have a chance to win. He expected Boris to agree, but the subordinate objected. I believe now is not the time, my lord. Achol frowned. Not the time, explain yourself. Boris explained, surrounding Saian are those who worship the black feather god. If you attack unprepared, you cannot predict the outcome against such forces. Achol asked, then what is your plan? Boris replied, Willius Vert, you must follow the prophecy. The saint will guide you to the resting place of the holy sword Durendal. Lord Achol, you must go and claim the holy sword Durendal. As long as you possess that legendary blade, dealing with enemies like him will be effortless. Meanwhile, outside, the mole planted by Saian had heard too much. The holy sword Durendal was compromised. He had to warn the young master immediately. But before he could even attempt to flee, Boris materialized behind him, a sinister grin carving his face. My. Look at the little rat scuttling in the dark. With a terrifyingly casual grip, Boris hoisted the servant into the air by his neck. It took zero effort. Aren't you the loyal dog of that wicked master? Who exactly were you planning to whisper these secrets to? From the shadows of the room, Afro emerged, his voice sub-zero. I've suspected you for a long time, Kellen. Murderous intent exploded from Afro's body in waves. Kellen's survival rating just dropped to 0. Meanwhile, back at Lewin Academy, Luna was scouring the library shelves. Nothing. There's absolutely nothing here about that ancient grimoire that I saw in Instructor Boris's laboratory. The only clue was the ancient runic script. If that forced expulsion spell hadn't kicked me out, I could have uncovered its secrets. She muttered to herself, analyzing the facts. Ancient texts like that are legendary. Only 2 authentic copies exist in this entire world, the Holy Scripture and the demonic grimoire. The one I saw radiated the aura of the Holy Scripture. But why would such a divine artifact be hidden in Boris's filthy lab? Its purpose remained a total mystery. Suddenly, Princess Erin interrupted her thoughts. Do I really need to raid the Karam Society's forbidden archives? She noticed the girl. Luna, what are you doing here? Luna turned completely unfazed. Lady Erin, you've been standing there long? I was deep in thought. Erin waved it off. Oh, it's fine. What brings a storm like you to this quiet place? Luna cut to the chase. Have you seen Saian lately? Erin's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. You're asking about him, Luna smirked, catching the vibe. I mostly live in the library, so I wouldn't know. But someone seems desperate to see him. Princess Erin stammered, flustered. I do not. He just vanished for a while, and I found it strange. That's all. Luna's expression softened. Don't worry about him. If it's Senior Saiyan, he'll pop up right beside you when you least expect it. Erin blinked. How can you be so certain? Luna shrugged mysteriously. Let's just say, I have a feeling, because that's just his style. Erin looked at her, puzzled. Does she know his secrets? Suddenly, Lysias sprinted in panic, written all over his face. Princess Erin, we have a massive situation, Erin frowned. Calm down. What is it? Lysias thrust a parchment forward. A letter from the Imperial family. You need to read this immediately. Erin's eyes narrowed. Wait, you read it already? You know opening royal correspondence is a crime, right? How rude. Lysias bowed frantically. I apologize, but please just read it. Erin unfolded the letter. This is my father's handwriting. The words burned into her eyes. In recognition of the unbreakable bond between the Willius Vert Duchy and the Imperial family, I hereby decree regarding Erin Serenus, the 5th princess, and young master Saian Willius Vert. Based on their pre-existing courtship, the two are officially declared engaged. Every word sent steam shooting out of Erin's ears. She was turning into a tomato. The room fell into a stunned silence, time freezing in that heartbeat. Meanwhile, deep within the royal palace, inside Emperor Dion's private chambers, the emperor spoke, his voice weak but warm. Thank you, Violet. She smiled sweetly. Think nothing of it, father. It is a daughter's duty to care for your health. The ruler of the empire was bedridden, a shadow of his former self. He tried to wave it off. It is merely a slight chill. You needn't make such a fuss. Violet gripped his hand. Please recover quickly. Seeing you so frail breaks my heart. Internally, however, her thoughts were venomous. God, the acting skills of this royal family are exhausting. Always so fake. The emperor sighed. I am fine, truly. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the deception. Your Majesty. Violet turned gracefully. It is an honor to receive you, Your Majesty. The emperor's eyes lit up. Ah, you have finally arrived, Headmaster Kundel. I trust you have been well, Princess Violet. She performed a perfect curtsy. Yes, thank you for asking, grandfather. With that, Violet excused herself. I shall take my leave, so you two may speak freely. The emperor smiled weakly. Very well, thank you, child. Once the door clicked shut, the Emperor chuckled, amused by the surprise visit. Haha, that was quite the journey you made. But Kundal's eyes held no mirth. Your Majesty, what in the world has happened to you? How did you deteriorate this badly? The Emperor lay there, his body wasted away, eyes heavy with exhaustion. Dion sighed heavily. It is shameful to greet a guest of the imperial family looking like a corpse, but I have no other choice. Kundal stepped closer. Forget the formalities. Tell me, when did your health collapse like this? The Emperor shook his head. I honestly do not know. I thought it was a simple common cold, but instead of healing it festered. Every day I grow weaker. Kundal's face fell with guilt. I apologize, Your Majesty. I should have been more vigilant. If I had arrived sooner. The Emperor let out a dry laugh. Ha ha. You didn't come just to nurse an old man, did you? You only show up when catastrophe looms over the Empire. Are you worried about that brat Louis Snell? Even with a failing body, the monarch's intuition was razor sharp. Kundal nodded gravely. You guessed right. Before I arrived, that boy was my only concern. But now the situation is far more critical. The Emperor summoned a sphere of mana in his trembling hand. Do not fret, Father. As long as I draw breath and sit on this throne, I will not let that child destroy us. Kundal stared at the monosphere. The Emperor possessed immense power, worthy of a leveling Manhwa final boss, but right now, it was terrifyingly unstable. It wasn't just physical frailty. His very mana core was cracked and bleeding energy. The Emperor turned his head, fighting the fatigue. However, there is one matter that weighs on my soul. Kundal blinked. Oh, and what is that? How is Arin Serenus faring at the academy? Kundal almost tripped. He thought it was a national security issue. If that is your worry, rest easy. The girl is a prodigy. She has both the talent and the work ethic. If she continues on this path, she will become the perfect imperial princess. You need not worry. Dion exhaled a long breath of relief. Is that so? Thank the gods. She was such a crybaby in her youth, but ever since she met that boy 3 years ago, she has truly blossomed. Kundal raised an eyebrow. A boy? You mean Saian Willius Vert? The Emperor nodded. Precisely. I believe that boy will stand as her shield against any calamity. That is why I decreed their marriage. Kundal let out a long, exasperated sigh. Humph. You aren't surprised by my reaction. I suspected you were plotting something the moment you shoved him into the royal dormitory. Dion asked, so what is your assessment of Saian Willius Vert? Kundal's expression darkened with irritation. That brat, he is an absolute disaster. The Emperor blinked. Disaster. Kundal vented. He skips class more often than he breathes. He eats more meals than he attends lectures. I have never seen him hold a book. Is he a student or a vagrant? In 55 years of teaching, it was the worst performance I've ever seen. The words struck like thunder, making the Emperor question his judgment. Yet Kundal continued with a twist. However, to be fair, that brat is a prodigy unlike anything this world has ever seen. As long as Saian stands by Arin Serenus' side, not a single soul in this realm will dare to lay a finger on her. The Emperor's lips curled into a relieved smile. Ha! Hearing those words lifts a mountain off my shoulders. But what exactly haunts you, Father? Dion's voice dropped to a grave whisper. To be honest, I fear the day my own flesh and blood will drown the capital in a sea of red slaughtering each other for this cursed throne. The scene shifts to the corridor, where Louis Neal lay in wait like a viper. His voice dripped with arrogance as he called out, Hey, Violet, just got back from bootlicking father and grandfather, didn't you? Why is he even here? Violet breezed past him, her smile cutting like a knife. Who knows? Why don't you go ask him yourself? Louis Neal's expression darkened instantly, his teeth grinding together. Hold it, Violet. I wasn't finished speaking. She paused, letting out a sigh filled with pure contempt. Ugh, you really are pathetic. Louis Neal froze stunned. Have you lost your damn mind? Are you trying to start a war with me, Violet? Turned wearing a smirk of absolute superiority. Of course not. Do you really think I'd stoop so low as to consider you a rival? Trash like you isn't worth my time. Louis Neal snapped, rage boiling over. Violet, what the hell are you? Before he could finish, Violet's hand shot out, clamping onto his face in a vice grip. Her voice dropped to a bone-chilling freeze. Oh, I thought you knew the score, or do you need a recap? Aren't you the one plotting to wipe out all your siblings just to snatch the succession? Her words struck his darkest secrets like a dagger. Panic flashed in his eyes. Don't spout nonsense without evidence, you witch. He shoved her hand away to hide his trembling. Violet, I'll be asking grandfather myself. You better watch your back. Violet stood her ground, a smile of triumphant pride painting her face. It seems she's playing the villainous role perfectly. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Aaron Serenis stared at the letter in total bewilderment. Wait, I'm marrying Saian. How could father decide my entire future without even asking me? Her head drooped in embarrassment. Luna asked gently, if you dislike it, princess, why not simply refuse? Aaron Serenis shrieked, then her voice softened into a whisper. Well, it's not that I exactly hate the idea. Our families have to consider status, I get that. But he still should have told me. Suddenly, Lesimus slammed his foot onto the table, his voice booming with passion. I will support this union with my life. I've seen it. Princess Young Master Saiyan stole your heart ages ago. And believe me, he's been pining for you from the shadows too. This is destiny, the will of the gods. Go forth and conquer his heart. Arene Serenis squealed, jumping up to hug Lesimus, her face burning as red as a ripe tomato. Shut up, Lesimus, you're too loud. Suddenly, a familiar tired voice cut through the chaos from the corner. Lesimus, why are you causing a scene in the library? It was Saiyan pointing an accusing finger. This is a sanctuary for reading. Why are you screaming like a banshee? Can't you see the princess is dying of embarrassment? Aaron Serenis grabbed Lesimus by the collar and dragged him out at light speed. Left alone in the silence, Luna turned to him with a curious glint in her eyes. Senior Saiyan, do you actually have feelings for Lady Aaron? Saiyan answered instantly, cold as ice. Of course not. Look in my head, I'm over 40 years old. Princess Aaron is just a child to me. How could anything possibly happen? Just the thought gives me shivers. Luna asked really. A smile crept onto her face as if she realized the playing field was still open. Saiyan frowned. Anyway, what were you looking for? Luna hesitated. I'm actually researching. I'm trying to track down information on a specific tome. Saiyan raised a brow. Which one? The one in Instructor Boris's research lab, written in the ancient tongue. Saiyan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I doubt you'll find anything useful in the general section. If you want the truth about the Black Feather scripture, you need access to the forbidden archives. Even then, information is scarce. Saiyan slid a book across the table. Have you read this one? Luna picked it up. The Chronicles of Swordsman Penelong. Isn't this just a travelogue? Saiyan pointed to a specific paragraph. Read this. A mountain covered in dense ironwood trees. The resting place of the beast, defeated in the great war of gods and demons. A mountain steeped in ancient legend. He leaned in close, invading her personal space. A mountain of ironwood. Does that ring a bell? Luna stammered, flustered by his closeness. No, not really. But what does that have to do with the scripture? Saiyan's voice dropped, his eyes, sharpening with intensity. I'm not looking for the scripture. I'm hunting for the weapon that suppressed it in the war. A legendary grimoire, one of the 2 rarest artifacts in existence. The grimoire of Lemhi Haram. Hearing the name, Luna's mask cracked. How in the world does he know about the scripture and Lemhi Haram? This sounds like high-level lore from a manhwa recap about forbidden magic. The number of people who know those names is basically zero. Even within the Karam Association, only the elite are aware. She quickly turned her head to hide her panic. I have no idea what you're talking about. Saiyan shrugged. Is that so? Too bad. He stood up to leave. Well, if you stumble upon anything useful during your research, let me know. Luna nodded. Okay, see you later. Once Saiyan vanished, Luna stood motionless, her expression darkening. Suddenly, her aura changed. Come out. What are you doing here? Lamella. From the shadows behind a bookshelf, a figure emerged. Lamella, a swordsman planted by the Karam Association, bowed her head. Forgive me, Lady Luna. I have strict orders to shadow you. You are not to be left alone. Luna narrowed her eyes. She's not here for protection. This is surveillance. Definitely that damn old man's doing. Luna's voice turned icy. Stand down and answer me. The Black Feather Scripture and Lemhi Haram, how many in the association know of them? Lamella swallowed nervously. Very few, my lady. Even mentioning those names is a taboo, punishable by death. Luna pressed on. So you have no explanation for how young Master Saiyan knows about them? Lamella shook her head. I truly do not know. Luna commanded, go to the forbidden archives. Retrieve any texts related to them. Lamella turned pale. Lady Luna, if I do that, I forfeit my life. Lord Reagan would destroy me. Seeing her hesitation, Luna's eyes flashed with killing intent. Humph. If you refuse, I'll whisper a few words to him myself and you'll die for nothing. I need to know the extent of Saiyan's knowledge. So what is your choice? Lamella looked defeated. Death if I do, death if I don't. Talk about exploitation. She sighed heavily. Understood. I will attempt it. Lamella vanished into the shadows. Luna walked over to the book Saiyan had left behind. I'll figure out his information source later. For now, the priority is to get closer to Saiyan. Her eyes gleamed. He is definitely hiding a secret that could shake this world. Cutting back to Saiyan, he strode down the academy hallway, his mind a chaotic storm. A mountain of ironwood. I was sure Luna had a lead, but perhaps I miscalculated. I might have to dig into this awakening Manhwa mystery on my own. Suddenly, a voice broke his concentration. You look like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. Saiyan looked up to see Seth leaning against the wall sporting a brand new pair of glasses that screamed intellect. Seth pushed up his frames with a confident smirk. Why don't you tell me what's wrong? I might just have the answer. I am a man of immense empathy and superior emotional intelligence, Saiyan declared with a straight face. Speak your heart, my friend. I shall offer my counsel. Seth stared blankly, completely speechless. Has he finally gone insane? What the hell are you doing here? Seth asked, bewildered. Then flashing a grin he thought was cool, he added, You won't get stronger acting like that. Saiyan retorted, surprised to see this side of me, brother. Saiyan brushed past him, his expression flat and bored. Sorry, I'm not in the mood to joke around with you. But Seth called out, Hey wait, you can vent to me. Who knows, I might be able to help. What could he possibly do? Saiyan thought dismissively. His brain is made entirely of muscle. But then a thought struck him. Wait, his homeland is the desert. Could there be a connection? Saiyan turned back. Have you ever heard of a place called the Mountain of Needle Trees? Or the name Lemmiharam? Seth slowly took off his sunglasses, a dangerous glint appearing in his eyes. Heh. It's been a long time since I heard that name. Saiyan blinked in surprise. You're serious? Suddenly, Seth crushed his sunglasses in his hand, his aura blazing with fury. Lemmiharam. The first opponent to ever make me taste the bitterness of defeat. Seth began his tale, sounding like the protagonist of a leveling Manhwa flashback. He was only 6 years old, wandering nameless ruins, in search of power. Back then, he was just a child, no muscles, no experience. He was a nightmare incarnate. A single casual swing of his arm sent me flying. I was knocked out cold. There was absolutely no way to defeat him. I thought my life was over. Luckily, I passed out and woke up later, then ran for my life. Seth shrugged. It was humiliating, but without that retreat, I wouldn't be standing here. Surviving at 6 years old is a feat in itself, isn't it? Is this Lemmiharam a monster? Saiyan asked. No, Seth replied, his excitement fading. It's actually quite a boring story. Saiyan fell silent, deep in thought. Do I really have to go there? With information this vague, I really don't want to go. But he pressed on. Do you know the area? Seth nodded. I don't know the ruin's true name, but it lies in the Nodeli region. In the ancient tongue of Spagnia, Nodeli translates to the Mountain of Needle Trees. Saiyan shouted, eyes lighting up. Really? If we go to Nodeli, can you lead me to those ruins? Seth looked stunned. You want me to go with you? Saiyan nodded firmly. Exactly. I'll get ready immediately. A memory from Seth's childhood surfaced, his mother, the queen, comforting him. Don't worry, my love. One day, you will find a friend who likes you for who you are, she had promised. If you train hard, you'll find a companion to adventure across the world with. Tears welled in Seth's eyes. Mother, you were right. He bolted forward, laughing maniacally. Haha, you got it, Saiyan. I'll get ready right now, Saiyan yelled. Hey wait, that's a wall. Crash. Seth smashed right through the wall, leaving a perfect square hole, while students stared in horror. Saiyan stood there, bewildered. Why is he so excited? From the shadows, Luna watched, having heard everything. She decided to tail Saiyan to uncover more secrets. Saiyan returned to his room to pack. Inside, Brian and Emily were beaming. Young Master Saiyan Brian announced a letter has arrived from the palace. Emily giggled. Oh, young master, I never thought. I didn't think you were that kind of person. Saiyan snatched the letter, annoyed. You read my mail again, Brian? Do this one more time, and you're in deep trouble. Brian bowed apologetically. It just caught my eye, sir. Saiyan tore open the envelope, muttering, What does it say? Emily grinned widely. You're getting married, young master, to Princess Erin. Saiyan paused. So that's why Luna asked me about her. He folded the letter calmly. Prepare my desert gear. The marriage can wait. I'm going away for a while. You two take care of Nana. Don't let her wander off. Nana, lounging on a chair, looked up with big eyes. Don't worry, Granny. Am I getting a mama soon? Saiyan snapped. No, absolutely not. Brian looked anxious. What do you mean, sir? Are you defying a royal decree? Princess Erin will be devastated. Saiyan's expression remained unreadable. The plan I'm executing won't be smooth sailing. I might be hunted down, or even executed for blasphemy against the gods, or for extinguishing the Empire's hope. This isn't a simple system, Manhwa, where everything goes perfectly. I cannot drag her into this chaos. Just follow my instructions. Saiyan turned and left, leaving Brian and Emily staring silently at the closed door. I feel so sad for young Master Saiyan, Emily sighed. The vile master is truly wicked. Brian placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We won't let anything bad happen to our master. Right, let's do our best. Emily nodded. Yes, Brother Brian. Suddenly, a small voice chirped Nana too. Both froze and turned around slowly. Wait, Nana, did you just speak? Right before their eyes, Nana transformed into a human girl though. Her dragon horns and eyes were still visible. This skill would prove vital later. The scene shifts to the scorching sands of the kingdom of Spagnia. South of Nautilus, Saiyan and Seth soared through the sky on a magic carpet. Seth grinned arrogantly. Ha ha ha. Impressed by my trusty Alamu. Thanks to this beauty, we arrived in half a day. Saiyan looked down in awe. It's magical, but do you actually know where we're going? Seth pointed forward. Heh, don't worry. I remember everything. Just past that sandstorm, and we're there. Saiyan squinted. Really? Then his eyes narrowed. That isn't a normal sandstorm, is it? Seth laughed. Haha, you noticed. That is the signature sandstorm of Spagnia? Seth thumped his chest. Just trust me, my friend. Sometime later, Saiyan opened his eyes. Did I just pass out? The harsh sun beat down on him, suffocatingly hot. It seems I survived the sandstorm intact. Behind him, Seth approached, grinning mischievously. Awake already, oh noble friend. He slapped his chest. I'm still in perfect shape. Saiyan glared daggers at him. Ignore me. Why am I even talking to you? They trudged through the endless dunes. How much further? Saiyan demanded. Seth chuckled. Ha ha, almost there. A blurry silhouette appeared on the horizon. What is that hazy shape? Seth nodded. That is the place we seek. The wind howled, sand stinging their faces, making visibility poor. This ruin is massive. Apart from me, you're probably the first to set foot here. Saiyan lowered his voice. Are you sure about that? Seth looked confused. Sure about what? Is there anyone else here? Saiyan's eyes turned serious as he pulled a cloth over his face. Some rats got here before us. I can sense multiple mana signatures. Outside the ancient ruins, a mercenary group approached the entrance. The leader Karam barked orders. We walk from here. We have no intel on the interior, so stay sharp. His subordinates shouted, Yes, Sir Karam. The gate loomed like a mysterious Egyptian tomb. Any trespasser would pay with their life. Saiyan and Seth crouched nearby, observing. Saiyan whispered, Who are they? Let's observe for N. Before Saiyan could finish, Seth, thinking with his muscles in this Manhwa recap moment, launched himself into the air, aiming a massive punch at the group. Boom! Seth smashed the ground. But Karam leaped back just in time. Seth grinned. Oh, you dodged that. Who the hell are you? Saiyan fumed in the shadows. What is wrong with that idiot? Seth clenched his fist, brimming with confidence. In the name of Prince Seth Chahakan of Spagnia, I ask you, who are you and what is your business here? He then pointed straight at the rock where Saiyan was hiding. I didn't come alone, my friend. Saian Vert is right over there. Saiyan buried his face in his hands. Worst teammate ever. Karam's eyes widened at the name. Saian Vert, truly. An assassin doesn't announce his presence like that, Saiyan grumbled. That moron, he just made things complicated. Karam dusted off his coat and spoke. The thug of Spagnia, Prince Seth, and the youngest of the Vert ducal house. Saian Vert, whatever your purpose, since you know of this place, don't expect to leave alive. Karam summoned a massive blade, the steel humming with power. His eyes sharp with killing intent, he lunged at Seth to silence the witnesses. But his strike was blocked with terrifying ease, as if this were an awakening manhwa where the hero outclasses everyone. Karam gasped. Impossible. He's just a brat. Seth wove the very sands into an impenetrable aegis, swallowing the raw mana of the attack whole. But defense was merely the prelude to a devastating counter. With a roar, he redirected that stolen energy straight at Karam. The blast grazed the noble's cheek, drawing blood before utterly annihilating the gate behind him into dust. Karam touched the stinging wound, his eyes wide. He reflected, my own mana back at me. I took this small fry too lightly. Doubt began to creep into his gaze as he glared at Seth. Seth clicked his tongue, disappointed. Tch. Such a beautiful counter, yet I missed the vital point. What a bore. Karam exploded with rage, screaming, You arrogant brat. He whirled on his subordinates. Astromokan Jew. Are you just going to stand there and watch? But silence answered him. Saiyan had already crushed them into unconsciousness. Karam ground his teeth, unleashing a terrifying aura. You filthy little rats, I will never forgive this mockery. Golden energy flared around him like a legendary Super Saiyan awakening. Saiyan and Seth watched the spectacle calmly. Suddenly, a commanding voice sliced through the tension. "Stop this at once." Seth tilted his head. "Whose voice is that?" Luna and her guard approached with regal grace. Her tone was ice cold. "They are with me. Sheath your weapon." Karam instantly dropped to one knee. "My deepest apologies, Lady Luna. I had no idea these commoners were your allies. I have committed a grave sin." His face burned with shame. Luna looked down with disdain. "As long as you know." Then her face lit up as she turned to Saiyan. "How have you been?" "Sunbae, how did you know I was here?" Luna giggled. Because my sunbae has a very special delicious scent." Saiyan sighed. "Stop joking." Seriously, how Karam seethed with jealousy watching their intimacy. But side characters only get so much screen time. The scene shifts to Saiyan's room at the academy. Nana had taken on Saiyan's form, though the massive horns and tail gave her away. Brian and Emily called in Professor Shirika. Shirika adjusted her glasses. Nana is entering the growth phase of a dragon. Her transformation magic is clumsy now, but she will perfect it in time. Usually, dragons use mana to hide their true forms. But for a dragonkin like Nana, it is unprecedented. She has never seen an adult dragon to mimic. Shirika paused. "Well, that is not entirely true, but I dare not mention the two ancient dragons, or I will get an earful." She looked around. "By the way, where is Saiyan?" Brian sweated nervously. About that. I am sorry." Emily bowed her head. "He is skipping class again." Shirika's vein popped. "Tell him to attend or else." She slammed the door. Brian sighed. "Covering for the young master is exhausting." Emily nodded. "Agreed." Back at the nameless ruins, the party strategized. Karam protested. "We are entering the ruins together." "Absolutely not. Lady Luna will be in danger." Saiyan replied calmly. "Do not worry. I guarantee our party's strength. Besides, no one has ever returned from here alive." Luna nodded. "In times of crisis, joining forces is the wisest path, is it not?" Karam insisted. "My guards are all rank 7. Trust us." Instead, Seth interrupted with a smirk. "Hey, I have been inside and made it out alive before." Karam scoffed. "Nonsense. A brat like you would die instantly." Seth snapped. "Ha, you lost, so shut your mouth. I can lead the way." Suddenly the entrance swarmed with lizardmen. Saiyan narrowed his eyes. High-level demonic beasts. "Wait, did I not destroy the gate earlier?" From the depths of the tomb, a heavy, ominous sound grew louder. Luna gripped her weapon. "What in the world is that?" Saiyan commanded everyone prepare for battle. Hundreds of reptilian monsters rushed out, leaking murderous intent, their roars echoing like they wanted to devour these intruders whole. Lamella stepped forward. "Please stay back, Lady Luna. I will be your shield." Karam's group looked terrified but drew their steel. "We are fighting too. Stand your ground." Karam unleashed a thunder slash, frying a lizardman into charcoal instantly. But for every one that fell, 10 took its place. Lamella's holy sword cut through the ranks, but Luna was struggling to deflect the relentless storm of attacks. The situation was deteriorating fast. Killing a few changed nothing against this horde. Just as Luna wavered, Saiyan stepped forward. In this leveling manhwa, raw power is the only truth. A terrifying violet mana flooded the battlefield, suffocating the air. Luna felt the familiar chill. "It is him." Saiyan stood at the epicenter, channeling a signature technique. Invisible mana orbs. Hundreds of spheres materialized above the confused beasts. With a simple gesture from Saiyan, the bombardment began. Not a single monster withstood the impact. They were reduced to shredded meat and rubble in a heartbeat. Karam's group stared, jaws on the floor. What did I just witness? High-tier beasts wiped out in a single strike. This was Saiyan's true power. They gasped. "I thought he was just a kid." The battlefield was silent, save for the hum of lingering mana. Saiyan thought, no time to waste. Karam and Lamella shivered. This level of strength defied all logic. Seth stomped over, annoyed. "What are you doing? Why steal my spotlight?" Saiyan replied coldly. "Stop whining and lead the way. That is your role here." Seth huffed. "Ha, you think I am just a GPS? You will see." As they entered, Lamella whispered, "This is no ordinary ruin." Saiyan nodded. "Correct. This is a dimensional pocket created by a powerful mage. It is a dungeon designed to hide something specific." Behind them, the broken gate repaired itself and slammed shut. The exit was gone. Ahead, Karam's group tried to breach the next seal, but their spells fizzled out. Karam lowered his voice. "Dispel magic is useless. I have never seen a gate like this." He barked. "Stand back, I will blast it open." He hurled a lightning bolt, but the barrier absorbed it without a scratch. Karam gaped. "Is this an ancient seal?" Seth burst into laughter. "Bwahaha, Is brute force the only trick you know? Old man, Karam raged. You little brat, can you do better? Seth stepped up, placing his hand on the glyphs. His mana resonated, and the heavy doors groaned open. Seth smirked. Next time, try using your brain, uncle. Karam ground his teeth. I am going to kill that kid. But before he could, a massive guardian beast emerged growling with primal fury. Seth shouted, A gatekeeper, this one is mine. Back off, Saian, do not interfere. The beast charged intent on slaughter. Seth laughed maniacally. Overflowing with power, this is getting interesting. He focused energy into his palm. The two forces collided, creating a shockwave of radiation. Seth emerged victorious with ease. The group pushed deeper, navigating a labyrinth of lethal traps and elite monsters. Saian swept Luna into his arms, narrowly dodging a fatal trap. The difficulty was spiking, but the team held on. Every sealed door bowed, only to Seth's touch. Without him, they would be stranded. After hours of marching, they set up camp. Saian and Luna sat by the flickering fire. Luna asked softly, The ruins react to Seth's royal blood, don't they? Saian nodded. The Sahakan tribe built this place. It makes sense. Luna blinked. Why did you not tell me sooner? She blushed. No, wait. I only looked it up in the Forbidden Library after you mentioned it. Saian looked skeptical. Really? Luna smiled warmly. Of course. I never lie to the man I like. Saian looked away. You are too cruel. He still does not get it. Being friendly, without a reason. Suspicious. Luna sighed. You really are a fool. Her voice dropped to a whisper. The Karam Association has been hunting for the sacred texts and grimoires for centuries. They believe these are divine artifacts that will revive the fallen Karam kingdom and restore my grandfather Regan to glory. It is blind faith. He thinks holding a holy book will give him the right to rule the continent. Saian smirked cynically. Controlling the continent sounds like a massive hassle to me. Conquering it means nothing if the innocent pay the price in blood. Luna's eyes shimmered with curiosity. But what about you? Why do you seek the grimoire? Saian's lips curled into a wicked smirk. Simple. Destruction. I'd rather be the villain who burns it all down than a pawn in their twisted game. His words struck a chord deep within her. A crimson blush bloomed across her cheeks. She was completely captivated. Then, let me be your sword. Saian blinked, genuinely taken aback. Wait, are you saying you'll help me hunt the grimoire? Her smile outshone the stars. I just realized. That is my heart's desire. It was a smile that could bring empires to their knees. Saian cleared his throat, averting his gaze. Luna, you should rest. She puffed her cheeks. Why? I want to stay by your side. Kid. Saian stood up abruptly. I'm turning in first. You stay and relax. Walking away, he questioned his own sanity. Why did I tell her that? She's only 12 for crying out loud. Gotta watch my mouth next time. Luna stomped her foot in frustration. Why is he so dense? My flirting was S tier, but he treats me like a 40-year-old uncle. In the shadows, Karam ground his teeth, consumed by envy. He doesn't stand a chance, that clueless old man. The next dawn brought them to the boss room's massive gates. Seth pushed them open, his voice dropping an octave. It has been an eternity since I stood on this hallowed ground. The ancient barrier shattered, revealing the sanctum's dark heart. Hovering in the center was an anomaly pulsating with catastrophic mana. Saiyan narrowed his eyes. Is that the Lemhi Haram? Seth nodded grimly. Yes, and its power is godlike. Stay sharp. Chaos flooded Saiyan's mind. This doesn't feel like a typical system Manhwa artifact. Before them floated a demonic skull cloaked in miasma, not a book. Karam stepped forward, arrogant as ever. If you cowards are scared, I'll take point. Hold it, Saiyan commanded. Assess the situation first. Suddenly, the entity awakened. Luna cried out, back, the mana pressure is crushing. The Lemhi Haram mutated, shedding its dormant form. Saiyan gasped. A demonic beast. It expanded into a titan, forcing the party into defensive stances. The sheer scale of the enemy was suffocating. A massive hoof crushed the earth. A hellish deer demon stood before them, its domain expanding instantly. Saiyan's blood ran cold. If the holy text is an angel, then this grimoire is the devil incarnate. It manifested a domain. This is no ordinary monster. We are facing the true terror of the legends. With a roar, the beast charged straight for Karam. Karam gritted his teeth, retreating in a panic. Damn it, this thing is colossal. Is this truly the prize we seek? Desperate, he unleashed his signature move. Lightning flash. Step. The strike landed squarely on the beast's face, a direct hit with zero obstruction. But reality was cruel. The attack didn't even register as a tickle. Not a single scratch marred its hide, let alone pushing it back. It stood like an invincible mountain. Karam's subordinates screamed in unison. "We have your back, Lord Karam." The trio combined their mana, posing like a discount hero squad. Ultimate Elemental Grand Cannon. The blast wasn't strong, but it was as colorful as a festival firework. It streaked through the air like a comet slamming into the beast's gut. A howl of pain echoed. Taking the hit point blank, the deer demon fell to one knee. It seemed the flashy attack worked. Karam exhaled, pumped with adrenaline. "It's down. Excellent work." From the rear, Luna began her incantation. "I will lock it down." Glacial magic froze the beast's legs, sealing its movement. "Finish it now," she commanded. Lamella skated across the ice, like a wraith closing the distance. Her blade glowed with blinding holy force. Her resolve was absolute. A horizontal slash tore through the air, aiming for the beast's neck. The holy force erupted, in a dazzling explosion of light. It looked like a victory. But the monster's counter was instant. A massive arm swatted Lamella away like a fly. The danger wasn't over. Seth attacked from the blind spot. He punched the earth with titan force. Sandstorm Cyclone. A vortex of razor-sharp sand swallowed the beast. Seth grinned wildly. "Long time no see, Lemiharam. I'm here to settle our unfinished business. Today I collect my debt in blood." The sand grinder roared, shredding everything inside the vortex. This was Seth's trump card. Meanwhile, Luna rushed to her fallen guardian. Lamella dragged herself up from the crater, battered but alive. "I am fine, Lady Luna. If we were in the city, that impact would have killed me. The sand saved us." Luna sighed in relief. "Thank the gods, everyone is safe. Victory seems within reach." Yet a chill ran down her spine. Why does this feel too easy? A woman's intuition is rarely wrong. Within the raging sandstorm, two crimson eyes glowed. With a casual wave, the beast dissipated the tornado, like tearing wet paper. Seth stepped back, his confident smile wavering. "Ha-ha. Truly a monster among monsters." It nullified my magic effortlessly. The beast charged, and Seth let out a battle cry. "Come at me," Seth roared. "I am not the weak child I was back then." Mana surged into his fists for a clash, but they had wasted enough time. Saian stepped forward, the orb of void swirling in his hand. His voice was the chill of the grave. "Sever." The invisible strike gutted the beast instantly, sending it rolling across the floor. Seth panted disappointment, written on his face. "Buzzkill. Why do you always steal my prey?" Saian shrugged. "Sorry. I didn't mean to kill it so fast." Karam broke into a cold sweat. He one-shot that monstrosity. Who is the real monster here? The beast or him? He felt small, realizing the gap between them. "I can't believe Lady Luna is with such a dangerous anomaly." "Disgusting." His lackey ran up. "Lord Karam, are you hurt?" Karam snapped, venting his inferiority complex. "Don't worry about me. Check on Lady Luna, you idiot." "Useless fools." The subordinate blinked. "Did we mess up?" The beast's body had disintegrated, leaving only a skull. Saian inspected the remains. "The spatial domain is fading. It seems over. But where is the grimoire? I've never killed this boss type before. Is there a drop?" Suddenly, emerald fire erupted from the skull. Saiyan's eyes widened. "It's not over." The ground trembled as something surged from below. Seth and Saiyan were in the kill zone. Damn it, too fast to dodge. A tornado of energy pierced the heavens, annihilating the terrain. Luna screamed Saiyan Seth. No Lamella held her back as Karam ordered a retreat. Saiyan stood in the eye of the storm. The ambush was too sudden to counter. Debris collapsed, burying the center of the room. Luna watched in horror as the dust settled. "We are too late, Lady Luna." Not even Saiyan could survive that cataclysm. But Luna's faith was unshakable. "No, he is alive." She ran toward the ruin. "Lamella, help me dig." Lamella hesitated. "My lady, just trust me, I feel our connection. He is still there." Reluctantly, the knight obeyed. Scene shift. Inside a sealed dimension, Saiyan was trapped. He scanned the new surroundings. This looked like a high-difficulty leveling Manhwa dungeon. Before him stood the resurrected beast muscles rippling power overflow critical. Above a waterfall, an object was pinned by a spear. That must be the core secret. Saiyan analyzed the threat. A true demon beast. Its mana signature is leagues above before. He turned to his ally. "Hey Seth, you good?" The beast was pristine, revived without a scratch. But what Saiyan saw next stopped his heart. Seth lay charred and broken, clinging to life. Saiyan analyzed the battlefield instantly. A 9th tier spell. No rookie could dodge that. Even the instructors would perish, let alone a mere student. Frustration bubbled deep within him. How irritating. Facing a beast radiating such overwhelming mana. Yet the creature stood there unmoving as a statue. Fury hijacked his senses. Gripping Karam, his voice dropped to a guttural growl. For a beast, you talk too much. With no witnesses around, he unleashed his true power. I'm going to carve that wretched head off your shoulders right now. Don't pray for a quick death. I'm in a foul mood. A smile reeking of slaughter crept onto Saiyan's face. They clashed like titans. On one side, the raw savagery of a monster. On the other, a demon consumed by an inferno of rage. It had been ages since Saiyan felt such wrath. Mercy was off the table. His mind screamed for only one thing: total butchery. He would mince this beast into 100 pieces to quell his fury. Missed sword art, dozens of slashes erupted, tearing through the monster's defenses before it could even react. He didn't stop there. Saiyan spun, unleashing a torrent of attacks. Each strike targeted a vital point with surgical precision. The beast howled in agony, brought to its knees by mere basic techniques. The creature collapsed and began to disintegrate, unable to resist the onslaught. But just as victory seemed certain, the beast reformed, rising from the ashes. Its voice rasped, "You are the first human to ever reach this place." Saiyan narrowed his eyes. "It speaks, doesn't matter. You'll still fall." The monster roared, shaking the very air. "Killing me is a fool's errand. In this domain, my body regenerates infinitely. Prepare to die." The beast smirked, green flames erupting around it. But it had challenged the wrong predator. Before it could finish boasting, a sphere of void darkness materialized. Boom! Half the monster's face was obliterated. Dozens of void spheres bombarded its body, leaving gaping craters in their wake. Gripping Karam tight, Saiyan surged forward for the execution. Missed sword art. The blade flashed, severing the beast's head in the blink of an eye. The massive body crumbled like a ruined monument. The flames died down, revealing a core, the spirit stone, its source of regeneration. Flesh instantly wrapped around it. The monster laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, futile. I am immortal. I will return endlessly until you collapse." Saiyan's reply was chilling. "I actually like that ability. It's like an infinite XP glitch in a leveling manhwa. It means I can hack you into pieces over and over again. Don't die on me now." The monster's confidence shattered. It realized too late it had picked a fight with a true devil. Meanwhile, Luna and Ramella desperately struck the debris, burying Saiyan and Seth. Bang bang, their attacks bounced off without leaving a scratch. Ramella grit her teeth. "Our magic. It's useless. Are we supposed to cast spells until we pass out?" Luna's voice was heavy with exhaustion. "There's a barrier protecting these ruins. We're powerless here." She silently prayed for Seth's strength. Suddenly, footsteps echoed. Callan emerged from the shadows. "Lady Luna, thank the stars. Are you injured?" "I'm fine," Luna replied coldly. "You survived," Callan beamed. "I found the exit. Come with me." Luna shook her head. "No, I can't leave yet." Callan blinked. "What? This place could collapse any second. We need to evacuate." Luna stood her ground. "I'm not going anywhere. My seniors are still trapped under that rubble. If you won't help, then leave." Callan snapped, his face twisting. "No one could survive that collapse. Why are you so obsessed with that wretch, Saiyan? Do you care nothing for the rest of us?" "Astramo Kenjin. They all died under rocks like these. I watched them perish. Are their deaths meaningless to you? Let me save you, unlike that failure, Saiyan. I've followed you for so long. If you're going to give your heart to anyone, it should be me. No one cherishes you like I do." Callan's eyes burned with madness. "This is destiny." Destiny? Luna looked at him like he was dirt. A toad lusting after a swan. Her voice was ice. "You're right about one thing. I might believe in destiny with Senior Saiyan, but never with a lowlife like you." Hearing such pretty words from a pile of garbage is nauseating. The insult struck Callan like a physical blow. Ramella burst out laughing. But for a twisted mind, insults only added fuel to the fire. Callan growled, "Laugh while you can. I don't care anymore. If words won't work, force will." Ramella raised her blade. "You've crossed the line, Callan." But before she could strike, Callan seized her throat and slammed her against the debris. "Don't get in my way, Ramella. You dare challenge me, I could break you like a cheap toy." Lightning crackled around his grip. Zap! A surge of electricity coursed through Ramella. She screamed before slumping to the ground unconscious. Callan turned to Luna, a manic grin stretching his face. "Now, the trash is gone. It's just the two of us, Lady Luna." Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. "Freeze, Callan." He looked up at the hole in the ceiling. "Another survivor. Who's there? Show yourself." The voice laughed darkly. "Show myself, huh? All right. But you'll pay the price for your arrogance." Callan's twisted smile faltered. Scene shift. Seth gasped, waking up in a strange void. Where am I?" He looked around frantically. "I remember Lemmy Haram attacking me. Then darkness. Am I dead? Not yet, a melodic voice answered. A woman with dusky skin and ancient desert runes etched onto her body approached him. She radiated the aura of an ancient deity or a royal ancestor. It's been a long time, descendant of Saha. Seth frowned. Long time, have we met? Who are you? She chuckled. You don't remember me saving you when you were a child. No matter. Her eyes gleamed. I'm more interested in your companion. She cupped Seth's face. Lend me your vessel one more time. She leaned in, sealing the pact with a deep kiss. Seth's mind reeled. What is in the real world? His charred body suddenly jerked awake. The ancient spirit took the wheel. Glowing runes spread across his skin, signaling the start of a true awakening Manhwa transformation. Meanwhile, the battle between Saiyan and the regeneration monster reached its climax. 8-petal lotus slash dozens of blades pierced the monster's flesh. It shrieked, crumbling. Stop, please stop. Saiyan didn't pause. Your mouth seems to be the only thing immortal about you. Keep barking. Saiyan carved a massive cross-shaped sigil onto the beast's abdomen. The monster howled as its body split open, exposing the glowing spirit stone within. Saiyan sighed. There it is again. He could slice the flesh like butter, but the stone remained unbreakable. I'm bored of this. He summoned a sphere of void energy, hovering it over the exposed core. Before the beast could regenerate, Saiyan crushed the spirit stone in two. The bloody torture was finally over. The monster's body didn't reform. It collapsed into a pile of lifeless sand. Sifting through the dust, he found only a single piece of parchment. What is this? Just a page from a grimoire. We came all this way for paper. He thought to himself, Karam would know what this is if she were awake. But the spirit weapon was exhausted from the battle, with Boris locked in a deep slumber. When will she wake up? Saiyan looked around. And why hasn't this dimension dissolved yet? I killed the master of this domain. Suddenly, a fist strike filled with killing intent. Saiyan leaped back just in time. Seth, what are you doing? But something was wrong. This wasn't Seth's mana. It felt ancient and dangerous. Before he could process it, the entity possessing Seth's body launched another vicious assault from behind. Relying on pure instinct, Saiyan twisted his body to dodge. His eyes widened in shock. Is that really you, Seth? No. The energy signature has completely changed. Confusion reigned supreme. Just what in the world was going on here? Back at Luna's side, that menacing voice from the shadows finally revealed its true form. I had no intention of interfering in this little drama, but tell me, why do you seek to harm that child? If you can't give me a satisfactory reason, then mark today on the calendar as the anniversary of your death. An entity radiating crimson dark mana identical to Saiyan's materialized. The sheer pressure of its aura sent shivers down everyone's spine. Karam slowly gripped his sword, his mind racing. This terrifying mana. It's nothing like the previous guy. This monster is on a completely different level. So this is the real Lemmiharam. Answer me. Cold sweat trickled down Karam's face, yet his arrogance blinded him. He still foolishly believed he had the power to defeat the beast standing before him. I'll subdue it instantly and make it my puppet. Seeing this delusion, Lemmiharam simply scoffed. How truly pathetic. The entity raised its hands, activating a mysterious art. Instantly, Karam's arm locked up, completely paralyzed. His arm was violently wrenched backward. It twisted round and round, like soft taffy. The sickening crunch of bones echoed like a crushed styrofoam box. Lemmiharam descended slowly, his voice dripping with disdain. Is that silence your answer to my question? Did you really think your insignificant strength could touch me? You truly are a rude insect. With a casual snap of his fingers, boom, Karam's arm detonated in a shower of gore and blood. He collapsed, clutching the stump, unleashing a scream of absolute agony. Beside him, Luna stood frozen, her mind unable to process the brutality unfolding before her. But the nightmare wasn't over yet. Lemmiharam unleashed a wave of mana, blasting Karam backward. He slammed into the wall with enough force to shatter the stone, burying him in a cloud of dust and debris. A colossal hand manifest from pure mana pinned him down, immobilizing him completely. Finally, you've decided to be a little obedient. Now I will ask you one more time. What is your answer? The pressure increased, crushing Karam deeper into the broken wall. His body was as fragile as a cracker, ready to crumble at any moment. But tragically for him, it was far too late for regrets. The only thing he could offer was a choked, wordless scream of suffering. Sensing the game had lost its amusement, Lemmiharam mocked him coldly. Is that whimper your final defense before death? It's filthy and pathetic just listening to you. He then invoked the authority of the depraved. The mana hand clenched tight Karam's body, imploded, his internal organs juiced like sugarcane. The pain of his final moments was beyond human comprehension. It was the fitting end for a fool who didn't know his place. An agonizing death was his destiny all along. With the trash taken out, Lemmiharam turned his gaze to Luna. I believe I deserve a thank you. Don't you think? Luna, trembling, managed to find her voice. Thank you. You seem terrified. Was I too violent? Luna stared at the entity. Are you truly Lemmiharam? Indeed. That is who I am. If so, what do you plan to do with me? Can't you tell I am merely observing you? Luna's face twisted with anxiety and confusion. He's just watching me. What is he plotting? Lemmiharam leaned in close to her face. I see. I understand now. Understand. What? He pointed a finger at her chest. I am talking about the abnormal constitution within your body. You have a monogland inside you wrapped in a specific energy that possesses characteristics similar to my own. No wonder your presence felt so familiar. I'm certain this is the work of that black-haired brat trapped inside, isn't it? Are you referring to Senior Saiyan? Oh, so the kid's name is Saiyan. You seem to be quite close to him. Luna's voice turned urgent. Is he safe? Don't worry your pretty head. He's likely just chatting with the master of these ruins. However, isn't she the pressing matter right now? Are you really okay just letting her die? Lemmiharam pointed toward Lamella, who lay slumped on the cold ground. Luna's voice grew heavy with sorrow. It's too late. That kind of fatal wound is beyond the reach of ordinary healing magic. I have no other options. This is all my fault. I will have to carry the burden of today for the rest of my life. Suddenly, Lemmiharam offered a lifeline. You still have another choice, you know? You would help me. A demonic, satisfied smile spread across his face. However, nothing in this world is free. This isn't some charity event. Naturally, I have a condition of my own. If you agree to it, I will happily tell you how to save her. Meanwhile, back at Saiyan's battlefield, the MC was struggling desperately to dodge the sand god's wide-range assaults. The attacks raged like sandstorms, devouring everything in their path. One slip-up meant instant death. Saiyan unleashed a flurry of slashes to deflect a frontal attack, one he couldn't dodge in time. But blocking this onslaught was proving nearly impossible. This stupid prince, what the hell happened to him? He's clearly surpassed the limits of humanity. Saiyan charged forward, his arm reinforced with mana. Dozens of punches flew in a split second. Saiyan was pushed to the brink, just trying to defend. How did he get this strong so suddenly? His physical stats and mana capacity have skyrocketed. Is this the power scaling of a typical leveling Manhwa boss? But in that brief moment of distraction, Saiyan took a direct hit to his side. The force was devastating. The sand god smirked triumphantly, finally landing a clean blow. Got you. Without a second's pause, he drove another fist straight into Saiyan's unguarded side. The impact dealt massive damage, launching Saiyan backward. He slammed his blade Karam into the ground to break, carving a trench as he slid. Yet a confident grin remained on his face. He's not giving me a single second to breathe. Just blocking is draining my stamina, let alone launching a counterattack. And seriously, now he can fly too. High above the sand, God's voice boomed like thunder. You are the first human to survive this long. So let's stop the games and get down to the real business. Struggle all you want. Let's see what you're truly made of. Successor Saiyan's eyes widened, shock piercing through him. What the? You know my true identity. Ignoring the question, the sand god unleashed his divine aura, charging straight at Saiyan with zero hesitation. Meteor sand technique. The very earth shifted as a colossal serpent of sand materialized, lunging with terrifying speed and jaws wide open. It was ready to devour him whole. But just then, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. I specifically told you to let me rest for a while. That voice, it was Karam. Saiyan stared at the blade in his hand, disbelief on his face. Is that really you? Instantly, Karam invoked the power of the dark mist, God void boundary. An impenetrable barrier enveloped Saiyan, effortlessly blasting away the sand god's devastating strike. It was a close call, too close. Saiyan let out a smirk of relief. I was starting to wonder when you'd finally wake up after that last battle. Did you have a nice nap? Karam manifested, her voice dripping with lethargy. No, it doesn't matter how long I sleep. The exhaustion never fades. Just finish this quickly. I need to get back to my slumber. Seeing the entity appear, the sand god slowly descended from the heavens. My, it has been a very long time. The last time our paths crossed was during the Great War between gods and demons, wasn't it? Karam pointed her blade at him, fury burning in her eyes. You waged war against my master, yet you act so casual. Don't pretend we're friends. You hijack a human vessel to start conflicts, and still have the audacity to call yourself a deity. The sand god Savalom chuckled. Oh my, you seem to have a grave misunderstanding. Do you not see the crest on this boy's body? This is the mark of House Saha, my loyal servants. I only intervene in human affairs when they concern my bloodline. Don't tell me you're jealous. Just because I had a little fun with your master back then. What a hypocrite. Every word spilling from the god's mouth sent shivers down Saiyan's spine. There was something deeply unsettling about his tone. Saiyan lowered his voice, asking the crucial question. Why is a god protecting the Lemhi Haram grimoire? Protect him, I do no such thing. I simply allowed him to rent a room here. You see, this place was originally a temple constructed by my devoted followers. After the Great War, I merely granted Lemhi Haram sanctuary within these walls. My intention was quite simple. I only wished to prevent such a divine artifact from being abused by the unworthy. Savalom stepped closer, staring deep into Saiyan's soul. Now, it is my turn. Why do you seek Lemhi Haram? Realizing deception was futile, before a god, Saiyan chose brutal honesty. I want to kill someone. And to achieve that slaughter, I require the grimoire's power. Savalom looked dumbfounded. That's it, just that, yes. And if you try to stop me, I will kill you too, god or not. This scene felt like the climax of an awakening manhwa. Savalom burst into amused laughter. Wahaha! You kill me. You think a mere mortal can slay a god just because I stand in his way. It has been ages since I've heard such an entertaining joke. What, I'm dead serious. Ha ha ha. If we keep talking, you'll probably threaten to kill the supreme god next, won't you? Very well. I have made my decision. I will observe. I shall watch your fascinating journey through the eyes of this vessel. Huh, but what about the body's original owner? Isn't that a bit excessive? Hearing him speak so casually about possessing another person made Saiyan's stomach turn. You need not worry about such trifles. I only borrow this form when absolutely necessary. I am a god after all. I cannot go around behaving like a parasitic demon. Besides, as long as my essence resides here, this boy cannot die. The realization hit Saiyan instantly. Wait. Does that mean Seth won't die in this timeline? He won't succumb to a simple illness like he did in my past life. Thinking about it, this might actually be a blessing. Meanwhile, with the conflict resolved, Karam had already faded back into her slumber. Savalom stomped his foot, shaking the foundation. Now then, shall we make our exit? The ground began to fracture. Debris and boulders defied gravity, floating into the air around Saiyan. Before vanishing, the sand god left him with one final parting word. Until we meet again, successor. In a flash of light, they were transported back to the dungeon's interior. The floating rocks began to fuse together, restoring the ruins to their original form. Saiyan was still processing the encounter when Seth's voice broke his trance. Hey Saiyan, why are we standing here? And where did Lemhi Haram go? Seeing the clueless look on Seth's face, Saiyan let out a weary sigh. Great. The oblivious prince has returned. From the shadows, Luna and Lamella emerged, approaching slowly. Senior Saiyan, you made it back. Ah, Luna. You're all right. Luna's expression brightened with pure relief. I am so relieved to see you in one piece, Senior Saiyan. I was terrified for you. Saiyan glanced at the absolute devastation left in Lemhi Haram's wake. Looking at this mess, I don't think I was the one you needed to worry about. What on earth happened here? Far in the distance, the walls were painted with the gruesome remains of Karam, his body completely obliterated, crushed until he exploded. This ruin was supposed to be under the divine protection of Savalom, but seeing this level of catastrophic structural damage, it could only be the work of the Lemhi Haram grimoire's raw power. Saiyan's eyes darted to Luna's hip, spotting the prize. She had secured the grimoire. Only Lamella and I managed to survive the collapsing debris, she explained breathlessly. After you vanished, so much happened. Suddenly, Seth cut into their conversation, panic in his voice. I think we need to leave. Right now, Saiyan. Huh. What's wrong, Seth? The prince clutched his head in pain. There's this woman. She keeps whispering to me. She says this entire ruin is about to collapse. I don't know how, but her voice is echoing inside my skull. It's splitting my head open. Can't you guys hear her? Saiyan's expression turned pensive. Is he referring to Savalom? Wait, that actually makes sense. Luna had successfully claimed the Lemhi Haram grimoire, and the temple's master was now residing within Seth. There was no longer any reason for this dungeon to exist. The ruin groaned, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. Rocks began to rain from the ceiling, a clear omen of doom in this manhwa recap. Luna reacted instantly. She cast a massive area of effects spell right beneath her feet and screamed, "Everyone stay close to me now. I'm initiating a dimensional shift." Saiyan's voice cracked with urgency. We're too deep underground to use standard teleportation spells here. Trust me, senior, there's no time to explain. Saiyan fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. His eyes widened in disbelief. Was she really attempting a high-tier spatial shift? That was ninth circle magic, a feat usually seen only in a top-tier awakening manhwa. Seth's face twisted in pure terror as he shrieked, "Ah, the ceiling is crumbling. We're going to die." Luna poured every ounce of her mana into this desperate gamble. If she failed, they would be buried in this tomb forever. Dimensional shift. Activate. The ruins crashed down. Without its guardian deity, the temple was reduced to a useless pile of rubble. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Saiyan's dorm room at Lewin Academy. Nana had finally mastered her ultimate technique. Standing before the mirror, she beamed with pride at her new achievement. It's perfect. She checked every angle for flaws. No horns, no wings, and even my tail is gone. I've completely transformed into a carbon copy of Papa. And with that, a mischievous idea sparked in Nana's mind. Nana strutted into the classroom with casual confidence. The other students couldn't believe their eyes. What is happening? Why is he here? Did he actually come for a lecture? Is that really Saiyan? Whispers filled the room. Suspicious glares bore into the imposter sitting center stage. But Nana, she was blissfully unaware, soaking up the attention. I always wondered what Papa's day was like, she thought. So today, Nana lives the life of Papa. Papa spends time studying with so many friends. This is amazing. The teacher is cool too. This is the best. I am honestly speechless at this kid's audacity. Up in the gallery, Princess Erin Severus froze the moment she saw Saiyan sitting there. Her face turned 50 shades of crimson. Lesimus leaned in with a tease. Could it be that young Master Saiyan came just to hear the lecture, Princess? Or do you think he's caught a fever? The princess didn't reply. Her mind was a chaotic storm urging her to act. What should I do? I feel like I have to tell him. About us. About our engagement? The class finally ended without incident. Nana skipped down the hallway, bursting with joy. Ha ha ha, no one suspected a thing. I am a genius of disguise, Nana shouted, completely ignoring library etiquette. If the real Saiyan returns, his reputation is going to be ruined. But for Nana, walking freely was way better than watching the world through a window. For a child, being cooped up in a small room is torture. So this is the world Papa lives in. This is so much fun. Time to crash the next class. Suddenly, a chilling presence materialized behind her instructor Shirika. A voice like absolute zero cut through the air. Just what exactly are you doing here? Nana turned slowly. Instructor Shirika. Did you really think you could fool me, Nana? You thought waltzing around in that skin would hide you? Nana's face twisted in pure panic. I'm done for. She's going to catch me. Shirika leaned in her aura, terrifying. Your lucky Principal Kunda is away at the royal palace. That is the only reason you're safe right now. Do you have any idea how much trouble you'd be in if anyone else saw you? I am not amused. Tears welled up in Nana's eyes. Miss Shirika, you're so scary. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted the interrogation. Cutting through the tension, the voice said, "Excuse me." It was Princess Erin Severus. I have something to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? Shirika's eyes narrowed. Oh, great. Why did the princess have to show up now? Unlike Shirika, Nana felt like she'd just been thrown a life raft. She immediately grabbed Erin's hand. Let's go right now. Nana dragged the princess away with zero hesitation. Let's go to your room. Erin was completely blindsided by Saiyan's sudden boldness. She was too flustered to speak. Wait, he wants to talk. In my private chambers. Behind them, Lesimus gave a mental thumbs up. I won't be returning to my room tonight. Good luck, Your Highness. Meanwhile, a magic circle flared to life in the Desert Kingdom. Luna's form began to materialize. Following the flash of displacement magic, Saiyan and Seth crashed into reality right beside her. Even the debris caught in the spell's radius was transported, slamming into the ground and kicking up a massive dust cloud. As the choking dust settled, Saiyan coughed and looked around. Did we actually make it out? It seems so. That was way too close. Saiyan looked at the fading runic circle amazed. I never expected her to pull off a 9th circle spell like that. Luna had leveled up significantly. She was becoming a force to be reckoned with in this system manhwa. She let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Casting high-tier magic takes everything out of you, she panted. Honestly, I wasn't even sure I could pull it off. But we're alive because of you. Lady Luna, Saiyan acknowledged. Don't overexert yourself. Rest for a moment, Lamella. We'll head to the nearest city shortly. Saiyan turned to their guide. Do you recognize this place, Seth? Of course, this is my turf. Welcome to the city of outcasts, Snow Delhi. Figures emerged from the city shadows, blocking the path with hostility. Why have you dared to set foot in this domain again? An elder led the trembling group flanked by 3 middle-aged men. Fear was etched into their very souls at the mere sight of Seth. Is that elder Benti? Seth let out a boisterous laugh that echoed like thunder. Ha 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 ha. It's been ages, you old fossil, but his cheerfulness was met with a wall of ice. The villagers recoiled as if facing a calamity. Stay back, stay away from us. It's been 6 peaceful years, Prince Seth. Time had finally healed the scars of the past, allowing the people to stand tall again. Have mercy on this old man, the elder pleaded, voice shaking. Please, just leave us be. I beg you, do not shatter the tranquility we worked so hard to rebuild. Seth's expression shifted, genuine shock painting his face. Huh, but I thought we were best buddies. The elder's trembling finger pointed to a man behind him. Do you not even recognize who this is? Seth shrugged, his arrogance piercing the sky. Of course not. Why would I store such trivia in my memory? This is my son, Ago. When you were children, you knocked out his 2 front teeth, forcing him to spar. Hold on, Seth scoffed. That was just innocent roughhousing between brats. Innocent. My son still cannot find a wife because of that gap in his smile. And that is not the only crime. You destroyed the village well every time you visited, leaving us thirsting. You punched holes through innocent walls without a shred of reason. Why? Why would you commit such atrocities? Seth didn't deny it. Instead, he puffed out his chest. Simple. Those things dared to block my path. Then used the door like a normal human. Hearing the litany of Seth's past sins, Saian and Luna could only sigh in defeat. He's been provoking people since he was in diapers. Truly worthy of the title Prince of Destruction. Looks like we won't be resting here tonight. The elder and villagers stood their ground, a human barricade. Turn back. We absolutely forbid your entry. But just as the rejection landed, Seth's body convulsed as the sand god seized control. Humph. I cannot sit idly by and watch this disrespect. Glowing runes erupted across the foolish prince's skin. Behind them, Luna's eyes went wide. It was her first time witnessing the transformation. Saiyan, however, just rolled his eyes, all too familiar with this awakening manhwa drama. Her again, Seth's face softened, but the sight of a muscular man moving with feminine grace was unsettlingly hilarious. This child is my chosen vessel. The voice resonated with divine authority. I will not tolerate such harsh treatment towards him. The elder stammered, his mind unable to process the aura. What? What are you saying? The entity within Seth stepped forward, pride radiating like the desert sun. I am the ruler of the sands. You are inviting a storm upon your world. A spectral avatar 20 feet tall materialized behind Seth, exuding the terrifying pressure of a deity. The sand god desires to stay in your village. Kneel and accept this supreme honor. Witnessing the manifestation of a god, the elder's jaw hit the floor. Even Luna and Lamella were struck dumb by the power. Is that the sand goddess? She actually hijacked Seth's body. Saiyan remained unimpressed, his expression flat. An attention-seeking deity and a moronic prince. Truly a match made in heaven. As the words faded, the divine aura dissipated, returning control to Seth. The prince spun around to Saiyan, panic in his eyes. You heard that too, right? Some woman was just talking through me. Saiyan simply pointed toward the villagers with a smirk. Yeah. And thanks to her, we just secured our lodging. Seth blinked, confusion washing over him as he looked at the elder. The villagers were prostrating themselves in the dust. Please forgive our insolence, great sand god. Meanwhile, back at Lesimus Academy, the door to the princess's room clicked shut. Outside, the maid smiled to herself. I have a feeling something wonderful is about to happen. Enjoy your time together, princess and young master Saiyan. Fighting. Inside, Arn Severus was oblivious to the truth that the Saiyan beside her was an imposter. Tension filled the room as she struggled to find the right words. What should I do? Suddenly, Nana broke the silence with innocent cheer. I'm so happy, but wow, Professor Shirika is seriously terrifying, isn't she? You think so? Arn paused, a sudden realization dawning on her. Her gaze drifted down to her hand, which Nana was still clasping tightly. Chaos erupted in the princess's mind. Happiness and shyness collided in a violent storm. Her face burned with the heat of 1,000 suns. Her heart hammered against her ribs like a war drum. What's wrong? Are you feeling sick? Nana immediately reached out. Her hand rested on Aaron's forehead, sending shockwaves through the princess. You don't have a fever. Are you hungry, perhaps? Snapped back to reality by the touch. Aaron scrambled back, overwhelmed. This was too much stimulation for a maiden's heart. Just wait a moment. Silence stretched between them, thick and heavy. Aaron's thoughts spiraled into panic. Damn it, I just instinctively pushed him away. We are engaged. I shouldn't be acting like a frightened rabbit. She looked up at Nana, who wore Saian's face with a confusingly innocent expression. Eren couldn't hold back the tide of emotion any longer. No running away. Today I must know where we stand. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Our engagement. What do you truly think about it? Contrary to Eren's fears, Nana answered with zero filter. Oh, it's great. I really like you, princess. That's why I'm super excited about this marriage thing. Eren's world stopped. It was the answer she had dreamed of for so long. Is that true? Of course I like you even more than Candy. Despite the childish comparison, Eren swallowed the lie hook, line, and sinker. Is this a dream? Does Saiyan really have feelings for me? She had never dared to hope for this reality. Tears of pure joy welled up in her eyes. The feelings are mutual, right? But as the wave of emotion crested, Eren's eyes caught a strange detail. Wait. Saiyan, since when did you grow a tail? Meanwhile, a carriage bearing the headmaster rolled through the academy gates after a long journey from the palace. I have been away too long. The academy feels almost foreign to me now. But as he crossed the threshold, his senses flared. This aura, a dragon. No, that can't be right. An unseen entity had infiltrated the sanctuary of the mansion. Inside the chamber, the princess remained oblivious to the looming catastrophe. Her expression darkened as the truth finally clicked. I see through it now. You aren't the real Saiyan. You are Nana using a mimicry skill. Correct, your cover is blown. Nana sat frozen, accepting her fate in silence. I am terribly sorry, princess. It is all right, Eren forgives you. You have committed no crime. Nana's face instantly lit up with joy. Truly, then I shall tell Papa everything you said. Eren's face darkened with menacing intent as she closed the distance. Absolutely not. That is a forbidden secret. Do you understand? Your life depends on it. The princess sat beside her, a wave of relief washing over her soul. I am actually glad. You helped me rediscover something I had locked away within myself for too long. Oh, what is it? If you promise to keep it secret, I will tell you. Nana eagerly hooked her pinky finger. I swear on my life. All right then. Can you mimic Saiyan's form once more? Understood. Nana activated the transformation, but it was merely a visual shell. The aura remained that of a playful child. Ta-da! Perfection, right? Eren clapped in admiration. You possess a terrifying talent, Nana. Hey. Suddenly, a crimson blush painted the princess's cheeks. She needed to voice the feelings in her heart. I adore you, Saiyan. Nana's eyes widened in genuine shock. I have fallen for you since the moment our fates crossed. I know, to an awakened one like you, I am merely a burden. But I have been striving to improve every single day. I want to be worthy of standing by your side. So please, do not vanish from my world without a word. Could you stay with me for eternity? The confession poured from the depths of her soul, shedding the heavy weight of a first love. Eren hastily wiped away her tears. You must never tell the real Saiyan about this, okay, Nana? She looked up, noticing Nana's gaze fixed on the unseen. What is wrong, Nana? Something is approaching, princess. We are in grave danger. An entity of overwhelming power is here. Outside, Principal Kundal stood like a mountain before the door, but Lesimos blocked his path. You cannot enter at this moment. Principal, the princess is attending to urgent matters. Kundal's face turned grim, his voice dropping to absolute zero. There is no sanctuary in this academy forbidden to me. Step aside. Lesimos faced the principal. Though terror gripped her heart, she did not yield. I will relay your message, so please return for now, principal. He placed a hand gently on her shoulder, channeling mana. I have no patience for games. Instantly, a kinetic blast hurled Lesimos aside. It was calculated precision enough to incapacitate, but not to maim. With his other hand, he summoned the wind, blasting the doors open without shattering the wood. It was the terrifying control of a mage at the apex of this system Manhwa world. Monstrous. Seeing the principal barge in, Princess Eren cried out, Principal Kundal, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. I am in a private audience with my fiancé. Leave this instant. Even a princess is merely my granddaughter here. Do not attempt to deceive my eyes. Move, Eren. That thing is not Saiyan. Without hesitation, he fired a bolt of light magic directly at Nana. Eren threw herself forward, shoving Nana out of the kill zone. The blast annihilated the chair behind them. One hit would have meant instant death. She screamed a desperate warning. Run, Nana. He is not an opponent you can defeat. Nana's face twisted in panic. Yes, but escaping a grand mage within his domain was a fool's errand. You think you can flee from me? Nana sprinted for the window. Glass shattered into 1,000 diamonds. But Kundal had already seized Nana with telekinesis, suspending the small frame in midair. It was child's play for him. Did you think you could infiltrate my territory? This academy is no place for monsters. You will pay the ultimate price for your foolishness. Holy energy gathered in his palms, preparing a swift execution. A high-tier spell, manifested, striking Nana with the force of a falling star. The 9th circle spell, Holy Spear of Connie's Agony, contorted Nana's face as the damage registered. Her consciousness began to fade. Meanwhile, in the training hall, Brian and Emily felt the shockwave. The principal is making a move. That thunder sounds intense. Suddenly, a primal instinct triggered deep within Brian. Damn it, that was no natural thunder. What? Then what is it? They rushed to Nana's room and threw open the door. Nana is gone. Brian sensed a massive fluctuation of mana erupting outside. He grabbed his coat and bolted. Panic fueled his steps. Where are you going? I have to find Nana. That explosion has her signature all over it. A darkly premonition grew in his chest, chaotic thoughts swarming his mind. Please be safe, Nana. Outside, the rain intensified into a deluge darkness, swallowing the academy. The principal launched a relentless barrage of magic at Nana. There was no mercy. She struggled desperately to dodge the onslaught while maintaining Saiyan's form. Kundal narrowed his eyes in annoyance. It tanked a direct hit from a 9th circle spell and can still move. This creature's durability surpasses even a dragon. It's like a boss from an awakening manhwa. Instantly, the earth cracked and rose, launching Nana into the stormy sky. Massive tectonic plates converged from both sides to crush the intruder. A thunderous explosion shook the heavens as the rocks collided, pulverizing everything with the principal's absolute power. Just when it seemed the duel had reached its finale, the principal stood frozen in disbelief. Her resilience was defying all logic. Impressive endurance. Is your body possessed by a deity or something? Nana trembled violently, her small frame barely withstanding the crushing gravity of the twin stone pillars. An ordinary human would have died 10 times over. You are neither dragon nor human. Why do you refuse to counterattack? With a wave of his hand, the principal withdrew his overwhelming aura. Are you looking down on me, child? Or are you plotting something else entirely? Nana collapsed to her knees, her life force fading rapidly. You are not a villain. Nana does not hurt good people. Those words struck the principal like a hammer. How could you possibly discern that I smell it? A gentle, kind scent radiating from your soul. The image of Instructor Shirika flashed through Nana's mind, a beacon in the darkness. My teacher taught me. I must only use my power to punish those with evil hearts. Holy energy began to condense around the principal's hand, his voice booming like thunder. How interesting. Then tell me more about this instructor of yours. Is it the very same teacher who dared to smuggle an impure entity like you into my sacred academy? I am dying to know. Just who possesses such audacity? Suddenly, the principal's body erupted with 9th circle magic circles. He had enough power gathered to wipe this entire academy off the map in a single breath. Nana gritted her teeth as her disguise began to shatter. Dragon scales and dark mana leaked out, a true awakening manhwa moment. Nana is not a bad person. Papa said Nana is a good girl. The illusion faded, completely revealing her draconic wings, tail, and razor-sharp claws. Against a grand mage like Kundal, holding back meant certain death. Victory was impossible. Survival was the only goal. Instantly, the principal launched a spell of devastating caliber. Astral Verdict. The beam of destruction grazed Nana's frame and vaporized the stone pillar behind her, as if it were mere kindling. That stone column was reduced to dust in milliseconds. But Principal Kundal was already weaving his fingers, altering the spell's trajectory mid-air. There is no escape for you. Another astral verdict shot forth, locking onto Nana's fleeing figure like a predator chasing prey. Evasion was no longer an option. Nana channeled every ounce of her remaining mana to deflect the incoming catastrophe. I can't hold on. She barely parried the beam, sending it crashing into the earth, obliterating the terrain behind her. But in that split second of vulnerability, Principal Kundal flashed right in front of her. He switched instantly to a close combat technique, the Titan's Stomp. Channeling the raw physical might of the giant race, his foot connected squarely with Nana's face, a direct hit with zero margin of error. The impact carried the force of 1,000 martial arts masters combined. No living creature should be able to withstand such a blow. Nana's consciousness faded into black as blood sprayed from her lips. She hit the ground hard, completely incapacitated. Meanwhile, watching from her chamber, Princess Erin watched the tragedy unfold in horror. She pounded frantically against the magical barrier Kundal had erected. No, stop, she's going to die. Lessimus stood behind her voice, trembling with helplessness. It is useless, princess. That barrier was forged by the principal himself. We cannot scratch it. We are mere students against a grand mage. Erin's expression darkened, shadows casting over her eyes as a realization hit her. There is still one person who can save her. Instructor Shirika. Lessimus gasped, hope rekindling in his eyes. Right, we must summon her immediately. She is close to Saian, so she will definitely help us. She is the only one crazy enough to break the rules for us. But before he could finish, the door to the princess's room swung open. There is no need to summon me. Aaron and Lessimus spun around. Brian had already sprinted to fetch Instructor Shirika before the situation spiraled out of control. He had dragged her here just in the nick of time. Shirika sighed. It would be difficult not to notice the catastrophic energy exploding down there. But trailing behind Brian was a horde of curious students. The situation was getting messy. This is bad, Shirika noted. Too many witnesses. Brian slammed the door shut, locking out the noise. I will hold the line here. No one gets in. Shirika nodded, her eyes serious. Do not let a single soul pass, Brian. Consider it done. As Brian secured the perimeter, Shirika placed a palm against the shimmering barrier. A ninth circle seal, created by the principal. Asking if it can be broken. Her voice dropped to absolute zero, dark mana swirling around her silhouette. Nothing is impossible for Instructor Shirika. Though, I will have to get a little rough. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Shirika activated her taboo skill, Demon Fusion. In this system, Manhwa, some powers come at a steep price, and her eyes turned pitch black. Demonic horns tore through her hairline, and her hands morphed into deadly claws. You kids better wipe your memories of what you are about to see, unless you want to die. Back on the battlefield, Nana lay motionless in a crater, her human disguise dissolving into mist. The principal scoffed. Have you finally decided to behave? Suddenly, the principal's eyes widened in sheer shock. What is this? This is the dragon's true form. It is merely a child. While he was paralyzed by confusion, the barrier above shattered. Shirika descended with her signature mist blade, landing protectively in front of Nana. Apologies, Principal Kundal, but I cannot let you harm this child. Shirika's intervention forced the principal to pause. You look rather unfamiliar in that form, Instructor Shirika. What is your relationship with this creature? Knowing she could not deceive his godlike perception, Shirika spoke the truth. She is my student, and as her teacher, I will take full responsibility for this incident. Nana, barely conscious, whispered through her pain. Instructor Shirika. The principal roared in anger. This goes beyond mere responsibility. Step aside, Shirika. Even in her ultimate demon form, Shirika knew she was an ant compared to the mountain that was the principal. She stood no chance of winning, yet she planted her feet firmly. I cannot do that, sir. Suddenly, a weak, trembling voice cut through the tension. Nana is sorry. The dragon girl struggled to sit up, blood dripping from her wounds. Nana is not a bad girl. Nana made a mistake, so Nana will take the punishment. Please, do not yell at Instructor Shirika. Tears burst from her eyes, mixing with the torrential rain pouring down around them. It was the ultimate weapon of any child, a heartbreaking cry that could shatter a warrior's resolve. Witnessing this raw emotion, Principal Kundal froze. A memory of a young Alice Watson overlapped with the weeping dragon girl. She too had cried just like this, and just like that, the ice around the old mage's heart began to crack. The heavens opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour that matched the gravity of the moment. With his face obscured by the gloom, the principal turned his back, leaving behind only a parting command. That child's injuries are critical. Get her to the infirmary immediately. As for you, report to my office once she is stable. The directive struck Shirika like a physical blow, leaving her stunned. She bowed deeply, her voice trembling slightly. Principal, thank you. But his expression remained as hard as stone. Save your gratitude. It is far too early for that. We still need to discuss the price you will pay for this incident. Meanwhile, back where our protagonist, Saian, was stationed, the atmosphere had shifted into a chaotic, vibrant festival. A figure sat atop a lavish throne plastered in makeup so garish it bordered on the ridiculous. Just what in the world was going on here? Below, the crowd was in a frenzy of religious ecstasy. Their chants echoed like thunder. The sand god has descended. He has chosen Prince Seth as his divine vessel, all hail. And there he was. Prince Seth himself. Slathered in lipstick and rouge, the poor guy didn't look like a deity. He looked like a total creep. Seriously, someone gouge my eyes out right now. The moment they thought a god had possessed him, the villagers' attitude flipped a complete 180. They spewed sickeningly sweet praise words they wouldn't have dared whisper to him before. But Seth wasn't an idiot. He had been sharp since childhood. I knew these hypocrites would act like this, he thought. The deafening roar of "Long live the god" was only fueling the fire of his irritation. Finally, his patience snapped. Cut the crap right now, Seth roared, his aura exploding as he tore the ceremonial robes right off his body in a fit of rage. Watching the chaos unfold from a high vantage point, Saian smirked, clearly enjoying the show. Well, isn't this just a truly blessed day for a manhwa recap? Suddenly, a presence materialized behind him. It was Karam. What is that schemer planning, do you think? Saiyan glanced back. Who? You mean the sand god? He's probably using that muscle-brained prince as a surveillance camera, isn't he? Honestly, his endgame is still a blur to me. Saiyan's mind raced, analyzing the laws of this system manhwa. Gods are bound by restrictions. They cannot directly interfere with the mortal realm once we step outside their temples. That means they can't touch me physically. That foolish deity already proved that. However, if he uses a human proxy, like that idiot prince, then the rules of the game change entirely. Karam's voice dropped to a warning whisper. Do not lower your guard, master. An ambush could come from anywhere. And besides, we aren't the only ones watching. Just then the door swung open. Senior Saiyan Luna burst in her face, beaming with uncontained excitement. Were you waiting for me? She chirped. I was Saiyan, replied coolly. How is Lamella? Luna's smile softened. She's pulled through the worst of it. She just needs rest now. Give her a day, and she'll be back on her feet. It was a miracle. Luna had completely regenerated her damaged internal organs. Hearing this, the playfulness vanished from Saiyan's eyes. His gaze turned piercing. Mass teleportation, and now high-tier resurrection magic. You really have evolved into a monster, haven't you, Luna? Realizing the interrogation had begun, Luna let out a resigned sigh. I figured this conversation was coming. Honestly, I was surprised you waited this long to ask. Her hand drifted to the ancient tome at her hip. You want to know how I got my hands on the grimoire of Lemiharum, don't you? The scene shifts, returning us to the hallowed halls of the academy. Inside the headmaster's office, Sharika had finished her report. So Kundel rumbled, tell me, how exactly did that brat Saiyan smuggle a dragonkin into my school? Sharika's eyes went wide with shock. Headmaster, how did you? Kundel leaned back, his expression unreadable. That girl withstood a direct blow from me. That kind of durability isn't human. And in this entire institution, only Saiyan has the craziness required to tame such a creature. So Sharika swallowed hard. What will be the punishment? I'll decide that after I grill the parties involved. Knowing Saiyan, he's probably cooking up some convoluted lie to wiggle out of this as we speak. Just thinking about his smug face raises my blood pressure. Sharika lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper, burdened by guilt. As their instructor, the fault lies with me. I will take full. Enough, Kundel snapped, cutting her off. You intend to resign? Is that your idea of responsibility? Listen to me. This world draws a sharp line between light and dark. Those labeled evil are cast out, reviled, no matter their true intentions. You possess a power the world calls filthy. Yet you use that very power to shield a child. That action defines you, Sharika, not your bloodline. The nature of power is irrelevant. It is how one wields it that matters. I do not care if you were raised by the Mist Assassin Syndicate. I would take an honest assassin over a righteous hypocrite any day. Sharika stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest. He knew. He had known all along about her dark past, yet he held no judgment. A great storm is coming to this empire. Kundel continued, his voice heavy with prophecy. I have tried to hold back the tide, but the wheels of the era cannot be stopped. He stepped forward, placing a firm fatherly hand on her shoulder. When the time comes, simply fulfill your duty to this academy. I expect great things from you. With that, the old master turned to leave. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have matters to attend to. Left alone, Sharika struggled to process his cryptic warning. A great crisis. What role was he talking about, Headmaster Kundel? Just what kind of future are you seeing? Suddenly, Kundel paused in the doorway. Oh right, that little one. What kind of sweets does she like? The scene shifts to the infirmary, where moonlight bathed the room in a silvery glow. Nana lay still wrapped in bandages. The damage was catastrophic. She remained in a deep coma. Standing by her bedside, the iron-willed headmaster looked down, and for a moment, he didn't see Nana. He saw the ghost of his own daughter. I'm sorry, Papa. I promise I won't cry for Mommy anymore. Please, please forgive me. He let out a ragged sigh. Why now, he thought. Why does the memory of Dion Severus haunt me tonight? His trembling hand gently brushed a stray hair from Nana's forehead. He left a single sweet candy on the nightstand, a silent apology. Turning away, the old man whispered to the empty air, I miss you terribly today, my daughter. And thus, our story returns to the desert festival. The conversation between Saian and Luna raged on with intensity. You don't need to hand it over to me. Just guard it with your life, that is all I ask. She turned to him, surprise painted across her face. But Sunbei, isn't this vital for your growth? Saiyan gazed down at the masses below, his voice calm and detached. I have other means to ascend in this leveling Manhwa world, so erase that worry from your mind. However, you aren't planning to surrender that to the Karam Guild, are you? No, of course not. Suddenly, Saiyan's eyes erupted with a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper that froze the air. Do not let a single soul take that from you. If you hand it over to another, be prepared to face my wrath and die by my hand. Luna felt the crushing pressure, but composed herself quickly. I understand. Good. I'm returning to the academy first. I have unfinished business to settle. Wait until everything stabilizes here, then return with Sandy. Watching Saiyan's retreating back, Luna felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. He's walking the lonely path again. Suddenly, the voice of Lemmy Haram echoed in the silence. You've really fallen for that brat, haven't you? She turned to address Lemmy Haram's shadow stretching across the ground. Absolutely. So tell me, what is his ultimate goal? I honestly don't know either. After all, this is my first time encountering such an anomaly. Luna's expression darkened, her voice dripping with resolve. No matter the cost, I will support my Sunbei until the very end. Perhaps you can be of use. At least the version of you right now. Lemmy Haram manifested, transforming into a serpent of pure mana that coiled around Luna. As long as you honor our contract, my truth shall be yours, Luna, Brian River. But why do you keep calling me Luna? Because Lemmy Haram is way too long, girl. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, Brian was pushing his limits with a sword. He recalled the harsh critique from instructor Sarika. You've adapted well to your abilities, but your lack of innate talent is a fatal flaw. In the end, it all comes down to my own weakness. He gripped his blade until his knuckles turned white. Brian steeled his heart against the doubt. I cannot wallow in despair forever. One day, I must become a warrior worthy of standing beside the young master. Deep in thought, he failed to notice a sinister presence manifesting from the shadows. A knight emerged, radiating a suffocating black aura that crushed the air around them. The intruder muttered broken, glitching words. Saiyan, Lord. Where Brian instantly shifted into a combat stance. Who are you? Young Master Saiyan isn't here. Brian could feel it. The mana radiating from this foe was twisted and wrong. The knight suddenly produced an artifact that pulsed with an ominous power not to be taken lightly. Hand over, Lord Saiyan. Now. A barrier expanded from the artifact, trapping Brian inside a dimension of isolation, leaving him stunned. Wasting no time, the Dark Knight drew his blade and charged. Give him to me. In a flash, the knight closed the distance. He brought his blade down in a crushing arc, but Brian barely withstood the impact. Reacting on instinct, Brian unleashed a counter skill, deflecting the heavy steel aside. Don't underestimate me. Brian's counter slash tore across the knight's shoulder, yet the monster didn't even flinch. He gripped his sword tighter and lunged again, as if he felt no pain. The killing intent thickened, suffocating the area as another strike rained down. Brian parried again, but the weight behind the blow was far heavier than before. Steel clashed against steel in a deadly dance, painting arcs of red death in the air. This bastard? Is he even human anymore? Hand over the young master. He belongs to me. A split-second lapse in focus cost Brian dearly. A blade grazed his abdomen. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated with a sweeping strike that knocked the helmet off his opponent. As the helmet clattered across the ground, the knight's face was finally exposed. Brian's eyes widened in sheer horror at the identity of his attacker. You're Kellen. His face was dark, his eyes void of life, a walking corpse. Hand over Lord Saiyan immediately. The scene shifts to Saiyan's quarters. He swiftly changed gear, preparing to head back to the academy. All right, preparations are complete. It's time to move. Karam voiced his concern. Are you really going to leave the kids and go solo? Saiyan replied coolly. Luna can travel with Seth and Lamella once she recovers. Staying here won't solve anything. Karam chuckled, teasing his master. Are you sure you're okay with this? That girl named Luna is going to be heartbroken. Saiyan ignored the jab, using his spatial ring to tear open a portal. Why does it matter? Why? I doubt she cares that much. You two will remain eternally lonely with that mindset. Master. Saiyan stepped through the rift without a backward glance. I'm not fond of brats. They're just a hassle. Besides, I'm used to the solitude. The moment he arrived at the academy, Saiyan walked straight into the barrier Kellen had erected. He was taken aback by the carnage before him. What the hell happened here? He scanned the area with suspicion. Brian was slumped on the ground, his body a map of injuries. Luckily, none seemed fatal. But why is Kellen in that wretched state? Spotting Saiyan, Brian screamed a desperate warning. Young master, watch out. That thing isn't Kellen anymore. Before the words could land, the corrupted Kellen launched himself at Saiyan without hesitation. His body twisted in the air, a grotesque expression of joy on his face. Found you, Saiyan. Without a second of hesitation, Saiyan drew Karam to counter. Why do annoying pests always find me? His eyes narrowed, focusing his aura. Missed, sword technique. Dozens of slashes overlapped in a single instant, weaving a net of destruction that flew straight at the enemy. Kellen's limbs were severed with surgical precision. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Watching from behind, Brian's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He took him down in a single strike. As expected of the young master, he's in a completely different dimension. Am I just a useless foot soldier compared to him? Saiyan turned to his subordinate. You look like you've been through a grinder. You alive, Brian? Yes, I'm fine. Saiyan's voice suddenly dropped, becoming strangely gentle. You held the line well while I was gone, Brian. I'll handle the rest. Suddenly, Kellen's weak voice croaked out. Saiyan looked down at the body that was beginning to disintegrate. A hint of sadness flickered in Saiyan's eyes. You've regained your senses, please, master. Beware of Actrum and Boris Lehem. They have found the Holy Sword's location. Durandal. The name hung in the air, sharp and dangerous. Saiyan's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing through the tension. Events were accelerating far faster than in his previous life. Like a rushed Manhwa recap, chaos was descending, making every move unpredictable. As the words faded, Kellen's body began to dissolve into the void. Be careful. You did well, Kellen. Rest now. Your battle is over. They dared to turn Kellen into a mere puppet. Rage simmered within him. He didn't even need to guess the culprit. Brian rushed to Saiyan's side, confusion written all over his face. Why? How did Kellen end up like this? I believe this is the cause. Saiyan extracted a stone pulsing with ominous mana from within Kellen's fading form. The Mark of Reversal. A vile artifact that twists the victim's heart, forcing them to slaughter their own allies. A forbidden black curse from the Dark Ages. He used his shadow essence to turn the servant against the master. Regret flashed through Saiyan. I should have ended you when I had the chance, Boris Lehem. As long as that bastard draws breath, this tragedy will repeat itself. Saiyan crushed the stone in his grip, his teeth grinding in fury. I won't stand by and watch while you destroy everything like you did in my past life. This time, there would be no mistakes. Your life is forfeit, Boris Lehem. I will trample you beneath my feet. His resolve hardened into steel. Saiyan's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Pack your bags, Brian. It's time we left this academy. The real purge is about to begin. Meanwhile, in a different corner of the duchy, inside the Lumendal temple, Achol had arrived to meet a figure of immense importance within the church, a scene straight out of an awakening manhwa. The woman before him turned slowly, her presence divine. I've been expecting you, Lord Achol. His expression remained calm, his voice radiating absolute confidence. Long time no see, Nephrodarid. The beautiful girl with silver-white hair lowered her hood, revealing her ethereal features. It's been ages since anyone used that name. I'm more accustomed to Saintess these days. She paused. Rumor has it, you've stopped collaborating with Prince Lewin. This visit has nothing to do with the prince. Hearing this, the Saintess's tone turned playful. Oh my, so the rumors are true then. That you've aligned yourself with Princess Violet Severus. Ignoring her teasing, Akal cut straight to the heart of the matter. I heard you received a divine revelation. You're no fun at all. She sighed, dropping the act. The holy sword Durandal. It is said to rest upon the hill, where the Guardian's gaze lingers. That likely refers to the old Guardian's land. And that Lord Achol is precisely why I summoned you here. Achol looked perplexed. The vantage point that overlooks that land best. Surely you know it. Achol nodded slowly. I have a location in mind. But why? Why is it so close? The Saintess leaned in a pure, innocent smile playing on her lips. Who said the truth must always be far away? That is simply the nature of Lord Lumendel's love. Back at the academy, Saiyan slammed the cursed stone onto the principal's desk. Do you recognize this artifact? The old man observed it calmly. Is this not the mark of reversal? It is. I found it within the academy grounds today. But before Saian could finish, the principal roared, his fury exploding. What catastrophe are you planning this time? Dabbling in black magic now, are we? Saian's thoughts raced. Do you really think I'm such trash? I didn't do this. Silence. You think I don't know you smuggled a beastman into the academy? Saian froze, his defense crumbling. Damn, he knows. The principal trembled, his aura shaking the very room with indignation. My tolerance has a limit. If you insist on acting this recklessly, then get out of my sight. Leave this place. The words poured out like a landslide. He gave Saian no room to breathe. Yet, defying expectations, Saian bowed his head. Very well. I will do exactly as you wish. Things were spiraling out of control. As long as I remain here, trouble will only continue to knock at the academy's gates. The principal blinked, caught off guard by this sudden obedience. You're complying too easily. It's suspicious. He narrowed his eyes. What is your real motive? Saiyan pointed at the dark gem. The master of that mark is a key player in the coming blood feast. Murderous intent erupted from his body like a volcano. His voice dropped to absolute zero. I must be the one to stop him. If I don't, he will continue to hunt everyone close to me. Such overwhelming bloodlust. What happened to enrage him so? Clutching the stone, the principal's demeanor softened. Let me share a secret about this mark of reversal. Are you aware of its transformation method? It mirrors the properties of magic stones perfectly. That is why many believe these two minerals share a single ancient origin. Theorists link it to the Black Blood clan. Though history claims they were wiped out eons ago, whispers suggest otherwise. Survivors may still hide in the slums of Alium near the capital. Saian's eyes widened in shock. Why? Why are you telling me this? The old man slid the stone back to him. You cunning brat. Stop trying to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. Listen closely. The era of peace is teetering on the brink of collapse. If the empire falls, this academy will be swept away with the ashes. So go do your part. I will handle mine. Memories of his past life flooded back the principal's final words, echoing through time. One piece of advice. You will find no comfort on this path. Whether it's a brutal trial or a cruel destiny, it is a thankless life. That is the true cost of serving as a dog for others. In his previous life, those warnings had been prophetic. Don't carry it all alone. Perhaps that was the key to this new timeline. But as Saiyan pondered his fate, Sharika blocked his path. So you're really leaving the academy, Professor Sharika? She looked at him coolly. You're going to hunt down that bastard Boris Lehem, aren't you? You heard everything I heard enough. He is a target that needs eliminating. Your logic is sound. Saiyan eyed her suspiciously. Are you planning to join me as a leader? As a leader, I would love to join the fray. However, I must remain here and fulfill my duties as an instructor. The principal has me checkmated. What? Don't tell me he discovered your true identity. He is already playing right into our hands. Or to be more precise, he has been aware of the situation for a long time. Karam quickly added his insight, noting that the man did not become the principal by sheer luck alone. You had best not underestimate him, Master. It appears he has already set his own schemes in motion. I shall leave the rest of this matter entirely to you. Just be sure to deliver a message to Boris for me. The moment he stands at death's door, whisper this into his ear. Instructor Sarika sends her regards. Now, rot in hell. Saiyan replied with that familiar cunning smirk. I will ensure it happens. I will make him experience the depths of hell long before his soul actually arrives there. Exactly make him beg for the sweet release of the afterlife. The scene shifts to a location deep within the dukedom. Achol and the Saintess had finally discovered the passage leading to the resting place of the Holy Sword Durendal. It was inconceivable that they would find such a legendary artifact, hidden so close to the territory. A flicker of anxiety crossed Achol's face. Is this truly the Holy Sword Durendal? Its radiance rivals the artifacts found in a top-tier leveling Manhwa. Achol quickly grasped the hilt of the sword embedded in the floor. Although the magical seals had severed its energy core, the aura it radiated was still formidable. Answer my call, Durendal. Seeing the holy sword sitting askew in the stone, the Saintess felt a strange sense of unease. Seeing the holy sword stuck at such a crooked angle is rather unsettling, but surely everything will be fine, right? Suddenly, a spectral hand from the spirit within Durendal materialized gently, caressing Achol's cheek. You, the inheritor of the light god, my new master. But in the next split second, a thunderous slap crashed across Achol's face before he could even comprehend the situation. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his stinging cheek in agony. Lord Achol, are you all right? The manifestation of Durandal fully materialized, her voice dripping with unbridled rage. Why are you so late? You arrived far too late, you absolute moron. A girl with a diminished childlike form appeared before them, having lost her energy core. Durandal could no longer maintain her mature adult form. She screamed at Achol, her voice filled with resentment. How dare you let me suffer such humiliation? I will never forgive this. You wretched damned scoundrel. After finally reaching the basement where the holy sword was hidden, Achol had expected glory and power, but instead a harsh reality had just slapped him across the face. The spirit of Durandal gritted her teeth in fury, roaring. Why are you only arriving now? You are hopelessly late, you fool. How dare you allow me to endure this level of disgrace? I will never forgive you, you useless worm. Achol held his face, staring in shock. Is that a child? The saintess was equally confused. That must be the spirit of the holy sword Durandal, though I cannot fathom why she has taken such a form. Durandal pointed at her own tear-stained face and wailed. Do you find my misery amusing? This is all because of that bastard. How on earth did he manage to discover that? This hidden location? Did he possess some kind of clairvoyance? Like a protagonist in a system Manhwa? Damn it, damn them all. That master of Karam, that thief stole all of my power. The sword spirit shrieked like a banshee. I cannot tolerate this humiliation a moment longer. Bring my core back to me right now. You damned heir of light. The scene shifts back to Luan Academy inside the infirmary, where Saian sat silently beside Luna's sickbed, lost in thought. It is a miracle that things ended this well. You faced off against the strongest archmage on the continent and survived. To be honest, even I am somewhat surprised. Saian's hand gently brushed a strand of hair from Luna's face. You have truly grown to the point where you no longer need my protection. Suddenly, from behind, Brian's voice broke the silence. I feel truly ashamed, young Master Saian. Saian turned his gaze toward the knight. For what reason? Because I continue to disappoint you. I failed to fulfill my duty as your guardian knight. Saian's expression darkened his tone, turning cold. If you are aware of your failure, then simply do better next time. Yes. Yes, sir. With that, Saian stood up to leave. I have matters to attend to, so I will be heading out first. Then I shall prepare the luggage as you instructed. Brian voiced his curiosity. By the way, where are we heading this time? Saian replied calmly. I know of a place in the outskirts of Luan. Instructor Sarika will explain the details later, so you two should head there ahead of me. Brian chased after Saian and asked, You are not coming with us, my lord. Once I have resolved my business, I will follow. Brian's face lit up, his voice filled with renewed determination. Understood. Leave everything to me. Ah, and one more thing. Furthermore, if it weren't for you, Luna would never have made it this far. Those matters were beyond my capabilities. You did well. Hearing those words, Brian's expression turned into one of bewilderment. Huh, why are you suddenly saying that? Enough now, just remember to be cautious. I'm off. Yes, please travel safely, sir. From the inner room, Emily rushed out, clutching a bag of demon-grade lunch. Young master, I prepared lunch for you. You cannot just leave like this. But before she could finish her sentence, the door slammed shut, leaving the two of them standing in the silence. Emily pouted, clearly annoyed. Why did he have to leave in such a rush? Brian merely watched in silence, saying nothing. The scene transitions to another location. At the ancient Nordell ruins that Saian had just departed from the Graham Association, had tracked the signal to this very spot. Is this truly where Karam made his final contact? Yes, Lord Regan. The old man pulled an artifact from his pocket and spoke. He carried such grand ambitions, yet to think his life would end in a desolate place like this. It is truly a pity. Regan activated the artifact with his hands. Oh, departed spirit, lift the veil and reveal yourself. From the void streams of mana began to weave together, forming a spiritual manifestation containing Karam's soul. His appearance was wretched, his voice broken and jagged. You who have passed, you have answered the summons. Regan began his interrogation. What happened to the grimoire? It disappeared along with Lady Luna. Regan's face twisted in shock. Luna was here. Why would that child be here? Karam continued his recount, explaining that while he sought the grimoire, Lady Luna had assisted the enemy. Hearing those words, the eyes of the old man, Regan, burned with fury. Is that the truth? Whispers of disbelief erupted from the group behind him. Why would Lady Luna commit such an act of betrayal? Regan lowered his voice cold and final. I understand now. You may rest in peace, Karam. He turned toward his subordinates, his body erupting with a suffocating killing intent that froze the air. What are you fools still standing there for? Bring Luna to me, immediately. Meanwhile, deep within the subterranean labyrinth of the Exilium sewer system, a group of beastmen had gathered in the shadows. The girl with rabbit ears snapped. Hey Fitchin, can't you move any faster? The muscular weasel man grunted back, straining under the weight. I'm going as fast as I can. Quit rushing me. Behind them, a white-haired mutant with 4 arms spoke up, his voice trembling. The mana inside these stones. It's terrifying. An ordinary human would be crushed instantly. Right. The weasel man gingerly held the stone fear in his eyes. Did you forget why this place is called the Dead Zone? Suddenly the rabbit girl cut them off. Cut the chatter and focus. Lord Boris Lahem is waiting for this shipment. Hearing the command, the 4-armed mutant scoffed, clearly displeased. Hey. Stop acting like you're the only captain here. Don't order me around. But before his sentence could even finish, a shadow materialized from the darkness. Karam was already at his throat. Huh. A sickening schling echoed as blood sprayed into the air. A side character named Toby was deleted from existence in a heartbeat. The remaining 2 stared at Saian in horror. Who the hell are you? Without a second of hesitation, the beast woman unleashed her fire magic. Explosive flame. A massive sphere of roaring fire surged straight towards Saian. But for the protagonist of this leveling manhwa, dodging wasn't even necessary. With a single casual swing of his blade, Saiyan sliced the fireball in 2. He closed the distance with godlike speed. Damn it. He cut through raw magic. The weasel man scrambled to block the path, panic rising. Wake up. We have to be careful. But as expected, in an awakening manhwa, small fry like this couldn't hope to stop Saiyan. With the sword dance of mist, Saiyan dissected both enemies before they could even blink. They fell apart like wet paper. It was simply overwhelming dominance. He walked slowly toward the beast woman, who was now crumpled on the ground. It seems you know the name Boris Lahem. Saiyan's eyes burned with a terrifying murderous aura. Where is that bastard hiding? Hearing this, the beast woman cracked a crazed, desperate smile. Ah, so you must be Saian Willius. Vert sparks began to dance wildly off her body, escalating rapidly into a cataclysmic surge of energy. A suicide attack, mutual destruction. The technique was called pure explosion. Meanwhile, miles away, Luna stopped. She felt it. Saiyan was in danger. A powerful intuition screamed in her mind. Lamella noticed her hesitation. Is something wrong, Lady Luna? Ah, no. It's nothing. Suddenly Set cleared his throat loudly. Ahem. Well, then allow me to proceed. He pulled out his flying carpet with a look of supreme pride. This is an heirloom passed down through generations of the Saha tribe. Allow me to introduce you to the treasure of treasures. He threw the carpet into the air and shouted its name. Radiance of Arabia. With this artifact, we can reach the academy in the blink of an eye. I shall grant you the honor of riding with me. But his moment of glory was short-lived. Reality was about to hit. Set hard. Luna calmly pulled out another flying carpet. It was identical. We have one of those too, she said simply. Lamella offered a calm explanation. Lady Luna is from the Karam Guild. They are famous for collecting countless rare artifacts. A carpet like Arabian is actually quite common for them. Simply put, it was a cheap, mass-produced item. Set froze. Too embarrassed to speak, he turned to stone right there in the middle of the desert. He quickly recalled his carpet and awkwardly climbed onto Luna's. Full speed ahead, we need to go faster. It's hard to explain, but my instincts are telling me something terrible has happened to Senior Saiyan. Back in Exilium, the entire sector was engulfed in a raging inferno, the aftermath of the beast woman's suicide attack. Saiyan observed the destruction from high ground. I didn't expect someone to use a self-destruct spell in a place like this. Karam agreed. That was practically a nuke. The whole area is connected to mana-infused stones, you know. As long as those stones remain active, this fire will burn for eternity. Saiyan stepped forward and unleashed his aura to suppress the flames. Extinguish. Saiyan began to rapidly absorb the hidden mana within the stones, turning them back into useless gray rocks. Without the energy source, the flames died out instantly. Karam looked at him with surprise. Oh, you're actually quite kind, aren't you? But Saiyan's reply was cold and indifferent. Look closer. I can't sense them anymore. Karam was confused. Didn't they burn to ash? They couldn't have incinerated that quickly. Not like this. Saiyan shifted his gaze toward a newly revealed tunnel. It seems they used the explosion as a cover to escape down there. Not exactly. Didn't everyone except that woman die before the explosion? We should go verify that. Suddenly, voices erupted from behind him. What the hell? It's just a human brat. Saiyan turned toward the noise. A mob of beastmen was screaming at him. Why is a human down here? Get lost, human trash. Karam scoffed, clearly annoyed. What is it now? You just saved their home from burning down, and this is the thanks we get. Saian narrowed his eyes in thought. They simply don't want us here. Long ago, this was a peaceful village. But the Holy War and the assault of the Leviathan shattered that peace forever. Fortunately, the hero of Light Liat, servant of the Light God, managed to defeat the demon dragon. But the tragedy didn't end there. The corrupted magic stones left behind by the dragon made everything worse. Because of the intense radiation from those stones, Axilium became a barren wasteland, devoid of life. It is said the bodies of the villagers mutated under the mana exposure, becoming what are known as demonkin. They still live here mining the magic stones to survive. They curse any human they see because humanity treats them like rotting garbage. A wolfman roared in fury. How dare you set foot in here? Get the hell out. Now Karam's blood boiled. Should I kill him? Saian rejected the offer. We shouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. If they don't want us here, we'll just leave. The scene shifted back to the fleeing beastmen. The weasel man grumbled, clutching his bag. Is this really all we managed to gather? The rabbit man clicked his tongue in frustration. TSK. What a waste of energy. All this chaos. Over a single brat, he retorted with a grim expression. Trust me, it could have been a massacre. Yeah, I guess you're right. The four-armed warrior clutched his throat, his voice raspy. If not for the power Master Boris Layhem granted us, that monster Saiyan would have slaughtered us all instantly. From the shadows, Boris Layhem emerged, a phantom of regret. Damn it, are you all wounded because of me? To think Saiyan tracked our spiritual signature all the way here. Forgive me, this is my burden alone. Boris stepped into the light, his body trembling with exhaustion, his previous injuries still weeping mana. The rabbit girl immediately interjected. Master, why apologize? He is the villain here. The weaselkin growled in agreement. Exactly, that bastard drew first blood. That Saiyan. He struck without honor. The four-armed warrior let out a bitter, hollow laugh. I didn't even realize I'd been hit until I saw my own head rolling on the floor. His power level is monstrous. Boris's face twisted in deep remorse. I never should have dragged you all into this hellish crusade. Don't speak like that. You gave us a future. Without the gold you sent from the royal palace, we would have rotted in the gutter long ago. Let us repay our debt of life. Stop shouldering the world alone and lean on us for once. Boris's expression softened. Very well. But please, preserve your strength. The weaselkin stepped forward, offering a chest radiating concentrated mana. We will make that wretch pay in blood for the humiliation he inflicted upon you. Boris took the artifact with trembling hands, his eyes hardening. For all of you, I swear on my life, this ritual will succeed. He scattered the mana stones across the floor. As he chanted, blinding holy energy erupted from the grimoire, flooding the chamber with the light of a forbidden awakening Manhwa ritual. A voice echoed from the artifact. History. Hurry, Boris. The Reaper is at the door. After being cleaved in two, History had lost his majestic spiritual form. Now he was reduced to a pathetic primordial speck, barely clinging to existence with tiny withered angelic wings. The three beast warriors stood sentinel. Suddenly, the rabbit girl's ears twitched. Wait, a presence approaches. But before she could blink, Saiyan materialized right in front of her. Ready to lose your head again, his blade swept out in a lethal arc, but the weaselkin intercepted the strike with bare hands, his face twisted in feral rage. I won't fall for the same trick twice. Saiyan's eyes danced with amusement. How interesting. You're all still breathing. Did that snake Boris perform some necromancy? Roaring, the weaselkin slammed into Saiyan, driving him backward with overwhelming force. He smashed him through the solid stone wall, desperate to keep the monster away from Boris at any cost. Inside, Boris poured his very soul into the ritual. He just needed time. Saiyan had to be stalled. This is the only path to victory against Saian Vert, awaken Leviathan, Boris screamed. We will erase his existence once and for all. Meanwhile, back at Lewin Academy, Princess Aaron Severus and Lesimus strolled down the corridor. Lesimus glanced at Her Royal Highness, puzzled. Is something troubling you, Princess? Aaron's cheeks flushed crimson. I knew it. It is rather improper for me to visit him first, isn't it? Haha. Well, young Master Saiyan certainly isn't the type to visit first. Aaron panicked, but this seems so desperate. No, it's fine. We'll just pretend we aren't here specifically to see him. The princess froze. Should we? Turn back, Lesimus puffed out her chest proudly. Nonsense. We shall simply claim we are here to check on Nana. A perfect excuse. Yes, that's it. But suddenly something caught her eye. It was the trio who had just returned from the ancient ruins dungeon. Were they here for Saiyan too? Luna, what brings you to this dorm? Ah, Princess Aaron. Aaron stepped closer, trying to gauge the situation. I assume you're looking for Saian. Luna nodded solemnly. Yes. But he isn't here. Aaron blinked, confused. Not here. What do you mean? Luna's voice was disturbingly calm. I just checked. His room. It's completely empty. Aaron forced a cheerful smile. Oh, you know him. He probably just wandered off to train. He'll be back before dinner. No. This feels different. Luna shook her head. His scent. It's gone. Completely erased from the academy. I have a feeling he might never return. Aaron froze the color draining from her face. His scent is gone. Is she part bloodhound? Suddenly, the instructor burst into the conversation. It's all my fault. I pushed him too hard in sparring. I just wanted to bond with him, but I drove him away. I came on too strong. No one paid attention to his pity party. Aaron turned back to Luna, serious now. Does anyone have a lead? Where would he go? We need to investigate. Now, she barked orders. Search every corner of the academy grounds. Understood, I'll assist. Luna's eyes narrowed. We will pull intel from the Karam Guild. Consider it done, Lady Luna. Aaron spun around her dress, swirling as she bolted. I'm counting on you, Luna. I'll activate the Royal Intelligence Network. As she left, a shadow coalesced beside Luna, Lemmy Haram. This will not be a simple hide-and-seek game. Huh, what do you mean? Lemmy Haram replied coolly. He has erased his very existence. Even I am struggling to track his mana signature. And I am the best. As Aaron ran, the cold grip of terror squeezed her heart. Her worst nightmare was unfolding. I always feared this. That one day, Saian would just vanish like smoke. Not this time. I won't be a passive observer anymore. I will find him no matter what it takes. Back on the battlefield, a cataclysmic explosion shattered the wall, launching Saian into the courtyard. He dusted himself off, his voice eerily calm. What in the hell are you? Are you even alive? The Weaselkin was a mess of gore. His arms severed, yet flesh and bone were knitting together at impossible speeds. You humans. You look at us and see nothing but filth. Are you joking? Saian scoffed. You're just a puppet on Boris Lahem's string. How do you even have enough ego left to speak? Rage flared in the beastman's eyes. A high and mighty human could never understand. Do you know what it's like to be treated like vermin your entire life? The misery of a half-breed. The despair Boris Lahem took our cursed existence and turned it into a divine blessing. Meanwhile, at the safe house Saian had secured, Brian had finished moving the refugees in. Finally finished. That's the last box. It's a stroke of luck this place is so close to Lewin Academy. Perfect strategic positioning. Emily smiled warmly from the side. You did great work today, Brian. She pressed him for answers, fear tightening her voice. Does young Master Saiyan truly understand the danger of this place? And will he actually return once the slaughter is done? Brian replied, with a gentle, unwavering calm. Instructor Sarika made it clear. We have no choice but to place our faith in him and hold the line right here. But worry still etched deep lines across Emily's face. My heart is just racing with anxiety for the young master. And look at Luena. The poor girl is devastated. She thinks he abandoned her because he came and left while she was still trapped in slumber. Seeing her desolate state while she remained unconscious, Brian's eyes widened as realization hit him. He had to do something. The words Saiyan spoke to him earlier echoed in his mind like a royal command. There are feats only a monster like him can achieve, and there are duties only I can fulfill. I must do what is within my power. He knelt beside Luena, offering a warm, reassuring smile. Why the long-faced little one? Brian, her voice trembled with heartbreaking insecurity. Did Papa leave me behind because Nana was bad? Did I make a mistake? Brian answered instantly, his voice firm as steel. Absolutely not. He gently patted her head, soothing her worries. You have done nothing wrong, child. He will return the moment he finishes his mission. Our job is to stay put and trust him. Shall we be good and wait for his return? Okay, I understand. Papa is a big dummy. Let's scold him later, Brian chuckled. You bet we will. Meanwhile, back on the chaotic battlefield, Saiyan was facing down 3 ferocious opponents at once. The Weasel Beastman unleashed a devastating punch, but Saiyan danced backward, evading the blow with insulting ease. Instantly, the 4-armed freak rushed in mana, crackling around his fists. Saiyan kicked off the ground, soaring high into the air. The rabbit mage's shrill voice pierced the battlefield. Gotcha. Not even you can dodge while floating helplessly in the sky. She smirked, already tasting victory, as she launched a massive fireball. It tore through the air at breakneck speed. But Saiyan's response was chilling. He merely glanced at it. His eyes were filled with supreme confidence, lips curling into a smirk. A surge of sword aura exploded from his blade, slicing cleanly through the fireball. She barely managed to scramble aside in time. The remnant force of his strike slammed into the earth, blasting a crater where she had just stood. Witnessing this overwhelming power, the color drained from all three of their faces. This is impossible. Is that brat a sword master? He is scaling in power like this is a leveling manhwa. The four-armed beast roared in frustration. Damn it, everyone attack at once. He has to have a blind spot somewhere. Do not give him a second to breathe. Watching the desperate assault, Karam's voice echoed in Saiyan's mind. Why do all these trash mobs always use the same pathetic strategy? Saiyan grinned, his aura flaring as he replied. They fail to realize that thinking that way only exposes their fatal weakness. Saiyan activated his signature technique. Mist Sword Style, 8th form. A storm of slashes erupted, wrapping around him like a protective shroud of death. The blade danced, striking all three enemies simultaneously. The four-armed beast tried to block, but his limb was severed like wet paper. Seizing the moment, Saiyan moved. He closed the distance instantly, his killing intent suffocating the creature. Before he could deliver the finishing blow, a fireball forced him to pause. The rabbit mage screamed, "You idiot! Coordinate your attacks!" Fool! She unleashed a torrent of flame arrows raining down on Saiyan. But he calmly deployed his black orb. The dark sphere expanded, swallowing her entire magical bombardment into the void. Hey now, do not go eating my magic. Taking advantage of the distraction, the weasel leaped from behind, channeling every ounce of strength into a crushing smash. His fist slammed into the ground where Saiyan had stood, pulverizing the earth into dust but hitting nothing but air. Saiyan had already transitioned. Mist Sword Style, 7th form. A ghostly silhouette appeared behind the beastman before he even realized it. Damn it, I swear I felt that hit connect. But it was too late. A flurry of sword strikes descended. The blade carved through the weasel's body in the blink of an eye. Without pausing, Saiyan shifted his focus to the next target just as he had calculated. The four-armed warrior was helpless against the onslaught. Saiyan's blade flickered and the beast's head was severed once more. As it fell, the monster could only curse internally. Damn it, did I just get decapitated again? He spun Karam around, delivering a precise, razor-sharp slash that bisected the rabbit mage before she could even process her demise. All three abominations collapsed to the ground. However, fueled by the dark necromancy of Boris Lahem, they refused to stay dead. One of them muttered through bloodied teeth, "What kind of hellish power is this?" The four-armed beast casually picked up his own severed head and reattached it. Ha, looks like we cannot beat him in a fair fight. He is a true monster. Saiyan turned back, his expression darkening. I really do not want to hear that from a guy who just reattached his own head. The weasel chimed in with a sneer. Did you think we were actually here to defeat you? Then why start this battle? What is your objective? The beast grinned with arrogant confidence. We only needed to buy time for His Excellency. And that time is up. As the words left his mouth, the earth began to quake violently. From the depths of the abyss, a colossal skeletal dragon erupted from the ground. Ha! Playtime is officially over. Saiyan stared at the monstrosity rising before him. I knew Boris Lahem was plotting something, but to think he would resurrect the corpse of the Leviathan as a puppet, this is madness. The resurrection of this centuries-old calamity blasted the entire area, with shockwaves burying everything in smoke and debris. Its massive bone wings unfurled, pulsing with ominous mana. Though only white bone remained, the pressure it emitted was suffocating. Even Karam let out a whistle of admiration. Well, how interesting. I never thought I would see this legendary beast again. It would be catastrophic if that thing were unleashed upon the world. I cannot allow that. The first priority is to purge Boris Lahem, that filth standing atop the dragon's skull. The necromancer smiled with arrogance, looking down as if victory was already in his grasp. Below him, the voices of the beastmen grew relaxed, sensing their triumph. Ha! It is too late now. The world that abandoned and humiliated us ends today. We will destroy everything and rebuild it from the ashes. This is the dawn of our revolution. No one can stop us now. The weasel gloated, completely unaware of the grim reality unfolding above him. He did not realize that his usefulness had just expired. The Leviathan's gaping maw descended toward the two fools. The rabbit mage tried to scream a warning, but it was futile. Look out. In a single horrific snap, both beastmen were devoured, vanishing without a trace. The rabbit mage collapsed in shock. No, what is happening? Even Saiyan was taken aback by the betrayal. I did not think he would go that far. Karam analyzed the situation quickly. He is not just eating them. He is harvesting their life force to amplify his own mana. Boris Lehem's voice boomed across the battlefield. Sacrifice, you call this sacrifice, do not make me laugh. All of this is simply fuel to restore the power of the Holy Scripture. The rabbit mage screamed in fury. What does this mean? Boris Lehem, this was not part of the plan. The villain adopted a tone of mock sympathy. Such a pity. But you must understand, this is all for the greater good. I truly feel terrible about it. A heartbreaking tragedy, is it not? She trembled with rage, realizing her own stupidity, but that expression was not one of a survivor. Within the shattered ruins of Excellium, a nightmare took shape as the terrified citizens gazed up at the Leviathan. A dragon? Is that an ancient dragon? Look out! It's charging a breath of death. Everyone run for your lives. Boris Lehem's voice dripped with malice. Listen up, trash of Excellium. It's time to pay your debts with blood. Chaos erupted instantly. Desperation clawed at their throats as they fled from the awakened beast, praying to survive this Manhwa recap-worthy calamity. Move, or we're all dead. Kiara sprinted forward, her voice cracking with desperation. Stop this madness, Boris Lehem. She hurled a blazing fireball at Leviathan, but it flickered out like a candle in a storm. Humph. How disappointing, Kiara. And here, I thought we were friends. His eyes were cold shards of ice, his voice dropping to a sinister growl, as if speaking to a bug beneath his boot. Kiara screamed fury, igniting her spirit. I'll see you in hell, you bastard. Leviathan unleashed its breath of death. It should have been the end. But Boris froze. Well, you actually surprised me. Blocking a breath of death from an ancient dragon, Saian stood there, face unreadable, his black sphere swallowing the attack whole. He made the impossible look effortless. Boris scoffed, arrogance returning. But how long can you keep this up? The dragon's firepower surged. Flames threatened to incinerate the world. Yet Saian remained in the eye of the storm, his expression void of fear. Then he moved. A counterattack sharp enough to sever fate itself. Blade dance of the black snow. The slash split the very air. It tore through everything, rushing at Boris like an unstoppable catastrophe. Only when the blade kissed his face did he realize what. He barely dodged the Reaper's scythe, but Leviathan wasn't so lucky. Its massive horn was sheared off, crashing down and shattering the earth. Through the choking dust, terror finally touched Boris's face. What is this power? I thought his Karam was just a short dagger. Saian's voice cut through the noise. This isn't the weapon's power. I reshaped it with my own spiritual pressure. The dagger is gone. Behold, the longsword dripping with demonic aura, Nirvana's penance Willius Vert form. Panicked, Boris screamed for Leviathan to crush him with its massive claws. But how do you strike a ghost? Saian was a blur of speed in this leveling Manhwa showdown. From above, Boris cast a long-range spell, Lightning Rain. The bolts homed in, like guided missiles. But Saian danced through the sky, his blade moving with lethal grace. He sliced through the magic and launched a counter-offensive. Every sword path converged on one target. Leviathan was the prey. Boris might dodge, but the colossal dragon was nothing more than a giant punching bag for a warrior of this caliber. The blade sang, and Leviathan's arm was severed cleanly. It plummeted toward the village below. The beastmen screamed in horror. Its falling move, but Saian was already there faster than gravity. Secret art mist sword dance. 8 blossom slash. Hundreds of strikes reduced the massive limb to dust, saving the ungrateful crowd. And their thanks, pure venom. He's the one, he woke the Leviathan. Saian glanced back, not surprised by their treachery. Above them, Boris cackled maniacally. Ha ha ha. Stop worrying about them. You're all going to be my sacrifices anyway. Energy gathered for a devastating blast, aimed at both Saian and the village. The beastmen froze, paralyzed by fear. Ragnarok. A sphere of absolute darkness descended without mercy. Saian lowered his stance, eyes locking on the target. He prepared the ultimate counter. Mist, sword dance. Heaven-seizing bone array, a slash to divide the heavens. The dark energy split like wet paper against a razor. Boris's eyes bulged. Impossible. The strike continued, slicing Leviathan's neck. The dragon was nearly decapitated. Seizing the instant, Saian vaulted up the debris, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Suddenly, the Reaper was right in front of him. Caught you, you little rat. A cold smirk played on Saian's lips. You have no idea how long I've waited for this, Boris. There is no escape. Saian unleashed his divine authority. Adamant. A massive sphere of force materialized an executioner's axe that could not be dodged. It slammed into Boris's face before he could blink, driving him down and crushing Leviathan into the earth. A cataclysmic explosion tore through the battlefield, wiping the slate clean. This was the power of a true destroyer. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Luwen Lemaharam felt the shockwave of Saian's aura. Found him. Luna's face lit up. You found him. You're so cute in that form. Lemiharum pointed a tiny finger at the map. He is right here. Luna frowned, confused. Ixelian, that abandoned wasteland. Why would Senior go to a place like that? I don't know, Lemiharum replied. I simply detected the mana of an old dragon I used to know. But I can't be certain, unless I see it with my own eyes. Luna gasped. An ancient dragon, Lemiharum scoffed. Relax. To Saian, that thing is just a glorified snake. Suddenly, Lamella burst into the room. Lady Luna. Startled, Luna slammed the magic tome shut, accidentally trapping Lemiharum inside. She spun around, composing herself. What is it? Lamella panted. I'm sorry, but the Karam Association is here. The figures in white barked their commands, their voices cold. Lord Regan demands your presence, Lady Luna. You are to come with us immediately. Lamella leaned in her voice, a hushed whisper. I sense a trap, my lady. Allow me to stall them here while you make your escape. Luna turned to her eyes wide with confusion. But, aren't you sworn to my grandfather's service? Why would you aid me against him? Lamella's whisper was fierce and loyal. You are the one who saved my life. My only duty as a true knight is to protect you. A gentle smile graced Luna's lips at the display of loyalty. Thank you, Lamella. I shall return shortly. Please convey my message to Princess Erin. The soldiers' patience snapped, their voices rising. Lady Luna, we must move now. She quickly briefed Lamella on the situation, clutching the ancient grimoire tightly as she prepared to leave. Understood. I will ensure Princess Erin receives your word. As Luna stepped out, her mind raced. He summoned me because of the ruins. He knows. Her gaze darkened, a terrifying killing intent flooding the air around her like a storm. If he plans to use this to hurt my senior, I will stop him. I will stop him at any cost. Back on the battlefield, nothing remained but devastation and ruin. Karam materialized from the shadows, looking around. Is he truly gone this time? His aura has completely vanished from my senses. It would seem so. Saian gazed into the massive crater he had carved into the earth. The nightmare is finally over. Suddenly, an accusatory voice rang out from behind. This destruction. It is all your doing, human. The beastmen encircled Saian, pointing fingers of blame like ungrateful wretches. That's right. None of this would have happened if you hadn't appeared. I saw you threaten that woman and her child. Get lost, Monster Karam's fury, ignited at their ungratefulness after saving their worthless lives. Do you all have a death wish? Shall I slaughter the lot of them for their insolence? Saian simply pulled his hood up, his expression unbothered as he turned to leave. Leave them be. Karam roared in disbelief. You intend to let them live. They have seen your face, Saian replied with chilling calm. That is for the best. It means I won't have to wait in the shadows much longer. He will come for me soon enough. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, the Willius Vert prince seethed with rage at the report. That bastard Boris is dead. He slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the silence. Useless trash. I plucked him from that stinking heap of rubble and raised him to be human, and this is how he repays me. He dares to die without repaying his debt. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the corner. Did you summon me, Your Highness? It was Achol stepping into the light. What is the meaning of this? Louis Snell rushed forward, panic in his eyes. Boris has fallen, and Ixelium, the entire city, has been reduced to ash. Akal remained unfazed, his voice steady. I am already aware of the situation. The prince screamed, veins popping on his forehead. What? Why did you not bring this to me sooner? Ignoring the outburst, Akal cut him off. I have an urgent report to make. The prince's face twisted in indignation. Is your business more important than the Willius Vert, Prince of the Empire? Have you lost your mind? Akal smiled with arrogant confidence. I have discovered the true identity of the mastermind. Luenel gasped. You know who did this? Akal turned, his cape swirling. We must depart for Luen Academy immediately. A carriage awaits us. The prince's voice trembled with urgency. Who exactly is hiding at Luen? I shall explain everything en route. The prince clenched his fists, a strange sensation tightening his chest. Damn it all. What in blazes is going on? Why do I feel like I am being led by the nose like a prize stag? Indeed, he was dancing exactly to another's tune. Back in the ruins of Ixelium, the cockroach Boris had miraculously cheated death once more. He stumbled, collapsing, as the severed holy grimoire slipped from his grasp. He leaned against a wall, laughing in despair. Ha, ha, my luck has finally run dry. The resurrection of Lord History. A complete and utter failure. I have failed my purpose. If only the plan had succeeded. Lord Hystery would have healed my wounds. Suddenly, a foul sludge began to ooze from the pages of the ruined grimoire, forming a voice. Do not despair, Boris. Do I not see a sacrifice with immense magical potential right before my eyes? What? What do you mean? The sludge contorted, morphing into a grotesque entity, lined with rows of razor-sharp rotting teeth. This is the will of the divine, so do not hold a grudge. Wait. What is happening? But the entity known as History showed no mercy. The fallen angel engulfed Boris, draining every ounce of his magic. He died by his own dirty tricks, a brutal reality of this leveling Manhwa world. Inside the carriage, speeding toward Lewin's patience wore thin. Now tell me, who is this person at Lewin Academy? The devil disguised as a man replied calmly. We seek Headmaster Kunda's cooperation regarding a matter involving my younger brother. Lewinel balked. Saian, what does your brother have to do with this disaster? The devil's reply was swift. That child is the very one who slaughtered Boris. What did you say? Achol's eyes narrowed. That brat is the master of the beast Karam and a cold-blooded assassin from the secret Mist Sword sect. Lewinel could not believe his ears. Are you certain? Is this the truth? Achol nodded. This is the intelligence Boris sacrificed his life to secure. The one sabotaging our grand design from the shadows was that boy all along. Lewinel's face darkened with wrath. So the rat has finally been flushed out. He has been buzzing around us, mocking us this entire time. Akal continued smoothly. An arrest warrant has already been issued through the Imperial Palace. The order has likely reached Lewin Academy by now. A warrant? On what grounds? Achol smiled, a predator, sensing blood. The reason? Is it not obvious? The mastermind behind the Blood Banquet and the Excellium massacre. The leader of a dark assassin guild. Surely that is enough to condemn him. Lewinel smirked, satisfied. So you intend to pin all our sins on him. You truly are the worthy heir of the God of Light. Achol gazed out the window, his voice dripping with false piety. Though it breaks my heart to draw my blade against my own flesh and blood, this stain must be cleansed for the sake of peace and justice in our lands. This is the destiny he must face, and the inevitable will of the celestial spirit. The scene shifted. A heavy door creaked open, as Luna stepped inside with an eerie calmness. You came all the way to Lewin personally. Grandfather Regan's expression was grim. I am surprised you came willingly. It was you who summoned me. Very well. I ask you now not as the council head but as your grandfather. Speak the truth. Did you enter the Nodeli ruins with Saian? Did you assist that boy in acquiring the forbidden grimoire? Luna averted her gaze, the weight of the secret pressing down on her. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Regan's patience finally snapped, and a terrifying aura exploded from his body. Just as I predicted, you are trying to protect that brat. An overwhelming gravity crushed the entire room, the kind of pressure only seen in a top-tier awakening manhwa, yet Luna refused to kneel. She grit her teeth, struggling to speak through the suffocation. Isn't this all just your wild speculation? Torture me all you want, grandfather, but you won't get a single word out of me. A flicker of surprise crossed Regan's eyes as he analyzed her. To think she can withstand my mana pressure. You've truly grown, Luna. You are the chosen future who will lead the Karam Council. However, he intensified his aura, the force slamming down like a mountain. The floor shattered beneath them as Luna was forced to her knees. You must not be swayed by such pathetic common emotions. Luna's eyes burned with fury as she clenched her jaw. I am sick and tired of this twisted fate. I won't let you treat me like a puppet ever again, grandfather. In an instant, her own mana flared to life-shattering Regan's oppressive domain. Shock paralyzed the old man. She nullified my suppression. Unbelievable. Luna stood tall, though her body trembled from the exertion. Give it up. You will never force the truth from my lips. Regan stared at her in chilling silence before whispering. I see. So that is the extent of your resolve. He snapped his fingers, his voice dropping an octave. Then, you have chosen your own suffering. Instantly complex magic circles ignited in the air around her. Wait, is this a binding formation? He had rigged the room with high-tier spells from the start. Pitch-black chains of mana erupted from the circles launching toward Luna in the blink of an eye. There was no escape. The shadow chains bound her limbs, completely sealing her movements. Regan approached her slowly, like a predator cornering its prey. Soon, even the memory of this foolish regret will be wiped clean. Panic and rage swirled in her eyes. Are you planning to kill me? Ancient runes began to crawl up his arm, glowing with ominous light. I would never destroy the future of this association. Recognizing the forbidden technique, Luna's blood ran cold. Is he going to use mind destruction magic on his own blood? His eyes were void of empathy, cold as ice. I will simply excise your useless memories. Resistance is futile, my dear. I will remold you into perfection. Return to being the obedient granddaughter I once loved. Go back to Lewin Academy. Meanwhile, the villain arrived at Saiyan's quarters only to find a ghost town. Nothing. Not a single trace remains. Even Saiyan's companions had vanished into thin air. He glanced at the spirit manifestation of the demon sword Durendal. Can your senses track that, brat? The spirit clicked her tongue in annoyance. Damn it. I can't detect even the faintest residual energy. Someone meticulously scrubbed this place clean. Her face twisted in humiliation as memories of her defeat resurfaced. Is this really where that insect lived? The one who dared to disgrace me? I swear I will pay back. That insult, a thousandfold descendant of the Black Fog. I had hoped to torture some answers out of him, but it seems that plan is a bust. Durendal turned away, her voice dripping with venom. Do not underestimate my tracking skills, you insolent fool. My apologies. The two ominous figures stalked down the hallway. The Imperial Army is already hunting him. We could wait for their report. I don't trust incompetent humans. Find him yourself, successor, as you wish. In the headmaster's office, Kunda finished reading the wanted notice. This situation is spiraling out of control. Suddenly, the heavy oak doors were blasted open. Willius Vert, Prince Louis Snell, stormed in. Still alive and kicking grandfather, a smirk of arrogant victory plastered his face as if he already held the world in his palm. Headmaster Kunda turned slowly. What brings you here unannounced? Louis Snell sneered, his ego bruised by the old man's calm. Why are you looking at me with those judging eyes? Are you that disappointed in your own grandson? What invites such an accusation? Your Highness, the prince shouted, losing his composure. Stop playing innocent. You cut off aid to the Guigu family. And didn't you whisper poison in my father's ear behind my back, Louis Snell? I simply wish to prevent a fool from tarnishing the throne. The prince's fists trembled with rage. You speak of it so lightly. You sound exactly like my father. Violet, Fabian, Narobon. And even that wretched girl Erin. Do you think they don't crave the crown? They will use every dirty trick to snatch it from my grasp. The headmaster's gaze sharpened like a blade. You truly are a fool. Are you so terrified of losing? Something you never possessed in the first place. Only when you leave a legacy and possess the maturity to lead will the world grant you the title of emperor. It is not a trinket you can steal from others. Kunda turned his back on the prince. This is the peace and prosperity your father bled to build. Do not destroy it with your petty greed. Feeling completely humiliated, Luesno let out a twisted, mocking laugh. Ha, peace. I don't think the man who raised the most brutal monster of our era has the right to preach about peace. Where is your precious student, Saiyan headmaster? Kunda remained silent, his expression unreadable. The prince pointed an accusatory finger. You aren't hiding that murderer, are you? Suddenly the doors creaked open again. Erin stepped in, her eyes wide. Brother Louis. She had come to ask about Saiyan's whereabouts. Why is he here at a time like this? The prince glared at her. We are in the middle of an important conversation. Get lost, Erin. But Kunda intervened, his voice absolute. You may leave now, Louis Nell. What? What did you just say? I was here first. Princess Erin scheduled this meeting long before you barged in here. He snarled like a rabid dog. I am the grand prince of this empire, Kunda replied, with cold indifference. A schedule is a schedule. Furthermore, why can't you act with the dignity befitting your station? Right now, you look nothing like a prince, and everything like a desperate failure. Madness consumed the prince's eyes. His fury erupted like a wildfire, ready to burn the office to ash. But then a familiar voice cut through the tension. Saiyan's dormitory is completely empty. He is a threat to the Empire's peace. If you are hiding that boy, I sincerely hope for your full cooperation, Professor Acker. Princess Erin whipped around, her eyes wide with disbelief. What do you mean he threatens the peace of the Empire? It pains me to say this, Princess Erin, but Saiyan has been exposed as the true mastermind behind the Blood Banquet and the city's destruction. Witnesses in Excellium have confirmed it, and their testimonies are irrefutable. He turned to the headmaster, his voice cold. I assume you have already received the Imperial letter, correct? That is correct. Erin stood frozen, unable to process the words. Impossible. There is no way Saiyan would ever commit such atrocities. The wanted order has been issued across the entire empire. You should tread carefully as well, Princess. Erin's expression darkened, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. This is undeniably a lie. I don't believe a word of it. Saian would never do this. Meanwhile, in a distant city, the release of Saian's wanted poster had the crowd in an uproar. Isn't that the youngest scion of the Willius Vert clan? I heard the Blood Banquet wasn't enough. He turned Excellium into a hellscape straight out of a dark awakening manhwa. If that's the youngest master of the Willius Vert family, isn't he the kid who miraculously survived the demon onslaught years ago? I heard he was a student at Lewin Academy. Why on earth would he show his face in our town? Saiyan calmly picked up his own wanted poster, analyzing it with the focus of a leveling manhwa protagonist. Beside him, Karam chimed in. The drawing on this paper looks more dashing than the real thing. Oh really? Are you satisfied now? Well, maybe a little. A cunning predatory grin spread across his face. Now, the real boss will have to drag himself out here to find me. The Empire's most prestigious trophy is waiting for him. Or perhaps, it will be that bastard's grave. The scene shifts to the frozen wastelands of Brunei. A figure sprinted desperately through the blinding snowstorm. It was Cecilia. Clutching a notice tightly, she pushed her body to the limit. Her breath came in ragged gasps, a mix of exhaustion and sheer panic. Reaching a cliff's edge, she screamed out, "Lady Alice, we have a major problem." Alice turned slowly, her gaze sharp yet surprised. "Cecilia? What has you in such a frantic state?" The maid quickly thrust the paper forward. "You need to read this immediately." Alice took the wanted poster, her eyes widening in shock. Saian is the cold-blooded killer behind the Blood Banquet and the destruction of Excellium. That's absurd. Saian would never do something like that. Cecilia, gasping for air, tried to explain through her fatigue. "I saw these plastered all over the walls while patrolling the outskirts." "What are we going to do?" My Lady Alice's expression turned grave. She recalled Saian's parting words. "So this is why he told us to leave immediately." It seems Saian knew this was coming. He foresaw that history would repeat itself. She rolled up the poster, her voice regaining its composure. "We will focus solely on our training." Cecilia blinked in confusion. "Huh, are you certain? Will everything really be okay?" Alice replied with absolute conviction. "If Saian believes he can handle this alone, then we would only be a burden. The only thing that matters now is that we become stronger as fast as humanly possible. That is the only way we can be of use to him. Even if it's just a little bit." From the distance, the goddess of water spoke up. "I admire that look of determination in your eyes, Alice. Now, let us resume. Let's do this." Determination blazed on her face as powerful waves of mana enveloped her body. "Yes, Lady Marion." The scene shifts back to Lewin Academy. Luna was fighting a losing battle against Regan memory erasure magic. Agony pierced the heavens, tearing at the girl's will. Regan watched, genuinely surprised. "I am impressed you have held out this long, child. But dragging this out will only prolong your suffering." He intensified the mana output drilling into Luna's mind. She resisted violently, refusing to yield. Images of her time with Saian flashed before her eyes. Even if their time was short, it was priceless. She would never let him wipe this slate clean. "No, don't you dare take Senior Saiyan away from me." But the old man Regan was relentless. "Struggle all you want, it is futile. I will purge everything related to that boy from your existence. I will scrub every corner of your mind." Sensing the situation was critical, Lamaharam finally decided to intervene before it was too late. Suddenly, Regan was ripped from reality and thrown into a distorted dimension. What is this? He looked around, realizing he was trapped in a domain. "Who is doing this?" A voice cold as the abyss echoed through the void. "You dare run wild in my territory." Regan's eyes widened in horror. "This mana signature. It's the grimoire, Lamaharam." The spirit stared down at the tiny old man. The killing intent it radiated made the very air heavy to breathe. "Insignificant, human. Have you no fear of death?" Terror and disbelief hijacked Regan's mind. He couldn't process the entity standing before him. Does this mean Luna is the master of the grimoire? Without wasting a second, a colossal hand shot toward him at breakneck speed. "You wretched little insect. Suffer for the truth you so desperately seek." The strike hit with devastating force, blowing Regan away effortlessly, like swatting a harmless fly. The old man coughed up blood, barely managing to cling to his life. Back in reality, the magical binding shattered, and Luna collapsed to the floor, completely drained. Luna whispered weakly, "Was that your doing?" From behind, Regan's unconscious body, a tiny version of Lamaharam popped up. "Stop the theatrics. Don't act like this wasn't part of your plan all along." Realizing she'd been caught, Luna offered a tired, knowing smile. "Thank you, Lamaharam. Now, let's go find Senior Saiyan." They approached the door and peeked out, but a guard suddenly turned his head. The guard narrowed his eyes. Lady Luna Lemaharam, perched on Luna's head, looked down with utter disdain. What are you looking at, you lowly worms? With Regan out of the picture, the rest of the escape seemed like child's play. Back at the hideout on the outskirts of Lewin, the trio was in a state of panic. This is an emergency. Brian slammed the wanted poster onto the table, but Emily was practically glowing with excitement. Whoa, look at young Master Saian. He looks handsome, even in a drawing. No, that is not the point. Look closer, Emily. Panic seized her heart as the words on the wanted poster burned into her mind. Is the young master truly a fugitive? The royal army's presence was suffocating. Soldiers swarmed the streets like a plague of iron. Every single one of them is hunting for young Master Saian. Brian roared, his eyes blazing with fury. This is a setup. Someone has framed him. Nana chimed in from behind, her small fists clutched tight. Yeah, framed, totally framed. Suddenly, a heavy rhythmic knocking pounded against the door. Brian's instincts screamed danger as he gripped his blade. His gaze was steel, unwavering, and deadly. Emily trembled, her voice barely a whisper. Brian, what are you doing? Put the sword away. But the knight drew his weapon, leveling it at the entrance. His voice dropped to a growl, vibrating with conviction. I swore an oath to the young master. I will shield you and Nana with my very life force if I must. The little girl pumped her fist, eyes sparkling with battle spirit. Nana wants to fight too. Brian nodded grimly. The moment that door cracks open, we strike. The knocking grew thunderous. Emily panicked, waving her hands frantically. Stop banging on the door. She rushed forward, signaling for peace. All right, I'm opening it. As the latch clicked, tension filled the room like gunpowder waiting for a spark. But instead of an army, a familiar, arrogant voice drifted in. Why are you three so slow? It was Saian. He had returned to stash away his 3 precious deadweights before the final war began. Young Master Saian, don't shout like that. Emily threw herself at him, relief washing over her. Do you have any idea how worried we were? Seeing their liege safe, Brian and Nana couldn't hold back the flood of tears. Young Master, the group swarmed him, clinging like burrs to wool. Well, everyone except Brian, who got a swift kick to the face for his troubles. Thank the gods you're safe, Nana cheered. Welcome home, Papa. The reunion settled into a council of war regarding the wanted posters plastering the kingdom. Obviously, I didn't commit those crimes, Saian scoffed. Emily huffed, indignant. I knew it. We never doubted you for a second, my lord. So what's the plan? We're going to clear your name and crush those liars. Right, Saiyan's reply was calm, yet it carried a chilling finality. That is not going to happen. But why? Saiyan's eyes narrowed. As long as that bounty hangs over my head, this sanctuary is compromised. That wretched beast has obtained the holy sword Durandal. With its divine power tracking us, our location is no longer a secret. It's only a matter of time. He paused, his expression turning serious. That is why I need you all to enter my dimensional space. It's the only mechanic that can bypass the laws of this world, like a cheat code in a system Manhwa. Inside that void, no one can touch you. The atmosphere grew heavy as Saiyan's aura flared, his words striking like a judge's gavel. Soon, every blade in this empire will be pointed at my throat. I cannot guarantee your safety out here. Hearing this, Brian dropped to one knee, the picture of knightly devotion. My lord, since the day I pledged my loyalty at the academy, my heart has never wavered, not once. I will burn my life force to aid you, even if I must storm the gates of heaven itself. Saiyan waved him off dismissively. Yeah, I got it. Just get in the portal. Emily, standing by the dimensional gate, shivered not from fear, but from the cringe. Honestly, Brian, your acting is getting a bit excessive, she sighed. Hurry up and get in. As the gate sealed shut behind them, Saiyan let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Kara materialized from the shadows, amusement dancing in her voice. So the liabilities are gone. Our burden is finally lightened. Saiyan smirked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Actually, I have a special solo mission for you. Trust me, you're going to enjoy this one to the fullest. Oh, is that so? Meanwhile, back at Lewin Academy, the elder Regan smashed his fist into the ground, mana crackling around him. Damn it, all this time. I was certain Saiyan held the grimoire. But it was that wretched girl Luna all along. A soldier burst into the room, gasping for air, face pale with terror. Chairman Regan, are you all right, sir? Regan glared. Why are you alone? Where's the rest of your squad? The soldier trembled. Apologies, my lord, they were all decimated by Lady Luna. Out in the corridor, elite guards lay scattered like broken dolls, completely unconscious. Regan threw his head back and laughed, a sound devoid of humor. Ha ha ha, to think that little brat actually outsmarted me. The soldier stammered. What are your orders, Chairman Regan? Eyes burned with greed and malice. Luna holds the ancient grimoire. Forget Saian. We must secure that book at any cost. At the same time, in the city of Browse, the royal army was still turning the town upside down, hunting for Saian into the dead of night. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared atop the highest clock tower. Yoo-hoo! Up here, morons! Karam stood there, perfectly transformed into Saiyan's likeness, radiating arrogance. I hear you, dogs are looking for me. The soldiers below gaped in shock. It can't be. Karam slowly removed the mask, revealing a mocking grin. If you want me, come and get me. Try to keep up, you incompetent fools. Back at the now silent Lewin Academy, a voice echoed through the empty halls, dripping with melancholy. This place, it's so empty now. The seat where my best friend used to sit now only holds the weight of my loneliness. Set slumped against the wall, his face a mask of utter dejection. Is Saiyan really never coming back? The boredom was physically painful. Memories of their adventures replayed in his mind, the chaos, the battles. Said, after everything we went through, how could you leave me in a place this dull? His eyes were glazed over, his spirit seemingly crushed by the mundane reality. Should I just drop out? I might die of boredom at this rate. Suddenly, frantic footsteps echoed down the hallway. Luna came sprinting toward him. She skid to a halt, chest-heaving sweat clinging to her brow. Luna, what happened? She gasped out. I found him. I found Senior Saiyan's location. We have to go. Now, Set's eyes snapped open, panic and excitement warring on his face. What? You actually tracked down where Saiyan is hiding. But, more importantly, what is that incredibly cute creature on your head? Lemahizam, the grimoire spirit scowled. If you heard the girl, then move your feet, you heir of the demon seal. Set blushed, completely ignoring the insult. It's so adorable. Without a second thought, he grabbed Luna's hand, dragging her forward. His voice returned to its usual manic energy. Ha ha ha, say no more, no time to think. I know the fastest way out of here. Grinning like a madman, Set punched a massive hole straight through the academy wall. True to form, the duo plummeted from the second floor amidst a shower of debris. Lemahizam leaped off Luna's head, commanding the air itself. I shall lead the way. The tiny creature exploded with mana, transforming into its true form, a colossal, majestic phantom bird that shadowed the courtyard. The two students leaped onto its back. With a single beat of its massive wings, they shot into the sky at breakneck speed. Hold on tight. We're almost there. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where Princess Ajin is relentlessly swinging her wooden sword, sweat pouring down her face. Clutching the device, her mind flashed back to Lamila's report. Saiyan has been located in Excellium. My Lady Luna insisted I convey this urgent message to you immediately. Before the guards could escort her to Saiyan, Ajin turned her back on them. Change of plans. I'm going to see Headmaster Kundal. I need his strength right now. Understood. Forgive me. Lamila bowed her head in shame. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I cannot walk this path with you. It's fine. Go. She sprinted through the halls, bursting into the headmaster's office. But waiting there weren't just allies. Grand Prince Louis Nail and the sinister Artrum were present. A truth too heavy to bear awaited the princess. They claimed the architect of the bloody banquet and the catastrophe of Excellium was none other than Saiyan himself. But the killing blow was the revelation that stunned Ajin to her core. Saiyan was a member of the Mistblades, the legendary order of cold-blooded assassins, serving the Black Mist, the very god of death and ruin. The color drained from Ajin's face, her expression darkening into despair. Chaos reigned in her mind. Did I truly know nothing about him? Was I just a fool living in a fantasy while he walked through hell? Beside her, Lassie most whispered in concern. Are you not going to join them? For what purpose? Ajin's grip tightened around her sword until her knuckles turned white. I trained until my bones ached every single day, all just to stand by his side, to be an equal. But look at reality. I am nothing but a burden, incapable of changing a single thing. Saiyan exists in a realm far beyond my reach, a place of suffocating darkness and solitude where someone like me could never survive. It is pathetic. I call myself an imperial princess, yet I cannot offer him a shred of salvation. Why am I so utterly powerless? Suddenly, a heavy pressure approached from the shadows. How deep is your trust in the boy? She turned to face Headmaster Kundal. Kundal stepped into the light, his presence commanding. Do you truly believe Saiyan is the villain behind the massacre and the fall of Excellium? The princess lowered her gaze, her voice trembling but firm. No, Saiyan would never commit such atrocities. I have only ever known his protection. He has given me everything, and I have repaid him with nothing. My soul knows the truth. He is not a monster. Hearing her resolve, the headmaster extended a weathered hand. Then we must make haste. If we wish to save that stubborn brat, time is of the essence. Ajin's eyes widened, but hesitation was a luxury she couldn't afford. Meanwhile, back in the besieged city of Bordeaux, royal knights gazed skyward in terror as Kaizam descended like a meteor. Before a word could be spoken, she crushed a soldier's face into the pavement, treating him like a stepping stone. She landed in the heart of the enemy formation. Panic erupted instantly as the soldiers realized a predator was among them. Capture the intruder. They lunged in unison, only to crash into each other like clowns. Kaizam danced through the air, dodging with insulting ease. She didn't even touch the ground, perching arrogantly atop a knight's helmet. Her voice dripped with disdain. Is this really the best you have? Your movements are sluggish and pathetic. Over here, a confident roar cut through the noise. A hulking brute with hair resembling a rooster's comb stepped forward, grinning. You slipped away last time, rat. But your luck has run out. He puffed out his chest, listing his stats like a villain in a leveling manhwa. Rank A plus strength. Rank A magic power. I am the Academy's top elite. Zack has arrived to shut that loud mouth of yours permanently. He conjured a massive roaring sphere of flame. Behold, the dragon's breath. The fodder soldiers cheered. Ha ha, that's Lord Zack's ultimate technique. It's over. With a guttural roar, Zack launched the devastating attack. The inferno barreled toward Kaizam. Burn into nothingness. The soldiers behind him scattered like roaches, terrified of the friendly fire. Move. We'll be incinerated. Yet Kaizam stood her ground, a look of utter boredom painted on her face. She threw a single casual punch. Is that it? The shockwave obliterated the fireball and sent the force flying back at the rooster head with godlike speed. What the? Before his brain could process the physics, the impact slammed into him. Lord Zack, a nearby wall, exploded into dust. The elite student was stripped of his armor, instantly left standing in nothing but gaudy underwear, his face frozen in a mask of absolute horror. The soldiers questioned their reality. He was defeated. In one hit, Kaizam stepped forward, her aura intensifying. Was that joke your strongest warrior? A terrifying killing intent flooded the street. Then, playtime is over. I suppose I'll have to open the gates of hell right here. The knights turned pale as ghosts. They realized too late. They weren't facing a human, but a true demon. High above Luna and Seth approached the chaos. Explosions scarred the city skyline. I see her. I can feel that overwhelming mana signature. Luna's expression hardened with resolve. Hold on, Senior Saiyan. I won't let you bear this burden alone. In the shadows of the district, Saiyan observed the battlefield like a chess master. Send reinforcements to Sector B. They're running around like headless chickens. Kaizam is creating the perfect distraction. I should rely on her chaos more often. He leaped across the rooftops, a phantom in the night. While eyes are on her, I'll strike the heart of their base. He's definitely there. Saiyan's lips curled into a cold smirk. Artrum, you hypocritical snake. Your judgment day is here. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, crashing down directly in his path. Saiyan backflipped instantly, dodging the ambush. From the smoke, the gravelly voice of an elder echoed. Impressive reflexes. Saiyan stabilized his stance. Jason, the old man stepped forward, radiating power. You may not know me, but I have been watching you for a long time, Saiyan. I am Jason Guild, Master of Gazam. Saiyan didn't flinch, maintaining his cool demeanor. What brings a titan like you to this mess? What do you want? Jason grinned, stroking his chin. Straight to the point. I like that. Seeing you up close, you really do possess your father's eyes. Very well, I won't mince words. He shouted, his voice booming with absolute authority. You must marry my granddaughter immediately, Saiyan. You have no choice but to marry Luna. Saiyan's face froze, his brain completely short-circuiting at the absurdity. Are you out of your mind, old man? Disbelief washed over him. He snapped back immediately. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Is that the only reason you came here? Regin ignored the outburst, listing Saiyan's transgressions like a criminal record. From crushing the Gajam Association's smuggling operations to interrupting our excavation of the ruins, you even severed our connection with the ancient 1,000-year-old dragons. All of that was your doing, wasn't it? Furthermore, my granddaughter has taken quite a fancy to you. She defied her own grandfather just to protect you. Hearing this, Saiyan was left speechless. Was this guy serious? A smug grin spread across Regin's face, his voice dripping with arrogance. So join the Gajam Association, Saiyan. Resistance is futile. You have no option but to accept. But before the old man could finish his power trip, Saiyan cut him off. Thanks, but hard pass. Excuse me, Saiyan chuckled, his expression deadly calm. A massive organization led by a 9-star sage. Yet there are still things you greedy people can't acquire. Saiyan flipped the bird right in Regent's face, his confidence soaring. That delusion of yours, it's never going to become reality. I'm guessing you plan to use Luna and me for some personal scheme, but I won't let that happen. The rejection triggered an explosion of rage. Regent's killing intent flooded the air thick enough to choke on. So, that is your final answer. His hands moved in a blur, instantly manifesting complex magic circles that caged Saiyan in from all sides. Surrounded by the Gajam Association's filth, the threat was clear. If you won't join us, I'll make sure no one else in this world can have you either. Meanwhile, back at the Boruto Command Center, Louis Lunel's voice boomed with fury. You call this a report? He seized the commander by the collar, screaming. That bastard is just one kid, and you're telling me the entire Royal Knight squad was defeated. Just what the hell happened? What have you useless pieces of trash been doing? The commander stammered, terrified. Your Highness, please calm down. It's not just the boy we're dealing with. We've hit a wall. Out of nowhere, members of the Gajam Association swarmed in, blocking the Royal Knight's path. Both sides are locked in fierce combat right now. Louis Lunel's eyes darkened. The Gajam Association, why I don't know, sir. A twisted, arrogant smile crept onto the prince's face. Perfect. He threw the commander aside and barked his order. Kill them. Kill them all. He looked every bit the third-rate villain. This is a direct provocation from Gajam. If we need more firepower, drag the Knights of Light into the fray. The commander panicked. Your Highness, the Knights of Light are on the front lines, holding back the demon hordes. But Louis just scoffed, blinded by pride. Useless trash, all of you. I knew something like this would happen, so I prepared ahead of time. The Knights of Light legions should be arriving any moment. The commander stuttered, pale as a sheet. Your Highness. What you just said. That's a declaration of war. Principal Kundal and Princess Asen Sepidus strode in clad in full battle gear. The principal's voice was calm but heavy. Do you really intend to start a war with Gajam? Louis glared at Asen. His eyes burned with hatred. What the hell is that witch doing here? He turned to the principal. Are you planning to stand in my way again, old man? Princess Asen Sepidus held up a scroll, her voice cutting through the tension. This is an official decree from the Emperor himself. Luen Academy is hereby ordered to assist in the search for my fiancé. Hearing this, the prince ground his teeth, screaming in frustration. Asen Sepidus, you dare? He pointed a trembling finger at her. So what? Can you even prove the legitimacy of that scrap of paper? Principal Kundal stepped forward, shielding Asen with his presence. I can. The Emperor's condition has deteriorated rapidly. Due to unspecified complications, I was requested to support Princess Asen. However, it seems he didn't mention this to you. Suddenly, the principal's gaze turned terrifying, his voice dripping with menace. Shall I investigate why you've gathered your strongest forces? And why you are attempting to ignite a war against Gajam? Realizing he had lost the verbal battle, Louis snapped. He resorted to violence. Stop them, they're colluding with the criminal. Seize them. The soldiers charged like a mindless horde. The principal simply raised a hand, erecting a barrier that blew the trash away like leaves in a storm. Louis stared at his royal guard's eyes wide with rage. Useless garbage. Principal Kundal let his holy power radiate, speaking calmly. Enough, Louis. Are you seriously trying to fight me right now, you arrogant brat? Why? Why do you always block my path? What is it that I'm trying to do? I'm your grandson. Kundal watched him in silence, pity in his eyes. I just don't want you to destroy yourself. Furthermore, instantly, a teleportation magic circle glowed beneath the principal's feet. Louis scrambled to intervene. Stop them, don't let them escape. But all his incompetent subordinates could do was watch in awe. As the two vanished, Louis screamed. A bunch of trash that doesn't know its place. The commander bowed, trembling. Please forgive us, Your Highness. He is simply beyond the level of the Royal Knights. Damn it, die. Just go die, all of you. The scene shifted to a quiet corner of Boruto. Principal Kundal and Princess Asen materialized from the warp gate. The old master spoke softly. We are in the outskirts of Boruto. It's far enough from headquarters. They won't find us here. Is that so? It is all thanks to you. She slowly lifted the royal decree she had shown earlier. By the way, this was a fake. You lied quite boldly back there. Haha, what are you talking about? We should keep moving. We have no time to waste. Asen fell silent for a moment before speaking. I have a question. Why are you helping me to this extent? He turned back, a glint in his eye. Who knows, curiosity perhaps. In this awakening Manhwa story, I truly want to see the future that troublesome brat is trying to build. It was bound to get interesting. Meanwhile, back where Kaizam was unleashing hell, that arrogant top student who boasted earlier was still plastered against the wall. No one even bothered to scrape him off. Thanks to Lemmiha's godlike speed, Luna and Seth arrived at the scene. They scanned the desolate ruins before them. What is this place? Suddenly, a silhouette caught Seth's attention. He let out a hearty, carefree laugh, bursting with excitement. Wahaha, I finally found you, my friend. My dear best friend Kaizam stood amidst a sea of defeated bodies, some of them even flung high onto the rooftops. She turned around with a look of utter indifference. Who are you people? Suddenly, Lemmiha sensed the aura and shouted a warning. Wait, that is not Saiyan. Hearing this, Luna screamed in panic. Stop right there, she rushed to explain. That isn't Saiyan, who are you? Where is the real senior? Saiyan Kaizam flashed a bewitching, eerie smile. Oh my, I assumed you would recognize me immediately. After all, you are the master of the grimoire, aren't you? Slowly Kaizam dissolved her disguise, revealing her true original form. Although I know everything about you two, it seems this is our first formal introduction. I am Kaizam. It is a pleasure. Seth, completely stunned, pointed a trembling finger at her. Saiyan turned into a woman. You guys really have impeccable timing. It seems my plan has hit a slight snag. As soon as the words left her lips, boom, a massive explosion tore through the area behind Kaizam. The battle raged with ferocious intensity. Both of them looked up at the sky, gasping in awe. What kind of terrifying power is that? That is grandfather's mana. Lemmiha slowly materialized and spoke up. It seems that old geezer Regen is still spry for his age. I bet Saiyan is right in the middle of that storm. Hurry up, I will take you to him. Climb onto my back now. The grimoire shifted its form, morphing into a menacing, demonic Black Panther. Perhaps this form is the most suitable. Kaizam watched with a smirk and couldn't resist a taunt, transforming into a beast. Well, I suppose it doesn't look too terrible. Hearing this, Lemmiha growled in annoyance. What do you know, huh? Meanwhile, in a narrow alleyway, a squad of knights was scrambling in confusion. What was that explosion just now? I don't know. It came from a different direction than our target. One soldier turned and asked, is it possible he has other accomplices? We'll find out when we get there. Suddenly, the entire squad froze. The space around them began to tremble violently. What is happening? Is this an earthquake? But before they could finish their sentence, Lemmiha's massive claws descended from the heavens above. Wait, hold on. What is that thing? The beast stomped down into the center of the formation, roaring thunderously. The soldiers scattered in pure terror. Oh my God, is this hell on earth? While the chaotic battle unfolded, in the distance, Achol witnessed the earth-shattering tremors rocking the city. He turned to face his subordinates, his expression stern. Over there lies my younger brother. He is the traitor of our empire. Never forget your oaths. We must purge this evil from our world. He raised the holy sword Durandal, which had lost its energy core high into the air. Honorable knights, follow the light. Let it illuminate the world. Let humanity witness the greatness of the Almighty God of Light. Right now, I declare that the hunt for Saiyan has officially begun. The soldiers roared with fanatical morale. Yes, my lord, we shall follow the light. Suddenly, the spirit of the holy sword Durandal manifested behind Achol. You better not mess this up. Messiah. Her eyes narrowed with a menacing glare, her voice dripping with resentment. Reclaim the power that filthy rat stole from me. That is the only hope you have of living out your natural lifespan. Below, the soldiers whispered anxiously among themselves. Can you imagine mobilizing the Empire's knights just to kill his own flesh and blood? The Vert family is truly built differently. Another soldier quickly hushed him. Hey, what if someone hears you? Forget it, the rumors have already spread across the entire empire. The other soldier looked confused. What rumors you mean? This battle won't end here in Borgersor. Not ending in Borgersor. What do you mean? The soldier's face turned grave, shadowed by worry. People are saying that we might march straight to the Emperor's palace. I can't understand what the prince is planning anymore. That's absurd. The empire would be turned upside down, but there must be some truth to it. Otherwise, why are they marching with us? As he spoke, he glanced nervously at the figures, radiating a pitch-black aura behind them. Since the march began, those things hadn't uttered a single word. I seriously have a bad feeling about them. The two knights standing at the rear radiated an overwhelming murderous intent. Their bodies are definitely hiding something horrific. Returning to the main event of this Manhwa recap, Saiyan was effortlessly crushing the Association's forces. He handled the Gaza ranks like they were nothing. The hunters still standing were gripped by panic. Monster. Does he not know fatigue? Is that bastard even human anymore? No. He is a veritable demon. Saiyan turned to them with eyes cold as ice, his voice dripping with provocation. Anyone who still has the will to fight, come at me. I don't have time to waste on trash like you. Hearing this, the mob ground their teeth in humiliation. Damn it. That brat dares to look down on us. Suddenly, the voice of the elder Regent cut through the chaos. I must admit one thing. I can see why Luna is so fond of you. The old man floated in the sky, a menacing magic circle swirling behind him. And that is exactly why I cannot let you leave this place alive. In an instant, Regen spun his mana, casting a catastrophic meteor spell. The people below scrambled in terror. Run, everyone run! It was a beautiful, destructive falling star. If we aren't fast enough, we'll be crushed like bugs. From the dark void of space, something blindingly bright began to reveal itself. A colossal meteor burning with the fury of the heavens descended. Let's see if you can dodge this. Saiyan stood calm, watching the falling doom with an indifferent expression. He intends to kill his own allies with that move. Truly a mad old man. The impact shook the entire region, blasting away everything in a shockwave of destruction. It pulverized a section of the city into dust and incinerated every small living thing in its wake. Even the soldiers hiding far away struggled to stay on their feet. Haha. With that kind of speed and damage, we are all going to die. Everyone take cover behind the ruins. Suddenly heavy footsteps echoed through the dust, followed by a chilling voice. Is my companion here? Seth stood like an iron wall before the trembling soldiers, his presence alone crushing their morale. I'm getting tired of trash like you, blocking my path. What did you say? His voice dropped, dripping with disdain. I said vanish from my sight. The earth roared in response, summoning a sandstorm that blew the terrified soldiers away like dry leaves. Seth watched the battlefield get scrubbed clean, a smirk playing on his lips. That's more like it. Efficient. Luna rushed up from behind, urgency coloring her tone. Senior Seth, we have no time to waste. It looks like Senior Siren has already gone ahead. Meanwhile, in the heart of the chaos, Elder Zegan surveyed the destruction with a sigh. Finally, a moment of peace. But his eyes narrowed. Though knowing him, it won't end this easily. And just as fate decreed, the surface of the meteorite began to crack. A fissure appeared, signaling the end of the seal. The crack spread instantly, cleaving the massive rock in two, breaking. Free from his prison, Siren shot toward Zegan like a homing missile. Dark energy coalesced in his palms, forming countless spheres of void. He fired. The orbs expanded to a colossal size, boxing Zegan in from every angle. Yet, the old man didn't even flinch. Instead, he let out a laugh of genuine admiration. I've never seen anyone manipulate the void with such finesse. Truly a spectacle worthy of a master. He pulled a strange artifact from his pocket, catching Siren off guard. What in the world is that? In a flash, blinding light erupted from the Calaxerna beads in Zegan's hand. The holy energy obliterated Siren's void spheres, instantly blasting the boy backward. The two combatants landed on opposite sides of the shattered meteor. Zegan twirled the beads, offering a cold lecture. The attributes within these Calaxerna beads render your darkness utterly meaningless. Your void attribute is powerful, I'll admit. In any standard awakening manhwa, you'd be invincible. But against me, you are nothing. Did you think I came for you unprepared? I have analyzed every aspect of your existence. Siren's expression darkened, intrusive thoughts clouding his focus. An artifact of that tier isn't something money can buy. Only the main lineage of the Zegan family could possess it. Zegan clenched the beads tighter. Nullification isn't its only power, boy. From the empty air, strands of mana wove together. A massive, ominous silhouette began to take form, radiating ancient magic. Secret art reaper summoning. Zegan basked in his own overwhelming might. Now, do I have your full attention? But just as the pressure reached its peak, a calm, familiar voice sliced through the tension. That is quite enough. Could it be Luna stepped out from the shadows, her presence commanding? Is it my grimoire? You're so desperate for, old man. Seth flanked her weapon, ready, both warriors prepared to face the abyss. If you want it, why not try taking it from us? Don't you dare lay a finger on Senior Siren. The cursed sword Kaizam materialized in Siren's grip, speaking into his mind. Tech, looks like some annoying pests followed us. But listen, kid, I can feel that bastard nearby. We need to move. Now. Hearing those words, a bloodthirsty grin spread across Siren's face. I see. So he's finally here. He's practically within reach. Then I won't waste another second. Seth casually ripped off his shirt, muscles rippling with power. I bet everything I have on getting here, brother. I won't let you get bogged down by this trash. golden holy aura, erupted from Seth, his voice thundering like a god. "Leave this old fool to us. You go." One might expect a tearful thank you, but this was Siren. He replied with a cool, almost mocking indifference. "Yeah, thanks I guess." Before Luna could even get a word in, Siren vanished. "I'm leaving the trash to you guys. Later." Luna whipped around, glaring at Seth with eyes that promised murder. Seth blinked, completely oblivious. "Huh, did I do something wrong?" Even the spirit Lemmy Hasm was shook. Is he truly the heir of the Black Feather? He is nothing like I imagined. Meanwhile, Zagan was foaming at the mouth. He roared in fury. "You think I'll just let you walk away?" He commanded the Reaper to intercept. "You aren't going anywhere." Luna wasn't having it. With ice in her veins, she activated a dormant curse. Seed of Confinement Bloom. Instantly, a crown of thorns manifested around Zagan's head. The old man's eyes bulged. What? What is this agony unlike anything he had ever known drilled into his skull? Screaming, Zagan dropped the beads, his concentration shattered. Because of the disruption, the Reaper summoning was forcibly cancelled. It faded away just inches from the fleeing Siren. Zagan fell to his knees, clutching his head. "The Seed of Confinement. When did you plant this inside my mind?" Luna looked down at him, her voice void of mercy. "I planted it the moment you tortured me back then." Her killing intent flooded the area, mana churning like a hurricane. "That is why you should never have treated me as a plaything." Zagan argued Luna. "You wretched brat." He forced mana into his hands, crushing the thorns on his head. "This trick is useless if I just break it, and the price for your betrayal will be absolute death." Luna didn't flinch. In fact, she smiled. "You think I came back to this hell? Without a plan, old man." The beast form of Lemmy Hasm dissolved into light. It reformed, morphing into a mask that covered Luna's face. "Now witness the truth you have spent your pitiful life searching for." Elsewhere, the sound of boots on pavement grew frantic. A scout soldier sprinted toward the reinforcement line, hyperventilating. "Aren't you from the scout team? Why are you back so soon?" The man's face was twisted in pure horror. "Save me, he's a demon." But before the plea finished, a shadow loomed. Siren appeared like a ghost. Silence. 3 soldiers dropped dead in a blink. The rest of the squad recoiled in terror. "Draw weapons, hold the line." Did he just wipe out the entire scout unit? That's just a 13-year-old kid. Siren radiated death, launching himself at them with godlike speed. "Hold formation." Siren gripped Kaizam, his eyes burning with rage. "He has the cursed sword attack. Fight for the honor of the Knights of Light. Charge. We will defend the Empire with our lives." The two forces collided, painting the air with blood and steel. It was like shattering their fragile delusions of a misty, hypocritical justice. No sooner had he crushed one wave of trash than another swarm rushed in to die. A colossal magic circle materialized directly in Sion's path, a complex arcane formation designed to seal his movements completely. From the heart of the formation, a titanic hand emerged, radiating blinding holy power, like a divine storm meant to purge all evil and enforce a tyrannical peace. The entire street was instantly pulverized into rubble by the giant palm's impact. Seeing the devastation, the mage smirked, convinced he had finally crushed the slippery target. But in the blink of an eye, Saiyan materialized beside him, like a silent grim reaper, offering no warning of his demise. With a brutal kick, he slammed the mage violently into the adjacent wall. The remaining enemy panicked and launched a desperate assault. "Damn you, take this!" Lightning crackled from his staff. But to Saiyan's eyes, the bolts were pitifully weak and laughably slow. Before the bolt could even graze him, Saiyan flashed forward, clamping his hand over the loudmouth mage's face to silence the chanting. The caster's body convulsed in sheer agony. Saiyan merely offered a satisfied predatory smile. A deafening explosion roared as the mage was flattened into the ground, crushed by the backlash of his own volatile mana. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the chaos, sending a jolt of excitement through Saiyan's veins. "Allow me to guide you toward the path of salvation, Saiyan." He had finally arrived. Achol descended from the heavens, his hands gripping the legendary holy sword Durandana. His body erupted with violent holy aura, channeling the overwhelming might of the sun god Sun Chariot. A devastating slash tore through the air, aiming straight for Saiyan. Yet, the protagonist merely analyzed the threat with cold eyes. "Starting the party with heavy artillery, are we?" The entire district was instantly cleaved in two as a massive earthquake shook the foundations, turning buildings into dust. The two warriors collided in a merciless exchange, sending a shockwave rippling out that pulverized everything in its path. The very fabric of space seemed to tremble. Saiyan's expression tightened. Through their spiritual link, he could feel every ounce of agony Kazam was enduring right now. Perhaps blocking the holy sword Durandana head-on was a miscalculation. The demonic blade Kaizam was vibrating violently, trembling from the impact. The holy sword's divine attribute was the absolute counter to a demonic weapon. Deep within the consciousness realm, Kaizam was gritting her teeth, struggling to withstand the excruciating torture. The holy energy tore at her spiritual form, leaving her riddled with wounds as blood poured endlessly. Suddenly, from the void, the spirit of the holy sword Durandana manifested. She approached slowly, her voice dripping with arrogance. "Do my eyes deceive me? Looking this pathetic isn't like you at all, demon. Don't tell me you've actually been tamed. Why haven't you devoured your master's body and taken control like a proper cursed weapon?" Her taunts hit a wall as she realized something was wrong. Kaizam was clutching her stomach, laughing hysterically. "Ha ha ha, look at your face right now," the holy sword snapped. "Do not laugh at me. This is all the fault of that bastard master of yours." She rushed forward, seizing Kaizam by the collar and screaming, "Answer me. What has he done with my stolen power?" Kaizam ignored the interrogation, continuing her manic laughter. "I told you to stop laughing," Kaizam gasped out. "Haha, are you actually grabbing my collar right now? How adorable. You think I've been tamed? Well, I suppose from your perspective, you could call it that." Kaizam's eyes narrowed, piercing through the holy sword with a look of twisted satisfaction. "But seeing you in such a pathetic, flustered state, I'd say getting tamed was completely worth it." Hearing this, the Holy Spirit's face twisted in pure rage. How did he do it? How did a mere human know where my core was hidden? Kaizam swatted her hand away effortlessly. "Does that really matter right now? Just sit back and enjoy the show." The Holy Spirit stammered. What are you talking about?" Kaizam's eyes shifted to a blood-red hue, her excitement reaching a fever pitch. "Who do you think will be destroyed first, me? Or that precious successor of yours? I'd say that's a gamble worth taking right this second." Back in reality, Saiyan's body was engulfed in a dense, suffocating demon aura. It was the kind of massive power spike you only see in a top-tier awakening manhwa, ultimate arc descent of the demon lord. Achol immediately sensed the anomaly. The very atmosphere had shifted heavy with dread. The holy sword Durandana was violently deflected from his grip by Saiyan's strike. The gap in power had vanished in an instant. The holy barrier was shattered, corrupted by the intrusive demonic energy. Achol retreated, his face a mask of confusion. Did he just pierce through the holy sword's divine protection? Is it possible? Has this brat fully synchronized with Kaizam? The demonic spirit transformed into a magnificent longsword, pulsing with demonic energy amplified to its absolute limit. Black Blood Dance, Willius Vert, form Overture of Redemption. Achol's eyes narrowed in fury. It doesn't matter, the god of Black Fog is nothing but a castaway deity. A mortal brat like him could never hope to surpass the might of a supreme god. Saiyan casually rested the massive blade on his shoulder, sneering. "You didn't expect Kaizam's power to match your precious holy sword, did you? You look a little stunned. But is it really so shocking to learn that your flawless holy sword has a fatal defect?" Saiyan asks. He calmly produced a glowing energy core, holding it up with a triumphant smirk. "That's right. This is the missing fragment of your beloved Durandana. I'm holding its very soul. Come and take it if you think you can." Instantly, the holy sword in Achol's hand vibrated violently with rage. The spirit within the blade screamed directly at Saiyan. "Give it back, you filthy brat." Saiyan replied, with a mocking, casual tone. "Ha ha. Do you honestly think I'd just hand it over for free? Seems like the intelligence of you so-called gods isn't much higher than that of a brain-dead deer." Hearing the insult, the spirit exploded into a blinding rage. "You damn mongrel, this is absolute blasphemy against the divine. I will erase you and this entire reeking trash heap of a city from existence." Saiyan gripped Kaizam tighter, his composure remaining unshaken. Whoa, relax there. I only said a few words and you're already flopping around like a dying fish on dry land." Kaizam's voice cut in with a warning. "Stay sharp. That wretched woman isn't an opponent you can underestimate." As the words faded, a terrifying holy aura erupted. The world was swallowed by a blinding white luminescence, ultimate arc descent of the celestial blade. The shockwave of power was so intense that even Saiyan had to admit its grandeur. That is some serious firepower. "Dodge it now." Master Achol gripped the glowing Durandana, preparing to end it all. His hair bleached silver, channeling the raw divinity of the light god. Heaven's Edge world-severing slash. Wings unfurled, he swept his arm across the horizon. A catastrophic wave of sword energy exploded forward. It tore through the atmosphere, obliterating everything foolish enough to stand in the path of such a legendary technique. Saiyan launched himself skyward, barely dodging the annihilation. The shockwave slammed him into the neighboring buildings, reducing them to piles of rubble in an instant. Saiyan touched down, his senses screaming danger. He scanned the dust. A glowing scar was carved deep into the surrounding walls, pulsating with lethal energy. Taking a direct hit from that would mean game over. Akal felt the surge of energy coursing through him, a power trip, straight out of an awakening Manhwa. So this is the might of the holy sword Durandal. You're only tasting a fraction of it, kid, the sword's spirit sneered. Draw as much as you want. Just bring me the other half of my power. And bring me that brat's head while you're at it. Akal stepped forward, his aura flaring. As you command, my lady. Saiyan instantly shifted into his battle stance. Achol vanished, reappearing with a storm of relentless slashes. He chained it with long-range magic bombardment. Saiyan countered with his secret art, Mist, Sword, 8 Flower Slash. But the stat difference granted by Durandal was overwhelming. The pressure crushed down on Saiyan's lungs. Achol was dominating every exchange, forcing Saiyan to retreat step by desperate step. Saiyan glanced at the blade in his hand. You're starting to crack, aren't you? Don't worry about me, he thought. I can still fight. Karem, the sword spirit, laughed maniacally. If this is my fated end, I'll drag that bastard down to hell with me. The spirit's roar triggered a memory in Saiyan, a terrifying sense of déjà vu. But you won't get the chance to do that. Saiyan knew how this story ended. In his past life, Karem had said those exact words the day they challenged the Demon King. I'll take this filth to the grave. Goodbye, master. That day was the day Saiyan lost his partner forever. All he had been left with was a cold, lifeless shard of metal, no power, no soul. I will not let history repeat itself in this timeline. I need to find a gap in his defense, while minimizing the impact. He analyzed the pattern, but the situation was dire. Seeing Saiyan struggle, Achol's arrogance skyrocketed. It seems your precious Karem is on its last legs. You can't even block my attacks anymore. This match was decided before it began. The holy sword Durandal chimed in with a mocking tone. What was that you said earlier, Karem? Something about who would break first. Witness the despair you asked for. High above, the trash mobs watching the duel began to panic. This battle is beyond human comprehension. We can't intervene in a clash of monsters. Terror gripped them as they looked at their flanks. Are you guys going in? 2 knights radiating the aura of death were slowly marching toward the battlefield. They look terrifying. They haven't said a word. Pure horror. Without warning, the Death Knights leaped toward Akal, the center of the chaotic storm. Durandal's strikes grew heavier with every swing, treating Karem like a piece of scrap metal. Suddenly, Saiyan sensed the arrival of the undead reinforcements. Saiyan instantly fired a barrage of dark orbs at them. Puppets, like the ones Karam used. It seems Boris Lehem left quite a mess behind. Before he died, one problem after another piled up. What a chaotic mess. Saiyan parried hard, shoving Akal back. The villains simply laughed in his face. Why don't you just give up, Saiyan? You have 0 win conditions left. Saiyan stood tall amidst the encirclement, his eyes burning. No chance. Can't you see I'm still standing, brother? It seems your newfound power has made you blind. High in the sky, massive magic circles began to manifest. Spears of light materialized, covering the heavens like a divine execution order. You're the one who doesn't understand the situation. Saiyan, it is time you returned the power you stole from me. Light Authority Judgment Storm. Hundreds of light spears rained down, locking onto Saiyan. The zombie knights lunged, desperate to claim his life. Meanwhile, at the Louis Tactical Mansion, Louis Snell watched the surveillance feed. I didn't expect him to last this long against that monster. Young Master Achol was indeed a terrifying warrior. The prince spoke calmly, his voice cold. That is not enough. Activate the Divine Punishment Ray. Louis froze. But your highness, that is a siege-grade magical artifact. If we use it now, young Master Achol will be caught in the blast. Louis turned his eyes, filled with killing intent. Do not make me repeat myself. Do it. The subordinates scrambled in panic toward the basement. Yes, your highness. Deep underground, a concealed artifact began to hum, radiating a blinding holy light. Back at the other battlefield, Luna had secured a flawless victory. Why don't we end this charade? Fighting further is meaningless. You never had a chance from the start, old man. Her grandfather, once so arrogant, was now plastered against the wall, unable to twitch a muscle. His consciousness faded into a silent void. Nearby, Shaw dusted off his hands. My side is clean. They were just pathetic small fries. Luna smirked to herself. It's not that they were weak, it's that you have a literal god living inside your body. She pointed behind her. Of course she helped a lot too. Who knew we'd run into her here? Luna walked over, a gentle smile on her face. Thank you. So you were hiding among the Karam Guild members? Ramilla slowly lowered her hood, looking bashful. Forgive me. I should have arrived sooner to assist you, my lady. Don't apologize, your timing was perfect. We wiped them out thanks to you. Suddenly, a disturbance in the mana atmosphere caught their attention. They looked up at the sky in horror. Enormous magic circles were overlapping, layering into a complex doomsday spell. A large-scale bombardment spell. They actually activated the artifact. But why? That weapon is reserved for national warfare. They intend to kill Saian, no matter the cost. Inside the magic tower, mages poured their mana into the activation sequence. The Willius Vert prince watched with a twisted smile. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. A twisted smile curled on Achel's lips. This was the perfect opportunity to slaughter them all, every single rat who dared to take him for a fool. I will erase everything from existence with my own hands. Achol gazed up at the heavens, his mind racing. Prince Louis-Nel, so you intended to discard me all along. I've had enough of that barbarian anyway. He ascended into the sky, leaving Saian and the royal trash to struggle against their imminent doom. Even as holy fire scorched his skin, Saian locked his gaze on the enemy. His body was a map of agony and scars, yet he hadn't managed to land a single scratch on Achol. A magic device. Here, now. As the bombardment rained down from the heavens, Achol instantly countered. Divine protection. A colossal barrier materialized, absorbing the full force of the Willius Vert prince's ambush. The shockwave alone tore through the city like a hurricane. The dispersed energy obliterated every building in its path. It seemed impossible. Had he actually neutralized the attack? Structures crumbled into dust. Arg. It's all coming down. The royal mages and soldiers scrambled like rats, desperate to save their own skins. Hey, where do you think you're going? I am the Willius Vert prince. You must stay and protect me, you cowards. But those were his final words. The arrogant royal was crushed beneath the rubble, buried in his own failure. High above Akal, hovered in the void, his voice dripping with disdain. Finally, some peace and quiet. What a waste of time. Suddenly, a desperate voice cut through the air. Stop right there, Lord Achol. Out of nowhere, the fifth princess charged in, shielding Saian with her own body as he struggled to stand amidst his injuries. I am taking him with me, so cease your attack. As the fifth princess of the Gusif Empire, I command you. Withdraw the holy sword Durandal at once. Achol's expression twisted into pure irritation. Another bug in the system. His face darkened with killing intent. He glanced at his puppets, now bound by glowing chains. Those bindings? They looked familiar. Principal Kundel stepped forward, his voice booming. Today, you've made one thing clear. You and Lewin are definitely behind the Blood Banquet. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a barrage of magical chains binding the limbs of the puppet soldiers. Achol merely raised a hand, his tone mocking. Principal Kundel, do you really dare to oppose the will of God? With a simple clench of his fist, the chain shattered. The puppets were free. The principal's eyes widened in shock. He destroyed my bindings that easily. The moment they were unleashed, the puppet soldiers lunged at the old man. Kundel instantly erected a barrier. Heavenly defense shield. Back at the center, the princess screamed, Principal Kundel, watch out. Behind her, Saian wheezed, his voice weak. Princess, what in the world are you doing here? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Get out of here. You're just in the way. Aaron Severus turned to him, eyes trembling with worry. Are you kidding me? Look at the state of you. You're my fiancé. Who else is going to protect you? Saian replied coldly. I never accepted that engagement. That was the Emperor's command, not mine. How dare you argue with me now? The insolence. From above, Achol descended, his voice dripping with arrogance. I see. You've been seduced by my demonic little brother. It seems I have no choice but to save you as well, Princess Aaron Severus. His entire body erupted with terrifying holy energy. The holy sword Durandal was engulfed in a blinding burning radiance, the power of the supreme god, divine holy aura. Saian's eyes widened in realization. It's finally here. Lumindal's ultimate attack, the legendary strike, said to have the power to slaughter gods. This is the very technique that ended my previous life. Princess Aaron screamed, stop this at once. But Achol had no intention of leaving things unfinished. Achol gripped Durandal tight and roared. I apologize, but no one can defy the will of the divine. Aaron Severus squeezed her eyes shut in terror. But in a split second, Saian shoved her aside. His eyes didn't show fear. They blazed with exhilaration. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. The instant you unleash that power. Achol hesitated, confusion flickering in his eyes. Why is he smiling? Wait, surely not. Saiyan hurled the core of the holy sword Durandal straight forward. Achol couldn't halt his strike in time. The energy blast collided with the core, shattering it into a million fragments before continuing on to barely graze Saiyan's body. The blast reduced the debris behind him to dust. The spirit of Durandal let out a scream of absolute despair. "Arr! My power, it's gone." Meanwhile, Principal Kundal was struggling. He struck down the soldiers, but it was futile. They just keep coming. These undead abominations are relentless. The best I can do is stall them to buy more time. The principal cast a worried glance behind him. I can feel chaotic magic tearing through the very air. This is unnatural. Just what in the hell is happening over there? Saiyan's body was a battlefield of two conflicting energies, tearing him apart from the inside. He sank to his knees, the holy pressure crushing him. What is he doing? The spirit of Durandal raged. "You fool, you shattered my core, and now he's trying to absorb the fragments. That's impossible. Even in a system, Manhwa, no one devours a god's power so recklessly. It's like trying to light a candle in a hurricane, a meaningless suicide mission. Be grateful he possesses neither the holy skills nor the magic tome. Without a divine contract, his body will explode." Akal smirked with arrogance. "Then I'll put him out of his misery, before anything else interferes." "Good plan. Do it." But once again, the princess stepped into the line of fire. "I won't let you touch him." Akal ground his teeth, his patience snapping. "You still dare to stand in my way, Princess Aaron Severus. I will not let you pass." Though her heart was pounding in a chaotic rhythm of fear and duty. "I cannot back down. If I don't stop him here, I'll lose him forever." Suddenly, from the horizon, the magic tome came hurtling toward the battlefield. Even Principal Kundal paused in surprise. "That's Luna." She was riding atop the flying tome, screaming with panic in her eyes. "Principal Kundal, Senior Saiyan needs me. Please clear a path to him." The principal immediately gathered mana into his palms. There was no time for questions. Reverse tide. A wave of pure light blasted forward, blowing away everything in its wake and carving a path straight to the center of the storm. The magic tome didn't hesitate, crushing the enemy soldiers beneath it as it charged forward. Moving with the lethal grace of a predator who owned this territory, they carved a bloody path straight through the enemy ranks. But the moment the soldiers found their footing, they swarmed like locusts. Seeing the chaos, blocking their escape, Seth descended from above, unleashing a single earth-shattering punch that blew them all away. Luna hesitated, looking back at Seth and Ramilla. But the duo stood like iron fortresses, shouting in unison, "Don't worry about the trash. We'll slaughter these puppets right here. Go get to the young master now." Princess Seth charged into the horde with a wild grin, shouting over his shoulder, "And you better take good care of my best friend, you hear?" Luna's eyes burned with resolve. She urged Lemegeton forward. "Faster, I can feel his spiritual pressure fading. We might be too late." "We're here. He's just ahead." Luna scanned the devastated battlefield, her gaze landing on Princess Aaron Severus. The princess was barely standing against the overwhelming might of Akal. And Saiyan, he was knocking on death's door. A cold chill of absolute dread raced through Luna's veins. "Arg! The holy sword Durandal. Stop her." The enemy panicked. Why is a forbidden grimoire here? Ignoring the shock, Luna and Lemegeton dove straight into the heart of this chaotic awakening Manhwa battle. Without hesitation, Achol unleashed a terrified preemptive strike. He swung his blade, tearing a rift through the very fabric of space itself. But Luna and the grimoire danced through the void, narrowly dodging death. To the princess's shock, Luna threw herself toward the fallen hero, screaming Senior Saiyan. The holy energy was devouring Saiyan's body from the inside out. He didn't have much time. Desperate, Luna clutched him tight, begging the ancient tome, "Lemegeton, save him. Please. If we don't act now, his soul will extinguish." The grimoire assessed the grim scene, sighing. How did it come to this? It's as if the fool is trying to commit suicide. Or perhaps, did he orchestrate this catastrophe, knowing we would come? The grimoire scoffed. Well, no time for riddles now. Achol materialized behind the grimoire, his blade poised to annihilate them all in a single breath. But then, the ancient god's contract activated. Instantly, reality warped. Ferocious demonic energy flooded the area, prying open the ancient Eye of Dan. Infinite power poured into Saiyan's broken body like a tidal wave. A mystic rune ignited within his gaze. The dormant beast had awoken. It was time for the ultimate counterattack. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from Saiyan, blasting Achol and the holy sword backward. For the first time, the enemy knew fear, cold sweat, betraying his trembling mind. What the hell is this power? Saiyan casually swatted away the enemy's attack like it was nothing. The mana in the air began to scream in agony. The light element had lost its dominion. Achol was hurled back his boots, carving deep trenches into the earth as he struggled to stop. The holy sword Durandal vibrated with rage, barely withstanding the impact. Damn it all! Why did the grimoire Lemegeton have to interfere now? Akal stared in horror at the vortex of condensing mana. This energy? We can't even get close. Dense layers of demonic aura wrapped around Saian like a cocoon. The core of light fused with the ancient god's contract. Saian's hair bleached into a blinding white as he transcended humanity. Radiant wings unfurled and majestic horns crowned his head. He unleashed his domain, remnant shadows of the void. Let's end this tragic play right here. Brother. Master, be careful, Durandal warned. The light air is stronger than before. Akal sneered, trying to hide his fear. It matters not. He is just a filthy thief stealing power. Saian gently laid the unconscious princess and Luna on the ground. Lemegeton asked urgently, "What is your move?" Saian's eyes turned cold. "I will slaughter my brother right here and now." Lemegeton's voice trembled with concern. "Is vengeance worth absorbing my curse? You don't understand the toll this system Manhwa power takes on your soul. That mark on your chest seals your fate. The price you will pay is far more terrifying than simple death." Suddenly, Karam spoke from within Saian's artifact, breaking the silence. "Stupid master, was this your grand plan from the very beginning?" Flashback to before the battle, Saiyan had given Karam specific orders. "Listen, if we cause enough chaos, Luna is bound to show up eventually." Luna. The girl with the grimoire, exactly. "If you see her, bring her to me immediately. And don't blow your cover while you're in disguise. Someone will notice." Karam had doubted him. "How are you so sure? If she doesn't come, this entire house of cards collapses?" Saiyan had turned back with a cocky smirk. "Oh, she'll come. After all, Luna is a certified stalker." Back in the present. "Enough talk. I'm leaving Luna and the princess to you, grimoire. Guard them with your life." As Saiyan walked away, Lemegeton grinned with manic excitement. Finally, the prophecy has come to pass. Saiyan launched himself at Achol. His power had evolved. He was now superior in every single dimension. "Dance for me, little god fragments." Boom. They collided in mid-air shockwaves, suffocating the battlefield. This was a duel to the death. Blood ties meant nothing anymore. Saiyan smirked, his voice dripping with arrogance. "You suddenly look so fragile, brother." He reached out and casually flicked Achol's forehead, stunning the villain. "Preparations are complete. Let the real party begin," Akal gasped. "Impossible, the divine barrier." "Light has no effect on me," Saiyan roared. "Even your supreme god cannot save your wretched life now." Meanwhile, outside the domain of gods and demons, Ramilla, Seth, and the principal were holding the line. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted bizarrely. Ramilla gasped. What in the world? Before her eyes, the endless army of soldiers began to crumble into dust, ceasing their regeneration. Seth picked up a fallen helmet, disappointed. "Phew. I was hoping for a legendary fight worthy of a leveling Manhwa, but it looks like their server just crashed. The power source must be gone." They turned toward a voice to see Headmaster Kundel, walking over, radiating an aura of absolute calm amidst the destruction. "I am relieved to see you all unharmed." Seth grinned, puffing out his chest. "Piece of cake, Headmaster." But the old man looked at him with a deceptively gentle smile. "You did well, Prince Seth. I commend your bravery in rushing to aid your friends, even during exam season. However, you are suspended for 2 months. You should choose your company more wisely, considering you never attend class anyway." Seth turned to stone his soul, leaving his body. "Say what now?" The headmaster stared into the space sealed by the impenetrable barrier, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. "It seems that dimension is the source of this sudden anomaly. Are we truly helpless to do anything but wait?" Suddenly, the barrier rippled. Something was breaking out. The headmaster's eyes went wide with shock. It was Princess Erin Severus and Luna. The grimoire Lami Haram had ejected them from the pocket dimension just in time. They were unconscious, but alive. Lamia rushed to their side, panic trembling in her voice. "Please, are the 2 of them okay? They're stable. No fatal wounds." As the headmaster cast a holy healing spell, his mind raced. Were they intentionally spared and cast out? If so, this reeks of Saian's interference. Just what kind of hell was breaking loose inside? Meanwhile, in the eye of the storm, Achol gasped for air exhaustion, crushing his lungs. He clutched his mangled arm, his world spinning. "Impossible. How can a chosen one like me be bleeding?" The holy sword Durandal vibrated with a cold retort. "I warned you to stay sharp, you arrogant fool." High above Saiyan hovered on wings of night a predator who had devoured the very light itself. "Your precious barrier can no longer shelter you, Achol. One wrong move and you're dust." Saiyan glanced down. Well, Karam, how does it feel? Are you seriously asking me that power? It's surging through me like a tsunami. I feel like I could tear this entire awakening Manhwa world apart. Karam's form shifted, evolving to mirror Saiyan's own dark majesty. Eerie demonic energy swirled, fused with the radiant light they had stolen, a perfect chaos. Saiyan smirked a king, satisfied with his queen. Excellent. Then today, I give you the throne. In his grasp, Karam dissolved into a mist of blood, transforming into the Black Blood Dance second form, the Reaper's Scythe. A primal chill of death pierced Achol's soul. Panic flared. He gritted his teeth, channeling every ounce of mana into a desperate countermeasure. Sovereign of the Shining Wheel, but Saiyan gripped the scythe, his killing intent exploding outward like a hurricane shredding the atmosphere. He launched himself like a meteor with unstoppable resolve. Sword dance of the void sky splitter. The impact was cataclysmic, a boom that shook the heavens. The very fabric of reality cracked, reducing the surroundings to nothing but void dust. Yet, Achol wasn't ready to accept his demise just yet. That opening, it was a trap. He roared, his ego flaring brighter than his magic. Darkness can never extinguish the light. This ends now. A massive blinding slash tore through the air, aimed right at Saiyan's heart, but it struck only empty space. There amidst the crimson mist, Karam materialized, the grin of a demon sword spirit on her lips. She whispered right behind his ear, cool as ice, I bet you didn't see this coming. Achol whipped around, terror seizing him. What the but fate had already snapped shut. In a single, breathless instant, the Reaper's scythe sheared through his radiant wings like a hot knife through butter. The air filled with his agonizing, blood-curdling screams. Void Art's light wheel. Saiyan watched the holy sword Durandal trembling in the dirt, unable to suppress a dark satisfaction. We really owe it all to your power, Durandal. Perhaps I should send you a thank you card. The holy sword buzzed violently, choking on its own humiliation. Floating above like a judgmental god, Saiyan looked down with cold eyes, watching you crawl in the dirt, writhing in pain. It suits a piece of trash, like you perfectly. Murderous intent blazed in Saiyan's gaze, hotter than any sun. Finally, Achol. Right here, right now, I shatter the chains of the destiny you forced upon us. He raised his weapon, carving two cross-shaped rifts into the very air, with terrifying precision. The scythe's aura expanded, amplifying the destruction to legendary levels. Void Art's rising cloud decapitation. Achol took the full brunt of the blow. Crash. His body was slammed into the earth, cratering the bedrock. For the first time in his golden life, Achol was bleeding. He was broken. A total humiliating defeat. I was born to save this world. That was the lullaby his mother had always sung to him. She claimed she received a divine revelation while carrying him, that he was the chosen one, the reason for his monstrous talent. Yet that same holy mother was dragged away and butchered before his eyes, branded a witch. Everyone involved. They were all executed publicly. That was the first and only time Achol ever saw his father, the Duke, truly enraged. His father slaughtered the accusers himself, but it wasn't enough. Filth must be purged from the root, his father had said. The poor, the low-born. They are weak-minded, easily seduced by demons. Eventually, they rise up to threaten their betters, the chosen ones. Just like they took your mother. That was his creed. But now, staring death in the face, he realized the truth. The weak one, the pathetic one lying in the dirt, was him. Above him, Saiyan and Karam descended like falling stars. This was the final curtain call. Demonic convergence, God-Slayer art. Their souls seemed to merge, unleashing the ultimate technique. The strike connected with apocalyptic force. The earth shattered, drowning out Achol's wretched howls of agony. Battered and drained of every drop of mana, Achol lay defeated. He turned his head toward the victor. Tell me, I have one question. You act like you know the future. You claimed the holy sword and demon blade before I could. You shattered my plans, ruined the Blood Banquet. Call it luck, no. But this hatred, this absolute loathing you have for me, where does it come from? Saiyan's aura flared cold and oppressive. Oh so, you've finally started to use your brain. Can't you grasp the irony? A low-born like me, severing your glorious path. Saiyan stepped closer, voicing the very thoughts in Achol's head. Why didn't I see it sooner? Because I dismissed him as the useless bastard of a concubine? Because he was beneath my notice. You're regretting that you didn't crush me when I was nothing, aren't you? I should have stomped him out like an insect. That's exactly what you're thinking. Saiyan's eyes narrowed. And that arrogance is exactly why I've always despised you. It felt like Saiyan was reading his mind like an open book, leaving Achol with nothing but a helpless, resigned smile. Ha! Were we always this close? Once upon a time in a past life, we were inseparable. But you, Achol, you turned that life into a twisted lie. This cursed fate ends right here, right now. Saian turned to leave, but Karam cut in his voice, sharp with warning. Don't drop your guard. It's not over yet. That split second of distraction was all it took. The legendary blade Durendal reverted to its primal form. The sword screamed in fury. Saian, you surprised me by absorbing my power like a cheat in a leveling manhwa, but you've made a fatal error. Agony worse than hell itself will hunt you to the grave. As the curse fell, the seal on Saian's chest erupted with terrifying energy. Meanwhile, the Demon King watched the chaos unfold. At last, the black bone has swallowed the light. But hearing this, little Nana lost it. She gritted her teeth, panic flooding her eyes. Papa is in danger. Brian grabbed her, desperate to hold her back. No, Nana, stop. The Demon King watched them ignore him and scoffed internally. Dare to ignore me, she's just as arrogant as her master. Rewind to a few moments ago. The Demon King was stunned when a spatial gate tore open, dropping Nana and her crew right on his doorstep. That damned descendant dares to send his servants here. Does he think my domain is some kind of daycare center? Nana's patience snapped. She slammed her fist into Brian's gut, screaming, "Stupid Brian, I told you Papa is in trouble." The Demon King raised an eyebrow. I have to hand it to this guardian knight. He's taking a direct hit from a dragon's rage without flinching. Emotions exploded within her. She clenched her fists, tears threatening to spill. Nana has to go. Nana has to save Papa, you big, stupid, hateful Brian. Brian held his ground, his voice steady. The young master sent us here to keep us safe. Please just wait a little longer. Suddenly, Professor Sharika stepped forward, adjusting her glasses with icy calm. That's enough, Nana. Sit. Facing a true monster, Nana's survival instincts kicked in. She sat down, instantly obedient as a puppy. Brian's jaw hit the floor. Sharika continued unbothered. Didn't you hear the black bone has consumed the light? If Nana is acting this crazy, then something terrible has definitely happened. Perched on his throne, the Demon King listened intently. He almost wept with joy. Oh, she actually listened to me. The leader really is the greatest. At that moment, Sharika removed her glasses. A smile touched her lips. I'll take Nana. We're going to bring Saian back. The rest of you, stay put. Back on the battlefield, Durendal shot into the sky like a beacon. Karam's eyes went wide. Did the subspace just collapse? This holy power is insane. Am I being forced back into spirit form? Damn it all, Saian shouted a warning. Return to sword form, Karam. This seal, it feels wrong. As the blade pierced the heavens, dark clouds swirled violently above. Pillars of blinding light pierced the clouds, slamming into the earth. And from those lights, something was falling. Saian gripped his sword, clutching his burning chest with the other hand. Here it comes. Objects rained down like meteors, shattering the ground upon impact. As the dust settled, massive silhouettes emerged. Giant golems. Saian cursed under his breath. Son of a. Since when do they make them this size? In seconds, an army of colossal golems armed with massive spears towered over him. The commotion jolted Eren awake. She looked toward the vision mirror, witnessing the nightmare. Saian and Karam were fighting for their lives. It was a brutal struggle against overwhelming odds. A massive hand snatched Saian's small body, crushing him until he screamed in agony. Eren screamed his name, her voice breaking with despair before darkness claimed her consciousness once more. That was the last thing I remember seeing of Saian. After the ancient lights descended, Saian vanished. Prince Lunian and Achol, the masterminds behind this chaos, were gone too. The rogue Knights of Light were swiftly neutralized by the volunteer knights under Lord Rune's command. What could have been a bloody rebellion ended in silence. But brand new, once a thriving trade capital, was reduced to ash and ruin. When I finally opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed. Lesimus was there, his face etched with worry. Your Highness, are you awake? My mind was a fog. I couldn't recognize the ceiling. Where is this? We are in the Imperial Palace, Lesimus replied softly. Lady Luna has recovered. Eren turned to him sharply. And Saian Lesimus looked away. He has disappeared. Prince Lunian and Sir Achol are missing as well. The words hit Eren like a physical blow. She buried her face in her hands, whispering into the darkness. In the end, I couldn't protect him. Lesimus bowed frantically. I'm sorry, I should have gone with him. Eren shook her head weakly. No, you only followed my orders. But tell me, what of the investigation I asked for? Lesimus stiffened, his voice trembling. Yes, about that. I have terrible news. His Majesty's condition. It is far worse than we feared. The scene shifted to the king's chambers, where death hung heavy in the air. The king lay motionless. Willius Vert sat by the bedside, his head bowed low in shame. Forgive me, your majesty. I was so consumed with defending the border, I arrived too late. I neglected my own children. My eldest played the hero while rotting from the inside, and my youngest, he became the executioner of an entire era. If not for the heavy burden of duty I still carry, I would offer my life in atonement right now. Lord Rune placed a hand on his shoulder. Please, Lord Willius Vert, do not speak of such things. Willius Vert cut him off, his voice cracking with grief. Look at me, Rune. Is there a father more wretched than I? Achol's mother was murdered by villains, and now this. Saian's mother left this world far too soon, taken by the cruel hands of sickness. To forge them into steel, I chose the path of the cold-hearted patriarch, forcing independence upon them. I believed in my arrogance that this was the only way to preserve our family's ancient legacy. Fate dealt them the same hand, yet they played it so differently. Akal chased the blinding light of glory, while Saian chose the solitary road of self-cultivation. But look where their choices led. Aren't these consequences of their own making? The city of Brand New has been reduced to dust and ash, and now the very foundation of our house threatens to crumble into nothingness. Willius Vert turned his voice heavy with worry. Have you uncovered any traces of Alice Yumkon? Bowed his head. Lady Alice. She was last sighted at the chaotic northern border, but since then, she has vanished like mist. And as for young Master Gran, before he could finish, a shadow fell over Willius Vert's face. He rubbed his temples, the weight of the world on his shoulders. Enough. I know. He sighed deeply. The boy has drowned himself in faith. Rumor has it he's severed ties with the world to become a monk. Yumkon confirmed with a solemn nod. It is exactly as you say, my lord. Suddenly, a voice dripping with false sweetness cut through the air. Excellent work, Duke Willius Vert. Sir Yumkon, the Empire owes you both a debt of gratitude. Recognizing the serpent in their midst, they chorused Princess Violet. She glided forward, a tray of medicine in hand. I've brought father his remedy. I pray every day for his return, yet the heavens remain silent. Why does he show no sign of awakening? We are moving heaven and earth for his recovery, she sighed, yet nothing seems to pierce his slumber. She placed the vial down with practiced grace. Duke Willius Vert's eyes narrowed slightly. Your dedication is formidable, princess. Do you personally deliver this potion every single time? Oh, it is nothing, she demurred. I am merely fulfilling my filial duty as a daughter. She dabbed at dry eyes, feigning sorrow. With the Empire teetering on the brink of chaos, my only wish is simple. That His Majesty recovers swiftly to stabilize our crumbling realm. The Duke offered no comfort, only a stiff, formal bow. His Majesty would surely be moved to tears by your relentless devotion, princess. We shall take our leave then. As the door clicked shut, the mask of the dutiful daughter shattered. Violet's expression turned icy as she slowly poured the toxic concoction down the Emperor's throat. Her inner voice hissed with venomous ambition. Rest easy, father. There is no need for you to worry anymore. The Empire will flourish. Once it is firmly in my grasp, you can just sleep. Forever. A smirk of pure malice curled her lips. As for Louis Neal, I've already sent that fool to the afterlife ahead of you. The scene shifted back to the wreckage of that catastrophic battle. The prince had been crushed beneath a collapsing building, yet death refused to claim him. He clawed his way out of the debris. Dragging his broken body against the ruined walls, he screamed, "You useless pieces of trash!" His face twisted in a mask of impotent rage, his voice cracking. Look at this mess. Look what happened to me. You couldn't even kill a single brat. At that precise moment, Violet's cleaning crew was scouring the ruins. They were hunting for any survivors. There must be someone left alive nearby. The foolish prince, thinking salvation had arrived, screamed out in desperation. Hey, I am over here, help me. But what greeted him was not rescue. It was a sea of eyes burning with hatred. My. You really are like a cockroach, Louis Neal. Oblivious to his fate, Louis glared at Violet. What are you doing in a place like this? She smiled, a predator looking at wounded prey. Just look at the destruction you've brought upon our empire. Brother, isn't it only natural that I step up to clean up your filth? It's always been my role, hasn't it? Don't you agree, Louis Neal? Arrogant to the bitter end, snapped back. I've heard enough of your nonsense. Take me to the palace immediately. I require healing and rest. But Violet's cold reply struck him like a physical blow. I'm afraid that won't be possible. What? What did you say? Violet turned away, satisfaction radiating from her. You see, the only thing I came to clean up in Brand New today is your corpse. Instantly, her shadow guards surrounded him, their blades thirsty for blood. What? What is the meaning of this? Even at death's door, you remain blissfully ignorant of your own stupidity. I've changed my plans. I shall simply announce that the Willius Vert prince's body was never found. Realization finally dawned, and Louis roared in fury. Violet, you treacherous bitch. Those were the last words he ever spoke. Before his curse could finish, cold steel flashed. His head was severed from his shoulders, sent flying into the rubble. His body was hacked apart by swordsmen, who had long held a deep-seated grudge against the tyrant. Back in the present, the Duke and his master swordsman walked the palace corridors. Willius Vert broke the silence. "What is your read on the princess's medicine?" Euglin replied. "It reeks of suspicion. You sensed it too. The color and texture mimic the divine elixir of Mashin, certainly." Euglin continued, his voice low. "However, beneath that guise I sensed a vile mana signature found only in the demon realm." Willius Vert's expression hardened. "Place the two princesses under immediate surveillance. The front lines are critical, but we cannot ignore the rot within. Report everything, especially anything involving the safety of Princess Erin." Euglin bowed. "Understood, my lord." In the aftermath of the apocalypse that struck, brand new humanity began to rebuild from the ashes. Both Prince Louis Neil and Lord Achol were declared missing in action. Despite whispers and rumors swirling like a storm, the world would remember it as a tragedy, where Achol fell as a hero. He died trying to stop his corrupted brother, who had been consumed by darkness. Witnesses claimed his celestial wings were shattered by a true monster. That Saian had overwhelmed him with devastating power. In the end, the narrative claimed Saian faced the wrath of heaven and died a painful death at the hands of divine messengers. With the emperor incapacitated, a void of power remained. Someone had to bring order to the chaos. Violet stepped out of the shadows to claim the throne. She had carefully crafted her reputation for years, preparing for this exact moment. Her ascension seemed inevitable to the masses. However, this twisted timeline is completely different from the future I remember in this awakening manhwa. I refuse to add another word. Right now, silence is the ultimate shield, the only way to keep him safe. It's all for Saian, the boy I loved, the one I know is still out there. Time flowed like a river, bringing us to the grand hall of the Royal Academy. A professor's voice rang out, commanding attention. "Erin, select your destiny." The stands were packed, every student's eyes locked on the stage. Erin stepped forward, placing her hand on the grimoire. "I choose this path, the divine wisdom of the god Lemiharam. May his light guide your future." "Well done." Instructor Shirika, her short hair framing a proud smile, stepped forward. "Here is your proof of mastery, princess. Keep pushing forward." "Thank you, Instructor Shirika." She had finally done it, a graduate of the prestigious Lewin Academy, praying her future path would be blessed. "I will become the light that guides this school." As the ceremony concluded, Shirika went straight to report to the headmaster. Princess Erin chose the grimoire. Fascinating. I was certain she'd choose the path of the sword or the wand. I thought so too. The headmaster gazed out the window, lost in thought. 3 years since that tragic day, yet Erin was still hunting for clues about the Light Titans. Shirika's brow furrowed. The Light Titans? You mean the colossi that attacked Saian that day? The headmaster's voice was calm but heavy with awakening manhwa lore. They are the Nephilim, envoys of light, sent directly by the high god Lemiharam. Shirika's eyes went wide with shock. But doesn't that mean the gods themselves intervened in human affairs? His tone deepened. I cannot say. There are no official records confirming if the Nephilim are divine beings or merely transcendents. But your intuition is sharp. Princess Erin declared she would remain at the academy to continue her research. Why? The headmaster's expression darkened. Because of Saian. I suspect that boy is still kicking, isn't he? Outside the academy, Erin and Lesimos were strolling when a shadow blocked their path. Long time no see, princess. Erin looked up at the figure. Luna. I trust you've been well, your highness. Congratulations on your graduation. Erin smiled politely. It's been a while. Yes, I've been tied up with guild business. Is Guildmaster Regan still recovering? He is much better now. Though the internal scars remain, you must be worried about him. Not at all. He learned a valuable lesson that day. He learned the price of touching what belongs to me, so I'm quite satisfied. The malice in her voice made Erin uneasy. How goes? The search for Senior Saiyan. Erin lowered her gaze, voice trembling. I'm doing everything in my power, but the trail is cold. All we know is that those giants were Nephilim, but I will never give up. Luna turned, her eyes flashing with a possessive glint. I hope you succeed soon, because if you take too long, I will find him first. No, I definitely will find Senior before you. Their gazes clashed, sparks flying in the suffocating silence. I won't let you win. Is that so? Then let us both do our best. Of course. I'll be happy to help you until I find him. Lesamos shivered on the sidelines. So scary. Meanwhile, from his tower, Headmaster Kundel watched the pieces move on the board with a contemplative look. The scene shifts to an infinite void, a classic setting for a leveling manhwa. Voices echoed endlessly. Saiyan, you have transcended the limits of mortality. You are no longer fit for the world I rule. Accept your destiny. You will suffer agony no human has ever endured. Refusing to yield, Saiyan launched himself at the Light Titans, unleashing a flurry of desperate slashes. But his strikes were as harmless as falling leaves against a mountain. Saiyan gritted his teeth. Damn it. With damage this low, he'll regenerate instantly. The Titan swatted at him. Saiyan dodged, driving his blade Karam into the armor and tearing a gash down the giant's arm. He didn't stop there. Saiyan spun in midair, summoning a barrage of void orbs to bombard the enemy. Dark spheres engulfed the Titan, but with a mere flex of aura, Saiyan's attack shattered into nothingness. Divine power was simply absolute. The shockwave hurled Saiyan backward. Another strike came from his blind spot, but in a flash, Set intercepted the blow. Fear not, my friend. As long as I'm here, you won't crack. Before he could finish, the Titan's fist obliterated half of Set's body. The fist slammed into the earth, creating a cataclysmic crater. Saiyan was blown away like a ragdoll as the impact shook the very foundations of the realm. Back in reality, Headmaster Kundal struggled to maintain a barrier around Eren and Luna against the dimensional tremors. His eyes widened in disbelief. What insane power! Just its existence leaks an aura that suppresses everything. If this keeps up, I have to focus solely on shielding the princess. Forgive me, Saiyan, I cannot aid you. The Titan stared down at the dust. Suddenly, boom! A beam of energy erupted from the earth, piercing the Titan's chest like paper. From the ruined remains of Set, a hand reformed, glowing with an ancient sigil. Saiyan smirked his confidence, returning. Oh, I forgot the introductions. Say hello to the sand god, the noble deity of the desert. A vortex of sand swirled, reconstructing Set's form. The sand god smiled, a terrifying presence, filling the air. Why do you half-baked deities dare touch this precious child? You must be eager to die. Without hesitation, the sand god unleashed his authority. Divine domain, desert of Apophis. Colossal sand serpents erupted from the ground, binding and crushing the Titans instantly. The deity turned to Saiyan. The prophecy was true. You are the successor, but you cannot win this war yet. I will hold them off, you must run. Saiyan clutched his bleeding side, suspicion, clouding his gaze as he asked, why would you go this far for me? What do you gain from this? The sand deity simply offered a cryptic smile in return. I seek no profit here. I only require that you honor your vow. Saiyan blinked, bewildered. My vow. Suddenly, the sand deity's eyes surged with a terrifying, murderous aura. A twisted excitement swelled within the deity's chest. Did you not declare that if they dared to obstruct your path, whether they be gods or demons, you would slaughter them all? Saiyan's mind flashed back to that fateful day, leaving him stunned. I suppose. I did make such a bold claim. Though I hardly meant it literally back then, the sand deity charged into the fray, his voice booming. If you understand, then leave this place. Go now, successor. Their numbers are endless. Even I cannot hold back the tide forever. As the words fell, a colossal giant leaped directly toward where Saiyan lay helpless. His eyes tracked the threat, but his battered body refused to obey. It was the split second before a massive spear would skewer him alive. A shadow flashed, deflecting the fatal strike with a thunderous crash. It was none other than Nana, her voice roaring with primal fury. Get your filthy hands off my papa. Saiyan's eyes widened in shock. Nana? The little girl unleashed a devastating dragon's breath, blasting the Titan backward like a ragdoll. The creature crashed into the earth, forcing the enemy ranks to recoil in sudden fear. Saiyan turned, shouting desperately over the chaos. Nana, I explicitly told you to wait for me in safety, but the girl was no longer the obedient child of the past. She stood her ground, her answer sharp and determined. I refuse. Nana wants to fight for Papa too. Stop trying to carry the weight of the world on your own shoulders. Papa. Saiyan's face froze, his mind reeling in disbelief. Did she just talk back to me? Who on earth brought you to this battlefield? A familiar voice cut through the noise as Instructor Shirika emerged with Hershey's elite squad. Your clan leader is the one who led her here. You truly are a handful, you know that. She immediately barked orders to her subordinates. Move out. Secure the successor at all costs. Yes, ma'am. The squad rushed forward. clashing with the towering monstrosities to buy precious seconds. Saiyan grimaced as he watched. They don't stand a chance against those titans. I am well aware, but more importantly, look at you. You can barely stand. Saiyan's expression darkened. Exhaustion was etched into his very soul. Nothing escapes her sharp eyes. His arms felt like lead, and even Karam had fallen into a deep slumber from mana depletion. Sharika assessed the situation and issued a cold command. Nana, grab him. We're leaving. Saiyan was hoisted into the air instantly as the group executed a tactical retreat using the 36 stratagems. Survival is the ultimate victory, you fool, Sharika screamed, her mana flaring. Open the spatial gate now. Without hesitation, Nana hurled Saiyan into the swirling vortex. The rest of the team dove in after him, vanishing into the void. The portal began to collapse. It sealed shut, right before Headmaster Kundal's eyes. He stood frozen for a moment, his mind racing to process the scene. They vanished in the blink of an eye. Now how do we deal with these titans of light? But as he turned to face the threat, the situation took a bizarre turn. What on earth? The light titans were rapidly disintegrating as if they had no interest in anyone other than Saiyan. Reality set in, and Headmaster Kundal's gaze turned grave. They disappeared the moment Saiyan escaped. If that is the case, then Saiyan has clearly become an anomaly. An existence that the gods themselves will not tolerate, much like a cursed hero in a leveling manhwa. He must remain in the shadows, even if the Empire brands him a traitor. The scene shifts to the war room of the Gusif Empire. The kingdom's elite had gathered. Princess Violet, now acting as regent, took command of the room. I thank you all for your loyalty during this chaos, she began smoothly. Who would have thought the eye of this storm would be a mere boy? It is truly difficult to fathom. Now, before we discuss state affairs, allow me to introduce the new Imperial Mage, who will assist my regency. Murmurs rippled through the hall. A new Imperial Mage? Does she mean Archmage Kundal is returning to serve the crown? I thought he pledged his life to the Academy. Princess Violet's smile remained fixed. If the headmaster were to assist me, that would be magnificent, but I fear that is impossible. I refuse to be a pawn in your ambitious games, Kundal had told her. I will remain neutral, provided you do not harm Saiyan or Princess Arin. Violet's expression had hardened then. My ambition, you intend to stand idly by, while the Empire burns, but the headmaster remained unyielding. I will not repeat myself. Do not touch those two, and you shall be free to carve out history as you see fit. Violet's eyes darkened as she recalled the conversation rage simmering beneath her poise. My grandfather has always been a stubborn old fool. However, fate has smiled upon us. A perfect candidate for the role has emerged. The heavy doors creaked open, drawing every eye in the room. Is that impossible? One of the nobles shot up from his seat in shock. You should be dead, indeed. He has returned from the grave after being slain by that devil Saiyan. I dare say no one is more qualified. Greetings, everyone. A man with flowing silver-white hair stepped forward wearing a confident smirk. My name is Boris. It is an honor to serve you, Your Highness. But as his eyes opened, a sinister glint betrayed his true nature. This was the incarnation of the living grimoire, the Holy Book. Princess Violet continued to boast of her new asset. Boris commands 8-star magic. I could not ask for a more powerful royal mage. Suddenly, Violet's eyes went wide with terror. You praise me too highly, Highness, Boris purred. But behind his physical form, the grotesque spectral avatar of the Holy Book manifested fully. There is something standing behind him. She frantically rubbed her eyes. The nobles leaned in concerned. Your Highness, is something wrong. What in the world was that? Did I just see a ghost? The spirit had vanished instantly, leaving her wondering if it was merely a trick of the light. Violet quickly regained her royal composure. Forgive me. I am still adjusting to his miraculous return. Now, shall we discuss the matters of state? Boris approached with a gaze full of hidden schemes. Splendid. I look forward to being of use. The scene shifts to her private chamber sometime later. The grimoire lounged on his throne, voice dripping with arrogance. Humans are such simple, pathetic creatures. Wear the face of someone they trust, and they become puppets. 8-star magic. How dare they measure us with the primitive logic of a basic awakening manhwa? He glared at Boris's arm. A descendant of Hersey. Makes this vessel perfect for accepting my mana, though I almost feel a twinge of pity for the poor wretch. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. Spare me the fake sympathy. I saw how you obliterated his soul. If you're so jealous, why didn't you kill Akal yourself? The spirit of the holy sword Durandal sat perched on the cabinet, growling in anger. Silence. With my vessel in that state, recovering my original power was my only option. The grimoire looked up laughing with twisted delight. My oh my, look who's all grown up. Shut it before I end you. He moved to open the case, holding the physical blade. He lifted the sword and spoke. The prophecy didn't unfold as we desired, but we should celebrate. My power is finally absolute again. The energy core of Durandal has resurfaced after 3 years of Saiyan's disappearance. So, what is your next move? I am still weighing my options. Durandal narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Weighing what exactly? The grimoire's eyes darkened, a sinister plot brewing in his chest. I am considering whether to find a new master for the holy sword. Durandal to clear away the sword mist, blinding the sun, or perhaps to summon a champion. Scene shift to the dimension of darkness. Saiyan knelt on the ground, gasping for air after his duel with the god Eru. That's enough. 3 years have passed in the human realm. The suppression seal I placed on you held, but listen well. Once you leave this subspace and return to the mortal world, it will shatter in a matter of days. Saiyan just smirked, his spirit unbroken. So, what, I should just hide here forever? If the gods of light don't kill me, boredom and claustrophobia will. God Horus threw 2 daggers into the dirt, then summoned fresh ones. Then what is your plan? When the seal breaks, they will hunt you down again. Saiyan's face radiated confidence, that familiar, fearless smile returning to his. Massive, battle-hardened frame. Simple. I'll just slaughter them all. Once I kill Lumendal, the supreme god, it's game over. Suddenly, Karam emerged from the shadows behind him. Big talk. How about you try defeating the outcast god, standing right in front of you first? Eru nodded in agreement. She has a point. We've been at this for 3 years, and you haven't even grazed me once, let alone defeat me. And you want to kill the supreme deity. There's a limit to arrogance. All your opponents until now, even in your past life, were beings who merely exceeded human limits, like mid-tier bosses in a leveling manhwa. But the enemies awaiting you in the future have reached the realm of true divinity. My power of darkness alone won't be enough to save you. Hearing this, Saiyan's expression turned serious. Wow, he's actually talking like a real god for once. So, what do I do? Fear not. This ancient prophecy will reveal the exact path you must take. God Horus spun and threw a dagger at the map on the wall, and completely missed. He threw a few more times, but every blade hit nothing but air. Eru stared at the map, sweating. This is harder than I thought. It looks so easy when others do it. Saiyan stared, utterly speechless. I take it back. He's still just an idiot. Now, calm down. Just wait and see. We will hit the center. We will have the prophecy soon. Saiyan couldn't take the god of darkness's clown show anymore. He decided to leave. I'm out. I've wasted enough time on you. On my way out, I'll test that suppression seal myself. The moment Saiyan stepped out, a dagger flew and struck the map's bullseye perfectly. Got it, God. Eru jumped for joy. The prophecy is ours. He turned to shout at Saiyan. Hey, successor, come receive your destiny. But the room was empty. Saiyan was already gone. Scene transition to Luan Academy. Instructor Shirika walked down the grand hallway. She recalled the headmaster Gundal's heavy request to look after Princess Erin. She has locked herself away for 3 years, obsessing over every line of ancient text she can find. I leave her in your hands. Shirika stood before the princess's door and knocked. If she's doing all this to find Saiyan, I can't just stand by. Moments later, the door creaked open. Princess Erin appeared, eyes dark and hollow from exhaustion. Instructor Shirika was shocked by the girl's fragile state. It's only been a day, but she looks like a ghost. Greetings, princess. I assumed Lesimus would answer the door. Erin replied slowly, her voice thick with fatigue. Lesimus is out on an errand for me. Did you need something? Shirika pushed her glasses up, speaking gently. I heard I might be of assistance. I know you are gathering ancient runes. But the princess immediately refused. Thank you, but I can handle it alone. Shirika dropped the pleasantries and cut to the heart of the matter. You are looking for Saiyan, aren't you? You absolutely need help. Hearing that name, Erin's eyes instantly blazed with intensity. In the end, the only thing that mattered to her was her missing fiancé. Come inside. They stepped into the room. Apologies for the mess. As Shirika entered, her gaze landed on one thing that made her blood run cold. A symbol drawn in the center of the room. On the blackboard, the exact rune that was carved into Saiyan's chest that fateful day, when the covenant was made. I found this while researching the forgotten history of the 6 lands. This symbol always appears alongside the Giants of Light. Have you ever seen it before? Shirika shook her head, frantically hiding the truth. No, never. Deep within her thoughts, she analyzed the situation. That girl knows far more than she admits. She possesses ancient runes, and the old gods of light have manifested in the region of Brand New. According to the archives, they are the Nephilim, children of the supreme god Lumendel, also known as his divine guardians. But why would such powerful entities attack Saian? Or is he simply enduring a tribulation like the protagonist of a hardcore leveling manhwa? Instructor Sharika, do you have a theory? Does this connect to the Order of the Black Mist sword dance that he joined? They serve Eru, the god of the Black Mist. This definitely involves Supreme God Lemmiharam. This implies Saian isn't under judgment but is seeking asylum, hiding under the protection of the Black Mist Order. Her sharp, accurate deduction caught Sharika off guard. Impressive, princess. Honestly, I have no idea. I never even considered that possibility. Hearing this, the princess turned away, disappointment etched on her face. I see. How boring. I thought you of all people would know. Aaron glared at her with eyes cold as ice. I assumed you were intimate enough with Saian to know his secrets. Any woman could instantly decipher the meaning behind that glare. But why? Why on earth is she jealous of me? Confusion crashed over Sharika, leaving her completely flustered. Haha, is that so? We aren't close at all, Sharika replied, though Aaron looked entirely unconvinced. Fine then. This is bad. I'll have to keep an eye on her for now. Rage detonated inside Sharika, the spiritual pressure instantly shattering her glasses. The next time I see that brat, I'm going to crack his skull. Saian. The scene shifts to the frozen wastelands of Bruna. A colossal spear tree towered over the vast forest. Beneath its massive roots, an elf girl with long ears sat in deep prayer. Is it true? If the Black Mist sword dance has vanished, only blinding light remains in this world. But in such a blinding reality, can we truly survive? Meanwhile, a dimensional gate slowly groaned open in a familiar room. A pair of feet stepped through. Saian walked out with casual confidence. Finally, out of the dark god's dimension. It's been ages since I visited Instructor Sharika's office. New desk feels like I was just here yesterday. She did try to poison me back then. What a charming memory. Has it really been 3 years? Time is truly a cruel mistress. While he was lost in nostalgia, the door was blown off its hinges. Sharika appeared, her body radiating pure, unadulterated bloodlust. She launched a lethal strike without a word of warning. But Saian had already sensed the presence of someone capable of perfectly masking their aura. In this entire academy, only Sharika possessed such mastery. A smile of twisted amusement crept onto her face. Her voice trembled with suppressed rage. Oh, you noticed me. I suppose I underestimated you. Saian turned to face her, speaking calmly. Is this how you welcome your favorite student? I have to say, this brings back fond memories. Before he could finish, Sharika unleashed another assault. Her speed forced Saian to retreat instantly. Then let's see how much you've grown in 3 years. Sharika's kick sliced through the air, with surgical precision aiming right for him, but Saian launched himself into the air. He dodged with effortless grace. The pleasure is all mine. Mana began to converge in his palm streams of energy, obeying his absolute will. Void separation. In a heartbeat, countless black spheres engulfed the room. The floor shattered into debris, but Sharika weaved through the tiny gaps. Her movements were a masterpiece of evasion. Unfortunately, the room couldn't dodge. The entire office began to disintegrate in seconds. Sharika glared at Saian, veins popping. Are you trying to bring the whole building down? This is a faculty office. Where is your respect? Her fury only intensified her power. I need to teach you a lesson in manners, Saian retorted immediately, his body shifting into a demigod state. He grinned with arrogant confidence. That might be difficult. The two clashed in midair, a shockwave of terrifying power blasting through the room. At the same time, in her private quarters, Luna sensed the familiar energy signature she had been hunting for. She quickly confirmed it with the entity beside her. Do you feel that, Lem? Of course. It appears to be real. Quite a bit of time has passed. By human calculations, it has been 3 years. Luna clutched her face, drowning in a wave of euphoric obsession. Her whisper was soft, yet it carried a chilling weight. The day has finally come. The day I reunite with Senior Saian. I am so incredibly happy. Even Lemmiharam, the ancient grimoire, broke into a cold sweat. I may be a tome of infinite power, but that girl? She terrifies me. Humans are dangerous. Scene changed to Principal Kundal's office. He's back. Good heavens, he just returned, and he's already causing a catastrophe, that brat. My peaceful retirement plans are ruined. A storm is coming. Back in Sharika's office, the room had been reduced to literal dust. You've certainly improved. You destroyed my entire office, she shouted at Saian. Was total destruction really necessary? Hey, hold on, you attacked me first, Shirika sighed, deeply regaining her composure. So what happened? Did Eru actually give you permission to leave? Not exactly. I defied him and broke out. If I stayed there, I would have lost my mind. I used a suppression spell on this sigil. It allows me to exist outside for exactly 1 day undetected. If I exceed 24 hours, it reactivates. But I actually arrived yesterday. So the spell is about to expire. Saiyan laughed nonchalantly, without a care in the world. My bad. Being trapped in that dimension made me a bit reckless. The moment the words left his lips, the earth began to tremble. Blinding beams of light pierced down from the heavens, the signal that the ancient gods of light were descending upon the mortal realm. Shirika rushed forward. She grabbed Saiyan's head and shook him violently. What is wrong with you, haha? I told you I've gotten a bit careless. Sarika's expression darkened, anxiety gnawing at her sanity as she glared at him. Get your ass back here right now. All right, I'm coming. He activated his ring, tearing open a dimensional rift. I'm going okay, sheesh. But Sarika's patience had officially snapped. She shoved him directly into the void, screaming, You absolute moron. Sarika dove into the shadows after him, leaving the chaotic room behind. A close call indeed. The moment Saiyan's presence vanished, the light god's judgment halted, and the portals to the human realm evaporated into mist. Back in the safety of the Shadow Palace, Sarika unleashed her fury on Saiyan. What the hell were you thinking? The giants could have descended on us? So what? Were you trying to destroy the academy? The god of black fog watched the domestic violence helplessly. This is my home. Do you have to be so violent in my dimension? Sarika ignored him, ruthlessly pummeling Saiyan, who accepted his fate on the floor. Enough. Such disrespect to the deity you serve. But the response was brutal. Sarika turned her rage on the god himself. Shut up, Eru. This is all your fault for letting this idiot escape in the first place. The god of black fog crumpled to the floor, defeated by his own subordinates. You guys are too much. I am literally a god. I gave you your powers, and this is the thanks I get. Truly chaotic. Saiyan slowly rose to his feet, dusting himself off. Say what you want, but I confirmed one thing. As long as this curse binds me, I can't survive outside for more than a day. Long-distance travel is basically impossible. Sarika approached from behind, her demeanor shifting from rage to analysis. Let me see. She studied the sigil on Saiyan's chest. Eru could cast the suppression spell again. That should stabilize it. I didn't expect the limit to be just 1 day, but considering the source power, it is the mark of a supreme god after all. Her eyes lingered on him. But look at you. You've grown much taller, haven't you? To be honest, you've finally filled out into a real man. Before the moment could linger, Karam materialized and decked Sarika right in the face. Right on the cheek. Save your cheap seduction techniques for someone else. The two immediately erupted into a shouting match. Why did you hit me, you cursed scrap metal? Because you deserve it, you promiscuous instructor. Saiyan watched the chaos unfold. He was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the god of black fog crawled back to his throne, sat up straight, and cleared his throat to regain dignity. Heed my oracle, successor. You must journey to the frozen lands of Brina. A prophet awaits you there. Once you arrive, your path will be revealed. Saiyan narrowed his eyes, remembering the divine method Eru used yesterday. That dark game was a prophecy. Are you kidding me right now? Before he could finish his complaint, a beam of dark energy blasted into his chest. The impact sent Saiyan skidding back. Sarika's expression shifted instantly. Wait, the cursed energy. I can't feel it anymore. The god of black fog explained calmly. 3 years ago, your body would have exploded if I used my full power to suppress it, but you have evolved. Your vessel can now withstand my blessing. You have 2 weeks in the outside world. It's a tight schedule to reach Brina and back, but it beats a single day. His voice dropped an octave, but remain vigilant. After 2 weeks, death will come knocking again. You have 14 days to find the prophet, or your fate is sealed. The sudden shift to seriousness threw Saiyan off balance. Why does he suddenly sound like an actual deity? I thought he was just a senile old man this whole time. This sudden competence is honestly kind of annoying. While the group reconsidered their opinion of him, Eru's inner thoughts were far less divine. Oh my god, I sounded so cool just now. Scene change, Ruins East District. 2 guards stood watch, sighing into the night. I miss home. Being stationed out here is absolute torture. His partner replied, Stay sharp, rookie. We do this for the glory of the Karam Magic Association. The rookie scoffed. Glory? Ever since Guildmaster Regan messed everything up 3 years ago, nobody respects us. That doesn't mean we let this network crumble. This teleportation gate is a priceless asset. Karam was built on blood and sweat. We can't let Gusif or anyone else take it. Suddenly, the veteran froze. Someone's coming. A masked figure emerged from the darkness. His voice calm, but dripping with menace. Is this where you rats hide the dimensional gate? The guard's face paled. How did you? He barked at the rookie. Draw your blade. This isn't an ordinary intruder. Yes, sir. The veteran flared his mana. You'll regret sticking your nose into Karam's secrets. Today is the day you pay for your arrogance. Saiyan watched them with bored indifference. Is that it? In a split second, both guards hit the floor. He stepped over them and pushed the doors open. Karam materialized, floating beside him. A warp gate. I didn't know these still existed. Regan used this ancient artifact often. It's my first time seeing it in person though. If we want to reach Brina and return within our 2-week limit, this is our only option. Saiyan approached the console and began injecting mana. So, this is the artifact. The machine hummed to life. This technology didn't exist 300 years ago. As the core absorbed his mana, the runes engraved on the hull are forming a complete mana circuit. The demon sword stared at the spinning mechanism in awe. I hate to admit it, but humans have their moments. A robotic system voice echoed. Please select destination. Northern Brina. Energy surged, feeling just like the start of a legendary awakening Manhwa quest. The runes locked in, and the gate to the frozen north began to open. Wait a second, I muttered, looking back in confusion. Didn't we just pass through that gate? It should still be open, shouldn't it? Something is wrong here. Karam's face darkened, his expression twisting. What nonsense are you spouting? That door sealed shut the moment we crossed the threshold. But suddenly, a new path revealed itself. The moment Saiyan threw the heavy doors open, a bone-chilling gale blasted against him, cutting through his clothes. Beyond the threshold lay a vast forest buried in endless white snow. Karam's eyes went wide, staring into the frozen wasteland in total disbelief. What are we? Truly? In Brina, Saiyan strolled forward, hands in his pockets, unbothered. Hurry up or I'm leaving you behind. He glanced back at his lagging companion. Willius Vert time visiting the frozen lands. Karam scoffed at the question. Of course not. Do you have any idea how many centuries I have existed, brat? Well, I never brought you here. Saiyan pressed his voice, teasing. Did you come with a previous master then? The demon sword hesitated before grumbling. Yeah, something like that. Saiyan immediately caught the shift in tone. What was with that reaction? His eyes narrowed, sharp intuition flaring up as suspicion took root in his mind. Did something happen between her and his old master? Before he could probe further, the demon sword deflected. Wait. I smell fresh blood nearby. I smell it too. It's close. A predatory grin stretched across Saiyan's face as he summoned his blade. Finally, things are starting to get interesting. My blood is boiling. Meanwhile, scene change. The 2 guards Saiyan had crushed earlier woke up trembling as they reported to Luna. An intruder breached the teleportation gate. Please forgive our incompetence. Luna fell silent, calculating the situation. Surprising. To think someone could take down the Lightning King of the Association. This enemy is not to be trifled with. The commander bowed his head, face burning with shame. I was defeated instantly. I couldn't even put up a fight. He hid his face behind a mask, but there was one thing I couldn't mistake. That ominous dark mist surrounding him. He must be from the Mist Assassin organization. The other guard chimed in, panic in his voice. The commander is not at fault. It was our weakness. But Luna ignored their pathetic excuses, cutting through the noise with a chilling question. Tell me, what was his scent? The rookie looked up, completely bewildered. My lady Luna stared them down, her aura leaking murderous intent that made the air heavy. I asked you, what did he smell like? The commander stammered, terrified. I don't know, ma'am. Luna sighed. Where did the portal take him? He went to North Brina. The frozen lands, ma'am. Well done. I will handle this investigation personally. You 2 hold the gate. Understood. But you are going alone. Luna turned a knowing smile playing on her lips. Yes, I have a feeling an old friend has come to visit. Back in the frozen wastes, Saiyan dashed toward the scent of death. But by the time he arrived, the slaughter had already ended. Guards and swordsmen lay scattered, their crimson blood staining the pristine snow. We are too late. Saiyan scanned the carnage with cold eyes. Holy knights and white elves. And all dead. It looked like mutual destruction. Karam hummed. It seems Eru's prophecy was not just empty talk. Saiyan sighed heavily. I hate to admit it, but you are right. He pointed toward a dark opening. The reason for this bloodbath lies in that cave, surrounded by corpses. Are you sure we should enter? The trail leads right to it. They stepped into the gloom. Whoa! This place is massive. Mana crystals embedded in the walls illuminated the cavern with a ghostly glow. Stay sharp. This architecture is designed to trap intruders. After walking for a while, Saiyan stopped dead in his tracks. Just as I thought. We are back at the entrance. I walked in a straight line, yet here we are. And I can't sense a trace of mana. Saiyan crouched, picking up a handful of gravel. Illusion magic. Typical for an elf domain. He tossed the stones at the walls, one by one, listening intently to the echo of each impact. Most clattered normally, but one spot produced a hollow, dissonant sound. Found it. The glitch in the system. Saiyan approached the wall, where ancient runes hid the truth. A bit too easy for a leveling Manhwa dungeon, isn't it? He scoffed. I mastered this trick in my past life. Let's see what treasure you were hiding. He unleashed his aura. Secret art mist waterfall collapse, a strike of devastating power. The stone face split in an instant. The ancient runes shattered, and the illusion crumbled away like dust in the wind. The camouflage vanished, revealing the true entrance. Correct path. Located. With the barrier down the mana, inside is flooding out. Saiyan rubbed his chin. But this energy, it feels ancient. Karam confirmed, it is the mana of the world tree. Saiyan glanced at his sword. World tree. What is that? A colossal entity with roots in the past and leaves reaching into the future. A divine record of all history. Meanwhile, deep inside the shrine, the oracle sensed the breach. The illusion is shattered. The guardians must have fallen. She summoned a dagger, trembling as she pressed the cold steel to her own throat. I have no choice. I must protect the secret. But just as she prepared to end it, a blur of motion snapped the blade from her hand. The oracle gasped, eyes wide with shock. Sorry to interrupt, Saiyan drawled, but would you mind explaining why you are in such a rush to die? At least give me a reason before you off yourself, little elf. The girl shook, tears streaming down her face in pure terror. She scrambled off the altar, desperate to escape. Saiyan watched, perplexed. But the moment her feet hit the floor, she rushed straight at him. Her fear vanished, replaced by a steely resolve that caught Saiyan off guard. Huh? What is she planning? She didn't say a word. Her small hands gripped Saiyan's arm tight. Saiyan, you will die soon. I have seen that future. Saiyan stared at her, unfazed. Telepathy. And how do you know my name? This wasn't just a standard awakening Manhwa encounter. Her expression was deadly serious. Her voice resonated in his mind, heavy, with the weight of a terrifying curse. I am Hastia, prophet of the world tree. Why have you come, Saiyan? Did you ignore the warnings of the prophecy? Hearing those words, clarity struck Saiyan like a lightning bolt. So that was it. The pieces of the puzzle finally clicked into place. Humans flocked here like vultures, desperate to seize the prophet's power. They craved the ability to foresee the future, a power capable of rewriting destiny itself. The scene shifted to the carnage outside the cave. Bodies lay scattered across a landscape painted in deep crimson blood. A group of strangers approached with cold precision, the knights of the church. Leading them was Mihan Hasalus, the saintess's personal guardian. He casually wiped a speck of blood from his cheek, whispering into the wind. It seems our vanguard squad has been completely wiped out. This situation is rather annoying, but it appears the enemy has suffered a similar fate. Report to the main force that the area is secured. Yes, sir. Mihan stared intensely at the cave entrance. The blood trail leads inside. Careful now, do not let that filth stain your pristine armor. His sharp gaze swept over the battlefield. Both armies had been decimated in a chaotic clash. Not a single soul remained alive. This level of mutual destruction was suspicious. Surely someone must have survived. Suddenly, a voice drifted from behind him. A young woman with hair as white as snow stepped forward with elegant grace. What troubles your mind so deeply, Sir Mihan, a saintess? She gently lowered her hood, revealing a smile that radiated pure fabricated holiness. This is a divine mission guided by Lord Lumindel himself. His light shall lead us to absolute victory. Do not worry yourself. Mihan bowed with a faint smile. My faith remains unshaken, saintess. It is just that. A place reeking of such slaughter surprises me a little. I know the task ahead is difficult, but may I trust you to handle the cleanup out here? Mihan's face showed a flicker of concern. Do you really intend to enter alone? The saintess turned away cheerfully, her voice light. Lord Lumindel walks beside me. So, there is no need for fear. Nothing can harm a vessel of the light. Besides, there is a powerful barrier inside. Suddenly, she froze in her tracks. Is something wrong, Saintess? Someone has shattered the barrier surrounding the cave. The elven magic hidden in the ancient runes cannot be broken by ordinary means. The intruder possesses power far beyond the norm, reminiscent of a boss in an awakening manhwa. The Saintess's eyes filled with a chilling killing intent, her voice dropping to a terrifyingly cold whisper. I had better hurry. I cannot allow anyone to steal the prophet from us. On her hand, a sigil flared to life, a mark identical to the curse that Saian was currently enduring. You stand guard out here. Understood. Meanwhile, watching from a distance, a lone elven survivor observed every move the group made. He gritted his teeth, binding his wounds with a rage that was waiting for the perfect moment to explode. Inside the cavern, Saian was explaining the situation to the trembling little prophet. Her eyes were swimming in a pool of profound sorrow. Sadness permeated her every cell. So the guards outside are all. They died trying to protect a useless thing like me. She squeezed Saiyan's hand tighter, whispering, I am so sorry. Saiyan looked at the prophet with a bewildered expression. Okay, but is this physical contact absolutely necessary for us to talk? Of course. This curse is known as the Silence of the World Tree. In exchange for the power of foresight, the World Tree stripped me of my voice. However, I gained the ability to see the future. Saiyan narrowed his eyes, processing this information. I see. So that is the price of prophecy. The prophet's face turned bright red with embarrassment. That is why. I apologize if this makes you uncomfortable. Well, what can we do? Why is she acting so shy? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sliced through their conversation. Crack. A fissure in the very fabric of space tore open before their eyes. The rift expanded into a dimensional gate. Hastia immediately recognized the aura. It is her. Saiyan turned confused. Her. You know who that woman is. From within the swirling portal, the Saintess stepped out with a smile, brimming with arrogance. The prophet, trembling with hatred, began to explain. She is the one who has been hunting me down all this time. She is the one who ordered the massacre of the elven race. The Saintess walked forward, her voice still maintaining that sickeningly gentle tone. My apologies for what happened to the elves. I had no intention of harming them, but truly there was no other option. None of that tragedy would have occurred had you simply cooperated, Prophet Hastia. Now will you be a good girl and come quietly? Considering the sacrifices required if we were to clash again, I suggest we end this peacefully right here. However, it seems someone has beaten me to the prize. Saiyan immediately stepped in front of Hastia, blocking her from view. Sorry, lady, but I have a prior appointment with her. You will have to wait your turn. The Saintess took a step forward. Ah, yes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nephrodite Iris, a Saintess serving the Almighty Lord Lumendel. I never expected to be lucky enough to meet Saian, the famous Vert, right here. Truly, this is a day blessed by Lumendel's glory. Hearing his name fall from a stranger's lips made Saiyan flinch. She knows who I am. Wasting no time on pleasantries, Saiyan lunged at the Saintess, his demonic blade thirsting for blood. Let's see what a Saintess is really made of. Unflinching Iris raised her arm, revealing a glowing, intricate symbol. It seems the rumors of your aggression were accurate. Saiyan's eyes widened in shock. That symbol, is that? Hastia, standing behind him, was also paralyzed by the entity that materialized. A colossal sword of light emerged from thin air, intercepting Saiyan's strike before it could even graze. The Saintess. Damn it. What the hell is this? Right before his eyes, a titan, constructed of pure light, loomed behind the Saintess. My 2-week cooldown isn't over. How did this manifest? This breaks the rules of a standard system manhwa. Something is wrong. That thing was not summoned by me. My own sigil is still sealed by the system. If that is the case, she must be the source. She possesses a similar mark on her hand. The Saintess stood tall, her smile twisting into arrogant triumph. Now dispel this filthy black fog. Oh, messenger of light. The giant deity raised its massive shield and smashed it down towards Saiyan with earth-shattering force. The earth shattered beneath them. Saiyan was blown back, overwhelmed by the terrifying spiritual pressure. Hastia screamed in panic, Lord Saiyan. But suddenly, a heavy hand landed on the prophetess's shoulder. A voice chilled the air. Shouldn't we give them some privacy? We wouldn't want to interrupt their duel now, would we? Wait, since when did she get here? The prophetess turned, her eyes swimming with absolute despair. Finally, I can hear your voice clearly. It seems I need to physically touch you to make the connection. Suddenly, the Saintess's ears elongated, snapping back into their true hidden form. Hastia gasped in shock. You are an elf, Iris. Forced a bitter, self-deprecating smile. Oh dear, my cover is blown. I suppose being this close to the world tree made my disguise impossible to maintain. But how could you? How could you slaughter your own kin? What madness drives you? What is your ultimate goal? The Saintess replied, her voice dropping to absolute zero. Isn't it obvious I desire your power of prophecy? Meanwhile, Saian was forced to his knees, reeling from the colossal deity's surprise attack. Damn it all. His mask hit the ground, shattering into dust. I never expected to face one of your kind here. Suddenly, Karam's voice rang out a warning from the system. That woman has taken the elf girl. Hastia is gone. Saian whipped around, but only a faint fading trail of magic remained. The door had already sealed shut. Saian stood up, exhaling a breath heavy with irritation. With a single casual swing of his sword, he unleashed his fury. You just had to pop up out of nowhere and ruin my entire plan. The enemy's shield was sliced in two, like paper clattering to the floor. Crimson mist began to rise, suffocating the space around them. Saian gripped his demon sword, a smile of pure unadulterated rage, twisting his features. I promise you, your death will be anything but beautiful. Not one bit. Scene transition. Outside, the Saintess dragged Hastia up the stone steps. Now it is just the two of us. Will you comply with my demands? The prophetess whispered, her voice trembling with exhaustion and despair. Is my power truly worth the blood of your own people? If you take this power, you will lose your voice forever. The Saintess smiled unfazed. I am prepared to do whatever is necessary. All for the glory of Lumendel. Is that so? But do you know that your death is imminent? The Saintess merely chuckled. You really are an adorable child. Do you think spouting threats will change your current predicament? But the reply was sharp and absolute. That was not a threat. It was a prophecy, a future I witnessed through the world tree. You will see it come to pass very soon. Just then, agonizing screams tore through the air outside. The Saintess yanked her captive forward. Arriving at the scene, she found a battlefield steeped in chaos. Mihan, what is the meaning of this? The exhausted knight gasped for air. Stay back, Saintess. Iris's eyes widened as she looked ahead. Mihan gripped his spear, desperate. Holy power swirled violently around him. Divine art, execution of justice. He launched himself at the warrior, rampaging through his men. The target was none other than that massive elf warrior from before. His eyes were razor sharp, the gaze of a veteran who had survived 1,000 hells. He stomped the ground, raising a wall of bedrock to block the strike. The knight's storm-like assault was stopped cold. Mihan channeled every ounce of power into his spear and charged the elf again. The elf remained terrified calm. He slammed his foot down, again shattering the earth and raising another impenetrable barrier. The attack was nullified instantly. Mihan's confidence crumbled. He just did something impossible for a normal fighter. In that split second, surrounded by enemies, his reaction speed rivaled a protagonist from a leveling manhwa. How can an elf possess such physical might? The captain planted his spear. I am Mihan Husos, identify yourself. The elf scowled. I have no reason to give my name to a corpse. You rude bastard, Mihan's mind raced. Elves are known for archery and magic. Physical conditioning is rare and melee warriors are practically non-existent. That technique you used, it didn't feel like magic. The elf interrupted. It is magic. Mihan looked bewildered. That magic? But I sense absolutely zero mana coming from you. The warrior doubled down. I said it is magic. Mihan mentally face-palmed. Fine. I shouldn't have expected logic from a muscle brain. Suddenly, the Saintess stepped forward. I do not believe that warrior is actually using magic. Do you know him? Iris spoke, her voice laced with genuine fear. His name is Ganyan. He possesses zero magical ability, yet he stands as one of the strongest warriors in the elf tribe. Rumor has it, he trained in the Eternal Frost Valley. To think he is here. Ganyan marched toward her, radiating hostility. Are you the ringleader? Hand over the prophetess. He didn't wait for an answer, launching a devastating punch. Wait. Ganyan, I bear the will of the gods. I don't care about the names of the dead. Mihan screamed, Saintess, look out. Faced with death, the Saintess drew a dagger and pressed it to Hastia's throat. Take one more step, and the prophetess dies with me. Do not interfere with the Supreme One's will. Before she could finish, Ganyan snatched the blade. He didn't just disarm her. He pulverized the steel into dust with a single squeeze. You try to threaten me with this toothpick? Mihan watched in horror. He crushed hardened steel with his bare hand. Wait, is this really allowed? The Saintess's face drained of color, cold sweat dripping down her cheeks in terror. Ganyan stared at her, his killing intent suffocating the very air. Every cell in her body screamed in warning. I told you already. Every single one of you will die here. His words rang out like a funeral bell. Doom crashed down on Iris's mind. Her body paralyzed shock washed over her, crumbling her rationality into dust. Finally, Hastia turned to break the frozen silence. What are you standing there dazed for? Why haven't you run yet? Survival instinct kicked in instantly. The Saintess shoved the prophet aside and turned to flee for her life. I trust you to handle everything here. Mihan, I'm going to go call for reinforcements. May the god Lumendel always watch over you. Hearing this, the knight captain froze for a second. Seriously, is she actually doing this? What kind of reinforcements is she talking about? Anyone can see she's just running away out of fear. Ganiel pointed his blade straight at the fleeing Saintess. Reinforcements? I think she's just terrified of dying. Mihan roared back. Enough. Everyone knows that already. He fixed his posture, trying to salvage his pride. I don't need backup anyway. I prefer a one-on-one duel with the strongest elven warrior. Allow me to reintroduce myself properly. I am Mihan Jesus, the greatest spearman of the Light Guild, and above all, a servant of Willius Vert. The leader of the Light Guild is Wham. Before he could finish, a fist buried itself in his gut, silencing the world instantly. Agony exploded in his brain as blood gushed from his mouth. This bastard. He attacked while I was introducing myself. The impact launched Mihan straight into the blue sky. Only the whistling wind of a loser being blown away remained. With the trash handled, Ganiel turned his gaze to the Saintess, who had just fled. Hey you, stop right there. Iris's face twisted in pure horror. Mihan couldn't even block a single hit. What kind of monster is he? But suddenly, her escape was cut short. A shadow loomed over her, blocking the path. The Saintess crashed into the figure and fell to the ground. That's when a familiar voice pierced the air. Well, look who it is. Saian tossed the giant god's severed head onto the ground. Where are you running off to in such a hurry? No time to chat. Saian. What about the Nephilim? Did you kill it? You killed the guardian of God, Lumendel. Saian barked right in the Saintess's face. Quit spouting nonsense. There is no way that trash heap was a real Nephilim. His words hit Iris like a judgment hammer. What do you mean, that Nephilim was? A fake Saian narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping an octave. Compared to the Nephilim I fought 3 years ago, the bastard you summoned was laughably weak. I sliced through its shield like warm butter. It didn't even have the regeneration abilities typical of a system Manhwa boss. I chopped its head off. You call that garbage a Nephilim? If you're trying to scam me, you better try harder. You should have done better than this. The Saintess clutched the divine symbol on her hand, muttering, impossible. That can't be right. God Lumendel bestowed this upon me himself. How could it be a fake? Seeing her reaction, the demon sword spirit appeared surprised. Hey master, she looks like she genuinely doesn't know. You're right. Even I'm surprised. Suddenly, Iris screamed in fury, her pride shattered. This is blasphemy. If you dare doubt me, I'll show you. But before she could finish the summoning, Saian kicked her square in the stomach, knocking the Saintess out cold. He threw Iris over his shoulder, grumbling. So noisy. I'll do the greetings myself later. As he walked away, something suddenly clung to his waist. Saian looked down to find Hastia holding on tight. Ah, I forgot this kid was here. Thank the heavens, Saian. I was so worried when that giant appeared. I'm so glad you're finally safe. Saian looked at the tiny prophet indifferently. We're not done yet. Suddenly, Ganiel's presence materialized behind Saian. His legs swept through the air with lethal force. Back off. The elven warrior's powerful knee strike was caught easily by Saian's arm, however. Immediately, his body began to slide backward. I'm being pushed back. Saian skidded across the icy ground, a distance of about 10 paces. That proved the attack wasn't ordinary. Saian regained his balance, his arm throbbing with pain after blocking Ganiel's kick. He pushed me this far, even though I blocked it. Who is this guy? Ganiel stepped forward, radiating killing intent. Hand her over, human. Hastia hurriedly rushed between them. Stop it. You don't need to attack him. Saian isn't our enemy? Ganiel narrowed his eyes in confusion. Saian. Vert. If your name is Vert, are you related to her? The mention caught Saian off guard. Her. Does he mean Alice? She is currently with the Elven tribe. Later, as the group arrived at the settlement, a voice welcomed them. I heard that you protected the prophet. On behalf of the Elven race, we are deeply grateful to you. A woman stood tall and introduced herself. I am Elder Elforest of the White Elves. Welcome to our village. You must be exhausted from the journey to get here. We have prepared a place for you. Please rest and make yourself at home. Saian looked down at his hand and thought, how am I supposed to rest with this kid stuck to me? The demon sword materialized, laughing like a maniac. Looks like she doesn't want to let you go. Hey Prophet, how long do you plan to keep this up? Hastia's face turned bright red. But this is the only way I can talk to you. Does it bother you? Suddenly, Ganil leaned in close, his voice dark and gloomy. You are truly rude. Come on, this is rude. Saian turned to the elf in confusion. Wait a second. You can hear her speak without touching her. Ganil gritted his teeth. I possess the blessing of clairvoyance. I am completely different from you. Saian was even more baffled. Blessing of clairvoyance. What the hell is that? Elder Elf Jurist waved her hands frantically to intervene. All right, that's enough greetings for now. Everyone, please go inside. He may not look like it, but Ganil is also an elder here. I'm sure he's just saying hello in his own way. He doesn't seem welcoming at all to me. How is he an elder elfrist? Sighed deeply. Please understand, he doesn't have much experience in these matters. As you can see, it is very rare for our village to have guests. Suddenly, Saian's eyes turned serious. For me, that's not a problem at all. What exactly do you intend to do with the saintess I dragged back here? The elder's voice dropped to a grave whisper. We will extract the truth behind her treason against the tribe. The scene shifts to the dark confinement cell. The saintess sat bound in the center of the vast chamber. Slowly, the heavy iron doors groaned open. Two figures emerged from the shadows. At long last, we face each other, saintess. I have a mountain of questions, but one stands above the rest. That human, the one calling himself Saian Vert. Who is he really, and why has he become the mortal enemy of your entire organization? Pure hatred twisted the saintess's features, a storm of resentment brewing in her chest. Meanwhile, in Saian's quarters, I despise this place. It feels wrong. Are you sure it's wise to leave them alone? Relax, it will be fine. They know she is a key player within the Church of Light. She is a white elf after all. They just want to talk. But doesn't this whole situation reek of a trap? What are you getting at? Karam floated over and slammed onto Saian's chest. I'm talking about that fake Nephilim you crushed. Something was off beneath that helm. That skull inside. It belonged to an ancient giant. That was no mere puppet or machine. Saian bolted upright, a cold dread washing over him. Impossible. The demon sword scoffed at his reaction. See, I warned you, this wasn't a standard Manhwa recap plot twist. Something is wrong. Back in the interrogation room, the saintess spilled everything. So, he really is the heir of the Black Fog. The one who slaughtered Lumendel's successor. It was him. Does this align with the prophecy you heard? The saintess hung her head in defeat. I believed it. Until this very moment. I never once doubted the voice of Lumendel. But now, everything has changed. I no longer know what is truth and what is a lie. Ganil stepped forward, his voice cold. It doesn't matter. It's too late. Your betrayal has cost countless elven lives. You call yourself Nephrodite, but no white elf bears such a name. Who are you really? She whispered, her spirit broken. My name is... But before she could finish, a deafening sound shattered her mind. I have a new prophecy for you. Control was ripped away from her. Her body convulsed violently as a foreign will took over. Hey, what's happening to you? A terrifying pressure exploded outward. Ganil flinched. Elforus, get back. The saintess's face twisted into madness, the seal on her hand burning with blinding light. Broken words poured from her lips like a curse. Kill. Must kill. Kill the prophet, destroy the prophet. Holy power erupted from her back like a volcano. A grotesque giant materialized, shredding the familiar Nephilim armor like wet paper. The room was obliterated in a heartbeat. The blast sent the guards flying. Ganil grabbed the elder, diving back as a massive arm extended from the smoke. It tore through the walls, as if they were nothing. Jagged veins pulsed on its skin, and the very foundation of the building groaned. The floor crumbled under the Titan's immense weight. It roared an unholy fusion of white bone and blinding holy light. Ganil stared in horror. What is that abomination? The elder clutched his back in pain. Focus. The villagers are in danger. Cracks raced across the floor like spiderwebs. Ganil looked back. The world was falling apart. Damn it all. A massive slab of the wall broke loose, plummeting straight toward the oblivious elves below. They froze, staring up at their doom. Death fell from the sky. But at the last second, Ganil intercepted. He caught the debris, saving them from a gruesome end. The elder screamed over the chaos. Move. He can't hold it forever. Go. The Titan roared, hunting for its true prey. Prophet. Where are you hiding? I will find you. It locked eyes on the tower. Target acquired. If I destroy everything, you will have nowhere to run. Energy gathered in its maw, ready to wipe the village off the map like a boss in a leveling manhwa. But before the blast could fire, a blade flashed. One strike severed its head instantly. Demon sword art 8 flowers. Slash. A flurry of cuts minced the giant into confetti. Saiyan landed, eyes burning with bloodlust. Anyone else want to die today? Line up. In her chambers, the prophet froze. The air vibrated with a terrifying intensity. What is this power? She rushed to the balcony. This isn't an earthquake. It's mana. Overwhelming, suffocating mana. Hustia ran into the hallway. Chaos greeted her. And there it was, the carcass of an ancient giant Saiyan. What on earth happened here? The fallen god was already disintegrating. Just like the last one. Saiyan stared at the mess. Cut it a bit close there. She dared to summon it again, Karam hummed. Using that technique here is suicide. But no. Somehow she still lives. Faint. But her holy power remains. The sword pondered. Why go to such extremes? She wanted the prophet dead at any cost. Desperation like that. Someone is definitely pulling her strings. Saiyan approached the unconscious woman. The ground was scarred by the Titan's rampage. Time for some real answers. Is he the puppet master behind all this? Saiyan loomed over her. I know you're breathing. Stop faking and wake up. Her eyes fluttered open, voice weak. Saiyan, it's you. He wasted no time. Spit it out. Who gave you that fake Nephilim talk? And I'll grant you a swift death, Nephrodite Iris. The name triggered her. My name. My true name is Neria. Nephrodite was merely a mask I wore among humans. Saiyan scowled, patience wearing thin. I didn't ask for your biography. She closed her eyes, her voice shifting, becoming ethereal. A year ago, I stood on the precipice of destiny, certain that I would be chosen as the elven prophet. But fate is a cruel mistress. The world tree rejected me, bestowing its divine favor upon another. I swore to fulfill my duty regardless, but the bitter taste of failure lingered when the holy power refused to answer my call. Back then, I believed my desire for the title burned brighter than anyone else's in the realm. The rejection hit me like a bucket of ice water, shattering my pride. The flower crown I once cherished became a thorn, carving deep wounds into my soul. Consumed by blinding rage, Neria fled the frozen lands, wandering the continent like a lost spirit. But the price for her arrogance was steep. Deceived and sold into the hell of slavery, every attempt to escape only led to more chains. Her life became a suffocating loop of despair until a group of warriors in shining armor appeared before her, the Holy Knights of Lumendale. In that moment of salvation, Neria began to hear a voice echoing in her mind. Mistaking the whispers for a divine prophecy, she accepted the mark on her hand and ascended as the new saintess. Saiyan's eyes narrowed with cold disdain. How pathetic. Don't you realize they are just using you as a disposable tool? They needed a puppet with a long lifespan to mask their true nature as a divine blessing. That so-called eternal youth is a lie. Saiyan grabbed her by the hair, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. But I don't care about you. I want the voice inside your head. Let me shatter your delusion that isn't a prophecy. Terror filled Neria's eyes. Then, what is it? Murderous intent exploded from Saiyan, suffocating the room. Come out, Boris. I know you're watching from your rat hole. Saiyan's words bypassed the girl, striking directly at the entity within. The saintess froze her mind, unable to comprehend the clash of wills. Far away in the royal palace, the world tree sat on its throne, speaking through her lips. You never cease to impress me, Saiyan. Or should I say, successor of the Black Fog. However, Boris is long dead. I am an existence far more ancient than he ever was. Saiyan frowned. What? The entity offered only a cryptic, chilling laugh. We will meet soon enough. There is no need to rush your destiny. When that divine moment arrives, you will understand everything. I'll be waiting. With a snap of his fingers, the connection was severed. The saintess's brain was instantly obliterated by the backlash. Her body hit the floor, a puppet with its strings cut. Karam looked down at the corpse. She's dead. But Saiyan stood frozen, his mind racing with the world tree's final riddle. Older than Boris. Who the hell is he? The demon sword hummed at his hip. I think. I recognize that presence. Saiyan's eyes widened. You know him. Suddenly, a small figure launched herself at Saiyan. The true prophet Hastia wrapped her arms around him tight. Thank the gods you're safe. Saiyan, I was terrified. Something happened to you. Saiyan sighed. Here we go again. How long do we have to do this? Two familiar figures emerged from the shadows. The elven elder bowed deeply, his voice filled with gratitude. Once again, we are in your debt. On behalf of the elven tribe, thank you. Hastia turned to them, beaming. I can finally rest easy thanks to your bravery. Ganiel, the elven warrior, remained stiff. We simply performed our duty. Saiyan, however, had a burning question. Hey, how did he hear everything you whispered earlier? Hastia blushed, answering softly, because he is my guardian. She explained the mechanics, sounding like a guide from a system Manhwa. Guardians are warriors bound to the Prophet. They possess a spiritual link, allowing them to hear us from anywhere. It is called the Blessing of Clairvoyance. More importantly, this blessing reveals the path the Guardian must take to reach their destiny. Those words struck a chord. The path was exactly what Saian had been searching for. It shows the way. Saian made up his mind instantly. I don't get all the details, but fine. From now on, I'm your guardian. Hastia's face lit up. Really, you mean it? Ganiel stepped forward, his aura flaring with hostility. Unfortunately, I cannot allow that. Saian looked at him with pure contempt. Who asked you? Can't you hear the Prophet made her decision? Ganiel's expression darkened rage, bubbling beneath the surface. A guardian isn't a title a mere human can claim on a whim. His eyes narrowed. Follow me. We settle this now. The elder sighed, shaking his head. I cannot stop him when his honor is involved. Just humor him, please. Saian rolled his neck. What a drag. Moments later, amidst the biting winds of the snowy mountains, the two warriors stood face to face. Under the setting sun, Ganiel gestured to the water. This is Lake Asa, the only water in the frozen lands that never turns to ice. This is my training ground. The test is simple, defeat me and I will acknowledge your claim. Saian looked bored, as if the outcome was already decided. Is that it? Fine. I'm going to win anyway. Arrogant brat, don't look down on me. Ganiel roared, launching himself forward with a devastating knee strike. Saian dodged effortlessly. Planting one hand on the frozen earth, Saian used the momentum to spin, landing a heavy kick squarely on Ganiel's ribs. The elf gritted his teeth, absorbing the impact without flinching. That attack was just bait. Saian's eyes widened in surprise. He took the hit on purpose. Ganiel's fist slammed into the ground, where Saian just was shattering the ice into 1,000 shards, but the target was already gone. Deadly silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the sound of racing hearts. Ganiel's face twisted in dread as cold sweat drenched his trembling form. High above, Saian evaded the strike with godlike reflexes. His cloak snapped in the wind, like a war banner poised to unleash a devastating counterattack. Impossible. His gaze narrowed, void of all mercy, as he charged a strike that threatened to shatter the very heavens. The clash between Saian and Ganiel reached its boiling point. The protagonist soared through the sky, channeling every ounce of power for the final blow. This ends now. His fist tightened with the weight of destiny, eyes burning with the resolve to crush his opponent. But as the blow descended, it barely grazed Ganiel's cheek, drawing a single drop of blood. The remaining force slammed into the earth, detonating the terrain into 1,000,000 jagged shards. Ganiel collapsed backward in shock, trembling as he muttered, "Did he just spare me?" Terror gripped his soul as sweat poured down his face. If that strike had connected, I would be nothing but dust. This monster has far surpassed the limits of humanity. As the dust settled, a crater of apocalyptic proportions revealed itself, carved deep into the bedrock. Did he intend to slay a god with that blow? Saian rose calmly from the debris, his voice chillingly steady. I assume there are no more objections to me becoming the prophetess's guardian. I believe I've made my point. Moments later, beneath the world tree, the prophetess began the sacred ritual to bind her new protector under the ancient laws. Saian Wood was officially recognized as the guardian. Pure white leaves cascaded like snow, dancing on a gentle breeze that wrapped around his silent figure. Confusion clouded his expression. Huh, is that it? I expected a notification like in a system Manhwa, but I hear absolutely nothing. Hastia spun around, shouting, Saian, did you hear the decree? His face remained a mask of indifference. Yeah, sure, loud and clear. She rushed over, bubbling with excitement. From this moment on, you are officially the guardian of the prophetess. Saian simply shrugged. Thrilling. So tell me, what's the forecast for tomorrow? The question froze Hastia in her tracks. Excuse me, I said, is it going to rain or shine? I don't know. Saian dropped a brutal truth bomb. What seems this prophetic power is pretty useless then. Hastia stammered, desperate to save face. Maybe a blizzard. Or some wind. Saian's expression darkened instantly. Don't just guess. He scratched his head, letting out a heavy sigh of disappointment. I only took this job because Ganiel claimed the blessing would guide my path. Seems like I was sold a lie. Before he could finish, Hastia screamed, cutting him off. Seek the water god. That is where your destiny awaits. A fresh prophecy had just descended from the holy tree. Skeptical Saian turned his back to leave. Stop making things up. Hastia scrambled to grab his tunic. It's the truth. You have to believe me. The tree revealed. You have an ancient bloodline waiting there. That finally hooked him. An ancient family, you say? Intrigued, the duo immediately sought out the elder for answers. Lady Alice. Of course, I remember her. Our paths crossed long ago. So where is she now? The elder stroked his chin, deep in thought. Ah, yes. She departed for the temple of Aquinas. I haven't heard a whisper since that day. Saian narrowed his eyes. Aquinas. That's the water god's sanctuary, correct? Indeed. Rumor has it she's somewhere in Prunina, a land guided by the elusive water spirits. However, its true location remains a mystery. No mortal knows the path. Hastia's eyes sparkled with triumph. Her prophecy was legit. See, I told you so. But Saian instantly crushed her mood. Okay, but do you actually know where the temple is? Once again, Hastia turned to stone. Well, he turned away, delivering 2 syllables of pure emotional damage. Useless. The elder sighed, while the prophetess looked ready to burst into tears of frustration. Just as they hit a dead end, the demon sword's voice echoed in his mind. I know the way. You do. She manifested as a spirit floating with a mischievous grin. Don't worry about the details, just follow my lead. Saiyan's suspicion spiked. How does Karam know the location of a divine sanctuary? And why share this now? What is she hiding? Pushing the thoughts aside, Saiyan addressed the elder. I'm heading out. Thanks for everything. Of course. May fate guide you. Hastia watched him leave with a complicated gaze, clearly planning to tag along. The demon sword took the lead. But Saiyan remained skeptical. Are you absolutely sure about this? Positive? Do you really have zero trust in your partners? As they put distance between themselves and the elf village, a barrier shimmered into existence. It was a high-tier concealment spell. Once outside the perimeter, the village vanished completely from sight. Karam stopped before a nondescript boulder. We have arrived. It's surprisingly close to the village. It looks suspiciously similar to the temple where you were sealed. Saiyan placed his hand on the rock, channeling his aura. The unlocking mechanism must be identical. The earth trembled as magical circuits ignited. Stones shifted and interlocked, constructing a majestic gateway before their eyes. As the structure finalized, it radiated a pure, overwhelming mana. The intricate engravings were a work of art. Seeing this, Saiyan immediately corrected himself. I retract my previous statement. This place is far superior. Your temple looks like a cheap children's toy in comparison. Excuse me, what did you just say? Suddenly, a familiar voice shouted from behind. Wait for me? Hastia was sprinting with all her might, her small legs working overtime. What are you doing here? The prophetess gasped, for air exhausted. You're my guardian, we stick together. Besides, there's something I need to verify. Karam found the situation amusing. So she chimed in. Oh, so the little one wants to join the party. The demon sword materialized in her human form, towering over Hastia with a predatory aura. Does the little baby need big sister to hold her hand? The prophetess jumped terrified. She began to tremble violently, tears welling up in her eyes. This was the true suffocating presence of the demon sword. Her lethal smile and bloodlust-filled eyes were enough to make Hastia's knees buckle. So scary. Saiyan ignored the drama and pushed the heavy doors open. You two seem to be bonding nicely. Keep it up. I'm going inside. Both the demon sword and Hastia screamed in unison. Hey, wait up. Scrambling, they followed him into the depths of the water god's temple, where breathtaking carvings adorned every wall. The path twisted and turned, like an endless labyrinth. Saiyan scanned the area, questioning the purpose of these chambers, until Hastia pointed toward a small stream flowing beneath the floor. If we follow this current, we'll reach our destination. Are you certain? Saiyan asked. Hastia offered a confident smile, signaling her assurance. You can trust me. I am a prophet after all. But that only deepened Saiyan's suspicion. Right, a prophet, who can't even forecast the weather. Karam, standing nearby, burned with curiosity. I can't hear a word they're saying. Meanwhile, Saiyan let out a sigh of sheer desperation. Ultimately, the trio followed the current to a massive waterfall. Gazing from above, Saiyan murmured, so the water led us here. It is truly immense. On the opposite side, a mysterious gate emerged the threshold to the next level. It seems we must go there, but how do we cross this vast lake? Saiyan locked his eyes on a whirlpool, forming on the water surface. I think we have bigger problems to worry about. Anxiety washed over Hastia's face. The demon sword, however, was overflowing with excitement. Finally a chance to loosen my muscles. Beneath the surface, the vortex spun violently. The current turned chaotic, as a colossal shadow rose from the depths. A long-bodied creature, the guardian deity of this domain, finally revealed itself. It unleashed a deafening roar, an attempt to crush the intruder's will with sheer terror. Its massive form bristled with razor-sharp fangs. and 4 blood-red eyes glared with hunger from a body of terrifying scale. Yet Saiyan observed the beast with icy calm. What exactly is this thing? Hastia cowered behind his cloak. That is a relic guardian, an ancient serpent. Karam stretched lazily. Leave that overgrown worm to me. I've been itching for a fight. She extended her hand, summoning crimson sides that began to converge into a familiar deadly shape. A razor-sharp reaper's scythe settled in her grip. Killing intent erupted from her like an unstoppable storm. This won't take long. The shrine echoed with the cacophony of a fierce battle. The ancient serpent struck repeatedly, but hit nothing but air. She danced around the beast, treating it like a game, ignoring the shockwaves, shattering the ground behind her. Karam flashed a confident grin. You certainly are big, but you're just a sluggish snake. With a simple swing, the demon sword sliced the serpent's torso in two. Radiant crescent slash. The serpent roared in agony as it crashed down. But Karam wasn't finished. She lunged forward with a sadistic smile. Today is your judgment day. A slash tore through its maw, shattering the fang it took such pride in. Then came a barrage of 10 more strikes mincing its flesh, until the monster could only scream in helpless misery. The guardian's colossal body collapsed into the water, throwing the entire chamber into chaos. The demon sword stepped before the beast. Is that it? Strange. A guardian of an ancient ruin shouldn't be this pathetically weak. What are you hiding? But before she could finish, the ancient serpent interrupted, its voice dripping with annoyance. You must be the demon sword Karam. Do not defile this noble ruin, you filth. Suddenly, a foot slammed onto its head alongside a cold voice. Guardian. Did you see a human woman pass through here? Karam bristled with irritation. Hey, I was the one who took down the giant worm. Don't you dare steal my credit. The guardian's eyes glowed with defiance. Ha ha ha. Even if I knew, why would I tell the likes of you, filthy intruders? Saiyan didn't hesitate. He delivered a barrage of 10 stomps to the serpent's face, extracting a scream of pure pain. It choked out a reluctant answer. There was a hero nearby. Why didn't you say so sooner? Why is she here? I don't know. Suddenly, a terrifying, killing intent engulfed the guardian as the demon sword pressed against its neck. Saiyan's gaze darkened. I swear I really don't know. But its desperate pleas were met only with an endless beating from Saiyan. The chamber filled with nothing but tragic, despairing screams. Watching from behind, Hastia stood in awe. He subdued that giant python in an instant. Lord Saiyan is truly incredible. Like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa, Saiyan crouched beside the unconscious deity and tapped its head. I know you're still alive. Stop faking it and wake up, or I'll pulverize your bones right now. Just as he tried to extract more intel, a voice echoed through the air. Leave the python in peace. Saiyan immediately stood, shifting his gaze toward the source of the sound. A deity slowly materialized atop the ancient serpent. Her voice carried a tone of interrogation. How did you locate this sanctuary? No human can set foot in my ruins without guidance. Who led you here? Hastia stared at the newcomer in shock. Is that Lady Marion? That name, both strange and familiar, triggered a flood of memories from his past life. A knowing smile curled on his lips. This is a 1 in a million opportunity. The water deity stepped down currents of water, swirling around her to reveal her true form. Human, this is our first encounter, yet it feels otherwise. Your eyes tell me you have seen me before? How could I ever forget someone like you? Saiyan narrowed his eyes, thinking, how could I not know her? She is the elemental dragon of Brunina, a mystical entity at the top of the food chain, capable of commanding all other spirits. She is the most powerful of the ancient dragons. In his previous life, Saiyan had crossed paths with Marion on his quest for the demon sword. But that encounter ended in brutal rejection. The water dragon had dismissed him with cold words, return. What you seek is not here. Back then, Saiyan didn't understand, but he was helpless against her overwhelming pressure. He never expected to face the water dragon in a situation like this. She stepped toward Saiyan, but addressed his companion. Hastia. It has been a long time. Hastia hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Lady Marion. Meanwhile, the demon sword at his side began to tremble violently, and Saiyan's expression shifted to pure confusion. Saiyan stared down at the trembling blade in his grip, confusion knitting his brows. What is wrong with you? But Karam ignored him, her killing intent exploding outward as she pointed straight at the water dragon, before them shrieking in pure, unadulterated fury. Listen well, Saiyan. Do you know why I guided you to this wretched place? The demon sword's voice dripped with venom. I want her head. Slaughter Marion right now. Unfazed by the outburst, the water dragon simply gazed at the cursed blade with eyes like deep still lakes. How disappointing. It seems you haven't learned a single thing after centuries of being sealed away in darkness. Are you planning to repeat the same foolish mistake that led to your downfall? Marion scoffed. Meanwhile, Saiyan gritted his teeth, his muscles straining as he fought to suppress the demon sword which was vibrating with uncontrollable bloodlust. Do you two have history? Saiyan demanded, sweat beading on his forehead. Shouldn't you at least explain the situation before? But Marion had no patience for pleasantries. She slowly raised her hand, mana gathering at her fingertips. Words are wasted on the stubborn and the foolish, she declared coldly. The only language such creatures understand is absolute domination. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she brought her hand down. Boom! An invisible crushing gravity slammed down on Saiyan and Karam instantly. Behind them, Hastia trembled, her face pale, as the atmosphere grew heavy with suffocating spiritual pressure. Yet Saiyan remained standing, his knees unbending. Marion raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Oh, I must admit, your durability is commendable. But the protagonist merely glared back, his annoyance spiking. Can you shut up for 1 second? He locked eyes with the water deity, his gaze sharp enough to cut glass, and his voice dropping to a terrifying chill. Can't you see I'm in the middle of a conversation with my weapon? Marion's eyes widened in shock. To withstand spirit pressure of this magnitude, without a scratch. That shouldn't be possible for a mere human. Just who exactly is this monster, she wondered. Sensing the air crackling with imminent violence, Hastia rushed forward. Please stay your hand, Lady Marion. Lord Saiyan meant no offense. We only came here seeking news of Lady Alice. The water dragon paused, intrigue flickering in her eyes. Alice. With a thought, she dispelled the crushing magic weighing down on Saiyan and the demon sword. The suffocating pressure vanished instantly. How do you know that name? She asked, her tone shifting. That woman is my elder sister, Saiyan replied steadily. Is she here right now? Marion's expression turned unreadable. It is true that she visited this sanctuary, Marion answered calmly. But she departed quite some time ago. Saiyan pressed on. Why did she come here in the first place? The water dragon sighed, a sound like a receding tide. That, I cannot say. This temple is the source of the holy water, sustained by the water spirits themselves. If your only goal was to find Alice, then your business here is concluded. You may leave. Saiyan let out a disappointed breath, his shoulders relaxing. You're right. There's no reason for me to linger in a place she's already left. Without hesitation, he turned his back on a god. Hastia blinked, stunned by his decisiveness. Wait, are you really just going to leave like that? We have nothing left to do here, he shrugged. But after a few steps, he halted. Actually, I do have one lingering question. What exactly is the blood feud between you and my demon sword? Marion offered a cryptic smile. Why don't you ask the blade itself? Saiyan glanced down at Karam, his mind racing. She's been suspiciously quiet ever since that outburst, he thought. I'll need to interrogate her thoroughly later. Ignoring the tension, he moved on. Wait for me, Hastia cried out, scrambling to keep up. Saiyan effortlessly scooped the little prophet onto his shoulder and leaped onto the high wall. It was an effortless exit, unlike their arrival. When they first climbed here to battle the Guardian, Hastia had passed out from the altitude. Now, Saiyan paused at the summit, casting one final glance backward. His sharp gaze lingered on the sanctuary gates below, sensing a secret buried deep within. There's something hidden there, his instincts screamed. But eventually, he chose to walk away, leaving the mystery unsolved. Watching his figure retreat, Marion murmured to the empty air, I suspected this day might come. But I never truly expected her little brother to find this place. From the shadows behind the throne, a secret door creaked open. Alice stepped into the light. He always was a special child, she whispered, walking to stand beside the water dragon. He has truly grown into a man, Alice said softly. I'm relieved we managed to turn him away so he wouldn't search any deeper. Marion turned to the young woman. Didn't you vow not to see him again until you possessed the strength to stand on your own? Alice nodded solemnly. Yes, as I am now. I would only be a shackle on his ankle. The water dragon chuckled softly. It is a pity then, because you have already failed. Alice blinked, her face a mask of confusion. Huh, what do you mean, my lady? Marion gazed at the spot where Saiyan had disappeared. Your brother knew you were here. He chose to leave only because he realized you had no intention of showing yourself to him. I have a feeling your paths will cross again sooner than you think. The scene shifts to the inner sanctum. Alice knelt before the statue of the water goddess, preparing for a ritual straight out of an awakening manhwa. Oh, Aquanist, great mother of all tides, she prayed, her voice trembling with resolve. I am ready. I open my soul to receive your divine power. Please hear my plea. Slowly, her body began to glow, enveloped by pure, azure energy. Threads of magical power swirled around her, like a gentle, protective current. Like a cloak of water, the mana embraced her. From the shadows, the water dragon watched the ceremony, her eyes narrowed in intense scrutiny. "It is truly terrifying," Marion whispered, a hint of concern lacing her voice. "A fragile human vessel should not be able to contain such immense celestial power." Suddenly, a small creature manifested on Marion's shoulder, a spirit born from the goddess's own essence. "I, too, have never witnessed a human with such an indomitable will," it hissed. The small serpent took form. It was the very same guardian that had attacked Saian's party earlier. Regardless, she has successfully begun to assimilate the power of the water goddess. For months, she has bathed in the sanctuary's holy spring, absorbing the very essence gifted to humanity by the divine. If she succeeds in absorbing this ocean of energy, Alice will become the official successor, the true avatar of the goddess. The spirit paused its tone, turning grave. "However, the mortal shell is weak. Surviving this process will be a trial of agony. You can assist her, but humanity has limits that cannot be ignored," the spirit warned. The water dragon fell silent for a moment before replying coolly. "I know, but I will do everything in my power to ensure she survives." Marion turned her head, her eyes narrowing. "By the way, there is something I must ask you." "What is it?" the spirit asked. "That demon sword the boy carried. Do you recognize it?" Marion sighed, a heavy, weary sound. "Ah, if it is about that cursed thing. We do not have a pleasant history. You see, I am the one who slaughtered its previous master." The perspective shifts back to the protagonist, Saian. He gripped Karam tightly, his mind a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. Since the encounter in the temple, the usually noisy sword had gone completely mute. What the hell is the connection between a demon sword and a divine dragon? Frustrated, he wound up his arm and hurled Karam with full force into the wooden door ahead. Stubborn piece of scrap metal. The blade buried itself deep into the wood. Just as Hestia opened the door, the steel edge stopping mere inches from the terrified prophet's nose. She nearly fainted from the sheer terror of his presence. Saian stared down at Hestia as she collapsed, his eyes void of any guilt. "What exactly is your business here?" Trembling like a leaf, Hestia managed to whisper, I just wanted to check on you. For a moment, I truly thought I was dead." Saian let out a heavy, weary sigh. "Is this some kind of joke? I don't need a child fretting over my condition. You should be more concerned with your own survival." But I saw it. I saw your future." Saian cut her off instantly, his voice sharp and dismissive. "Oh, a prophet now? Fine then. Tell me tomorrow's weather." Hestia grimaced in frustration. "No, it is not that kind of trivial prophecy." He shot her a look of pure disdain. His tone dropped, dripping with absolute boredom. Right. I don't know why you expect me to believe your wild guesses. Go to sleep. Children shouldn't stay up this late." Though annoyed, the dread in Hestia's heart outweighed her anger. "I am telling the truth. I saw it clearly. The destiny awaiting you. It is a cataclysmic battle that you cannot hope to survive on your own. It is fate." The scene shifts to the god of darkness, casually sipping tea in his palace, as if the world wasn't burning. He lamented his recent troubles, drawing out his words lazily. 1, 2. I cannot recall the last time this place was so delightfully peaceful. What is the point of being a god if one cannot enjoy a moment of tranquility? Beside him, Sharika glared with eyes full of judgment. "I must say I envy your ability to relax in this situation." Didn't I tell you? That is the privilege of divinity," she sighed, before continuing. "You may have used your magic to cloak the seal on that brat's body, but if he delays even a second, the consequences will be catastrophic." The dark god merely smiled, unfazed by her panic. "It seems you still lack faith in that child. Am I wrong? It is far too early to be at ease. Fine, have it your way. Since you insist, I shall prove it to you." Sharika's face instantly stiffened, her eyes widening in alarm. "What do you mean, prove it? Prove what exactly?" The dark god snapped his fingers with a mysterious grin. "You will soon see if my judgment is correct." His 3 years of hellish training were not in vain. Meanwhile, back in Brunina, Saian took his final steps through the area. Looks like I'm returning empty-handed. There is nothing left here to aid my growth. I came to Brunina, seeking the prophet, and to find my path forward. But I cannot drag a child of the elves into my personal war." Suddenly, Marion's voice echoed beside him. "Are you finally departing, human?" Saian glanced at the water dragon and replied, "Did you come all this way just to see me off? For a primal dragon to escort a mere human, I should consider it a supreme honor." Think what you wish, but I am not here for pleasantries." I am simply here to ensure you vanish from this land." Hearing this, Saiyan offered a faint, confident smile. "Rest easy. I am leaving this very instant. I have no intention of causing further chaos here." "Good. I'm glad you possess more wisdom than your blade. Had you been stubborn, I would have resorted to force." Saiyan's eyes narrowed dangerously. "How do you know of my demon sword? What happened between you two?" Marion smiled calmly. "Why not ask the blade yourself? It seems your bond is rather strained. However, I shall offer you one piece of advice. Reconcile with it as soon as possible." Saiyan was puzzled by the cryptic warning of the water dragon. What is that supposed to mean? Marion turned to leave, dropping one last hint. "I mean that you will need your blade's power much sooner than you think." As the words faded, a searing pain struck his chest. It was the harbinger of disaster. Saiyan collapsed, clutching the burning seal on his chest. What the hell is happening? Why is the seal reactivating now? The 2-week limit hasn't passed. Above him, blinding lights from the heavenly gate began to pierce the sky. "It seems your concealment magic is shattering." Panic flooded his mind. Every calculated plan was crumbling to dust. Why did the magic fail? Marion looked back with a serene, chilling smile. "It appears your journey has reached its tragic conclusion." Saiyan ground his teeth in fury, realizing the god's betrayal. "Eru, that treacherous bastard, he set me up." Meanwhile, back at the Shadow Palace, the dark god sneezed loudly as Saiyan's curse reached him. He spoke calmly, feigning innocence. Is someone speaking ill of me?" Sharika exploded with rage beside him. "Of course he is. Do you intend to let your successor be slaughtered? If he survives this, he will never let you hear the end of it." The dark god stood up wearily. "But didn't I just tell you he won't die? How can I believe that he is facing the guardians of the gods?" Eru replied with absolute conviction. "I personally trained that brat for 3 hellish years. There is no universe where he loses. How can you be so certain?" He looked at a dagger pinned to the word victory on his board. "Prophecy. It is the absolute rule of this system, Manhwa. I told you so. There is no need for concern." Back on the battlefield, Saiyan was fighting for his life against the colossal guardians. Without the aid of his demon sword, Saiyan was like a trapped bird, waiting for the slaughter. He gripped Karam tightly, desperation rising. Great timing truly, but the blade remained dormant. "Do I seriously have to defeat them all with my bare hands?" The Titan charged, wielding a massive sword of light that radiated overwhelming pressure. A single swing obliterated the terrain, drowning the area in dust and debris. Saiyan dodged by a hair's breadth and retaliated with his shadow mist sword dance. He landed 2 rapid strikes on the Titan's arm, but his blade couldn't even leave a scratch on the divine armor. Suddenly, from the flank, another guardian launched a colossal spear at the airborne Saiyan. He spun violently, striking the projectile to deflect its lethal trajectory. It crashed into the earth behind him like a meteor, proving the brutal difficulty of this leveling Manhwa battle was just beginning. A brutal truth crashed down on Saiyan. Without the full might of Karam, he couldn't even scratch their armor. Was it true then? Were these monsters truly invincible against a mere human? But in that moment of despair, a spark ignited in Saiyan's mind. If a human couldn't kill them, then he wouldn't remain one. High above the ancient dragon, Marion watched the gears turn. "You finally understand," her voice echoed like thunder. "There are some walls in this world that no amount of effort can ever scale. Mortal flesh can never defeat a supreme god." She smirked, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "So what is your move now, heir of the black fog?" Without wasting a heartbeat, Saiyan turned the demon sword against his own chest. It was a move so insane, even Marion froze in confusion. "What are you doing?" she cried out. But the boy just smiled, his voice trembling with terrifying confidence. "If this is a wall I cannot cross as a human, then I simply have to stop being human." His eyes burned with resolve. "I'm finally giving you what you've always craved. Karam, come and take it." The water dragon's eyes widened in pure shock. Was he seriously sacrificing his physical vessel to the demon sword? Steel pierced flesh. As the blade sank into Saiyan's heart, the atmosphere shattered. Meanwhile, miles away in a quiet room, the Oracle gasped, jolting awake as a bone-deep chill swept over her. Her heart hammered against her ribs, screaming a warning. Lord Saiyan. Her vision darkened, tears spilling before she could stop them. He was gone. The Saiyan she knew was fading. Back on the battlefield, the Colossi charged. Death closed in from every side. But when those eyes snapped open, humanity had vanished. This was the ultimate awakening Manhwa moment. The demon sword had taken the wheel. Karam swung a massive spiritual scythe, swatting the giants of light aside like broken ragdolls. The physical blade in his chest dissolved into light. It became a crimson mist swirling around him. Impossible. Even the mindless giant sensed the shift in the air and recoiled in fear. I never imagined I would claim your body like this, a dual voice echoed from his throat. I am actually at a loss for words. Perhaps a thank you is in order. While the battlefield erupted in chaos, soft footsteps crunched against the snow in the distance. A stark contrast to the destruction ahead. Hastia sprinted through the frozen forest, desperate to reach the place where Saian faced the three light titans. The prophecy had come to her in a nightmare, bringing an infinite dread. As she ran, memories of her predecessor's teachings flooded her mind. Does the blessing of sight show them the path? No. It is a gift from the world tree. But if a guardian loses their way, the consequences are dire. Innocent little Hastia had asked. So Ganyan found his path because of you, Master. The High Priestess had smiled gently. No, child. He succeeded through his own grit. The blessing only offered a hint. That was Brina, the 10th Oracle of the Elves. Hastia sat up, eyes shining. But oracles are amazing. You can guide everyone to their destiny. Brina let out a heavy, weary sigh. It comes with a crushing weight, little one. And above all, I cannot see the future of every soul. Hastia blinked in surprise. Truly, there are people whose fates are hidden from your eyes. Her voice was warm as spring sunshine, yet the words were cold. Those banished by the world god, or those who draw power from death. To me, they are blank pages. If you bind your fate to such a person, your own future will become clouded. So when your time comes, choose your guardian with great care. Young Hastia had puffed out her chest. It's not if I will definitely become the oracle, and when I do, I'll never pick a hopeless case like that. Remembering those words now, tears streamed down her face. I was so stupid. I'm such an idiot. Master Brina. Is it okay if my chosen one is hopeless? Hastia shook her head, forcing the panic out of her mind. The ominous feeling grew stronger. How am I supposed to find him in this vast wasteland? But as the words left her lips, the shockwave of battle hit her. I take that back. It's impossible to miss a fight this catastrophic. Her expression tightened. Those are the giants from my vision. I have to stop this. She prepared to charge, but a shadow fell over her. A familiar commanding voice slammed down from the sky. If you're planning to help, forget it. You'll only throw your life away for nothing. Hastia gasped as the water dragon descended before her. Lady Marian. The dragon didn't look at her, eyes fixed on the titans. You're wondering why I'm here. Those giants are Nephilim divine enforcers sent by Lumendel. They are here to erase the Saiyan king. He dared to challenge their god, and now he has defied fate itself by surrendering his vessel to the demon sword. Marian's gaze turned grim. But listen well. Once he slaughters the Nephilim, he will lose all reason. We have to neutralize him before he becomes a calamity. Before that happens, Hastia grabbed the dragon's arm. I have to save him. There's still time. Marian looked down at the trembling girl with cold detachment. Don't be a fool, Hastia. Your blessing of sight. It flows from the water god. Entering this battle means using our deity's power to interfere in the affairs of the light god. Do you truly grasp the magnitude of that? Can your small shoulders bear the weight of a war between gods? Are you willing to destroy Brina's legacy and your entire tribe? Hastia recoiled, as if burned, her hand dropping to her side. The horror of her impulse sank in. Good. You made the rational choice, Hastia. Now the only thing left for us is to witness the end. Back in the fray, Karam was tearing through the divine armor like paper. This was peak leveling Manhwa violence. He was crushing them. 2 down, 1 to go. As if on cue, the final Nephilim roared and lunged at the demon sword for one last desperate strike. Karam turned back, a bloodthirsty grin stretching across her face. Without wasting a breath, raw energy congregated at the tip of her scythe, ready to completely annihilate the Black Fog's titan. Ultimate assassin arts. She slashed a perfect arc, firing a beam of magic that roared like a cannon blast, tearing through the atmosphere. The earth itself fractured under the overwhelming pressure. The Light Guardian, suspended in midair, didn't stand a chance as the attack drilled a massive hole through its core before it could even react. The energy beam pierced the titan, as if it were soft tofu detonating in the sky like a grim firework signaling inevitable death. Karam smirked, basking in the satisfaction of slaughtering 3 Light Guardians. She scoffed. Go back and tell your master, if you want to kill me, you better send an army next time. Her sentence finished, her gaze sharp as a blade locked onto the spectators outside the battle zone. Now to deal with these annoying pests. In a heartbeat, the demon sword shot toward where the water dragon and the oracle stood. Marian's eyes narrowed, her aura exploding outward, bracing for a cataclysmic clash against her mortal enemy. But before the impact, an alien voice echoed from Hastia's lips, accompanied by a divine power. Such a foolish sword. A majestic wall of water rose up completely, nullifying the demon sword's storm-like assault. Marion cried out in panic, "Move, Hastia, this isn't your fight." But the reply was cold and absolute. Silence. Her eyes snapped open, radiating menace. The spiritual pressure became suffocating, heavy enough to crush bones. I need to have a word with that weapon. Shock flooded Marion's mind as she recognized the entity possessing the girl. That voice belonged to the goddess Aquanist. In an instant, Karam was engulfed by Aquanist's currents and dragged into a different dimension. She gritted her teeth in fury. That little elf brat. Inside the realm of consciousness, the goddess materialized before the demon sword. That is enough, Karam. What? Is that you, Aquanist? The goddess approached gently. This is no longer the past era. You know deep down that nothing will change. The words only fueled Karam's blazing rage. Get out of my way, Aquanist. You know I have my reasons. The goddess stepped closer, placing a soft hand on Karam's face. I know you are consumed by wrath, but I promise you, your new master will not perish so easily. She pressed her forehead against the demon sword, letting pure mana and holy water wash over them both. I will be the one to guide you. Time slipped by. Saian slowly opened his heavy eyelids after the grueling battle, a classic recovery scene you'd see in any awakening manhwa. The first thing he saw was the relieved faces of Hastia and the water dragon. You're finally awake, he groggily asked the oracle. Where exactly am I? You lost consciousness during the fight, so Marion brought you here to recover. Saian clutched his throbbing head, sitting up. How long was I out? About half a day. He summoned the demon sword, staring intently at the blade. I remember letting Karam take control, but everything after that is a total blank. He frowned, frustrated by the lack of answers. It seems she's fallen asleep again. Hastia leaned in, concern written on her face. Saian, are you really okay? But Saian just looked at the brat and gave his usual command. Hastia, give me the weather forecast for tomorrow. The prophet sighed, realizing he was back to normal. Looks like you're fine after all. Saian stood up, turning his back. I'm leaving. There's nothing left for me here. Hastia didn't stop him, but stammered out a request she'd been holding back. Wait, can you please take me with you? Meanwhile, in the elf village's elder hall, Marion was debriefing the council. So, that was the cause. I sensed a strange anomaly, but I never expected it to be the Titan Neferlim. The water dragon spoke calmly. The crisis has been averted, so rest easy. I have also confirmed that the village's protective barrier is fully active again. Ganyan crossed his arms, his voice grave. That boy seems dangerous. Shouldn't we just eliminate him to be safe? Hey, Ganyan. Marion shot him a look. He is leaving Fruna immediately, so drop it. Is that so? The water dragon's eyes softened as she recalled the events in the spiritual realm. I still don't understand why the goddess Aquanist intervened, but as long as he leaves, peace will return. Suddenly, a sensation of pure death struck Marion's mind, making her jump. She looked up at the sky, terror and worry mixing on her face. Something terrible has just arrived. Is something wrong, Lady Marion? Without a word, the water dragon shot into the sky like a rocket, heading straight for the incoming threat. Her aura flared violently, her mana churning like a typhoon, ready to crash against an enemy. Fruna was in grave danger. The scene shifts to the outskirts, right at the dimensional warp gate of the Karam Guild. A silhouette emerged from the portal, walking with eerie calmness. It was none other than Luna. She had come to hunt down Saian. This is the scent of Senior Saian. A satisfied smile crept onto her lips, her eyes filled with obsessive expectation. It seems I've found the right place. As Luna strolled toward Fruna, a powerful voice boomed from above. A mere mortal dares to trespass here. This is the second time this week, Marion summoned her divine spear, levitating ominously. I won't repeat myself. Get out of here immediately. You carry the stench of calamity. Luna frowned, feigning innocence. Aren't you being a bit rude for a first meeting? I'll leave as soon as I find who I'm looking for. The water dragon growled. You're hunting a human. Are you talking about the one I think you are? Luna slowly pulled back her hood. Does that person have a very distinct scent? Marion was taken aback. What Luna's eyes widened with manic glee, her voice dropping to a bone-chilling whisper. That scent. It's like a massive pool of blood, stagnating in a dark, damp basement. The water dragon froze as the twisted meaning hit her. What is this lunatic talking about? Yes, that's the smell. Isn't it intoxicatingly charming? I knew it, that human is a walking disaster. Marion lowered her spear, sighing. You are a bit too late. That child left just a short while ago. Luna's face snapped from ecstasy to realization. I missed him. She immediately turned around. Since the one you seek is gone, leave my territory at once, and take that disgusting grimoire with you. The demon book materialized beside Luna, trembling. Master, we should really listen to her. Do you know her? That is not an opponent we can fight, Master. She is one of the legendary supreme entities of this world. Among the ancient entities, an elemental ancient dragon stands supreme. I never imagined she would survive this long. Luna gazed at the sky, a shadow of melancholy on her face. Is that so? Is your vast wisdom simply the result of your eternal life? You are half right, yet half wrong. In the end, it is the crystallization of countless eras of experience. Could a mere human ever grasp such forbidden knowledge? To transcend the limits of a mortal lifespan like a character in a system, Manhwa, the grimoire rested his chin on his hand, lost in deep thought before answering. There is a way. Perhaps you should dabble in the dark arts of necromancy. Hearing those forbidden words, a fire of ambition ignited in Luna's eyes. She turned to the grimoire, her voice trembling with anticipation. Necromancy, you say? Meanwhile, at the ominous castle of Black Mist, the heavy gates slowly creaked open. The god of darkness, currently being strangled by Sharika, suddenly spoke up. You have returned. Sharika whipped around, shock painted on her face. Saian, did you manage to shake off those Nephilim pursuers? Saian let out a weary sigh, his exhaustion palpable. Well, it seems you already knew everything that would happen. Eru smirked calmly, acting innocent. See, he returned safely just as I predicted. I am never wrong. But before he could finish his smug remark, a snowball smashed directly into the god of Black Mist's face. Saian marched forward, rage burning in his eyes. A little souvenir from the frozen lands of Fruna? Refreshing, isn't it? The god lay defeated on the floor, muttering, Your sense of humor has certainly leveled up. Saian's expression hardened into steel. Now explain yourself. Why did you dispel the magic? Eru slowly rose, dusting himself off with a bored expression. I merely wanted to test how much you have improved in this leveling manhwa. What you were willing to send your successor to his grave for a simple test. Ignoring the accusation, the god of Black Mist shifted his curiosity elsewhere. Are you and Karam having a lover's quarrel? Why is she so silent? Saian glared. Is this really the time for jokes? Saian then recounted the brutal events at Fruna for the two of them. I see. You surrendered control of your body to Karam to annihilate the Nephilim. It must have been a battle that shook the heavens. Both Shirika and Eru radiated displeasure. Whose fault is this mess? Saian asked. She has been like this ever since. Is she merely sleeping? Eru gripped the demon sword, pointing it forward with an air of absolute authority. She will not awaken for a long time. She has completely severed her consciousness from the outside world. I sense a strange otherworldly aura surrounding her. I cannot predict when she will return. However, rest assured, you can still wield the full devastating power of the demon sword without issue. That is a relief, but something else troubles me. At that moment, Shirika noticed a small figure hiding behind Saiyan's cloak and spoke up. Did you bring home another stray? Ah, she is an elf. I thought she could help care for Karam. Hearing this, Shirika's face darkened like a stormy sky. Do I look like a nanny to you? Suddenly, Hastia stepped forward and grabbed Shirika's arm. Hello, I am Hastia, the 12th prophet of the elven race. It is an honor to meet you. But Shirika responded with an aura of pure bloodlust. So what? Don't you see, the adults are talking. Hastia sweated bullets and retreated. Sorry, Shirika turned to Saiyan, screaming, a prophet. Why did you drag some elf brat here, who should be meditating or doing yoga on a mountaintop? She possesses the gift of foresight. She will be useful to our cause. The god of Black Mist pinched Hastia's cheeks with delight. She is adorable. Come play here whenever you wish. Hey, old man, don't invite guests when you aren't the one taking care of them. My patience is hitting rock bottom every single day because of Saiyan's useless entourage. Don't you dare dump her on me. Saiyan casually dodged the venomous glare Shirika shot his way, replying nonchalantly. All right, clearly she is not on board with the idea. Seeing Hastia playing happily with the god of darkness, Saiyan thought to himself, I honestly don't have time for this domestic drama. The scene shifted abruptly. Before a towering statue in a desolate temple, Boris stood whispering into the void. Humans are truly simple creatures. They are slaves who only worship power beasts that must be beaten into submission before they listen. It is truly repulsive. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged from the shadows behind him. Why did you summon me to this godforsaken place? I assume your journey was arduous. Violet entered, flanked by her elite guards. Even as a regent, I am still a princess of the empire. You better be prepared to face the consequences. If this turns out to be trivial. Boris gazed up at the stone deity. I called you here to offer condolences for the departed. Has someone died? His voice dropped to a sinister whisper. Saian Wood has murdered the Saintess. Violet gasped in horror. But the Saintess went to Fruna to explore the ruins. How could this happen? This is only the beginning. He stepped toward the Princess Malice, dripping from his words. Saian Wood's blade will soon point directly at this empire. Who do you think his endless rage will target next? Is it not the one who holds the greatest power in the empire right now? That would be you, Princess. Violet's composure cracked with anxiety. Then what must I do? Will you tell me where Saian Wood is hiding? I do not know his current location. However, we can orchestrate a trap. Please form an expedition team with the Imperial Guards elite. I will devise a plan at the ancient ruins that I am currently investigating. Violet suddenly recalled a detail. That won't be difficult. But are you speaking of the ruins in Roma? Boris paused, genuinely surprised. How did you know there is another party heading there? Will you join forces with them? The person mentioned was none other than Princess Erin. You intend to travel to Roma? Yes, I have prepared everything. Principal Kun stroked his beard in deep contemplation. You will have to cross the Roma plateau. It will be a treacherous journey. But Erin responded with a voice full of resolve. I am ready. There is something I must find in that desolate place. The old man used magic to pull a book from the shelf. I do not know if this concerns your former fiancé, but this grimoire details the Roma plateau. Perhaps it will aid you in this awakening Manhwa arc. Thank you, sir, the headmaster sighed, the weight of the world clearly resting on his shoulders. I still can't shake this ominous premonition about the whole affair. Then, masking his worry with a laugh, he added, Ah ha ha, it will be fine. You aren't a child anymore after all. Suddenly, a light bulb moment struck him an interesting idea. Actually, there is one person perfect to accompany you. Moments later, inside the princess's quarters, the door creaked open to reveal a mountain of books scattered everywhere. Lasimos turned his gaze, falling upon the unexpected visitor. You have arrived, Your Highness. I have already organized the necessary tomes for our journey. But then the presence of a strange guest caused Lasimos to pause, confusion clouding his stoic features. Oh, even Lasimos is joining our party. Well, then this trip certainly won't be dull. Sarika breezed into the room, her voice chirping with infectious energy. To accompany my beloved students on such a thrilling expedition, I am simply trembling with excitement. On the surface, she was the picture of enthusiastic dedication. But deep down, Sarika was weeping rivers of tears. Come now, let us discuss the itinerary. Inside her mind, however, she screamed, Am I really just a glorified babysitter for these kids? The scene shifted to the bustling streets outside. Hostia wandered through the city, her breath escaping in a long, exhausted sigh. It has been 2 days since I arrived in this strange place, yet I haven't received a single divine revelation. It's like the system is broken. Tears welled in her eyes, a look of utter soul-crushing despair painting her face. Why? Why did I have to choose such a hopeless case as my guardian? Aren't prophets supposed to possess the divine ability to foresee the future? Hostia crumbled to the ground, crushed by the cruel reality. I am nothing but a complete failure. As Hostia wallowed in the depths of her regret, a loud voice cut through the noise, grabbing her attention. What in the blazes? You call that a prophecy? A gaudily dressed man slammed his hand onto the table, screaming in fury. Are you telling me my destiny ends in unrequited love? I had a legendary feeling about this romance. An old woman with eyes that seemed to peer into the soul held up a tarot card, her voice calm as a still lake. That is merely a delusion of your heart, young man. If you attempt to push this any further, you will spend your golden years rotting in a prison cell. Mark my words well. Did my prediction not come true the last time? Stop this foolish playboy lifestyle and focus on your finances. The man burst into tears, his face a mess of snot and sorrow, and sprinted away as if fleeing from a high-level dungeon boss. Arg, my cursed fate. Seeing this spectacle, Hostia couldn't suppress her curiosity and stepped into the mysterious fortune-teller's tent. The old woman looked up, her gaze piercing. And who might you be, little one? Hostia rushed forward, desperation fueling her movements, and grabbed the woman's wrinkled hands. My name is Hostia. I am a prophet of the elven race. Are you a seer as well? The old woman smiled gently, patting the girl's head. Naturally. Come, child, unburden your heart and tell me your troubles. The cards never lie. She picked up her deck, shuffling with the dexterity of a master. Now let us see what heartless fool is causing such distress to this little spirit. With a flourish, the fortune teller spread the cards across the velvet cloth in a perfect arc. Fear not, little one. There is nothing in this world that escapes my sight. Now, choose your fate. Hostia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. A surge of emotion more intense than the climax of a manhwa recap bubbled up inside her. She is absolutely magnificent. Hustia reached out, trembling, and drew a card. She flipped it over eagerly, showing her selection to the elder. The Eight of Cups. Oh, I see. You are deeply disappointed with your current circumstances. You yearn to aid someone, yet you find yourself powerless to do so. She hit the nail on the head. Immediately, the fortune teller slid another card toward the young elf. Here, take a look at this one. This is the root of your suffering. Hustia flipped the card to reveal the hermit. This signifies that the person you wish to guide is nothing more than a dense blockhead. He probably couldn't even predict the weather if he stepped in a puddle. Images of Saian flashed through Hustia's mind, making the old woman's words ring with absolute truth. And he is incredibly easy to manipulate. Exactly. Hustia's jaw dropped in awe. To think such a legendary seer existed in this mortal realm. She lunged forward, grasping the old woman's hands with renewed fervor. Please, wise grandmother, I beg of you, take me as your disciple. I want to become a great prophet like you. The old woman felt a sudden wave of dizziness, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Teach. You. Meanwhile, back at the Lewin Academy, Lazimos walked beside the princess, his brow furrowed in concern. Are you certain about this, Your Highness? Regarding Instructor Serica accompanying us, Erin strolled forward, her demeanor as calm as a frozen lake. It is fine. In fact, having her join is beneficial. Her close bond with Saian will prove useful for this mission. I suspect the headmaster only assigned her to keep an eye on us, a safeguard against any unforeseen calamities. But there is no point in complaining about what has already been decided. Lasimos's voice suddenly dropped an octave, becoming grave and serious. Then what of the other matter, Your Highness? What other matter? Erin's eyes narrowed, a dark aura, instantly suffocating the air around them. The rat that has been tailing you for the past few days. Shall I dispose of him? Erin shifted her gaze toward the shadow of a large tree. Haven't you played enough games? Come out now unless you wish for my guardian to drag you out in pieces. Lazimos gripped the hilt of his blade, his eyes burning with lethal killing intent. Reveal yourself, the princess commands it. A man bearing a jagged scar across his face emerged. He stepped into the light with a placating gesture. All right, I surrender. So please keep that blade sheathed. For a split second, shock flickered across Erin's face. Is that not? Sergio Lasimos glanced back. You know this man, Princess Erin. The man smiled with an eerie calmness. It is an honor that you remember a humble servant like me, but I swear on my life, I harbor no ill will toward you. So I humbly ask that you overlook my presence this once. However, Erin instantly regained her icy composure. Lies. I know you are a dog of Princess Violet. Hearing this, the man let out a dry chuckle. The rumors of your sharp intuition were not exaggerated in the slightest. Lies. Surely there is some misunderstanding. Before he could finish his sentence, Lazimos vanished, reappearing instantly in front of him with steel flashing. A lightning-fast strike, but his opponent was no amateur to be cut down so easily. In a mere fraction of a second, Gio drew the blade from his waist, blocking the lethal strike with terrifying precision. Although he parried the attack, the shockwave tore through the air, proving the weight of the blow. Are you deaf? I told you this is a misunderstanding. Back off. I wish to speak directly with Princess Erin. A voice drifted from behind, cold and commanding, as Erin slowly approached. Whether you get to speak or not is for me to decide. Stalking me for days. Your patience is commendable. Now tell me what you reported to Violet before I have you silenced permanently. Hearing this, a smirk of arrogance twisted Gio's lips. I may just be a royal knight now, but do not forget, I was once a paladin of the Church of Light. Do you honestly believe I would lose to a child who just graduated? This isn't some system manhwa where you level up instantly. The moment the words left his lips, Lasimos struck. She unsheathed her blade in a blur, slashing his side and forcing the knight to stagger back in pain. He skid across the ground, clutching his flank. I think that's enough excitement for one day. My orders were strictly to observe, not to engage in a full-blown duel. You'd best heal her in quickly. While avoiding Lasimos's strike, Gale had landed a vicious countercut of his own. Erin rushed to her side, panic written all over her face. Lasimos, are you okay? It wasn't a fatal blow. A simple recovery spell would close the wound. But Erin grit her teeth, her eyes burning with fury. I will never forgive you for this. Gale just scratched his head, feigning innocence. I swear, princess, I meant no harm. I'm just a watchdog following orders. You really should just accept your reality. I'm not the only pair of eyes on you. Everyone is watching your every move. After all, you were the fiancé of that mass murderer Saian. It's only natural the entire empire is terrified of what you might do. With that final insult, he turned and vanished. Lesimos collapsed to her knees, clutching her bleeding side. Forgive me, Your Highness. Princess. I failed. No, don't speak. You couldn't have won. That was Gael Maron, a sword master of the Church of Light. Only a handful in the Empire can stand against him. Meanwhile, safely out of the princess's sight, the royal knight's composure finally broke. Gael slumped against a tree, gasping for air. His hand trembled as he touched his back. Damn it, that stings. A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled the clash. That female knight, she was a monster. I barely managed to block that. 1 inch deeper, and I'd be dead. To think she can already manifest aura at her age. He looked down at his trembling hand. She'll surpass me soon enough. I never expected Princess Erin to have such a terrifying weapon at her disposal. I need to report this to His Highness immediately. This intel is... The words died in his throat. A shadow had materialized directly behind him. Since when a blade hissed through the air, aiming for his neck. Gael rolled instinctively, barely saving his head, but the steel bit deep into his shoulder. Blood sprayed from the long gash. Gael clutched his arm, panic rising in his chest. Who is this? An assassin. The royal knight forced himself into a stance, preparing to counter. He didn't know who this attacker was, but every cell in his body was screaming one word: danger. This enemy was catastrophic. Gael gripped his sword, channeling every ounce of his mana into his ultimate technique, Abyssal Demon Slash. Yet the assailant didn't even flinch. He stood with terrifying calm and unleashed a single, simple sword swing. But there was nothing simple about the power behind it. Gael's violent aura was shredded like paper, his technique shattering into nothingness against the wind. Shock paralyzed Gael's face. He hadn't even seen the blade move. The price for his ignorance, his dominant arm had vanished into a mist of blood. Defeated by a single stroke, Gael collapsed to the dirt, his remaining hand desperately clutching the stump where his arm used to be. Agonizing screams tore through the forest. Archscion stepped forward, his voice void of emotion. Gael Marin, top disciple of Jukin and loyal dog of Duke Fos. Tell me, why is a man like you serving Princess Violet? Gael gritted his teeth, fighting the searing pain. How? How do you know who I am? Saiyan slowly removed his mask. That's irrelevant. The only thing that matters is that you answer my question. Truthfully. Gael's eyes bulged as the moonlight revealed the face beneath. Saiyan narrowed his eyes, his killing intent, dropping the temperature around them. Your answer determines how you die today. Will it be quick, or will it be an eternity of agony? Suddenly, memories of a past life in this leveling Manhwa world flooded back. Back when he was still an enforcer for the Church of Light. It seemed they had gone to great lengths to hunt him down. They had dispatched the elite knights of Karam just to capture one man. A soldier's voice rang out in the memory. Shut your mouth, you mongrel of Gusif. This is the price you pay for assassinating Count Byron. The mob charged like rabid dogs, but Saiyan crushed them effortlessly with the power of his demon sword. Phantom blade missed storm. Yet anxiety began to gnaw at his mind. For every enemy he cut down, 2 more took their place. They're weak, but there's no end to them. Where the hell are my reinforcements? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a beast burst from the tree line. It tore through the Karam soldiers, ripping them limb from limb, as screams of terror drowned out the battle cries. From the chaos, Jel stepped forward with a confident smirk. Apologies for the delay, Lord Saiyan. Please allow us to handle the trash from here. Go get some rest and a hot bath. The enemy soldiers froze, finally realizing the trap. Damn it, the assassin was just the bait. Form up. Prepare for battle. Back in the memory, a younger Gael was barking orders, ensuring no target escaped his net. Yes, sir, that man was Gael Marin, a high knight of the Holy Order and one of the rare masters of the curved blade. A born prodigy, proficient in both summoning arts and swordsmanship. Even the legendary Jukin recognized his talent, taking him in as a personal disciple. He was a man who had received every privilege from the Duke Fos household. So why? Why was he now acting as a lackey for Princess Violet? Back in the present, Saiyan pointed his blade. Talk. Why did you betray us? Gael clutched his severed limb, blood dripping between his fingers. Still as eloquent as ever. I never expected the youngest young master of House Fos to remember a nobody like me. I'm truly honored. Saiyan scowled. I told you to answer the question. My patience is wearing thin. Gael managed a weak, bloody smile. I've done my research on you, young master, so I'll give you the courtesy of the truth. My betrayal of the Fos family, and my service to Princess Violet. It was all under a direct command from the Duke himself. The words hit Saiyan harder than any blade. His eyes went wide. From my father, the scene shifted abruptly to the towering headquarters of the Karam Association. A voice echoed from the highest room. How long have I been in this state? Luna slowly stepped into the chamber, her voice calm but commanding. It has been a little over 3 years. Grandmaster Regan sat up clutching his head with a twisted smile of satisfaction. Who knew I had such a talented granddaughter hiding her claws? Murderous intent flooded Luna's eyes as her voice dropped to a terrifying whisper. That is the price you pay for touching what belongs to me. I've been managing the association perfectly without you, so please feel free to rest eternally. Regan ignored the threat, his curiosity piqued. Didn't you say you just returned from Bruna? There should be a general assembly today. Luna's tone remained icy. I ordered my knight Lamella to handle the administration in my absence, and I have already purged every single key figure loyal to you. The Karam Association is no longer your playground. Hearing this, Regan chuckled, a rasping sound from his throat. Coo. You didn't need my teachings to become a monster after all. Ha ha ha. It seems I have been thoroughly outplayed by my own flesh and blood. Luna stared at him, confused by his amusement. Why was he laughing? She sighed and asked the burning question. Why did you target Senior Saiyan? I tried to force him to marry you, but he refused. The answer hit Luna like a thunderclap, shattering her composure. Excuse me, marriage, Regan shrugged nonchalantly. Yes. I believed if he joined our bloodline, the Karam kingdom could conquer the entire continent. But now, I have a feeling you can capture his heart without my meddling. Luna stood in stunned silence, staring at the old man with a mix of cold fury and confusion. What is with that look? Whatever. Let us put that aside. I heard a rather interesting rumor. He stood up and loomed over Luna, his voice serious. I heard you are hunting for information on necromancy. Yes, that is the reason I came to you. Where are the texts? Regan narrowed his eyes, the air in the room growing heavy. You know well that necromancy is a forbidden art, exiled by the world. Every scroll and tome related to the dark arts was burned to ash ages ago. Humanity fears that if such magic were to reawaken, the world would face a catastrophe. Luna didn't flinch. I am certain some texts survived. There is no way the Karam Association would let such power slip through its fingers. That magic leads only to destruction and corruption. Every necromancer in history went mad or died screaming. Suddenly, a chilling otherworldly voice cut through the conversation. You do not need to worry about that. Laminha appeared in its small form on Luna's shoulder, speaking with the cold authority of an ancient demon. As long as I am here, that will never happen. Now, tell us where the book is. Seeing the spirit, Regan smiled with genuine delight. I knew you wouldn't give up. He activated a summoning spell, revealing a hidden bookshelf materializing behind him. These are treasures you cannot find anywhere else. The lost knowledge. The grimoire. Luna looked up, eyes wide with awe. I didn't know such a place existed. This is where I keep the books the world believes are gone forever. I know you are a bookworm, but I guarantee you have never read these. He used his mana to pull a thick, ominous book from the shelf. Without hesitation, Regan tossed it directly at Luna. He explained calmly, that is the necromancy tome that you have been searching for. I plan to leave this library to you one day anyway, so consider this an early inheritance. I have never failed to obtain anything that sparked my curiosity. Yes, even without my help, you would have found it eventually. He turned away, his voice darkening. Beware your own curiosity. Do not let it swallow you whole. I do not want you to end up like your wretched father. Enough talk. You have what you came for. Now leave, I wish to rest. Luna froze for a moment. At the mention of her father, it was the first time he had ever spoken of him. The scene shifts to the Empire's secret teleportation base. A soldier burst through the doors, panic written all over his face. Lord Murray, it's an emergency. What is it? The soldier's face was pale, as death sweat pouring down his skin as he delivered the nightmare news. He has returned. The commander's expression crumbled. The trauma of their last encounter still haunted him. Saiyan slowly walked toward the teleportation facility, as casually as if he were walking into his own living room. More trash to clean up than last time? Or are my eyes playing tricks on me? Suddenly, a girl stepped forward from the back lines. So it is you, the one interfering with Karam's system. Saiyan pointed at himself. What? You people built a portal on my land in the first place. Is that why you are so arrogant? How cute. She slowly pulled down her hood, revealing a confident smirk. My name is Animora, and I will not be an easy prey. like my incompetent brother. She raised her hand toward Saiyan. My specialty is mental magic. A surge of violent dark mana erupted and engulfed Saiyan's entire body. I will devour you from the inside out, you arrogant brat. Saiyan didn't even lift a finger to defend himself. He simply analyzed the spell structure like a pro player in a leveling manhwa. Ah, this must be a mind collapse spell. The images inside his mind were instantly reflected back to Anamura. Her face turned ghost white as terror seized her heart. What is this? Inside Saiyan's psyche, the souls of countless sinners he had slaughtered were screaming in an endless void. A heavy, suffocating, killing intent dominated the space like the deepest pit of hell. What is wrong with his mind? This manhwa recap shows that when Saiyan arrived, the real nightmare had just begun. She didn't rely on conventional weapons. Instead, she unleashed a forbidden mental art, a rare technique designed to shatter the soul. Her objective was absolute: to infiltrate Saiyan's psyche, corrode his neural pathways, and obliterate his consciousness from the inside out. Saiyan flinched, visibly shaken, as this was his first encounter with such a bizarre ability in this awakening manhwa. It had to be high-tier spirit magic. However, the impossible happened. Instead of Saiyan's mind collapsing under the pressure, it was the woman who suffered a catastrophic backlash, a mental rebound of devastating proportions. The moment she dived into Saiyan's subconscious, her vision was flooded with a chaotic storm of eldritch horrors. She saw souls writhing in eternal agony, prisoners, bound by chains of torment and grotesque abominations that belonged to a dimension of nightmares. It was as if the gates of hell had swung wide open before her eyes. But the terror didn't end there. Deep within that abyss of consciousness, she gazed upon an entity so terrifying that her very soul began to tremble. In a split second, her body seized up, shaking violently as cold sweat drenched her like rain. Her mind screamed in panic, questioning reality itself, asking, "What in the world is that monster?" The sheer magnitude of the horror exceeded her mental limits, shattering her sanity instantly. Moments later, her body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground out cold. Saiyan stood there, blinking in confusion, completely unsure of what had just transpired. She staged her own drama, and then fainted. A soldier screamed in panic, "What did you do to Lady Annie?" But before chaos could erupt, a man stepped out from the shadows, his voice low, but commanding absolute authority. "Everyone stand down." The soldiers turned their eyes widening as they recognized the imposing figure. It was Lord Murray. He swept his gaze over the troops with a complicated expression before declaring, "That man is an existence far beyond your capability to handle." Saiyan simply smirked, a cold glint in his eyes as he greeted the commander. "Long time no see. How have you been?" Meanwhile, Annie lay motionless on the cold earth, completely unconscious. The subordinates began to whisper frantically, asking their leader, "Sir, what are our orders?" Even your sister couldn't stand against him. Another soldier shouted, voice dripping with dissatisfaction, "Are you really going to let him walk away?" Facing their judgment, Murray replied curtly, "That is exactly what I am doing." His decisive answer left the squad in stunned silence. None could believe he would allow an intruder like Saiyan to leave without a fight. Ultimately obeying Murray's command, the soldiers reluctantly formed two lines, opening a path. Saiyan walked through calmly, as if strolling through a park. As he passed Murray, he patted the commander's shoulder and whispered, "You all did well today. From now on, I'll be dropping by this place much more often. We will meet again." Murray froze, recalling the bone-chilling threat from Luna. "Saiyan belongs to me. If you dare lay a finger on him, I will slaughter every single one of you." Murray knew that resistance was futile. Fighting back would only lead to the extermination of his men. He sighed, murmuring internally, "I have never seen Lady Luna look so terrifying. I pray I never have to cross paths with that mysterious monster of a boy, ever again." Meanwhile, Saiyan had already stepped through the warp gate, leaving the territory. As the teleportation light enveloped him, he removed his mask, revealing a smile full of anticipation. News of Saiyan's movement traveled fast, reaching Luna's ears almost immediately. She froze, gasping, "He has returned." The messenger was none other than Murray. "Yes, my lady. He just passed through the warp gate at Lewin. I came straight here to report." Luna immediately fired back a question, anxiety lacing her voice. "How is he? Is he hurt?" Murray, misunderstanding her concern, thought she was asking about the guards, so he quickly replied, "Fortunately, no one was injured." Luna furrowed her brows, her aura darkening. "No, I am asking about him." Murray paused, realizing his mistake, and stammered, "He is perfectly fine and departed safely, my lady." Hearing this, Luna let out a breath she had been holding. "Good. That is all that matters. However, Murray hesitated before continuing, but it seems he has another companion. A companion. A small girl chased after him and entered the portal as well. Luna's eyes snapped open, her voice dropping to 0 degrees. Where did they warp? To Murray stuttered in fear. To the Roma Plateau. Now, Saian had arrived at the desolate Roma Plateau, landing without a hitch. He scanned the alien landscape, muttering to himself, I never thought I'd see this place with my own eyes. His mind flashed back to a conversation with Gael earlier. Gael had revealed that he knew Princess Erin would be heading to the Roma Plateau, and his mission was to monitor her under Princess Violet's orders, while secretly acting as a double agent for Duke Willius Vert. Saian had asked, perplexed, what is his endgame? To uncover the truth. Gael revealed that Duke Willius Vert believed the Emperor's deteriorating condition was suspicious, pointing fingers at Princess Violet. However, the Duke lacked the evidence to challenge Violet's overwhelming influence and power. Princess Erin was walking into a death trap. This confused Saian. Why would my father go to such lengths? What does this have to do with him? Gael simply stated it was all due to an ancient vow the Duke had made. Currently, Duke Willius Vert was refusing all requests for aid from the imperial family. He used the past rebellion of the Light Legion as an excuse to consolidate his own private army. Saian knew this move was dangerous. It put the entire house of Willius Vert at risk of being branded as traitors. Anxiety gnawed at him. My father has always put the family's safety and honor above all else. Why would he take such a reckless gamble? Gael smiled calmly, replying, perhaps it is because of his loyalty to the Empire and the responsibility of a father toward his children. Saian scoffed, rejecting the notion. That reasoning is flawed. You are just projecting your own delusions. But Gael stood firm. Young master, I have stood on the front lines with your father for 15 years. I dare say I understand the man better than anyone else. Saian cut him off, frustrated. Enough. Just tell me why Princess Erin is going to the Roma Plateau. Gael sighed, admitting defeat. I do not know the exact details, but there are dark rumors surrounding that land. Legend says it hides the secret method to kill a living god. The information struck Saian like a thunderbolt. That was his ultimate goal. Killing a god. Why would Princess Erin be searching for such a power? Gael shook his head. I cannot say for sure, but I would bet my life it is connected to finding you, young master. Why is it connected to me? Even if the engagement was born of cold politics, the bond she felt was real. Her heart truly belongs to you, young master. Princess Erin never stopped searching for your shadow. She gathered every scrap of intel she could find. While I shadowed her, the truth about your struggle began to surface. Oh, care to elaborate? Gael's expression hardened like stone, his voice dropping an octave. Willius Vert off. You are no demon. The true puppet masters craving the Empire's throne are Achol and Prince Louis Snell. Saian let out a hollow, bitter chuckle at the revelation. But that knowledge is useless to us now. It is far too late to cleanse the stain from your name, my liege. Gael rested a heavy hand on his shoulder, his voice thick with regret. In this broken state, I fear I cannot be the shield you need right now. Yet once I heal, I will dedicate my life to you. Saian winced, a tidal wave of guilt crashing against his ribs. With that arm, he will never dance with a blade again. Please, just rest now. But Gael refused, gripping his remaining arm with a blinding smile. This is a mere scratch. I still have my left hand to fight for you. As they marched toward the Roma Plateau, Saian's heart was heavy with lead. That radiant smile only sharpened the dagger of guilt, twisting in his gut. I nearly silenced him for trailing the princess. Perhaps I was too ruthless. Suddenly, Saian froze in his tracks. His senses screamed. A presence had been stalking him. Stop hiding and show yourself. Hastia trembled like a leaf, realizing her cover was blown. She peeked from behind the tree, stuttering. How long have you known? Since the start. Your stealth is non-existent. Hastia tugged her hood down, letting out a defeated sigh. If you knew I was there, you could have just invited me along, you big jerk. Saian's face twisted in annoyance. You would have trailed me regardless of my permission. Besides, you have nowhere else to go. Hastia hopped in frustration, but the truth silenced her retort. Saian turned his back, throwing a familiar jab. What use are you here? You can't even predict a simple rainstorm. But this time, a mysterious confidence replaced her anger. My eyes have opened to the truth now. She swept her cloak onto the ground with a flourish. With the grace of a master, Hastia fanned out the tarot deck. She sat cross-legged, an aura of mysticism surrounding her like a true oracle. Step forward, choose your fate, and I shall unveil the answers. Saiyan stared at her with pure skepticism. Since when did you pick up this parlor trick? She offered no explanation, only urging him on. A stray thought crossed his mind. Why did this remind him of that muscle-brained deity? I hope that fool didn't teach her any useless nonsense. Resigned, he reached toward the spread of destiny and drew a single card. I'll play along for now. He flipped the card, revealing the image of a stoic knight. Saiyan shoved the card in her face, groaning. I need directions, not pictures. How does this help my path? Hestia's eyes widened, burning with absolute certainty. A gathering of warriors lies close by. There you will find the breadcrumbs of destiny you seek. Saiyan raised an eyebrow, dubious. Out here in the wasteland, no civilization could survive in this barren hellscape. Moments later, a massive fortress loomed out of the dust. You have got to be kidding me. Hestia puffed out her chest, beaming with pride. Well, are you in awe of my prophetic prowess? Saiyan shrugged, unimpressed. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Don't let it go to your head. He pulled her hood down, his voice lowering. Stay sharp. Together, they stepped into the den of mercenaries. The heavy doors slammed shut, sealing them in a suffocating atmosphere. The sheer number of presents overwhelmed her. All color drained from Hestia's face. Cold sweat trickled down her skin. Monsters in human skin were everywhere. The drunkards paused, their predatory eyes locking onto the fresh meat. Saiyan gripped her trembling hand, grounding her. Steady yourself. They are merely mercenaries. They may look like demons, but they bleed just like anyone else. A bald brute with a scarred face stomped over, grinning with malice. Well, look at this porcelain doll. Rare to see skin so pure in this pit. Come keep me warm. But before his filth could touch her, a flash of steel severed his fingers in midair. The thug collapsed, howling as blood sprayed from his ruined hand. Saiyan's voice cut through the screams like ice. Now, shall we have a civil conversation? Saiyan gazed down with eyes devoid of mercy. Are you ready to speak clearly now? The rest of the trash mob prepared to rush them, but terror rooted them to the spot, their faces ashen. Suddenly, an oppressive pressure filled the room. An old man with snow-white hair emerged from the shadows. He glanced at the worm, writhing on the floor, then locked eyes with Saiyan. A knowing smirk curled his lips. Oh ho, you have some skill, boy. Saiyan met his gaze without flinching. The elder showed no fear, only amusement. I am Rick, the guild master of this hall. In a blur of motion, Saiyan drew his demon blade. The cold steel hovered millimeters from Rick's throat. The air itself seemed to freeze in terror. Rick stiffened, his pupils dilating. He instantly raised his hands, surrendering to the overwhelming killing intent. Easy now, I harbor no malice, I only wish to talk. The girl is of no interest to me. The suffocating tension slowly began to dissipate. Silence returned to the tavern. Rick ushered them to a table, and a feast was quickly laid out before a starving Hestia. The savory aroma eased the tension. Rick poured a tankard of ale, his eyes sharp. Willius Vert time in Roma. That means you aren't bound to any guild yet. Rick leaned in the scene, playing out like a classic recruitment event in a leveling manhwa. If that is the case, how about joining my ranks? No. Saiyan's refusal struck faster than lightning. He raised a hand, silencing the pitch before it began. Rick blinked, caught completely off guard. He clearly hadn't expected such a brutal rejection. Meanwhile, Hestia stared into her mug of ale, mesmerized by the golden bubbles. Saiyan slammed his cup down, eyes narrowing. How long have you ruled this roost? Noticed any strange anomalies lately? Hestia took a confident swig and immediately gagged on the bitter taste. So bitter. Rick remained silent for a long moment before letting out a heavy sigh. It seemed this kid was the type to act rather than listen. In this manhwa recap, we see how the world changed 3 years ago. Monstrous entities began tearing through reality. They resembled the nightmare creatures from the Lumia Valley. Their numbers swelled and the danger level skyrocketed. Mercenaries flocked to hunt, but innocent blood flowed just as freely. Saiyan finally broke the silence. I saw an ancient ruin nearby. Is it connected? Rick's face went pale. You mean the Rome ruins? His voice dropped to a whisper. Too many years here. Let's talk outside. The group quickly exited the tavern, but as they hit the street, Rick froze. He spun around, staring daggers at Saiyan. Who are you really? The aura radiating from the boy had completely shifted. Rick's hand drifted to his sword. Hilt eyes narrowed in suspicion. What is your true objective? Why do you care about the Rome ruins? He suspected Saiyan was a spy from the Karam Guild. The tension snapped tight as a bowstring. Without warning, Rick launched a surprise slash, but Saiyan was already steps ahead. His arm shot up, blocking the draw before the blade could even leave the scabbard. A counterstrike flashed, missing Rick's scalp by a hair's breadth. Severed strands drifted down like a silent warning. Saiyan's voice was ice cold. Waste my time again, and the next thing falling will be your head. Rick sheathed his weapon instantly, realizing he had provoked a sleeping dragon. Rick stammered an explanation. The Rome Plateau was a dead zone. Nothing lived there. But 3 years ago, a strange energy erupted from the ruins. Since then, mutated beasts began to spawn. They were twisted fusions of different monsters. Nearby villages fell in days. The Empire sent troops, but mercenaries like me hold the perimeter now. Saiyan frowned. Why? Where is the Holy Light Legion? Rick shook his head. Duke Willius Vert has no interest in this mess. Or maybe there's a darker reason. Rick continued. If you're so curious, come with us. I'll get you inside. Monsters will swarm soon. And I hear there's an item in there. Good for men. Saiyan raised an eyebrow. Good for men. Like hellhound blood. Rick turned red and laughed. Ha ha ha. You get it. Stuff that makes you a real man. Saiyan immediately covered Hastia's ears. Why did I even ask? After the brief exchange, Saiyan waited at the exit, leaning against a withered, cracked tree. His gaze locked on to the distant Rome ruins. Hastia stood nearby, hands clasped tight. Her anxiety was palpable. Are you sure? Are you sure we should trust those mercenaries? I don't trust anyone. Hastia blinked. Huh. Then why agree to go with him? Because he is the perfect pawn to use. What footsteps echoed from the shadows? Rick emerged. He waved casually. Sorry to keep you waiting. 3 others trailed behind him. The moment Saiyan saw them, he felt it. The faint, unmistakable stench of killing intent. Not the disciplined aura of soldiers, but the rot of scavengers who feed on the dead. Rick stepped aside, introducing them with arrogant pride. Meet Marina. A slender woman with narrow eyes and a sinister smile bowed slightly. Her gaze raked over Hastia like she was pricing a piece of meat. Rick gestured to the next one. This is Manhwa, a towering bald brute, carrying a colossal axe. The ground trembled with his every step. He grinned, baring teeth like a chained beast waiting to snap. And finally, our fire mage, a gaunt man in robes, clutching a staff etched with flame runes. His eyes darted around, constantly seeking a blind spot to strike from. 3 pairs of predatory eyes locked onto Hastia. Their twisted smiles made her shiver, shrinking back behind Saiyan. Rick laughed. Relax, they won't bite. These guys are totally trustworthy. They won't touch a hair on the little lady's head. Saiyan didn't debate. He simply commanded, lead the way. Rick paused, then nodded. The air grew heavy as the party ventured into the Rome ruins. This is the shortcut. Rough terrain, but you can handle it. The metallic scent of blood grew overpowering. Saiyan didn't need eyes to know this place was a graveyard. Hastia's voice trembled in his mind via mana transmission. I have a really bad feeling about this. Saiyan replied, his mental voice calm and commanding. When I signal, cover your eyes and ears instantly. Hastia jumped, realizing he was using high-level transmission. What Saiyan warned sternly. Unless you want to vomit your guts out, do exactly as I say. As they went deeper, the light died. Only darkness and the stench of rotting corpses remained. The atmosphere screamed of death. Finally, Rick stopped. We're here. Saiyan scanned the area. Is this your true objective? Rick turned, the fake smile vanishing, replaced by the cold look of a predator. My objective is you. He glanced at Hastia with naked greed. And that elf, she's the bonus. She'll fetch a high price on the black market. The air froze. In a heartbeat, Manhwa roared. He swung his giant axe with earth-shattering force. Saiyan smirked. Truly, trash tier. Is this the best script you clowns could write? The blade tore through the wind, aiming to split Saiyan's skull. Too late to notice now, kid, die. But before the steel touched skin, Saiyan's body dissolved into a crimson mist. I knew the moment I stepped foot in here. The axe smashed into the ground, but it hit nothing but empty air. The giant's face went pale. Black mist. This looks like a hidden skill from an awakening Manhwa. Darkness exploded outwards. A thick, suffocating fog swallowed the entire zone. Hastia obeyed instantly, covering her senses as she crouched in terror. In the suffocating embrace of the black mist, invisible blades began their dance of death. Saiyan's strike was absolute, reducing the 3 vanguards to nothing but chunks of gore. Crimson blood painted the earth in a macabre masterpiece. Panic seized Rick's heart as he screamed, "Capture that elf!" Now Marina lunged like a desperate bandit, dragging Hastia away with rough violence. "Yes, sir," Hastia shrieked in terror. "Let me go." But escape was a fantasy. A crushing pressure heavy as a mountain descended upon their souls as Saian materialized before Marina. His eyes held the cold indifference of a reaper viewing a corpse. Black blade art mist storm. Space itself seemed to shred as a net of slashing energy tore through the air. Marina screamed as agony consumed her. Her body became a rag doll, carved with countless wounds before she collapsed, like a broken puppet. The shockwave alone was enough to blast Hastia away from the carnage. Anne and Rick scrambled back, terror clinging to them. Damn it, support me, what the hell is happening? But their confusion was cut short by the Reaper's arrival. A flash of cold steel sliced through the air, grazing Rick's cheek with a warning bite. What? His grip failed, and his staff clattered to the ground in defeat. Anne's eyes bulged, blood gushing from his mouth like a broken dam before his body hit the cold floor. Saian advanced slowly, his boots squelching in the fresh pool of blood. Looks like it's just the two of us now, Saian murmured. Since we're here, I have a use for you. Rick, you're going to assist me, aren't you? Rick fell to his knees, his body trembling violently. A single thought dominated his mind. He had provoked a monster, that strange mask, that suffocating black fog. Is he from the legendary Mist Assassin Guild? Saian raised his hand, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Power of the Black Mist, Shadow Puppet. I hope your mind survives this. Rick's eyes went wide as foreign mana flooded his brain, rewriting his consciousness and installing absolute loyalty. With the new pawn secured, the party ventured deeper into the ruins. Roma. Saian looked pleased. This truly was a magnificent relic. A colossal gate loomed before them, guarded by the statues of ferocious beasts. Though now abandoned to the dust of history, this place once teemed with worshippers. Saian recalled the lore he had extracted from the Royal Knight. Rumors said this ruin held the secret to killing a god, a classic trope for a high-stakes leveling manhwa. It made sense. This was once the sanctuary of the death god. If she could kill other deities, it stands to reason she'd be cast out just like the god of darkness. From behind, Rick approached, his voice dripping with subservience. Is there anything else I can do for you, Master Saian? Actually, yes. Rick's face lit up, his smile beaming with the blinding intensity of the sun. Excellent, please command me. Saian paused, slightly disturbed by the display. This old man is acting way too dramatic. Hastia stared in shock at the complete personality rewrite. Saian calmly reassured her. Relax, kid. He's on our side now. He's just a bit overenthusiastic. Rick returned to the cave entrance. Rick looked confused. Pardon me, master, but why? Saian's eyes narrowed dangerously. Don't ask questions. I want you to guide anyone else who comes here. Guide them. The temperature dropped as Saian's tone turned icy. Lead them astray. No need to fight. Just make them run in circles until they give up. The scene shifts to the familiar tavern. A voice thick with rage shattered the peace. That damn black-haired brat. He won't escape me. The bald mercenary Henderson stared at his severed stump, his fury boiling over. Look at what he did to my hand. I will have my revenge. A lackey behind him chimed in. He left with the swordsman this morning. That kid will soon realize he's just an insect in this world. They are slave traders after all. But if I don't kill him myself, my rage won't subside. Henderson glared at his men. And that girl with him. I'm certain she's a white elf. Do you have any idea of her value? And that saber he carried. Everything about him screamed wealth. If I hadn't underestimated him, they would all be mine right now. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the tavern noise from behind. Tell me more about this black-haired boy. Henderson spun around, furious. What? Who the hell are you to order me around? The doors burst open, and royal soldiers poured in. They swarmed like army ants. Leading them was the holy book inhabiting the body of Boris. Royal troops. Boris stepped forward, his voice soft but carrying undeniable authority. Did you not hear me? Tell me about the boy with the saber. Henderson slammed his hand on the table, standing up. He roared, How dare you speak to the great Henderson like that? But his tirade was silenced by a heavy bag of gold crashing onto the table before him. This should be enough to buy your loyalty. Henderson's attitude flipped instantly. I only know they were heading to the Roma ruins. And he had a girl with him. Boris understood immediately. He is traveling with the prophet of the White Elves. I'll double that amount if you guide us to the ruins. What do you say? Henderson shot up from his chair, eyes gleaming. The soldiers reached for their swords, but Henderson waved them off. He stepped up to Boris. You arrived at the perfect time, sir. I have a debt of blood to settle with that brat anyway. He clenched his remaining fist, eyes burning with murderous intent. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, What do you need us to do? The scene transitions to the warp gate at the Roma ruins. Aaron and Lucy Moss stepped out. Warp gates really are the fastest way to travel. True, but the climate here takes some getting used to. From behind Luna appeared, her voice smooth. I'm glad to see you enjoying the trip. She smiled, a look of calculation in her eyes. Next time you need a gate, just ask. That way I can ensure Senior Saiyan comes to me. Their gazes clashed, sparks flying in the air. To understand this tense manhwa recap moment, we must rewind a few days to Luna's meeting with Principal Kundal. You're skipping classes. This is about Saiyan, isn't it? The principal's voice was stern. Luna blinked in surprise. How? How did you know? He replied calmly, because Princess Eren said the exact same thing recently. Luna clicked, her tongue annoyed. Oh really? He looked at her seriously. What about your education? I won't allow your bodyguards to take classes for you like they do at Karam Academy. Then let me make you an offer you can't refuse. Luna smiled, placing her cards on the table. I believe the Academy could use some upgraded equipment. The warp gate from the Karam Association materialized at Lewin Academy. Headmaster Kundal stared in disbelief. The rumors of this awakening manhwa phenomenon were actually true. Consider this a form of scholarly exchange, the visitor pressed. My only condition is absolute freedom to move as I please. The headmaster stroked his beard deep in thought before delivering his verdict. Very well, Kundal declared, but I have a condition of my own. A faculty member must accompany you at all times to monitor your safety. That single agreement sealed their fate for this very day. In the distance, Instructor Shirika approached with a deceptive calm. You two seem awfully cozy, she observed with a smile. Her voice was smooth as silk, but a terrifying killing intent exploded around her. If a single hair on their heads is harmed during this trip, you will take full responsibility. So don't try anything funny. Internally, Shirika seethed with rage at the headmaster's orders. I'm only here to babysit because of that old man. Guarding Princess Eren and Lucy Moss is already a nightmare difficulty quest, and now he dumps Luna on me too. Her steps felt heavier than lead, as if gravity itself had increased. Her mood hit rock bottom, but with the mission already exposed, there was no turning back. I do this to protect Nana. The three students watched her gloomy march in silence before the group departed for the Roman ruins. Do you actually know the way? Eren replied with royal composure. Naturally. I researched the layout beforehand. Suddenly, a rough voice shattered their peace, freezing the group in place. What are a bunch of brats doing in a place like this? You look like soft nobles. Run home while I'm still feeling generous. Rick smirked with arrogance, his confidence overflowing. I don't believe in going easy just because you're women. In an instant, Luna, Lucy, and Eren shifted into combat stances. We have no intention of leaving, they declared coldly. Step aside. Rick paused, his expression shifting to one of amused condescension. Oh my, you girls have some backbone. But he never saw Shirika move. In a blink, she was behind him, her blade kissing the skin of his throat. A violent surge of mana threatened to sever his head from his shoulders. I surrender. The cry came out instantly, practiced and pathetic. I give up. Just let me be your guide. The sudden shift left the three students dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? Shirika glared, her killing intent unwavering. What is your scheme? Rick stammered. I just want to guide you. Honestly, going alone is terrifying. She scanned his energy signature. Weak. No threat detected. Try anything stupid and you die. Rick exhaled his life, flashing before his eyes. Thank you. Sorry about the bad joke earlier. I'm Rick, a mercenary with a lot of local experience. I know this area well. Eren crossed her arms, unimpressed. Tell me, Rick, why would we need a guide for these ruins? Rick raised his head, confidence returning. Willius Vert time. If you take a wrong turn in this leveling manhwa-style dungeon, you're dead. It's crawling with mutated monstrosities. As if to prove his point, the scene shifted deep inside the ruins. Saiyan sprinted through the ancient halls, Hastia clinging to his back as a horde of beasts gave chase. He glanced back at the horrors. That bird has a face only a mother could hate. Hastia squeezed her eyes shut, screaming in sheer terror. How can you joke at a time like this? They had been ambushed the moment they entered. These weren't normal beasts. They were twisted mutations. Their escape route was suddenly cut off. A colossal bear, its flesh studded with rusted weapons, roared in their path. Out of my way. Saiyan stomped the ground, launching himself into the air and narrowly dodging the lumbering giant strike. He bounded from pillar to wall in a display of acrobatic mastery. The monsters swarmed with frenzy, desperate to guard something deeper within. Saiyan unsheathed his demon sword, driving the steel into the avian beast's skull. A wild grin spread across his face. Hang on tight. We're going down. Hastia's face went pale as a sheet. No, they plummeted straight into the heart of the monster swarm waiting below. A single devastating strike silenced the horde. As the dust settled, Saiyan sheathed his blade, standing calmly amidst the carnage. Too easy, he scoffed. I expected them to regenerate or something. He turned his attention to the girl face down in the dirt. Yo, Hastia, you alive? Silence. He flipped her over. She was foaming at the mouth, completely knocked out by fear. THA. Useless baggage. He scanned the corpses. These things, they aren't normal variants. If they were true demons, I'd sense their dark energy. Saiyan crouched, dipping a finger into the giant bear's blood. He tasted the crimson fluid. Bland. No magical essence whatsoever. Just then, Hastia groaned, blinking her eyes open. She witnessed the gruesome sight and gagged. Ew. Are you eating that? You absolutely disgusting barbarian? Saiyan glared at her. Ungrateful brat. I'm doing this analysis because your prophecy skills are currently useless. But Hastia silenced his thoughts, whipping out a fresh tarot card with dramatic flair. The prophecy isn't the priority right now. Saiyan raised an eyebrow. Oh, then perhaps we should focus on the bizarre architecture of this place. She pointed a trembling finger at a wall covered in cryptic sigils. They approached the ancient stone with caution. It looks like a dead end, Saiyan muttered, but I sense a faint mana circuit. He pressed his hand against the glyphs, flooding them with power. The energy triggered a dormant mechanism. A hidden passage, he whispered. With a heavy rumble, the wall split in two. A pitch-black corridor revealed itself. Hastia puffed out her chest. See, I told you so. Saiyan looked at her, genuinely perplexed. Is this fortune-teller girl actually skilled, or just incredibly lucky? Something didn't add up. Meanwhile, miles away, the old seer watched from the shadows. She sensed the shift in fate. A sinister smile curled her lips. Have you still not realized the truth? A mist of blood slowly consumed her hands. The truth behind the deception was finally unveiled in this Manhwa recap. It was the dark fog god Yo, hiding behind a mortal disguise. He chuckled with sinister delight. Hey, I have prepared quite the grand stage for you. A successor. The scene shifts back to Princess Erin's party. Rick was leading the group in aimless circles deeper into the ruins. Luna's instincts screamed that something was wrong. She broke the silence. Are we truly on the correct path? This scenery looks identical to what we passed moments ago. Rick stammered, trying to cover his tracks. This place is designed like a labyrinth. If we haven't triggered any traps, it means we are going the right way. But his explanation lacked conviction, sounding like a cheap excuse in a system manhwa. The entire group stared at him with eyes full of suspicion. Is that so? Do you doubt me? Rick, internally panicked, recalling Saiyan's grave warning from before. Avoid combat at all costs. She may be young, but her mana capacity is monstrous. You are not her match. Then I must find a new method. Instead of walking in circles, I need to stall for time. He put on a fake smile. Let us go. We are almost at the destination. Rick led them to the entrance of the inner ruins. The ground was littered with the dismembered corpses of monsters that Saiyan had slaughtered earlier. This is the entrance. Princess Erin walked past the carnage, puzzled. Did someone arrive before us? Rick feigned ignorance. I am not certain, but very few possess knowledge of this secret path. Lessimer glanced at her and asked, could it be the Royal Knights? No, impossible, Erin replied. They have not entered the ruins yet. Luna scanned the area, her expression cold as ice. It is undoubtedly Senior Saiyan. Saiyan Erin blinked. How can you be sure? Luna answered simply, I can smell his aura. Hearing this, Princess Erin looked completely bewildered. Smell. You can smell him, Rick agreed, nervously, sweat forming on his brow. Hurry, we are close. Ah, yes. Panic began to take root in Rick's mind. She can detect Saiyan's presence just by scent. What kind of monster is she? Who exactly is this girl? Suddenly Instructor Shiraka pointed toward a branching path. Where does that road lead? Ah, that is the main gate, not the path we need. The main gate. Yes, we took the shortcut to avoid detection. If we took that route, we would have clashed with the royal army. Shiraka suddenly made a bold proposal. I will take this path alone. You students continue on. Aaron looked worried. Is something wrong, Instructor? Nothing at all. You go ahead. I will catch up once I finish my business. Without waiting for a reply, she vanished into the shadows. The group was left confused. Rick, what is going on? It seems she has private matters to attend to. Let us keep moving. Rick stood before a passage, completely blocked by massive boulders, and grinned. Oh, how terrible. We came all this way only to be blocked. But before he could finish his sentence, a surge of overwhelming magic blasted the obstacle into dust. Starlight explosion. The three students stepped through the debris, entering the ruins. Rick was left behind, sweating bullets in pure terror. I could have just moved those rocks. Let's just go. These people are not to be trifled with. They are far stronger than I anticipated. I never imagined the princess possessed such destructive power. She is completely different from the rumors. Along the path, they found another trail of monster corpses scattered everywhere. More dead bodies, Aaron asked anxiously. Where are they coming from? The answer likely lay deep within this awakening Manhwa-style dungeon. In the distance, Rick shouted, "This way, hurry up." But Luna easily detected a disturbance in the spatial flow. I sensed something very strange. Strange. She placed her hand on a solid wall and explained. The senior's scent stops abruptly here. It is as if there is a hidden passage. Right behind this wall. Rick's eyes widened in horror. What the hell is she? That is not a path. Before he could finish his lie, a massive beast lunged from the shadows behind Rick, aiming for the kill. Lessimer reacted instantly. She drew her blade, unleashing a violent torrent of mana. Veneri flash strike. A slash cut through the air, knocking the beast back, and severing its limbs. She didn't stop there. She dashed forward for the finishing blow. Recoil impact. Her sword shot forward like a high-caliber bullet. It pierced the beast's core and tore its body into shreds. The entire battle ended in the blink of an eye. Lessimer slowly sheathed her sword. "Are you all right?" Rick stood there, jaw dropped in shock. She handled it in a single breath, but Princess Aaron shouted a warning. "Do not let your guard down yet." From beneath the corpse of the giant spider, a swarm of smaller arachnids crawled out, flooding the area and plunging everything into chaos. Meanwhile, outside the ruins, the saint returned with his newly recruited mercenaries. It seems everyone has been working hard. Who are these mercenaries? He smiled, explaining. These are our people. They will support the plan. Did anything unusual happen while I was away? No, sir. The vanguard team has already entered the ruins. As the soldier finished speaking, he was suddenly lifted into the air by an invisible force around his neck. The saint's voice dropped, dripping with malice. I specifically told you to wait for my arrival. I am terribly sorry. He looked at the soldier as if he wanted to tear him into 100 pieces. You filthy creatures. Who led the vanguard? It was Knight New. He took about 10 soldiers with him. He tossed the soldier aside and issued a cold command. We must enter immediately. Understood. A wave of unease rose in his chest. Why does this energy feel so strangely familiar? Inside the ruins, the vanguard soldiers were being slaughtered one by one. Screams of despair echoed through the halls. Arg Sharika walked slowly behind them. The captain crawled on the floor, begging for his life. Save me, please. But the only response was a chilling silence. Her murderous intent was so thick, it seemed to choke the very air around them. A vortex of death swirled in the dark gloom of the secret maze. Saian and the young girl Hastia were still trudging through the darkness. Suddenly Hastia stopped, her voice trembling. Wait a minute. Saian turned back, frowning. What is it? Hastia whined her legs, shaking from exhaustion. My feet hurt. I cannot take another step. Saiyan grimaced in annoyance. Then why do you insist on following me? Hastia didn't answer. She simply collapsed onto the floor, utterly spent. A moment later, she looked up with suspicion. Hey, haven't you noticed we have been walking in circles this whole time? Hastia sighed deeply and pointed ahead. Look at that statue. I've analyzed this puzzle countless times. Why does it refuse to yield? Saiyan's gaze snapped toward the looming statue. Is that it? He narrowed his eyes at the stone sentinel, his mind racing. Perhaps this place is a prison designed to bind our very souls. It seems this statue demands a tribute before granting passage. Or perhaps it awaits the command of its true master. Meanwhile, chaos reigned elsewhere. Luna, Princess Aaron, and Lazarus had just survived a brutal onslaught against an endless tide of monsters. Lazarus exhaled sharply, wiping grime from his brow. Looks like that was the last of them. We've purged the area. Aaron retracted her holy magic, nodding. We are clear on this side as well. Is everyone intact? Luna's voice cut through the silence. Physically, yes, but we are missing a member. The group huddled closer as Aaron asked in a panic. Missing? You mean the guide? Exactly. I suspect that Snake used the chaos of battle as a smokescreen to slip away unnoticed. But honestly, good riddance. He was dead weight anyway. Aaron glanced around, anxiety clouding her eyes. But without him, we're lost. Fear not, princess. My partner has a nose for these things. He claims he can navigate this labyrinth. The grimoire materialized on her shoulder, small but arrogant. I can't be 100% sure, but I detect a familiar energy signature. It's calling to me from that direction. The sudden appearance of the talking tome made Aaron and Lazarus jump out of their skins. Aaron stammered, W. What is that thing? The grimoire smirked at the royalty. Long time no see, Princess Aaron. You've certainly grown. Aaron blinked, utterly confused. Wait, how do you know me? Humph. We've met before. You were unconscious after a demon knocked you out, so I suppose your ignorance is forgiven. I was the one who pulled you back from death's door. Luna quickly stepped in. This is Lemmy Haram, but the tragic backstory was ignored. Aaron and Lazarus rushed forward, eyes sparkling. It's so adorable. Hey, are you mortals even listening to me? Fed up with the disrespect, the grimoire leaped to the ground and roared. Enough of this nonsense, we're wasting time. Instantly, the small book morphed into a massive wolf. Its form became terrifying, radiating a deadly aura. Void Blast. A sphere of pitch-black energy erupted from its maw, tearing through the air. It annihilated everything in its path. Boom. The dungeon wall shattered into dust, revealing a hidden passage. Lazarus stared, jaw-dropping. What the hell? Why destroy the wall? Luna simply shrugged. Don't ask me. That's just his style. Subtlety isn't his strong suit. Call it a shortcut. The wolf form grimoire snarled. Get through the hole. I'll handle the trash trailing behind us. Back with Saian, the ground violently lurched beneath them. Hastia shrieked, clinging desperately to his arm. Is it an earthquake? Saian pushed her away gently, his expression grim. No, that wasn't nature. It seems Princess Arin and her noisy entourage are catching up. We need to move. Hastia was about to argue when something caught her eye. Look, there are inscriptions beneath the statue. Saiyan glanced down, but shook his head. Ancient runes, completely indecipherable to me. However, Hastia was different. As a white tribe member blessed by the world tree, she deciphered the code like a scholar in an awakening Manhwa. One worshipped the supreme god, the shadow of all creation, and the sovereign of death, Kalagona. The moment the name was spoken, the statue's eyes blazed with eldritch light. Black ichor began to weep from its stone sockets. A grotesque magic mixed with the fluid. A terrifying pressure descended, bending the very fabric of space and drowning the world in blinding white light. Is this the god of death? Hastia squeezed her eyes shut in terror. What is happening? Saiyan remained unmoved, standing like a rock in the storm. It seems those words were the key. Reality fractured and twisted around them as the light faded. When their vision cleared, the world had shifted. They stood within a vast, gloomy catacomb. Saiyan looked around appreciatively. Now this is a decor befitting a death god. Is this a dimension rift? Hastia shivered, her teeth chattering. I've got goosebumps. But Saiyan smirked. I prefer the darkness. It feels like home. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the void. Black feathers drifted down like dark snow, as a voice resonated from the abyss. I wonder which insect dares intrude upon my sanctuary. Ah, the adopted children of that fool. And the Aquinas Saiyan stared at the shadow. Hastia, look, the landlord has arrived. Hastia's eyes went wide. That voice. Coming from a child, the entity stepped into the light. It was the living image of the statue, black blood, staining its arms, dark wings unfurled. She spoke with chilling calm. I am the god of death. Kalagona. The deity pointed a pale finger at Saiyan. And what shall I call you? I am Saiyan, the heir to that foolish god. Kalagona's eyes widened. Her voice dropped to a sinister whisper. A pleasure, foolish heir. What brings you to my domain? Saiyan didn't flinch. He asked the question that burned in his soul. It seems that old man is infamous, even among gods. Tell me, how does one kill a deity? Does a method actually exist? Kalagona paused, then a delighted smile curved her lips. Amusing. You have guts, boy. She turned her gaze to Hastia. And you? Thank you, little one. You guided this interesting specimen to me. Well done. Thank you, my lord. Suddenly, Kalagona closed the distance to Saiyan. Stand still. I need to verify something. Hastia blushed furiously as she watched. Kalagona threw her arms around Saiyan, embracing him to taste his soul. What are you doing? Kalagona pulled back, her eyes softening with a mix of understanding and pity. Ah, now I see. You are a tragic soul. You were rejected by Lumindel too, weren't you? Is that why you seek to slaughter the divine? Kalagona continued, while Hastia watched in silence. Listen closely, child. This is the era of light. Darkness has been banished to the furthest corners of existence. If you destroy Lumindel, this era collapses and countless innocents will perish with it. Saiyan frowned, his resolve unshaken. Are you saying I cannot kill him? You are half right, yet half wrong. Kalagona's voice was enigmatic. We gods do not necessarily have to die to vanish from existence. With my authority of oblivion, I can wipe a deity from the minds of mortals. If you wield my power to erase all memory of Lumindel from humanity, When the prayers cease and the memories fade, a god's power dissolves just as I am now. The world forgot me, trapping me in this desolate void. Saian retorted, sharp as ever. I thought I had to be a devout servant to tap into divine power. Yet I'm already using that other idiot's strength without kneeling. Caligona flashed a devilish smile, lifting Saian's chin with a touch that sent a jolt through him. Then, accept me. Let me in, and my power is yours. What do you say? Don't you crave to be my chosen apostle? Meanwhile, chaos erupted elsewhere. The vanguard commander lay gasping for air, his life draining away after Shirika's brutal assault. Saint Scripture arrived just in time to mock the dying man. Look at you. Didn't I warn you not to enter? The man wheezed, Lord Boris. Run. There are demons here. Ignoring the plea, Saint Scripture turned to his lackeys, locking eyes with a bald thug. Hey, watch closely. Witness the fate of those who defy my will. He snapped his fingers. Instantly, the soldier's body began to glow with an ominous light. His flesh bubbled in warped pressure, rushing to his head like a balloon pushed to its limit. Boom! The body detonated in a shower of gore, leaving the bald minion trembling in terror. Wasn't he on your side? Why, Saint Scripture casually wiped the blood splatter from his cheek, grinning coldly. He was dead weight anyway. I just sped up the process. Besides, this corpse makes for the perfect bait. He knew the assassin Shirika was hunting him from the shadows. The moment her spirit beast lunged from the void, Scripture roared, holy lance. Divine energy erupted, forming an impenetrable defense that blasted back the assault. It was Shirika. But Scripture's power, now amplified by what he stole from Boris, had ascended to a terrifying new realm, typical of a boss in an awakening manhwa. He glanced at his terrified men. What is that darkness? The show isn't over yet. Stay sharp. Shirika and Scripture locked eyes, their clash of killing intent, freezing the very air. A demon hunts for our heads. Shirika approached slowly, her murderous aura suffocating the space mana, rolling off her in waves as her gaze sharpened. Her hair bleached white in an instant as she triggered her ultimate art, the instantaneous dark secret technique. The ruins were plunged into an abyss of eternal night. Every flicker of light was devoured by the deep swamp of shadows. What is this? I can't see a thing. Suddenly a blade flashed from the void, severing a soldier's head before he could blink. Then, the slaughter began. One by one, they fell helpless against the unseen death. The bald mercenary screamed, watch out. She's using the shadows to hunt us, Saint Scripture scoffed, stepping forward to unleash a blinding incandescence. Pure light radiated from his form, incinerating the endless night. Shirika's eyes widened. Her cover was blown. Seizing the opening, the bald thug charged his fist massive with killing intent. Gotcha, you wretch. Blue mana coated his hand. Iron hammer strike. But his devastating blow was stopped dead, blocked effortlessly by Shirika's single foot. His face drained of color. Impossible. She stopped me with a kick. Her eyes narrowed in disgust. Get lost. I have no business with trash like you. In a split second, a dozen slashes carved through his body before he could scream. 12 Meridian Arts. She launched herself at Saint Scripture, screaming, I will make you pay for the sins of that day. Saint Scripture stood unmoved, a smirk playing on his lips. How pathetic. Do you really think your petty skills matter? There are walls humanity can never scale. I could crush you like an insect with a wave of my hand. But his arrogance was short-lived. The holy light on his hand sputtered and died. They were in the temple of the death god. All divine power was forbidden here. He stumbled back, barely dodging Shirika's relentless flurry of slashes. She gripped her blade, voice cold. I thought only your aura had changed, but it seems I was wrong. Saint Scripture coughed up a mouthful of blood. Panic twisted his face. What? What the hell? My holy power is gone. Has Caligona awakened? Shirika's guard went up. Who are you really? Even cornered, he maintained his arrogant grin. It's complicated, and I don't introduce myself to insects. The scene shifted to Princess Erin and Luna. They rode atop the massive grimoire, venturing deep into the ancient ruins. Are we there yet? The grimoire grumbled. This is the spot. Luna peered into the gloom. It seems we have company. Erin shivered. That doesn't look human. Before them sat a bleached skeleton, draped in mysterious robes, resting eternally on a cold stone throne. Is that a corpse? What was he doing down here? The grimoire spoke up. As a former servant of the gods, I surmise he exhausted his life force, sealing this place. So he's the reason this ruin is buried so deep. Precisely. Sharp eyes, princess. Luna then made a chilling decision. I'll use necromancy to wake him up. Erin spun around, horrified. Necromancy? Wait, isn't that? Actually, good idea. No, wait. Why use such dark magic? Luna's expression darkened, her voice dropping to a sinister whisper. It is the only way to uncover the secrets of this system Manhwa dungeon. Is it really worth the risk? The grimoire bristled with offense. Do you think I cannot protect her? Do you take me for a weakling? Erin waved her hands frantically. No, I didn't mean that. She looked to Lessimus for backup. Say something, Lessimus. I have no authority here, my lady. Before anyone could protest, Luna began the chant. O lost soul wandering the abyss, heed my call and return to the living. Heed my command and cast aside the veil. From the deepest abyss, a silent flame ignites. A voice thunders through the ruins. Who dares disturb the slumber of the dead? The corpse's eyes flash crimson as ghostly hands swarm around Luna. The necromancy ritual has begun. The grimoire instantly blocks the attack. The body's will is fighting back. Keep going, I will suppress it. The book speaks with urgent foreshadowing. Before my consciousness fades. When he wakes up, make sure you give him my regards. I need to hibernate to recover from the mana backlash. Luna turns eyes wide with shock. Wait, you know this entity? Ask him yourself later. Just focus on the spell. Mana shockwaves ripple out, twisting the very fabric of space around them. Erin and Lessimus struggle to stand against the crushing pressure. Luna, stop this madness. You're going to destroy yourself. But Luna replies, her voice terrifyingly calm. The ancient knowledge here could save Senior Saiyan. It is a risk I must take. Are you not willing to gamble everything for his sake, princess? The question strikes Erin like a physical blow, leaving her stunned. As realization dawns, the corpse on the pedestal lets out a feral roar. Boom! A massive shockwave blasts outward as the ritual completes. Luna collapses, drained of all energy. Her companions rush to her side. Lady Luna, are you all right? Gasping for air, she whispers with a smile. It worked. The awakening is complete. The white skeleton radiates eerie mana, standing tall, like a hidden boss in a leveling manhwa. Are you the one who summoned me? It looks down at its bony hands. It has been an eternity since I walked the land of the living. You even restored my physical form. Well done, child. But a failure like me does not deserve to return. I could not even protect my precious ones. Are you not disappointed? Luna beams with pride. Disappointed? How could I be? This is my first successful necromancy resurrection. Oh, great ancient entity. The skeleton pauses, deep in thought. An interesting response. But you are mistaken about one thing. What do you mean, my lord? He points a bony finger, visibly annoyed. Ancient entity. That title is an insult. Can you not see I am a peerless, handsome young man? The group freezes, petrified by his audacity. A handsome skeleton. Someone get me a mirror now. Erin quickly hands him one from her bag. Ah, thank you. Erin whispers to a confused Luna. He doesn't realize he's just bones. I couldn't restore his flesh fully. Well, it was my first try. Crash. The mirror shatters against the floor. The skeleton collapses onto his throne in utter despair. I take it back. How could you revive me in this hideous state? Luna awkwardly tries to change the subject. By the way, my grimoire wanted to say hello. Grimoire, you mean Lemegedon? You two know each other, indeed. He begins his grand introduction. I am Valiant Akania, the architect of this temple and the former master of that book. The scene cuts to Saiyan's perspective. Saiyan's voice cuts through the silence. You want me to become your believer? Precisely. What do you say? I know exactly what you desire. Saiyan narrows his eyes, calculating. I already serve another deity. Is that not a problem? I do not mind being the second option. As you can see, I am quite desperate, Saiyan thinks to himself. A god without believers is no different from a dead god. Caligona floats around him, draping her arms around his neck, waiting. Fine. I will give it a try. The goddess of death smiles with satisfaction. Then it is a deal. Rumble. The ground beneath him shakes violently. Hastia watches from afar, panic rising. Brother Saiyan. Instantly, he is swallowed by a pitch-black swamp. Beneath the surface lies an ocean of blood. Saiyan drifts aimlessly in the crimson void. Shadowy figures begin to emerge. Where am I feel. Eyes on me. Saiyan looks down. Staring back are the souls of every enemy he has ever slaughtered.